Upon awakening, Wayne found himself in a dismal predicament, having unexpectedly acquired a grand gift of time travel, transforming into a stray dog of Gotham, a once privileged nobleman now fallen from grace. In this new reality, he was burdened by debts to Batman, his parents having been assassinated after extricating themselves from a dark organization. Wayne, unfazed, realized that by practicing medicine and saving lives, he could obtain items and skills. With a purchased medical license in hand, he set forth on a journey of deception, masquerading as a healer destined to rescue the downtrodden. He cured the herniated disc of Ishin Ashina, earning the mastery of Ashina's swordsmanship. He alleviated the foot fungus of the Flash, gaining the skill of super speed. He treated the Hell Lord's depression, acquiring the power of the Demon Pillar. He healed Superman's kryptonite cancer, obtaining the resilience of steel. Lastly, he remedied Darkseid's ailments, earning the Omega Beam. Chapter 1. I Am Doctor. If one desires an impromptu adventure, an evening stroll through Gotham is highly recommended, as the locals will enthusiastically send you on your way. At least that is how Wayne perceived it. Now he was to be known as Wayne Cross Elias, jolted awake by an unbearable burning sensation in his throat, nearly retching from the foul stench pervading the room. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a rat feasting on remnants of vomit, while cockroaches leisurely traversed a whiskey bottle. The acrid aroma of cheap liquor mingled with the scent of blood, permeating the clinic, illuminated solely by a precariously hanging second-hand light bulb. Good grief, I must have crossed over. Wayne struggled to prop himself up against the nearby four-stand, memories of the original host flooding his mind like a broken dam. The original host's parents were renowned entrepreneurs in Gotham, and he, akin to Bruce Wayne, had lived a life of indulgence. However, tragedy struck when his parents perished in a car accident. Following a lavish funeral, the heir squandered the family fortune within a year, resulting in his ousting from the company by the board. Now destitute, the original host resolved to survive by practicing medicine, albeit poorly, as his medical license had been acquired through dubious means. His last memory was of consuming whiskey distilled from medical alcohol before Wayne awakened in this new form. Damn it, is Bruce some kind of Iron Man? Could it be because he's Batman? Wayne inhaled sharply as pain coursed through his body, feeling as if he had been run over by a truck, every bone aching as if manipulated by a skilled masseur. Despite Bruce appearing to indulge in the same vices by day, he still managed to function as Batman by night, returning from perilous encounters unscathed. A warning blared, Gotham's current hell index. A novice task appeared, treat the first patient, 01. Time remaining, 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. A novice gift awaited, unclaimed, 11. A strange mechanical voice echoed in his ears, and a crimson system notification materialized before him. Wayne paused momentarily, then nodded in relief. At least I'm not empty-handed in this DC realm. Stumbling towards the sink, he turned on the rusty faucet, hoping to clear his mind and better understand his newfound abilities. Suddenly, the metallic clanging of chains outside was drowned out by a violent crash as 5 brutish men, adorned with blood-stained bat tattoos, kicked down the clinic door, shattering Wayne's heart in the process. Fragments of memory rushed back. This group was the clearing crew under the Black Mask, notorious for dismantling old Jack's auto shop just last week, leaving him destitute. Master Wayne, it's time to settle your debts. In Gotham, 2 similarly named scions existed, the elder being Bruce Wayne, and the younger, the now bankrupt Wayne Cross Elias. The leader, a scar-faced thug, twirled a baseball bat menacingly, his intentions clear. You have 2 choices. Repay the $1 million you owe us, or... He hesitated, contemplating the prospect of harvesting Wayne's frail body for debt repayment, but reconsidered upon seeing his emaciated form. Perhaps we could simply take your limbs instead. I know collectors who have a penchant for such things. Wayne was exasperated, wondering how he had stumbled into such a predicament upon his arrival. As he slowly retreated, a faint blue light flickered before him. Novice gift successfully claimed. Emergency medical proficiency activated. Wound treatment activated. With a crash, Wayne accidentally toppled a rack of medical records, momentarily distracting the thugs. Seizing the opportunity, his body instinctively reacted, highlighting the scar on the thug's neck where the stitches glistened, a festering wound demanding attention. With reflexes honed by desperation, Wayne hurled a scalpel at the infected area, striking true. The thug shrieked in agony, and without hesitation, Wayne seized the four-stand, delivering a precise blow to the thug's armpit nerve cluster, causing the bat to drop. Buddy, your wound is worse than what the Joker would inflict using Gordon's wig, Wayne gasped, seizing a nearby whiskey bottle to shatter against the electrical panel. With a crack, darkness enveloped the room, and the thug's visibility vanished. The emergency medical knowledge surged through Wayne's mind, enabling his beleaguered body to roll and strike at the second thug's knee. Left third rib fractured. Wayne's adrenaline surged as he raised the bat to strike another thug, right shoulder dislocated for over 48 hours. And finally, you're done for. As the third thug crumpled, clutching his groin, Wayne's alcohol-soaked body could no longer withstand the exertion, collapsing to the ground, blood surging in his throat, vision flickering. Even adrenaline could not replenish his depleted strength. The scar-faced thug, twisted in rage and pain, roared, "You drugged-up lunatic, meet your maker." "Is this how it ends?" Wayne chuckled ruefully, having exerted himself for naught due to the original host's frail constitution. Suddenly, a whoosh echoed through the air as a bat-shaped projectile struck the thug's bat, sending it flying. A shadow descended from the glass window above, a colossal bat silhouette casting dread among the thugs, their bodies stiffening in terror. It was a hero, the true embodiment of heroism. Wayne's heart soared, and as he gazed upward, he caught a glimpse of the hero's cape sweeping past, the sound of cracking bones and the thug's terrified cries intertwining into a symphony of impending doom. When Wayne restored power to the clinic, the 5 thugs lay unconscious beneath the moonlight, entwined like statues in a macabre tableau. "Gotham forbids death tonight." The low, gravelly mechanical voice emerged from the shadows as Batman stood silently before the shattered stained glass, the blood-red moonlight illuminating half of his figure, resembling a merciless statue of judgment. "Then perhaps you could also provide me with some painkillers and bandages. I'm afraid I might die here before I can even reach the hospital." Wayne grimaced, the pain causing him to bare his teeth. The vigorous exertion had reopened all his old wounds, and blood was now flowing profusely. Batman remained silent, his cape fluttering slightly before he transformed into a shadow and vanished into the night sky. When Wayne regained his composure, he found a bottle of painkillers and several rolls of bandages had mysteriously appeared before him. "Thanks. Next time I need a chiropractic adjustment, I'll give you a discount," he remarked. As night enveloped Gotham, Batman roamed the skies above the city. Alfred's voice then crackled through the communicator. "Master Bruce, records indicate he is the wayward son of the Elias family. I recall he was at the Iceberg Lounge with you a couple of years ago." "Not relevant," Bruce replied, removing his mask while seated in the Batplane, inputting the clinic's coordinates into the surveillance list. The screen displayed footage of Wayne's recent battle. "His movements and level of aggression are far beyond that of a mere drunken wastrel. I require more specific information within 3 minutes." Observing Wayne's performance, Bruce coldly marked an inquiry for further observation. Tonight, Gotham remained tranquil and harmonious. Chapter 2. The second young master is dead again. The morning fog in Gotham enveloped the clinic like a medical gauze as Wayne meticulously extracted shards of glass from his thigh with tweezers. Given his empty pockets, a trip to the hospital was out of the question. "By the way, where's my newbie protection period? Aren't dimensional travelers supposed to have a no-interference mode at the start?" Wayne winced as he removed a particularly deep shard, gritting his teeth. Turns out, dreaming of traversing to a dark and grim DC universe to become the protagonist was just wishful thinking. The blood-stained gauze piled up like a small mountain as Wayne approached the sink, gazing at the dark-haired man in the mirror. His sunken eyes and pallid complexion reflected the extravagant lifestyle of the original host, leaving him feeling even more frustrated. "Damn it, all the indulgences were taken by you, while I'm left to suffer the consequences. What a sneaky trick you pulled on this stranger." In a fit of rage, Wayne kicked over an empty bottle nearby, cursing, "While others inherit thrones, I inherit a mountain of debt." After venting his frustration by striking the mirror, it trembled under the impact, and a stack of IOUs tumbled out from a crack. The logo and signature of Wayne Enterprises stood out starkly against the white paper. "Wayne, how much debt did you accumulate?" cursed Elias. 2 days later, after successfully reheating a pizza in the microwave for the 7th time, Wayne finally managed to have lunch. The past couple of days had been exhausting. He had thoroughly cleaned the clinic and resisted the onset of his alcohol cravings. During his tidying up, he discovered items left behind by his late father in the safe. Among them was a coin engraved with an owl emblem and a matching white mask. The Court of Owls. Upon seeing these 2 items, Wayne quickly connected them to the ancient organization that had existed in Gotham for centuries. Utilizing economic and political means to maintain power, their influence spanned the city, infiltrating even the police and government, and they were regarded as one of Batman's most formidable foes. Of course, that was merely an observation. After all, Batman had countless enemies, not just in Gotham, but even beyond the Earth. However, Wayne was not Batman and lacked the ability to contend with such a multitude of foes. The presence of these items suggested that his father, coupled with his tragic accident, had transformed an accident into murder. Based on the remorseful expressions and confessions from his father that occasionally surfaced in his memories, Wayne surmised that the original host's father had experienced a change of heart, wishing to reform and do good, only to attract the attention of the Court of Owls, resulting in his demise. With a sigh, Wayne recognized the need to acquire some startup capital. He decided to flee under the cover of night. Given the court's nature, it was prudent to avoid leaving any loose ends. After a period of discreet development, he could return to seek revenge. His destination was set, Metropolis. Although, according to his memories, Superman had yet to debut, he found online that Lois Lane was already working at the Daily Planet, indicating that Clark's arrival was imminent. Fortunately, with the support of the Scarred Five, Wayne had the funds to cover his utility bills, sparing him from the risk of being beaten to death while resorting to theft for water and electricity. With the remaining funds, he purchased instant pizza and noodles to avoid starving at home. In gratitude, before the arrival of the Gotham police chief, Wayne ensured to treat his patients thoroughly, allowing their wounds to air out to prevent infection, while also utilizing their excess skin to patch up his own deteriorating flesh, preventing their disfigurement. Wayne was almost moved to tears by his own selfless actions. He was a compassionate person, unable to bear the thought of others living well or poorly. Through his research over the past 2 days, Wayne had come to understand his system, which he tentatively named the Great Benefactor System, capable of obtaining a random item or ability from patients in exchange for healing their ailments. Indeed, saving lives and embodying the image of a white-coat angel suited his persona. Moreover, the system also included a client acquisition feature once a month. Otherworldly patients would arrive at the clinic, serving as a safety net to prevent his establishment from going under. Speaking of the clinic, Wayne had also attempted to seek patients actively over the past few days, as he could no longer afford to wait idly for customers, lest he be forced to eat instant noodles. However, the original host's notorious lack of medical skill was widely known, and no one in Burnley dared to risk their health with Wayne's dubious abilities. He had approached potential clients, but upon seeing his face, they fled in terror before he could utter a word. After several fruitless attempts, Wayne eventually gave up. No matter, it was the end of the month, and he still had hope for the once-a-month arrival of otherworldly patients. Thus, Wayne sat in a rocking chair, contemplating the intelligence of the DC universe he inhabited. Batman, the one with the butt chin, but how could there be a Robin? Considering the physique, his biological son Damian could be ruled out, and Dick Grayson seemed unlikely as well, since he had heard Bruce mention that Dick had moved out while indulging in his wealthy lifestyle. Additionally, given Bruce's age, the third Robin, Tim Drake, could also be excluded. Taking all of the above into account, and considering that Batman had recently operated without Robin's presence, could it be the unfortunate second son Jason? How did the Joker capture you so swiftly? No wonder Wayne thought Batman's actions had been excessively brutal. That day those 5 friends of his were likely still in ICU fighting for their lives, and now it all made sense. Another entanglement with the Court of Owls, and the Joker indeed. Gotham was a place rife with turmoil. Wayne observed a moment of silence for Jason before picking up his phone to search for information regarding other cities. Star City's sports-themed hero? Nope. Philadelphia's dim-witted giant hero? Nope. Coast City's green-hatted Deadpool? Nope. Atlantis' Fast and Furious 10 villain? Nope. Cyborg? Green Arrow? None. Wayne? Where the hell is everyone? The second Robin is already out of commission, and yet the Batman saga has unfolded so much. Why are they still hiding? Co-authoring with Washington, the Amazonian warrior still endures due to Diana's half-godly predicaments, having remained active since the Second World War. Must she persist in her endeavors even now? What in the world is this cursed timeline? Wayne's visage turned ashen, perceiving a bleak future ahead. With only Batman and Wonder Woman, 2 formidable figures present, an unsettling sense of insecurity gripped him. What if one day Batman's covert plan against Wonder Woman were to be exposed, leading to Diana's downfall, while Darkseid seized the opportunity to strike? Would Earth not be doomed? Beep. Cross-border patient detected. The system's alert interrupted Wayne's tumultuous thoughts, prompting him to glance upward with an instinctual foreboding. Boom. An elder with long, dark hair streaked with gray crashed through the ceiling, clutching a bloodied wedge in his left hand. Wayne's gaze fell upon the spear embedded in the consultation desk before him, the blade reflecting his contorted, shadowy visage. Does Japan's health insurance still cover cross-border medical care? I hope your medical expenses suffice to compensate for my sealing. Ahem. Young man, The elder coughed up black blood. This body still has the strength to slay a few. Watanabe. Cough. A flicker of blue light flashed in Wayne's eyes as he instantaneously scanned the elder's body. This was the medical assistance provided by the system, rendering the patient's condition vividly before him. Name: Isshin Watanabe, 55 years old. Condition: severe multiple organ damage, poisoning, parasitic infection. Recommended treatment: immediate emergency surgery. A three-dimensional anatomical diagram materialized before Wayne's eyes. 3 shattered shurikens lodged in the heart, the lungs riddled with shrapnel, and various burn injuries inflicted by gunpowder. Most alarming was the bizarre parasite coiling around the spine. "My heavens, old man, have you been in a brawl with a tank?" Wayne exclaimed in astonishment, swiftly donning the bulletproof vest he had pilfered from a thug. "Let me make it clear, this institution does not accept debts." Chapter 3. Reality exceeds the absurdity of comics. The Wayne Clinic is about to host its inaugural surgery. The good news is that although Wayne's wallet lies empty, the necessary medical apparatus is all present, even boasting several advanced instruments that are rarely encountered in the marketplace. This is, of course, attributable to Bruce Wayne, the wallet warrior. The original owner, facing bankruptcy, sought Bruce's assistance. At that time, it seemed to coincide with Batman's working hours and engrossed in his crusade against evil. He was reluctant to engage in lengthy conversation with Wayne. He casually inscribed a series of numbers on a check and entrusted Alfred with the task of managing the loan arrangements. However, it appears Bruce himself has forgotten this matter. The surgical procedure resembled the disarming of a ticking bomb. Each time Wayne used a laser pen to cauterize a parasite, Isshin Ashina would instinctively swing his blade. And once again, with a swift stroke, the chair where Wayne had previously sat was cleaved into numerous fragments. "Stop. That makes it the 8th suture." Wayne ducked his head to evade the errant sword energy. Although these attacks were not aimed at him, an inadvertent brush could lead to grievous injury. "Damn it. If you keep moving, the wound will reopen." Is this how the Ashina warriors cooperate during treatment? After incinerating the last parasite with a laser pen, Wayne exhaled a sigh of relief and swiftly stitched up the other wounds. Hesitation could lead to defeat, and amidst Isshin Ashina's stupor, another monitor was shattered under his blade. Damn it, that cost tens of thousands of dollars. Wayne's heart bled at the thought. With his current financial predicament, every piece of equipment was crucial. With an impassive expression, Wayne seized a vial of adrenaline from the side and administered 3 injections to the elderly man before him. As the drug took effect and revived the heart, a gentle breeze swept through, causing Isshin Ashina to suddenly open his eyes. In that instant, a chilling aura of lethal intent flashed by, and Wayne's body froze, momentarily envisioning his own head rolling away. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself unharmed. With a swift motion, Isshin Ashina sheathed his weapon and sat upright on the operating table, bursting into hearty laughter. Such medical skill. I wish Daohuan could witness this. He would undoubtedly feel utterly ashamed. Wayne observed the several luminous orbs that appeared around Isshin Ashina once the treatment concluded. Each orb bore a label, signifying its origin: Ashina Warrior Blade, Ashina Secret Sword Techniques, Ashina Tenmon Gun, and Firearm. With merely a glance, Wayne immediately selected the Ashina Sword Technique, a martial art birthed from the legendary swordsman Isshin Ashina, which transcended styles and schools, designed solely for the purpose of victory. In an instant, the skill was fully acquired. Use this to settle the bill. Isshin Ashina tossed a bloody Daohuan's notes from his breast, containing the invaluable medical experiences gathered over a lifetime by the physician Daohuan. It would surely prove beneficial to you. For Wayne, despite being an amateur doctor, the value of a physician's lifetime of notes was undeniable, though its practicality for him remained uncertain. After all, while Sekiro is imbued with a fantastical essence, its backdrop is firmly rooted in the tumultuous era of Japan's warring states. After several centuries, the advancements in medicine are immeasurable, especially in a world brimming with cutting-edge technology. Could Dao Xian's notes possibly exchange for a complete KFC family meal? Wayne's expression fluctuated. The infernal system only focused on recruiting individuals, completely neglecting subsequent matters. In other words, if a patient is unwilling to pay for medical expenses, it ultimately comes down to whose fist is stronger. However, armed with his profound understanding of the original text, Wayne resolutely engaged in a negotiation. Turning around, He spotted Inaz Ichin wielding a katana to slice an apple retrieved from the refrigerator. Wayne felt a wave of frustration. That apple was a promotional item he intended to enjoy with his pizza later. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "Old man, deduct the cost of the apple from your medical fee, and don't forget to compensate for the ceiling repairs." With a swift motion, Ichin's blade flashed, accurately dispatching the remaining apple core into the trash bin. Clad in a pilfered white coat, he chuckled, "Kid, with such medical skills, why not return to a name with me? Let Dao Xian witness what a true healer is, far more intriguing than being shackled by mundane silver and gold." Wayne sighed in exasperation, picking up the severed utility bill from the floor. "Old man, without money, I can't even afford a meal. And will you provide 5 insurances and a retirement fund if I return to a name? I wish to live a couple more years, so perhaps not." Truth be told, staying in this place seemed preferable. At least here, he had the support of strong allies. In times of dire straits, he could rely on Xiao Shan to reset the universe, whereas the situation in a name was better left unsaid. Moreover, he lacked the ability to traverse into the world of the patients. "Since you are unwilling, I shall not press you," Ichin mused, stroking his beard. Slightly disappointed at not witnessing Dao Xian's astonished expression, he had casually mentioned the matter, yet he was well aware of the towering buildings surrounding them, harboring his own determinations. "However, the young lad, it appears you have also been infiltrated by mice. Such voyeuristic tactics are a disgrace to the samurai way and warrant execution." Suddenly, Ichin murmured, drawing his katana once more. With a crackle, sparks flew from a certain corner of the clinic as a hidden camera fell to the ground, shattering into fragments. Wayne was momentarily stunned, astonished not only by the incident, but more so by his ability to perceive Ichin's movements. He was far less perturbed about the surveillance itself. As previously stated, this time he had genuinely witnessed Ichin's technique, albeit through a blurred vision. Nevertheless, his mind had vividly simulated the entire sequence from start to finish. After the deed was done, Ichin produced a jade pendant engraved with a crescent moon and casually tossed it to Wayne, declaring, "If you find yourself struggling in the future, take this pendant and seek me in a name. Even in death, it may summon the ferryman of the underworld to grant you a favorable rebirth." "Thank you. But here in hell, our ferryman drives a Batmobile," Wayne replied with a grin, carefully examining the pendant's potential worth. "Kid, I must take my leave. I can sense the terror concealed within this city. Keep the weapons for your own use." "You are indeed correct, my dear sir. Yet the stark reality is that the crime rate in New York surpasses even that of Gotham, notorious for its assembly of supervillains. Sir, do recall the address on the business card. When you next visit, do bring along some truly valuable specialties, such as a Sengoku router capable of thwarting Bruce's eavesdropping." Wayne casually tossed aside the business card with a jest. The world and era in which the other party resided felt profoundly distant from his own. Such behavior had become a habitual quirk of Wayne's profession. Ishin Amino accepted the card, waved a hand, and swaggered out the door. With each step, his figure gradually faded until he completely vanished from existence after merely 7 strides. Once the legendary swordmaster departed, Wayne finally turned his attention to his clinic, which resembled the aftermath of a tempest. He stepped amidst the debris of shattered furniture and equipment, arriving before a broken surveillance camera to raise his middle finger. "Bruce the Peeping Tom Wayne, I've noted it. The fee for your voyeurism is $200 per minute." Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen, and the glamorous Gotham was about to unveil its true nature. Nevertheless, Wayne felt a modicum of relief, knowing he was unlikely to be caught in a stray gunfire. Damn it, how can the power be out again? I just paid the electricity bill yesterday. Chapter 4. A Deadly Joke Novice Task. Heal Patient 11 Completed Task Reward. Gynecological Mastery. Significant boost in female treatment, Wayne mused. Perhaps the system deemed his previous medical skills so woefully inadequate that the rewards were solely aimed at enhancing his proficiency. Yet, what was the meaning of this skill? Complaints aside, Wayne acknowledged the merit in the skill. At least it was not something absurd like expert in dusting or the blessed beast. With some idle time on his hands, Wayne casually opened his personal status panel to review his information. Host, Wayne Cross Elias, age, 28 abilities, gynecological mastery, medical proficiency, amino swordsmanship mastery, alcoholism, misfortune, kindness. Is the highest level of alcoholism meant to be a joke? The original host was, after all, a well-educated and affluent individual. How could the system classify only drinking as a skill? Furthermore, the misfortune skill is indeed rather unfortunate. His well-meaning parents perished at the hands of the owl court, leaving him to languish as a mere vagabond, ultimately succumbing to alcoholism that necessitated Wayne's guardianship. By the way, can kindness truly be classified as a skill? In truth, the original host was indeed quite benevolent, albeit somewhat ineffectual, essentially a simple and honest soul. Bang! After several tranquil days in Gotham, it was time for its routine chaos to commence. The sky was lit ablaze, the deafening roar echoing through the air. Even Wayne could see the heavens bathed in crimson. As he cleaned his scalpel, he gazed into the distance, reflecting, another day, another minor explosion. Every 3 days a small blast. Every 5 days a major one. Truly, Gotham is a city of exceptional talent and spirit. Tonight's candlelit dinner ambience is simply exquisite. Ah, I believe that direction is towards the Gotham Police Department. Jim Gordon's residence. Seated upon the sofa, Commissioner Gordon meticulously snipped articles regarding criminal activity from the newspaper in hand. Meanwhile, Barbara Gordon, known as Batgirl, prepared 2 cups of coffee for her industrious father. Observing her father, who was still engrossed in work after hours, she gently suggested, "Dad, can't you leave your work at the office, even just once? At least take a moment to enjoy a cup of coffee and relax." Gordon glanced up, offering a fond smile. "Thank you, sweetheart. I'll take a break once I finish clipping these articles." However, upon lifting the next piece of paper, he was momentarily taken aback. Noticing his reaction, Barbara inquired with curiosity, "What now? What new breed of criminal has emerged? Surely we've seen enough high-tech villains. It would be Voldemort showing up, would it?" Shaking his head, Gordon's expression turned serious. "I wish it were so, for then we wouldn't have to contend with the circus freaks." He then revealed the newspaper to Barbara, displaying a striking image of Batman's first confrontation with the Joker. A flicker of anger crossed Barbara's eyes, causing her hand, which held the coffee, to tremble slightly, though she quickly masked it. "Barbara, do you recall how many years it has been since Batman first encountered the Joker?" Gordon raised the photograph, the Joker's maniacal laughter echoing in his memory. "Yes, I remember you describing his deathly pale face, whiter than paint, and his hair resembling seaweed. It terrified me in his sleepless nights." Gordon lit a cigarette, lost in reminiscence. "The first time I saw the Joker, I knew he was far more than just a circus oddity. His madness, his callousness towards life as if it were merely a plaything. He is undoubtedly Gotham's most perilous and malevolent supervillain." "Barbara, have you noticed?" Gordon inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke, his face etched with concern. "How long has it been since Batman last teamed up with Robin?" Mentioning the second Robin, Jason Todd, Barbara forced a stiff smile. "What is the matter, Dad? Batman has been operating solo for quite some time. Isn't that to be expected?" While this behavior was indeed characteristic of Batman, Gordon countered, "I have worked alongside him longer than both Robins combined. How could I not discern the recent deterioration in his condition?" He sighed, aware that he was not a fool, and could see the troubling signs of Batman's current state, especially with Robin's prolonged absence. "The last time I encountered the Joker, he was nearly on the brink of being killed by Batman. I have never seen Batman in such a state, nor have I witnessed him display genuine murderous intent. I fear that some monumental misfortune may have befallen him." As the smoke wafted upward, obscuring Gordon's visage, he held back a thought unspoken. Had Batman truly intended to kill the Joker then, he might not have intervened. A sudden chime interrupted Gordon's reverie. He set the newspaper aside. "Is someone at the door?" Barbara arrived at the door, suppressing her anger towards the Joker, and smiled at Gordon, saying, "Dad, you've been telling me these stories since I was little. Surely you don't believe they contribute positively to a young lady's mental and physical well-being?" "Ah, my dear, I thought you found them amusing." "Well, as nightmares go, they are indeed quite entertaining." Barbara chuckled helplessly, shaking her head gently as she pushed open the front door with a soft thud. Meanwhile, in the Batcave, a frantic Batman rushed back, hastily employing the supercomputer. Earlier, he had gone to Arkham, only to discover that the Joker, who was supposed to be imprisoned deep within, had been replaced. Gotham's greatest threat had once again been unleashed, leaving no room for complacency. "Master Bruce, this is dire," Alfred exclaimed, his face etched with worry as he hurried to Bruce's side, neglecting the coffee spilled on the floor. "What has happened, Alfred?" Bruce inquired gravely, sensing that something significant had occurred to warrant his father's figure of a butler's interruption. Alfred produced a screen displaying a bat symbol pulsating with a dangerous red exclamation mark. The elder butler's expression darkened as he said, "Miss Barbara's emergency bat signal has been triggered." Bruce's heart sank as he quickly accessed the surveillance footage from Barbara's home via satellite. A chilling, maniacal laughter echoed through the Batcave, causing Bruce to widen his eyes in shock, rising abruptly and shouting, "Joker!" The screen revealed the Joker's ghastly white face grinning mischievously. While lying in a pool of blood was Batgirl, Barbara Gordon. Fury ignited within Batman. He had yet to recover from the ordeal with Jason. And now the Joker had extended his malevolent reach towards Barbara. "Joker, after tonight, not only must there be a resolution to the matters concerning Jason and Barbara, but also to the unfinished business between you and me." Bruce's expression hardened as he donned his mask, transforming into Batman. This night, either the Joker or Batman would vanish from Gotham forever. "Master Bruce," Alfred said, his face filled with concern, having discerned Bruce's intentions. He was increasingly reluctant to allow Bruce to undertake this course of action. The Joker was the embodiment of Gotham's darkness, the most unrestrained supervillain. A circus freak who deserved to have faced hell 1,000 times over. Everyone wished him dead. Yet, the one who should take action could be Alfred, Robin, Gordon, or even a street thug, but it must not be Batman, Bruce Wayne. Alfred could barely fathom the consequences if Bruce were to break his vow against killing and personally end the Joker's life. Would Bruce Wayne still be the Dark Knight? Still the Batman? Just then, the large screen displayed the dangerous exclamation mark once more, startling Bruce as he swiftly navigated to the source of the warning signal. What he saw was Gotham Police Department engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing, as numerous armed criminals, adorned with ridiculous faces, brazenly unleashed their firepower upon the Gotham police. It was the Joker's minions. The criminals were conspicuously disguised, and Bruce discerned their identities with a mere glance, sinking his heart with dread. The Batwing was equipped with an automatic enemy targeting system, but the firepower it carried was intended for confronting exceptionally dangerous supervillains. Deploying it within the city posed excessive risks, potentially endangering both police officers and innocent civilians. It seemed his only course of action was to have Alfred pilot the Batwing to seek Dick's assistance, while he himself would utilize the Batmobile to rescue Barbara and the others. However, this delay could lead to significant casualties. Bruce found himself in a quandary: assist the Gotham Police Department or confront the Joker. Within moments, he made a decisive resolution to prioritize the source of all chaos, the Joker, instructing Alfred to enlist Dick's help for the police. Should any civilians or officers tragically lose their lives in the interim, Bruce Wayne vowed to assume full responsibility for their families' living expenses, ensuring that their children would attend the finest schools in Gotham and would, upon graduation, be guaranteed positions within Wayne Enterprises. "Alfred, contact Dick." Bruce's words were abruptly interrupted by Alfred's startled exclamation. "Master Bruce, it's an obstetrician." Chapter 5. That psychiatric facility harbored more than just two lunatics. Clad in loose purple shorts and a white-green beach shirt, his eyes glinted with an eerie luminescence beneath the shadow of a purple sun hat. "Bang! A delightful surprise." The Joker's exposed skin glimmered with a ghastly pallor under the moonlight, the specially crafted long-barreled revolver still emitting wisps of smoke. "Guess whether this bullet will teach our little canary to crawl." The events unfolded too swiftly. Even Barbara was momentarily caught off guard. The bullet's immense force coursed through her body, propelling her to shatter the glass table behind her. "Barbara!" Gordon gasped in horror, staring at his daughter lying in a pool of blood, unable to comprehend the scene before him. "Fear not. This is merely the librarian's psychological issue. She now fancies herself a laid-back edition of a classic tome." The Joker pranced into the living room with ridiculous dance steps, casually patting Gordon's shoulder as if nothing were amiss. You beast. My daughter. Joker, I will have you." Gordon's eyes blazed with fury, his voice a booming roar as he lunged at the Joker, scissors clenched tightly in hand. "Old Gordon, you are far too enthusiastic. In truth, I'm not accustomed to such fervor from anyone other than Batman, and I cannot elaborate quietly." The Joker turned his back nonchalantly, just as Gordon was on the verge of success when a burly man tackled him. "Come now, visiting friends cannot be a solo endeavor. I heard the librarian had a tear in her clothing and accidentally injured her spine." The Joker meandered about the living room as if it were his own home, pouring himself a glass of whiskey. Gordon was overwhelmed by one of the Joker's henchmen, a heavy punch landing in his abdomen, followed by another brutal blow to his face, swiftly robbing him of the will to resist. Crawling on the ground, Gordon struggled desperately to rise, a fiery rage igniting within him as he yearned to bring the Joker to justice. Yet, his aging body betrayed him, thwarting his efforts. In that moment, Gordon longed to be 20, no, even 10 years younger. If only he could reclaim that vitality, such an attack would be mere trifles, allowing him to stand and resist for an entire day. "Hey, old pal, do you have any ice?" he mused, only to find some moments later. Truth be told, even if the hardcover lady could be restored, she'd likely need cane. The Joker tossed ice cubes into a glass and shook it, adding in all honesty, "She may never walk again. After all, paperbacks often fall short of expectations." With a dismissive shake of his head, the Joker remarked, "Oh dear, this academic discussion is utterly nauseating. Do be careful not to damage our old commissioner. He's my top choice on the list." Downing the whiskey in one gulp, the Joker flailed his arms, brandishing a camera as he approached the barely conscious Barbara. "Did you know it's such a shame you can't attend your father's premiere? Alas, our venue is not particularly accommodating for the disabled. But fret not. Old Gordon will still make it to your funeral, and there will be photographs as a prize." The Joker hummed a peculiar tune, one hand holding the camera, while the other slowly reached for Barbara's collar. "As a married man, I find it rather lowly to raid the home of a lonely old man, don't you think? Little Red Riding Hood?" Swoosh! A glint of cold steel flashed as a scalpel found its mark, plunging accurately into the throat of the burly man assaulting Gordon. In terror, the man clutched his throat, but the blood seeping from his neck surged forth, even frothing from his mouth. Ultimately, he collapsed, convulsing wildly before succumbing to silence. Batman, Gordon, with a battered visage, propped himself up, his dizzy mind unable to discern the identity of his savior. The Joker paused momentarily, then with feigned interest remarked, "How was I unaware that Gotham has welcomed another flying Avenger? Perhaps a little owl. Let be known, this is not Owlman, merely a passing obstetrician. I assure you, our clinic promises a cane with every spinal treatment, and a bullet for the brain." Wearing an owl-themed mask, Wayne extracted the scalpel from the fallen brute, cleaning it on the man's clothing before returning it, all the while earnestly promoting his services. Gotham was particularly lively tonight. The sounds of targeted explosions were notably louder than usual. Wayne pondered whether the clinic's power outage was somehow connected to them. To avoid becoming collateral damage, he decided to take a stroll. As he wandered, he soon heard gunshots and the Joker's piercing laughter. Using the stealth of a shadow, Wayne concealed himself and observed the unfolding scene. The more he watched, the more familiar it became. Suddenly, he recalled that Batgirl, Barbara, had her spine shattered by the Joker. Wasn't this the plot from The Killing Joke? The chaotic universe, the tangled timelines, and the convoluted narratives left Wayne speechless. Yet, he did not dwell on it for long, springing into action to rescue Commissioner Gordon. Not having seen it would have been one thing, but with events unfolding right before my eyes, to stand idly by would be a betrayal of my profession. After all, if left unchecked, Wayne hardly believes that Barbara could navigate this chaotic timeline as she did in the original narrative. How amusing that your esteemed institution's specialty appears to be bullets. Such potent pharmaceuticals are rare in the marketplace. The Joker released Barbara, intrigued by this unexpected interloper. Indeed, in Gotham, the doctor-patient relationship requires a potent concoction, and should it be a physician, the esteemed director could authorize the provision of special medications free of charge and in abundance. Wayne wore a facade of joviality, though inwardly he cursed. He had delayed long enough. Why had Batman not yet arrived? Was his monetary prowess truly rendered ineffective? Engaging in dialogue with the Joker was undeniably burdensome. Unlike encounters with Bane, the Riddler, or the Clock King, who wielded brute force or intellect, the Joker imposed a psychological and spiritual strain. Speaking with this circus madman rendered him inexplicably uncomfortable, and, after only a few exchanges, he could feel a headache beginning to form. Even having perused the comics, Wayne could never fully grasp the Joker's intentions. Perhaps this was due to the writer's own uncertainty about the character's motives. Alas, the doctor could only politely decline, quietly revealing that his pharmacy harbored a particularly powerful remedy, capable of alleviating the concerns of half of Gotham's populace. The Joker chattered away, a look of regret crossing his face. Bad news. These delightful games would have to be postponed, for recently I have sought to prove a thesis. necessitating some other nefarious deeds. The Joker sighed, then grinned maliciously as he reached towards Barbara. "Jack Napier, are you truly willing to witness the destruction of an innocent girl?" A deep voice carried on the wind, a name long buried, resurfacing in the Joker's consciousness. He abruptly turned, his expression a tumult of emotions as his gaze met Wayne's calm demeanor. The maniacal laughter faltered, his hand, once steady, now trembled violently as two overlapping voices tore from his throat. "Take them away. My thesis remains unproven. Do not forget, aside from us, there's another lunatic in that hospital. Silence. Depart." The Joker's frenzied soliloquy was punctuated by a battle between rationality and madness in his eyes. He extracted a grenade from his person, causing Wayne's pupils to constrict. In a flash, a scalpel was hurled, dislodging the grenade from his grasp, immediately followed by a crescent moon pendant cast by Wayne. Bang! The pendant collided with the grenade, sending it hurtling out the window. Wayne lunged forward, kicking the sofa to obstruct the trio, while Gordon curled protectively around Barbara. In the next moment, an explosion echoed from outside. Chapter 6. I am merely a passing obstetrician. The grenade detonated, the shockwave reverberating around them. Fortunately, Wayne had propelled it far enough. The shattered glass and force of the blast were largely mitigated by the sofa, leaving the remaining individuals relatively unscathed. Once the chaos subsided, Wayne immediately turned his gaze towards the Joker, only to discover that the villain had seized the opportunity amidst the explosion to make a hasty escape. He refrained from pursuing him, for the Joker had Batman to contend with. The pressing matter at hand was the patient before him. Wayne crouched down, and as his hand made contact with Barbara, the skills of the gynecological virtuoso activated autonomously. He did not need to consult the system's status panel to ascertain the gravity of the situation. With a shattering fracture of the 12th vertebra and blood loss reaching a critical threshold, Wayne calmly assessed Barbara's injuries. He turned to Commissioner Gordon and inquired, "Commissioner Gordon, do you have a medical kit? I require immediate supplies for emergency treatment, lest excessive blood loss exacerbate her condition." "Yes, I'll fetch it right away," Gordon replied without further ado, swiftly entering the bedroom to retrieve a medical kit. It was only natural for a frontline officer like Gordon, who frequently faced various degrees of injury while on duty, to have such supplies readily available at home. Moreover, he was unaware of Barbara's clandestine identity. Otherwise, he might have discovered a more comprehensive assortment of medical supplies concealed within a hidden compartment in her room. Wayne accepted the medical kit, extracting alcohol, gauze, hemostatic clamps, and other essentials. Suddenly, a notification chimed. "Critical condition detected. Please commence surgery immediately." Treatment suggestions appeared. Utilize the Winming Longsword for stabilization. Wayne scoffed internally. "Forget your ridiculous martial arts treatment plan." He cursed silently, his hands moving faster than his mind, no longer needing to inspect the wound. With a hemostatic clamp as his instrument, he deftly maneuvered the metallic jaws into the wound, precisely dislodging the fragments of bone that were compressing the nerves. "Let me test the limits of this skill," Wayne thought as his hands became a blur. Various surgical tools danced across the girl's back like silver serpents, swiftly extracting shrapnel, reconstructing the shattered vertebrae, and reconnecting 37 blood vessels, all accomplished in a mere 45 seconds, leaving only a butterfly-shaped suture on her lower back. Once he felt Barbara's pulse and confirmed it was gradually stabilizing, he shook his slightly trembling right hand. "All right, her condition is temporarily stable. There are no major issues. However, due to significant blood loss, she must be transported to a hospital for a transfusion. Pharmacological treatment and post-operative rehabilitation are also essential." Gordon, bewildered, glanced at his watch and then stared at Wayne with a look of disbelief. Though he was a policeman and not a doctor, he understood that a major surgery typically took several hours, if not most of a day. How long had this masked figure, donning an owl mask, taken? Had it even been 20 minutes? After a prolonged silence, Gordon finally managed to utter, "What is it with you and Batman? How are you both so outrageous?" He felt as though he were living in a different city from these two masked individuals. Having worked alongside Batman, he had witnessed the latter's extraordinary deductive abilities, which could solve cases with just a glance. To his astonishment, he discovered that this owl-masked doctor was no less remarkable than Batman himself. If Batman is regarded as the world's foremost detective in Gordon's eyes, then Wayne must be the preeminent physician. Wayne chuckled lightly and candidly remarked, "In truth, I am an obstetrician, My swift actions merely align with my profession. Wayne's assertion held merit. According to his unparalleled medical expertise, he indeed qualified as an obstetrician, though he had not anticipated the extent of his skill's efficacy. However, Gordon held a different perspective, reflecting if all obstetricians possess such prowess, the mortality rate in Gotham would likely be lower than the likelihood of the Joker surrendering. Clearly, he assumed Wayne was merely being modest. Suddenly, a rushing sound pierced the air, and Wayne sensed a drop in temperature within the room, as if the light had dimmed slightly. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward the shadows and discerned a figure resembling a statue lurking in the darkness. Batman. Gordon's spirits soared. Although he considered Wayne a good man, the arrival of his old companion brought him immense comfort. Apologies for my tardiness, Gordon. The Joker's henchmen attacked the precinct. Are you all unharmed? Batman emerged from the shadows, his suit marred with scars, indicating that he had employed considerable force to quell the chaos at the Gotham precinct. Upon hearing this, Gordon's heart tightened, only to ease moments later, for Batman's presence here signified that the situation at the precinct had been resolved. I am aware of your circumstances. Let us proceed to the hospital. Before Gordon could voice a word, Batman stepped forward, carefully cradling Barbara to prevent further injury to her spine. Feeling somewhat out of place, Wayne thought it awkward to linger as an outsider amidst the Bat family's affairs. Moreover, he suspected that if he remained any longer, Batman might well confine him to Arkham Asylum. Under Batman's unwavering gaze, Wayne felt a twinge of discomfort, yet recalling that he was the police chief and Barbara's savior instilled him with a sense of confidence. He returned the gesture with an international sign of goodwill. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, "If you intend to treat body odor, I welcome it. I shall personally send the surgical bill to Commissioner Gordon, so you need not convey your intentions with mere glances." Gordon, observing the exchange, sought to ease the tension. While the newly arrived Owlman indeed raised suspicions, he had nonetheless rescued both father and daughter, and to turn against him would be rather ungracious. Batman. He was the one who repelled the Joker and provided emergency aid to Barbara. There's no need for excessive apprehension. I understand, came Batman's hoarse, somber voice. Were it not for the circumstances and the righteousness of the other party's actions, he would not permit a stranger to depart so easily tonight. After casting one last penetrating look at Wayne, Batman swiftly departed with Barbara and Gordon. Damn it, the paranoia is so intense. It's as if, despite the grim thoughts, he possesses a steel resolve akin to Tony Stark's. Watching Batman finally leave, Wayne exhaled deeply, only to be seized by an unexpected shiver. Ward? What on earth? Wayne glanced around in confusion. Although Batman had indeed departed, what was this unsettling sensation akin to being watched by sewer rats? Suddenly, it dawned on Wayne, and he reached back to touch the hem of his lab coat, revealing a miniature camera nestled in his palm. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, he crushed the device. Yet after taking only a few steps, he halted. Why did his shoes suddenly feel uncomfortable? Lifting his foot, he discovered a round camera affixed to the sole. Wayne mused, how does this voyeuristic spirit always lead the Joker to orchestrate such explosive encounters? With a forceful stomp, he shattered the camera, and before him, a flicker of blue light manifested, revealing several orbs of power floating like bubbles. These were rewards obtained from healing Barbara, each waiting for his selection, but at that moment, he longed only to escape this tumultuous place. With both the Joker and Batman in the vicinity, Wayne felt utterly nauseated. He swayed slightly, then, with a light tap of his toes against the ground, he vanished from sight. After delivering Barbara to the hospital, Batman sat within the Batplane, repeatedly reviewing Wayne's impressive medical prowess. After a considerable time, he finally dialed a number. Alfred, prepare the Titan missiles. Should we ready the laser cannons? No. Just bring 3 boxes of apples. Gotham has acquired a new obstetrician. Chapter 7. Bruce visits an old associate within the Batcave. Bruce input Wayne's height, weight, and shoe size into the supercomputer, which sifted through hundreds of profiles. Searching each one individually would undoubtedly consume a great deal of time, but Bruce remained unfazed. He retrieved a strand of hair, which he had found upon returning to the scene. Placing it into the data analysis database, it wasn't too long before Wayne's appearance, age, name, blood type, and address were unveiled. It's him. Bruce stared at the familiar figure on the screen, Wayne Cross Elias, a former acquaintance. He vaguely remembered him, primarily due to the phonetic similarity of their names. However, that recollection was fleeting. had Alfred not reminded him a couple of days prior. And had he not perused Wayne's file thoroughly, Bruce likely would have forgotten him entirely. Furrowing his brow, Bruce noted the stark contrast between the description of Wayne and the demeanor displayed on screen. His memories of Wayne were limited to his impressive capacity for alcohol consumption and an exceptional talent for squandering wealth. Bruce's own wastefulness was merely a performance. Wayne's was of a caliber Bruce could not replicate. At the very least, he was incapable of revealing the identity of the enigmatic masked figure. Bruce found himself perplexed. While he could understand extraordinary medical skills and remarkable agility in others as the result of innate talent or years of rigorous training, it left him questioning the depths of Wayne's capabilities. However, when it comes to Wayne, the situation becomes utterly perplexing. Bruce was absolutely certain that just 2 days prior, Wayne was a mediocre physician who could scarcely afford to run a clinic, nearly beaten senseless by thugs mistaking him for a stray dog. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he not only managed to repel the Joker, but also completed an intricate surgery in a mere 20 minutes. It was as if he had transformed into an entirely different individual. As Bruce pondered this bewildering turn of events, Alfred approached with a cup of coffee, remarking, "Master Bruce, perhaps you should take a look at this." Alfred brought up the surveillance footage, which documented the clinic's activities prior to the destruction of the cameras, revealing the unmistakable scene of Ishin Amino's arrival. Bruce gazed intently at the screen, where an armored, battle-scarred elder appeared, further shrouding his mind in uncertainty. He accelerated the playback, his keen eyesight allowing him to absorb every detail swiftly, ultimately pausing on the image of Ishin Amino's blade poised for action. The video began at noon. I retrieved all nearby surveillance footage, yet the whereabouts and departure of that samurai remained a mystery, as though he had materialized from thin air. Alfred, equally bemused, could not fathom how the individual had vanished. The samurai armor, reminiscent of the Warring States period, combined with such exceptional swordsmanship, raised the question of when the island nation had produced such a master. Moreover, Bruce recalled the elder's mention of the Amino clan, but upon querying the computer, he found nothing but emptiness. Wayne harbored too many secrets, and with Batman's inherently suspicious nature, Bruce soon found himself conjuring dozens of dark schemes that Wayne might be orchestrating in Gotham. From a distance, one could observe the storm clouds gathering ominously above Bruce's head, the atmospheric pressure around him palpably low. Alfred, accustomed to such scenarios, thought this was relatively mild for Wayne. At least his master had not begun preparing an anti-Wayne battle suit or concocting plans for the collapse of Elias. Alfred, prepare some materials. Tomorrow I intend to meet this obstetrician. Master, won't he be going in your Batman identity? In Gotham, too many harbor distrust towards Batman. Approaching him as an old friend may yield better results. Besides, considering he managed to deter the Joker, Batman's fearsome persona might not be effective against him. Alfred nodded in understanding and then handed Bruce a stack of documents. Master, I believe you will find these necessary. What are these? Contracts for Mr. Wayne's debts, pertaining to the purchase of the clinic, medical equipment, and various pharmaceuticals, totaling $30 million, yet to be repaid. Bruce paused, receiving the promissory note with disbelief. Is this true? I have no recollection of this. Merely $30 million. It wouldn't even cover the cost of new tires for the Batmobile. Had it not been for this incident, I would have nearly forgotten it myself. Indeed, Bruce concurred, acknowledging the triviality of the amount. He could easily dismiss it over a glass of whiskey. The following day, Wayne sat upon the sofa, with several clusters of blue bubbles floating before him. Master of Judo, Master of Karate, Kali martial arts master, expert in firearms, ballet virtuoso, and hacking maestro, Barbara possesses an impressive array of skills. Despite the Joker's treacherous ambush that left her incapacitated, as Batgirl, she is adept in numerous disciplines, nearly rivaling Nightwing in combat prowess. However, due to the Joker's actions, Batgirl must take a temporary hiatus. Although Wayne's surgery has spared her from paralysis, a period of recuperation is necessary. Now, Wayne finds himself at a crossroads, contemplating which skill to select. The mastery of Kali martial arts is indeed appealing, yet the allure of advanced hacking is equally compelling. After careful consideration, he resolves to pursue hacking skills. With his mastery of the Aikido, swordsmanship, he feels sufficiently equipped for the time being. Moreover, Gotham is teeming with talent, should a renowned assassin or Lady Shiva, along with the formidable Cassandra, engage in a fierce battle with Batman. opportunities for skill acquisition will surely arise. Upon finalizing his choice, Wayne scarcely has the chance to experiment before the roar of a supercar engine echoes from afar. Recognizing the sound from memory, he quickly identifies it as Bruce Wayne's vehicle. Is Batman approaching? Wayne springs to his feet, pondering the implications of Bruce visiting him under the guise of his alter ego, engaging in casual banter and drinking with old friends. If this individual were not the Dark Knight, Wayne might entertain the notion. However, Bruce's demeanor, even before exiting the car, already hints at ulterior motives. The supercar leaves deep tire marks as a tall figure emerges from within. Bruce, adorned with a nonchalant smile, wears a tailored suit designed to accentuate his imposing physique. Leaning against the Lamborghini's door, he spots Wayne and, disregarding any consent, strides forward to embrace him warmly. "Wayne, my old friend, what has brought that sour expression to your face?" he exclaims, raising his hand as if to pat Wayne's back in an overly enthusiastic reunion. Wayne rolls his eyes, deftly sidestepping Bruce's gesture, aware that the towering Dark Knight's strength could easily leave him gasping for breath. "Bruce, every time you come knocking, it's never for anything good. If you're here to remedy that wretched odor of yours, I'll gladly help," Wayne offers, dismissing Bruce's antics without hesitation. As a respectable citizen of Gotham, he refuses to be intimidated by such theatrics. Bruce chuckles, unperturbed, accustomed to the grandest occasions as Batman. "Brother, with that temper of yours, I've heard you've mortgaged your ancestral home." To my astonishment, it is indeed true. "You should have mentioned it earlier. I have always prepared a cozy nook for you at my home. I even fashioned a handkerchief for you, meticulously cut from a Hermes dog mat, specifically for you to wipe away your tears." Bruce chuckled as he patted Wayne's shoulder, the diamond cufflinks glimmering in the sunlight, rendering Wayne momentarily blinded. Wayne, Chapter 8, Gotham's Just Wayne was thoroughly exasperated. It was his own oversight that led him to fall prey to Bruce's piercing gaze. Observing Bruce's taciturn demeanor as Batman, he had mistakenly assumed him to be a man of few words. Little did he know that Bruce possessed a silver tongue as well. Upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. To maintain the facade of a privileged heir, possessing the ability to engage in eloquent banter is indeed a fundamental skill. Moreover, if Wayne recalled correctly, to better understand the minds of criminals, Bruce appeared to hold degrees in criminology and psychology. It was a curious irony that a man with such psychological acumen would himself be deemed unstable. If he were not to cure the madness, he should hasten to attend a gathering for the Emperor's new clothes. Wayne's tone turned sharp as he contemplated their respective prowess, pondering whether he could strip Bruce bare and cast him into the streets. After all, Bruce had to uphold the persona of Gotham's frivolous heir during daylight, while simultaneously engaging in combat. Perhaps he might indeed succeed. However, after some reflection, Wayne relinquished this notion. The Bat family wielded considerable influence, and, as a solitary figure, without the fortitude of steel or wings faster than a Batwing, he feared he would not escape their relentless pursuit. "Buddy, I am entirely looking out for your well-being. Just take a look at your living conditions. By the way, Wayne Manor is currently in need of someone to clean the restrooms. The hourly wage surpasses the interest on your coffin tenfold, and leftovers are plentiful. What do you say?" Bruce's tone was affable, his laughter unperturbed by Wayne's insinuations regarding his alleged body odor, embodying the elegance and magnanimity of the Wayne lineage. "Ha ha ha, Bruce. You remain as humorous as ever. Just the other day, I came across a joke about Batman that I believe will pique your interest." Wayne, who had maintained a stoic expression, suddenly burst into laughter, expertly slapping Bruce on the shoulder. "Oh, I was never particularly interested in that masked weirdo. But since it's coming from an old friend, I suppose I must lend an ear," Bruce replied, his expression unchanged, still adorned with a sunny smile. "Why does Batman always linger outside the Gotham Theater? Because he has been waiting for his parents to finish the show, and he has been waiting for 30 years. "Ha ha!" Wayne exclaimed, sharing a jest that only the two of them could comprehend. Wayne was inherently kind-hearted. Jokes with a darker edge were far too damaging, and he would typically refrain from uttering them. However, he was not one to suffer in silence, and since Bruce had made a pointed remark, he felt compelled to retaliate with full force. Bruce remained silent, yet the subtle shift at the corners of his mouth betrayed that his emotions were not as placid as they appeared. "Did you know that the parenting guide in the Batman household is undoubtedly the most unique in Gotham? After all, it only took a crowbar and an explosion to teach a child independence. It is often said that Batman dons his mask not solely for his own protection, but to safeguard those around him. Yet Bruce, just take a look. What exactly has he managed to protect? Elias. Bruce's eyes burned with fury, his fists clenched tightly. Resembling a lion enraged, his roar of indignation cutting through the air, interrupting Wayne. Well, are you still amused by the jokes surrounding Batman? Wayne leisurely poured himself a glass of water. Just because he refrained from physical confrontation did not imply he would remain silent. If one cannot navigate their path, they should not blame the road. Bruce inhaled deeply, suppressing the shock and anger swelling within him, and in an instant, he regained his composure. Though he was unaware of how Wayne had come by such information, given the other's intent to speak candidly, there was no need for him to continue the charade. Remember the website for the quickest chapter updates. Bruce's expression was frosty, his tone devoid of warmth. Should I address you as Wayne or Dr. Owl? Oh, are we moving to the main issue already? I thought you would continue to test the waters. Wayne feigned surprise, intending to share a few more dark jokes. Batman remained silent, merely fixating his gaze on Wayne. To be honest, I have yet to settle on a code name. The identity of the owl is merely temporary, as overuse may lead to complications. You may continue to call me Wayne. Wayne spoke candidly, acknowledging that the Court of Owls was indeed a source of animosity if overindulged. His use of that identity was merely a stopgap measure from yesterday. Wayne, what is your purpose in Gotham? Where did you acquire your medical expertise? Who was that elderly man at your clinic yesterday? And who is Jack Napier? Bruce inquired coldly. The secrets surrounding Wayne were numerous, some pieces of information eluding even him. Had it not been for Wayne's timely rescue of Barbara, earning him a temporary badge of goodwill, Batman might have already invited this obstetrician to the Batcave for a more thorough discussion. Bruce, what has become of your noble etiquette? Is this the manner in which you seek counsel? Wayne nonchalantly dug at his ear, openly engaging with his phone. During their casual conversation, he had discreetly employed his newly acquired hacking skills to slip some information into Commissioner Gordon's inbox. It's nothing much, should Batman attempt to forcibly detain me for questioning. The revelation regarding Bruce Wayne's identity as Batman would reach Gordon. Furthermore, the location of the Batcave would be compromised, allowing Wayne to leverage their previous favor to persuade Gordon to assist him in leaving. Answer my queries. From where do you derive your abilities? Must I remind you of my exceptional talents? I am a self-taught savant. Do not forget, I hold a doctorate in medicine. Oh, a doctorate? Bruce scoffed, fully aware of the truth. Others might be oblivious, but he was not. Wayne had failed numerous times to obtain even a bachelor's degree without financial assistance. And even his letters of recommendation and academic papers for his doctorate had been provided by Bruce. Bruce was utterly convinced that Wayne's previous medical skills were nothing more than a pile of utter nonsense. Sensing Bruce's disdainful gaze, Wayne's face flushed crimson, yet he stubbornly retorted. Regardless, that degree was earned through my own hard work and investment. Furthermore, I personally performed Barbara's surgery. How do you justify that? As the topic of Barbara arose, Bruce's demeanor softened considerably. Despite Wayne's crude remarks resembling filth, he spoke a truth. The turmoil surrounding the Gordon family bore his responsibility, as did Jason's demise. Bruce, who prided himself as Gotham's Dark Knight, was ironically incapable of safeguarding those closest to him, which was indeed laughable. Oh, weren't you the one who could communicate effectively? If only you had spoken a few more sensible words back then, Dick wouldn't have felt compelled to leave and become Nightwing. The atmosphere eased, and Wayne quietly sighed in relief. Causing a rift with his father was ill-advised, especially during such tumultuous times, which only underscored Batman's significance. Wayne approached the consultation desk, rummaging through a dilapidated drawer to retrieve an extensive scroll of promotional phrases, grinning as he said, "If you sign this, perhaps I might recall some of those issues." Bruce accepted the scroll, scrutinizing its contents. Gotham's Glory, an exclusive medical center combining Eastern and Western medicine. Wayne Clinic. If we fail to cure you, it's on me. If you die, it's Batman's fault. Whether your spine was shattered by Bane, or you were gassed by the Joker. Whether time travel has left you with a sore back, or hellfire has scorched your brain cells. Our clinic offers massage and bone adjustment, revitalization services, and post-surgical body reconstruction. Diverse payment options accepted. Spinal care, liver, stomach, spleen, antiques, calligraphy, favors, and weaponry. Obstetric and gynecological services guaranteed, including surrogacy and childbirth. Wonder Woman herself has praised us. Batman certified trauma and stress disorder treatment. Special techniques. Quantum suturing. Your wounds may heal in another universe. Akira's flow. Physical persuasion for non-compliant patients. Premium women's care. 100 guarantee that no one dies on my watch. Today's special. Superhero patients enjoy waived registration fees. After all, we charge by the minute. Treatment for supervillains includes a complimentary service from the Bat family. Remember our promise. Spinal care comes with a jade pendant, and cerebral palsy treatment includes a bullet. After all, in Gotham, doctors are striving to survive. This is personally endorsed by Batman, with Bruce Wayne shedding tears as a sponsor. The final interpretation rights belong to Dean Wayne Cross Elias. Dark Knight's signature. Bruce Wayne's autograph. Dean's signature. Wayne. Bruce immediately dismissed this preposterous proposal without a second thought. The promotional material was outrageously absurd and utterly untrustworthy. It would tarnish not only Batman's reputation, but also Bruce Wayne's identity. If he were to sign it, Wayne would undoubtedly flaunt the advertisement that very night. He was Gotham's Dark Knight, not a mere charlatan peddling wares on the streets. Do not rush, Bruce. You have witnessed my medical skills. As long as there is breath in their bodies, I can bring them back. Let's not even mention the criminals you have nearly beaten to death. Consider the safety of your Bat family. Had I been by Jason's side initially, the outcome would have been different. Bruce fell into a contemplative silence, plagued by a profound sense of unease following the recent incidents. He feared for his own safety, but more so for Dick and Alfred. Yet, he could not guarantee that these calamities would not recur. With Wayne's assistance, the security of both his family and the citizens of Gotham would be significantly enhanced. Wayne remained unhurried, leisurely waiting nearby. With his exceptional medical prowess, he was not exaggerating, perhaps only half of it. After a prolonged silence, Bruce finally lifted his gaze and coldly declared, "I, as Batman, have agreed." Wayne smiled, but the joy was fleeting. Bruce's tone shifted as he morphed back into Gotham's affluent scion, producing a stack of contracts and stating, "Batman may have consented, but Bruce Wayne has not. Now, let us discuss this clinic and the $30 million you owe me." The debt note fell from the heavens, striking Wayne's face and leaving it bruised. With a grim expression, Wayne stammered, "Commissioner Gordon still owes me for a surgical fee. I'll use that to offset your debt. I already covered Gordon's share. Consider it $10 million. Thus, your total debt amounts to $120 million. I shall overlook the interest." "Wait, shouldn't that be $20 million after deductions? Is that $100 million plundered from your ancestors' graves?" Wayne exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief at Batman's apparent miscalculation. "Aside from myself, you have borrowed from 34 others. Their principal and interest sum up to precisely $100 million, merely a trifling amount. I will assist you in settling that. In short, I am your sole creditor. Credit card, cash, anything will suffice, or—" Bruce's demeanor shifted again, his aura darkening as he coldly remarked, "Alternatively, you may choose not to repay, and I will have Gotham's finest lawyer serve you with a court summons. The clinic will then be registered under my name. You will either be arrested or find yourself on the dishonor list, fleeing Gotham on foot." A mountain of debt notes emerged from Bruce's waist, tossed into the air like a flurry of leaves, overwhelming Wayne with despair. Wayne sighed, his frustration palpable. He understood that Batman's lingering distrust compelled him to extract some form of assurance. "Sign the document, and I will convey a significant piece of information." Wayne waved his hand in resignation. 10 pieces of intel. Bruce was taken aback. "The door is over there. Leave quickly. This deal may not be worth pursuing. I can easily thrive in Metropolis with my skills." Wayne was incensed, pointing towards the exit, urging Bruce to depart. "Hey," Bruce countered. "Hello, Gotham Police. I wish to report the misdeeds of the scoundrel Bruce Wayne who oppresses the innocent. I require at least 3 pieces of information, and upon successful completion, I shall ensure the clinic is refurbished, provided that the intelligence is genuine and useful." After a brief pause, Wayne hung up the phone, opting not to disclose any information directly, but rather to inquire first. "Let me confirm one thing. If what you say is truthful, then the information shall remain confidential." "What is it?" Bruce frowned, suspicious that Wayne was about to fabricate some tale. "Are you involved with Talia al Ghul from the League of Assassins?" Wayne's curiosity was piqued. Despite the chaotic narrative of this universe, Batman, as Bruce's father, was steadfastly engaged in his own series of monumental events such as the family death and the Killing Joke. Thus, it was inconceivable for the fifth Robin to vanish without explanation. Indeed, upon hearing this, Bruce's expression stiffened, utterly unprepared for the revelation of his indiscretions. He asked tersely, "Your abilities extend to such intelligence?" The Dark Knight, renowned for his illustrious life, harbored one flaw: an overwhelming attraction to women that led him to lose control. While he could excuse his behavior in his civilian persona, the gravest error lay in his inability to restrain himself as Batman, even allowing genuine feelings to emerge. Although Bruce ultimately rebuffed Talia for various reasons, the sense of regret and fleeting happiness lingered in his heart forever. "I possess unique sources of intelligence. It is a commercial secret, so do not inquire further, or I shall vanish from Gotham at once." Wayne nodded in satisfaction, realizing that regardless of the universe, the allure of flesh was simply fate. Clearing his throat, he cheerfully remarked, "After your encounter with Talia, whether by passion or in a test tube, she bore your child, a son, no less. Do not glare at me. I speak naught but the truth, more genuine than any other. His name is Damian Wayne, though he is now known as Damian Al Ghul. Remaining composed is a requisite for Batman." Yet even Bruce found himself momentarily bewildered by the sudden revelation of fatherhood from mere inquiry for information. Dismissing the notion as mere fabrication, Bruce briefly entertained the thought before shaking his head in denial. Through their brief interaction, he discerned that Wayne possessed a wealth of information, yet was neither malevolent nor foolish. The League of Assassins may be elusive, but as the world's greatest detective, Batman could surely ascertain their whereabouts if he were willing to humble himself and seek out Talia. The truth of the information would soon be revealed. If it proved accurate, that would be one matter. However, if it were false, it was likely that the wronged League would take swift action against Wayne before Batman could intervene. Constructing such a tedious lie seemed pointless, and Bruce concluded that Wayne would not engage in such meaningless endeavors. Thus, after considerable reflection, Bruce found himself astonished to realize that Wayne's words were likely true. He had unwittingly become a father. Having recently endured the anguish of losing an adopted son, Bruce was confronted with the revelation of a biological child, born years prior. He found himself at a loss for words, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, as he inquired, "Damian Wayne, is it? That name carries a certain charm. How has he fared?" "Quite well, in fact. He is on track to surpass the Gotham Police Department's annual case resolution count in terms of his own kill tally before turning 10, Wayne replied with a shrug. As the most ruthless of all Robins, Damian had certainly given Bruce ample cause for concern. At this, Bruce's countenance darkened significantly. The son of the Dark Knight and heir to Wayne Enterprises was, astonishingly, a remorseless harbinger of death, an utter embarrassment to speak of. He should have seen this coming. That damned League of Assassins was filled with reckless executioners, and with Talia and the Master Assassin's brainwashing education. It was a miracle Damian had not been molded into a voracious demon. Determined, Bruce resolved to select an auspicious day to enlist Dick's aid, fully armed, to reclaim Damian. While the child was still impressionable and not entirely lost, he hoped to guide him back to righteousness, thus securing a worthy successor for Batman in the future. Speaking of which, should I inform Alfred? Surely, he would be overjoyed to learn that the Wayne lineage continues, perhaps to the point of tears. Absolutely not. Bruce interjected hastily, recognizing the gravity of the situation and his lack of a coherent explanation. Alfred fretted daily over the future generation of the Wayne family. If he caught wind of Damian's circumstances, the old butler might very well rally a team to confront the League of Assassins himself. Very well. The affairs of your Bat family are indeed perplexing, Wayne remarked nonchalantly, eager to witness Batman's discomfort. He could, in fact, share tales of Jason Todd. But given the awkward timing of his arrival, he was unsure how long it had been since the Infinite Earth Crisis, or whether the multiverse's history had been used as a punching bag by the Supreme Superman. Hence, for the time being, he decided to refrain from mentioning the Red Hood, leaving that potential leverage for later use against Bruce. Returning to the matter at hand, Bruce unexpectedly procured a chair and settled into it. The familiar oppressive atmosphere enveloping the room. His fingers drummed a morose rhythm on the armrests, reminiscent of a pendulum marking the countdown in an interrogation room. This psychological tactic subtly heightened pressure on the other party, gradually eroding their mental defenses, thereby facilitating the acquisition of desired information. Wayne, however, found himself bored, stifling a yawn. Having integrated Elias's memories, he could not help but let his thoughts drift to opulent poolside galas, where money flowed more freely than fabric, rendering Bruce's intimidation tactics ineffective against him. Wayne, what is your purpose in Gotham? Bruce scrutinized Wayne's face, seeking any sign of truth. Why? To liberate the wallets of you affluent worrywarts. Wayne replied, brandishing a promotional item bearing Bruce's own signature. Certified treatment for spinal injuries by Batman. Did you see that? Initially, I intended to open a clinic across from Wayne Tower, specializing in treating spinal scoliosis inflicted by Batman and the aftereffects of the Joker's laughing gas. However, it seems I may also need to add emergency throat surgeries for Robin. Please answer my questions seriously. You truly lack a sense of humor. Wayne rolled his eyes in exasperation. To be honest, he had little purpose in Gotham. Having just crossed over, he had already provoked the ire of the two most terrifying madmen in existence. Yet, observing Bruce, it was evident he had ulterior motives. Wayne's mind raced, and soon he formulated a suitable excuse to placate Batman. Bruce, are you familiar with the Court of Owls? Wayne's voice grew heavy as he produced a white owl mask from his pocket. Do you know its significance? Upon hearing this, Bruce instinctively straightened, recognizing the gravity of Wayne's expression. Yes, this is Batman. Even at the mere mention of a name, he had already categorized the adversary as a potential threat. In Gotham, a peculiar nursery rhyme circulated. Beware the Court of Owls, always watching your every move. Peering from the shadows of Gotham City, hidden between low walls and attics. Though you dwell in your home, they linger within. When you lie in bed, they are there too. Never speak their name aloud. Their talons will come seeking you. As Wayne slowly recited the nursery rhyme, Bruce's brow furrowed deeper, urging Wayne, I need all the intelligence on the Court of Owls. Very well, Wayne replied, noting Bruce's newfound interest in the court. Inwardly, Wayne envisioned a meticulous plan. Since Batman had some spare time, why not send him to confront the Court of Owls? This would not only distract the court from him, but also grant him ample time for development. Rest assured, Bruce, if you fall, I will enlist Clark and Wonder Woman to avenge you, Wayne continued. The Court of Owls is an ancient organization that has existed in Gotham for centuries, formed by many of Gotham's elite families, including the Arkham family and that of the Riddler. Wait, are you saying it's composed of various Gotham families? Bruce exclaimed, astonished by the court's formidable influence and perplexed by why he had never heard of them. Except for your Wayne family, of course. As the Waynes and the court have long had a contentious relationship, your parents seem to be aware of this matter. You might inquire with Alfred, as he may hold some knowledge. The Court of Owls prides itself on being the guardians of order in Gotham, yet in my eyes, they symbolize the deepest corruption of this city, as their so-called maintenance of order is achieved through assassination of dissenters, manipulation of the economy, and the exploitation of the common people's blood to preserve their own power. In terms of martial prowess, one cannot overlook the elite assassins known as the Claws, who have been cultivated through the injection of a serum called amber gold, granting them remarkable self-healing abilities. Masters of cold weaponry, they possess physical capabilities that transcend human limitations. However, they can be rendered dormant by low temperatures, a fact that must not be forgotten in battle against them. Each member of the court dons a mask and carries a coin as tokens of allegiance. Exposure or betrayal results in their eradication by the Claws. Are your parents also members of the court? A glimmer of insight flickered in Bruce's eyes as he grasped the crucial information. Coupled with the fact that Wayne possesses tokens of the court and the untimely demise of his parents, the conclusion became glaringly evident. Indeed, the Elias family may only be considered a second-tier lineage, yet they have established deep roots in Gotham, existing since nearly the city's inception, thus qualifying them to join the Court of Owls. Wayne nodded, clarifying, I should say my father and his associates were once members, but they ultimately had a change of heart and withdrew, with the consequences being, as you know, quite dire. Bruce understood. This elucidated Wayne's objectives in Gotham. His parents had been murdered, and with his extraordinary abilities, Wayne was barely able to protect himself while seeking vengeance for the bloodshed. While the purpose was now clear, the sheer volume of information was overwhelming. Even Batman's mind struggled to process the shock of these revelations. Gotham's supercriminals had already burdened him, and now he faced the emergence of a wayward son and a dark organization lurking within the shadows of the city. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Bruce proceeded to inquire about a third matter. Who is Jack Napier? Why does the Joker react so vehemently upon hearing that name? The Pale Knight, Jack Napier. Wayne had initially mentioned merely to draw the Joker's attention, never anticipating that such a figure truly existed in this universe, and that he could indeed be awakened. As the Joker had articulated, there were once two patients in an asylum, but that was merely the surface. In the hidden recesses lay the existence of a third, the very Jack Napier, embodying the righteous persona of the Joker, or rather, the original soul of that body. Eventually, the Joker was birthed, imprisoning Jack's righteous persona deep within the recesses of consciousness. The last time I inadvertently awaken him, alas. It is likely that the madman will soon return. Due to the lack of extensive backstory surrounding the Pale Knight, Wayne succinctly clarified the matter of Jack Napier. Who is that Japanese elder? He inquired. Having exhausted his 3 questions, the remaining dialogue became incomprehensible to him. 10 million, Bruce declared, his hand sweeping dramatically as a check worth $10 million landed heavily on the consultation desk. Chapter 11. The hospital prepares your brain hiss, hiss, hiss. Wayne inhaled sharply, feeling as though Bruce radiated a resplendent golden light, so brilliant that he could barely open his eyes, the overwhelming aura reeking of Franklin's coppery scent. Once a privileged heir, Wayne experienced for the first time the bewildering sensation of being overwhelmed by a deluge of money, all for a trivial piece of information. Batman casually dispensed millions of dollars, leaving even Superman astounded by such financial prowess. If he wished to know, he would know. After all, Wayne was unperturbed by the potential troubles that revealing the identity of the legendary Ishin Ashina might provoke. Should Batman possess the audacity to fashion a dimensional machine to venture into another world in search of an elder, he would not stand in his way. With a cheerful smile, Wayne tucked the check away, surprised at how swiftly the funds for his escape from Gotham had materialized. He had already contemplated the day he would visit Metropolis to scout for a residence. Without reservation, he divulged the elder's name, Ishin Ashina, while omitting the details of their encounter, as the former pertained to the system, his greatest secret, and the latter was beyond his understanding regarding how interdimensional patients traversed worlds. Bruce meticulously recorded each word while observing Wayne's expressions, his recording device diligently cataloging the information into the Batman database, ready for further contemplation upon his return. Before departing, Bruce felt compelled to caution Wayne. Gotham welcomes superheroes with exceptional medical skills, but should he dare to disrupt the city's tranquility, Batman would ensure he found himself as a neighbor to the Joker in Arkham. Wayne paid him no mind, waving the check in eager anticipation of a sumptuous feast. He was utterly weary of frozen pizzas and instant noodles. Noticing Wayne's disinterest, Bruce sighed and briskly made his way to the exit. Today's revelations were overwhelming, and he needed to return to the Batcave to process the information thoroughly. The roar of a supercar echoed as the vehicle gradually faded into the distance. Only then did Wayne hastily stow away the check and begin rummaging through his belongings and the floor in a frenzy. Despite Batman's seemingly candid demeanor during their conversation, Wayne suspected that the Dark Knight had left behind a memento at the clinic. After an exhaustive hour of searching, drenched in sweat, Wayne found not a single trace. How peculiar! Had Batman truly softened? Wayne, perplexed, relinquished the chair where Bruce had sat, unable to fathom such uncharacteristic honesty. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He retrieved the check from his pocket, scrutinizing it meticulously. Ultimately, he brandished a scalpel and gently prodded the decimal point, revealing a hidden duplicate beneath the black dot. "Tomorrow, I will move," Wayne declared vehemently, offering a middle finger to the camera before shattering it with a swift thrust of the blade. Nightfall enveloped Gotham City, its glamorous facade peeling away to reveal a gaping maw of insatiable darkness, chilling the hearts of newcomers. Towering Gothic spires loomed ominously, while the inhabitants within seemed like lambs awaiting slaughter in the jaws of a demon, or as if they were nestled within exquisitely crafted coffins. Yearning for the dawn of a new day, Wayne meandered through the crumbling remains of abandoned high-rises, where dim lights flickered in the distance and the echoes of footsteps reverberated within. Shadows illuminated by the faint glow suggested that each individual was at least armed with a firearm. This was rather commonplace. In Gotham, one often encountered individuals engaged in directed demolitions, with some audacious enough to release smoke dubbed as nuclear warheads. Beyond these bombastic displays, there were those who reveled in riddles, injecting the essence of a multi-dimensional, malevolent deity into their escapades, resulting in a plethora of bizarre activities. In contrast, wielding assault rifles seemed trivial, As long as they refrained from indiscriminately firing upon bystanders, they ranked low on Batman's list of priorities. They could be apprehended just before dawn, their legs broken and tossed into the precinct's dungeon. For Wayne, these individuals represented ideal subjects for experimentation, lacking exceptional skills or formidable abilities. Their failure rate was virtually non-existent as long as he avoided standing idly and taking bullets. With nimble footsteps, he seized the opportunity while one bald man distractedly lit a cigarette in a small room, leaning against the adjacent wall to eavesdrop on the conversation between him and another. The scene and atmosphere were such that even Gordon would dismiss it as a late-night film screening. Yet Wayne remained unconvinced. After listening for a while, he began to piece together the situation. Two gangs had arranged a transaction, exchanging cash for goods, only to find themselves at an impasse upon arrival. The buyer deemed the seller's merchandise subpar, claiming the quality lacked purity and that they would incur significant losses, demanding a price reduction of 40%. Upon hearing this, the seller's leader's eyes bulged, his expression darkening like the bottom of a pot. He was incensed. Recently, Batman had been tirelessly active, exhibiting remarkable efficiency and increasingly ruthless methods. One of his trusted lieutenants had been captured, suffering multiple fractures and ultimately meeting a grim fate as he was hurled into Gordon's office by the Batmobile. The commissioner lamented that the unfortunate soul had become a half-conscious vegetable, and even if he were to awaken, he would remain a cripple confined to prison for life. Taking the risk of receiving a similar fate for this batch of goods, the seller arrived for the trade, only to be met with a barrage of insults and a sudden demand for a price cut, devoid of any words of sympathy. Do you think I didn't see your ecstatic expression after inspecting the goods? Thus, the leaders remained locked in a stalemate, hurling insults at one another. While the bald men continued to smoke, a soft voice interjected, "Excuse me, would you mind lending me a light?" The bald man, startled, reached for his lighter, only to suddenly realize the absence of any other presence. In a moment of panic, he instinctively raised his hand. However, as he did, a flash of cold steel glinted, and blood gushed from his wrist. Before he could utter a sound, a sharp pain pierced the back of his neck, plunging him into unconsciousness. The companion nearby, caught off guard, failed to even draw his weapon before he was struck in the temple by an elbow, collapsing with his eyes rolling back. Wayne carefully laid the two burly men on the ground to avoid making noise. After ensuring silence, he retrieved the lighter from the bald man to sterilize his surgical knife. From the system's repository, a medical kit was procured, and tools were extracted to commence a surgical procedure on the bald man lying on the ground. Healing the afflicted could yield skill orbs, yet the uncertainty lingered whether inflicting injuries upon others to subsequently treat them would trigger such effects. After all, the system had not clarified the possibility of exploiting this mechanism. As time elapsed, Wayne swiftly completed the surgery, awaiting the emergence of a skill orb with bated breath. Alas, none appeared. After a period of waiting, the absence of the orb prompted a frown from Wayne. The surgery should have been sound. When he had incised the bald man's wrist, he had avoided critical areas, and with proper measures taken to staunch the bleeding and suture the wound, it seemed there should be no complications. Was the necessity of patient consent the issue? Contemplating this quandary, Wayne shifted his gaze to the bald man's companion, similarly lacerating the wrist and delivering two resounding slaps to the face, awakening the man from a stupor. The companion, groggily regaining consciousness, was met with Wayne's piercing gaze, which instilled terror as he was seized by the throat. With a menacing glint in his eyes, Wayne threatened silence. "You are permitted but to nod, otherwise you shall never glimpse the inside of a prison. I present you with a choice. Your wrist bleeds profusely, and I can perform surgery to halt the flow, provided you consent. Otherwise, I shall make a cut upon your throat." The companion, in a frenzy, nodded vigorously. How could he refuse under such duress? Wayne, ensuring the man genuinely acquiesced to the procedure, contentedly administered anesthesia, allowing the patient to drift into slumber. With a flurry of activity, the companion's wounds were meticulously sutured and bandaged, yet still, the skill orb eluded him. It was perplexing. Hadn't the surgical consent form been duly signed? Why then did the promised gold coins not materialize? Wayne was baffled, recalling how his previous treatments of Barbara and Ishinakami had resulted in a generous bounty. Why were these two, seemingly ordinary criminals, devoid of any reward? The experiment concluded without the desired outcome, and recognizing the system's inability to be manipulated, Wayne relinquished his aspirations of gradually leveling up his skills by tending to Gotham's myriad offenders. Meanwhile, the clamor from nearby disputes intensified, grating on Wayne's nerves. With his mood already soured, he found himself amidst a rowdy group engaged in dubious transactions. It seemed today would indeed see some bloodshed. Gradually, Wayne rose and advanced toward the source of the racket. As for the two lying on the ground, having already pronounced their fate of imprisonment, it was best they remained unconscious. After all, he was afflicted with prosopagnosia. In the dimly lit area, a dozen vehicles stood parked on either side, their trunks ajar. One side bore plastic bags filled with unspeakable contents, while the other displayed stacks of Franklin bills. Amidst the low light, two leaders argued vehemently, neither willing to concede ground. At that moment, no one dared propose a friendly bargain, for a friend is valued at one price. Yet a multitude of friends command a far greater cost. Though the two leaders hurled insults at one another with fervor, their tempers flared as if they were ready to shove the barrels of their guns into each other's mouths. The members of their respective factions stood idly by, some even absent-mindedly picking at their fingernails, indicating that they had long since grown accustomed to such spectacles. It was akin to the haggling of market vendors, where both parties must negotiate to a price that satisfies them both. After an exchange of vitriolic barbs that traversed generations, the two leaders unexpectedly extended a handshake, their faces beaming with joy as they jovially addressed one another as brother, exhibiting a camaraderie that rivaled that of long-lost siblings. Suddenly, a sharp crack pierced the air as a light source held by the cellar shattered, plunging the already dim surroundings into deeper darkness. In a swift motion, submachine guns, shotguns, and assault rifles were drawn by both factions, each party taking aim with steely resolve. The leaders pointed their pistols at each other's foreheads, this time with the safety catches disengaged. However, they refrained from pulling the triggers, instead signaling to their subordinates to secure their bags and collect their payments. Momentarily pausing the transaction. "You?" they chorused, each perceiving a hint of confusion in the other's eyes. Before either could utter another word, a series of sharp cracks resounded, extinguishing the light sources of both gangs in an instant. The buyer's leader frantically scanned for enemy positions, but as his eyes struggled to adjust to the darkness, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a masked figure perched atop a beam, a cloak billowing ominously in the night air, only to vanish the next moment. Batman. The buyer's leader's heart raced with terror, for in his mind, the only entity in Gotham capable of such theatrics was the very embodiment of fear itself. Cancel the transaction. Retreat. Upon hearing that name, the seller's leader felt a chilling dread wash over him, his face turning ashen. The specter of fear had materialized, and without even touching the goods before him, he scrambled towards the location of their getaway vehicle, wishing he could conjure a third leg to propel himself faster. No command was necessary. The mere utterance of Batman sent both factions into a frenzied dash, transforming them into the speed of a bolt, sprinting away at breakneck speed. For they understood that any hesitation could cost them dearly. They were willing to take risks for perilous transactions, but when those risks manifested into reality, the deal could be cast aside without a second thought. Goods could be remade, money could be earned again, and risks could be taken anew. But being caught by Batman was an outcome they could not afford. Unless the universe were to reset, they would either languish in a hospital for eternity or rot in a police precinct. Wayne reflected on the notorious reputation Batman held within the criminal underbelly of Gotham, never imagining that it was so fearsome that even turning to fire a couple of shots or utter threats was beyond their courage. Truly, he was the Dark Knight. With a sigh of resignation, Wayne retrieved the shuriken from his system space and swiftly fired at several gang members blocking the car door, the projectile whistling through the air with deadly intent. The spear pierced through the three gang members like an arrow released from a bow, transforming them into fresh skewers. While the individual standing at the forefront, shielded by the three unfortunate souls, emerged largely unscathed. Just as he reveled in his fortune, a cold gun barrel pressed against his head. Bang! The gunshot echoed, and this fortunate soul became nothing more than a splash of watermelon juice beneath Wayne's weapon. Following the sound of gunfire, the gang leader, who had been seated in a vehicle preparing for a hasty retreat, could not help but glance back upon hearing the anguished cries of his men. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he could barely discern the scene ahead. The gang leader was taken aback. The figure across from him was far slighter than Batman, clad in white rather than the expected black bodysuit. This was no Batman. Realizing this, the gang leader was seized with fury. They had been deceived by some fool who appeared from nowhere, a disgrace beyond measure. He vowed to dismember this scoundrel. Thus, he bellowed, "You bunch of worthless fools. Open your eyes. He is not Batman." His roar reverberated through the empty building, and the gang members, upon hearing his words, paused in disbelief, turning to confirm the truth. Indeed, it was not Batman. One by one, the gang members brandished their weapons, grinning maliciously as they crawled out of the vehicle, eager to teach this uninvited guest a lesson. Wayne mused, "I sincerely apologize for not being Batman. It seems necessary to introduce a new friend to Gotham. You wretches, I hope to donate your brains intact to the medical school." Chapter 12. An American Beauty of his own. The gang leader's remarks irked Wayne. What of it if he was not Batman? Did that justify underestimating him, a newcomer? Truly, how narrow-minded. Rat-a-tat-tat. Upon realizing the truth, 8 assailants wasted no time in drawing their weapons and opening fire. Wayne swiftly darted behind a supporting column, drawing 2 long knives, setting them aside, and retrieving 2 grenades. Pulling the pins, he gently tossed them behind him into the darkness. Thud! In the dim light, the 8 assailants had only time to hear the metallic clatter before they were engulfed by a burst of flames. As the old adage goes, hesitation leads to defeat. Wayne emerged from behind the wall, wielding his dual blades. He embodied the spirit of the Iman style, which eschewed rigid techniques in favor of victory. Alas, he lamented that his era was too early. Otherwise, he might have gleaned the skill of proficiency with firearms from the Iman style. His former identity as a reckless heir had its merits, allowing him to procure several fine weapons through old connections. Meanwhile, the 2 gang leaders, sheltered behind the same vehicle, had dodged the chaos but were now burdened with the loss of 8 men in the blink of an eye, intensifying their anxiety. However, the blaze from the grenade illuminated the surroundings, rendering their vision clear and dispelling the darkness that had previously engulfed them. Upon witnessing Wayne foolishly stepping out, the leader of the buyers was elated and hastily commanded his remaining lackeys, "Quickly, shoot at that madman. Don't let him conceal another grenade." Without the need for further urging, as Wayne's silhouette emerged conspicuously from behind the wall, the remaining thugs aligned their weapons, eager to transform him into a sieve. Wayne remained undeterred, his dual blades gleaming with a chilling brilliance in the flickering light, their edges dancing violently, so swiftly that his hands appeared to leave behind a trail of afterimages. Clang! The blades sliced through the air, their razor-sharp edges cleaving bullets. The cacophony of the whirling knives momentarily overpowering the gunfire. As the members of both factions expended their magazines, Wayne stood amidst a shower of spent casings, untouched by harm. He then shook his somewhat fatigued arms and lamented, "Shouldn't I have chosen to act during the day? I'm lacking in calcium. Perhaps exercising under the sun would be beneficial for my health." Was this a scene from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? The buyer's leader trembled, his eyes wide with terror, questioning if he had stumbled into the wrong film set as he witnessed this surreal spectacle of someone bathing in a hail of bullets. Meanwhile, the seller's leader remained silent, having just fallen victim to a ricochet that struck him squarely in the forehead, now destined for the depths of hell. Damn it! Who calls me a green turtle? While the Ninja Turtles may appear impressive, it does not imply that Wayne aspired to become a creature with only 3 fingers bearing a heavy shell. He mused that Marvel should recruit him as an action director. Stepping on the bullets scattered beneath him, Wayne crossed his blades into a cruciform shape. A solo film could be arranged, but I fear the director would be unable to afford my script fees. Whoosh! A surgical knife was hurled, slicing through a gun barrel, simultaneously dispatching an assailant attempting to ambush him. Gotham may indeed be the domain of the Bat, but Wayne was also a denizen of Gotham, and he was not bound by the Bat family's no-kill principle. He had no desire to delve into Batman's moral code. After all, Bruce was genuinely working for Gotham and playing a commendable role, as long as he stayed away from Wayne's affairs. In truth, even if Bruce approached Wayne to discuss this matter, he would feign ignorance and quickly forget. Besides, with Damian's arrival, there would be enough headaches for the old man, leaving no time to correct his behavior. Back at the scene, Wayne observed that the nearby thugs continued to glare with malice. Those with magazines were reloading, while others discarded their firearms and drew knives, slowly advancing toward him. Is it worth risking your lives for your boss over a mere pittance this month? Wayne pondered, perplexed. Logically, having demonstrated the ability to slice through a rain of bullets, one would expect villains from any other world to be so intimidated by his ferocity that they would either bow down or flee in terror. Yet, The expressions of the criminals before him suggested they believed they could close in and retaliate. There exists a certain resonance reminiscent of the days when Wayne watched the character Danzo wielding kunai against Susanoo in Naruto. After much contemplation, Wayne can only conclude that the essence of American comics lies in their simplicity, whether it be DC or Marvel. From the likes of the Joker to the Living Tribunal, and down to the street thugs, the moment they unleash a flurry of skills only to find themselves ineffectual against their opponents. They resort to the most primal form of combat. Wayne's gaze sharpened, and in a moment of reverie, he felt as though this band of ruffians were chanting Tatakai, charging towards him with fervor. How exhilarating! Your fervor has ignited a fire within me. If you can withstand my technique, the Dragon Slash, I shall engage you. Wayne readied himself, adopting a stance with his legs firmly planted, his blade vibrating with a frequency reminiscent of a buzzing bee in the night air, as if the very atmosphere was compressed and laden with gravity. The overwhelming aura struck dread into the hearts of the thugs, prompting them to seek refuge upon witnessing Wayne's impending display of power. Yet it was too late. The falling debris hovered 3 inches above the ground, frozen in time like a photograph captured by a shutter click. Secret technique, Dragon Slash. With a swift motion, a swirling vortex of ink-like energy erupted around Wayne, expanding in a circular fashion, sweeping all in its path. The first wave of force severed the closest 5 thugs along with their firearms, while the second wave, infused with boundless sword energy, mercilessly harvested those attempting to flee. Wayne dispelled the smoke from his blade, and in the instant he sheathed his sword, the supporting columns of the building emitted a mournful crack, splitting cleanly in two, as if deliberately sculpted. If you can endure my Dragon Slash, I shall allow you to experience my newly devised technique, the Fire Dragon Slash. Wayne silently mused as he grasped another blade, demonstrating its elegance in the air. The Fire Dragon Slash was, in essence, nothing particularly extraordinary. It merely involved soaking the blade in gasoline for half an hour, igniting it through rapid friction to unleash flames alongside the sword energy. Oh, so you are still alive. I must commend your talent for finding cover. Suddenly, Wayne noticed a large figure trembling not far away. It was none other than the leader of the buyers, who had somehow managed to conceal himself behind a load-bearing wall. Wayne deliberately avoided that area. After all, it was a dilapidated building, and should he cleave it in two, resulting in a collapse that would crush him, it would be rather comical. Upon realizing Wayne had tracked him down, the buyer's leader froze, forcing a polite yet awkward smile. Yet, Wayne could not reciprocate the smile. The sight before him, a face adorned with excess flesh, scars, and tattoos, was a visage so menacing that it nearly induced nausea. Coincidentally, this buyer's leader was one of Black Mask's underlings, and it struck Wayne that his first battle upon arrival had been against Black Mask's debt collectors. With his inaugural foe now tied to the same nefarious figure, one could not help but wonder if, one day, Black Mask would awaken to find himself bereft of his minions. Such thoughts danced maliciously in Wayne's mind. Greetings, my friend. If you aspire to be like Batman, I suggest you pay a visit to Arkham. A flippant voice echoed as a figure descended from the ventilation shaft. Bathed in moonlight, the silhouette resembled a statue from ancient Greece with a physique that rivaled Captain America's. Gracefully emerging was none other than the original Robin, now known as Nightwing, Dick Grayson. Chapter 13. Remember, I even delivered flowers to you on Christmas. Upon witnessing Nightwing's arrival, Wayne was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Dick was still in Gotham? Wasn't he supposed to be at university, simultaneously managing the Teen Titans? In this world, only the Bat family remained intact. Superman had not yet emerged, and it was entirely reasonable that the Teen Titans were still absent. Could it be that, with the absence of the second Robin, Dick was summoned back to serve as a replacement? Standing at approximately 178 centimeters tall, Nightwing was notably shorter than Batman, yet his physique appeared more balanced. As Bruce Wayne's eldest son, Dick possessed no superhuman abilities. However, he had flawlessly mastered all of Batman's skills. His physical prowess, endurance, speed, intellect, reflexes, and agility were at the pinnacle of human capability, excelling in various martial arts and weaponry, and speaking multiple languages. Truly, he was the quintessential son raised like a cherished child. It is worth noting that Bruce's acrobatic grappling techniques were taught to him by Dick. Due to his personal disposition, Nightwing's combat style leaned towards a blend of acrobatic maneuvers intertwined with weapon strikes, reminiscent of a nimble cheetah, elegant and swift. standing tall yet relaxed. His demeanor reflected not only his sunny, humorous personality, but also his confidence in his own abilities. As Dick made his entrance, Wayne felt a flicker of delight. He was still uncertain about his own capabilities. The last time he repelled the Joker was through trickery, and defeating a gang this time held little significance. Nightwing was not only a figure of great renown, but also possessed exceptional martial skills and a high moral standard, never resorting to lethal force, which intrigued Wayne even further. While Wayne's thoughts wandered, Nightwing quietly assessed the surrounding situation, including Wayne himself. A criminal transaction had just unfolded, followed by a fierce skirmish, sending a group of lawless scoundrels to their demise, culminating in an encounter with a knife-wielding adversary who appeared to possess unique abilities. Piecing together the information, Dick refrained from immediate confrontation and jestingly remarked, "My friend, are you new here? You'd best come with me, or else. Given your failure to contribute to Batman's coffers while indiscriminately killing, he will undoubtedly confine you to Arkham. Trust me, you would not wish to share breakfast with those lunatics." Such was Dick's demeanor. Had it been Batman, the moment he laid eyes on the offender, he would have unleashed a flurry of electric batarangs and tranquilizer gas in quick succession. Whoosh! Wayne's blade sliced through the darkness, a pale shadow following its swift trajectory as he aimed a precise strike at Nightwing's face. Wayne's movements were rapid, yet the vigilant Nightwing, anticipating the attack, swiftly crossed his escrima sticks to block the incoming assault. Clang! The clash of metal ignited sparks, leaving Nightwing no opportunity to speak. The blade above was swiftly raised and brought down once more, with only a fleeting interval of mere milliseconds in between. A single strike followed by a double assault. The rapid succession of attacks caught Dick off guard, as he was unaware of the intelligence at play. However, the disparity in their physical prowess was glaring. The young master had been meticulously nurtured by Batman, while Wayne had been depleted by vice, although he had recently attempted to adopt a healthier lifestyle. A few days of effort proved inconsequential. Consequently, Nightwing retreated slightly, utilizing his dual sticks to intercept the blade, gradually exerting force to wrest control of Wayne's weapon. Seeing this, Wayne chose to abandon his long knife, executing a backflip to create distance, while simultaneously drawing another long knife to sever the batarangs hurled by Nightwing. With a resounding thud, Nightwing rolled and deployed a smoke bomb from his tactical belt. As the smoke billowed and enveloped the arena, he vanished from sight. Wayne, pinching his nose, was left in a haze of white, his vision obscured and his anxiety mounting. Suddenly, a steel cable pierced through the smoke, ensnaring Wayne's corner as Nightwing emerged, gripping with force and hurling Wayne toward the concrete wall. "Are you bullying a primitive warrior?" Wayne cursed inwardly, recalling that Nightwing's tactical lenses rendered the smoke-filled environment advantageous for him. In that moment, Wayne twisted midair, propelling himself with his left foot to shatter the wall, forcefully halting his descent. Utilizing the wall's leverage, he launched himself into the air, channeling his entire weight downward like a battle axe. Observing this, Dick hastily combined his segmented sticks into a single metal staff, positioning it defensively before him. With a resounding impact, this time was different. Wayne's upward thrust, combined with his weight and specialized technique, delivered a force unlike any before. Even Dick was taken aback, his hands trembling, nearly losing grip of his weapon. Seizing the opportunity, Wayne landed and unleashed two spinning kicks, striking Dick's left waist and right chest respectively, followed by a series of cross slashes in midair. Realizing he was about to be struck, Dick hurriedly braced himself, unaware that the true assault was yet to come. After executing the cross slashes, Wayne swung his body to deliver a final kick from above. With no time to defend, Dick could only follow the trajectory of the kick, attempting to mitigate the damage inflicted upon him. A sharp pain surged through his right cheek as he was sent crashing to the ground. Despite having dissipated some of the force, the impact left his mind swirling in confusion. The feat of the Bodhisattva of Xianfeng Temple. Wayne could not help but lament the system's classifications. Despite mastering the swordsmanship of the shinobi clan, as indicated on his skill panel, he pondered why the techniques from Xianfeng Temple were categorized under the shinobi swordplay. Moreover, he possessed skills such as giant ninja thrust and giant ninja descent, which felt rather abstract. It seemed that anything associated with the shinobi lineage was lumped into their swordsmanship, allowing for the acquisition of any technique in line with the original narrative's philosophy. As Wayne quietly grumbled to himself, Nightwing had already risen not far away. Aside from the blood trickling from his lips and the slight swelling on his right cheek, he appeared to be relatively unscathed. Observing this, Wayne couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable resilience of the Bat family. When in peak condition, they could trade blows with Darkseid, yet in a weakened state, a mere adjustment from Bane could leave one incapacitated, and a casually thrown stone from Damian could send them reeling into oblivion. Impressive skills, my friend. I underestimated you simply because you're new to the fold, but now I must take this seriously. Dick wiped the blood from his mouth, adopting a fighting stance filled with eagerness. In contrast, Wayne shook his head. Sparring with Dick had confirmed his own condition. Combat was no longer necessary. It was certainly not, because he had exhausted his skills and feared becoming a punching bag for Nightwing. Enough of this. If your stoic-faced companion learns that I take pleasure in bullying children, I can guarantee there will be a ruckus at the Batcave tomorrow night. Wayne waved his hand dismissively and removed his mask. Wait, what? Dick was taken aback, clearly not expecting his opponent to unmask himself. However, Wayne's next words made his heart skip a beat. Stop pretending. I know it's you, Dick. Haven't you been attending university? What brings you back to Gotham? Who are you? Dick's vigilance heightened as he sensed familiarity in Wayne's appearance, though the details eluded him. That Christmas, it was I who delivered roses for you, helping you escape the ranks of boyhood. I still remember the satisfaction on your face. Wayne reminisced about their first encounter and Dick's triumphant transformation, unable to suppress a chuckle. Why, you're that horse urine, Wayne. Dick's face flushed crimson, and his expression shifted as he recalled Wayne's identity. Wayne's previously jovial demeanor darkened instantly. Horse urine, Wayne? Who was the imbecile that bestowed that ridiculous nickname upon me? Chapter 14. Please call me the Moonlight Knight. Noticing Wayne's disapproving glare, Dick coughed awkwardly, swiftly diverting the conversation. So it's been a while, Wayne. What are you doing here? And what about your swordsmanship? Oh, it's faded, Dick. You once called me Uncle Wayne, and now that I've fallen for grace, you simply refer to me as Wayne. Wayne sighed heavily, his expression one of feigned heartbreak, as if their bond had once been profoundly deep. Dick, exasperated, retorted, I can assure you, I never once called you uncle, neither in the past nor in the future. And I absolutely will not. You're just boasting. Remember when you had that spat with Bruce and came to me for a drink, claiming you'd rather call me uncle than refer to Bruce as father? That was because you got me drunk and tricked me into saying it. Words spoken under the influence cannot be taken seriously. Dick gritted his teeth, recalling how, in a fit of frustration with Bruce, he had sought an outlet and unexpectedly found himself drinking with Wayne. At that time, as Robin, he prided himself on his robust physique and specialized training, believing that merely drinking was a trivial matter. However, he found himself utterly bewildered by Wayne's drinking prowess, leading him to impulsively shed his shirt and leap onto the stage, swaying his hips with abandon. In retrospect, he wished he could stuff Wayne into the jaws of a killer crocodile. Wayne, on the other hand, vividly remembered the incident, as it was precisely at that moment Bruce arrived to collect Dick, witnessing his eldest son entwined with a burly figure, dancing energetically like a mechanical pony. Bruce said nothing. Instead, he scattered a handful of cash to divert the onlookers' attention before carrying Dick away, his gaze directed at Wayne more affectionately than he did towards the Joker. Consequently, that night, Batman paid Wayne a visit, escorting him to Arkham for a night's stay before he was released, leaving Wayne in a state of discomfort for weeks, abstaining from alcohol until he finally recovered. I understand. If you are unwilling to refer to me as uncle, then you must be inclined to call Bruce father or something akin. At that moment, the typically sunny and extroverted Dick found himself faltering, even awkwardly scratching his head. Don't tell me that after all these years under Bruce's care, you've never called him Dad? Observing Dick's bashful demeanor, Wayne felt an inexplicable itch of discomfort. While enjoying comics and animated films, he had always found the dynamic between Batman and Dick to be exceedingly awkward. Bruce, with his stubbornness, could never bring himself to utter son unless the moment was dire. Jason, being prideful and later shaped by his extreme resurrection, could be understood in his silence. Tim considered Bruce family, but with both parents alive, it was entirely natural not to call him father. Damian's awkwardness stemmed from his identity as Bruce's biological son, rendering any criticism moot. Yet, it was particularly perplexing that Dick, the eldest son who had spent the most time with Bruce and whose personality was so admirable, was the one who felt shy. With a hint of shame, Dick turned his head away. After losing his parents, Bruce and Alfred had become his family, and he regarded Bruce as a father. Yet he had never voiced it as a son. Nightwing, do not let Wayne's words distract your thoughts. Batman's cold voice pierced through the tactical earpiece, pulling Dick back to reality. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he sheepishly responded, "Apologies, Batman. Did you hear what I just said?" During patrol time, Bruce was focused solely on matters concerning Gotham's safety. Sitting before the supercomputer in the Batcave, he was lost in thought, pressed for time to analyze intelligence and prepare subsequent strategies, which is why he had opted out of patrol, delegating the defense of Gotham to Dick, who had temporarily returned home. Initially indifferent to Dick's report, Bruce's interest peaked upon discovering that Wayne was involved. He deliberately withheld Wayne's identity from Dick to observe the unfolding events. Experience told him that Wayne was concealing something. After a brief wait, it became evident, as Bruce had anticipated, that Wayne possessed remarkable swordsmanship, particularly exemplified in his final combination of leg techniques and swordplay, which led to Dick's unfortunate defeat due to his momentary lapse in focus. Nightwing's struggle was not in vain. Batman deemed the experience worthwhile. Consequently, Wayne adjusted his position in Batman's ledger, subtly advancing his plan to outmaneuver Wayne in a counterscheme. "Ah, dear nephew, whom are you clandestinely conversing with? I presume it is that insidious, zombie-like visage of yours, is it not?" Wayne inched closer, sensing from Dick's demeanor that it was likely another bat lurking in the shadows. "I should have exerted my full strength from the outset. So, you both were already aware of each other's identities. Was the pretense of silence merely to witness my misfortune?" Dick cast a reproachful glance at Wayne, his habitual injuries not implying a fondness for unwarranted beatings. As they spoke, Dick retrieved a gadget from his utility belt, projecting Batman's hologram before them. A glance around revealed a grim scene littered with the lifeless bodies of those felled, the only survivor being the terrified leader of the buyers. Although aware of their villainous nature, Batman could not help but furrow his brow, questioning Wayne, "Why resort to murder? What are you truly after?" "Here it comes." Wayne knew Batman would undoubtedly engage in his incessant questioning, which is why he had intentionally avoided overlapping with him, to escape the maternal nagging. Wayne rolled his eyes and suddenly declared with earnestness, "I, Wayne Cross Elias, have a dream. To become a, cough cough, yes, a superhero. To be candid, I have even devised a heroic moniker. I shall be known as Grim Reaper." Dick replied, exasperated as far as I know. "That title has already been claimed by Slade Wilson. Perhaps if you pay him a licensing fee, he might be inclined to rent it to you." "Oh, so there's a Grim Reaper around? I mean, that name sounds rather ominous, completely incongruent with the characteristics of superhero-esque longevity." Wayne feigned jest, claiming that he had already concocted a new alias. "From now on, please refer to me as Moonlight Knight Stephen Strange." He affected a somber tone, leaving one to wonder if he fancied himself Batman. Dick and Bruce exchanged incredulous glances at Wayne, noting that not only did his attire clash with the notion of moonlight, but who among superheroes announces their alias aloud? Moreover, it was a pseudonym. TSK. What a lack of humor. Wayne scoffed, continuing, as a doctor, "My duty is to heal and save lives. If I eliminate the source of the affliction, then surely no one will find themselves on the operating table, will they? Furthermore, those criminals that fall into your hands, beaten to near death and left paralyzed, languishing in prison, does that not seem more torturous? And what of the neighboring Wonder Woman, who is also dispatching foes? Why do you not attend to her?" Batman intended to articulate further thoughts, yet found himself stifling his words at the precipice of expression. Through his interactions with Wayne, he discerned a significant divergence in their perspectives. After all, Wayne was not a member of the Bat family, and it would be unreasonable to impose his no-kill principle upon him. Chapter 15. Dick began to feel a throbbing headache. Bruce, too, was at an impasse with Wayne. Reluctantly, Bruce solemnly cautioned, "Moon Knight, our philosophies differ profoundly. I cannot sway you, but remember this. If you indulge in the thrill of taking lives, ultimately bringing death upon the innocent, Batman shall not let you go unpunished. Rest assured, I hold my own boundaries. In fact, if they refrain from firing, I would show them mercy." After receiving this unreliable assurance, Batman turned to Dick and instructed, "Nightwing, summon Jim and the others to gather the remaining evidence and extract intelligence from the last of the culprits." With that, the holographic projection vanished, and Batman busied himself with other strategies. "By the way, there are still 2 individuals unconscious in that room. They did not fire a shot, so I promised to deliver them to prison. Let us not overlook that." Wayne gestured toward a nearby room where the 2 bald men remained oblivious, fortunate to receive Batman's commitment. Dick signaled and, after notifying Gordon, restrained the leader of the buyers, confident that a fleet of police vehicles would soon arrive. Honestly, my friend, I just returned to Gotham and was aware of numerous significant events, but I never anticipated such an overwhelming series. It's been a short time since Jason's demise, and now Barbara is in trouble again. I hurried back to alleviate Bruce's burden and prevent Batman from spiraling into madness. Now, with the enigmatic Wayne added to the mix, it seems Gotham continues to be a source of relentless headache. Fear not, many more matters await your attention. There's no need to worry about a lack of work. By the way, keep this business card handy. Should you find yourself in need of assistance, perhaps a broken leg, I'll ensure you skip the line ahead of Bruce. Wayne flashed a grin and handed over his card, sensing that the Bat family would likely become regular patrons of his clinic, resulting in substantial financial gain. Of course, aside from Barbara, the outcome for the others remained uncertain. Dick believed they would not hold it against him, as the risks of surgery were common knowledge. Your method of offering comfort is quite effective. To be honest, thank you for saving little Barbara. Dick expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Wayne. He sincerely appreciated the intervention, as he had not been present during Barbara's perilous moments. Had anything gone awry, he would have never forgiven himself. You truly are a romantic at heart. I fear you may one day revel in a drunken stupor like Bruce, unaware that your son has grown to 8 years old. Although their personalities starkly contrasted, Dick, too, enjoyed a reputation with women that could incite envy. Disregarding the fleeting encounters with nameless women, he had courted several notable heroines, yet ultimately ended up marrying Barbara. Wait a moment, what does this have to do with Bruce? Dick was taken aback, his mind swirling with questions upon hearing Wayne's words. Was Bruce once again contemplating adopting a child? Was he on the verge of welcoming yet another third Robin into the fold? Indeed, in a manner of speaking, but this time the circumstances were markedly different. The prospective third Robin, it appeared, would bear the name Damian Wayne. With a mischievous glint, Wayne had refrained from informing Alfred, leaving it uncertain whether Dick would divulge this news to the ever-vigilant butler. One could only imagine Bruce's anticipation for the lengthy monologues that would surely stem from the legacy of the Alfred family. Damian Wayne? Are you certain it is not simply Wayne? Dick exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Wayne. What on earth are you thinking? How old was I when Damian was born? Besides, I must have been deranged to consider giving my son to Batman as Robin. Indeed, it is Wayne, your stoic-faced progeny, born of Talia, the daughter of the assassin master. Good heavens, can Gotham's events grow any more outrageous? Dick was flabbergasted. He recognized Talia as Bruce's former lover, who had been ruthlessly cast aside, vowing vengeance against the heartless cad. Little did he expect such a method of retribution. The recent happenings within the Bat family had been nothing short of absurd. Honestly, he could scarcely believe that Batman had fathered child. Wayne shrugged and explained, primarily, it was your father who, upon encountering a beautiful woman, found himself incapacitated and, after being drugged by Talia, effortlessly procured the seed. I suspect Bruce will soon summon you to join him in reclaiming the young master from the League of Assassins. At this juncture, Wayne continued with a serious tone. Once your little brother arrives, it is imperative that you keep a close eye on him. What does that have to do with me? He is not my son, Dick retorted. Damian had been raised within the League of Assassins, meticulously trained by his grandfather Ra's al Ghul and mother Talia. While Dick was still playing in mud at the age of 8, Damian had already demonstrated lethal prowess. You know Bruce's personality all too well. Can you truly rest easy with two such obsessive individuals converging? If they don't turn Gotham upside down, I will consider myself fortunate. There's a saying, an elder brother is like a father. In critical moments, it is essential for you to step up as the older brother. The education of your younger sibling rests upon your shoulders. Otherwise, we may one day awaken to news of the executioner Robin slaughtering Gotham citizens. Wayne patted Dick's shoulder encouragingly. His words were not without merit. Among all the Robins, Dick was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to inherit the mantle of Batman. In the future, when Bruce vanished, Dick would don the cape and assume the role of Batman, imparting a different heroic persona to Damian through his guidance. As the elder brother, he would nurture his younger sibling, attentively listening to Damian's thoughts and bestowing trust upon him. When Damian fell into self-reproach over the unintentional killing of a villain, Dick refrained from casting blame. Instead, he drew from his own emotional experiences to guide Damian, allowing him to confront his guilt and liberate himself from the shadow of the assassin's life. As Batman, Dick would teach Damian that true heroism does not solely rely on violence to vanquish foes, but is achieved through the respect for life and the restraint of one's murderous instincts. He would encourage Damian to collaborate with the team, employing strategy and trust to uncover better solutions. Dick's education has brought about a remarkable transformation in Damian, gradually steering him away from the assassin's creed of killing to end killing, thus enabling him to become a worthy Robin. Wayne couldn't help but reflect on how, in the Injustice universe, Bruce nearly fell apart when Dick met his untimely demise. It is no wonder that the loss of such a capable son would drive anyone mad. However, while Wayne remained optimistic, Dick felt quite differently. Upon hearing Wayne's words, he felt a shiver run down his spine, already envisioning a confrontation between Damian and Bruce, where in a fit of rage, Damian might storm into the streets, indiscriminately attacking both the innocent and the guilty alike. After all, Batman's parenting methods are not easily borne by the average individual, and adding a hot-tempered child to the mix only exacerbates the situation. Having just returned to Gotham, Dick felt an immense weight on his shoulders, as though he were walking on thin ice. "Look at you, so downcast. Cool, mate. Let's have a drink with Uncle Wayne. It's on you," he suggested. "No, I must patrol. After my shift, I intend to seek out Alfred for some medication." "My head is already beginning to ache," he replied. Bruce was at a loss with Wayne's optimism, but he had no choice but to offer a serious reminder. "Moonlight Night. Our philosophies diverge. I cannot sway you. But remember, if you become consumed by the thrill of taking lives, ultimately bringing slaughter upon the innocent, Batman will not spare you. Rest assured, I too have my limits. In fact, if they refrain from using firearms, I shall show them mercy," Dick reassured him. After receiving this somewhat unreliable promise, Batman turned to Dick and instructed Nightwing, summon Jim and the others to gather the remaining evidence and extract information from the last of them. With that, the holographic projection vanished, and Batman busied himself with preparing other strategies. By the way, there are still 2 fellows unconscious in that room. They did not fire a shot, so I promised to send them to prison. Let us not forget them. Wayne pointed to a nearby room where the 2 bald men had yet to awaken, thereby allowing him to uphold his promise. Dick signaled, notifying Gordon before securing the buyer's leader, confident that a fleet of police cars would soon arrive. "Honestly, my friend, I have just returned to Gotham and have learned of so many significant events. I did not expect it to be so overwhelming," Dick remarked with a wry smile. With Jason's death still fresh and Barbara now in distress, he had hurriedly returned from school to alleviate Bruce's burdens, striving to prevent Batman from being driven to madness. Now, with the enigmatic Wayne added to the mix, one could only say that Gotham remains as perplexing as ever. Fear not, there are plenty more matters awaiting resolution. For now, you need not worry about a lack of work. Oh, and keep this business card handy, should you find yourself in need of assistance. You may come to me for a free pass to skip ahead of Bruce," Wayne said with a smile, handing over his card. He had a premonition that the Bat family would become frequent visitors to his clinic, promising a lucrative future. Of course, aside from Barbara, the outcomes for the others remained uncertain, but he trusted that Dick and the rest would not hold it against him. After all, the risks of surgery are common knowledge, are they not? Your method of comforting others is remarkably effective. To be honest, thank you for saving Barbara. Dick expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Wayne. He genuinely felt this way, as he was not by Barbara's side during her most perilous moments. If anything had gone awry, Dick would never forgive himself. "Truly, you are a romantic at heart. I fear that one day you might indulge in revelry like Bruce, leaving your son, now 8 years old, oblivious to it all." Although their personalities diverged greatly, Dick, too, shared a womanizing charm that could evoke envy. Setting aside the fleeting encounters with nameless women, he had managed to woo several renowned female superheroes, yet ultimately ended up marrying Barbara. Wait, what does this have to do with Bruce? Dick's expression was one of bewilderment as he instinctively assumed Wayne was about to adopt another child. Is Bruce looking for a third Robin? A third Robin, perhaps. But this time, it is different. The soon-to-be third Robin shall bear the name Damian Wayne. Wayne said this with a hint of malice. He informed Alfred, but whether Dick would divulge this to the butler remained uncertain. Surely, Bruce must be anticipating a lengthy lecture stemming from the Alfred family legacy. Damian Wayne? Are you certain it's not a Wayne? Dick widened his eyes, incredulous as he gazed at Wayne. What are you thinking? How old was I when Damian was born? Besides, I would have to be insane to hand my son over to Batman as Robin. Indeed, it is a Wayne, your stoic-faced son, born of Talia, the daughter of the League of Assassins. Goodness, Can Gotham's events become any more absurd? Dick was left speechless. He recognized Talia as Bruce's former lover, who was ruthlessly cast aside and vowed to exact revenge on the heartless man. He never imagined her retribution would manifest in this manner. The Batman family has truly seen better days. Frankly, he still found it hard to believe that Batman could father a child. Wayne shrugged and explained, "It primarily stems from your father being unable to resist a beautiful woman. After being drugged by Talia, he easily acquired the means to procreate. It is likely that Bruce will soon summon you to confront the League of Assassins and reclaim the young master." Continuing, Wayne advised, "Once your younger brother arrives, be sure to keep a close watch on him. What does this have to do with me? He is not my son." Damian was raised within the League of Assassins, trained by his grandfather Ra's al Ghul and his mother Talia. While you were 8, playing with mud, he was already taking lives. You know Bruce's temperament. Can you trust that? Two zealots coming together, and if Gotham does not tremble under their reign, I shall be eternally grateful. There is a saying, an elder brother is like a father. In critical moments, your role as the elder brother is essential. The responsibility of educating the young master rests upon your shoulders. Otherwise, one morning we may awaken to headlines about Robin, the executioner, slaughtering Gotham's citizens. Wayne encouragingly patted Dick on the shoulder. His words were not without merit. Among all the Robins, Dick was undoubtedly the most suitable to succeed Bruce as Batman. In the future, with Bruce's disappearance, Dick assumes the mantle of Batman, imparting a distinctly different heroism to Damian through both instruction and example. As an elder brother, he nurtures his sibling, earnestly listening to Damian's thoughts and bestowing upon him trust. When Damian grapples with guilt over the inadvertent killing of a villain, Dick refrains from casting blame. Instead, he shares his own emotional experiences, allowing Damian to confront his remorse and liberate himself from the shadow of the League of Assassins' lethal training. As Batman, Dick teaches Damian that true heroism is not solely reliant on violence, but rather on respecting life and restraining one's instinct to kill in the pursuit of justice. He encourages teamwork, demonstrating that intellect and trust can unveil superior solutions. Dick's mentorship leads to a profound transformation in Damian, gradually shifting his mindset from the League's indoctrinated belief of kill to stop killing to becoming a capable Robin. Wayne cannot help but lament, realizing that when Dick met his untimely end in the Injustice universe, Bruce nearly succumbed to despair. The loss of such a remarkable son would understandably drive anyone to madness. However, while Wayne remains optimistic, Dick feels quite the opposite. After hearing Wayne's sentiments, he is seized by a sense of dread, envisioning a confrontation between Damian and Bruce that escalates into a furious outburst, with Damian storming into the streets, indiscriminately attacking both innocent and guilty alike. After all, Batman's parenting style is a formidable challenge for anyone, and an irritable temperament only exacerbates the situation. Having returned to Gotham for merely a short while, Dick feels the weight of responsibility pressing heavily upon him, as if he were traversing a precarious tightrope. Observing his despondent demeanor, he urges, "Come, let's share a drink with Uncle Wayne. It's on you." "No, I must patrol. After work, I need to consult Alfred for some medication. My head is already starting to ache." Chapter 16. The Resurrection of Black Mask. Gotham, the tomb of the Dionys family. The atmosphere is somber, shrouded in persistent rain, which only amplifies the chilling stillness of the graveyard. Beneath the tomb lies a clandestine secret lair, where numerous criminals adorned with peculiar masks gather today. They convene to celebrate the return of the leader of the False Face Society, preparing to reclaim dominion over Gotham, their excitement palpable. Roman Sionis, or Black Mask, sheds his hospital garb and dons a crisp white suit, a stark contrast to the dark skull mask that obscures his face. Ascending a platform, he raises his arms and proclaims, "Since Batman insists on adhering to his foolish no-kill doctrine, I shall transform Gotham into a hell once more, where I will reign as the immortal king of darkness." Roman surveys the fervent assembly of his followers, the mask radiating an eerie aura. The members of the False Face Society, intoxicated by zeal, shout in unison, blindly following Black Mask. Many fall into a daze, fantasizing about ruling Gotham and leading lives of indulgence after vanquishing Batman. Little do they realize that even if Batman were to fall, the prospect of ruling Gotham remains a distant dream unattainable for mere pawns like themselves. Not even worthy of warming the bed. At best, the future holds promise. Observing the frenzied crowd, The Black Mask nodded in satisfaction. Recently, Robin had vanished, and the Batgirl was also unaccounted for. The Joker wreaked havoc in Gotham, while Batman and Nightwing were preoccupied with maintaining order amidst their relentless pursuit. The absence of the Dark Knight rendered the Black Mask's escape from Arkham considerably easier. Under the cover of a moonless night, with unforeseen factors aiding him, he would finally be free from that accursed asylum. Contemplating this, the Black Mask's gaze turned icy. Indeed, he had long devised a plan for his escape and had arranged for assistance. However, in his imagination, he anticipated fierce clashes with the soldiers stationed within. Yet, before he could even step out of the ward, he heard the sounds of combat. His door had inexplicably swung open, and upon reaching the corridor, he was met with a scene strewn with corpses. His hurried subordinates confirmed that they were not responsible for this chaos, and the increasingly audible wail of police sirens left the Black Mask with no time for contemplation. He could only retreat. This unexpected turn of events infuriated him. He was confident that with his meager forces, he could break free from Arkham without assistance. Such a notion was a grave insult. Moreover, the Black Mask suspected that the benefactor behind this disruption harbored less than noble intentions. Arkham housed the supervillains personally incarcerated by Batman, and releasing him was likely a ploy to ensnare the Dark Knight, allowing the puppet master to reap the rewards of their mutual destruction. V.E. scheme. The Black Mask scoffed. The identity of this mysterious figure remained unknown, but it was evident that they held a grudge against Batman as well. While he felt a twinge of wariness towards such covert operatives, he dismissed it. After all, the rivalries among villains were commonplace, and ultimately, it would be the other party meeting their doom. Why not focus on the true targets? Of course, by targets, he did not mean Batman. Not in the Black Mask's understanding. At least, though Batman was undeniably loathsome, he was not the primary focus of Roman Siones' vengeance. The object of his wrath had always been the scion of Gotham City. With this thought, the Black Mask's hatred for Bruce deepened. The wretched parents who had wrought his tragic childhood, the public outrage over failed cosmetics, the corporate takeover, the humiliation of a public breakup, everything he attributed to Bruce. The Black Mask swore to incinerate Bruce Wayne along with that damned Arkham. If Batman dared to intervene, it mattered not. A certain Birdman had already approached him, eager to assist in executing Batman. All he needed to do was concentrate on devising ways to torment Bruce. At that moment, a figure donned in a bull-headed mask approached. He was the Black Mask's aide, a title only Roman himself could bestow, overseeing various criminal enterprises of the family during Black Mask's tenure at Arkham. It may seem that being the second in command, wielding immense power, and indulging in a life of opulence, one would revel in an existence of unparalleled bliss. However, the assistant harbors unspoken burdens deep within. The boss, known as the Black Mask, possesses a volatile temperament and fragile mental state, rendering the slightest misstep perilous. Previous assistants have met untimely demises due to mere verbal faux pas, their families now mourning over 3 meters of grass on their graves. Cautiously, the assistant approached the imposing figure of the Black Mask, presenting a dossier with utmost reverence. "Everything you requested is contained herein. You may act upon it at your discretion," he stated respectfully. The Black Mask, his expression inscrutable, accepted the document. Within its pages lay images of several high-ranking executives from the Wayne Group, each accompanied by meticulous records of their names, ages, positions, interests, and more. Notably, even his former girlfriend, Circe, was included. The unstable Black Mask perceived the end of their relationship as an affront and humiliation, vowing to remember Circe as a target for his retribution. Who is he? He pondered, momentarily pausing as he flipped to the next page of the dossier. Although the information was detailed, the assistant interjected hastily upon seeing the photograph. He is Vaincross Elias, the scion of the Elias family, once considered a mere nobody. Yet recently, Bruce Wayne himself visited him. Moreover, Bruce Wayne had even ordered extensive renovations for the dilapidated clinic run by the Elias family. How could someone as arrogant as Bruce stoop to such acts? The Black Mask narrowed his eyes, the name Wayne echoing in his mind, becoming increasingly familiar, while his feelings of hatred intensified. At last, he coldly raised his gaze. "Elias, you say?" "I recall now." Memories long buried resurfaced, taking him back to an encounter years prior at a gala, where he had met the freshly minted adult Wayne. Initially, he sought only to exchange pleasantries with this young aristocrat. but he was forcibly dragged into a drinking contest. Despite the Elias family's status as a second-tier family in Gotham, their lineage predates that of the Waynes, who would never dare claim the title of the oldest. Their network was deeply entrenched, and as a member of Roman's circle, the Black Mask had no desire to provoke the Waynes, reluctantly partaking in the revelry. What he had thought would be a few casual drinks spiraled into a debacle, as Wayne consumed copious amounts of liquor with reckless abandon, dragging him along for the ride. Roman lacked Wayne's capacity for alcohol after a harrowing escape. He intended to rush to the restroom. However, the aftermath of his sprint proved overwhelming, and he found himself violently ill in the center of the venue, inadvertently showering an esteemed member of the Cobblepot family. This disgraceful act was immortalized by the press, and by the next day, all of Gotham was abuzz with the scandal. Thus, he endured 3 days of brutal beatings from his biological father, who forced him to bow and apologize to a member of the Cobblepot family. This painful memory was one Roman preferred to bury, and he devised a means to forget it. However, today, as he donned the mask of the Black Mask, he was confronted once more by that incensed visage, now intertwined with his most detested foe, Bruce. The hatred he harbored extended to Wayne, and it was only fitting that he could now settle both old and new scores simultaneously. With a cold chuckle, the Black Mask mused, "I never imagined he had an affair with Bruce as well. How delightful! I shall leave him and Circe behind, and I am most eager to witness Bruce's expression upon discovering that Wayne is in my grasp." Chapter 17. The newly appointed Director Wayne Clinic. Wayne was admiring the newly renovated clinic. Bruce acted swiftly, transforming the clinic without a hint of delay. The formerly dilapidated establishment had been transformed into a 3-story private hospital, utterly rejuvenated. Indeed, it was a complete overhaul. The reckless Bruce had simply transferred ownership of an idle estate to Wayne, employing a formidable crew of renovation workers. In under a week, the empty structure was transformed into a fully equipped private hospital. Everything had been meticulously arranged by Bruce, though one might overlook the surveillance cameras that Wayne had discreetly dismantled. As for Wayne's original clinic, Bruce had repurposed it, likely intending to gather more of his possessions, and if time permitted, perhaps even construct an additional bat-safe house. During the renovation, Wayne had contemplated staying at Bruce's estate, but the thought of waking up each morning to see the grim visage of Batman glaring at him was enough to send chills down his spine. Thus, he dismissed that notion and opted for accommodations at Gotham's second-best hotel. Do not inquire why he did not choose the finest. It bore the Wayne name. As Wayne approached the entrance of his new abode, he scrutinized the establishment. The Wayne Hospital sprawled over 10 acres, with an entrance soaring 12 meters high. The meticulously arranged metallic framework refracted a blend of technological and artistic brilliance under the sunlight. Moreover, the exterior featured intelligent sunshades that dynamically adjusted according to the angle of sunlight, achieving a remarkable 30% energy efficiency throughout the year. As Wayne explored the interiors, he was astounded to find remarkable technologies. Heavy ion circular therapy chambers, state-of-the-art vacuum steam sterilizers, intelligent patient monitoring systems equipped with sacred object sensors, and an array of robotics. This facility boasted the world's most advanced equipment, everything one could desire, complemented by exquisite decor, rendering it a veritable vision of a futuristic hospital. Could it be that Bruce had a change of heart? Wayne had presumed he would merely throw together a haphazard renovation. Yet he was evidently taking this matter with utmost seriousness. Wayne was astonished by Bruce's grand gesture. After all, as a former noble, Wayne calculated that any modest goal in the realm of a few $1,000s was now a distant dream. Bruce's graciousness left Wayne feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he had recently been contemplating ways to further challenge Batman. I recall Bruce mentioning that he initially intended to offer me 100 acres, but, fearing I might struggle with the management, decided to let me start with just 10. As if to say, if I couldn't handle 100 acres, would I not simply lease it out? Wayne sighed and gave Batman a thumbs up, casually activating the hospital's promotional slogan created through holographic projection. Even the effort put into this seemed excessive. Why did the name appear to be lengthening? Wayne's compliments faltered as he gawked at the enormous virtual text in the air. Arkham Asylum, Elias Division. Staring at the unfamiliar name above, Wayne seriously questioned his eyesight. Damn it, has my retina detached? It should only be Wayne Hospital or Elias Hospital. Where did that cursed prefix come from? Subsequently, as if recalling something, Wayne hastily ventured deeper into the hospital to investigate. Indeed, in the special intensive care unit on the third floor, he discovered facilities reminiscent of electroshock therapy rooms, superalloy restraint devices, and cryogenic chambers. The orderly array of metallic frameworks in the hall concealed numerous nozzles within their unseen shadows. Wayne, confident in Nightwing's physique, was certain that, aside from water, they likely harbored anesthetic sprays capable of bringing down an elephant. Perhaps even Scarecrow's fear toxin lurked within. No wonder he had been puzzled by the absence of the hospital's name at the entrance. It was clearly waiting for him here. Wayne's expression oscillated dramatically, shifting from crimson to black, occasionally interspersed with shades of pale blue, his mood changing as swiftly as lightning. He furiously retrieved his phone, preparing to contact Batman. Beep, beep. Beep. We apologize. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Damn it, blocked. Wayne fumed. No wonder Bruce had thoughtfully mentioned his concerns about managing a larger space, suggesting he start with just 10 acres. In retrospect, had he insisted on 100, he might have found even the inmates from Blackgate Prison being funneled into his domain. With a scowl, Wayne continued dialing Dick's number. Fortunately, his dear nephew remained loyal, not having learned bad habits from his brooding counterpart, and the call connected successfully. Hello, this is Dick Grayson. How may I assist you? Dick's voice radiated warmth and courtesy, exuding an air of nobility. Hey, nephew, it's me. I'm looking for your brooding companion. Inside the hospital, Dick, who was attending to Barbara, paused, puzzled. Wayne? How do you have my number? You told me when you were drunk. I'm glad you haven't changed your number or blocked me. Now, I need to reach Bruce. I'm sure you have a way to contact him, right? Bruce should be at the office at this hour. He doesn't have any appointments today. All right, I'll transfer the call to him. Dick connected the phone frequency of the two individuals to Bruce's office, allowing them to converse freely. He was somewhat curious about Wayne's intention to contact Bruce, yet his foremost priority was to care for Barbara. After a brief moment of waiting, fortunately, the irritating "please hold" message did not resurface, and Bruce's calm voice emerged. Dick, is there a situation? The elegant prose of Wayne's language washed over him, prompting Bruce to instinctively push the phone aside. After a pause, once Wayne had finished his tirade, Bruce leisurely answered the call. It seems you are quite pleased with the new hospital. Wayne was speechless. To be honest, he felt an urge to crack a hellish joke. Subsequently, Wayne began to lay blame. Of course, I am satisfied with the new hospital. However, I would be even more content if the name Arkham Asylum were removed. Did you not say that, as a doctor, one should eliminate the root cause of the ailment? Now that the root has indeed arrived, you seem displeased. Wayne was at a loss, bemused by the absurd logic Batman had acquired, which he had never taught him. I have discussed this with the head of Arkham, and he also considers it a splendid idea. Thus, in my capacity as chairman of Wayne Enterprises, I finance the construction of this hospital. Patients require a new environment, and you shall have guests. Henceforth, you shall be the director of the Arkham branch. Reflecting on Bruce's previous actions, Wayne now realized that the unfamiliar elderly gentleman Bruce had brought over was indeed the head of Arkham. Upon uttering this revelation, Bruce abruptly ended the call, a subtle smile gracing his features. Arkham housed far too many vicious and brutal criminals, although their congregation facilitated surveillance. The chaos that ensued during a collective riot was enough to make even Batman retreat. Thus, Bruce had long contemplated relocating some inmates. However, while facilities were available, the personnel to manage them were not. Batman and Nightwing could not perpetually stand guard, and just when he found himself at a loss, Wayne emerged. Possessing remarkable medical skills and formidable martial prowess, unbound by Batman's no-kill principle, he was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. The former head of Arkham was also in full agreement. After the Joker's escape, despite narrowly avoiding catastrophe, he had been on the brink of madness and was keen to avoid a repeat experience, thus wishing to transfer more supervillains for his own safety. Consequently, under Bruce's auspices, Wayne officially became the director of the Arkham branch. Chapter 18. Wayne, I can't shake the feeling that a pit lies ahead. The phone emitted a busy signal, and Wayne was left speechless by the incessant beeping. The trust Batman placed in him, believing he could manage the lunatics within Arkham, was genuinely astonishing. Relocating was out of the question, as the lease and documentation were firmly in his grasp. Leaving such a vast space unused would indeed be a waste. On a certain day, having been betrayed by Batman, Wayne found himself reluctantly compelled to share breakfast with the fans of the Bat Club for a time. The reckoning for this debt would come later. He took out his little notebook and recorded the name of the first esteemed member. Acceptance was necessary, yet this bitter pill could not be swallowed alone. He was not without the butler's number. Regarding the Wayne family's legacy and lineage, he had already left a message for Alfred. The supercomputer in the Batcave contained news that could rejuvenate him by 20 years. What? You assert that the Batcave is heavily fortified, and any unauthorized entry would trigger alarms? Fear not, for Alfred holds the highest clearance. Dick's authority pales in comparison. Bruce, go ahead and laugh. Cherish this moment, for once Damien arrives, your laughter may be extinguished. Moreover, Wayne eagerly anticipated the resurrection of Jason and the ensuing conflict with Damien, a scenario sure to leave Batman in utter disarray. Unfortunately, there was no telling when Bane would arrive. His long-awaited Brokeback Mountain moment had yet to unfold, and the promised discount on surgery for the Bat had not been fulfilled. After dealing with the mental asylum affairs, Wayne began tinkering with the system. He discovered that beyond the task functionality and the ability to earn diagnostic fees, there lay a hidden lottery feature. Those who understood its purpose were well aware of its significance, primarily because its entry point was exceedingly obscure. Upon opening the personal panel, he found a nearly imperceptible slot on the far right of the skills panel, almost merging with the border. Enlarging it revealed a minuscule, dormant button. Clicking it prompted an option to display more, and upon selection, he was transported to the lottery page. Wayne was thoroughly impressed. A lottery indeed. Which divine designer had the audacity to conceal such a function? What was the purpose of this secrecy? Was it merely for amusement? Grumbling aside, he knew he would still utilize the feature. Coincidentally, he had completed the novice 10-draw task attached to the lottery. The novice lottery task: heal a superhero or supervillain. The functionality page was hidden, and there was no notification upon the completion of the lottery task, merely a hope that the rewards would not be subpar. Wayne examined the slot machine before him. The lottery feature appeared elusive, yet could be tailored to his preferences. To enhance the ambience, he chose a historically classic design. Click, click, ding, ding, ding. Wayne pulled the lever, and the screen began to whirl in tandem with suspenseful music. Ding, ding, ding. The reels abruptly halted, erupting with a thunderous bang, followed by a torrential downpour of coins. 777. The grand prize. Well, in truth, it was a facade. Once the special effects faded, the screen revealed 3 question marks. The rewards have been distributed. Please check. Host. Item: hemostatic bandage, a miraculous item in the realm of hemostasis, leaving an indelible, glow-in-the-dark tattoo for 7 days post-application. Item: fermented insoles, capable of physically enhancing height by 10 centimeters, albeit at the cost of prolonged foot bathing. Thus, avoiding crowds is advisable. Item: anti-hair loss mask, a comprehensive mask enveloping the entire scalp, embedded with a special electrical system that effectively stimulates hair follicle growth, reaching up to 100 milliamps. Item: memory eraser stick. Do remember to wear sunglasses when it flashes and refrain from aiming it at oneself. Item: ecstasy spray upon application. It automatically imparts the ability to sing and dance. Item: invincible thunder cannon. Its projectiles are laden with an overwhelming quantity of itching powder, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Item: desire compass. Points towards your innermost yearning. Item: grass-cutting sword. Crafted from the strongest metal of the ninja realm, it possesses a psychological attack on adversaries. Considering the saliva hanging from it is sufficient for a bath. Skill: playing dead, lying on the ground convincingly. Skill: flowing rock-shattering fist, a humanoid special attack, albeit with a somewhat underwhelming physique. The shadowy figure, the Hokage, the prankster expert, One Punch Man, and the Pirates of the Caribbean all seem to have made cameo appearances, leaving Wayne exasperatedly questioning whether divine intervention would cover the copyright fees. He glanced at the 2 newly acquired skills. Martial Arts Master, flowing rock-shattering fist. Playing dead. If no one attacks, you can lie there while the universe resets. To his astonishment, the 2 skills were at the highest level. Could it be that lottery skills are assessed at peak performance? Furthermore, the note regarding playing dead was rather boastful. Wayne was intrigued and contemplated trying it out. However, he decided to save the experiment for when a significant event unfolded. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang. Wayne picked it up, glancing at the unfamiliar number, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Ever since his original self faced bankruptcy, he had been blacklisted by Gotham's elite, becoming a recluse. How could anyone still be calling him? Curiosity piqued. He answered, speculating whether yet another creditor had come to collect. On the other end, a boisterous and frivolous voice erupted in laughter. "Ha! Is this Wayne from the Elias family? Who might you be?" Wayne inquired, feeling a sense of familiarity with the voice. It was neither a creditor nor an acquaintance of Elias, but someone whose identity resonated with Wayne's own. A superhero or a supervillain. While Elias had no recollection, Wayne did have memories, most likely of a notable character, given the familiarity of the voice. The rationale was straightforward. Despite Warner's incessant abstract reboots, it was improbable they would produce films featuring obscure characters lacking popularity, as there was little profit to be gained. "Huh, my friend, you don't recognize me? Well, our families have shared a long-standing camaraderie, though you have been out of the loop for nearly a century, for reasons unbeknownst to him." Conversing with the stranger on the other end of the line filled Wayne with an increasing sense of unease. He felt an insidious malevolence, akin to that of Batman, enveloping him, as if a shroud of ominous clouds had settled upon his brow. Good grief! Why did it feel as though a bottomless pit had suddenly opened beneath his feet? "Listen well, my friend. I shall introduce myself but once. My name is—" Suddenly, a busy signal interrupted, and the screen indicated a lack of signal connection. With a shiver running down his spine, Wayne exhaled deeply. Had the call not been abruptly terminated, he would have hung up himself. His uncanny sixth sense warned him that continuing the conversation would lead him into an abyss of despair. Not caring about the identity of the caller, Wayne promptly blocked the number, feeling that the phone itself had become tainted by ill fortune. Surely, it could not remain by his side. Perhaps he should relinquish it to Batman? He mused that it would be fitting, recalling his father's words about using magic to vanquish magic. How could such mere misfortune hope to defeat his paternal lineage? The roar of engines suddenly pierced the air, and Wayne initially presumed it to be a delivery team from Arkham. To his astonishment, he realized that the vehicles were barreling forward at full speed, showing no signs of deceleration. With a deafening crash, dozens of cars shattered the glass doors of the hospital, and a cadre of suit-clad thugs, donning various bizarre masks, emerged from the vehicles. Wayne's expression turned grim. Had he inadvertently disturbed a nest of masked criminals? Why were the Black Mask's henchmen once again involved? Chapter 19. The darkening of the Red Skull. Wayne had been in this world for a fortnight, and aside from the Joker, it seemed that every villain he encountered was somehow affiliated with the Black Mask. Gotham was teeming with criminals of all sorts. Why was it only the Black Mask's minions that crossed paths with him? Even more alarming, this time the infamous Roman Siones had taken the field himself. The thugs accompanying the Black Mask were identifiable to Wayne as members of the False Face Society, led by Roman, reminiscent of the bald-headed thugs and the leaders of the buyers he had previously encountered, those who clung to the society's notoriety as a means of intimidation. Initially, Wayne speculated that the False Face Society had come seeking retribution, but upon further reflection, he realized that was unlikely. Those ordinary criminals, who relied on borrowed bravado, lacked the stature to warrant their leaders' personal involvement. In the hierarchy of their underworld, they were the lowest of the low. It was probable that the Black Mask was entirely unaware of their existence, let alone any desire for revenge. Wait a moment. Could this be yet another consequence of Bruce's actions? The Black Mask and Hush represented two extremes. The latter was Bruce's ultimate sycophant, willing to undergo surgery to resemble his idol, convinced that only he could slay Batman and reveal his true identity. The pure-hearted warrior Hush even went so far as to extract Catwoman's heart in a bid for Batman's affection. Notably, after being captured in Vietnam, he was delivered to the rehabilitated Catwoman, receiving a rather unfortunate whip package before being confined in a special cell within Wayne Tower by Nightwing and Robin. In the timeline Wayne inhabited, Hush also existed, and diverging from the comics, he was not lost to the waters of the Gotham River after being shot by the rogue Two-Face. Instead, he was rescued by Bruce himself. Due to the unexpected turmoil caused by Wayne, the One Silence Special Prison is likely to be transferred from Wayne Tower to the Wayne Institute. Silence represents one scenario, while the Black Mask embodies another entirely. Roman's hatred for Bruce is unadulterated and profound, unlike Silence, whose twisted mentality has led him to obsess over becoming Bruce. even as he embraces the role of a supervillain. The Black Mask, on the other hand, attributes all misfortunes to Bruce, embodying a type that is both inept and vociferously accusatory. Is it not true, Bruce, that you bear some responsibility for my downfall, reducing me to a destitute wretch? Considering the Black Mask's equal disdain for anyone associated with Bruce, it is hardly surprising that he would escape from Arkham to torment the emotionless Face, making him feel the weight of his burdens. Tragically, the skull-faced figure, darker than any tool, finds himself back in Arkham shortly after his release. Recalling the comics, Wayne notes that aside from his mask with mental control capabilities, the Black Mask's abilities are rather pedestrian. His innate skills may be lacking, yet as a villain of the Bat family, he possesses considerable intelligence, albeit primarily showcased through his criminal endeavors. The Black Mask is a master strategist, a torturer, a master of disguise, and an expert marksman, having briefly ruled Gotham in the comics, placing him in the upper tier of Bat family adversaries. Notable achievements include defeating and capturing the fourth Robin, Stephanie Brown, after enduring unspeakable torture, succumbed to her injuries. Subsequently, classic villainous maneuvers ensued, with claims of her faking her death to escape abroad. Disregarding Batman's eventual forgiveness and acceptance of Stephanie's identity as Robin, one must ponder why she chose to flee. Prior to the universe's reset, Stephanie appeared twice in spirit form, only for later retcons to suggest she never truly perished. What, then, does this spirit form represent? It bears an uncanny resemblance to a bystander ghost, overflowing with theatrical ambition. Overall, this inconsistency arises from differing editorial choices, leading to a tug-of-war between narrative coherence and creative direction. Aside from the fourth Robin saga, Wayne vividly recalls the Black Mask subduction and torment of Catwoman's sister, Maggie, culminating in a gruesome act where he killed her husband before her eyes and forced her to consume her husband's eyeball. In summary, the Black Mask relies on cunning for his criminal machinations. While he possesses personal combat skills, they are not exceptional. His victory over Stephanie was merely a result of exploiting her inexperience and catching her off guard. Indeed, his earlier capture stemmed from crossing paths with an enraged Bruce, still reeling from Jason's recent demise, found the Black Mask throwing a masquerade ball at Gotham Police Headquarters. Thus, upon receiving word of this event, Bruce donned his Batman persona with a congenial demeanor and eagerly attended the Black Mask soiree, ultimately dragging him back to his suburban Arkham residence in the Batmobile. Reportedly, the Black Mask was so moved by this encounter that he remained bedridden for an entire month. To speak candidly, during the 2 or 3 months before Wayne's arrival, it was not only Black Mask Roman who enjoyed such special treatment. The likes of Silence, Riddler, Scarecrow, Two-Face, Penguin, Clayface, and Killer Croc were all singled out by Batman, who had been exposed in a vulnerable state. Two-Face and Penguin fared relatively well, Two-Face, having undergone a reconstructive surgery by Silence, returned to his role as the righteous prosecutor Harvey, only to experience a betrayal of justice. Unable to accept the events that transpired during his time as Two-Face, he voluntarily chose to retreat to Arkham. Penguin, on the other hand, managed to maintain a meticulous approach to his operations and, having sensed Batman's increasingly ruthless methods, opted to tone down his activities. He was fortunate enough to emerge from an encounter with Batman unscathed, only to find himself enjoying a free fall courtesy of the Batwing, ultimately returning to his iceberg lounge without a scratch. However, the fate of others was far less fortunate, particularly for Clayface and Killer Croc, who had long since severed ties with their humanity. Batman relished confronting adversaries who had nearly transcended the human realm and possessed remarkable resilience. He unleashed an arsenal of aircraft, artillery, searing flames, sub-zero temperatures, and biochemical solvents upon them. Ultimately, Batman escorted 2 nearly lifeless forms of Mosaic to Arkham's intensive care unit. Wayne, old friend, it has been quite some time since we last met. Even though the Elias family has fallen to the depths of despair, it appears you have been thriving while catering to Bruce's whims. As Wayne's thoughts returned, he realized Black Mask had already begun to circulate within the hospital. Dressed in an exquisite suit, Black Mask surveyed the hospital's elegant surroundings with a low, raspy laugh, his expression inscrutable. Wayne struggled to comprehend the situation. After all, the visage of Roman, marinated in the flames of his father's coffin, was not easily decipherable. All he could discern was a set of gleaming white teeth. leading him to humorously liken him to a beggar version of a darkened Red Skull. Amused by the thought, Wayne decided to extend a gesture of camaraderie. "Roman, my old friend, it is truly a delight to see you alive and well, and not reduced to despair by Batman's hand. How exhilarating indeed." Black Mask, taken aback by Wayne's immediate recognition of his identity, felt a spark of curiosity. "Wayne, it has been nearly a decade. You still remember me? Well, it's fortunate you are a second-tier villain. Had your notoriety been any less, I might have truly forgotten your identity," Wayne mused internally while outwardly maintaining a facade of earnestness. "Roman, what you say is quite true. While a person's appearance may alter, their character, tone, and habits remain steadfast. How could I ever forget my old friend?" Wayne sensed that Black Mask harbored ulterior motives. Determined to discern his intentions, he resolved to refrain from action for the time being. Upon hearing this, Black Mask felt a swell of emotion. Even Batman required time to deduce his true identity, yet Wayne recognized him through loyalty and affection. Initially, there was an intention to deliver a severe beating to Wayne. However, in a moment of satisfaction, he resolved to take Wayne back, as tormenting him slowly in front of Bruce would prove to be far more entertaining. Chapter 20. Smile at the big black stick, perhaps emboldened by his newfound abilities. Wayne's inflated confidence led him to be amiably escorted by the Black Mask, completely oblivious to the limitations of his inebriated physique that hindered his martial prowess. To illustrate, Bonku, the Silver Fang, manages to brawl with the formidable Armored Wolf, a being capable of effortlessly annihilating nations, thanks to his heavily fortified body. Similarly, Ishii's resilience is born from enduring countless injuries, relying solely on his willpower and physical constitution to persist until his final days. Wayne, however, finds himself in a precarious position. Constrained by his own circumstances, he cannot unleash his most formidable techniques, or rather, the first to falter under pressure would be his own bones. Nevertheless, through the unique characteristics of his two primary skills, he can still achieve superhuman metrics, albeit with an extreme imbalance of high offense and low defense. In terms of striking prowess, Wayne's combination of moves instills enough confidence that even Bane would hesitate to withstand them head-on. Yet defensively, he would struggle to endure even a mere strike from an ordinary person, let alone Bane's iron fists, leaving him incapacitated for days. Such scenarios are likely to unfold in this eerie locale, though not without exceptions. For instance, within a certain room, the Black Mask sits directly across from Wayne, their proximity barely 2 meters apart. Wayne is confident he could snap Roman's neck before the others even draw their weapons. The demise of the supervillain leader would render the remaining individuals in the room utterly devoid of intimidation. In truth, within such a confined space, their presence would matter little. In Wayne's eyes, they are merely mascots. Although his physique has diminished, his hands remain dexterous. Ahem, I digress. In truth, Wayne's feigned compliance is solely to eavesdrop on the Black Mask's revenge scheme against Bruce. Clearly, the Black Mask perceives Wayne as nothing more than an alcoholic wastrel, still clinging to Bruce's coattails, thus openly divulging his plans. Bruce Wayne, that cunning and treacherous scoundrel, has robbed me of my wealth, my company, and my parents. The mere mention of the bat sends the Black Mask's already frayed nerves into a frenzy. His face flushed with anger, he recounts Bruce's purported transgressions. For instance, he claims that his cosmetics company fell victim to Bruce's sabotage, who allegedly infused it with a secret poison. Additionally, he accuses Bruce of seducing his girlfriend during a gala, leading to her sudden illness and hasty departure, when in reality, she was entangled in a heated discussion with the young master in a lavish bedroom. Wayne listens intently, discerning that the Black Mask is consumed by an overwhelming envy towards Bruce's seemingly perfect life, which has ultimately morphed into hatred. "Roman, weren't your parents victims of an accident? How can you claim Bruce was responsible?" Wayne's expression reflects his confusion. Were they not the unfortunate casualties of your treacherous schemes, burned alive by your own hand? This is all part of the Wayne family's deceit. The Black Mask spoke with a seething hatred, recounting how Bruce had orchestrated his investment in the Sionis enterprise, taking advantage of his absence. That arrogant wretch had stealthily infiltrated his home and set fire to it, claiming the lives of his parents. Wayne exclaimed in disbelief, "Goodness, I never imagined you possessed such a talent for fabrication. Were it not for my familiarity with the comics and news from that time, I might have been led to believe you. Bruce's investment was intended to prevent your company from collapsing, was it not?" Furthermore, your parents had passed away long before the funding, so how could you distort history? Moreover, how could one quell the public outrage without expelling you, the calamity, from the company? He recalled that the comics had mentioned this individual had suffered a cranial injury at birth, leading to his mental instability, and later had contracted rabies from a bite by Rocket of the Guardians of the Galaxy. This revelation eased Wayne's furrowed brow, for it became apparent that the combination of a brain-damaged supervillain rendered Black Mask's ramblings somewhat comprehensible. "Wayne, would you assist me?" Black Mask halted, his gaze piercing as he looked deeply into Wayne's eyes, an intangible aura emanating from his visage. Wayne felt a momentary disorientation, a fleeting dizziness that quickly dissipated. He realized this was the result of Black Mask's mental manipulation, but why was its effect so minimal? He had anticipated a more formidable control, yet this felt less potent than the groggy sensation of waking from a deep slumber with a subsequent feeling of nausea. Perplexed by the situation, Wayne was more concerned with Black Mask's intentions. He feigned a dazed demeanor and inquired, "Roman, my old friend, what is it that you desire of me?" Black Mask smiled with satisfaction, placing a hand on Wayne's shoulder, speaking with earnest weight. "Wayne, 3 days hence, I shall host a masquerade ball at the former Sionis Company. I intend for you to deliver a lifetime of unforgettable torment to Bruce, and on that day, you shall be my most crucial protagonist." Wayne was taken aback by Black Mask's convoluted reasoning. He had assumed he was merely one of the hostages. Yet Black Mask claimed he was the centerpiece of the soiree. Why not choose Gordon, Alfred, or those high-ranking officials for Gotham? What led him to believe Wayne shared a close bond with Bruce? Was it merely because Bruce had constructed a hospital for him, leading Black Mask to presume his status surpassed that of others in Bruce's heart? As the director of Arkham, Wayne felt it imperative to comprehend the thoughts swirling in the mind of his patient. Thus, he remarked, "Roman, it is a commendable notion. However, such a grand spectacle will undoubtedly attract the attention of Batman. Indeed, it will certainly draw the notice of Batman and the Gotham police. Nevertheless, it matters not. The masquerade will not consist of a single individual. Batman will have others to contend with. And as for those officers, I procured a few delightful trinkets from Scarecrow. I trust they will find them most appealing." With a cruel smile, Black Mask brandished 2 canisters of fear toxin before Wayne, shaking them slightly. Perhaps the confinement within Arkham has driven him to madness. The Black Mask's sanity has further deteriorated, concealing his plans, yet failing to obscure them entirely. At the very least, Wayne has grasped the general outline. The Black Mask mentioned that someone would confront Batman, and Wayne mentally traversed the rogues of Gotham still at large. Most of the notorious names were confined within Arkham, leaving only the Joker as a potential hindrance to Batman. The yet-to-appear Bane also lingered as a possibility. However, it was evident that neither of these two would ally with the Black Mask. It seemed that another adversary from the Badass Gallery was poised to make an entrance. Once again, it would be a debut encounter, and Wayne could almost envision the scene of his alter ego facing defeat. The thought of Bruce enduring a beating brought an involuntary chuckle from Wayne. "What are you laughing at?" The Black Mask, whose earlier fervor had just been expressed, darkened at the sound of laughter. Despite being under mental control, did he still wish to mock me? "Elias, you are as insufferable as ever." "It's nothing, Roman. I merely find joy in the thought of Bruce falling into your hands," Wayne replied, placing a serious hand on the Black Mask's shoulder, while the other swiftly darted out and retracted in one fluid motion. The Black Mask furrowed his brow and swatted Wayne's hand away, checking the fear toxin on his person and confirming its presence before letting out a cold snort. "Cherish your final days. Soon, you shan't even have the chance to see me." With that, the Black Mask turned to depart. "Hey, Roman, back in the day, you drank like a woman." At this remark, the Black Mask spun around, glaring furiously at Wayne, his eyes immediately drawn to a hefty object. "Smile." Chapter 21. Black Mask. "The life of your dearest friend is in my hands." A sudden flash illuminated the entire room, rendering all members of the masked society, including the Black Mask, with expressions of stupefaction. Wayne lowered his left hand, which had shielded his eyes, while his right hand wielded a memory-erasing device directed at the Black Mask. Wayne leisurely approached, retrieving the fear toxin from the Black Mask before producing another, larger, pink translucent spray canister from his person. The fear toxin proved to be somewhat troublesome. To mitigate the risk of mishap, Wayne had preemptively confiscated it. The medical notes had indicated that special medications should be administered only in the presence of a guardian or physician. Director Wayne decreed that it was not yet time for medication, and it should not be carelessly entrusted to a patient. After securing the fear toxin, Wayne attempted to remove Roman's father's coffin-like mask, only to discover it had melded with his face. Forcing it off not only yielded no success, but instead, the pain gradually roused the black mask from his stupor. "Wayne, you bastard!" The black mask's eyes ignited with fury, his hands scrambling across his body. Once more, a flash of white light enveloped the room, rendering the black mask's gaze blank once again. "Listen, Roman, you fool. You must now attend to Wayne with the finest food and drink, and remember to utilize that canister of aerosol spray entirely. In your mind, it is the very essence of the Scarecrow's fear toxin. Then, you shall film a video to send to Bruce, detailing the capture of Wayne and other hostages, compelling him to come personally for the ransom. What about the others once this is completed? You dimwit. They will be released. What do you think will happen to those executives you've had killed and displayed outside Wayne Enterprises? Your readiness for violence is astonishing. Truly, you are a blundering simpleton. A substantial compensation package should be dispatched to the families of the deceased, and those who executed the act must be executed themselves. Ultimately, the stranger wishing to eliminate Batman is merely a ruse. His true intent is your demise. Upon discovering this, you shall seek him out and eliminate him in a fit of rage. You claim there is more than one adversary, and each possesses formidable strength? Well, none of that matters to you. All you know is that they not only assist Batman in confronting you, but have also deeply insulted you. You are resolved to confront them, even if it means mutual destruction. After instructing Black Mask, Wayne turned to the 4 members of the False Face Society behind him and commanded, "You heard nothing of our conversation. Remember that once the battle commences, your first priority is to eliminate all nearby rioters. When your ammunition is exhausted, resort to daggers, and when those are gone, use your fists and feet. If all else fails, use your teeth. Upon completion, I assure you, you will have your bodies intact and a grave to avoid disgraceful exposure. Remember, under no circumstances are you to harm the innocent civilians and police at the gala. This includes you, Roman. By the way, dimwit number 1, hand me your phone after leaving. Remember that it fell into a cesspool." Stumbling out of the room, Black Mask and his 4 members swayed, and suddenly, he froze. Doubtful, he glanced back at the door, feeling something was amiss with the fear toxin on his person. Thus, he instructed the nearby members of the False Face Society, "Bring out the good stuff to entertain him. But do not allow Wayne to escape. Keep your eyes on him, or your head may follow suit." The named member nodded hastily and rushed to fulfill Black Mask's orders. Inside the room, Wayne picked up dimwit number 1's phone. His own had been confiscated. Fortunately, he recalled the sequence of numbers, saving him the trouble of hacking into the dark web to find them. Beep, beep, beep. Dialing the number, he listened to the melody until the other end connected. "Hello." Wayne initiated the conversation, directly presenting his offer. "I am Wade Wilson, and here is a $10 million deposit. The remaining $40 million will be credited to your account thereafter. The time frame is 3 days. As for the target, you will know upon arrival. The final night before the gala." Inside the Batcave, Nightwing returned from his patrol and reported the situation to Batman. Bruce Wayne is not at the new Arkham Hospital, and it appears that something has gone awry there. The surveillance equipment has been dismantled by Wayne, leaving us momentarily in the dark regarding the situation. However, I did stumble upon a riddle he left behind. It seems this drunken doctor has taken on the persona of the Riddler. I still recommend we access the Bat satellite to gain a clearer understanding, though, given his capabilities, it is likely he is not in any immediate danger. Disregard him. I have seen the riddle. With his skills, if he wishes to leave, there is no one in Gotham who can impede him. Batman remains expressionless. Yet he consistently utters things that both surprise and seem expected to Dick. So what is the answer? Let us see if it aligns with my thoughts. Batman remains silent, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. You're still the same, always wearing that stern expression. Alfred, what do you think the answer is? Dick shrugs casually, accepting the cup of red tea Alfred offers and displaying the note in his hand. What wears a cloak at night, pretends to be a millionaire by day, and can never afford a therapist's bill? Ah, Master Dick, the answer is quite evident. It's none other than the Master himself. Frankly, that joke is rather stale. Alfred chuckles wryly, shaking his head as he hands Bruce a cup of coffee. Indeed. I find it rather amusing. Who would have thought Wayne would possess a knack for humor? I must engage him on that next time we meet. Dick chuckles, feeling an inexplicable sense that Wayne would not easily find himself in peril. Look at this. Batman, with a stoic expression, brings up a video. The first images reveal the gruesome fates of 3 executives from Wayne Enterprises. Dick recognizes them and furrows his brow. Is this directed at Batman or Bruce Wayne? There is a significant distinction. If it is meant for Batman, it implies that they know the Dark Knight's true identity. If it is merely for Bruce Wayne, then it could simply be a matter targeting him alone. After all, Gotham's foolish millionaire persona could easily offend numerous supervillains. It is directed at Bruce. There's more. Bruce coolly continues to display the subsequent footage. Black Mask? So it is he. After escaping Arkham, he has returned with such swiftness. It seems he remains infatuated with you. Upon seeing Roman Siones in the footage, Dick's expression shifts to one of relief. If it's him, it is hardly surprising. The video reveals Black Mask grinning menacingly as he speaks. Long time no see, Bruce. I've returned from the depths of hell. To be brief, tomorrow I will host a masquerade ball at Siones Industries. I hope you can attend. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee their safety. With that, the video shifts to show the numerous missing executives from Wayne Enterprises, all appearing terrified, seemingly unharmed, yet adorned with explosives. The voice of the Black Mask resonated. Just a reminder, the bombs on them are interconnected. If one is removed, the others will detonate. Bruce and Dick's expressions darkened, realizing that tomorrow's mission would be anything but straightforward. Don't expect Batman to come to your aid. The life of your dearest friend is in my hands. The Black Mask's voice echoed again, yet his words left Bruce momentarily speechless. My dearest friend? Who could that be? Bruce pondered, perplexed. He had received no news of any abduction concerning his acquaintances. So who was the Black Mask referring to? The scene shifted to a lavish dining table where Wayne was bound to a chair, yet he elegantly savored red wine and relished a steak. Bruce muttered, Chapter 22, The Masquerade. What on earth is he doing? Batman's face was drawn long, and Wayne's appearance only soured his mood further. For what I observe, he is indulging in steak. Quite a fine cut, I must say. And he seems to be relishing it, Dick remarked, scratching his head awkwardly, utterly bewildered. Batman remained silent, employing his ultimate technique, the death stare directed at Dick. Ahem, why is Wayne there, and why has he been kidnapped? Though, judging by his demeanor, it appears he is on vacation. Surely he hasn't struck a deal with the Black Mask? Bruce shook his head in denial. It cannot be a collaboration. During a certain banquet years ago, Wayne made him suffer immensely. Given Roman's vengeful nature, he would not so easily forgive. At this moment, it is evident that the Black Mask is unaware of Wayne's capabilities and has inadvertently allowed him to infiltrate using some method. Observing Wayne, who appeared unscathed and leisurely consuming his steak on the screen, Dick quipped, Does this imply that our Moonlight Knight has the situation under control, eliminating the need for Batman to make an appearance? No, the performance continues as usual. Pay close attention, Dick. I taught you well that one must not merely take things at face value. Look again at this. Bruce then brought up another video, the content identical to the previous one, but lacking the footage of Wayne. Upon receiving this video, my intention was to trace it back to its source. However, I discovered it in the company's database. This edited footage was set to appear on every screen in Wayne Enterprises. To prevent unnecessary panic, I intercepted it. What do you think its significance is? Confronted with Batman's scrutiny, Dick set aside his playful demeanor, responding with composure. I believe our Dr. Friend is conveying a message. Continuing, Dick showcased reasoning skills that rivaled those of Tim, the third Robin, known for his exceptional deductive abilities and the only one not recruited by Batman for his martial prowess. Nevertheless, this did not imply that the other Robins lacked detective skills, especially Dick, the original Robin. At this moment, Dick adeptly engaged in reasoning, resembling another version of Batman himself. Wayne is a man who enjoys putting on a facade of seriousness, or perhaps simply seeks amusement for himself. It is evident from the footage that he employed some method to derive pleasure from the antics of the Black Mask. However, despite his penchant for amusement, given his character, it is implausible that he would remain indifferent if an innocent were to be harmed before his eyes. Much like the situation with Barbara, he could have easily feigned ignorance and quietly passed by, yet he did not. Instead, he confronted the circus freaks, fully aware of the repercussions that the Joker would later unleash in a fit of madness, and he successfully rescued Barbara, whose life hung by a thread. Thus, The matter concerning the executives must surely be unrelated to Wayne. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that after the Black Mask committed murder, Wayne chose not to intervene directly. Rather, he opted to remind us through the footage that there is more than one individual surrounding Roman, indicating at least the presence of more than just the ordinary criminals affiliated with the mass society. Perhaps this time, the Black Mask has devised preparations for revenge that even Wayne is unaware of, such as a mysterious super-criminal lurking in the shadows. Upon hearing Dick's deductions, Bruce nodded in approval. The acrobatic boy who had once been reduced to tears over the loss of his parents has now evolved into a formidable superhero. Even if he were to encounter misfortune one day, the spirit of the Dark Knight would undoubtedly endure, and his son, Damian, who represents the third generation of Robins, would have an exemplary figure to emulate. With them by his side, Bruce felt assured that his years of labor would eventually bear fruit. Bruce then took the opportunity to steer the conversation, stating, "We shall attend the masquerade ball tomorrow as planned." The peril posed by the Black Mask may have been mitigated by Wayne's interventions, yet we must not underestimate the threat. Our foremost priority is to ensure the safety of the hostages. We must swiftly deal with the mass society, redirecting our focus towards the other party. I have a foreboding sense that the individual lurking in the shadows will prove to be a formidable adversary. Bruce typically maintained an acute sense of vigilance towards those whose identities, appearances, and methods remain unknown. On the night of the masquerade ball, at the former headquarters of the Siones family, now the Wayne Group's cosmetics division, the opulent hall was filled with villains adorned in formal attire and an array of bizarre masks, patrolling the venue. Due to an unforeseen circumstance, all employees have been granted a 3-day paid leave since that morning, and the diligent workaholics, upon hearing the news, had dispersed like untethered hounds, their whereabouts now unknown. The hall, designed for hosting banquets, was divided into 2 levels. The first served as a reception area and space for mingling during the ball, while the nearby spiral staircase provided direct access to the second-floor lounge. The Black Mask stood at the podium on the second floor, affording him a panoramic view of the happenings below. This elevated position, akin to wielding dominion over life and death, intoxicated him with delight. The building surveillance revealed Bruce Wayne's vehicle arriving at the company entrance. An underling hurried to the Black Mask's side, trembling as he delivered the report. "The esteemed guest has finally arrived." A fleeting glimmer of pleasure flashed in the Black Mask's eyes, only to be replaced by a furrowed brow as he questioned, "What is wrong with your voice?" "Cough, cough, I mean to say that I have a cold, a headache, and my voice has become hoarse. Nevertheless, let us deliberate on how to entertain our guests, as the Gotham Police Department personnel are also lurking near the company." The assistant, donned in a raven mask, boasted feathers once dark, but now painted in a myriad of colors, which rendered him rather comical. The Black Mask, with bloodshot eyes, scrutinized the assistant. His voice unchanged, yet tinged with a raspy quality and occasional sharp breaks, compounded by the assistant's trembling form, indistinguishable from that of someone afflicted with a cold. "Humph! What a useless fool!" The Black Mask scoffed. "Open the passage and allow our esteemed guests to experience the warmth of Siones." Gazing at the transformed facilities within the hall, Roman wore a sardonic smile, his fingers unconsciously caressing an empty canister that once brimmed with fear-inducing gas, now coursing through the building's water system and saturating various sprayers. The moment Batman and those Gotham police officers intruded, he would promptly activate the device, enveloping everyone within its grasp, while the members of his masquerade company donned gas masks, impervious to the toxic assault. However, the Black Mask was acutely aware that such tactics would incapacitate the police, but not Batman. Yet, word from his enigmatic ally indicated that the movements of the Bat were under constant surveillance. Today marked the end for Bruce Wayne. As the name Wayne crossed his mind, the Black Mask's pupils unnaturally constricted, an inexplicable flash of pain coursing through his temples as he envisioned the other raising a large, dark club towards his solar plexus. Roman suddenly shook his head, dismissing the absurd dissonance from his thoughts. Frustrated and restless, the Black Mask resolved to make further preparations as a supervillain. He would not place all his bets on this so-called ally. There was no particular reason, save for the fact that he was Batman. Once the Black Mask departed, the assistant, who had been bowing and keeping his head down, stifled a surge of excitement, emitting a spine-chilling chuckle. It's almost time. The delightful game is about to unfold anew, with a doctor in the mix this time, adding a touch of novelty. Chapter 23. Upholding the Wayne family tradition of courteousness. Ding, ding, ding. in a lounge on the second-floor banquet hall. Wayne boredly tapped a silver fork against the edge of his porcelain plate, listening to the crisp clinks created by the shackles against the table leg. Of course, the shackles did not confine him. He had long since liberated himself by means of a special method. The Wayne Enterprises executive bound across from him trembled visibly, his eyes fixated on the foie gras on Wayne's plate, as if it were something more terrifying than a bomb. And he was not alone. The other executives also kept their gaze glued to the plate, their expressions revealing a struggle to find words. "I say, Mr. Lawrence," Wayne remarked, dabbing his mouth with a napkin, his tone tinged with exasperation, "I asked you not to stare at my face, and yet you turn your attention to my dinner. Do you require me to feed you a bite to sample?" Lawrence, the executive opposite Wayne, was the highest-ranking individual present, and he spoke with evident anxiety. "Mr. Wayne, it's not that I doubt you, but can we truly escape safely? After all, we are burdened with this device." He cautiously glanced down at the bomb, strapped to his chest, its crimson digits steadily counting down, reminiscent of a hellish timer. Everyone present, including Wayne, was bound, and the masked figure had warned them that the bombs were interconnected. If one was removed, all would detonate simultaneously. Although they were all societal elites, the task of disarming the explosives affixed to their bodies felt overwhelmingly beyond their capabilities. Lawrence and the others could only place their hopes in Wayne, for it was evident that this man possessed extraordinary qualities. Despite sharing the same grim fate, the treatment they received was starkly disparate. Wayne feasted daily on lavish meals and sipped wine worth thousands of dollars a bottle, while they were confined and subsisted on nothing but a moldy piece of bread. Had it not been for Wayne sharing a bit of water, many would likely have perished by now. Even their ability to relieve themselves outside was a privilege afforded by Wayne. "Ah, about that," Wayne reassured, "do not be anxious, Lawrence. Do I strike you as someone who would willingly accompany you to the grave?" With a flick of his wrist, he grasped the bomb on his chest and, with a gentle squeeze, reduced it to mere fragments. Under the astonished gaze of the others, he held up a piece, showcasing its cheap plastic interior, and nonchalantly remarked, "That fool in the mask couldn't distinguish between the real deal and toy props." Did he genuinely believe that Gotham's plastic bombs were crafted from genuine components? Lawrence's eyes widened in disbelief. "You already knew?" "Shoo, some matters are best left mysterious," Wayne replied, raising a finger in a gesture of enigmatic secrecy. In truth, the bomb had not been replaced by Wayne. Rather, the masked figure's implanted memory included a directive to avoid harming innocent civilians, rendering the original explosives unusable. To compel Bruce to come forth, it was necessary to threaten the safety of the hostages. Hence the transformation into a plastic bomb akin to those found in a children's toy store. As for why a group of corporate executives, deprived of sleep and sustenance, in an environment where they could be killed at any moment, had failed to discern the authenticity of the bomb, they had long since exhausted their energy on such observations. Upon hearing Wayne's words, the tormented and mentally exhausted individuals felt a surge of renewed vigor, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Lawrence, initially inclined to shout in excitement, tempered his voice to a whisper, urging, "Mr. Wayne, let us make our escape while we can." He hastily tore away the cursed toy bomb, eager to take Wayne with him. Though his motivations were far from altruistic, it was clear that his rise to such a position did not stem from benevolence. Upon rescuing them from peril, their remaining conscience would not allow them to abandon Wayne. Furthermore, having witnessed Wayne's enigmatic abilities, they understood their purpose. Although they had narrowly escaped a fatal explosion, countless suited thugs still lurked outside. The prospect of accompanying Wayne undoubtedly heightened their safety. Wayne waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need. Considering the time, the Batman attending the gala should be arriving soon. The hall will soon be bustling with activity, and guests will certainly be eager to greet him. If anyone wishes to step outside and be escorted away by the staff, that is also acceptable." In an instant, Lawrence grasped the situation. He respectfully whispered, "I understand. I know of a secure secret passage that leads directly to the parking lot exit. Once the commotion begins outside, I will escort them out. Additionally, Mr. Wayne, please accept this business card and a small token of my appreciation." Lawrence extended a business card along with a check he had instinctively prepared after his escape. Wayne chuckled, casting a knowing glance, and graciously accepted Lawrence's gesture before offering his own business card in return. "Should you require assistance with any physical ailments, feel free to reach out. I must take my leave now." Lawrence took the card, which bore Wayne's name and phone number but no address. before Lawrence could utter another word. Wayne had already pushed the door open and departed. The Black Mask had implanted memories to facilitate the hostage's escape, hence there were no guards stationed at the entrance, allowing him to saunter leisurely through the corridor. Upon returning to the banquet hall, melodious music began to play, awaiting the arrival of esteemed guests. Bruce entered through the grand doors with a nonchalant smile, his expensive leather shoes treading upon the crimson carpet, with the crystal chandelier casting shimmering reflections upon his sunglasses. A nearby attendant offered him a glass of champagne, which he declined, standing still as all eyes turned towards him. With a hearty laugh, he announced, "Roman, I know it's you. No need to hide. Even without being informed, your cheap, shoddy perfume nearly knocked me out as soon as I stepped through the door. Its stench is far more unbearable than your wretched body odor, rivaling even the filth you wear on your face." The hall fell into a stunned silence, clearly taken aback by Bruce's audacious remarks. Had he not a care for his own life? Bruce, as expected, the furious Black Mask stepped forth from the crowd, his eyes ablaze with hatred, his already abstract features contorted further by rage, rendering him nearly unrecognizable as a human. Bruce remained poised, maintaining his carefree smile. "Roman, you pitiful coward, I thought you, a forlorn stray dog, would shy away from confronting me, fearing my resplendent presence would blind your wretched eyes." Unfazed by Black Mask's murderous glare, Bruce embodied the refined elegance of the Wayne family, articulating words with grace and poise. "Ah, my old friend, it seems that before we engage in a meaningful conversation, I must first silence your incessant chatter." The Black Mask, struggling to suppress the urge to eliminate Bruce on the spot, recognizes that while the death penalty can be evaded, the consequences of one's actions are inescapable. With a mere gesture, he summoned his 12 masked henchmen, who swiftly closed in, their black barrels emerging from beneath their tailored suits, all aimed squarely at Bruce. Of course, the Black Mask had no intention of taking Bruce's life. Rather, he sought to incapacitate him, thereby commencing a thorough interrogation and torment. Chapter 24. If I were to apologize, would it ease your suffering? What's the matter, Roman? Did my words wound your sorrowful heart? Oddly enough, I distinctly recall that a simpleton such as yourself would be devoid of such emotions. I apologize. If I were to offer an apology, would it alleviate your distress? It was evident to all that something was amiss. Bruce's provocation was akin to inscribing the words "come strike me" on his cheeks. Even the Black Mask recognized Bruce's baiting tactics. Yet, instinct propelled the body faster than the mind. By the time the Black Mask perceived the danger, he had already raised his weapon and fired. Bang! The lethal bullet, accompanied by the sound of air being cleaved, mercilessly pierced Bruce's form. However, the anticipated eruption of blood and the sound of Bruce's anguished cries did not materialize. Instead, a faint sizzling sound was heard, and in a fleeting moment, Bruce's figure flickered before transforming into a spectral transparency, his face adorned with a mocking smile before vanishing completely. On the ground, a luminous and intricate device gradually dimmed. It was a holographic projection. The Black Mask's pupils constricted violently as he grit his teeth and crushed the projector underfoot. Whoosh! A flurry of rapid shadows surged forth, striking the opulent chandelier, followed by the crisp sound of shattering glass, plunging the hall into darkness. "Damn Batman!" cursed Bruce. How dare he collaborate with him? Observing the familiar maneuvers, the Black Mask could surmise that it was all orchestrated by Batman. Thud! Almost instantaneously as the hall descended into darkness, Commissioner Gordon, accompanied by fully armed Gotham police officers, stormed in. There was no negotiation, no attempts at capitulation. Upon discovering the masked organization, they raised their weapons and fired without mercy. In a crime syndicate led by such a supervillain, every member was a desperado. Should anyone attempt to negotiate, they would be cheerfully labeled a warrior, only to be promptly expelled from the ranks of law enforcement. Goodness, do you value your life so little? They might as well be invincible. For who among them possesses a body of steel or is immortal? Under such circumstances, to still entertain the notion of harmony is nothing short of extraordinary. Fortunately, the assault team dispatched for the mission lacked such folly. However, what they did not anticipate was that, just as they charged in, others had already acted before them. In the bewildered expressions of the Gotham officers, four armed thugs from the masked organization suddenly roared in unison, as if possessed, and turned their rifles upon their comrades. Observing the scene, One would almost think they wish to disturb the resting places of their comrades' ancestors. What does it mean, undercover? The chief hasn't said a word. Sheriff Harvey turned to Gordon, as if inquiring whether this was his arrangement. Gordon shook his head and commanded the entire team to press on with the assault. Undeterred by the chaos, under the cover of night, they managed to reduce the number of villains to half before the opposition could retaliate. The masked figure, with a grim expression, swiftly eliminated the frenzied henchman and then turned abruptly to disarm another officer attempting to ambush him. The officer was soon overpowered, brought to the ground, and pinned beneath a booted foot. It is rather astonishing. The supervillains of Gotham often find themselves ambushed and subdued by weapons. Even Batman is not exempt. Yet, in the midst of a chaotic gunfight, they seem almost impervious to harm, as if they were endowed with invincibility. The masked figure stood at the center of the battlefield, a prime target due to his status as the leader of the villains. Indeed, the officers aimed to take him down, but it was as if they were haunted by a specter. No matter how they fired, the masked figure would merely step aside or roll, causing the bullets to whiz past him, narrowly missing their mark. Did they truly believe they could defeat him under the cloak of night? Such foolishness. He hoped they would carry this farce to the depths of hell. Raising his handgun, he aimed at the terrified officer and pulled the trigger. Bang! He had missed. The masked figure wore an incredulous expression. He was capable of matching skills with the deadliest of marksmen. At less than a meter-s distance, he could easily eliminate his target. Yet he had somehow failed. What a ridiculous joke. Roman, with a darkened visage, fired several rounds until spent casings littered the ground, the acrid smell of gunpowder wafting from the barrel before he finally ceased fire. The outcome? Not a single shot found its mark. What on earth was happening? The masked figure erupted in fury, realizing that every time he pulled the trigger, his subconscious instinctively adjusted the barrel away from his target. No matter how he aimed, he could not strike his adversaries. Strangely, when aiming at his deranged henchman, he experienced no such mishap. Yet, when targeting the police, a persistent reminder not to harm them echoed in his mind, causing him to miss each time. For supervillains, their perception of harm differs from that of ordinary individuals. In their eyes, sending an opponent to the depths of hell constitutes true injury. Mere punches hold little significance. As for Roman's attempts to shoot Bruce, he did not belong to the list of innocents nor the category of law enforcement. Meanwhile, the officer, who had narrowly escaped death, had nearly fallen asleep, initially believing the bullets whizzing past his ears were mere tricks of fate. Minutes passed, and not only did he contemplate laughter, but he also revised his imagined last words several times. The exasperated Black Mask, heedless of the consequences, prepared to fire his weapon once more. Whoosh! The batarang expertly disarmed Black Mask, knocking the handgun from his grasp. Dick gracefully soared through the air, his movements akin to those of an acrobat, before landing elegantly with a swift kick that repelled Black Mask. Nightwing, it's you. Black Mask regarded Dick with trepidation. Though Nightwing had only recently emerged on the scene, the notorious villains were well aware of his past as Robin. They were neither blind nor foolish, despite the change in his appearance. His combat style and personal flair remained intact. After years of battling the Bat family, they would recognize Batman and Robin even if they were reduced to ashes. Ah, Roman, are you really resorting to copying the Penguin's tactics of kidnapping the wealthy? Nightwing's deep, magnetic voice resonated as he helped the fallen officer to safety, humor lacing his words. At least you could try to innovate your old tricks of taking hostages and planting bombs. I don't need your guidance on what to do. Where's Batman? Black Mask retorted with a scoff, realizing that with Nightwing's arrival, the most irksome bat surely lurked in some hidden corner. Batman? He is off doing what he ought to do. Now, if he doesn't return in time to deal with you, you can expect quite a reprimanding, Dick stated, gripping his dual batons and assuming a defensive stance. Are you here to rescue the hostages? I hope the sounds of their joyous screams won't be drowned out by explosions. Black Mask mused, suddenly pausing mid-sentence. Hostages? Did I release them? Why would I release them? Bombs. To avoid harming the hostages, didn't I change them? Why would I change them? Bizarre memories flooded his mind, and Roman felt the dissonance between his actions and the logic that dictated revenge necessitated hostages. While his thoughts insisted that to exact vengeance, he must release them. What was he truly doing? Chapter 25. Add me to the party. Black Mask found himself ensnared in an absurd quandary. Logically, to enact revenge, he required hostages. yet his mind urged him to release them. Should he or shouldn't he? Seizing the opportunity presented by Black Mask's moment of confusion, Dick lunged forward and landed a merciless blow to the dark visage of Roman. Stung, Black Mask regained his clarity and swiftly rolled back to maintain distance from Nightwing. Hastily retrieving a backup Colt and firing to disrupt Nightwing's rhythm of attack. As he shot and retreated, Black Mask wiped the blood from his lips, disdain dripping from his words. You're foolish for not targeting my vital points. Do you think donning a tight suit gives you the moral high ground like Batman? If your face weren't swollen to the size of a wild boar, that might have been somewhat convincing. Dick deflected the bullets, calculating the number remaining in Black Mask's arsenal, pondering if he could subdue his opponent within 3 minutes. I hope you can still laugh when you see this. In response to Dick's taunts, Black Mask merely smirked as he produced a peculiar device. Remember, while at Arkham, I was neighbors with Scarecrow. Before I left, I acquired information about a certain location from him, where I discovered some intriguing little gadgets belonging to Dr. Crane. Fear gas. Dick's expression turned grave, his movements quickened, and in the blink of an eye, he retrieved 3 bat-shaped projectiles from his utility belt. The projectiles flew forth like arrows, embedding themselves in the wrist of Black Mask. Nightwing, you bastard! Black Mask shouted in pain as the switch he held fell from his grasp, too late to recover it. Dick lunged forward like a cheetah, toppling Roman and engaging him in a fierce struggle, sending the switch flying amidst the chaos. Go to hell. You think such petty tricks can stop me? Black Mask roared as he kicked Dick away, scrambling desperately towards the fallen switch. Villains perish from their verbosity, and that applies to you, Roman. Dick executed a nimble maneuver, launching himself with 3 consecutive flips to pursue Black Mask, using his momentum to deliver a sweeping kick that sent Roman crashing to the ground. Aware that he could not proceed without neutralizing Nightwing, Black Mask reluctantly drew a dagger to engage in combat. The clash was decidedly unfavorable for him. Despite being a secondary antagonist, he was not particularly skilled in combat. Given the right equipment and preparation, he might not have fared so poorly. However, reality offers no such what-ifs. Under Dick's relentless assault, Black Mask found himself retreating, and it seemed, barring any unforeseen events, the fight would soon conclude. Of course, where there's a lack of expectation, surprises often arise. Amidst their battle, an assistant adorned with a vibrant crow mask stealthily approached the location of the switch. Sharp-witted, Dick sensed something amiss and quickly spotted the assistant retrieving the switch, his expression shifting dramatically. Well done, the assistant exclaimed, pressing the switch, declaring victory theirs once more. Black Mask, noticing his subordinate's actions, was elated and frantically charged at Dick, even enduring the electric shock from Batten. KKKK. The assistant trembled uncontrollably, disregarding Black Mask's commands, instead emitting a bizarre cackle before bouncing away rapidly. Damn it, where do you think you're going? Get back here. Black Mask fumed, vowing to dismember that fool. As he attempted to pursue, Nightwing intercepted him with a baton, and faced with the onslaught, Dick maneuvered with ease. Noting the direction in which the assistant had fled, he used his tactical earpiece to inform Batman. Black Mask's assistant is carrying the switch for the fear gas towards the second-floor lounge corridor. The target appears to be rather peculiar. The hostage holding room. Batman, clutching a fragment of plastic, fell into silence. Inside the room, Lawrence, an executive from Wayne Enterprises, wiped the sweat from his brow. After a prolonged silence following the gunfire, he had intended to lead the others to safety, only to be startled by the sudden emergence of a large shadow from the ventilation system, nearly causing him to suffer a heart attack. Batman, can we leave now? Despite Batman's ghostly entrance, a figure of justice that bore an uncanny resemblance to a villain, Lawrence mustered the courage, albeit trembling, to inquire, "Where did the young man who was with you go?" Batman asked in a low voice. The safety of the hostages had long been anticipated. The bomb was evidently different from what was shown in the video and had clearly been switched. Remember our reading site. Are you referring to Dr. Wayne? He left earlier, claiming that besides the Black Mask, there were other individuals concealed within the building. Batman's heart raced with alarm, yet his countenance betrayed no emotion as he strode towards the window, shattering all the sealed glass with a powerful punch. From his utility belt, he retrieved a small device. Once he pinpointed the location, he tossed it lightly, and upon contact with the ground, it suddenly expanded. Within 5 seconds, a sizable air cushion appeared. The interior of the building remains perilous. You can exit from here, and if you proceed straight for less than 200 meters, you will encounter the station police. Ah, this is so high, Lawrence exclaimed, glancing down to find himself approximately 7 to 8 meters above the ground, the cool evening breeze sending a shiver through him. He mustered a forced smile. Perhaps we should reconsider and take the stairs instead. Batman was not in the mood for negotiations. Before Lawrence could finish his protest, he hurled him down, and the remaining individuals displayed expressions of terror, soon experiencing the same fate. After rescuing the hostages, Batman received a message from Dick, causing him to furrow his brow as shadows flickered and vanished within the room. In the corridor, Assistant 1 was laughing maniacally as he ran. Just then, a bat-shaped projectile grazed his ear and embedded itself in the wall. The assistant halted, only to be met with a swift and fierce flying kick descending from above. However, to Batman's surprise, what he thought would be a certain hit was evaded. The opponent bent in an unnatural manner to dodge before executing a backflip, their foot, both agile and lethal, aimed for Batman's throat. Bruce sidestepped, discarding an electric arc batarang, only for it to be shot down by the assailant's firearm. Bruce's pupils dilated, not from the enemy's prowess, but from the familiarity of the gun in the assistant's hand. The specially modified long-barrel revolver was emitting wisps of smoke, identical to the one that had once injured Barbara, and coupled with the opponent's skills, their identity was unmistakable. The Joker, Bruce growled, astonished that his longtime nemesis had appeared here. Ah, Mr. Bat, you've finally noticed me. The imposter removed the raven mask from his head, revealing seaweed-like green hair glowing under the lights. I intended to play a little game of guess who I am, but you kicked me in the rear 7 times. How utterly uncharming. Still sporting that ghastly, corpse-like visage, with a smile that could stretch to the roots of his ears. The Joker shed his tightly wrapped black suit to reveal a checkered shirt underneath. I know, it must be that my attire tonight is too ridiculous. Affecting your mood. How terribly sorry. By the way, I came to attend a party. I trust you are particularly delighted. The Joker rambled, amusing himself as he stomped on the coat lying on the ground. In truth, Roman's atrocious taste in clothing makes me nauseous. Yet he consistently manages to procure these delightful little trinkets. Just look, after thoroughly ravaging the garments, the Joker finally wiped away non-existent sweat, his breath heavy with exertion, while a silver device materialized in his palm as if by magic. Perhaps it was a delightfully maddening fear toxin. Chapter 26. The Claws Never Bathe. Batman's expression darkened. For the Joker's unexpected arrival was beyond his anticipation. Could he be the accomplice brought forth by Black Mask? No, this lunatic had clearly come on his own accord. Rapidly, Batman deduced that the Joker was far too unpredictable. The very notion of Roman's plan encompassing such an element was utterly unacceptable. Moreover, from a different perspective, it was evident that Black Mask was not the type to pique the Joker's interest. After all, the preferences of the insane are invariably peculiar and demanding. The situation was worse than anticipated. The identity of the lurking adversary remained concealed, and before he could address that, a greater menace had already emerged. Thus, the battle plan shifted from rescuing hostages and luring the unknown enemy into action to prioritizing the resolution of the Joker, followed by other matters. Without further ado, the reason lay before him. The pale figure grinning mischievously, adorned with a grotesque visage, bore the name of the Joker. He was Batman's arch-nemesis, Gotham's Prince of Crime, the most infamous clownish villain of the circus. With a flick of his left hand, the Joker hurled a card-shaped blade, its surface adorned with a smiley face drawn in some neurotoxin, droplets slowly oozing from it. His right hand brandished the palm-sized silver device, deliberately manipulating it in front of Batman. Wow, no need to be anxious, the Joker exclaimed, performing a backward somersault to evade Batman's assault. Purple laughing gas erupted from his sleeve, and knowing the perils of the gas, Batman held his breath and retreated beyond its effective range. Hey Bat, before the official commencement, let us engage in a warm-up activity. How about a little game I like to call Guess What I Have? The Joker chuckled as he withdrew a specially crafted revolver, then rummaged through his pocket to produce several photographs. You must be utterly curious. The challenge is considerable, so do you need me to provide some hints? Yet, while feigning the offer of clues, the Joker flipped the photographs to reveal their contents. It was an image of the second Robin, Jason Todd. Bound and tormented by the Joker, Bruce's eyes blazed with fury. Suppressing his rage, He spoke in a low, measured tone. "I know your name, Jack Napier. If you can hear me, come forth and stop the Joker. Do not allow him to continue his malevolence." This time, astonishment washed over the Joker's face. He rolled on the ground in frustration, screaming, "Damn it! Why do you know about him? That was supposed to be one of my delightful surprises for you." Revealing the gift beforehand renders it utterly meaningless. The Joker, irate, scrambled to his feet, tugging at his disheveled hair in agitation. "I went to great lengths to keep that fool Napier locked away, all to prevent you from discovering him too soon. After all, it was a vital means to mend our wretched marital relationship. I had hidden it so well. Oh, I see now. It must have been that doctor who saved the hardcover lady. I initially thought he was quite intriguing, but it turns out he's a quack. What a morally bankrupt individual to casually disclose someone else's private matters." After speaking, the Joker unexpectedly aimed a gun at Batman. When the latter deflected the attack with his cape, the Joker pressed a switch against his chest, revealing his crimson gums, and while running, he laughed. "Let us forget the unpleasantness of the past. The warm-up is over. Now, let us officially commence the game. The rules are simple. You chase, I flee. If you catch me, you win, and this inferior product will be yours. If you fail, you shall dance the tango in the poison gas." With your cape serving as a lovely skirt, the Joker moved with remarkable speed, his form elusive, occasionally darting into one room only to emerge from another. Batman followed closely, fearful of losing sight of him. Nightwing, the Joker, disguised, has taken a gas switch. The toxin could be released at any moment. Look for an opportunity to shut down the water control system in the company and evacuate the officers. Batman relayed the situation to Nightwing in the hall as he pursued the Joker. "Joker, so was this madman all along. I have some bad news. I accidentally let Black Mask escape, but I planted a tracking device, and he is still behind the company, so he can still be found." Dick was initially taken aback, then awkwardly communicated the information about their fleeing adversary. In a direct confrontation, Black Mask had been thoroughly overwhelmed by Dick, losing his weapon in the process. Just when victory seemed assured, he had not anticipated that his opponent had a hidden trick up his sleeve. Roman had successfully interfered with him, taking advantage of Dick's momentary distraction to escape. Batman offered no further commentary, merely stating that they would end communications once the Joker was located. Just as Bruce grasped the Joker's escape pattern and was close to apprehending him, a sudden tremor erupted from below. The violent shaking caused a bookshelf in the room to collapse, obstructing his path. Though it was only for a brief moment, the distance between them had increased once more. The disturbance originated from the parking lot. "Damn it, what is that scoundrel doctor up to now?" Sensing the vibrations beneath his feet, Batman quickly deduced the location, and combined with the absence of certain personnel, it could only be Wayne. Meanwhile, in the Company-S underground parking lot, Wayne Pride opened the door of a high-ranking executive's car with a scalpel, reclining in the spacious passenger seat and employing his skill to feign death. His breath dissipated visibly, his rosy complexion turned pale, his body temperature gradually lowered, and even his heart ceased to beat. His eyes, staring out the window, lost focus, resembling a corpse long deceased in a freezer. It was a remarkable sensation. From a modern medical perspective, with no heartbeat and brainwaves ceased, he was undoubtedly dead. Yet, in Wayne's perception, everything around him was clearer than ever. If he wished, Wayne could awaken from this state immediately and without any side effects. Such a powerful concealment skill. He mused, contemplating that perhaps when the universe resets one day, he might truly survive through it. To speak candidly, ever since he found himself in this predicament, he has consistently encountered a series of unfortunate events that elude the average person. It seems as though misfortune has awakened within him, akin to a sixth sense, striking unexpectedly at any moment. Encountering a jester was merely a stroll along the road, and the meeting place of the gang was just a casual exploration. Yet, he was easily located thereafter. Wayne decided to seek refuge in a dimly lit underground parking garage, where he hoped that a stroke of luck might just come his way. Indeed, what was destined to arrive eventually did. Within the building's parking structure, dozens of enigmatic figures descended silently, without even stirring the slightest breeze. Their emergence from the ventilation ducts, without a trace of dust upon them, undoubtedly attested to their extraordinary skills. The newcomers donned dark, form-fitting combat attire complemented by metallic armor, their faces obscured beneath ominous owl masks, which cast a chilling, hollow gaze from their eye sockets. Their claws glinted with a piercing coldness, and two long blades crossed on their backs, their movements graceful and devoid of any flaw. The claws of the owl court. Wayne felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the black-masked accomplices would be them. After all, apart from a few familiar adversaries of the Bat, they were among the few daring enough to confront Batman directly. Given their numbers and considerable might, it was no surprise that Bruce had been left battered and bruised, unaware of their weaknesses. It was entirely reasonable. Without prior intelligence, any formidable opponent could bring Batman to his knees upon their first encounter, only for him to regain his footing in a subsequent clash. Observing the stealthy claws, Wayne's thoughts drifted. It was well known that the claws were living corpses. Apart from Bruce's younger sibling, they would slip into a state of suspended animation in their cryogenic coffins after completing their missions. This raised a curious notion. Had the claws gone decades without a proper bath? A mere minion dares to take 10 seconds of my time. The state of apparent death is fascinating. The heartbeat and breath, those indicators of existence, vanish entirely, which endows them with an unimaginable prowess in the art of covert eavesdropping. However, impressive as it may be, the crux lies in the concept of concealment. If one does not hide, then it is utterly futile. The makeup department of Wayne Enterprises boasts lavish renovations, as befitting its stature, and the lighting in the underground parking garage is extraordinarily bright. The claws are not blind. A mere shift in their gaze would allow them to discern Wayne's figure clearly. As expected, one of the claws halted as he passed a vehicle, scrutinizing Wayne within with a puzzled expression. After a meticulous examination, he confirmed that the car undoubtedly housed a corpse. The presence of a body was hardly alarming to them, as they had encountered many, being corpses themselves, albeit animated. Yet, the sight of an undamaged male corpse in this very place was indeed intriguing. Without a moment's hesitation, the claw drew his twin blades and aimed at the corpse, determined to ascertain whether it was truly lifeless. The only way to find out, he thought, was to dismember it. Clang! The car window shattered, yet Wayne within remained unscathed. Instead, the opposing claw was pierced through the chest by an ever-extending sword, driving it deep into the concrete wall. The claw, after futilely attempting to cleave and extract the blade, slumped sideways, silent. Swish, swish, swish. The claws surrounded the vehicle, their narrow metallic rings around their eyes whirring like gears, while their circular lenses emitted an eerie yellow glow, reminiscent of predatory movements before seizing prey. All were in a singular stance, blankly fixated on the mouse within the car. Bang! Wayne shut the car door, retracting his grass pheasant sword to its normal length, shaking off the blood from the blade. Remarkably, even under the claw's onslaught, it bore no marks of damage. How fortunate it was not to be the original. Wayne truly feared that drawing it would reveal the sticky, sensual fluids of Uncle Snake. That would indeed render his life exceedingly eventful. I remember you. The traitor of the court, the bastard son of the Rain Cross Elias family. The leading claw spoke first, its voice a hoarse rasp that grated on the nerves. Rain was Wayne's surrogate father, a man who had been exceedingly responsible towards his family and life, yet such virtuous fathers often meet grim fates in this world, much like Batman, Bruce, and, similarly, Superman. Clark, buddy, has your inability to digest warm dog excrement diminished the equine urine secretions during your menstrual cycle? No, you were merely a putrid pile of dog waste to begin with. Hence, how could you claim to be unable to stomach it warm? Wayne maintained a cordial demeanor, embodying the noble, gentlemanly essence of the ancient Elias family. The masked leading claw revealed no emotion, resembling a stiff automaton as it coldly declared, "Your family has been dishonest for a century. You should have had your blood merged with Gotham's pavement long ago." Wayne yawned, finding such emotionless cadavers dreadfully dull. He waved dismissively at the ceiling. "Spare me. You are merely a group of relics clinging to amber gold and cryogenic technology for survival, mere artifacts of a bygone era. In my eyes, your so-called immortality is nothing more than a walking preservative. Your priority on the court's list is far beneath that of Batman, but order must be maintained. Since the traitor's spawn has appeared, it is only fitting to deal with you first." The leading claw gestured for a portion of its members to depart, likely to seek trouble with Batman. As the words left the leader's mouth, 3 afterimages surged forth like bullets, swords, blades, and claws aimed at his throat, heart, and knees. Yet Wayne remained, gazing vacantly at the ceiling, a smile curling at his lips as he heard the sound of concrete shattering. What an unrestrained entrance. Boom! The ceiling ruptured, shards of stone raining down, and the claws, sensing the disturbance, quickly recoiled. A powerful arm suddenly emerged from the gray mist, seizing one of the claws that had failed to retreat in time. Feeling an irresistible force dragging him back, the clawed assailant quickly turned to resist, delivering a series of vicious strikes that were effortlessly parried by his opponent. He had intended to rely on his indomitable resilience to exchange wounds with the adversary, but a single stroke from the latter shattered his weapon. Without the aid of his armament, the clawed fighter stood no chance. Within 3 seconds, a lifeless body tumbled from the swirling dust. Who dares to intervene during the Owl Court's moment of judgment? The leading claw, witnessing the swift defeat of his subordinate, paused in silence before inquiring in a mechanical voice. Rather than the judgment, I find greater delight in the sound of a bank notification. A towering figure emerged from the choking haze, his muscular form clad in a yellow and black combat uniform, a metallic eye patch accentuating his menacing aura. Blood dripped from the twin blades he wielded, reminiscent of a demon risen from the depths of hell. "You are Deathstroke Slade Wilson." The leading claw's pupils dilated, the information in his mind instantly revealing the identity of his foe. The Owl Court's intelligence network spanned Gotham, cataloging the battles between Batman and various supervillains to prevent these lunatics from disrupting the city's order. However, the court members were not concerned for the safety of the common folk. They feared that any disruption to Gotham's current stability would jeopardize their own dominion, an outcome they could not tolerate. Evidently, Deathstroke was among those highlighted in their intelligence reports, recognized as one of the particularly dangerous individuals. After all, not everyone could treat Batman as a mere street thug to be beaten down, especially not multiple times. It was one thing to disregard a single encounter. Batman was accustomed to enduring punishment, only to reclaim his ground after a thrashing, a fact well known to all. Yet, being repeatedly pounded like a punching bag was a different matter altogether. While ultimately Batman managed to turn the tide, Deathstroke's track record was undeniably impressive, enough to warrant a special mention on their list. Notably, Wayne also featured on the court's special list. The identity of the traitorous son incited their wrath, and the court members, feeling a sense of disgrace, naturally placed Wayne on their hit list. They intended to wait until Wayne had suffered enough before taking action. Otherwise, he would have been imprisoned in the labyrinth and dealt with long ago. Deathstroke's exposed right eye gleamed with a chilling sharpness, his pupils narrowing to a pinprick, emanating the aura of a top predator. His spine arched slightly, dual blades held in reverse grip, his movements as agile and elusive as a cheetah, with explosive leg muscles combining power and speed. "It seems I nearly allowed a lackey to survive for 10 seconds, physician. You never mentioned that the little birds were so resilient." Deathstroke's tone was casual, having dispatched one clawed foe who had not even been afforded the chance to catch his breath. "Cough, cough, cough, Slade, you arrived 3 seconds later than expected. Had you delayed another 2 seconds, my head would have been forfeit, at which point you could come to collect the balance in hell," Wayne remarked, brushing away the choking dust, unable to suppress his complaints towards the mercenary. "Dr. Wayne, my remaining eye perceives the situation more clearly than anyone else, even in my absence. Those wretches could not have harmed you." The clockmaker cast a meaningful glance at Wayne. "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm merely a doctor, lacking the formidable powers possessed by you and Batman." He remained non-committal as he brandished his dual blades, confronting the claws head-on. "Listen well, minions. The clockmaker has told. Are you prepared for your epitaphs?" Chapter 27. Is there anyone willing to offer me peanuts? Is there? Clockmaker, how could you serve the traitors of the court? The lead claw, eyes gleaming with malevolence, confronted him. As assassins trained by the court, they were undeterred by the strength of their foes. The targets of the court, whether the ruling Wayne family or the Dark Knight wandering through the midnight of sin, would face obliteration should they dare defy their will. Serve? Perhaps. But if mercenaries do not fight for coin, what purpose do they serve? The clockmaker's left eye glinted with a sanguine glow, the blades sparking blue flames as they scraped against the ground, exuding an air of complete composure. "Clockmaker, stand down. The court can offer you triple the commission, guaranteeing your unhindered passage in Gotham henceforth, where you will inevitably regret your presence here." The lead claw attempted to sway the clockmaker with promises of wealth. Fearless as they were, the leader of the claws was no fool. Engaging the clockmaker could lead to their annihilation, or worse, risk detection by Batman, who might escape and render their mission a failure. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. "Triple?" The clockmaker stroked his chin, seemingly intrigued by the lucrative offer presented by the claw. With such a bounty, I could procure 2 or 3 villas in Hawaii, which sounds rather tempting. A wise man recognizes the tides of circumstance. I trust you shall be intelligent. Allow us to eliminate a traitor. And the lead claw felt a loosening in the clockmaker's demeanor, believing he had gained agreement, and cautiously approached. However, the ensuing events shattered the lead claw's delusions. The clockmaker suddenly unleashed a steel cable from his attire, ensnaring the claw's arm like a living creature, swiftly severing the lead claw's wrist. As droplets of blood splattered onto his mask, another claw seized the opportunity to launch an attack from the side, aiming for a critical strike. Yet, the clockmaker's reflexes, speed, and strength far surpassed those of his adversary. With audacious skill, he twisted his body at impossible angles, kicking the lead claw away before seizing the claw's hand with his bare grip. Crack! Under the irresistible force, the claw's entire arm, along with its titanium claws, was twisted into a mangled heap. The clockmaker, with a cold smile, hoisted the claw into the air before violently slamming him down, as if he were refuse. Not a bad idea, but your movements are as slow as an old man's. The clockmaker's foot pressed down on the claw's chest. The sound of bones fracturing resonating ominously, as the heart endured severe compression, bones piercing through, yet he continued unabated. The claws writhed beneath him like dying maggots, blood seeping from a mask, yet he still contemplated a counterattack, earning admiration from capitalists for being such a dedicated employee. Clockwork, intrigued, noted that such a lethal wound would have spelled demise for anyone other than Batman. He found it hard to believe that these little birds were unencumbered by some peculiar trinkets. Clockwork, you fool! Are you truly willing to wage war against the illustrious court of owls for the sake of a traitor? The leading owl emerged, his previously crushed wrist restored to its normal state, the blood flowing from it a testament to his prior injury. Initially indifferent to the leader's words, Clockwork reconsidered. Without an explanation, his reputation might suffer. Thus, he spoke. Regrettably, this business was introduced by a family member, and my employer has not breached any contracts. From a contractual standpoint, it would be futile to bribe me. Of course, after the mission concludes, hiring me to eliminate Dr. Wayne is not out of the question. Apart from Batman, as long as your offer is sufficiently enticing, I would entertain the notion. Considering your threats have irked me, the commission for this transaction will increase by 20%. Wayne, watching with keen interest, found himself bemused by Clockwork's remarks, leading him to quip. Why is it that with Batman, you draw such distinctions? No one could afford the price, and even if they could, he would decline the task. Killing Batman was a losing proposition, and he had no desire to retire prematurely. Clockwork understood the similarities he shared with Batman, recognizing how formidable the Dark Knight truly was, especially given his unwavering principles. Dr. Moneybags, enlighten me about the peculiarities of this flock. Surely, you possess their intelligence. Clockwork seized the leader's neck, lifting him effortlessly before snapping it. The court's claws have been infused with a serum known as amber gold, granting them remarkable healing abilities. Even a pierced heart or a broken neck could not bring them down. Alas, this old codger had inadvertently gained an advantage. This information had once fetched me 10 million from Batman. Ignoring the leader's pale visage, Clockwork continued unabated, divulging every piece of intelligence regarding the claws, finishing with an expression of regret for not collecting payment. Indestructible? Such a concept does not exist in my lexicon. Clockwork cackled, discarding the tattered remnants in his hand, and then, like a hammer, brought his right foot down. Bang! The head of one claw exploded like a watermelon, splattering the ground with its contents. The leader could only watch helplessly as his companion was reduced to mere fragments, powerless against such a vast disparity in strength. After all, it was not his life at stake. There was no need to risk himself now. Bang, bang, bang. Let us see if a headless body can still revive. If I toss it into a blender and turn it into mince, will it stand again? Come on. It has been ages since I encountered such a delightful plaything. Allow me to relish this moment. Blood splattered everywhere, as the claws of the fallen were cleaved into fresh zombie ribs beneath the chilling blade. The tolling of the bell echoed like the wails of demons in hell, marking the end of leisure time and the commencement of earnestness. Wayne observed the exceptional contenders of the Bat family with quiet intensity. Even the fierce claws appeared no different from chopping vegetables in the eyes of the Reaper. Possessing superhuman strength, regenerative abilities, mastery of weaponry, tactical genius, and a brain development rate soaring to 90. The Reaper could effortlessly overpower Nightwing and Batman in hand-to-hand combat, a succinct summary of his terrifying prowess. A character of undeniable charm, he ultimately found redemption and transitioned into an anti-hero, albeit with the unfortunate circumstance of being perpetually overshadowed by his beloved younger brother. While the latter basked in the glory of 3 blockbuster films that shattered box office records, the Reaper remained in the shadows, his own cinematic debut still a distant dream, relegated to the confines of television series. Naturally, it is quite common for characters to pale in comparison to those who are mere imitations or inspirations. Do not look away. Darkseid, I speak of you. Your purple counterpart has already starred in 2 films and made countless cameos. What are you still doing lurking on Apocalypse? Another reboot. And yet again, the opportunity to grace the big screen slips away. Uncle Dan, The Flash. The Flash, what the? Reaper. So, is there anyone to mourn my demise? Chapter 28. Receive my unrivaled thunder cannon. Digressing, the Reaper's lesser treatment compared to Deadpool rests squarely on Warner's shoulders, and Wayne could only spare 3 seconds of sympathy for him. Hey, Slade, your employer is about to be eliminated. Are you not going to intervene? Wayne cast a glance at the nearby corpse, the first claw to fall to the Reaper's hand, who, due to incomplete intelligence, had not managed to finish him off entirely. The claw's fingers twitched slightly, signaling the imminent completion of its regeneration. Dr. Wayne, charging for the elimination of a target twice, incurs additional fees. However, I can offer a complimentary option. You may use a scalpel to sever his head. I am more than willing to accept payment. After all, no one dislikes earning more. Except perhaps Batman, the Reaper remarked without glancing back. Truly fixated on wealth, I intend to leave this one intact, as I have long been intrigued by the amber gold within their bodies. The remaining individuals are yours to deal with. I shall take my leave for now. Once the task is accomplished, let us reconvene on the rooftop. Rest assured, the final payment will only increase upon the presentation of evidence. To prevent the patient from suddenly awakening and causing a ruckus that might disrupt the burial arrangements for others, Wayne resolved to deploy a specially formulated sedative. He rummaged through his attire, swiftly producing a syringe the length of an arm, filled with enough anesthetic to tranquilize an elephant. A heartfelt thanks is due to an unknown Wayne heir, for within the confines of the director's office at Wayne's new hospital, a hidden chamber lies concealed behind the bookshelf, stocked with various wondrous gadgets, including a substantial supply of anesthetics. Ordinarily, these would be prepared to quell the unrest of villains. However, in this instance, they were specifically reserved for Wayne, quite literally. With an abundance of supplies, Wayne, indifferent to the injection site, directly aimed for the heart and swiftly administered the anesthetic. In an instant, the substance coursed through. A peculiar sensation engulfed him. He could not discern whether it was merely an illusion, but he felt as though the claws had grown more formidable, particularly the imposing pectoral muscles, which were fearsome enough to rival the legendary strength of the 9 dragons. Even the likes of Arnold from Changshu would be compelled to bow in deference. An ominous sound resonated thereafter, heralding distressing news from the bodybuilding realm. After completing the patient-esque reassurance, Wayne confidently brandished his sword and swaggered into the elevator to depart. It is worth noting that the claws owed him a debt of gratitude. Had Wayne not interceded, they would soon have been reduced to a mere pulp on the ground. As the saying goes, saving a life is akin to constructing a pagoda of 7 levels. He was nearly moved to tears by his own benevolence. Meanwhile, the remaining claws could only stare in disbelief, unable even to blink, for the death knell was already approaching with dual blades unsheathed. In the building, the Black Mask, battered and bruised, had narrowly escaped to this refuge, fortunate enough to find temporary safety. Nightwing, under the delusion that he had stealthily affixed a tracking device, failed to realize that he was still considered an old rival of Batman. He was well aware of the old guard-esque proclivities, and one could surmise that the newer generation would not stray far from the same path. Thus, Roman deliberately stripped down in the lounge on the 2nd floor and donned a spare outfit, hoping to evade Nightwing as pursuit. He would rather be consumed alive than be found. Despite yet another foiled plan, Black Mask did not succumb to fury. The incessant interference from the Bat family in the affairs of criminals was not a recent phenomenon. From an initial state of exasperation to a mere sigh of resignation, he had grown accustomed to it. Roman's lack of anger over the failed scheme did not extend to other matters. It was entirely normal for Nightwing and Batman to meddle. But what truly irked him was the day's bizarre occurrences. delivering a face-to-face blow that yielded a staggering 0-11 on the supernatural scale, allowing a significant hostage to escape. And the Joker's antics leading to his own disorientation and subsequent beating, compounded by a frenzied assistant absconding with the gas switch, all contributed to a day that felt otherworldly. He had meticulously consulted the almanac before venturing out. Frustrated, Black Mask found no outlet for his ire. He had to swallow the bitter consequences of his own folly. Fortunately, he had a contingency plan to activate. The 70th floor housed the company's rooftop, where he had prepared a helicopter for a swift getaway. As the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. The loss of his subordinates was inconsequential. As long as Black Mask persisted, the mass society would eventually rise again. He would bide his time and return to exact vengeance upon Bruce, reclaiming his honor from Batman and Nightwing. Just as he resolved to cultivate his resources and lay low, a chime echoed through the elevator, signaling the arrival of a visitor. Wayne emerged, momentarily stunning Black Mask. It was as if a hammer struck him, or a silver needle pricked his brain. Upon seeing Wayne, countless memories flashed through his mind. What a perplexing array of memories emerged, filled with nonsensical commands forbidding the harm of hostages and police, and treating certain individuals with deified reverence. Though these recollections were fragmented, they sufficed for him to grasp the situation at hand. He recalled, in a fit of indignation, how he had been summoned by Wayne like a fool, relegated to the role of a personal servant. Enraged, Roman charged towards Wayne, his face darkened with fury, bellowing, "So it was you behind this? Elias, you damn drunkard." Yet, before he could finish his tirade, the figure in the Black Mask abruptly halted, pivoted, and fled in silence. "Let us get going. It's nothing to fuss over." It's simply Wayne stepping out of the elevator, noticing Roman's furious visage rushing towards him, shouting incoherent rants. As a seasoned physician, Wayne understood that prolonged anger could wreak havoc on one's health, increasing the risks of heart disease, hormonal imbalances, gastrointestinal disorders, cognitive decline, and the ever-common ailments that accompany such stress. One must not underestimate the ramifications of sustained rage. History recalls a certain General Zhou, after a mere 3 bouts of anger, tragically succumbed to his own fury. Witnessing his former friend descend into madness, Wayne felt a pang of heartache. Fortunately, he possessed unique methods to alleviate Roman's wrath and induce laughter instead. With a mere blink, Wayne leaned back into the elevator, retrieving a rocket launcher, much to the bewilderment of the masked figure. At that distance in the corridor, the black-masked individual smoothed his impeccably clean coat, a smile breaking across his face. After all, they were old friends. What harm was there in a little mischief? Wayne merely wished to reminisce. Why be so petty? But time was of the essence. He suddenly remembered the gas left on at home and decided to postpone their conversation for another day. "Roman, my good brother, look what I brought for you," Wayne exclaimed, hoisting the rocket launcher and aiming it in the direction of the masked figure, calling out his old comrade's name as if longing for bygone days. Roman, however, remained silent, intent only on fleeing. "Since you're so enthusiastic, I'm more than pleased. This invincible thunder cannon is the finest gift I could bestow upon you. Accept it with my heartfelt intentions." Roman retorted, "Forget your ludicrous gift. Keep it for yourself or give it to Bruce. I'm certain such an unexpected gesture would delight him immensely." "Don't run, Roman. Face it head on. The Grim Reaper's scythe relentlessly pursues you. Please just go away." Here comes a cannonball. Boom! The projectile erupted from his shoulder, enveloped in a billowing cloud of smoke, hurtling straight towards Roman. Though his legs had already propelled him forward, the shadow of despair loomed over him. With a thunderous roar, dust filled the air, and Roman's figure vanished within the chaos. Chapter 29. The informant. The imagined scene of being blown to heroic fragments did not materialize. Instead, the specially crafted shell propelled Black Mask, shattering the office glass as he tumbled like a top across the floor. He rolled and clattered until he collided with 3 desks, finally coming to a halt. Fortunately, the shell contained no explosives, allowing Black Mask to narrowly escape death. However, he was still left to endure the repercussions of his misfortune. The shockwave unleashed upon him felt as if it might displace his very organs. Resilient in spirit, Black Mask resisted unconsciousness, though his once pristine suit lay in tatters, wreathed in a cloud of pink smoke that provoked a relentless cough. Wayne wielding a rocket launcher, casually blew on the barrel and ambled toward the corner where the pink-tinged figure of Black Mask lay. "Roman," he remarked, "I mentioned this was a gift of friendship. Did I not? You appear quite revitalized after your makeover, no longer the perpetually grim figure you once were." Avoiding the powder-covered furniture, Wayne noticed a coffee machine atop a counter and prepared 2 cups of Blue Mountain Brew. Emerging from the chaotic wreckage, Black Mask struggled to his feet, his torn shirt revealing pink skin beneath. His face, distorted in a grotesque angle where the mask fused with flesh, expelled a mouthful of blood. "Elias," the venomous words caught in his throat as Roman suddenly began to convulse, scratching at his skin through his clothing, leaving trails of crimson behind. With an odd tone, he exclaimed, "Damn it, ha ha ha. What did you put in that shell? I told you I would help treat your mania for free, using my new product, Super Itchy Powder. The formula includes the fur of a South American venomous spider, the whiskers of Gotham sewer rats, and the mysterious curls of Nightwing." Wayne picked up a pen from the cabinet, crouched down, and prodded Black Mask's rigid calf. Receiving no response, he boldly inserted the pen into his nostril. Despite the fiery glare directed at him, Black Mask was furious, gritting his teeth, yet he found himself unable to free his hands, overwhelmed by an unbearable itch. Turning away, Wayne took a sip of his steaming coffee and offered a cup to his companion. Unfortunately, Roman was too elated, and in his excitement, he spilled the drink all over himself. "Look at you. How wonderful it is to smile. It's beneficial for your health, much like a child recovering from polio," he remarked. "Elias, I will strap you to the electroshock therapy bed at Arkham and personally torment you. Ha, it itches so badly. Damn it, make it stop." Roman's curses morphed into incoherent moans. The overwhelming sensation rendered him unable to stand, and he collapsed, frantically rubbing against the floor, tearing at his clothing to reveal a chest marred with scratches. Blood oozed from his fingertips, and tears of humiliation streamed down his face. This distressing scene caused Wayne, who was sipping his coffee, to choke, hastily wiping the stains from his face as he retrieved a large syringe from his belongings. "Calm down, old friend. While the powder is effective, do not forget that moderation is key. You are being quite excessive." Wayne waved the tranquilizer in front of Roman. Regrettably, the other party remains engrossed in their own world, oblivious to him. "I clearly witnessed the incident of you administering a laxative into Bruce's wine all those years ago. Fear not, I shall not disclose it, provided you comply with the treatment in my hospital. Before you awaken, this injection will transport you to a sunlit beach." The needle precisely pierces the nape of his neck, and the thrashing motions of the masked figure gradually subside, leaving him limp on the ground, hands still elegantly arched as if scratching his backside. Wayne claps his hands, retrieves his phone from his pocket, and flashes it several times before he ceases, exclaiming, "Every encounter with you is so exhilarating. No wonder Batman claims you have a penchant for masochism." As he leisurely savors his coffee, the sudden sound of shattering glass from above catches his attention. A sharp claw plummets from the heights, landing mere seconds later. The distance is too great, yet Wayne barely hears a faint crack, suggesting it has transformed into a mere mosaic. Below lies the tolling of a bell. Thus, the rooftop must house the bat. Aha! It seems after Slade finishes his work, he can also pay a visit to an old acquaintance atop the building. "Come, Roman. Let me introduce you to your cherished old friend." Wayne drags the masked figure by the ankle towards the fire escape, casually tossing his empty coffee cup into a trash bin along the way. Indeed, it is everyone's responsibility to protect the environment. On the rooftop, Bruce has relentlessly pursued the Joker, finally cornering him on the rooftop, where escape is impossible. The Joker, however, shows no inclination to flee, squatting on a ventilation duct while clapping and laughing. "Oh dear, has the Bat Baby overexerted himself? Come snatch the switch from Mommy, or I fear that group of fools below will soon be high as kites. Nightwing will handle it," Batman coldly retorts, launching a bat-shaped projectile, which the Joker nimbly evades. Nightwing, I remember him. He was your initial sidekick, right? Oh, why must it always be Robin? There's always a third party between us. A wretch who destroys others' relationships. Unforgivable. He shall pay dearly." The Joker cries out in madness, his damp green hair being yanked out in handfuls. "Joker, I warn you not to lay a finger on Nightwing, or I shall not spare you." Batman's fury surges at the Joker's words, yet the latter appears utterly unconcerned by the threat. After a moment of silence, Bruce realizes that normal reasoning cannot penetrate the Joker's mind. For Dick's safety, he adopts the manner of Wayne's speech. Bruce remains expressionless, yet his words evidently unsettle the Joker. He states, "Joker, should you dare to harm Nightwing, I would rather remove my mask, renounce my identity as Batman, and never engage with you again." Under ordinary circumstances, Bruce would never utter such a declaration of relinquishing the Dark Knight, but the devastating loss of Jason has left a profound scar upon him. He cannot gamble on whether he could withstand another tragedy befalling Dick without succumbing to madness. Upon these words, the Joker's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the horrifying revelation that had reached his ears. "What did you say?" "I said I will no longer concern myself with you. Seek whomever you wish." "As if I have never encountered you." "No." The Joker's eyes reddened, his voice a heart-wrenching wail. Why? You would stoop so low for a despicable third party, when I was the one who arrived first." Batman remained silent, his gaze fixed solemnly upon the Joker. Very well. This household has always been governed by your will. It has been so in the past, and it remains so now. My opinions have never held weight in your eyes." The Joker lay despondently upon the pipe, a tear slipping from the corner of his eye, as if he had lost all strength and means. Batman sighed inwardly with relief. Regardless of the truth behind the Joker's words, he could seize the opportunity to retrieve the gas switch. Beyond that, he would not utter such sentiments again. Under the moonlight, just as Batman took a half-step forward, instinct alerted him before conscious thought could catch up. His muscles tensed once more, the soles of his shoes sparking against the rough ground as Bruce suddenly rolled aside. With a swift motion, the glinting claws sliced through the pipe, the deadly ambush thwarted, their figures now exposed to Batman's gaze. Their garish attire made it all too easy for the informed Batman to deduce their identities. The Court of Owl's Claws. Indeed, Roman Siones' accomplices were among them. As several claws encircled him, Batman remained unfazed. For today, he was armed with intelligence of his own. Chapter 30. The Joker. I told you that contraption is of inferior quality. Batman, today you shall meet your demise. Beneath the moonlight, the claws moved with an uncanny grace, their limbs rigid, each gesture betraying their inhuman nature. Indeed, I shall die. Every mortal must face death. Yet, it is evident that today is not my day, nor shall I fall victim to the corrupt maladies of Gotham. Batman's piercing gaze surveyed each of the claws, emanating a chilling aura akin to a walking corpse. The Court of Owls has sentenced you to death. Tonight shall be your end. The claws, stiff in their resolve, slowly drew twin blades from their backs. Voice analysis initiated. Search failed. No such individual found. Sir, it appears Master Wayne's intelligence holds merit. The traces of the claw's existence have been entirely eradicated by the court. Perhaps those before you could be considered my elders. Alfred's gentle voice resonated through the mask. The supercomputer in the Batcave displayed a search failure, conveying this grim tidings to Bruce. Wayne mentioned the court's deep entanglement with our family. It seems my ancestors may possess the knowledge I seek. Alfred, please assist me in retrieving the family's records pertaining to the Owls. Batman implored Alfred in a hushed tone, inspired by Wayne's words, believing that the relics of his family's past might harbor the information he desperately needed. For instance, the old Wayne Tower, constructed by my great-great-grandfather, Alan Wayne, possesses non-existent floors, with a fictitious level wedge between the 12th and 14th floors to confine the ominous number 13. My lord, I hope that upon your return home, the wounds I assist in stitching do not exceed 3. Alfred could only helplessly urge Bruce to sustain as little injury as possible. While he felt immense pride in his master's lofty ambitions and ironclad resolve, witnessing his son return home battered each night stirred Alfred's own heartache. Il shall dormir utmost. Bruce wished to spare Alfred from worry, vowing to minimize the number of his injuries. Severing connections, Batman engaged in a fierce battle with the Talons. Endowed with regenerative abilities and the status of the undead, he fought without trepidation, unleashing ruthless and lethal strikes without fear of fatal consequences. Batman sidestepped a lethal thrust, deftly hurling a dart that severed the elbow of the nearest Talon. Suddenly, one Talon bent low, its metallic claws scraping the ground, igniting sparks as it leapt towards his throat with an inhuman arc. As danger loomed, Batman executed a backflip, simultaneously kicking the adversary's armor. sending the Talon crashing into the wall, leaving a dent in its wake. However, outnumbered, even Bruce's exceptional skills could not withstand the onslaught, and he soon bore the marks of battle. Yet, unexpected allies often emerge in critical moments. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Sensing peril, a Talon swung its blade, only to have the bullet explode upon contact, releasing a corrosive acid that obliterated both the weapon and half of the Talon's head into a foul puddle. It was the Joker, whose manic sorrow arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, now restored to his usual deranged self. He grinned at the Talons with a twisted expression. "Little birds, do not presume that mere scrap metal can intrude upon my time with the bat." The Joker? "You egregiously defy the court's decree. You are on our list. Now, I pronounce your death sentence," one Talon declared, unperturbed by the possibility of confrontation. In response, a barrage of bullets, laden with potent acid, ensued. The stage can only accommodate the bat, and perhaps Robin, you counterfeit zombies shall scurry to hell to catch mice. The Joker kicked a charging Talon aside, the gun barrel colliding with the adversary's goggles, and gleefully stuffed a grenade into the foe's grasp. The Talon vanished in explosion, plunging the scene into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Batman cast a grappling hook, binding 3 Talons to a ventilation duct, where red lights flickered on their chests. Looking down, they discovered miniature bombs affixed to them unbeknownst to them. Boom! Without a towering inferno, the 3 Talons were transformed into ice sculptures. As Batman had specifically switched to newly developed freezing explosives, and to counter any potential ambush from the court, his utility belt was stocked with corresponding devices. Whoosh! 3 batarangs were thrown by Batman, not aimed specifically at the henchman, but instead striking the ground nearby. A significant release of frigid air ensued, enveloping the henchman in a thick, white mist of cold. The effect was immediate. Under the influence of the biting chill, the remaining henchmen's movements slowed considerably, losing their previous ferocity. Compounding this, the chaotic antics of the Joker further entangled them, simplifying Batman's task. He merely had to safely launch his icy projectiles, and soon the adversaries were swiftly dispatched. There were few henchmen left alive. Most had fallen victim to the Joker's relentless assault. Those who perished were destined for incineration, while the survivors were to be taken back to the Batcave for examination, in hopes of reversing their brainwashing and restoring them to normalcy. If successful, they would be sent abroad to live out their remaining days, free from the shackles of Gotham's courts, avoiding becoming remorseless executioners. If not, it would signify their irrevocable transformation in Bruce's eyes, rendering them as mere zombies, and thus they would be sent to join those of their kind. Distinguishing between the living and the utterly deceased was straightforward. Those with shattered minds and bodies fragmented into 1,000 pieces were beyond salvation. After dealing with the extraneous troubles, Batman turned his attention to the greatest menace of the night, the Joker. "Joker, the game is over. Hand over the switch." Batman tensed, ever vigilant, preparing for a renewed assault. The Joker raised a finger, retrieving a battered activation device from his person. This was meant to be one of your delightful surprises. However, the earlier ruckus caused by those lackeys led my uncle to mistakenly treat it as a grenade. Thus, the feast of fear has already commenced. "Enough, you lunatic!" Batman could no longer restrain himself. He lunged at the Joker, pinning him down and unleashing a flurry of punches. For an average person, such a beating would have elicited cries of despair, but the Joker was different. He relished Batman's brutal assault, laughing maniacally even as he was pummeled into a grotesque visage. After venting his frustrations, Batman, despite having previously informed Dick, felt an unshakable concern and initiated a call to Nightwing. "Nightwing, the Joker has released fear gas. What's the situation on your end?" I'm pondering how to convey this," Dick replied, observing the scene from a safe distance, scratching his head in bewilderment. "Actually, the criminals from the masquerade are surprisingly resilient. They're still dancing the disco." "What do you mean?" Dick cleared his throat. "It means the spray contained no fear gas, but rather a potion that transforms people into Elvis Presley. So far, it seems to only incite dancing. Unfortunately, one of our officers has fallen victim and is currently performing ballet hand in hand with a criminal, Batman." People can indeed be rendered speechless. Bruce's mood perfectly encapsulated this sentiment. The bruised and battered clown chuckled maniacally once more. "Did I not mention this before? That fool Roman only procured inferior products. Do you think I have not tasted the liquid contained within? If it were genuine, the entire building would be enveloped in toxic gas the moment it reached my hands. However, this little gadget does possess its merits. It can be perfectly absorbed upon contact with the skin, a rather ingenious invention. Yet, if it fails to capture your attention, then it is merely a failure. Thus, all the peculiar antics of the Black Mask were orchestrated by you, were they not? Do stop hiding there, Moonlight Knight. Bruce, with an impassive countenance, turned to address Wayne, who was peeking from the stairwell. A gathering of 3 old friends should not be filled with wailing. A bit of dancing would be quite fitting, do you not think? Wayne dragged the unconscious Roman out, his phone trained on Batman as he continuously snapped photographs. It was truly regrettable to have forgotten to capture the explosive moments, otherwise. Wayne believed that a clip of Batman riding the clown could be sold to the newspapers for sensational profit. The headline would read, "The untold moment of Batman riding on a clown's back." On the rooftop, the view was partially obscured by clouds, and Batman's expression remained indistinct within the shadows as Wayne merrily dragged Black Mask forward in a stagger. Upon setting the clown down, Batman's fingers turned white from clenching tightly. He should have realized when he saw the hostages' bombs replaced with plastic toys. This Gotham Quack could nonchalantly release hostages. Clearly, more threatening devices like fear gas had long been dealt with. So you transformed Black Mask's fear bomb scheme entirely into children's party props. How did you accomplish that? Batman rose, his expression questioning while his body deliberately shielded the clown's view from Wayne. The gas canisters contained a mysterious elixir that made one dance. And the bomb's countdown was merely a cheap digital timer. Was even the arrival of the claws part of your scheme? Batman gazed at the throng of the living dead sprawled across the ground, his mind racing with thoughts. Hey. That is not how you should phrase it. My codename is Dr. Strange, not Prophet or Seer. I simply excel at gathering intelligence. Wayne, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding his phone, was crafting an abstract meme of Batman straddling the clown on the screen. And what about your Moonlight Knight codename? Batman retorted, bemused. The title of Moonlight Knight had scarcely been used for a few days before it was altered again. Why? Was it simply for amusement? Well, heroes often have multiple names, do they not? Just as you bear the title of Dark Knight, is it so unreasonable for me to adopt an additional moniker of Dr. Strange? Wayne replied earnestly, pointing out that even Clark next door had an abundance of titles. Superman, God of Earth, Son of Krypton, Child of Tomorrow. His epithets outnumbered those of the Justice League combined. Batman grimaced. Just moments ago, Wayne had called himself Dr. Strange, and now it had morphed into Dr. Strange again. He seriously doubted Wayne's sobriety had not clouded his judgment, and thus shook his head, choosing to disregard the issue of codenames. Wayne struggled to lift the Black Mask, pointing at him as he remarked, "I merely wish to observe the expression of our most meticulous thug friend when faced with his underlings performing a lively jig on the streets. It would be even better if you could join." Batman need not activate his most potent detective mode. Even a cursory thought would reveal that Wayne was undoubtedly eager to witness himself dancing disco in public. Wayne continued with a hint of regret. And here you are, engaging in a moonlit waltz with the Joker, causing me to miss out on a photograph that could have immortalized this moment. Perhaps upon your return, you could have Nightwing dance for me. I dare say his talent for dance surpasses yours. Batman, veins visibly throbbing, felt the weight of Wayne's significant involvement in this incident. No one had perished. The most severe injuries were merely the result of medication and injections. Yet, this did not deter him from contemplating the idea of delivering a thorough beating to the Joker. As he pondered the feasibility of this course of action, the Joker suddenly began to move his wrist beneath Batman's feet, a hint of purple visible between his fingers. Bruce instinctively stepped down on the Joker's wrist and bent down to seize the object from his grasp. It was a laughing gas bomb. If it were to explode at this proximity, the 3 of them would be enveloped. Batman issued a stern snort, delivering a heavy punch to the Joker once more. "Joker, cease your attempts to provoke me. Your tricks are futile." He gravely warned the Joker to refrain from any further antics. Yet the pale trickster seemed entirely unfazed. The Joker cheerfully shook his head, humming in an indistinct, shrill tone. "White coat, disinfectant, the administrator's wheelchair spins around, the little doctor's stethoscope conceals the heartbeat of a bat." Drifting eerily in the night, the Joker suddenly tilted his head back, the swollen skin around his eyes splitting open with a trickle of blood. His line of sight remained obstructed by Bruce, Yet his unwavering gaze seemed to penetrate the bat mask, observing Wayne behind him. He made a gesture as if to sniff, revealing a satisfied grin as he exclaimed, "Indeed, you are the veterinarian who treated the librarian last time. No wonder I caught a whiff of marinated liquor. To be frank, Doctor, you are quite intriguing. I sincerely invite you to join me in the bat at our next soiree. Do remember to bring your own refreshments. Hee hee." The air thickened instantaneously as the Joker, disregarding Batman's murderous glare, extended an invitation to Wayne. Bruce, weary of engaging in banter with him, swiftly closed his fingers into a fist and struck the Joker, rendering him unconscious. The sensation of being targeted by the Joker was far from pleasant. "I will handle the aftermath." After a prolonged silence, Bruce managed to articulate this statement, clearly taken aback by the Joker's keen nose, which had discerned Wayne's identity from merely a fleeting encounter. He felt a pang of regret, realizing he should have subdued the Joker sooner. How peculiar. I distinctly bathed before arriving, and the coffee I consumed was devoid of whiskey. His claim of me reeking of liquor is undoubtedly slander. In contrast to Bruce's concerns, Wayne seemed utterly carefree. A party sounds splendid. A party is delightful. In any case, encountering the impending doom of the multiverse is inevitable. Adding one more nuisance like the Joker hardly matters. What? Aren't you fearful of the Joker capturing your family and subjecting them to torment? Wayne merely wished to express that there was no point in discussing trivial matters. There was nothing to be had, brother, nothing at all. Upon witnessing Wayne's demeanor, Bruce felt a surge of frustration, his thoughts brimming with words left unspoken, nearly overwhelming him. Yet, perhaps due to the potential tarnishing of the Dark Knight's reputation, Bruce ultimately refrained from voicing his discontent. It could also be attributed to the arrival of a new member, dragging a corpse of a clawed foe onto the rooftop. The sound of footsteps and heavy objects striking the ground echoed from the stairway, and from the shadows emerged a towering figure, bearing the weight of a clawed corpse upon his shoulder, with a blood-dripping shotgun slung at his waist. Deathstroke, Slade Wilson, approached with measured steps, lightly tapping the muzzle of his gun against his watch. "Dr. Wayne," came Deathstroke's voice, "the transaction is complete. It is time to settle the final payment." At the mention of Deathstroke, Batman's pupils dilated, his cape billowing dramatically as his fingers silently clenched around his utility belt. The emergence of a former adversary in Gotham was enough to stir the deep-seated paranoia of Batman, who suspected that Deathstroke harbored undisclosed intentions. In response, Deathstroke did not even flinch, casually moving the clawed corpse obstructing his path, and remarked, "No need to be tense, Bat. I'm not here to cause you trouble. Our doctor friend has hired me to deal with the little birds, and now I'm here to collect the payment." At this, Bruce shot a fierce glare at Wayne, his eyes seemingly communicating the accusation. "Is it you who has summoned this menace?" However, Wayne appeared to misinterpret the look, gesturing back at Bruce with a signal, promptly replying, "See, Batman, this is what I call resource integration. Besides, Slade's fees are quite reasonable. Only $60 million after all. The one footing the bill is not me." What does this mean? Batman was at a loss. Yet upon discerning Wayne's expression, his countenance darkened considerably. Clearly, he was the unwitting benefactor in this arrangement. A pleasant collaboration. "The total due is $60 million, and I only accept credit cards and cash for this transaction. No barter." Deathstroke produced a device, inputting the amount, and smirked slightly, as if amused. Batman took a deep breath, his face rigid as he extracted his black card. With a swift swipe, the notification of a $60 million deposit appeared on Deathstroke's watch. For Batman, the mere sum of $60 million was a small price to pay to rid himself of the substantial inconvenience posed by Deathstroke. Next, Batman observed as Wayne began to exchange furtive glances with Deathstroke, then produced another device, boldly stepping forward to face Deathstroke, unabashedly stating that $20 million should be split evenly between us. "See, Slade, I told you the final payment would not be less." Deathstroke shrugged, observing Batman's displeasure, and did not refuse Wayne's proposal to share the spoils. The mere act of unsettling the old bat had already justified the trip. Chapter 32. The pants may be lost if you jump again on the rooftop. Batman bound the Joker, summoning Nightwing to assist in disposing of the clawed corpses into the summoned Batjet. According to intelligence reports, the court's influence was pervasive throughout Gotham, and there were surely moles embedded within the police force. Recklessly handing the corpses over to Gordon would only lead to their retrieval and repurposing by the very forces they sought to evade. He prepared to place the corpses in the Batcave, facilitating the study of the enemy in order to adequately prepare for the plan. Wayne and Deathstroke were merrily dividing the spoils beside him, each taking what they desired, while only Batman's injured world came to fruition. Dr. Wayne, do reach out to me again next time there is a need. By the way, I am quite curious about how you came to know my cousin. Deathstroke expressed his satisfaction with the transaction, as Wayne had sincerely upheld the spirit of the contract. Recently, there had been too many employers attempting to engage in underhanded dealings, necessitating Slade to intervene and resolve numerous issues. Business has become exceedingly difficult. How do we meet? If I must say, I once watched comics and movies with him. That fool always babbles about how my cousin's popularity does not compare to a single hair on his head, Wayne pondered before explaining to Deathstroke. Ah, indeed. That is his style. That idiot always delights in spouting nonsensical, delirious remarks. Deathstroke rolled his eyes, already imagining his cousin, who could not produce ivory from a dog's mouth, spewing excrement. To clarify, Deathstroke's cousin is Wade Wilson, also known as Deadpool from the neighboring Marvel universe. The one who spoke the truth and caused Captain America to perish. No, wait, it was the Human Torch, or was it Firestorm? In any case, it was the fire-wielding Captain America who met his demise due to Deadpool's truthful betrayal. Having packed up his gear, Deathstroke turned and strode toward the edge of the rooftop, leaping down effortlessly. In the next moment, a helicopter adorned with a skull insignia ascended high into the sky, as Slade grasped the lowered safety ladder and swiftly vanished into the night clouds. Dick, assisting Batman in cleaning up the battlefield, clicked his tongue in surprise. He had not anticipated that Wayne would summon Deathstroke. This was indeed unexpected. Just moments ago, he had thought Slade had come to wreak havoc in Gotham once more. At this juncture, I hope readers take note of our domain. Dick was clearing the bloodstains on the ground when he remarked to Bruce, "Next time, do remember to inform me." Otherwise, I would have assumed Batman was collaborating with Deathstroke and the Joker's star-in friends reunited, bullets and explosions resound in Gotham. To reiterate, this is called resource optimization. Thanks to my timely support, Old Bat didn't end up in a complete mess tonight. Wayne counted the additional 10 million, marveling at how easy money could be made. Resource optimization, that makes sense. Dick could not contain his laughter, whistling and jesting. But the logic would be far more persuasive if it didn't involve Batman as funds. Batman maintained a stoic demeanor throughout, and upon noticing, Wayne placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Don't be so serious, Bruce. Look, the rooftop is now clean, the hostages are safe, and even the Joker has been captured. It's truly a joyous occasion." As he spoke, Wayne showcased a meme from his phone. "Look at this. Your posture with the Joker just now. It's as if you were dancing the Gotham Midnight Tango. Oh, and I've sent it to Dick so he can save it as an album for you." Dick's laughter echoed once more. He understood that the situation was certainly not as Wayne described. However, due to the other's malicious framing, the photographs did appear rather convincing. "You two, quiet down." Bruce could no longer tolerate Wayne buzzing in his ear like an incessant fly. He yanked a metallic mask from his belt and tossed it to Wayne, the matte black silhouette resembling a soaring night owl. "If you have no intention of leaving, do not accompany us with that face." Wayne received the mask, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship, exclaiming, "Goodness, Bruce, you actually give gifts. I thought that was a privilege exclusive to the ladies in the gossip columns. By the way, this mask, tease something you pilfered from a villain's lair, is it? The Moonlight Knight hardly seems like someone clad in black, does he?" As he spoke, Wayne inadvertently caught a glimpse of Batman turning, his cape momentarily billowing in the air. In that fleeting moment, he noticed the gaping hole torn by claws, revealing half of Bruce's backside. Quick as a flash, Wayne clapped his hands together, but to avoid provoking Batman's wrath, he decided to wait until Damian arrived to present the mask. In the first floor hall, the awkward dance gas had dissipated, yet the effects lingered. Members of the Masquerade Society and some unfortunate officers had transitioned from disco to ballet, and it seemed likely they would soon embark on a square dance. Following a fierce battle, Jim Gordon's police uniform was crumpled as if trampled like sandwich. The bizarre circumstances before him, even with Gordon's extensive experience, left him perplexed. He had witnessed the effects of Joker's laughing gas and Scarecrow's fear toxin, but this peculiar phenomenon that induced awkward dancing was unprecedented. Strangely, the release spray bore no side effects, Instead, it inexplicably enabled the victims to master various dance styles. Indeed, after the jazz dance, they had now shifted to a square dance. Gordon pondered whether he should provide some accompaniment, as merely watching was rather dull. Jim, a low, gravelly voice interjected, causing Gordon's hand, holding a cigarette, to tremble and drop to the floor. Reluctantly, he turned around. After all these years, he was still unaccustomed to Batman's villainous entrances, always startling him half to death. At the very least, he could modify the habit of speaking suddenly from the shadows. As Gordon was about to speak, he paused. For in addition to Batman and Nightwing, an unfamiliar figure stood among them. Judging by the stranger's attire and age, it was unlikely they belonged to the third generation of Robins. Intuition informed Gordon that this individual was not a member of the Bat family. He cast a questioning glance. But before Batman could utter a word, Wayne interjected, "It's been a while, Commissioner Gordon. You may call me the Moonlight Knight, a humble obstetrician." Wayne had not concealed his voice at all, and upon hearing that familiar, off-key tone, Gordon's eyes brightened. He stepped forward, excitement bubbling within him. "It's you, Doctor. I didn't expect to see you here. We owe you a great deal regarding little Barbara. My family is eternally grateful." Remembering that fateful encounter filled Gordon with trepidation. Yet he felt immense gratitude towards Wayne, a debt the Gordon family would forever cherish. He solemnly bowed to Wayne in appreciation. The sheriff was being overly modest. "In comparison to your family's selfless contributions to Gotham, I have merely rendered a small service. Here's my business card. Although Miss Barbara has already undergone my procedure, I believe a follow-up examination is prudent to ensure no hidden complications linger within her body." At the moment Gordon bent down, Wayne promptly intervened. "The prowess of Gotham's champion is beyond question. For many years, he and Barbara have discreetly supported Batman's endeavors, and it is fair to say that the city has not deteriorated further, thanks to their altruistic efforts. Such a noble individual is truly deserving of Wayne's respect." Dick, standing slightly behind, blinked and cast a furtive glance at Bruce, internally lamenting how Gordon could engage in polite conversation while the tone with the old Bat was consistently abrasive and lacking in respect. Indeed, Batman may exhibit moments of irrationality, yet he remains Gotham's greatest hero. On the rooftop, Batman bound the Joker and summoned Nightwing to assist in disposing of the bodies of the Claws, which were to be discarded into the awaiting Batjet. Intelligence indicated that the court's influence permeated Gotham, and it was certain that informants had infiltrated the police force. To carelessly hand over the bodies to Gordon would only result in their subsequent recovery and exploitation by the very forces they opposed. He intended to store the bodies within the Batcave for analysis, preparing for future confrontations. Wayne and Deathstroke were cheerfully dividing their spoils, each taking what they required, leaving only Batman to navigate the aftermath of their world. "Dr. Wayne, do not hesitate to reach out next time you need assistance. Additionally, I am curious about how you became acquainted with my cousin." Deathstroke was thoroughly pleased with the transaction, as Wayne had adhered to the spirit of their agreement. Recently, far too many employers had attempted to double-cross him, necessitating Slade's intervention in numerous matters. Business had become increasingly challenging. "How'd we meet? If I must elaborate, we once enjoyed comics and films together. That fool always rambles on about how my cousin's popularity pales in comparison to his," Wayne explained after a moment of reflection. "Ah, that is indeed his style. That imbecile always delights in spouting nonsensical drivel." Deathstroke sighed, already envisioning his cousin's incessant banter. It is worth noting that Deathstroke's cousin is none other than Wade Wilson, also known as Deadpool from Marvel, who is infamous for his outrageous quips and his role in the demise of Captain America, or was it Firestorm? In any case, it was the fiery Captain America who met his end due to Deadpool's candid revelations. Having gathered his equipment, Deathstroke turned and strode toward the edge of the rooftop, leaping off with determination. In the next moment, a helicopter adorned with a skull insignia ascended into the night sky, with Slade grasping the lowered safety ladder, vanishing into the clouds above. Dick, assisting Batman in clearing the battlefield, was taken aback by the unexpected alliance, initially suspecting Slade had come to wreak havoc in Gotham once more. As he continued to clean the bloodstains from the ground, Dick addressed Bruce, saying, "Next time, do remember to inform me, lest I presume Batman is collaborating with Deathstroke and the Joker for a reunion titled bullets and explosions resound through Gotham. Repeat it. This is what we call the rational use of resources. Tonight, the old Bat didn't end up in a panic thanks to my timely support. Wayne couldn't help but marvel at how easy it was to earn money. Huh. The notion of rational resource utilization is indeed sensible. Dick couldn't suppress his laughter, whistling playfully as he remarked, but if the reasoning didn't rely on Batman's funds, it would be far more convincing. Batman remained silent, his expression dark. Observing this, Wayne clapped a hand on his shoulder and said, "Don't be so serious, Bruce. Look, the rooftop is clean, the hostages are safe, and even the Joker has been apprehended. It's a cause for celebration." As he spoke, Wayne showed him a meme on his phone, saying, "Look at this. Your pose with the Joker was like a scene from the Gotham Midnight Tango. By the way, I sent it to Dick so he can save it as an album for you." Dick's laughter rang out again, well aware that the situation was likely not as Wayne described, but the malicious angle made the photos appear quite convincing. "Both of you be quiet." Bruce could no longer tolerate Wayne buzzing around him like a persistent fly. He pulled a metallic mask from his utility belt and tossed it to Wayne. The matte black silhouette resembled a soaring night owl. "If you don't plan to leave, don't bring that face with you." Wayne took the mask, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship. "Wow, Bruce, I never knew you could give gifts. I thought that was a privilege reserved for the ladies in the gossip columns. By the way, you didn't pilfer this mask from some villain's warehouse, did you?" Moon Knight doesn't quite sound like someone dressed entirely in black. As Wayne spoke, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Batman turning away, his cape momentarily floating in the air, revealing a tear made by claws, with half of Bruce's backside exposed. Quick-witted, Wayne snapped a photo but decided to wait until Damian arrived to share it, lest he provoke Batman's wrath on the spot. In the lobby on the first floor, the dance gas had dissipated, yet the effect lingered. Members of the Masquerade Society and some unfortunate officers had transitioned from disco to ballet, and it appeared they might soon begin a line dance. After a fierce battle, Jim Gordon's police uniform was crumpled like a battered sandwich, and the bizarre scene before him left even his experienced mind reeling. While he had encountered the effects of Joker's laughing gas and Scarecrow's fear toxin before, this sudden onset of awkward dancing was a first for him. What was most peculiar was that the release spray had no side effects. Instead, it inexplicably taught the victims several dance styles. Now, after finishing jazz, they had switched to a square dance, and Gordon pondered whether to provide some accompanying music, as merely watching them was becoming rather dull. "Jim," the low, raspy voice interrupted his thoughts, causing Gordon's hand, which held a cigarette, to tremble and drop it to the ground. Gordon turned around helplessly. After all these years, he still wasn't accustomed to Batman's villainous entrances. They always startled him half to death. At the very least, he could adjust his habit of speaking suddenly from the shadows. Batman hesitated as he was about to speak, for aside from himself and Nightwing, there stood an unfamiliar figure. Judging by the individual's attire and age, it was improbable that this was one of the third generation of Robins, and Gordon's instincts warned him that this person did not belong to the Bat family. He cast a puzzled glance, but before Batman could utter a word, Wayne interjected, "It has been a while, Commissioner Gordon. You may call me the Moonlight Knight, a humble obstetrician." Wayne's voice was unmistakably recognizable, and as Gordon heard that familiar, albeit slightly off-key tone, his eyes lit up with excitement. "It's you, Doctor. I can hardly believe you're here as well. We are truly grateful for your help with little Barbara. Our family thanks you." The memory of that earlier scene flooded Gordon with a sense of dread, yet he felt immense gratitude towards Wayne. This debt of gratitude would remain etched in the hearts of the Gordons forever, and he solemnly bowed to Wayne. "You are too kind, Commissioner. Compared to your family's selfless contributions to Gotham, I have merely lent a small hand," Wayne replied, presenting his business card. "Although Miss Barbara underwent surgery at my hands, I recommend a follow-up examination to ensure there are no lingering issues." Wayne swiftly halted Gordon's bowing gesture, acknowledging that the accolades bestowed upon the city's champion were well-deserved. For years, both he and Barbara had supported Batman's endeavors, and it was undoubtedly their altruistic assistance that kept the city from deteriorating further. Such admirable individuals fully deserved Wayne's respect. In the background, Dick blinked and stealthily glanced at Bruce, internally lamenting how Gordon could engage in such polite and normal conversation. While the moment the subject changed to the old Bat, the tone shifted to one of sarcasm, devoid of any sign of respect. Although Batman could sometimes be a tad eccentric, he remained Gotham's greatest hero. Chapter 33. Follicular Treatment Protocol, Doctor. Is there any way to make them stop? Gordon asked as he shook Wayne's hand, seeking a solution. The group turned their attention to the thugs who were transitioning from striptease to a belly dance. "Commissioner, the effects of the spray only last for 2 hours. If we cannot wait, we can use an anesthetic to forcibly halt them. It will have no adverse effects. Wayne explained, admitting he did not possess the antidote for the spray. However, in due time, they will naturally return to normal. I understand. Thank you, Doctor, for your contributions to Gotham's peace. Gordon nodded, perhaps mistaking Wayne's attire for that of a new member of the Bat family, hence refraining from further inquiries. After exchanging a few words with Gordon, Batman took his leave. The disturbance caused by the Masquerade Society subsided, and upon learning of Black Mask's arrest, the membership of the society dwindled significantly. Other gangs, unable to contain their aggression, began to extend their claws toward this vulnerable prey. Conflicts erupted among the various factions, resulting in minimal casualties, as the gang leaders were well aware of the stakes at hand. The major players were not to be trifled with. Currently, the Penguins faction reigned supreme, claiming all spoils, while the remaining minor players were not significant enough to warrant a desperate fight. In essence, those in need of territory must either purchase it from those who do not or exchange it for goods. Dealing with the legacy of the False Face Society requires time, which has led to a recent decrease in the criminal organization's capacity to engage in malevolent activities. The police have successfully dismantled a formidable organization without any casualties among their ranks, much to the delight of their superiors, as this signifies a brief respite of safety for the citizens of Gotham, enabling them to secure more votes without the fear of being ousted due to public safety concerns. In terms of outcomes, both sides are satisfied. However, the same cannot be said for the captured Black Mask, Roman Sionis. At the new Arkham Asylum's Elias Division, in the director's office located on the top floor, a secret door within the bookcase has been opened, leading into a chamber with a titanium alloy door, bearing a sign indicating it is Dr. Wayne's private research room, from which a faint electrical hum emanates. Wayne, with a lollipop in his mouth, meticulously uses tweezers to affix slices of lemon, cucumber, and bitter melon onto the face of the man bound to the bed, none other than Black Mask himself. After being defeated, he fortuitously became the first patient of the new facility, as his resilience as a supervillain allowed him to endure Wayne's experimental treatment. Behave, Roman. This treatment method is one I painstakingly unearthed from ancient medical texts, Wayne asserted, revealing a book titled Post-Operative Recovery Package for the Disfigured Girlfriend. You should be grateful I didn't use Poison Ivy's plant sap. Not only would it have been ineffective for your blemished visage, but it would also cause your mask to emit a green hue under ultraviolet light, perfect for a visit to Old Arkham's Madness Thursday. Wayne affixed 2 onion slices over Black Mask's eyes. Curse you, Elias. I will kill you. Black Mask growled weakly, the restraints on his wrists creaking as he struggled in vain. Despite being apprehended by Wayne just days prior and injected with a potent anesthetic, he miraculously survived, perhaps due to the lingering essence of secondary villain's fortitude, or simply because Black Mask possesses an extraordinary tenacity for survival. After all, in the comics, he has returned from death thrice, and a mere dosage sufficient to halt a heart is hardly worthy of concern. Nevertheless, resilience notwithstanding, physiological reactions remain inevitable. The onions, coated in glue by Wayne, were firmly adhered to his eyes, impossible to remove. Rich in thiosulfonate compounds and an enzyme known as alliinase, the cellular structure of the onion is compromised upon slicing, leading to a chemical reaction between these two substances. The latter decomposes the former, resulting in an unstable intermediate product, sulfonic acid, which generates a volatile irritant gas, acrolein. This gas irritates sensitive tissues, prompting tears as a natural defense mechanism to wash away the offending substances. Individual sensitivities to onions vary greatly, but applying them directly to the eyes transcends mere resistance. It becomes an agonizing ordeal. If an ordinary person were subjected to such treatment, they might just wish for their eyes to be spared. However, considering Roman's identity as a quintessential supervillain, it seems implausible that he would lose his sight. Nonetheless, the sensation of bitterness is undoubtedly overwhelming. The effects of the onions soon took hold, as he sobbed uncontrollably beneath the mask of the rebirth eye, cursing Wayne while tears streamed down his face, feeling as though he might soon utter some desperate plea for help. Alas, it is no surprise that someone who only knows how to engage in violence would find their popularity stagnant, lacks the charisma of a true villain. Perhaps Wayne prepared himself a bowl of cereal, but as he ate, confusion began to cloud his thoughts. He was somewhat perplexed about the system's healing rewards. which was the primary reason he had brought back the Black Mask. If the previous henchmen had proven ineffective due to their insignificance, then surely Roman, as a bona fide supervillain, should have some degree of prestige, yet he still faltered. The system had facilitated the arrival of a singularly focused shinobu, and Wayne could comprehend Old Dang's ability to generate gold coins. But why could Barbara also produce gold coins? Surely it couldn't solely be attributed to her status as a superhero. The system truly seemed to embody the essence of altruism. Good individuals dutifully pay their medical fees, while the wicked simply escape after receiving treatment. Such a stereotypical system indeed. Uncertain whether the restraints were poorly secured or if the Onion's influence had ignited a surge of energy within the Black Mask, he suddenly exerted himself and broke free from his confines. He yanked off the purple apple covering his eyes, and with bloodshot eyes, Roman seized a pair of medical scissors from the room, roaring as he lunged at Wayne. Elias, in a fit of rage, Roman's singular thought was to eliminate the detestable Wayne, then flee to gather strength and prepare for future vengeance. In such close proximity, even though Wayne possessed a firearm, the Black Mask was confident that he could plunge the scissors into Wayne's temple before he could draw his weapon. Oh no! The patient is about to cause a ruckus. Wayne halted momentarily, staring blankly as Roman charged at him. The Black Mask flashed a sinister grin, believing Wayne to be paralyzed with fear, incapable of mounting a defense. This was a sure victory, but just as that thought crossed his mind, the Black Mask felt a dizzying spin, and upon regaining awareness, found himself sprawled on the ground, his jaw throbbing painfully, blood filling his mouth as he spat out several teeth. Gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling, the Black Mask was utterly bewildered. How had he been bested by Wayne? How could a mere doctor possess such prowess? Wayne, having regained his composure, placed the scissors into a sterilizing solution. He adopted a defensive stance, prepared for both offense and defense, though it did not preclude him from striking back. Since the Black Mask had initiated the attack, the impact of the martial arts would naturally fall upon him. I had warned you not to provoke a fight in my office. Every instrument here is worth no less than 6 figures. If you break something, you'll have to scurry off to the bar to earn money to pay it back. By the way, I have just developed a hair follicle regeneration technique. Before you encounter Lex Luthor, Roman, you might as well test its efficacy. Before the Black Mask figure could react, Wayne had already secured the anti-hair loss mask onto his face. A peculiar buzzing emanated from the top of his head, an ominous sensation enveloping his entire being, and his bloodshot eyes immediately fixed upon the wretched Quack. The electric arcs crackled above the Black Mask. Convulsing on the ground like a shrimp, the effects were unmistakable. Wayne watched with satisfaction as the newly birthed hair follicles began to ascend. Chapter 34. The essentials of fruit and milk for hospital visits. The following morning, Wayne, in a state of vexation, practiced his flowing rock-smashing fist at the door, while everything scattered about was unceremoniously swept into the trash bin. Despite the apparent success of yesterday's electrofollicle therapy, it became evident that significant side effects had arisen. Following the treatment, a burnt smell wafted from the Black Mask's head. The newly sprouted fuzz had encountered excessive heat, and their fervent emergence proved too overwhelming to endure collectively. Compounding the situation, the side effects spread throughout the entire body, as an unidentifiable burnt odor also emanated from the lower half of the Black Mask. A multitude of curled objects trembled and tumbled from the pant legs, leaving Wayne utterly disgusted. After 2 hours of thorough cleaning in the laboratory, he unceremoniously kicked the Black Mask back into his specially designed infirmary. For Roman, however, there was a glimmer of good news. Thanks to the electrofollicle method, although his large head remained dark, another area had turned white. Wayne lamented the failure of his prop development. Otherwise, he could have sold it to the bald man, reaping an unexpected fortune. After finishing his training, he retrieved the hospital's promotional materials, preparing to post one outside as well. Otherwise, his painstaking efforts to secure Bruce's signature would have been in vain. Buzzing. At that moment, Dick's red modified sports car approached from a distance, slowing to a stop at the hospital entrance. Today, he had come to take Wayne to check on Barbara. He could only feel at ease once Wayne, the attending physician, confirmed it. After exiting the vehicle, Dick curiously approached. Noticing Wayne's conspicuous activity of hanging the promotional material, with his exceptional reading skills, he quickly scanned the content, his expression shifting from curiosity to utter disbelief. especially upon noticing Bruce's two signatures, which left him in a state of bewilderment. Just how did you manage to persuade Bruce to sign this? It looks like something a con artist would use, Dick remarked incredulously. It was hard to imagine the ever-stoic Batman colluding with Wayne. Otherwise, how do you think Damien's intel reached Bruce? Wayne replied, brimming with pride, reminiscing about the time the Dark Knight of Gotham had trembled while signing such a document. You truly know how to stir him up. Speaking of which, Bruce has recently begun preparations to confront the League of Assassins, Dick mentioned, bringing up the subject of Damien. Oh, that was rather swift. I thought he would wait until Barbara recovered before attempting to recruit from the League. Did something unexpected occur? Wayne expressed his surprise, not anticipating that Bruce's son would be so eager to rush into action. Please remember the 101 website for the quickest chapter updates. To speak candidly, it was due to Damien's affairs that Alfred accidentally found out, prompting Bruce to worry that Alfred might act recklessly, thus compelling him to initiate the plan ahead of schedule. Indeed, a grandfather is perpetually preoccupied with the thought of having grandchildren. By the way, are you prepared to fulfill your duties as the elder brother? Wayne stroked his chin, anticipating Alfred's actions. After all, being a biological member of the Wayne family, it is only natural for the old butler to be so concerned. Perhaps rather than having Bruce take on the Batman mantle, Alfred would prefer him to become a charming young man, sowing seeds for the family's future. Among the Robins of the old Bat, perhaps only Dick's elevated status could rival Damien's. Some might question Bruce about his perpetual guilt concerning Jason. Wayne would simply respond, "Let that wretched old Bat first include Jason's portrait in the family photo before we discuss anything else. You asked me if I am ready to embrace the responsibilities of the elder brother. I must confess, I'm not at all prepared. In fact, I feel utterly lost. When Jason was around, I found it challenging to manage his temperament, and now you suggest a worse scenario? I am genuinely worried about whether I might have my throat slit in my sleep tonight." Dick wore a bitter smile. While he excels at battling monsters and charming women, he finds himself at a loss when it comes to caring for children, especially those with a propensity for violence. As for the future, who can say? For now, let us go check on Barbara. Wayne clapped his hands, settled into the passenger seat, and seamlessly hacked into the music player, importing songs he had downloaded the day prior. The haunting lyrics of "The Vast Horizon Is My Love" filled the air as Dick, just opening the car door, nearly stumbled in shock. He looked at Wayne incredulously. After all, he hailed from an aristocratic lineage. "I expected you to play classical music, yet this is what I hear? A cheesy love song? Honestly, should you bring along some mysterious and eccentric little props?" Dick turned the ignition key, glancing over the empty space that was Wayne. Today he was not donned in a white coat, and his lethargic demeanor made it hard to associate him with a skilled physician. After a moment of silence, Wayne clenched his fist and clapped his hands. "You are correct. I nearly forgot that one cannot visit patients empty-handed. Nephew, let us not head to the hospital just yet. Let's first stop by Gotham's finest mall, so I can grab a carton of milk and some fruit." At this, Dick almost veered the steering wheel off course. Not to nitpick, but wasn't it you who was supposed to bring medical supplies? At the very least, a stethoscope. What do I need those for? As a friend to women, outdated methods have long been discarded in my practice. My eyes are the true instruments of light. And no matter the patient, their ailments will be laid bare before me. Fine, fine. As long as you can heal, do as you please. Your happiness is what matters. Dick waved his hand dismissively as the vehicle swiftly set off toward the Wayne Mall adjacent to the hospital, feeling that at least Wayne carrying something would resemble a visit to a patient. During the journey, Wayne's most dazzling ethnic style concluded, and the next song began to play, prompting him to hum along. Observing the leisurely Wayne, Dick could not help but inquire again, "Wayne, how do you manage it?" "Manage what?" Wayne gently shook his head, feeling as though he had returned to the days of battling Oswald Cobblepot. "Don't play coy. It's about Barbara's surgery. I've seen the surveillance footage in the Batcave." Dick gripped the steering wheel, his mind replaying the images from the hospital examination. According to numerous esteemed doctors, the extent of Barbara's spinal cord injury was severe and irreversible. Yet, you managed to transform what could have been a case of severe blood loss and paralysis into a mere light injury with just a basic first aid kit and a scalpel in such a rudimentary setting. The fact that she could recover and stand again is nothing short of a medical miracle. Wayne chuckled softly, tapping his temple with his index finger, and said mysteriously, "A medical miracle? A minor procedure, hardly worth mentioning. I told you I am a friend to women. There is no woman I cannot heal. Otherwise, do you think I earned the title of Dr. Strange by merely treating clowns for hemorrhoids? If the clown were willing to let you perform such a procedure, I wouldn't object to that title either. Dick felt a bit embarrassed. The thought of treating a clown for hemorrhoids was utterly absurd. The sports car sped away, quickly leaving the new Arkham Hospital behind. In a private room at Gotham Hospital, Barbara sat on her bed, her brow furrowed as she stared at her rehabilitation manual. The notion of not spending the rest of her life in a wheelchair was undoubtedly a tremendous relief. Yet the slow passage through the recovery phase was a trial in itself. Beautiful librarian, do you need a bottle of fresh milk? Chapter 35. Unable to indulge in the finest cheesecake in the hospital room, Barbara sat on her bed, her boredom palpable. The television broadcasted news of Gotham police successfully thwarting the terror acts of the mass society. The rotund leader, with a microphone in hand, rambled on about how the flawless execution of the operation was solely due to his remarkable planning, claiming no connection to Batman or Commissioner Gordon. The rehabilitation manual lay upside down on her lap, her fingers flipping through the pages she had already perused countless times. She could write the entire book backward by now. Look who's wrestling with the recovery guide. Do you need a bottle of fresh milk to replenish your strength? Wayne opened the hospital door, seizing the milk and fruit basket that Dick had brought. Are you the owl doctor? Upon seeing the unfamiliar man enter the room, Barbara initially furrowed her brow, but then brightened with surprise as she recognized Wayne. As Batgirl, Barbara's observational skills were undoubtedly top-notch, despite her hazy state at the time. She had retained a vague memory of the mysterious doctor's features. Now, Wayne's voice and physique remained unchanged. If she didn't recognize him, she might as well retire. Wayne placed the milk and fruit basket on the table in the room, snapped his fingers, and helped himself to the milk. You guessed correctly, and this is no trivial quiz. If you stay cooped up in this hospital much longer, our Batgirl will soon have wrinkles. I cannot allow such a fate to befall you, for the beauty of a librarian is a treasure of Gotham City, worthy of preservation as an intangible cultural heritage. Have you learned these underhanded tactics to deal with me? And how is it that you are partaking in what should be for the patients? Dick lamented, squeezing his way from behind. The scene felt all too familiar. He often witnessed Bruce employing such suave methods to charm women during gatherings. Methods he himself had frequently utilized with great success. However, when these tactics were turned upon his own girlfriend, Dick found no joy in it. Buddy, while Bruce and I were battling on the field, you were still drooling in front of the mirror. Wayne shrugged, asserting that engaging in playful banter with beautiful women was an essential skill for Gotham's elite. Dick, the doctor, Barbara's eyes signaled, for she had never disclosed her alternate identity. Given that Wayne had arrived with Dick, she naturally assumed it was her Robin boyfriend speaking. Forget it, madam. I am not one of the Bat family, but I am quite familiar with Bruce. Dick, too. As a child, he would call him Uncle Wayne. Now, let me introduce myself, Wayne Cross Elias, extending my greetings to the lovely miss. Wayne executed a standard nobleman-esque gesture, kneeling gracefully to kiss Barbara's hand. Enough with the theatrics, for we are all fallen aristocrats now, Dick remarked, feeling uncomfortable. While Wayne's aristocratic manners were not particularly outrageous, Dick couldn't shake the feeling that the old rogue was deliberately trying to irk him. Typically, Wayne eschewed such antics, but upon encountering Barbara, he transformed, leading Dick to suspect that Wayne might be attempting to woo her away. Once Wayne was dismissed, Dick settled into the accompanying chair, his gaze sweeping over the light blanket draped across Barbara's legs. Little Babs, Wayne is here to assist you in assessing your post-operative condition. Let us begin with the basics. Suddenly, Wayne leaned in again, pushing Dick's face aside as he gestured towards his own eyes. I will first examine the specifics using my vision that can perceive the color of your thermal leggings. Are you really going to look directly? Barbara paused as Wayne, her attending physician, certainly possessed commendable skills. Yet was this not a bit too far-fetched? This time, I am employing the traditional Chinese diagnostic method of observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Observation, of course, involves sight. Do not worry, I have studied in the East. A blue light flickered in Wayne's eyes, revealing the patient's condition to him at a glance. However, after he had observed, the previously nonchalant expression on Wayne's face gradually faded, replaced by a sudden tension in his demeanor, his pupils constricting slightly under the light. How could the recovery status of the spinal nerves be? Wayne's countenance became grave, his tone heavy. Even Dick, who had never witnessed such a look on Wayne's face, felt his spine straighten involuntarily, his expression betraying his anxiety. The atmosphere in the room thickened, the previously light and harmonious ambience turning somber. Barbara's fingers, gripping the fabric of her clothing, turned pale. "Dr. Wayne, is the situation dire?" Dick placed a hand on Wayne's shoulder, cautiously inquiring, "Wayne, what seems to be the issue? Is it serious?" Wayne pursed his lips and shook his head, his fingertips gently tapping against the table as he let out a heavy sigh. "It's a serious matter." He elongated his tone, and just as the tension between the two reached its peak, he broke into a grin. "Serious enough that you cannot indulge in Gotham's finest cheesecake, for it would lead to an upset stomach. This treasure trove of shop was one I had discovered, but alas, it is now mine to savor alone." With that, Wayne retrieved a box tied with a pink bow from another bag, eagerly opening it to reveal the freshly baked cheesecake from that morning. Dick kicked Wayne's ankle with force, glaring at him. "Are you the coroner or the priest at a funeral? Must you adopt that wretched tone of a distressed sow?" Barbara nearly jumped at Wayne's exaggerated gasps, but soon chuckled. "Dr. Wayne, your attempts at humor need refinement. Perhaps you should take notes from Dick, for he truly knows how to chill the atmosphere." Miss Gordon, mocking a doctor's comedic prowess could adversely affect the treatment's efficacy. "Now, let us formally commence today's session." Wayne rose, placing the cake aside for later, and noticed Dick still standing there, looking bewildered. "If you haven't suffered amnesia at the hands of a KGB beast, you should recall that a doctor must be unperturbed during the healing process." Once more dismissed, Dick took his post at the door, serving as the sentinel of the ward. Once undisturbed, Wayne exhaled a deep breath, adopting a stance reminiscent of flowing water and shattered rock, prepared to employ a new method in his healing repertoire. His palm hovered gently at Barbara's waist, swaying slightly, and in the next moment, his fingertips delicately pressed against her chi-high point. She suddenly felt a wave of warmth coursing from her tailbone to her toes, enveloping her in a comforting glow that made her squint her eyes in delight. After a single press, with no adverse reaction, Wayne's hand became a blur, moving rapidly in a storm-like fashion behind her waist, each pressure point struck with a unique rhythm, releasing waves of energy akin to the elegant melodies of a guzheng. Once the treatment concluded, he declared, "There are no significant issues. I have expedited your recovery. Soon, Batgirl shall once again shine in Gotham." Wayne shook his tingling wrist, adjusting to the new technique, pleased with the outcome. He continued, "Remember, this merely accelerates your recovery. Rehabilitation exercises are still necessary. Do not emulate Dick's acrobatics during recovery. If you wish, I could perform a second lumbar surgery, but I fear your father's wallet may lament." In the ward, Barbara sat on the bed, languidly flipping through the recovery manual resting on her lap, as the television reported on the Gotham Police's successful thwarting of a terror plot by the mass society. A rotund leader babbled into the microphone, asserting that the flawless execution of the operation was solely due to his brilliant strategy, with no credit given to Batman or Gordon. Bored, Barbara turned the pages of the manual. Having read its contents countless times, she could now recite the entire book in reverse order. Look who is competing with the recovery guide. "Do you require a bottle of fresh milk to replenish your nutrients?" Wayne proclaimed as he swung open the hospital room door, seizing the milk and fruit basket that the free labor Dick had been carrying. "Are you the owl doctor?" Barbara inquired, her brow furrowing at the sight of the unfamiliar man entering the room, only to brighten with surprise upon recognizing Wayne. As Batgirl, Barbara possessed exceptional observational skills. Even in her foggy state, she had faintly recalled the features of that enigmatic doctor. Now, with Wayne's voice and physique unchanged, it would be absurd if she failed to recognize him. She might as well retire from her vigilante duties. Wayne placed the milk and fruit basket on the table within the room and snapped his fingers, pouring himself a glass of milk. "You guessed correctly, and this is not just a trivial question. If you remain in this hospital much longer, our Batgirl will start developing wrinkles. I cannot allow such a calamity to transpire. After all, Miss Librarian's beauty is a cultural heritage of Gotham. Are these underhanded tactics intended to deal with me? And how can you indulge in the gifts meant for the patient?" Dick interjected, exasperated, as the scene felt all too familiar. He often witnessed Bruce employing these same charming techniques at parties, a strategy he himself had frequently utilized with great success. However, when the tables turned and the tactics were aimed at his girlfriend, Dick found no pleasure in it. "Buddy, when Bruce and I were gallivanting on the battlefield, you were still busy drooling at your reflection." Wayne shrugged, asserting that charming banter with beautiful women was an essential skill for Gotham's elite. "Dick, Barbara's gaze subtly directed towards the doctor. She had never disclosed her other identity, and since Wayne had arrived with Dick, she naturally assumed it was her Robin boyfriend who had divulged it. Don't think too much, my lady. I'm not part of the Bat family. However, I am quite familiar with Bruce, as is Dick. He used to call me Uncle Wayne when he was a child. Now, allow me to introduce myself. Wayne Cross Elias. At your service, he declared, executing a standard nobleman-esque gesture, kneeling gracefully to kiss Barbara's hand. Enough. We've all fallen from grace. There is no need for these antiquated theatrics. Dick observed, feeling a wave of discomfort. While Wayne's noble manners were not entirely out of the ordinary, Dick couldn't shake the feeling that the old rogue was deliberately trying to irk him. Typically, Wayne didn't behave this way. Only in Barbara's presence did he seem to undergo a transformation, prompting Dick to wonder if Wayne harbored intentions of stealing his girl. After dispatching Wayne, Dick took a seat beside Barbara, his eyes scanning the light blanket draped over her legs. Little Babs, Wayne is here to assess your post-operative condition. Let us begin with the basics. Suddenly, Wayne leaned closer, pushing aside Dick's face, gesturing with his hands. Allow me to take a look with my special vision that can see through the color of your thermal underwear. Are you really going to examine me with just your eyes? Barbara asked, momentarily taken aback. As her attending physician, Wayne's medical expertise was unquestioned. But didn't this seem a tad extraordinary? This time, I employed the traditional Chinese medical techniques of observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Observation, of course, involves the use of one's eyes. Fear not, for I have previously studied at the esteemed Oriental Institute. A glimmer of blue light flickered in Wayne's eyes, as he comprehended the patient's condition with a mere glance. However, as he scrutinized further, the initially nonchalant expression gradually faded, replaced by a sudden tension in his demeanor, his pupils slightly constricting under the bright lights. The status of the spinal nerve's recovery was perplexing. The trajectory of this neural synapse was troubling. Wayne's countenance grew grave, his tone heavy. Even Dick had never witnessed such an expression on him. The previously idle Dick instinctively straightened his posture, his face betraying a sense of unease. The atmosphere in the ward thickened instantaneously. The once light-hearted and harmonious ambience turned somber. Barbara's fingers, clutching the hem of her clothing, turned pale. Dr. Wayne? Is the situation dire? Dick placed a hand gently on Wayne's shoulder, cautiously inquiring, Wayne, what seems to be the problem? Is it serious? Wayne pursed his lips and shook his head, his fingertips lightly tapping against the table, releasing a heavy sigh. It is indeed a serious issue. Wayne elongated his words, and just as the tension reached its peak, he broke into a grin, serious enough that you shall not indulge in Gotham's finest cheesecake, for it would lead to a most unpleasant digestive distress. This treasure of a shop I discovered shall be mine to savor alone. After speaking, Wayne extracted a box adorned with a pink bow from another bag, eagerly unveiling it to reveal the freshly baked cheesecake of the morning. Barbara exclaimed, Dick, with a forceful kick to Wayne's ankle, glared at him. Are you the coroner or the priest at a funeral? Can you alter that damn tone of yours? That sounds like a sow in distress. Barbara, nearly startled to death by Wayne's dramatic exhalation, regained her composure and chuckled lightly. Dr. Wayne, your level of humor requires some lessons from Dick. At least he can genuinely chill the atmosphere. Miss Gordon, mocking a physician's comedic skills may indeed affect the efficacy of treatment. Now, let us formally commence today's session. Wayne rose, setting the cake aside to enjoy later. Eyeing Dick, who remained rooted in place, and irritably remarked, unless you've suffered amnesia from a KGB beast, you ought to remember that doctors should be left undisturbed during treatment to avoid any interference. Once again shooed away, Dick took his position at the door, standing guard over the ward. When left in solitude, Wayne exhaled a deep breath, adopting the stance of the flowing rock-breaking fist, and, combining it with his expertise as a gynecological virtuoso, he prepared to experiment with a new technique today. His palm hovered delicately over Barbara's waist, gently swaying. In the next moment, his fingertips, like the wings of a butterfly, tapped at the Chi-Hai acupoint. She suddenly felt a surge of warmth racing from her tailbone to her toes, enveloping her entire body in a gentle warmth that made her instinctively squint her eyes. After the single touch, with no adverse reactions, Wayne's hand transformed into a blur, swiftly moving behind her waist. Each acupoint struck with a unique rhythm, erupting waves of energy, akin to the elegant melodies of a guzheng being played. The treatment has concluded, and you are in good health. I have accelerated your recovery process. And I believe that before long, Batgirl will once again shine in Gotham. Wayne shook his wrist, still somewhat unaccustomed to the sensation, but the results were indeed satisfactory. After finishing, Wayne continued with a reminder. Remember, this merely hastens your recovery. Rehabilitation exercises are still necessary. Do not emulate Dick's acrobatics during recovery. If you do not mind, I could perform another lumbar surgery on you, though I fear your father's wallet may lament such an expense. Chapter 36. The gloomy sky and restless heart. Wayne had just left the cheesecake behind, and before departing, Dick wished to express his gratitude. After some contemplation, he requested Batman's utility belt. Dick replied that it was Batman's proprietary technology and might not be obtainable. Wayne pondered for a moment, then, with his right hand smeared with cheesecake frosting, patted Dick's shoulder. If you cannot procure Batman's gadgets, then find me something small, a piece resembling the Green Lantern's earwax. Before he could finish, Dick interrupted, rubbing his shoulder. That peculiar description aside, who is the Green Lantern? Oh, I almost forgot. That box office flop from Canada has yet to transform into a green figure. Wayne clapped his hands, suddenly aware of the timeline. Beyond the Bat family and the formidable long-legged ones, there was not a single other shadow in sight. Wayne placed his hand on Dick's other shoulder, ensuring his frosting was symmetrically distributed, then lowered his voice, devoid of seriousness. Just a Canadian actor who starred in a superhero film. Unfortunate that it flopped at the box office. You will hear about him in the future. After all, he portrayed the brother of Deathstroke. Dick rolled his eyes, questioning the sanity of anyone who would choose to play Deathstroke's brother, fearing that the deranged mercenary might come knocking to extort royalties. Moreover, where did a Canadian find a brother for Deathstroke? Shaking off the absurd thoughts, Dick, slightly irritated, demanded, "So what exactly are you looking for? Be clear, or I might end up with Wonder Woman's nasal discharge. It is a type of green mineral, one that turns people green with anxiety. It will serve a significant purpose in the future. When uncertain, contact me. Just to be clear, if you dare substitute Gotham's moss-covered foul stones for it, I assure you, I will toss you into a washing machine filled with sewage and activate the hot water cycle." This time, Wayne did not jest. He earnestly described the appearance of kryptonite to facilitate Dick's search. As for what Batman would think, who cared? After all, it would not be him who suffered the consequences. As the pinnacle of the Justice League, Superman's presence was indispensable. Yet Wayne remained unsure of Clark's circumstances. It would be prudent to stockpile several tons of kryptonite as a precaution. After briefing Dick, Wayne stealthily took an apple, leaving time for the two of them. 3 days later, at Gotham's Old Harbor under the midnight sky, the dim glow of the half-moon illuminated the abandoned dock, where a fearsome man lay convulsing, frothing at the mouth. Beneath him, Wayne's white cloak billowed in the wind, while 3 burly men lay nearby, clutching their groins in agony. Despite their suffering, they were fortunate. As the camera panned out, dozens of corpses lay strewn across the ground, their blood flowing like a river, gradually merging into the dark sea under the moonlight. "Hey, friend, do you remember my name?" Wayne inquired, lifting a rusty chain from the ground and striking another would-be assailant, a man with a scarred face. The chilling sound of metal clashing was accompanied by the sickening crunch of shattered bone. "You there, don't look away." "Yes, you, the wretched scoundrel destined for hell." "What is my name?" Wayne crouched before a terrified henchman, radiating an aura of menace as he posed the question. With time on his hands in the hospital, Wayne asked Bruce to craft 2 simple items for him. One was a bulletproof cloak akin to Batman's, as he found the incessant buzzing of bothersome flies during his nightly patrols quite irksome. The stoic Bruce begrudgingly acquiesced, modifying it into a white hooded version. The other item was the skull mask of the Ghost Rider. Drawing from memory, Wayne created a design for the skull headpiece, using a special metal that could withstand small caliber bullets while being incredibly lightweight, less than a pound when worn. "Spare me. Please don't kill me," the henchman pleaded, cradling his fractured arm, nearly soiling himself as Wayne's ghastly skull visage loomed closer. Wayne, with a gentle demeanor despite the fearful expression of the trembling henchman, said, "My friend, did your gang miss the announcement? When the bat signal shone 2 nights ago, this night distributed flyers and posted notices at all your gang as usual haunts, did he not? We thought it was a prank." The boss was furious, claiming he would track down the culprit and teach him a lesson. The henchman muttered under his breath, cursing his leader for being so oblivious. Clearly, an announcement was made, yet he insisted on dismissing it. Now look where that has led. The gang has been wiped out, and the higher-ups have been turned into a grim feast. Wayne mused, reflecting on the futility of handing out flyers compared to shining a bat signal visible throughout the city. Batman. If I were to give you a signal today, tomorrow the news of Bruce Wayne being Batman would spread like wildfire. Wayne thought bitterly, remembering the stinginess of the Batman. Mark my words, miscreant. The new Midnight Wellness package states, when out scavenging at night, do not let me see you with any packaged snack powders. As a doctor, I, Dr. Strange, cannot abide by the consumption of junk food. However, if they must indulge, let it be skewers or charcoal-grilled delights, just like your boss. With a swift motion, Wayne knocked the henchman unconscious, realizing he needed someone to help elevate his reputation. Leaping over the cargo containers, his cloak billowing in the night breeze. He mused that the night was still young, and he could make it to the next gathering. For several consecutive days, fueled by Wayne's fervent monster-slaying promotion, news of him gradually permeated the underbelly of Gotham. Everyone became aware of the emergence of a creature more ruthless and merciless than Batman himself. While the knowledge was widespread, Wayne remained a newcomer. The psychological shadow cast by Batman did not necessarily instill fear of a dark knight emerging from the shadows. Moreover, it was worth noting that this newcomer did not even comprehend that the damned bat wouldn't be clad in white. Consequently, after a transaction was thwarted, several gangs, both big and small, sought to unite in order to eliminate this eccentric. Wayne, having received intel from Nightwing, proceeded to pay each of them a visit, offering warmth. And overnight, their organizations underwent a complete metamorphosis. Ultimately, one gang leader, unable to withstand Wayne's fervent enthusiasm, was forced into hiding, his body swathed in bandages as he lamented to the sheriff monitoring him. That lunatic calling himself Moonlight Knight is simply inhuman. He skewered my men with a harpoon and even roasted them while sprinkling cumin, claiming he wanted to treat me to a midnight barbecue. Though the gang leader's proclamations were laden with exaggeration and should not be taken at face value, a new legend began to circulate through the underworld. A madman draped in a white cloak, identifying himself as the Moonlight Knight, prowled under the moonlight, devouring the skulls of others in search of a fitting vessel for his skeletal head. The other factions, stirred by Wayne's brutal methods, decided against confronting him until they thoroughly understood his capabilities, opting instead to send a few scapegoats to test the waters of this newcomer. At the new Arkham Hospital, Wayne tossed a coin, his seemingly leisurely action unable to mask the agitation etched upon his brow. Oddly, despite his recent endeavors in the name of justice, an unsettling sense of anxiety gnawed at him. Meanwhile, at Gotham Airport, hundreds of kilometers away, a man clad in a mousy-colored trench coat, his golden hair catching the light, hailed a taxi while smoking a cigarette. Chapter 37. Constantine. I need a new teammate. Crack. Wayne, donning a cowboy hat, lashed the leather whip in his hand, causing droplets of water from a nearby potted plant to scatter, quickly forming a small puddle on the floor. Bound hand and foot, the black mask knelt in humiliation, scrubbing the tiled floor with a toothbrush. The whip struck his back with ferocity, leaving a third gash of blood for his laziness had once again led to his capture. Why is your backside higher than the penguin's top hat? I want to allow you to revel in this. Wayne tightened his grip on the long whip, suddenly striking the bucket beside his adversary, splashing soapy water on a black mask's face, intensifying his already frustrated expression. I've told you countless times when scrubbing the tiles, you must do it in a shaking motion. Look at what you're cleaning. It's utterly pathetic. Do you even see the Gotham map in this mess? If you dare slack off again, I'll stuff you into the zombie bird's cabinet, just to have you clean that greasy mop of his. The term zombie bird refers to the claw that Wayne brought back. It was previously mentioned that it would be studied. However, the claw belongs to a male, rendering the skills of the gynecological expert ineffective. Wayne's own medical expertise is insufficient to unravel the enigmatic intricacies of the courtroom killing machine. Nevertheless, the momentary ineffectiveness does not imply perpetual futility. In due time, who knows, perhaps one day Wayne will achieve an upgrade. The hospital possesses a frozen storage facility, akin to a morgue, that could be utilized to preserve the claw, preventing it from waking and wreaking havoc. Enough of this. At that moment, the black mask abruptly rose, kicking over a nearby bucket of water. Unable to endure any longer, he resolved to stand against the oppression of capitalism. I am Roman Siones, the head of the Siones family, an aristocracy of Gotham. I'm a white man, not a mere tool. The zapping sound of the anti-balding mask was once again placed upon Roman's head, sending jolts of electricity through him, causing him to writhe on the ground. The effect magnified by the puddles of water he had spilled. How could one still entertain thoughts of rebellion? Clearly, by participating in the Gotham Villain Rehabilitation Program I established, one could acquire domestic skills and contribute to the hospital. After all, hiring help can be quite costly, and when it comes to aristocrats, who isn't in the same predicament? After subduing the Black Mask, the hospital had yet to officially open its doors. Batman and Nightwing had recently tracked down the whereabouts of the League of Assassins, preparing to bring Damian back, while Wayne remained temporarily out of contact. It appeared that this situation would persist for several days. Wayne decided to seize the opportunity of his free time to explore. Utilizing his hacking skills, he discovered reports of an unidentified flying object crash near Coastal City. Wayne understood the implications of this. Aside from Wonder Woman and Batman, the most formidable Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, was about to make an appearance. However, beyond these reasons, Wayne felt an unsettling sensation at the back of his mind. Despite having taken down numerous criminal hideouts, the unease had only intensified. Wayne concluded that it would be unwise to linger in Gotham any longer and resolved to heed the instinctual guidance of his sixth sense by embarking on a journey for respite. Beep, beep. A cacophony of honking echoed from the hospital entrance as a runaway yellow taxi billowed smoke. The driver was vociferously cursing at a man outside. The blonde-haired man skillfully lit a cigarette, nonchalantly giving the bald driver the middle finger without looking back. Wayne mused that sometimes that so-called sixth sense is not as reliable as one might hope. After all, the savior had sniffed his way home, yet he remained blissfully unaware. Yesterday in Los Angeles. Recently, a piece of news had emerged that sent the majority into a frenzy of joy. 99% of people rejoiced, while a mere 1% felt utterly despondent. And that 1% was none other than John Constantine, the legendary trickster, a pariah despised by both gods and men, and a soul coveted by demons. Not long ago, Constantine exited the hospital, delivering news that invigorated everyone. He was dying. Lung cancer, stage 4, when a doctor, an old friend from the hospital, delivered the joyous news to Constantine. He felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. There was no room for doubt regarding the authenticity of the diagnosis laid bare before him, nor the alarming symptoms that had recently plagued Cuckoo. It became abundantly clear that he was indeed in grave trouble. Death was a terrifying prospect, but what loomed even larger was the unsettling realization that he had caught the attention of a prominent figure from the depths of hell. In truth, there were multiple such beings coveting Constantine's soul, each with a name that could send tremors through the infernal realms. Yet, the one who had set his sights on Constantine was so formidable that he could easily dispatch the others with a mere flick of his wrist, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. Logically, one would expect the others to relent, but the allure of Constantine's essence was too potent for the demon lords to resist, even at the risk of being reduced to mere roadkill. Being a plaything for these dark overlords was far from pleasant, and the anticipation of old acquaintances in hell eagerly awaiting his arrival was equally disconcerting. It was likely that his very flesh and blood would serve as the centerpiece for their revelry. At a tender age, Constantine had no desire to descend into hell. Instead, he sought to leverage his connections to ensure his ascension to heaven after death, where he could revel in the company of beautiful souls and bask in the divine comfort of the Almighty. Such aspirations were idyllic, but reality proved to be a harsh mistress. The demon Gabriel informed Constantine that his dreams were nothing more than the fantasies of a fool. For someone of his dubious standing, the gates of heaven had been sealed shut, and entry was utterly out of the question. Enraged, Constantine pointed an accusatory finger at Gabriel, his initial outburst of insults transforming into a courteous expression of thanks before he stormed away. There was little choice. The radiant golden light in Gabriel's eyes was indeed terrifying. The archangel had a notorious temper, and Constantine could not afford to offend him, despite his unique circumstances that rendered him immune to outright destruction. Enduring a crippling defeat was still a very real possibility. With connections failing and his reputation in tatters, Constantine, who neither wished to enter heaven nor hell, resolved to find a way to make a significant impact in the world. When conventional methods proved futile, he decided to explore an alternative route: supernatural powers. Determined, he steeled himself and prepare to seek out the influential beings capable of remedying his ailments. Unexpectedly, while he was still scouring the map for potential targets, one such figure arrived at his doorstep. A police officer named Angela sought him out, offering a considerable sum of money in exchange for his assistance in investigating the mysterious death of her sister. Initially indifferent to the case, Constantine agreed solely due to Angela's striking beauty, and upon discovering her status as a novice with no prior experience, he found himself intrigued. As the investigation unfolded, Constantine not only embraced his roguish tendencies, successfully winning Angela's affection, but he also made significant strides in unraveling the mystery, leaving only one final stronghold to conquer. Constantine was not in a rush for immediate gratification. He intended to savor the delightful moments only after the case reached its conclusion, and then, with a decisive kick, he would part ways with Angela, bidding her farewell with a casual pat on his backside. However, what astonished Constantine even more was yet to come. As he delved deeper into the case, he caught a whiff of a familiar sulfurous odor. The presence of sulfur often heralds the clandestine machinations of some infernal entity, and judging by the circumstances, the adversary seemed to possess considerable stature. It was time for his favored pastime of dragging others into the fray. After all, Constantine had debts aplenty and was indifferent to risks. Perhaps by disrupting the situation, he could once again forge a pact with a certain demon lord, cure his lung cancer, and indulge in decades more of smoking. In a fit of exuberance, Constantine executed a flurry of actions, only to discover a disheartening score of 0-2. Before the confrontation even commenced, he had already suffered substantial losses. His two teammates had been forced to sacrifice themselves before he could even lay eyes on the main target, narrowly avoiding becoming a mere half-baked John himself. Undeterred, Constantine saw this as a testament that the puppeteer behind the scenes was not to be trifled with. Moreover, his effectiveness hinged upon the capabilities of his sacrificed allies, who were disappointingly inadequate. One a priest moonlighting as a half-hearted exorcist, and the other an ordinary merchant supplying magical trinkets. Their abilities paled in comparison to his apprentice, the young driver Chaz. Thus, in search of more substantial and dependable allies, Constantine summoned the ancient texts of his lineage, wherein he uncovered the resource he sought. Without time to mourn the loss of his friends, he hastily made his way to the battlefield, accompanied by Gotham's aristocrat, Elias. Chapter 38. At last, a true brother found Gotham International Airport. Constantine retrieved his battered suitcase from the baggage carousel, carelessly discarding the crumpled one-way ticket on the ground. He expressed gratitude for the sponsorship provided by his affluent girlfriend, which enabled him to board a flight to Gotham within half a day, avoiding the awkward necessity of borrowing money. Los Angeles rests at the westernmost edge of the United States, while Gotham is situated on the East Coast. Constantine's flight arrived in the early hours of the morning, having traversed several time zones, landing at precisely 3 o'clock in the morning. Despite the late hour, the taxi queue outside the airport resembled a festering wound, long and sprawling. Constantine hailed a cab and settled into the back seat, where the flickering light atop the vehicle struggled against the rain. The driver scrutinized him through the rearview mirror, his murky eyes suddenly alight with calculating intent. A British fellow, pallid and hollow-eyed, appeared feeble, an easy target to this address on the picture. "How much?" Constantine inquired, tossing his luggage into the back seat before squeezing into the front passenger seat. The air inside the cab was permeated with the stench of cheap air freshener, which could not mask the aroma of the driver, who evidently had not bathed in weeks. "May I smoke?" Constantine politely asked, though he had already deftly procured a cigarette, handing the address of Elias to the driver. The Elias family had faded into obscurity within the magical community in recent years, and it was through some unconventional means that he had located their descendant. The bald driver grinned widely as he activated the fare meter, the numbers on the display bouncing upward like they were a narcotic. "Buddy, our starting fare is 200, and you must traverse a lengthy, dilapidated bridge, which could potentially damage my vehicle. Therefore, an additional toll of 150 is required, along with a night surcharge of 300. He cast a glance at the various mysterious stains on Constantine's clothing and added, "Moreover, there is a 400 cleaning fee for the seat. The smoking fee can be a mere 100. As the driver detailed the assorted charges, the vehicle quickly accelerated and locked its doors, exposing the glaring extortion. Constantine smiled with delight. He had heard tales of Gotham's peculiarities, and indeed, nothing could compare to the first-hand experience. He never expected that merely hailing a cab upon arrival would be such a costly affair. From the pocket of his trench coat, Constantine produced 3 rusted coins, idly flipping them on his wrist. The driver, deeming them ordinary, paid little mind, preoccupied with thoughts of where he might indulge in a celebratory drink after this lucrative ride. The taxi crawled along, the driver exploiting the unfamiliarity of the outsider by taking a long and convoluted route. With each passing minute, the fare meter ticked upward, edging ever closer to 4 digits. After a grueling 6 or 7 hours, during which even the driver began to succumb to drowsiness, they finally reached their destination. The bald driver exhaled deeply. Such a lengthy stint had worn him out, yet the prospect of a hefty sum made it all worthwhile. Rubbing his plump fingers together, he retrieved a handgun from his waistband, placing it casually on his lap. "Don't mind this," he chuckled. "It's merely a custom here in Gotham. That LLB 1247 in total, cash or card, is acceptable. I know you Brits are always hiding treasures." Awakening in a daze, Constantine found his sleep in the taxi far from restful. One might even describe it as abysmal. After a few coughs, he reignited a cigarette to rouse himself. Hearing the fare that could easily fund 10 flights, he allowed a grin to spread across his face, his 3 coins bouncing and spinning on the platform. "What you up to, you Englishman?" The driver furrowed his brow, perplexed by Constantine's antics. "Look closely, you glutton. These are rare finds. I painstakingly retrieved them from the depths of the River Thames, stained with the blood and souls of 17th-century execution victims." Constantine exhaled an epic cloud of smoke, disregarding the consequences of his actions, and directed the dense fumes into the driver's face. Seeing that Constantine clearly dismissed his threats, the driver readied to explode in rage. However, the fare meter suddenly emitted a piercing electric sound, the numbers spinning wildly backward until they finally settled at 999. The driver was taken aback, instinctively believing there was a malfunction. As he reached to rectify the situation, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, the steering wheel was ensnared by damp seaweed, writhing like a living entity, creeping toward his hands. In terror, he attempted to shake it off, but instead, it tightened its grip ever more. The taxi meter emitted a persistent buzzing sound, a noxious scent of sulfur wafting through the air. More terrifyingly, the driver caught a glimpse of his own hair shedding at an alarming rate in the rearview mirror, his scalp revealing a dense patch of distressing bearskin. "Ah!" the driver gasped, dropping his firearm and frantically scratching at his scalp, as sparse black curls descended like a grotesque cascade, transforming into a swarm of leeches greedily siphoning the blood from his body. "No! Get them away! Remove them!" he cried, violently swinging his arms to hurl the leeches in every direction. Constantine, standing nearby, chuckled as he picked up one of the leeches, waving it before the driver with a mocking grin. "Bald donkey, fatty pig, are you sure you don't want this pile of leeches?" In his eyes, there was no repugnant creature, only stacks of Franklin bills scattered within the cab. "Take them away. Just take them all. I'll give you whatever you desire." The driver's face turned ashen, too preoccupied with the leeches to notice the seaweed in his hands morphing into 2 sea snakes, tightening around his throat, nearly suffocating him. The Gotham denizens were indeed generous. Who could claim this place was wretched? Constantine leisurely collected the Franklin bills, tucking them into his pockets, before finally pocketing the coins and discreetly swiping the driver's handgun as well. "Consider this your insurance against hair loss. Next time you're out driving, remember to shower and wear a clean shirt. Don't show up in that worn-out attire." With a click, the car door unlocked, and Constantine dragged his suitcase out, turning back to ensure the door was securely closed. The taxi, now out of control, roared to life and crashed violently into a tree trunk. The driver, regaining some semblance of awareness, rolled down the window to hurl curses at Constantine, the tone of which suggested a collective exhumation of his ancestors was imminent. Yet, upon realizing his firearm was gone, he dared not confront him directly. Instead, he revved his car, emitting a cloud of smoke, and sped away in a hasty retreat. Constantine shrugged, reflecting on how many times his family tomb had been relocated, estimating that in the future it would likely be moved another 100 times. He hoped the driver would live a long life. Otherwise, he would never hear his name called. Hastening into the hospital, Constantine marveled at the opulent decor, silently expressing his astonishment at how well the Elias family was faring after exiting the business. Their deep-rooted wealth was indeed unparalleled. Without comparison, there could be no pain. And he lamented his own circumstances, though now he resolved to focus on how to gather offerings and recruit formidable allies. Spotting a dear friend in the distance, Constantine's spirits lifted, and he rushed over to greet him. "My good brother, I've been searching for you with great difficulty." At Gotham International Airport, he retrieved a battered suitcase from the luggage carousel, carelessly tossing aside the crumpled one-way ticket provided by his affluent girlfriend. Grateful for her generous sponsorship that allowed him to board a flight to Gotham within half a day, sparing him the embarrassment of having to borrow money. Los Angeles is situated at the far western edge of the United States, while Gotham City is set on the East Coast. Constantine arrived here after an afternoon flight, and by the time he landed, it was already midnight, marking the transition into the next day. Considering the time difference and the multiple time zones crossed by the flight, the accurate time would have been 3 in the morning. Even at this hour, the queue for taxis outside the airport resembled a festering wound, long and unyielding. Constantine casually hailed a cab and took a seat inside, where the flickering light atop the vehicle glimmered through the rain. The driver scrutinized him through the rearview mirror, and his murky eyes brightened with calculation. A British fellow, pale of complexion, with deep-set eyes and an air of fragility. An easy mark. "How much to this address?" Constantine inquired, tossing his luggage into the back seat before squeezing into the front passenger seat. The interior was permeated with the scent of cheap air freshener, though it failed to mask the lingering aroma of the driver, who evidently had not bathed in weeks. "May I smoke?" Constantine politely asked, though his hands were already adeptly rolling a cigarette, handing the address of Elias over to the driver. The Elias family had been elusive in the mage community in recent years, and he had employed some rather specialized methods to ascertain their descendants' location. The bald driver grinned broadly as he activated the meter, the numbers on the display bouncing upward as if under the influence of some stimulant. "Buddy, our starting fare is 200, and the address you provided entails crossing a rather lengthy, dilapidated bridge. My vehicle could very well sustain damage, so an additional bridge toll of 150 is warranted. There is also a rain night surcharge of 300, he added, casting a glance at the various stains on Constantine's attire. And we'll need to account for a seat cleaning fee of 400. The smoking fee will be a mere $100. As the driver enumerated his various charges, the vehicle had already surged forward, locking its doors behind them. Observing the glaring extortion, Constantine couldn't help but smile with delight. He had heard tales of Gotham's notorious reputation, and indeed, he found that first-hand experiences far surpassed mere hearsay. He hadn't expected his arrival to be met with such generous hospitality. From the pocket of his trench coat, Constantine produced 3 rusted coins, flipping them playfully on his wrist. The driver, glancing at them and finding nothing remarkable, paid little mind. His thoughts already wandering to where he might indulge in a drink after this lucrative endeavor. The taxi meandered slowly along its route, the driver taking a circuitous path, capitalizing on the foreigner's unfamiliarity. As they twisted and turned, the distance to their destination barely diminished, yet the meter ticked ever upward, inching closer to 4 digits. After an exhausting 6 or 7 hours, during which even the driver began to nod off, they finally reached their destination. The bald driver exhaled deeply, the lengthy journey having worn him out considerably, yet the thought of a hefty sum made it all worthwhile. Rubbing his plump fingers together, he retrieved a handgun from his waistband and laid it across his lap, cheerfully exclaiming, "Don't mind this. It's merely a custom of ours here in Gotham. That'll be a total of $1,247, and I accept both cash and card. I know you Brits are often laden with treasures." Constantine awoke in a daze, his slumber in the taxi far from restful. Indeed, it could be deemed quite dreadful. After a few coughs, he ignited a cigarette to rouse himself. Upon hearing the fare, which could easily cover 10 flights, a sardonic smile crept upon his lips, curving higher than a devil's tail, as he flicked 3 coins, watching them spin incessantly on the surface. "What kind of nonsense are you up to, you Brit?" the driver inquired, frowning at the whirling coins, bewildered by Constantine's antics. "Look closely, my rotund friend. These are rare treasures I painstakingly retrieved from the depths of the River Thames in London, steeped in the blood and souls of 17th-century executioners." Constantine took a deep drag from his cigarette, heedless of the consequences, and exhaled a cloud of smoke directly into the driver's face. Seeing that Constantine was utterly dismissive of his threats, The driver prepared to retaliate, but unexpectedly, the meter emitted a piercing electric whine, the numbers spiraling wildly before settling at 999. Stunned, the driver instinctively assumed a malfunction had occurred and reached to reset it, only to discover that at some point, the steering wheel had become ensnared with damp seaweed, writhing like a living entity toward his hands. In a panic, he tried to shake it off, but it only tightened its grip. The meter crackled ominously, a foul smell of sulfur wafting through the air, and more terrifyingly, the driver caught sight of his hair falling out at an alarming rate in the rearview mirror, his scalp revealing a dense patch of skin beneath. "Ah!" he cried out in horror, dropping his firearm and scratching at his scalp, strands of his once lush black curls cascading down, transforming into a swarm of leeches greedily siphoning his blood. "Get them off! Take them away!" the driver shouted, flailing his arms, flinging leeches in every direction. Constantine, standing nearby with a bemused grin, picked up one of the leeches and dangled it before the driver, teasingly asking, "Are you sure you don't want this delightful pile of leeches?" In his eyes, there were no repulsive leeches, only stacks of Franklin bills scattered within the vehicle. "Take them away. Just take them all. I'll give you whatever you want," the driver pleaded, his face as pale as parchment, too preoccupied to deal with the leeches as he realized the seaweed had morphed into two serpents, constricting around his throat, choking him. Ah, Gothamites are truly generous. Who says this place is dreadful? It is splendid. Constantine, leisurely smoking, collected the Franklin bills one by one, stuffing them into his pockets. Once done, he pocketed the coins and surreptitiously took the driver's handgun as well. "Consider it insurance for your hair loss. Next time you pick up passengers, remember to shower and wear a fresh shirt. That one is far too worn." With a click, the taxi door unlocked, and Constantine dragged his suitcase out, not forgetting to close the door behind him. The taxi, now uncontrollable, roared to life and crashed into a tree trunk. The driver, regaining a semblance of composure, opened the window to hurl curses at Constantine, his tone revealing that he had likely provoked the entire lineage of Constantine's family to relocate their graves. Upon discovering that his handgun had been taken, he dared not descend to engage in a physical confrontation, resorting instead to revving his car and making a commotion as he hastily fled the scene. Constantine shrugged. His ancestral grave had been relocated numerous times, and it seemed likely that it would undergo another 100 relocations in the future. He hoped the driver would enjoy a long life, lest he miss the day he would be called upon. As Constantine jogged into the hospital, he marveled at the opulent DCOR, secretly astonished that the Elias family had thrived so well after exiting the business. Their deep-rooted heritage truly set them apart. Without comparison, one cannot appreciate the disparity. Reflecting on his own life left Constantine feeling rather disgruntled. However, at this juncture, he resolved to contemplate how to gather offerings and recruit formidable allies. Spotting a friend in the distance, Constantine's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "My good brother, I have been searching high and low for you." Chapter 39. Before the sacrifice, does retribution arrive first? It has come to pass. It has truly come to pass. Upon seeing the man with golden hair before him, Wayne's face darkened like a tarnished pot, yet he held a flicker of unrealistic hope and gravely inquired, "Mate, state your name, so I might consider whether to turn you into a pig's head or a locomotive." Constantine disregarded the underlying threat and offered a cigarette, introducing himself. "It's me, brother. The one you spoke with last time over the phone. Damn signal cut out, but thankfully, it hasn't affected our relationship. Allow me to introduce myself. I am John Constantine, and from this day forth, we are brothers. Once I turn you into a locomotive, you may take your leave." Hope dashed. Wayne rolled up his sleeves, preparing to initiate his alternative plan. Do not be deceived by Constantine's cinematic savior-like visage. He is far from the gallant hero depicted in the original film. His golden hair, flippant tone, and the aura of malevolence that permeated his very being betrayed his true nature as a scoundrel. As Gotham's moonlit knight, Wayne deemed it necessary to expel Constantine before he could summon a legion of demons. "Brother, remain calm." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Constantine's forehead as he instinctively stepped back, sensing that despite Elias's sickly appearance, should a fight ensue at such close quarters, he would likely be rendered incapacitated before even reaching for his gadgets. If this is your final farewell, then you may depart in peace. Wayne, expressionless, seized Constantine, preparing to deliver a resounding slap. "Wait, Elias sent me to invite you back into action. My brother has encountered some trouble." Seeing his handsome face on the verge of being struck, Constantine hastily revealed the purpose of his visit. "Invite me back? What concern is that of mine? By the way, how did you come to know my identity?" Wayne queried, confusion etched across his face. As an ordinary citizen entangled with the Bat family, how could he possibly have any connection with a nefarious sorcerer like Constantine? Moreover, if he were to seek assistance in Gotham, it would surely be from Batman, and besides, Elias had no recollection of Constantine in his past life. Seizing the opportunity while Wayne was momentarily distracted, Constantine effortlessly extricated himself from his grasp. Adjusting his soiled coat, he began to recount the troubles he had recently encountered. Setting aside Constantine's experiences with women, Wayne finally discerned the narrative at play. The plot was indeed grave. The infernal detective, upon beholding Constantine's strikingly handsome visage, Wayne realized the severity of the situation, which was even direr than Constantine had anticipated. The son of hell, Mammon, had allied with the winged archmage in a bid to annihilate the human realm, only to be met with a merciless onslaught from Constantine's unorthodox summoning spell. Had it been the original cinematic incarnation of Constantine, Wayne would have unequivocally refrained from engaging in such reckless behavior. Yet faced with the current incarnation of the golden-haired Constantine, he found himself hesitating. The climax of the tale ended with the dark-haired Constantine embracing a self-sacrificial demise, nobly offering his life for others, thus earning his place in paradise and allowing for the iconic scene with a lung cancer miracle worker to unfold. The fate of the dark-haired Constantine was perilous yet ultimately safe, but the outcome for the golden-haired Constantine was far less certain. The look of deception etched across his face suggested that persuading him to selflessly sacrifice his life would be more challenging than convincing Wayne's grandfather to trust the Joker's reformation. "I have spoken my piece, Elias. Surely you understand now. I require your assistance to thwart the demonic incursion upon our world." Constantine's words flowed forth fervently, nearly choking him with urgency. Upon noticing the coffee machine on the counter, he prepared himself a latte, its smooth flavor harmonizing delightfully with a freshly lit cigarette. Quenching his thirst immeasurably, Wayne's expression oscillated between hope and despair. He pondered whether his capabilities would yield any substantial impact, with success seeming increasingly elusive and the risk of being ensnared by Constantine's reckless schemes looming large. However, if he chose not to act, the situation would undoubtedly escalate, potentially leading to a nightmarish awakening in which the Earth was transformed into a churning hellscape of magma and sulfur. Both paths appeared perilous, and Wayne was reluctant to leap into either abyss, contemplating whether to unleash his ultimate gambit scribbled in his notebook. It was a mere notion, to eliminate the Joker and douse him in his own fervor and laughing gas, transforming him into a delectable bait for Batman. In the face of the Dark Dragon and the Son of Hell, he was uncertain which was more formidable. In any case, death awaited them all, and none would emerge unscathed. Yet, after a brief contemplation, Wayne dismissed this absurd notion. The situation had not yet reached a point of desperation, and his actions were predicated on the belief that the universe would reset, allowing all to resurrect and relive their fates. A seemingly joyous outcome. Yet the disconcerting truth remained. This cycle may not include Wayne himself. The flaw of possessing a non-original soul was evident. Others could thrive due to their native essence, while Wayne, as a half-outsider, could not gamble on whether he belonged to the cohort destined for resurrection. There is another crucial point. Recently, Batman has been preoccupied with his personal matters, and along with Alfred, the entire Bat family has been absent from Gotham, save for Barbara, who remains in a comatose state in the hospital. He finds himself alone. Wayne paused for a moment, a resolution forming in his mind. He raised his head, adopting a stern expression, and declared, "It is indeed possible, but I have a query. Please do speak." Constantine felt a surge of joy within, secretly acknowledging that the Elias family was indeed reliable, unlike others who, despite sharing drinks and laughter in ordinary times, vanished when it truly mattered, with formidable allies joining. This felt reassuring. "Why did you come to Gotham, seeking me, a mere novice, instead of Batman? What are you thinking?" Wayne was curious. The Moon Knight had only debuted less than a month ago, and his reputation within Gotham was already considerable, not to mention his notoriety in the outside world. "Huh, Batman, You mean that masked vigilante? Please, my friend, I am up against hellish demons, not just a hulking figure swinging fists. Wayne could only chuckle at this, amused at the thought of arranging for Bruce to partner with Constantine, eager to witness the look of shock on Constantine's face should his sacrificial companion fail. Constantine appeared to have heard the most ludicrous joke, shaking his head with a laugh. If that Batman could truly transform into a bat and belong to a distinguished family of magic like yours, I would gladly welcome him into our ranks. A family of magic? Who? Me? When did this happen? How am I not aware of it? Wayne looked utterly bewildered, initially amused at the jibe about Batman's inadequacies. He became dumbfounded upon hearing Constantine refer to himself as part of a magical lineage. He quickly interjected, "Wait, whom do you claim is a family of magic? You must know I am the Moon Knight, which is why you approached me." "The Moon Knight? Then who is that other fellow?" "I am looking for the head of the Elias family, a comrade with profound magical expertise." Constantine halted, his hand frozen mid-drag on his cigarette, sensing an ominous premonition as he gazed at Wayne's expression. How could this be? He had yet to begin his trickery, and retribution had already arrived. When did I ever claim to wield magic? I haven't even seen a single spell book. The two stared at each other, bewildered and at a loss for words. Chapter 40. Constantine's longing for Wayne. Constantine stared at Wayne, dumbfounded, ash falling onto his freshly arranged coat, oblivious to it all. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, "So, are you truly an Elias?" At that moment, he seriously questioned whether his magical artifacts had malfunctioned, leading him to the wrong individual. "If you're referring to that downtrodden aristocrat Elias, pursued by gangsters and who has mortgaged his ancestral home to the bank, then yes, that is indeed me." Wayne's lips twitched in exasperation as he replied, "As for your so-called magical lineage, I have no recollection of it whatsoever. Does the Hogwarts acceptance letter count as a spellbook?" "Alas, no owl has ever delivered me an acceptance notice." Constantine widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can this be? The Elias family may have withdrawn from the wizarding world for nearly a century, but their lineage cannot simply cease to exist. Where are your parents? They must know something. And how do you, an outsider, even know of me?" Upon introducing himself, the countenance of the Elias scion shifted immediately, clearly indicating that he was familiar with Constantine's renowned name. "My parents?" Wayne pondered for a moment before producing a photograph of the deceased. "Here they are. If you wish to meet them, I would gladly escort you down this instant." Do not be modest. Constantine is infamous, and it is entirely normal for even those outside the circle to be aware of him. Constantine replied, "That seems to be the case." Regarding his estranged parents, perhaps they had ultimately experienced a pang of conscience, yet this could not absolve them of the heinous acts committed as members of the Owl Court. Wayne surmised that the elderly couple had likely taken a direct route to hell, seeking the devil's assistance to enjoy their afterlife. Did they leave behind anything of their estate? Did they not leave behind some relics of their legacy? Observing Wayne's genuine demeanor, Constantine inhaled deeply. "Do not worry, there is still hope. Although magic is indeed formidable, enabling its wielder to accomplish feats beyond the imagination of mere mortals, it exacts a painful toll in return." This was precisely the reason Constantine, a master of spells, refrained from their use. He preferred to resolve dilemmas through cunning and magical artifacts. Otherwise, if he were to recklessly wield magic, he might succumb to its backlash before ever developing lung cancer, having wreaked havoc upon the world for so many years. Fortunately, the Elias family possessed a wealth of powerful artifacts, which, if utilized wisely, would allow him to navigate this situation with the enigmatic puppet master. Inheritance? The money has vanished. The company is gone. What inheritance could there be? Not merely superficial wealth, I assure you. Franklin is indeed a treasure, but that is not what I refer to. I speak of the ancient artifacts from your ancestral home, such as the moss-covered stone tablet, a mysterious vial containing a drop of blood, and a feather that ignites with flame. The three items Constantine mentioned are the most renowned treasures of the Elias family and serve as the foundation of their legacy. The tablet is said to be inscribed by Moses himself, known as the Ten Commandments. The vial contains the blood of Seth, the third son of Adam, the progenitor of mankind. The last item is even more extraordinary. The reason the Elias family possesses Seth's blood is closely tied to the feather's owner. Legend has it that the first patriarch of the Elias clan, on the brink of death, was guided to the mysterious Eden at the world's end, where he encountered the Archangel Michael. As a boon, Michael bestowed upon the Elias ancestor the blood of Seth. Moreover, the archangel expressed his admiration, stating, "Young man, I have high hopes for you. When you ascend to heaven, come work under me." Thus, Michael gifted Wayne's ancestor a feather, which, due to its intrinsic dominion over fire, would ignite an everlasting holy flame, banishing any evil that dared to approach. The haste with which Constantine sought out Wayne stemmed from his unwavering confidence that, with the blessing of these 3 sacred relics, he could remain unscathed even in the presence of the infernal demon lord. As Wayne listened to Constantine's introduction, he blinked in disbelief. The revelation that his adoptive parents were former members of the Owl Court was already astonishing. Yet he soon discovered that the eccentricities extended throughout his entire lineage. "Elias, do you remember where you stashed your collection?" Constantine's urgency was palpable. He was anxious, as his formidable allies had yet to unleash their full potential, leaving him reliant solely on the powerful relics. I think I do have a vague memory," Wayne chuckled, the vividness of Constantine's description gradually sharpening his recollections. With renewed vigor, Constantine eagerly lit a cigarette for Wayne, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Let us retrieve the sacred relics and save the world." "Well, Moses' tablets were sold as scrap 2 years ago. No worries, we still have the feather of Michael. It was lost to the wind when it was mistaken for a shuttlecock. What about the holy blood of Seth? I thought it was fruit and mixed it into my cereal." Constantine's expression turned impassive as he deftly removed the cigarette from Wayne's lips and took a puff himself. However, the realization that all 3 sacred relics were gone twisted his features into a mask of anguish as he lamented, "What a travesty." Wayne shrugged his shoulders awkwardly, acknowledging that it was not entirely his fault. The foolish and reckless actions of his former self were beyond imagination, including the memory of selling a cherished ancestral tome as mere second-hand waste paper to buy alcohol. He had dubbed it energy conservation, claiming that the family legacy had not vanished but transformed into spirits, ensuring his joy remained eternal. Reflecting on this, Wayne felt speechless. To hell with energy conservation. He didn't even know what his ancestors had accomplished. If he were them, he would rise from the grave to strike him down for his ignorance. Wait, there may still be hope. Let me assess the situation. Constantine, frenzied, scratched his head and finished 5 cigarettes in rapid succession before regaining his composure. The 3 sacred relics are the most powerful treasures of your family, but that does not mean they're the only ones. There must be other magical artifacts hidden within your ancestral manor. "Oh, my ancestral manor was mortgaged when we went bankrupt a few years ago, including everything in the basement. It has since been transformed into Gotham's largest pig farm." Constantine sighed in exasperation. "Buddy, I left my soft, fragrant girlfriend alone in Los Angeles, enduring countless hardships to find you. Can you provide us with some good news for our cause? Honestly, do you possess any similar magical items?" "None, but wait. I might actually have something." Wayne retrieved the compass of desire from his pocket and tossed it to Constantine. This wondrous artifact from the Caribbean could point to a person's deepest yearning. As anticipated, Constantine's eyes brightened when he received the magical artifact. He leaned down to study it, and after a considerable time of contemplation, he expressed both joy and concern. This wondrous magical device appears capable of sensing the desires within the heart of the user, guiding them to a location that can fulfill those desires. However, what lies at that destination remains a mystery. The compass held significant potential. Constantine was delighted at the prospect of it aiding him in his predicament, yet troubled by the pressing nature of their situation, which left little room for distant exploration. The notion of it pointing toward the moon would be nothing short of absurd. In truth, Constantine's longings were numerous, so much so that he could scarcely articulate them. Yet in this moment, his most fervent desire was undeniably for something that could extricate him from his current plight. Following the direction indicated by the needle, he resolved to give it a try. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him once more. As the needle came to a halt, Constantine was astonished to find it had landed on Wayne's position. Noticing Constantine's intense gaze fixed upon him, Wayne was perplexed. But a sudden recollection of the character's tropes from comics sent a shiver down his spine. Goodness, this scoundrel cannot possibly be desiring me. Chapter 41. Sacred blood. Wayne felt a chill as Constantine's stare bore into him, instinctively taking a step back. Observing Constantine's gaze of unbridled hunger, Wayne was nauseated and, without hesitation, retrieved a half-finished concoction of chili pepper spray from his inventory mercilessly dousing Constantine's face with it. The spray was only a partial creation, the primary ingredient. Kryptonite powder had yet to be procured, preventing it from achieving the vibrant green hue. Ah, goodness, that burns. What is this madness? Constantine exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he cradled his head in despair. Wayne observed Constantine's pitiable state with satisfaction. Before Constantine could voice his indignation, Wayne chastised him with righteous indignation. If you seek a romantic partner, I suggest you visit the neighboring lonely bar. I cannot endure that wolfish gaze of yours. And I have no interest in men, least of all in a filthy rogue like you, who sports a smoky visage and has no qualms about relieving himself in public. Using a minor tool, Constantine finally managed to alleviate the burning sensation from the chilly spray. Had he not feared a severe beating, he would have relished the opportunity to retaliate against Wayne. Frustrated, he lifted the compass and exclaimed, "Nonsense! What are you thinking? The compass points to you, indicating that you possess something I desire. Do not glare at me with such intensity. I am in a committed relationship, and we share a strong bond. Moreover, I could never harm a woman." Wayne could not contain his laughter, erupting in mirth. "Forgive me, but that is one of the funniest things I've heard this year." Rivaling the humor of the time, Batman cracked under a hellish joke. Constantine's expression darkened, and just as he prepared to retort with a sharp tongue, he suddenly paused. A revelation dawning upon him. He recalled Wayne's earlier remark about an invincible prodigal and the drop of blood he had mistakenly assumed was fruit, which he had inadvertently mixed into his cereal. In an instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. The sacred blood coursing through his veins was akin to a fusion with the mortal form of Adam's third son, Seth. Perhaps at this very moment, a power more formidable than any relic flowed within Elias. "I understand," Constantine exclaimed, animatedly tapping his forehead and shaking off the ashes from his attire. "The blood of Seth has merged with your body. You are now equivalent to Adam's third son. No wonder the compass points to you. This clever contraption recognizes that true power resides within you." Beside them, Wayne was utterly bewildered. One moment it was about Adam's third son, and the next, it was about the true power within him. What a hodgepodge of nonsense! Observing Wayne's perplexed expression, Constantine cleared his throat and proceeded to elaborate further. In simpler terms, the situation is as follows. After Constantine's explanation, Wayne began to grasp the situation, yet the gleaming eyes of his companion sent shivers down his spine. Still skeptical, he remarked, "I understand you're not coveting my body, but are you certain that this blood of Seth is truly effective? I do not feel as robust as an ox." Wayne harbored doubts about Constantine's claims. Divine gifts, the father of humanity, Adam's third son, sacred blood. It all sounded grandiose. But if this were genuinely potent, why did his previous incarnation drink himself to death? Was it possible that Seth's primordial constitution rendered him intolerant to alcohol? "Compared to your flesh, I am far more intrigued by the sacred blood within you," Constantine retorted, rolling his eyes. If the sacred blood could indeed merge with him, he mused, a mere ailment like lung cancer would be a trivial matter to cure. However, Constantine was taken aback by the unexpected capabilities of the sacred blood. He contemplated whether it was inherently capable of fusion, or if only the Elias lineage possessed the requisite constitution. If it were the latter, there was little hope. Yet if it were the former, he fancied himself quite suited to be Adam's third son. Noticing Wayne's lingering skepticism, Constantine lifted a tattered suitcase and explained, "Inside are the vengeful spirits I use as bait. As the sacred blood inherently restrains all evil, now that it has merged with you, your blood should exhibit similar properties." "We shall see," Wayne internally scoffed, feeling as though he was being treated like a character from a Western biblical narrative. Nevertheless, curiosity piqued within him. Did he possess this power? After all, it was like meat served on a platter, or rather, meat that had been digested and was ready to be consumed. How could one refuse such an offer? Upon Wayne's nod of agreement, Constantine retrieved a brush and hastily sketched a few strokes on the suitcase. Within 3 seconds, the aged leather case began to writhe. The zipper slowly unzipped, revealing a half-decayed human visage. The empty eye sockets of the vengeful spirit fixated on Wayne, emanating a malevolent hatred. "Mate, having no grievances with you, and yet you wish to end my life upon our first meeting. Clearly, you have chosen the path to demise." This was the first occasion that Wayne truly encountered such a supernatural entity. Batman does not count. Although Batman's various manifestations do not resemble those of an ordinary human, at least he bears a human semblance. The Wraiths, being of a lower echelon, lack the capacity for wisdom and are driven solely by instinct, engaging in relentless slaughter of those before them. At this moment, the Wraith harbored a fierce desire to eliminate Wayne. Had it not been for Constantine's incomplete ritual, it would likely have lunged at Wayne's face by now. Wayne found the Wraith's gaze most unsettling. After observing for a time, he decisively cut his palm with a scalpel, allowing crimson blood to flow forth. As if sensing its natural enemy, the decaying Wraith emitted a piercing shriek, hesitating as it attempted to retreat into its confines. Constantine, however, would not grant it such a reprieve. With a gentle tap at the base of the bag, the Wraith's entire head emerged. Seizing the opportunity, Wayne swiftly enveloped its head with his hand. A radiant golden light erupted from Wayne's palm. In an instant, the entire hospital was illuminated in a blindingly pure white, leaving both individuals temporarily blinded by the dazzling brilliance. When they regained their senses, the unfortunate Wraith had no time to utter another cry before being utterly purified. Astonished, Wayne marveled at the sheer potency of a single drop of blood. The spectacle was magnificent. He had deliberately suppressed its effects. Otherwise, he sensed that much of Gotham would witness the resplendent glow. Ah, this is splendid. The next time the bat signal illuminates the sky, I shall employ this technique to dazzle the old bat. Behold, I told you the power of holy blood resides within you. Now, even in the absence of feathers and tablets, with this force, those little devils from hell shall be dispatched in no time, leaving even Satan himself bewildered. Constantine showered him with praise, and Wayne could not help but feel a surge of delight. After all, the stronger his allies, the more divine he could become. Wait! Wayne raised a hand, signaling Constantine to temper his enthusiasm. Let us be clear, the possession of this power does not imply that I wield magic. Moreover, you have yet to specify whom we are to confront. Should you dare to mention the Morning Star, I assure you, I shall send you to meet him at once. Constantine shook his head vehemently, jesting that he had endured great hardship to avoid being caught by that ancient entity. He would never willingly seek him out, not even if he were possessed. Feeling uneasy under Constantine's intense gaze, Wayne instinctively took half a step back. As Constantine continued to glare at him with an unsettling glint in his eyes, Wayne, feeling nauseated, retrieved a half-finished concoction of chili spray from his system space and mercilessly sprayed it across Constantine's face. The reason it was only a half-finished product was that the primary ingredient, powdered kryptonite, had yet to be acquired, preventing it from imparting a green hue. Ah, what the hell, it's so spicy. What kind of sorcery is this? Constantine exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he clutched his head in despair. Wayne, observing Constantine's distress with satisfaction, did not wait for him to inquire further and boldly retorted, "If you seek a boyfriend, I suggest you visit the nearby lonely bar. I cannot endure that predatory glare of yours, and I have no interest in men, especially someone like you, adorned with a smoky visage, yet shamelessly relieving yourself in public." Constantine managed to quell the pungency of the chilly water with a mere prop. Had he not feared a brutal beating, he would have relished the opportunity to thrash Wayne right then and there. With a sense of exasperation, he raised the compass, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you thinking? The compass points to you, indicating you possess something I desire. Do not glare at me with that look. I am in a committed relationship, and quite happy besides. I could never harm a woman." Wayne could not suppress his laughter, bursting forth with mirth. This was undoubtedly one of the funniest jokes he had encountered this year. Rivaling the hilarity of the moment, he recounted a hellish jest to Batman, who had visibly faltered. Constantine, his expression darkened, was on the verge of delivering a scathing retort when he suddenly paused. A spark of realization illuminating his mind as he recalled Wayne's earlier outrageous proclamation about the blood he mistook for fruit, which he had unwittingly mixed into his cereal. In an instant, it dawned on him. The sacred blood entering his body equated to a fusion with Wayne's mortal form. Perhaps, at this very moment, a power even more formidable than that of a holy relic coursed through Elias's veins. After all, Set, as the third son bestowed by God upon Adam, possessed blood that could be deemed a divine gift. "I understand," Constantine exclaimed, excitedly tapping his forehead and shaking off the ash from his attire. "The blood of Set has merged with your being. You are now akin to Adam's third son. No wonder the compass directs towards you. This contraption is astute." recognizing where true strength resides. Wayne, perplexed, could barely follow the conversation, grappling with the notions of being Adam's third son and possessing some enigmatic power. What was this nonsensical chatter? Noticing Wayne's bewildered expression, Constantine cleared his throat and elaborated. To simplify, it goes like this. After Constantine's explanation, Wayne began to grasp the situation, yet the fervent gleam in Constantine's eyes left him with goosebumps, still harboring doubts. I see you're not coveting my body. However, is this blood of Set truly effective? I do not feel particularly robust. Wayne was skeptical of Constantine's assertions. Divine gifts, the father of mankind, Adam's third son, and sacred blood all sounded grandiose. Yet if such claims held any weight, why had his predecessor succumbed to alcohol? Was it possible that Set's primal constitution rendered him intolerant to spirits? More than your physical form, I am intrigued by the sacred blood within you. Constantine rolled his eyes. If this sacred blood could truly integrate with him, even a trivial ailment like lung cancer would be effortlessly cured. It is said that the miraculous effects of the holy blood were unforeseen by Constantine. He pondered whether the holy blood possessed an innate ability to merge, or if it was a unique trait of the Elias family. If it were the latter, there would be no recourse, but if it were the former, Constantine mused that he might be well suited to be the father of mankind, Adam's third son. Noticing Wayne's lingering skepticism, Constantine lifted a tattered suitcase and explained, inside, I have the vengeful spirits I've captured as bait. The holy blood naturally counters all evil, and now, fused with you, your blood must share the same efficacy. Litu est ite. Wayne internally scoffed, thinking, am I to be regarded as the Western biblical version of Zhang Qiling? Yet, his curiosity was piqued regarding his potential power. After all, who would turn down a feast presented before them? After Wayne nodded in agreement, Constantine produced a brush and hastily sketched a few strokes on the suitcase. Within moments, the decrepit leather case began to writhe, its zipper slowly giving way to reveal a partially decayed human visage. The hollow eye sockets of the vengeful spirit fixed their gaze upon Wayne, radiating a palpable hatred. Buddy, we've just met, and you already wish to slay me. It seems you are intent on meeting your demise. This was Wayne's first genuine encounter with such a supernatural entity, Batman aside, for though the latter exhibited extraordinary traits, he at least bore the semblance of a human. The vengeful spirit was so primitive that it lacked any semblance of intelligence, driven solely by its primal instinct to kill. And at that moment, it yearned to eliminate Wayne. Had Constantine's protective array not been fully activated, the spirit would have lunged at Wayne without hesitation. Wayne found the spirit's gaze unsettling. After a brief observation, he decisively used a scalpel to cut into his palm, crimson blood oozing forth. As if sensing a natural enemy, the rotting spirit emitted a piercing shriek, hesitating as it attempted to retreat into the suitcase. Yet, Constantine would not grant it such a reprieve. He gently struck the base of the suitcase, causing the spirit's head to fully emerge. Seizing the opportunity, Wayne covered its head with his hand. A radiant golden light erupted. The brilliance from Wayne's palm illuminated the entire hospital in an ethereal white glow, rendering both men momentarily blinded by the dazzling radiance. When their vision returned, the unfortunate spirit had been utterly purified before it could utter even a cry. Goodness, such power from a single drop of blood? Wayne was astonished. While the magnitude of the power was yet to be assessed, the display was undeniably grand. Moreover, he had intentionally suppressed its effects. Otherwise, he sensed that half of Gotham would witness the spectacular golden light. Splendid. When the bat signal shines next, I shall utilize this technique to dazzle the old bat. See, I told you the power of the holy blood resides within you. Even without the feather and the tablet, with this force, those hellish imps will be dispatched with ease, leaving even Satan himself unrecognizable. Constantine showered Wayne with praise, and Wayne felt a surge of elation. After all, the stronger his allies, the more he could transcend his limits. Wait a moment. When gestured to Constantine not to get too excited just yet. Let us be clear, even if you possess this power, it does not imply that I am adept in magic. Moreover, you have yet to specify whom we are confronting. If you dare mention which Morningstar it is, I assure you, I shall send you to meet him at once. Constantine shook his head vigorously, jesting that he had toiled endlessly to avoid being caught by that old fellow. He would never willingly approach him, even if he were possessed. Chapter 42. Regardless of life or death, I offer $10 million. Constantine sought allies to prevent hell from obliterating the world, yet the information at his disposal was scant. He knew neither the identity of the adversary nor the number of participants, nor when they would strike. He was utterly in the dark. Thus, when one inquired about their opponent, Constantine earnestly replied that it was a formidable demon from hell, presumably one of notable renown, though he remained unaware of the specifics. One rolled his eyes, well versed in the unfolding narrative. It was the hellish offspring Mammon and the supreme sorcerer Gabriel. While he possessed this knowledge, he dared not boldly declare it. Both above and below, there were likely eyes watching. If one were to disclose such information at this very moment, he would most likely find himself subjected to a relentless barrage of both black and white whips. Therefore, he could only offer subtle hints to expedite Constantine's unraveling of the mystery. Ultimately, if the wretched Constantine did not sacrifice himself, it mattered little. He was merely a companion. If Constantine lacked the courage to act, one certainly did. Naturally, one was inclined to assist. In due time, he would offer up Constantine as a sacrifice, using his fragrant soul to summon Lucifer. Once the old devil was pleased, Mammon and Gabriel would be no more, leaving the earth safe. This could be described as killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Lucifer would be appeased, the earth saved when delighted, and the world rid of a menace. A joyous resolution, indeed. Constantine interjected, I think that's a terrible idea. All right, time is of the essence. You need not possess magic. Just accompany me back to Los Angeles, and I will handle the rest. I know an old friend with whom I have a good rapport. Borrowing his collection will allow you, as a human exorcist, to reach your full potential. One pondered momentarily, very well, but I must first make some preparations. Before he could inquire further, Constantine found himself confronted by a fist the size of a sandbag, which landed squarely on his handsome face with a resounding thud. With combat skills and physical prowess akin to that of a novice, Constantine was unsurprisingly knocked back by the blow. One, pleased with the feel of his punch, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him as clarity dawned. Retrieving the compass from Constantine's pocket, one produced a memory eraser, donned sunglasses, and aimed it at Constantine for a brief flash. Constantine's eyes glazed over, and one implanted a new memory. The bruise on your face is from a battle with a demon. I must now prepare, so you remain here and wait patiently. With that, one turned and hurried up the stairs, the sound of his hurried footsteps echoing through the air. The formidable black rod proves to be quite effective. However, its function is confined solely to the eradication and imposition of fabricated memories. Yet, one cannot alter the innate instincts of a person. Continuous indoctrination of memories that starkly contrast with an individual's inherent character will inevitably reveal vulnerabilities, particularly when confronting highly intelligent individuals. The last instance of implanting a memory in the masked figure to refrain from killing was swiftly discerned by Roman as being amiss over time. Although the memory remained unaltered, his behavior gradually reverted to its original form. Unfortunately, he encountered Wayne, who, after employing a series of instructive methods reminiscent of best-selling agricultural tools, now diligently tends to the weeds in the garden. In contrast, with individuals like Constantine, who possess a tenacious will and have had deceit ingrained into their very souls, the efficacy of the black rod appears negligible. It is conceivable that upon imparting a set of virtuous memories, he would revert to his despicable self before even boarding a plane. Moreover, the extensive modification of memories poses a threat to the mind. Wayne harbored doubts that Constantine had not retained some form of defense within his brain to prevent such occurrences. Thus, Wayne opted to allow him to forget this inconsequential, harmless memory. As Wayne ascended the stairs, Constantine's gaze cleared, and he laboriously rose from the ground. Grasping his left eye with a dark circle, the pain compelled him to grimace. The most recent memory informed Constantine that his facial injuries were the result of battling demons. Yet, an archive memory reminded him that after he had stealthily taken Wayne's compass, he received a severe beating, culminating in the sight of Wayne brandishing the black rod before a new memory emerged. Constantine rummaged through the cabinet for a first aid kit, extracting iodine and medical swabs, all the while muttering, "Damn, he looks even weaker than I do, yet possesses such strength. By the way, has the Elias family abandoned magic for technology?" After applying iodine, Constantine brewed himself another cup of coffee, using it to soothe his throat alongside his cigarette. Having consumed his 10th cigarette in the hospital lobby, he crumpled the now empty pack and discarded it on the floor. Constantine then spent 10 minutes adjusting his trench coat in front of the gleaming glass, waiting for an entire hour without any sign of activity from upstairs. The sluggishness of his movements surpassed even that of his girlfriend Angela while she applied her makeup, leaving him utterly speechless. Growing impatient, he shouted toward the upper floor, "You scoundrel! Are you hosting a pool party with the psychiatrists up there?" In response, the sound of the top floor door slamming shut reverberated, followed by Wayne, who opted to descend the stairs while humming a tune, a brand new canvas bag in hand. "What on earth have you been up to?" Constantine regarded the sweat on Wayne's forehead with a deadpan stare, pondering whether he was leaving a legacy in case he never returned. Wayne flashed a grin, replying, "I place an order. Buying magical artifacts? I suppose online shopping is indeed quite popular now." "No, I purchased a bounty." Wayne extracted his phone and waved it, revealing a successful order confirmation on the screen. "I had set a countdown of 7 days. Provided the Earth remained intact, should I fail to cancel the order within this time frame, or should I not return alive to Gotham, various assassin organizations would receive a bounty on my head. $1 million for capturing me alive, and the same for a corpse, accompanied by high-definition photographs of you smoking. Serve as a gentle reminder that those reckless assassins, mercenaries, and assassins could very well arrive in planes and tanks." Constantine's smile froze instantly, coffee spilling onto his trousers unnoticed as he stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "What the hell, mate? Are you out of your mind? You mysteriously show up asking me to save the world. Regardless of whether it's true or not, I agreed for the sake of Earth's safety. Because no matter how you label me as some magical lineage or the third son of a blessing, if Earth transforms into a hellish nightmare, I cannot survive." Initially, defending the Earth and opposing the infernal realm seemed a noble and significant endeavor, worthy of historical remembrance. However, the mere thought of you as my teammate rendered the situation utterly bleak. Wayne patted Constantine's shoulder, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "After all, you are John Constantine. The legends say you betrayed more comrades than demons you've vanquished, and just your presence here makes me feel like I'm about to tumble into a pit. I hope that in our endeavor to thwart hell's schemes, I won't be used as bait for the Demon King. Otherwise, you would spend the rest of your life evading assassination attempts." Constantine merely whistled, unfazed by the pallor on the face of the vile Constantine. In fact, he had not only issued a bounty, but had also compiled all of Constantine's information and stuffed it into Batman's private mailbox. Out of respect for the Dark Knight, should he fall victim to treachery, the despicable Constantine would find himself in Arkham, sharing a cell with the Joker. After all, if he possessed holy blood, he certainly had a duty to fulfill for the world. Chapter 43. The leader of the Pajama Alliance. Constantine squinted at the high-definition close-up of himself smoking displayed on his phone screen, his mouth twitching in irritation. Not only that, but the bounty also contained a description of him as a Brit skilled in nicotine-induced self-destruction. The description was remarkably apt, so precise it could earn the Demon King's immediate endorsement. However, the issue lay in the fact that he had never disclosed his health condition to Elias. How could the other party possibly know? "Have you ever taken a photo of me?" "How do you know?" It was glaringly obvious. After all, he was a doctor. Your complexion was pale, beads of sweat forming on your forehead, and having consumed nearly 20 cigarettes in under 2 hours at my place, if your lungs were unscathed, I de-sell my soul to Satan on the spot. Moreover, I suspect you're already in the late stages of lung cancer, unlikely to survive beyond 6 months. Wayne rummaged through his bag of tools, speaking without turning to Constantine. "Oh, great physician, Dr. Elias, tell me, is there any hope left for me? Lung cancer in its advanced stage? Perhaps, as Wayne suggested, there might still be a scientific remedy. Let us set aside the old bat for the moment. Even if there were any assistance to be had, it would surely not be bestowed upon a scoundrel. It is likely that the likes of Lai too could concoct a remedy for lung cancer, but Wayne would never engage in such a thankless endeavor. Regardless, even if the Earth were to explode, this individual would undoubtedly continue to thrive. Sigh, such is life, Constantine thought, shrugging helplessly, although he had asked without any real expectation. He could not help but feel disappointed when Elias responded with a sense of futility. Just as he was mired in gloom, he suddenly noticed a corner of a canvas bag Wayne was organizing, revealing the compass that had just been retrieved, now nestled among an assortment of peculiar trinkets. If Constantine's eyes did not deceive him, the three objects on the left were high-explosive grenades, while on the right lay a Desert Eagle pistol, and above the compass was something that could either be a smoke grenade or a flashbang. Are you preparing for a confrontation with teammates or demons? I may very well be reduced to a pulp by your grenades before lung cancer takes me. Constantine tugged at the collar of his trench coat, attempting to conceal the dark circles under his eyes. The lack of trust from his companion saddened him greatly. Why not simply tie a leash around my neck to spare you the worry of me selling you to the devil as a sacrifice? Constantine suggested Elias. These items inflict minimal damage on demons. And are you certain they would clear airport security? I say, you have been calling me Elias all this time. Yet you do not even know my full name. As a teammate, how can I trust you? Wayne rolled his eyes, bemused by Constantine's apparent familiarity with their family, yet ignorant of the name of the sole living member of the Elias lineage, highlighting his unreliability. Well, it's never too late to learn, considering how mysterious your family is. Constantine retorted without a hint of embarrassment, turning the conversation to Wayne's name. Just then, Wayne had finished securing the pepper spray and looked up, noticing the asymmetry in Constantine's complexion. He frowned. Wayne crossed Elias. I hadn't noticed before, but now that I look closely, the stark contrast makes it difficult for my sense of symmetry. Huh? Constantine was caught off guard when a shadow suddenly descended upon him with a whoosh. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, but his frantic movements transformed what should have been a roll into an awkward tilt of the head. His right eye bore the brunt of solid punch, and the absurdity of his actions made it seem as though he had intentionally offered his face for the blow. Dazed by the humiliation of the strike, Constantine lay on the ground, eyes closed and mouth agape. Much more pleasing to the eye, Wayne thought, shaking his hand and reaching into his pocket to retrieve a memory eraser from the system's space. He gestured as if to fire a weapon, declaring that the earlier incident had been a result of you tussling with a wild dog over refuse in the parking lot and inadvertently colliding with the curb. Moments later, Constantine, still dazed, managed to prop himself against the wall, gasping for air. Hearing the sound of dripping water, he instinctively looked down to find blood trickling from his nose, the result of his earlier fall. At this moment, a peculiar memory surfaced in his mind, featuring a grotesque scene of a half-eaten sausage clutched in a grinning mouth, confronting a war mosaic beside a trash bin, alongside three feral dogs by the roadside. The bizarre spectacle sent a shiver down Jacques's spine, prompting him to mutter, "What the hell? Elias's family has sunk to such sinister tactics. How did Michael ever take a liking to this fellow's ancestor?" "Perfect," Wayne remarked, admiring his own accomplishments as he triumphantly clenched his fist, swiftly stowing away his tools and urging, "What are you rambling about? If we dawdle any longer, the bounty orders will be uploaded to the Justice League database." "What league?" "Nothing of consequence. Merely an eccentric organization for enthusiasts of peculiar attire that will be created in the future. Let me guess, you won't be the leader of that pajama league, will you?" "Oh, that possibility is not entirely out of the question." The two hailed a cab outside the hospital, and one might wonder why Wayne lacked a vehicle. Initially, he had intended to exploit the old bat's resources, but the old man had recently caught on to his schemes. He feigned ignorance, claiming that if he knew anything, it must be due to some benevolent soul providing him with intelligence he had yet to gather. With his dreams of acquiring a customized hellish chariot dashed, Wayne found himself resigned to taking the bus to the city each morning and returning by taxi each night, momentarily forgetting about purchasing a car altogether. 5 minutes later, the taxi halted before them. Constantine shoved their luggage into the trunk and noticed the driver watching them through the rearview mirror. The gaze was all too familiar, akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey, while such scrutiny would not typically raise alarm. It was the glimmer of a sinister red light in the driver's greedy eyes that piqued Constantine's concern. It was unmistakably the gaze of a demon from the depths of hell. To his astonishment, they had tracked him down to Gotham. He contemplated offering a warning, but upon seeing Wayne's expression, he realized that Wayne had likely discerned the same. Observing from the back seat for a moment, he confirmed that the driver was not one of those vile demons, but rather a hapless victim possessed by one. As he pondered how to rid them of this affliction, Wayne suddenly seized the driver's balding head, murmuring incantations. "Saint Michael, Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our safeguard against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray, and do thou, O Prince of the heavenly hosts, by the power of God. Thrust into hell, Satan, and all evil spirits who prowl about the world seeking the ruin of souls. Amen. As the final syllable escaped Wayne's lips, smoke billowed from the driver's head, who emitted a wretched scream, a wraith-like demonic shadow, slowly materializing and dissipating in the sunlight. Was it an exorcism? Wayne's recitation was not only halting, but also quite unrefined. Fortunately, Constantine recognized the incantation, albeit still bewildered. He had previously confirmed that Wayne was a novice in the arcane arts, possessing no knowledge whatsoever. Otherwise, such a spontaneous exorcism would not have employed the exorcism text. Yet, the question lingered. Why was the effect so pronounced despite his inexperience and lack of accompanying exorcism tools? Furthermore, from where did you acquire your exorcism scriptures? A person who can squander their inheritance. Constantine surely does not believe that Wayne is a devout follower of the Almighty. As if sensing Constantine's skepticism, Wayne turned, the previous scratch on his palm forming a small scab, and pointed at his phone, saying, "The scent of sulfur emanating from the demon is all too evident. I thought, since I had some idle time, I would search for an exorcism passage on my phone and try reciting a few lines." Constantine remarked, 666. No pretense at all. With sacred blood, one can do as one pleases, correct? Chapter 44. The warm relationship of the Bat family and their son-in-law after the demon was exorcised. The driver regained his senses, unable to recall the events that transpired, only remembering that he was to transport 2 passengers to the airport. The vehicle started normally, silence enveloping the journey. The driver was not particularly talkative, and both Wayne and Constantine were lost in their thoughts, choosing to close their eyes and rest. Approximately 2 hours later, they successfully arrived at Gotham International Airport. Constantine felt a sense of frustration welling up within him. It had taken him 6 or 7 hours to travel from the airport to Wayne Hospital. Yet the return journey from the hospital to the airport took less than 2 hours. Was there some sort of time discrepancy between the 2 locations? The driver glanced back a few times, nodded, confirming with a knowing look that they were suitable targets for exploitation, and immediately quoted, "Starting fare is 200, with an additional 100 from multiple passengers, plus a cleaning fee." This sounded oddly familiar to Constantine, who scratched his head, feeling as though he had traversed through time. The journey there was the same as the journey back. He turned to Wayne and said, "Your Gotham drivers seem to be earning more than those selling noodles. The cash must be flowing in abundantly after each trip." "Sir, I am operating on a legitimate meter." The driver, displeased by the remark, insisted that he was conducting a proper business, adhering strictly to established procedures. The meter starting at $200 was indeed quite official. Besides, were we not in a rideshare service? Wayne accidentally bumped into something with his heel, looking down to discover a serrated knife. What on earth does a taxi driver need that for? To turn passengers into ham? That is not the case. I maintain a professional standard. Having certain items in the vehicle is merely precautionary. Now, let's settle this at $1,200. The driver boldly opened his mouth wide for a high price, and Wayne, uninterested in further argument, swiftly drew a surgical knife, shattering the steering wheel into fragments that fell at his feet. "Perhaps you should sample this," Wayne said, pulling out a canister of spray and dousing the driver in a mist amidst his inhuman shrieks. "Fear not. You won't dream of Batman, at worst. You might dream of dancing with Robin." The taxi swerved to a halt by the roadside. The driver curled in the driver's seat, drooling and convulsing, muttering incoherently about Robin. It was evident that the driver was experiencing a rather unpleasant dream. To avoid disturbing him, Wayne and the others quietly exited the vehicle. On the way, Constantine noticed Wayne stowing the mysterious spray back into his bag and, out of curiosity, asked, "Is that a concoction of your own design for inducing sleep? It appears akin to village medicine." Fear toxin, a creation of a psychologist, has the capacity to conjure the most profound terrors within an individual, ultimately leading to mental collapse and demise. This particular vial, acquired from a part-time janitor at my hospital, has been diluted, rendering its potency less alarming, yet still sufficient for him to consume an entire flask. Fear toxin? A psychologist? The mere juxtaposition of these terms is quite suggestive. Is it a common practice among Gotham's doctors to resort to such underhanded tactics? Constantine, observing Wayne humming a tune, felt a throbbing at his temples, relieved that he had not been subjected to its effects beforehand. "Nonsense, John. My methods are above board. That doctor has now taken to a life of crime, adopting the moniker Scarecrow. After being severely beaten by Batman, he now languishes in a mental institution. Constantine, rubbing the dark circles under his eyes, found himself at a loss for words. Unable to discern how Wayne's actions could be deemed honorable while his own were clearly shameless and duplicitous. K2. This mountain, part of the Himalayas, may not enjoy the same fame as its elder sibling, Mount Everest, yet it is far from obscure among the hundreds of towering peaks. On this majestic mountain, a group of distant visitors has arrived. Inside the Batplane, Bruce and Dick were preparing their gear. Through relentless investigation and unwavering determination, they had finally traced the whereabouts of the League of Assassins. Bruce, the Wayne legacy is about to continue. Are you feeling anxious? Dick donned a specially designed suit that not only provided warmth in the frigid climate, but also ensured maximum agility. Dick, stay alert and be fully prepared. Given Ra's al Ghul's nature, our subsequent actions will undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty, Bruce instructed in a grave tone, cautioning Dick not to underestimate the situation. For they were about to confront the master assassin, his most formidable adversary aside from the Joker. Bruce, from Wayne's perspective, Ra's al Ghul could be considered your father-in-law. You certainly appear intent on obliterating the League of Assassins. I can see that your relationship with your father-in-law is rather strained, Dick quipped, playfully gesturing. Each encounter with his father-in-law resembled a grand duel, with an array of weapons exchanged in a spirited display. This time, they were arriving in a super combat aircraft to request his son's return, employing armaments that would rival those of Star Wars. A singular occurrence, indeed. Bruce fixed his gaze on Dick and remarked coldly, "If you continue to emulate Wayne, you will inevitably become the next fool." With a sigh, he mused about his parenting methods, hoping that Damien's resilience would suffice, lest he be ridiculed by Wayne for a perceived failure in his upbringing. Observing his father's lack of humor, Dick shook his head in disinterest, silently wishing for a future where the two younger Waynes could congregate harmoniously, granting him a reprieve. Hearing that he would be ridiculed by Wayne, Bruce's countenance instantly fell. To be frank, despite nurturing 2 generations of Robins, his parenting methods could hardly be deemed exemplary. Many situations could be resolved with just a few words, yet his temperament often exacerbated matters. Even Dick, who possessed the most placid temperament, occasionally found it intolerable. And it was impossible for Bruce not to feel a twinge of anxiety regarding the more tempestuous Damien. However, this only fueled his determination. Bruce clenched his fists, resolute in his commitment to cultivate Damien, ensuring the legacy of the Dark Knight endures so that Gotham might have a worthy successor. The mere thought of Wayne's uproarious laughter sent his blood pressure soaring. Moreover, he was not alone. The ever-reliable Alfred stood by his side. As fate would have it, while piloting the Batjet, Alfred set the aircraft to autopilot, turning to Bruce with a message. "Sir, a letter has arrived from Master Wayne." Frowning, Bruce activated the virtual screen. Though he suspected it would likely be a prank, he felt compelled to investigate, as there remained a slim chance, albeit minuscule, that it could contain an urgent warning about Gotham's peril. To his expectation, it was not a distress signal, but rather the dossier of a stranger. Bruce's expression remained impassive as he continued his examination. Constantine, an Englishman. Bruce swiftly perused the basic information, name, age, and so forth. But when he glimpsed the photograph, a sense of unease gripped him. His instincts warned him that this man, John Constantine, was not of good character. Considering Wayne's disposition, it was clear that the average person would not pique his interest, even before meeting. Bruce had already placed Constantine on the second tier of his mental hierarchy of adversaries, with the likes of the Joker, Black Mask, Ra's al Ghul, and Wayne occupying the pinnacle. Silently, he reserved a spot in his mental ledger for Constantine. Just as he was about to delve deeper, the voice of the old butler interrupted him. "Master Bruce, Master Dick, we have arrived." At this, Bruce hastily set aside the dossier. There would be time for further scrutiny later, as more pressing matters awaited. After many years, he was about to reunite with Ra's al Ghul and Talia once more. Chapter 45. My limits are boundless. Gotham International Airport. The Boeing 787 soared into the skies, its engines producing a rhythmic roar amidst the clouds. Wayne, seated by the window, idly perused a magazine resting in his lap, filled with trivial news. The latest headlines featured the chairman of Wayne Enterprises attending a gala alongside a top-tier model. Constantine lounged in the adjacent seat, his trench coat draped over his face, his fingers ceaselessly rubbing together. After boarding, the flight attendant confiscated the half-smoked cigarette lodged between his fingers, along with the remaining stash he had, forcibly surrendered to Wayne. Bereft of his smokes, the seasoned smoker was engulfed in despair. At present, he is lamenting with a nasal whine, off-key, to the tune of London Bridge is falling down. He feels that accompanying Wayne was a grievous mistake. Not only has a cigarette been confiscated due to his fist being less formidable than others, but he also had to foot the bill for the plane ticket. Truly, it is a dismal day. After the plane has ascended and stabilized for half an hour, Wayne rises and declares his intention to visit the restroom. Constantine, peering through the gap in his trench coat, reluctantly drapes his leg over the armrest in the aisle, allowing Wayne passage. Reluctant as he is, he knows that failing to comply would result in Wayne unceremoniously kicking him aside. The canvas bag, modest in size, requires no check-in and is currently resting in Wayne's seat. Constantine glances at it, feeling no magical aura emanating from within. It is peculiar how Wayne managed to bypass security and smuggle a substantial bag of counterterrorism gadgets aboard. Just then, a waft of enticing fragrance diverts his attention. A stunning blonde, clad in a Chanel ensemble, strides from the back row, heading straight towards the front. The blonde woman possesses remarkable beauty. With long legs and a slender waist, her allure captivating. Constantine swallows hard, chastising himself for not noticing her sooner. Just as he contemplates making a move, Angela's visage flashes in his mind, causing him to hesitate before dismissing the thought. In that fleeting moment of indecision, the blonde vanishes, having taken a seat somewhere unknown. Constantine curses his own conscience, pondering whether lung cancer could truly render a person indecisive. Within the restroom, Wayne, having relieved himself, prepares to flush when a sickly sweet voice calls out, "Hey, handsome, are you alone?" Startled, Wayne quickly pulls up his trousers, realizing it is a voluptuous, sultry blonde engaging him in conversation. As he glances at the pried-open restroom door, his eyelids twitch. It is well known that Americans are open-minded, but this is a bit too audacious. To his astonishment, the blonde, wearing high heels, approaches him with an exaggerated strut and suddenly tumbles into his arms. Not this again, Wayne thinks, recognizing the Clich D scenario from years past. If she intends to play a trick, perhaps she should return to school for a refresher course. He deftly sidesteps her advance, using his foot to trip her. With a resounding thud, the blonde loses her balance and crashes into the unflushed toilet, beginning to wash her hair. "Stop pretending, I see right through you." Wayne shuts the door to avoid alarming anyone else. He dabs some water on his hand to cleanse a scab and rubs it across his eyes. Immediately, he perceives the blonde in a different light. Her body is covered in scales, and she pulls her head from the toilet like a chameleon. It seems she is adept at disguise. The blonde's beauty has evaporated. Her once delicate features are marred by green scales and repulsive maggots. Her pupils flickering with twin azure flames, and her mouth stretches into a grotesque grin, splitting to her ears. "Constantine's lackey, I bring you a summons from hell." "Ugh, could you at least wipe your face before speaking? Your demonic tastes are a bit hard to stomach." Vane pinched his nose in disdain and leaned against the wall, recalling how he had neglected to flush the toilet. It was as if a chameleon demon had plunged headfirst into a foul miasma. How dare that wretched creature humiliate me? The chameleon demon roared in fury, preparing to pounce, but that was the end of it. The terror of biological weaponry compelled Vane to avoid contamination. With a swift flick of his scalpel, he unleashed a blade of energy that shattered the demon's form. Its hyper-vitality prevented immediate death, yet it was momentarily incapacitated, swept entirely into the toilet by Vane's efforts. "You shall regret your actions today," Vane declared, forcefully pressing the flush button, the whirlpool rising to engulf the demon, which gurgled in despair. He regretted not bringing mint-scented toilet cleaner. After tearing off a paper towel to dry his hands, he noted the demon's considerable size had thwarted his flushing attempt, resulting in a clogged toilet. No matter, he had already found labors to remedy the situation. Upon returning to his place, he exaggeratedly lamented to Constantine, "What an absolute absurdity. The people in Los Angeles are utterly devoid of manners." "Oh, pray tell." Constantine set aside his newspaper, intrigued. "A blonde with voluminous waves just asked me for a cigarette. I informed her that smoking is prohibited on the plane, and she angrily prepared to strike me. She missed, and in retaliation, I kicked her into the restroom." Vane's face contorted with a mix of fear and relief. Grateful for his quick escape, Constantine's brow furrowed, his deadpan gaze transforming into one of incredulity, as if he were meeting Vane for the first time. Indeed, today was their first acquaintance. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from regarding Vane with shock. Mate, are you a hermit or simply incapable of seizing the opportunity for a liaison laid bare before you? Unclear, Vane replied. I merely believe in the virtue of self-restraint. I have no desire to test whether holy blood can withstand syphilis. He waved dismissively, indicating that anyone could pursue such folly if they wished. Is she still in the restroom? I kicked her rather hard. She should still be recovering. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his abdomen. I shall return in an hour. 15 minutes later, a resounding crash erupted from the airplane lavatory as the toilet lid slammed onto the floor, drawing the attention of many. Constantine re-emerged, his expression grim, the hem of his trench coat dripping with water. With both hands, he gestured a rather unfriendly middle finger. If I ever again encounter a demon with a head full of urine and a tongue longer than its intestines in that toilet, I shall sell you to the lord of the underworld. By the heavens, I should have sensed the sulphurous odor at the entrance. Vane reciprocated with a playful gesture, suppressing his laughter as he inquired, honestly, with a tongue that long, you should have found a way to put it to good use. Constantine, visibly agitated, retorted, as if that creature attempting to bite off my manhood weren't enough. What I cannot abide is the fact that her tongue was coated in your urine, far too pungent to be of any use. Vane reflected. It became evident that merely perusing comics would never unveil the depths of Constantine's boundaries. Indeed, the audacity of his statements left Vane perplexed, unwilling to fathom them further. This delineates the profound chasm between gifted individuals and mere pretenders. Hours later, upon the arrival of their flight, the two emerged from the airport. Constantine mentioned that his apprentice, Chaz, would be there to greet them. Chaz was a familiar figure to Wayne, known from the comics as Constantine's loyal companion. And in the film, he was portrayed as a young boy concealing his true identity as an angel. Based on Constantine's remarks, it was evident that this Chaz belonged to the latter category. As they proceeded, Wayne caught a glimpse of Constantine's current girlfriend, Angela, and seized the opportunity to inquire, "Where's your girlfriend, Angela?" Isn't she one of the key figures in this affair? Constantine elucidated, she has gone to meet a colleague from the precinct. Her close friend, who claims to have a rather enigmatic detective partner capable of aiding in the investigation. A detective partner, one might wonder, could it be Sherlock Holmes? While the detective's name remained elusive, Angela's friend was identified as Chloe, noted for her previous role in a rather sensational film before joining the police force. Chapter 46. A collective countenance inviting mockery. Wayne had previously seen Constantine as current girlfriend in the film, and not long ago. Constantine had proudly displayed her photograph to him once more. The scoundrel Constantine possessed an inexplicable charm, his face radiating unreliability, yet surrounded by numerous, alluring women. Among them, the most renowned was Zatanna, likely due to her connection with his grandfather. However, in this universe's timeline, it seemed that his grandfather had not engaged with Zatanna. Whether this was due to her absence in this world or merely the result of his grandfather's misadventures remained to be seen. As for Angela, she was indeed strikingly beautiful, particularly in a manner that provoked endless desire for satire. The comic depiction of Constantine, with his tousled blonde hair and brown trench coat, bore the visage of a heroic savior reminiscent of Keanu Reeves, which left Wayne speechless. Yet, Angela's appearance elicited even more incredulity. To put it succinctly, she resembled a younger version of the lead actress from The Mummy, akin to the Marvel Universe's Black Widow, ensnared by the nefarious Neo. Was this a mutual homage between the two superhero comic realms? Wayne, this way. Chaz is nearby, awaiting us, Constantine remarked, a toothpick clenched between his teeth, momentarily serving as a substitute for a cigarette. The wheels of his suitcase rolled over tiles adorned with palm tree motifs, and he straightened his posture, speaking of his apprentice with a hint of pride. "Ha, brother, let me share a secret that will surely astound you." Constantine chuckled, nudging Wayne with his elbow. "Oh, spare me the suspense." Leaning closer, Constantine divulged an unexpected revelation. "That little brat Chaz, as I mentioned before, appears to be my devoted taxi apprentice, but in reality, he is an angel." An angel? Wayne came to a halt, casting a peculiar glance at Constantine. He understood Chaz's identity due to having watched the film. But how is it that Constantine, after some contemplation, appeared less straightforward than his cinematic counterpart? Deep down, he harbored a mischievous disposition, capable of deceiving the lords of hell as if they were fools. Thus, he must have already discerned the true identity of those around him. Yet, he hesitated, for Chaz had a penchant for engaging in battles with Bumblebee and the Cybertronians, something Constantine was oblivious to. Indeed, it is true, I am not boasting, Constantine declared with a sense of pride. Despite the intricate and perilous situation, he remained composed, not succumbing to despair. Firstly, apart from Wayne and an array of magical artifacts he had prepared, he possessed a hidden angel. Secondly, angels could not descend at will, yet one was currently concealed by his side, even masquerading as his devoted apprentice. Constantine was acutely aware of what this signified. It was proof that God had not forsaken him. Salvation was still within reach, and the gates of heaven remained open for Constantine. God's watchful gaze upon him was his greatest assurance, prompting him to surreptitiously extend a middle finger in blessing towards Gabriel. Curse the daydreaming old woman, he thought, his voice too sharp for commentary. In summary, Constantine's sentiment was that Gabriel, the old harpy, was short-sighted, for their father had not abandoned him. Yet she had unceremoniously cast him aside like a stray dog. Had he not been aware of Chaz's angelic identity, Constantine might have truly felt his heart shatter upon hearing Gabriel's words. Nevertheless, despite his myriad grievances, he refrained from confronting the old harpy directly. After all, Gabriel, no matter how scatterbrained, was a high-ranking archangel, a seraph of the highest order. To lay bare the matter would only serve to offend her irreparably, leading to inevitable retribution in the future. In conclusion, it was prudent to remain discreet and amass wealth quietly. From Constantine's perspective, this petty-minded individual would eventually suffer the consequences, likely facing the loss of his hair and being relegated to the status of a mere mortal. When that day arrived, he would relish in mocking him for eternity. Your apprentice driver is an angel? Have you plucked his feathers to see if they are curly black or straight white? Wayne expressed his curiosity, eager to learn the ruse Constantine had employed to uncover this detail. Wrong, wrong, Constantine scoffed, reminiscing, when we first met I thought nothing of it, merely perceiving him as a somewhat gifted child. I never anticipated he would insist on becoming my apprentice and pay a substantial tuition fee. One does not let such an opportunity slip away. It was from that moment onward that I began to suspect his identity was amiss. Quite simply, Chaz had come to seek me as a mentor. Wayne remarked, "You possess remarkable self-awareness." Constantine continued, "Through intentional and unintentional tests, I ruled out the possibility of him being a devil seeking trouble. Consequently, I shifted my focus upwards. During a recent exorcism, I had Chaz assist me. Midway through the ritual, I feigned forgetfulness, though to be honest, I did forget. However, that is of little consequence. The lad, upon witnessing my momentary lapse of memory, proceeded with the exorcism ritual, which was at a critical juncture and could not be interrupted. He rummaged through my bag, producing a vial of holy water, and feigned reciting the incantations from a Bible. I exerted every effort to suppress my laughter at the scene. Setting aside the fact that his recitation bore no resemblance to the text, his clumsy attempt at ancient Hebrew revealed much about his lack of preparation. Most importantly, the vial contained nothing but tap water, a counterfeit I had carelessly employed. Before I could utter a word, the water within the bottle bubbled forth, shimmering with a golden light, as if an angel had bestowed blessings upon it, confident that I remained oblivious. The little angel presumed I was unaware of his true nature, masquerading as a mere mortal while lingering in my company. Compared to the shrewd Gabriel, he was adorably foolish, forgetting the incantation and wielding fake holy water. How true to character. Wayne nodded, acknowledging that such naive angels, devoid of malice, could remain by Constantine's side for so long without facing sacrifice. Yet he was more curious about the outcome of the exorcism had Charles not intervened. You wonder what would transpire if Charles were not an angel. I pondered. If a hellish demon were to seize one's body entirely, and the soul devoured, the only recourse would be to disintegrate in a blaze of glory, or at best, suffer spiritual damage, leading to a complete mental breakdown post-exorcism, resulting in a vegetative state. Should one awaken with fortune, they might claim a disability status, living the latter part of their life contentedly subsisting on government aid, flaunting their meager rations. You truly are a scoundrel. Wayne cast a disdainful glance, a fitting tribute to Constantine, who remained steadfast in his principles. Haha, too kind. As the two exited the terminal, they spotted a boy in a checkered shirt, standing on tiptoe and waving at them from around the corner, his baseball cap pulled low, revealing a chin smeared with ketchup, diligently wiping it with a napkin. Beside him stood a hot dog stand, clearly the aftermath of a hastily consumed lunch. Charles jogged over, arms outstretched in excitement, and upon noticing, Constantine erupted in laughter, preparing to embrace his foolish companion. Missed. Constantine froze in place, having encountered such situations far too often to be fazed. Habitually, he swept his hair back with both hands, then casually turned away with a composed smile. Charles offered Wayne a mint, grinning shyly. "Mr. Wayne, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please accept this." "Thank you. I shall not be polite." Wayne accepted the mint from Charles, appreciating the rarity of such courteous angels. "And what about me? What do I receive?" Chapter 47. The Master. Yet of African descent. "Charles, this is my friend Wayne, a formidable exorcist and my dearest brother." It took considerable effort to coax him out of seclusion. Constantine introduced Charles to the stranger. "Mr. Constantine, I am aware of you. You are the renowned Elias," Charles said, shaking Wayne's hand, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "Oh, how do you know that?" Constantine inquired, a smirk crossing his face as the foolish lad blurted it out before he even spoke. Moreover, he mentioned seeking reinforcements without specifying whom to approach. The Elias clan has long withdrawn from the scene, rendering them nearly forgotten by the average person. Yet, Chaz audaciously revealed the name of Wayne's family, eliminating the possibility of surveillance. It was evident he had been aware of the Elias family's circumstances for quite some time. Who could be watching from above, shrouded in mystery? Ahem, as I peruse the ancient tomes of the wizarding families, I must inquire, Mr. Constantine. Were you bathing on your way here? Your garments appear quite damp. Perhaps feeling he had divulged too much. Chaz cleared his throat and hastily concocted a flimsy excuse to shift the subject. He had spent a passionate night with a demon in an airplane lavatory, resulting in water splattering everywhere. Those damp spots on his clothing were merely trophies of their escapades. Wayne, ever considerate, clarified that he was not in cahoots with Constantine in teasing Chaz. After all, they were not intimately acquainted, and being a superior, Wayne deemed it inappropriate to intervene. It was only right for Chaz to face the consequences and assess the situation. "Ah, I see. This indeed aligns with Mr. Constantine's character." Chaz nodded earnestly, as this explanation could account for the sulfurous scent he detected. Observing Chaz's genuine belief, Constantine shook his head in resignation, suppressing a sigh, and sternly remarked, "What do children understand? Do not ask too many questions. Let us drive." He tossed the luggage to Chaz and proceeded toward the taxi stand. Upon exiting the airport, the sweltering heat of Los Angeles enveloped them, the taxi emanating the acrid scent of gasoline, while the interior grew unbearably stifling. As they say, a dead pig fears not boiling water. Constantine's audacity rivaled that of a fortress, rendering the oppressive heat inconsequential to him. What mattered most was indulging in a fine cigarette. As the taxi cruised smoothly along the road, they were fortunate to encounter a driver devoid of malicious intent, unlike one who would see Wayne and his companions as easy prey. In the back seat, Constantine reclined, legs crossed, leisurely exhaling plumes of smoke. "Constantine, we have arrived in Los Angeles. Do you have a target in mind?" He straightened up, flicking ash from his cigarette as he relayed the information. "I have a suspect. Though lacking concrete evidence, my probing suggests he may be engaged in nefarious dealings. Share the details. If he is weak, we shall dismantle him piece by piece before pressing for answers. If he proves formidable, I shall use you as bait while I conceal myself for a strategic ambush." Ignoring Wayne's self-sacrificing notions, Constantine furrowed his brow and stated, "This individual goes by the name of Baldassar, a hybrid devil. Despite not being purebred, he commands a legion of loyal monsters, and his personal prowess cannot be underestimated. In a direct confrontation, I am no match. When have you ever won a straightforward battle against another?" Wayne inquired. Constantine turned away, feigning ignorance, while the logic held. He preferred not to have it stated so overtly. His pride was at stake. Wayne felt no surprise at Constantine's propensity to be bested in direct combat. After all, Constantine bore similarities to Bateman, often faltering spectacularly against unfamiliar adversaries, leaving him disoriented and bewildered. After both individuals faced adversity, they relied on their own ingenuity to devise a myriad of cunning strategies to outmaneuver their opponents. The distinction lies in Batman's experience of being nearly beaten to death, only to recover and unleash his financial prowess to decisively retaliate, reclaiming his honor. In contrast, Zatanna witnessed her allies fall completely, escaping death herself, and subsequently identifying the vulnerabilities of her formidable adversaries, executing a remarkable comeback against the odds. Constantine exclaimed, "Wow, John has truly triumphed. His companions are merely a group of fortunate bystanders." A comrade retorted, "What the hell?" Wayne then inquired, "Where is that Balthazar now?" "I'm not certain. The Devil's Trail is elusive. The last time I encountered him, I lacked the opportunity to utilize my tracking artifacts." Constantine smirked mischievously. "Perfect. I can settle old scores and new ones alike. That scoundrel Balthazar tore apart my exorcism talisman the last time we crossed paths at the casino." "Huh. That rascal thinks he can hide in Los Angeles and elude me." Constantine produced a map, his finger landing on a red dot in the city center. "I have a friend, an African-American, who runs a bar in Los Angeles. The place is a melting pot, and his intelligence network is more detailed than Hollywood's tabloid vultures." "That bar owner must be formidable," Wayne remarked. "Indeed. How do you always manage to guess accurately?" "I assume my mental defenses against mind reading were effective, regardless of whether they are genuine friends or mere acquaintances. Anyone who has survived alongside you thus far must possess some tricks up their sleeves," Constantine replied. "That may be true, but don't you think your malice towards me is excessive? We are teammates, after all." Wayne chuckled. At the Midnight Bar, a sanctuary for hybrids and superpowered beings, the proprietor, Midnight Daddy, earned the loyalty of both angelic hybrids and demonic hybrids through his neutral stance and profit-driven principles. Wayne could not help but express his skepticism, pondering why there were so many angelic hybrids. It seemed counterintuitive, given that angels should find descending to Earth more challenging than demons. Moreover, their descent was often for the purpose of mingling with mortals. "Come on, while I can accept mythical beings disregarding reproductive barriers, must their offspring be born into single-parent households?" The bar was shrouded in magic, allowing entry only to those who were either brought in or possessed special abilities. Upon entering, they encountered the security guard, marking the true test. This test was straightforward. Uncover the concealed symbol on their magical cards to gain passage. Constantine passed effortlessly, while Wayne, possessing holy blood yet still a novice in magic, had never even seen a spell book, let alone pierce the veil of magical illusions. However, lacking magical prowess did not deter him. He resolved to employ scientific means to succeed. With lightning speed, Wayne snatched the guard's attention, and in the bewildered expression of the other, the dark rod flashed, rendering the guard's eyes momentarily dazed. Subsequently, Wayne implanted a memory of passing a test into the guard's mind. Upon witnessing the memory eraser, Constantine instinctively closed his eyes and turned aside to avoid any repercussions. Chaz, being an angel, was impervious to the influence of the dark rod. However, as the memory implanted in the guard solely depicted Wayne's success, he too was barred from entry. Constantine adeptly led Wayne through the bar, foregoing any form of courtesy as he unceremoniously opened the door to the bar owner's office. Inside sat a black man, the Midnight Father, the proprietor of the establishment. At this mention, Wayne could no longer restrain his urge to jest. According to the narrative, the Midnight Father was depicted as a voodoo sorcerer hailing from the Mediterranean, serving as both a mage and a merchant, and intriguingly, he was also a slave owner. When examining the terms black and slave owner separately, they presented no issues. However, their conjunction truly raised questions about the propriety of such a characterization. Chapter 48. When feeling down, think of joyful matters. The Midnight Father's attire was characterized by a scarf, a suit, a top hat, a cigar, and a heavy gold chain. Perhaps due to his inherent biases, Wayne found the juxtaposition of the Midnight Father's roles as a slave owner and a shaman to be absurdly humorous. Blame it on the plethora of hellish joke videos he had consumed in his past life. Typically, when envisioning the combination of a black individual and a slave owner, one's mind conjured images of agricultural tools beneath and a white slave owner wielding a whip above. John Constantine wore a seemingly cheerful expression, perhaps contemplating the sale of some exquisite magical artifact. The Midnight Father, who had been savoring his whiskey, found his mood soured the moment he spotted Constantine's arrival. Extinguishing his cigar in the crystal ashtray with little courtesy, he brusquely inquired, "Since you're here, care to explain why the last 2 pages of Solomon's sealing scroll were merely copies of Harry Potter, rather than your family tree? Midnight, it has been far too long. Shouldn't we embrace an old friend?" Constantine deflected the Midnight Father's biting sarcasm, swaggering over to casually snatch a cigar from the other's table. With a slap, it was evident that Constantine's attempt at camaraderie had faltered. He sheepishly withdrew his reddened hand, flashing a bright smile. "Midnight, old pal, let's not be so irate. How about we ponder some joyful matters?" "Joyful matters?" Midnight scoffed, surveying Constantine with a critical eye. As a shaman, he easily discerned the dire state of Constantine's health. Terminal lung cancer, with a prognosis of less than 6 months to live. Damn, that cigar would surely prolong Constantine's suffering. Perhaps even allowing the scoundrel before him to live 3 days less. "You are not mistaken. I have indeed thought of something joyful. The mere thought that you have less than 100 days left fills me with excitement. Tonight, I shall celebrate all night long, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the morning star to claim your soul. Oh, the joy at the thought of you being tormented by the Lord of Hell for an eternity is simply delightful." Midnight harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Constantine, stemming from a previous incident where he had unwittingly purchased several precious artifacts, only to discover they were mere fakes. Despite being fully aware of Constantine's dubious character, he had foolishly accepted the items without question, resulting in a considerable financial loss. When Midnight realized he had been duped, his rage nearly overwhelmed him. Had it not been for Constantine's swift escape, he swore he would have personally consigned the scoundrel to the depths of hell. However, time had passed since that debacle, and Midnight's anger had subsided significantly. Upon this encounter, he noticed that Constantine was gravely ill, which brought him a perverse sense of satisfaction, prompting him to dismiss thoughts of the artifacts entirely. As a shaman, Midnight understood the harrowing plight of terminal lung cancer patients, especially someone as life-conscious as Constantine. This was far more gratifying than exacting immediate revenge. "Rest assured, I won't be departing this world anytime soon. That old wretch will have to wait a while longer to collect my soul." Constantine chuckled lightly, unfazed, as he casually lit a cigarette. Midnight, believing Constantine was merely boasting, chose not to engage and redirected his attention to Wayne, scrutinizing him closely. "This is Wayne, my dearest brother," Constantine promptly introduced, clapping Wayne on the shoulder. Wayne did not exude the typical aura of a magician, nor did he appear to be an ordinary individual. Yet, Constantine had an abundance of brothers, none of whom met with favorable fates. Midnight silently pondered the misfortune of the young man, nodding at Wayne as a form of greeting. "All right, John. As the old saying goes, no visit to the Three Treasures Hall is without purpose. What brings you to my bar today? If it's for cigarettes, I'd gladly sponsor you with 10 pounds of cigars." Each time Constantine paid him a visit, it was either to swindle him or to present him with some troublesome affair. He was a neutral party, unwilling to align himself with any particular faction. If it were a matter that could hasten Constantine's demise, however, he would be more than willing to offer a trifling assistance. "Save the cigars for another day. I'm here to borrow something from your collection, with the promise to return it immediately." Midnight was reluctant to engage in lengthy discussions, so Constantine chose to address the matter directly. "I believe I have no props to lend you. Not an issue. I shall simply take the electric chair from the Star Prison. After all, you claim you possess nothing of use." Midnight felt a profound sense of dread, cursing under his breath at the misfortune of having this pest in his presence, especially when he sought to borrow one of his prized possessions. The electric chair, originating from the New York State Penitentiary, had claimed the lives of 200 criminals since its inception, endowing it with extraordinary powers that allowed its user to traverse time and uncover past events. Constantine intended to utilize the chair to investigate the truth behind Angela's sister's suicide. "John, this is a matter best left to your imagination. As a neutral party, I cannot entrust a lunatic like you with such a device." Faced with Constantine's audacious request, Midnight resolutely declined, his tone unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation. "Midnight, this is of great significance. The balance of the human realm could very well be at stake." Seeing that the other party was reluctant to lend, Constantine, in a fit of urgency, recounted all the events that had transpired. regardless of Constantine's fervent and impassioned speech. Midnight maintained an expression akin to an elderly subway passenger engrossed in his phone, silently observing John's performance. It was only after Constantine had exhausted his breath and spoken himself hoarse that Midnight furrowed his brow and remarked, "John, do I need to remind you of the absurdity of this matter? In any case, I shall never lend you the electric chair." The fruitless efforts of Constantine elicited a roll of the eyes as he unleashed his trump card. "Midnight, do you know the full name of Wayne? What does your companion's full name have to do with me?" Midnight inquired, momentarily perplexed by Constantine's intentions. Constantine then pushed Wayne forward, grinning as he proclaimed, "Allow me to formally introduce him. His full name is Wayncross Elias." "Elias." Midnight's eyes widened in surprise, and he sprang to his feet, circling Wayne with fervor. "John, how can I trust that you are not merely trying to deceive me? After all, you have a history of such antics." Midnight's incredulous expression began to falter, casting doubt upon the veracity of Constantine's words. "Surely you are aware of the profound ties between my ancestors and the Elias clan," Constantine continued, exuding confidence. For this time he spoke the truth. Midnight's expression fluctuated, reflecting the complexity of the situation. As he had noted, Constantine's lineage indeed had deep connections with the Elias family, a fact well known throughout the magical community. The Elias family had withdrawn from the wizarding world for a century, yet their legacy remained formidable. Indeed, it was not a mere camel, but an elephant. "How will you prove that Constantine's claim of your Elias heritage is true?" Midnight scrutinized Wayne, anticipating his reply. "Prove? How could I possibly prove it? I'm not even aware of any family tokens. Perhaps you would like to see my driver's license?" Wayne spread his hands. His fortune squandered, and relying on the methods of wizards was no longer feasible. In Midi, his only identification was indeed his license. "I possess a collection that can verify your identity with just a drop of blood." "Impossible," Constantine interjected vehemently. "What sort of jest is this? Wayne's blood is a treasure in itself. I have yet to utilize it, so how could I allow another to benefit?" "John, are you feeling guilty?" Midnight's narrowed eyes glinted with menace. "Those who do not engage in wrongdoing have no fear of ghosts knocking at their door. I have nothing to feel guilty about. I simply wish to protect my companion." Constantine's face bore an expression of righteous indignation, so convincing that it might sway an outsider. The power within Wayne's blood to banish evil was a closely guarded secret, and the fewer who knew of it, the better. Ideally, only he should be aware. However, Midnight was clearly unimpressed by Constantine's ruse. Unaware of the sanctity contained within Wayne's blood, he assumed Constantine was up to some trickery and sneered. "John, Constantine actually cares about the blood of his companions? I recall the last time you sold the eye of a Mexican sorcerer to the devil, exchanging it for a substantial sum of dollars, only to squander it on horse racing. Now, why do you feign innocence?" The smoke rings from the cigar billowed towards Constantine's face as Midnight, with a somber expression, retorted, "Or is it that this lad is not truly of the Elias lineage, and you are attempting to deceive me with counterfeit goods?" Just as Midnight was about to erupt, a long sword pressed against his chest, severing the golden chain he wore and leaving a scar on his skin, from which droplets of blood emerged. Wayne elbowed Constantine aside and interjected, "It matters not if you insult Constantine, nor can you triumph over him in a verbal spat. I can assist you in that regard, but until this matter is resolved, refrain from resorting to violence. Do not make things overly difficult." Wayne maintained a stance on the blood issue akin to that of Constantine. Unless he possessed the strength to obliterate a Kryptonian single-handedly, it was prudent for fewer people to be aware of it. Midnight furrowed his brow, weighing the pros and cons before reluctantly lowering the sword and conceding, "Very well, blood may be unnecessary, but I shall require your hair. If that is not feasible, then there is nothing left to discuss." "No problem," Wayne readily agreed, gently tugging a strand of his hair and handing it to Midnight, saying, "Examine it. But let me be clear. If your artifact malfunctions and fails to yield results, I shall not provide a second sample." Midnight regarded Wayne with a significant glance. His years of intuition told him that both Constantine and Wayne were concealing something, and the matter of blood was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. However, Wayne's voluntary offering of hair temporarily quelled his suspicions. He retrieved a silver plate embedded with obscure biological fragments, placing the hair in the center. As Midnight quietly intoned incantations, Dark purple runes writhed on the surface as if alive. Wayne, at the rear, could no longer comprehend the proceedings. It was merely midnight and Constantine circling one another, their expressions shifting dramatically. Having been involved in the magical realm for merely a few days, he had now ventured into unfamiliar territory. After 3 breaths, the silver plate erupted with a solar brilliance, and the emblem of the Elias family, a sacred feather, materialized in midair. Unbeknownst to Wayne, who lacked the requisite knowledge, it was Midnight who recognized the feather's significant meaning. To his astonishment, Midnight staggered back a step, his robust palm pressing against the desk as he incredulously addressed Wayne. "You truly are the Elias family? It has been rumored that they have long since withdrawn from these circles. Can we borrow the electric chair now?" Constantine interjected, seizing the opportunity, his stolen cigar clenched between his teeth as he spoke with unrestrained pride. "If you doubt me, you must at least trust in the reputation of the Elias family." "Reputation?" Midnight responded, regaining his composure and restoring the shrewdness of a merchant. His enigmatic smile was laden with calculation. "You are well aware of my principles. This is merely a test to ascertain if you are worthy of a transaction. Only upon passing this test can we proceed with the trade. The electric chair may be borrowed, but you must offer an appropriate artifact in exchange. I have heard you possess a relic, a fragment of the garment worn by Moses when he ascended Mount Sinai to receive the 10 Commandments. It seems quite remarkable. To hell with you. May I borrow a broken chair? And I must also present you with a sacred relic." Constantine slammed his palm onto the table, producing a resounding noise. Taking a deep breath, he cursed, "Why not simply request that I bring you the stone tablets inscribed with Moses' 10 Commandments? If you could indeed procure them, I would gladly gift you both the electric chair and this establishment, for my dealings have always been fair." Midnight, fingers interlocked, wore an expression of indifference, as if to say, "Change it if you wish." Constantine, intent on negotiating, found himself pressed for time, and thus glared fiercely at Midnight. "Deal. But we shall first utilize the electric chair. To be frank, with all these demands, have you been bribed?" It was a rare occasion for Constantine to find himself in such a predicament, and Midnight, relishing the moment, decided not to fuss over the arrangement of payment. Just as he was about to speak, the office door swung open once more. The newcomer, clad in a sharp suit, presented himself as a quintessential young aristocrat, whose appearance would certainly be perceived as that of a successful individual. Yet, to Constantine and his companions, he bore a different visage. A sinister red gleam flickered in his eyes, and behind him, grotesque forms that seemed to be hybrids of human and insect lurked in shadows. The unmistakable scent of sulfur wafting from him, a hallmark of the infernal. "Constantine, I could hear your insufferable voice even before my arrival. Why can you not descend into hell a little sooner?" The newcomer elegantly swirled the red wine in his glass, savoring the viscous liquid before downing it in one gulp. Balzazer. Vane instantly recognized the demonic entity, his appearance mirroring that of cinematic portrayals. It was unexpected that he would deliver himself so willingly. "Balzazer, I see you are aware of my search for you. How considerate of you to emerge and save me some expenses. Truly filial." Constantine beamed with delight, having recently lamented over the sacred relic, only to discover that a benevolent soul had come forth to assist him. "Constantine, it seems you are eager to hasten your descent into hell." A flash of red light gleamed in Balzazer's eyes as his wine glass melted in his grip, and he coldly threatened, "I wonder if the taste of your heart is as sweet as your words." "Oh, how frightful!" Constantine replied with a smirk, swaggering toward Balzazer with brazen confidence. He even opened his shirt to point at his heart, exclaiming, "It is right here, freely offered to you. Go on, take a bite if you dare. Why not? Is it unappetizing?" Balzazer's demeanor darkened as he contemplated crushing Constantine's skull, yearning to drink his blood and consume his organs. However, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Constantine's soul was coveted by the lords of hell, and the repercussions of his demise would be dire. He intervened to prevent Constantine from employing the electric chair, fearing that the latter might unveil the true conspiracy and disrupt the execution of their plans. While it was declared as his undertaking, he, too, was merely an exploited pawn, struggling for survival. Before the success of the scheme, he had to eliminate all personnel investigating the truth. Ironically, the very investigator in question was Constantine himself. To spare him would pose a significant risk to the plan, while to eliminate him would create an even greater catastrophe should he truly perish. Upon the demise of Constantine, his fragrant soul lured forth the lord of the underworld, leading to a conclusive event. With such formidable powers at his disposal, it is presumed that upon his emergence, he would effortlessly claim 4 lives, binding both himself and Constantine to the inverted crucifix alongside the 2 figures lurking in the shadows. In such a scenario, it would be a cycle of death and revival, endlessly tormented through eternity. One could even envision a grotesque spectacle of merriment shared between Constantine and his captor, both bound to a singular pillar. The image was so vivid that Baldassar shuddered, daring not to delve further into such thoughts. Chapter 50. Come and show filial piety to your grandfather. Constantine cannot be slain, yet he may be left to merely gasp for breath. His inability to kill does not extend to others, and thus Baldassar cast his malevolent gaze upon Wayne. He had only overheard Constantine's intent to borrow the electric chair, unaware of previous discussions, leading him to perceive Wayne merely as a newly recruited teammate, whose delicate physique had been prepped with alcohol, rendering him an ideal target. Noticing Baldassar's predatory stare, Wayne dug into his ear and sighed. Do I appear so feeble? At the very least, I wield a sword. If you seek to trouble Wayne, I suggest you act swiftly. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to collect your remains. Constantine expelled the remnants of his cigar onto Baldassar's face, urging him to hasten his assault with glee. Though he knew little of Wayne, he was aware of his remarkable prowess in hand-to-hand combat. Without the use of magic, everyone present would surely find themselves battered and bruised. Coupled with the divine blood coursing through Wayne's veins, even a mere touch to a weapon would transform him into a formidable warrior. Constantine, you meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Baldassar's pupils flared a deeper crimson, and his left hand, once casually resting in his pocket, began to morph into a clawed appendage adorned with scales, the scent of sulfur becoming increasingly potent. To his surprise, Constantine's eyes gleamed with anticipation, and he stepped back, turning to Midnight to report, "Boss, look, the half-breed mongrel is about to make a move in the establishment. If we don't intervene, he might just bring the place down." Midnight's brow furrowed. The rare opportunity to extort a profit from Constantine had been thwarted by Baldassar, and the prospect of violence within his bar was intolerable. He slammed his palm upon the table with a resounding thud. In the office, the floor illuminated with dark purple runes, and an invisible pressure descended from the ceiling. Midnight's voice rang out with authority. "Baldassar, do you dare to disrupt the rules of this bar? You are well aware of my principles and methods." In response, Baldassar's arm returned to its normal state. Though his expression soured, "Midnight, are you truly going to side with Constantine?" The Midnight Bar was upheld by various exceptional beings, not only due to its neutral stance, but also because of its owner's formidable prowess. Those who could freely choose their allegiances were not to be trifled with. Faced with Baldassar's inquiry, Midnight pointed firmly towards the exit. "You are the one who breached the rules. Either leave or do not blame me for turning your soul into kindling." With a disdainful huff, Baldassar transformed into a swarm of insects, dispersing from the doorway. "Huh, what a coward." Constantine scoffed disdainfully, contemplating the possibility of a brawl should the other party dare to cause a disturbance. He would certainly regard Baldassar as a true man, and subsequently join the Midnight faction in their righteous brawl. "You all should leave." Midnight brusquely issued an eviction order to Constantine. The deal had fallen through, and he wished to avoid any ensuing complications. It was indeed time to send the harbinger of misfortune away. Constantine shrugged. Even if Midnight had not spoken, they would have departed, for with Baldassar's appearance, there was no longer a need for the electric chair. Due to his exclusion, Chaz opted to wait in the car. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with a golden light as swarms of shadowy insects erupted from a bar, surging into the depths of the street. The pungent scent of sulfur filled the air. Was it the devils of hell? Following closely behind, Wayne and Constantine exited the bar, and upon witnessing this, Chaz's golden glow quickly faded, returning him to his ordinary appearance. The two newcomers hastily opened the car doors, with Constantine directing Chaz to proceed in a particular direction. Baldassar deliberately left behind a trail of his demonic aura, clearly indicating his location. It was unwise to strike within the bar, but outside was another matter entirely. Wayne and the others were equally aware, yet they shared the same intent. After all, it was far easier to unleash their full potential in the open air. The car made its way down a dimly lit street, eerily deserted and unsettlingly silent. Upon disembarking, they were enveloped by the potent scent of sulfur, confirming Baldassar's presence. Constantine bellowed, "Grandson, Grandpa John has arrived. Aren't you coming out to pay your respects?" One must admit, Constantine possessed a certain toxicity in his demeanor. His incessant chattering was unbearable not only for Wayne, but also infuriated the hellish demons. Countless flies emerged from the shadows, coalescing into the furious form of Baldassar, who now fully revealed his true appearance. Two twisted horns sprouting from his forehead, a head resembling an insect with a multitude of compound eyes, and a pair of thin, insect-like wings extending from his back. "Constantine, since you wish to walk into the trap, I shall graciously oblige," Baldassar proclaimed with a sinister grin. He resolved to incapacitate Constantine before imprisoning him, planning to send this vexatious being to hell once his scheme succeeded. With a flourish, he summoned a multitude of his bred monstrosities from the darkness and commanded, "Kill everyone except Constantine." So, the act of delivering heads must be shrouded in secrecy. It appears that the grandson's allies harbor grand ambitions. As Constantine retrieved his tools, he seized the opportunity to taunt his adversary. "Oh, this ring looks splendid. I shall borrow it for my use." Wayne, seizing the moment while Constantine was distracted, stealthily snatched the golden ring for himself. Constantine was taken aback, staring in disbelief as Wayne donned the ring. "Hey, buddy, how could you do that? That was my only weapon. How can I fight without it? Stop whining. I'll handle these bizarre creatures." "You deal with Baldassar," Wayne replied, familiarizing himself with the feel of the ring before tossing a glass vial and nonchalantly dismissing Constantine. "Heed my warning and take care, for after I deal a thorough beating to the ungrateful descendants, I shall come to your aid." With a playful grin, Constantine accepted the vial containing a drop of Wayne's blood, a remedy for such predicaments. The creatures of Baldassar, though weak in strength, were numerous. Over 100 of them surged forth, leaving Constantine flustered as he tirelessly reaped their heads without the aid of magic. In contrast, Baldassar, though significantly more formidable, consisted of but a single entity. Despite not having sacrificed any allies yet, Constantine, equipped with ample gear, felt confident and thus chose a more manageable task. On Wayne's end, he sheathed his sword, opting not to employ swordsmanship. Proud of his new equipment, he decided to showcase his martial prowess, confirming that his left hand could reach the creatures. Wayne nodded, seizing one to smash against his weapon-clad right fist, promptly entering his harvesting mode. The golden gauntlet, blessed by a certain archbishop from the Crusades, proved exceptionally effective against the monsters, yet its potential was squandered on Wayne, whose hand-to-hand combat skills were far from exceptional. To prevent the treasure from gathering dust, Wayne reluctantly accepted it, knowing that John would surely approve of his iron fist, which resembled a cauldron. The golden gauntlet could also be enhanced with Wayne's blood for greater potency. However, he refrained from doing so, deeming it unnecessary to unleash such power upon a horde of insignificant foes. Furthermore, he would have to endure the pain of a self-inflicted wound, and his previous injuries had yet to fully heal. Reflecting on this, Wayne pondered whether the modern saint, whom Constantine boasted about, could also bestow blessings upon weapons. It seemed plausible and was worth a try. Chapter 51. Swift Resolution. With his right hand clad in the golden gauntlet, Wayne delivered a powerful punch that pierced through the creature from head to tail, causing it to emit wisps of white smoke and scream before turning to ash. His arm became coated in a viscous, foul blood that would be akin to acid for an ordinary person, yet it felt inconsequential to him. However, the blood of the monsters was undeniably grotesque and repulsive, successfully nauseating Wayne. After dispatching the initial foe, a relentless tide of enemies surged forth. One creature, resembling a cockroach yet possessing lobster-like pincers, lunged at him, intent on a brute confrontation, relying on its tough exoskeleton. Upon impact, its shell shattered like porcelain, and a yellow-green liquid mixed with the scent of sulfur splattered around, prompting Wayne to shake off the mixture from his hands. He assumed a stance reminiscent of flowing stone and rock, transforming into a blur of motion in an instant. The gauntlet's vivid hue caused his strikes to manifest as visible golden shockwaves. As one monster's abdomen brushed against his left arm, Wayne unleashed a powerful elbow strike, obliterating it along with its companion into a pulp. With a swift rotation of his left foot, He spun, his right foot like a whip, generating a shockwave that swept across a 5-meter radius before him. A dozen approaching fly-like monsters had no time to evade, and in an instant, they were shattered simultaneously. In a swift flurry of punches, a translucent arc of light trailed through the dimly lit street, leaving behind a golden path. Wayne activated his true Three Kingdoms mode, sweeping through the adversaries with abandon. Had it not been for the low intellect of the monsters, they would likely have scattered in terror at this alarming spectacle. Engaging in combat provided Wayne with a sense of exhilarating release. He swung his fists without restraint, unburdened by the need to hold back or concern for a lack of spare targets. However, the relentless assault of the monsters quickly drained his stamina. It was no wonder that Constantine was reluctant to confront this horde. Being surrounded by sheer numbers was indeed a daunting experience, even for one who was merely cutting grass. Wayne resolved to adopt a different method of exorcism. Seizing a particularly large creature, he shattered its joint scales with a gust of wind from his punches. With a swift motion, he retrieved a grenade and stuffed it inside the monster before hurling it into the ranks behind him. The next moment, a fiery explosion erupted, instantly reducing a cluster of monsters to a gruesome pulp. Bang, bang, bang. Casually dispatching a monster by the roadside, Wayne transformed into a demolition expert, pulling out grenade after grenade from his system space, executing a guerrilla tactic of retreating while tossing explosives, careful to avoid being caught in the blast. As previously mentioned, the monsters were inferior creatures bred by Baldasha, even lesser than the mixed-breed devils, and remained vulnerable to physical attacks. Conventional weaponry retained significant lethality against them. When he finally crushed the neck of the last monster, the ground beneath him was littered with a mound of charred corpses. The sulfurous scent in the air diminished, replaced by the more pungent aroma of gunpowder. Having dealt with the minions, Wayne turned his attention to Constantine in the distance, who appeared to be enjoying himself. He leisurely strolled over. Constantine, having taken a moment to observe Wayne's prowess, noted that his comrade was formidable enough to keep the ordinary monsters at bay, which in turn bolstered his own confidence. After all, the strength of one's companions often dictated the latitude of one's own capabilities in handling situations. At that moment, swarms of insects emerged from the darkness, but Constantine was already on high alert. Anticipating Baldasha's ambush, he retrieved a sealed jar from his pocket containing a creature known as the Screaming Beetle. In essence, it functioned as a tormentor for the devils, emitting screams akin to a remote control being activated, rendering them weak and inducing profound agony from the depths of their souls. Such was the case with Baldasha. The moment the Screaming Beetle's cries resonated, he was beset by a splitting headache, his fragmented form collapsing to the ground in a fit of despair. Constantine refrained from rushing in. Having dealt with these creatures for many years, he understood their penchant for theatrics. Rather than pummeling a fallen foe, he preferred to strike from a position of safety. With a deft motion, he retrieved an ancient firearm forged of pure silver from his luggage. He spun the chamber and aimed unhesitatingly at Baldasha's chest, firing a round without a second thought. Boom! The bullet, akin to a cannonball, erupted with a thunderous roar. Having been soaked in holy water, it was devastatingly effective against the devils. Even ordinary mixed breeds could not withstand a single shot, disintegrating into a cloud of scalp debris. Nevertheless, Baldasha, as a subordinate serving a formidable master, possessed a measure of strength within him. Coupled with his inherent resilience as a fly-shaped demon, he could withstand considerable punishment, remaining alive even after enduring a direct hit. Yet, being alive did not imply that Baldasha was eager to test the potency of the specialized bullets. He soon realized that Constantine was not easily fooled. In a moment of alarm, he sacrificed a portion of his body to withstand the assault, seizing the opportunity to transform into a myriad of mosquitoes. Observing this, Constantine scoffed derisively and deftly adjusted his weapon's mode. A torrent of fierce flames erupted from the barrel, engulfing Baldasha in searing heat, causing him to howl in agony. The dragon's breath gun, a gift from a fallen comrade, was crafted from the saliva of a malevolent dragon. It proved to be an exceptionally effective weapon for combating multiple foes, particularly against a demon like Baldasha. Where has your bravado gone, little one? What happened to the ferocity you displayed while feasting on the remnants of Christmas? Constantine taunted, relishing the sight of his beleaguered foe. In pain, Baldasha bellowed, and disregarding his injuries, charged toward Constantine. He understood that only through close combat could he hope to alter the dire situation. If he hesitated any longer, he would be mercilessly dispatched. As the demon lunged forward, claws poised to rend Constantine's chest, he suddenly halted, an invisible barrier manifesting to impede his advance. The moment his palm made contact with the barrier, a hissing sound erupted as it seared his flesh. The entire arm quickly reduced to charred remains. "You thought you alone could play tricks?" Constantine retorted disdainfully, revealing a pendant inscribed with runes around his neck. Noticing that Wayne had concluded his own battle, he dismissed any frivolity. Ignoring the retreating figure of Baldashah, Constantine retrieved a fragment of the sacred cloth that Moses had traversed, followed by a glass vial containing Wayne's blood. He allowed the blood to drip onto the tattered cloth. With a flick of his lighter, he ignited the combined relic, reciting an incantation that summoned forth a brilliant golden light, illuminating the street in a radiant glow. "May light endure, and darkness retreat." A piercing scream erupted from Baldashah as pure white flames engulfed him, the searing pain and frailty coursing through his very essence. This time, there was no pretense. He had genuinely lost the means to resist. "Please don't perish," Constantine exclaimed, panic rising within him. He had not anticipated the overwhelming force of this combined technique, which threatened to send his adversary to the afterlife in mere seconds. In a flurry of activity, Constantine desperately extinguished the flames consuming the sacred relic, averting the demon's imminent demise. He required the information that Baldashah possessed. He could not allow him to perish just yet. Baptized in the holy fire, the enemy lay before him, emitting faint, labored groans as he clung to the remnants of life. Chapter 52. Christmas comes to attend to business on the charred streets. The remnants of Baldassar's form emitted wisps of smoke, twitching incessantly. Half of his face had melted into a boiling wax-like substance. Yet he still glared with his remaining compound eye at the approaching Wayne and Constantine. Constantine approached with a mischievous grin, kicking aside the sizzling, charred remnants of Baldassar's dismembered limb. He crouched down, using his hand bound in the garb of Moses to lift the devil's remaining body. At the moment of contact with the holy relic, Baldassar let out a screech akin to nails scraping a chalkboard. "Good nephew, weren't you boasting about being a dutiful son? Don't play dead. You're still alive, aren't you?" Wayne removed the golden ring from his finger and pressed his palm, stained with the creature's foul blood, against Baldassar's forehead, locking eyes with the seething resentment within him. "We simply wish to ascertain the intentions of those behind you." Baldassar's oozing solitary eye glimmered with a crimson mist, and a garbled sound emerged from his throat. "Do you think you can pry secrets from the devil's lips? Even if you were to cast me into the holy waters. No, we shall cast you into heaven itself," Constantine interjected, delivering the words that instilled the utmost dread in Baldassar. "I have heard that your kind fears ascending to paradise. I am well acquainted with the ways of that realm. Creatures like you, steeped in malevolence, shall undoubtedly face the most severe of punishments. Every inch of your decaying flesh shall burn eternally under the gaze of the Almighty, while your soul is affixed to the cross, basking in the purest divine light." As Constantine spoke, the devil's body trembled violently, the wounds previously seared by holy fire oozing a dense black ichor, revealing a fear that was almost human. "Impossible. You are mere mortals. How could you possess the authority to open the gates of heaven?" Baldassar cried out in madness, convinced that Constantine was merely jesting. Constantine chuckled softly, draping an arm around Wayne's shoulder as he introduced him. "Generally, that is indeed the case. However, my old companion is no ordinary man. Allow me to formally introduce you to my brother here, Wayne Cross Elias." "Elias?" Baldassar shrieked in terror. "Indeed, the very Elias you are imagining. Otherwise, why would Midnight lend me the electric chair? It is all for Wayne's sake. Consider this. Their family possesses the feathers bestowed by Michael. With such relics, opening a gateway to heaven and sending a scoundrel like you for punishment is rather trivial." Constantine exuded an air of authority, suggesting that should Baldassar refuse to speak, he would be dispatched for a sunbathing session up above. As for the feathers, their absence was a matter no one questioned. Wayne and Constantine tacitly agreed that the relics remained. At this moment, Wayne took the cue, deducing from Baldassar's astonished expression, Your reticence suggests the significance of the figure behind you. They must possess considerable power, likely a demon lord. What could such a being desire? Simply to descend into the mortal realm, transforming it into a hell on earth to augment their own authority, thereby increasing their influence among mortals. Baldassar was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend how Wayne had become privy to the ultimate objective of their plan. Even Constantine, standing nearby, was equally perplexed, questioning Wayne. How did you come by this knowledge? Was it divinely revealed to you? Wayne retrieved his phone, scrolling through a plethora of cinematic masterpieces, and replied nonchalantly, "Isn't this how movies portray it? Demons toil endlessly, scheming and striving, only to descend upon the mortal realm, not to rule. But for some ulterior motive, do they come merely to engage in philanthropy?" Constantine scratched his head, left speechless. Upon reflection, he realized the truth in Wayne's words. The countless infernal overlords he had encountered were invariably driven by a desire to invade Earth and convert it into their dominion, with little regard for anything but their own souls. After a prolonged silence, Baldassar suddenly lifted his head and, in a hoarse voice, declared, "I can divulge the information, but you must guarantee, in the name of the Elias family, that I shall not ascend to heaven and that I will be under your protection." "Hey, mate, do you not grasp your predicament?" Constantine retorted, amused yet exasperated, just as he was about to teach the sniveling wretch a lesson when Wayne elbowed him aside. Wayne raised 4 fingers and solemnly proclaimed, "In the name of the Elias family, I assure you that as long as you speak the truth, I will guarantee your survival. Should you betray us, Constantine's head will be the price." Constantine, considering the disparity in their physical prowess, decided to let this matter slide, realizing that an additional adversary was inconsequential to him. Wayne's perception of the Elias family's integrity had been thoroughly challenged today. He was astonished to witness even a devil's unwavering faith in them. After receiving Wayne's assurance, Baldassar took a deep breath and rapidly articulated, "It is the son of hell. Mammon, the twin sisters we discovered, are merely instruments of his descent." Baldassar thought that with the Elias family's protection, as long as Mammon did not personally descend, he would be safe and thus reveal the entire scheme behind the curtain. Wayne listened intently, confirming that the information aligned closely with his recollections of the narrative, contemplating that even a demon upheld its promises more faithfully than Constantine. Besides Mammon, there was another significant figure, one of the principal architects of the scheme and Mammon's greatest ally. Before Baldassar could finish his sentence, a radiant fissure suddenly tore open in the sky. A golden light illuminated much of Los Angeles, an awe-inspiring spectacle designed to capture the attention of Wayne and his companions. Wayne felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that the mastermind could no longer restrain themselves from intervening. He swiftly retrieved the Tsukimi blade from his system space, prepared at any moment to sever a comrade's neck. Constantine, unaware of the unfolding narrative, pieced together the implications of Baldassar's revelations and considered who among the denizens of Los Angeles could conjure such an event. He easily deduced the identity of the approaching entity. Meanwhile, his right hand clenched an ancient parchment, ready to sacrifice a teammate's soul to forge a pact with yet another infernal overlord. The radiant light pierced through the clouds, and 6 pairs of luminous wings unfurled behind him in a circular formation. Each feather pulsated with pure energy. Gabriel held the unconscious Angela in his left hand while his right gripped a blazing sword of holy light. Where the sword's tip pointed, the remnants of Baldassar's form melted away like ice cream, unable to emit a scream before dissolving into a pool of blood. Vile creature, Gabriel's voice was chillingly cold. As Baldassar's soul floated from his body, it was ensnared by chains of holy light and ground into dust. "A wretched failure, daring to divulge my plans." Gabriel sneered. "Shouldn't you be descending to protect the mortal realm at God's behest?" Constantine's voice trembled slightly, yet he maintained his characteristic sardonic smile. "What is this? The Archangel has decided to serve as a streetwalker under Mammon as control? I would have brought a crowd of 100 or more to visit you come Christmas. Naturally, I will be the first in line." Chapter 53. Judgment Day. Poor Constantine. Gabriel loomed above, his wings stirring a tempest that sliced through the air, creating craters at Constantine's feet without causing him harm, as if playfully toying with a mouse. Constantine staggered back, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his temple. Yet he stood his ground, confident that Gabriel would not dare to slay him. This display was merely a warning, a means of intimidation. Suspended in the air, Gabriel fixed his gaze upon the foul creature exuding the stench of nicotine, a cold smirk curving his lips. Pitiful insect, the cancer in your lungs is presently gnawing at your pleura. This brings to mind the ludicrous sight of you clinging to my ankle, wailing for entry into heaven. Rest assured, I have not taken your previous disrespect to heart. However, you, Constantine, soon to be submerged in the sulphurous pools of hell, will surely provide exquisite screams as Astamin's serpentine tongue licks your festering wounds. The very thought is delightful. Even the demons of hell would record it as a ringtone on repeat. It was evident that to ascend to the position of chief of police in the Silver City, not only brawn and a penchant for drink were requisite, but also a quick tongue, undoubtedly aided by his scholarly, noble visage. Constantine's mocking laughter was abruptly stifled, as Wayne regarded him with an expression that spoke volumes. He cleared his throat and explained, "That was a matter of necessity. I am a man of principle." "Principle? You?" Wayne understood that this man's limits were more elusive than the speed of lightning, which explained why Constantine intermittently hurled barbs at Gabriel during their journey. It seemed he sought to forge connections, yet he had failed and instead had been outmaneuvered by Gabriel, the last scion of the Elias family, having retorted to Constantine. Gabriel suddenly turned his attention to Wayne. The 6 pairs of pristine wings radiated astonishing brilliance, transforming the night in Los Angeles into a scene reminiscent of day. Such a tremendous commotion naturally captured the attention of both the government and the citizens. However, despite their various efforts, they have been unable to uncover the source of the anomalous phenomena. One must not gaze upon the divine. Gabriel, being one of the highest-ranking seraphim, radiates a holy aura wherever she treads, and as long as she chooses to conceal her true visage, mere mortals cannot perceive her presence. When the gaze of the archangel turned towards him, Wayne gripped the Kusanagi sword tightly, his hand tensing suddenly. Although Gabriel's power may not rank among the most formidable, she is undoubtedly a significant figure. To claim he was not anxious would be a blatant falsehood. After all, the scene had shifted so rapidly. One moment, he was jesting with notorious criminals, and in the next, he was to confront a mythological angel. It would bewilder even the likes of Batman, who would surely take a moment to consult the scriptures before retreating to the Batcave to devise an anti-angel battlesuit. Clang, clang. To alleviate his tension, Wayne struck the parched blood of Baldassar with his sword, the latter well aware of Wayne's unease and thus refrained from interrupting. The ashes of Baldassar were scattered. It was quiet and considerate. "So, esteemed Archangel, do you intend to conspire with hell to transform the mortal realm into a purgatory? God entrusted you with the guardianship of humanity, and this is how you fulfill that duty?" Though Wayne appeared to be addressing Gabriel, his gaze discreetly flickered to Constantine, his hand subtly reaching into his bag. A cryptic smile graced Gabriel's calm countenance as she boldly admitted, "Indeed, this is a necessary action to better fulfill my father's expectations." Is it truly necessary to let billions perish beneath the devil's grasp? Wayne found Gabriel's rationale perplexing, akin to the antics of a second-rate villain in a poorly conceived film. With arms wide open, Gabriel proclaimed, "For millennia, I have witnessed you burn witches, adorn church domes with your avarice, and, in the name of freedom, aim nuclear warheads at one another. Behold, humanity can twist even the repentance granted by God into a deceit. What has been the outcome of countless opportunities? Bargaining with the devil to deceive your brethren, exchanging fire and sword for a deluge of bloodshed, the malevolence of humanity deeply rooted in the heart. God's favor is a gift, and gifts come at cost. Now I demand that humanity pay the price to prove their worthiness of the Father's love." Well, now we have descended into the theatrics of a third-rate villain. Wayne silently rolled his eyes, recognizing the all-too-familiar extremist anti-humanism. This archangel appeared to have only read the book of Revelation, witnessing humanity's torments and aspiring to replicate that suffering, entirely disregarding the underlying metaphors. Did she truly believe herself to be more than just an unappreciated worker, assuming the role of the overseer? Even more astonishingly, Wayne noted that Gabriel was indeed responsive, opting to deliver a villainous monologue rather than learning from virtuous examples, discussing the nature of humanity's wickedness and even invoking the theory of hellish purification. Had it not been for Baldassar's prior revelation of the plan, Wayne would have harbored grave doubts that this celestial being would voluntarily divulge such information to aid them. The discourse was ample enough to be crafted into a formal address fit for the Pope. Wayne's malicious speculation led him to ponder whether Gabriel, overwhelmed by thoughts and ostracized by his peers, had ultimately succumbed to baldness and a metaphorical heart extraction. Regrettably, from a moment this Gabriel hesitated to slay Constantine. Wayne discerned discrepancies between the various versions. At the very least, this Gabriel dared not confront Lucifer, who in the film nearly dispatched him with a mere kick. Were you to appoint Mammon as the sovereign of the infernal realms on earth, transforming him into an alchemical furnace while you assumed the role of the apothecary, utilizing the earth as a concoction to purge its impurities and extract its essence? As the future bald-headed lady prepared to expound at length, Wayne could no longer restrain himself and interjected, setting aside whether the children of hell would share the spoils with you post-success. Do you not fear that your ostentatious presence before us might jeopardize the execution of your scheme? Constantine and Elias exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with awkwardness. The words betraying comrades etched clearly across their faces. They were acutely aware of the implications, yet it was particularly embarrassing for Gabriel to articulate such a point. Gabriel, with a flourish of his wings, conjured a resplendent sword of angelic energy that stood before him, declaring with authority, however, in the face of absolute power, the struggles of mere ants merely enhance the ceremonial gravitas of divine judgment. Gabriel, your verbosity is excessive. Should you not expedite the resolution of this matter? At that moment, a cacophonous, eerie laughter echoed through the air, revealing Angela, who had been unconscious beside the archangel, now slowly levitating. Her hair cascaded wildly, her once beautiful visage contorted into a grotesque mask, her eyes a ghastly white, and her abdomen grotesquely swollen, the visage of a demon discernible within. The consciousness of the child of hell had already taken root within Angela. Chapter 54. Who proclaims the day of judgment? Angela's body moved like a marionette pulled by unseen strings. She hunched, her sharp teeth and claws prominent, her form twisting in a fit, her spine emitting a disconcerting crackle, while tendrils of black mist erupted from her 7 orifices. With Mammon's essence entwined within her, she let out a raucous laugh directed at Gabriel. Gabriel, what hesitation plagues you? Should you not hasten to fulfill our design? Despite merely being a possession of consciousness, Mammon now emanated an astonishing aura, with a dense darkness engulfing half of Los Angeles, counterbalancing Gabriel's radiant light. The special effects alone rendered the likes of Baldassar inferior, as even a wisp of black mist exhaled from its nostrils seemed more formidable. The soulless entity that was Baldassar, still subjected to ridicule, retorted, "What's the rush? You maggots of hell!" Gabriel, her pristine wings folded defensively, found herself in a clash of sacred light against the surrounding malevolent black mist of Mammon. The two forces twisted the fabric of space around them, yet neither could gain the upper hand over the other. While her alliance with Mammon was advantageous, it did not imply that she held any regard for these repugnant beings. After all, angels have historically been at odds with demons. Her inherent pride would not allow her to mask her disdain, even toward supposed allies. Gabriel scrunched her delicate nose in utter disgust, casting a cold glance at the grotesque visage of Mammon, and remarked, "To kill Constantine? How appealing it sounds. Are you willing to endure the taste of being pierced through the soul by the wrath of the morning star?" Upon hearing this, Mammon's ghastly visage quivered atop Angela's pregnant belly. Gabriel's words struck a chord within Mammon. Indeed, while the thought of dispatching that scoundrel Constantine was exhilarating, the emergence of Lucifer would swiftly diminish that satisfaction. Though he bore the title of the Son of Hell, he was not genuinely Lucifer's progeny. Rather, he belonged to the class of hellish overlords. The highest title of the once fallen was merely that of someone else's son, an affront to Mammon's pride, igniting a furious indignation within him. He slammed his hands on the table in frustration, only to sit down again, begrudgingly enduring his plight. To rid himself of this title, he would need to confront Lucifer in a battle of true combat, only to find himself, under Lucifer's merciless hand, transformed from the son of hell into the grandson of hell. What a humiliation! The notion of ever becoming a true man was utterly impossible. Thus, Mammon sought an alternative path, aligning with Gabriel to scheme upon the mortal realm, aiming to liberate himself from the centuries-old title, amplify his powers and authority, and reclaim the esteemed titles of Hell's overlord and sovereign. As for any aspirations to elevate his title from Son of Hell to Lord of Hell, Mammon deemed such ambitions far less feasible than the notion of saving the world, a task 100 million times simpler. Clearing his throat, Mammon ceased to mention the assassination of Constantine. Upon encountering Wayne, he frowned and remarked, "There is an unpleasant scent emanating from him. Gabriel. Who is he?" Gabriel raised her holy sword, pointing it toward Wayne, and declared, "He is the last of the area's lineage, bearing the blood of Set within him. Michael has bestowed blessings upon their family. If I were to tame my hands, my father would be displeased. It is better left to you, the future Lord of Hell among humanity. Fear not, I shall extract his sacred blood, for it has no place within a filthy human vessel." Mammon was taken aback. Even as a son of Hell, it had heard tales of the Elias clan. Yet, in an instant, it emitted a hissing chuckle, observing how the human hand transformed into a dark, scaly armor amidst swirling black mist. It mocked. So even the esteemed archangel has resorted to the art of assassination by proxy. It was not a fool. Killing Constantine would surely invoke the wrath of its so-called father, and slaying the last of the Elias lineage would not provoke the Almighty's intervention. However, forging an enmity with Michael was undoubtedly set in stone. Regardless, once the plan reached fruition, both would essentially be cast into hell. At that point, it would not need to lift a finger. Other demons would gladly serve, and there was no need to invite trouble upon itself. This is hardly the time for trivial matters. Noticing that Mammon was not falling for the ruse, Gabriel snorted disdainfully. "Why have you appeared prematurely? You were meant to await the ritual in the asylum, not repulse us in this mortal guise." Mammon opened its gaping maw and nonchalantly explained, "It is merely a wisp of soul consciousness. As long as I am in the right place at the right time, and you pierce this virgin body with your lance of Longinus, the plan shall come to fruition, allowing my true form to be born." At that moment, its claws traced the prominent abdomen of Angela, and the visage of a malevolent spirit flickered beneath the skin as it grinned with excitement. "The mortal realm will transform into my dominion, and I shall finally rid myself of that old fool's mockery, reclaiming my status as the Lord of Hell." Constantine, standing below, was rendered speechless upon hearing these words. In trying to be a decent man, he had inadvertently created a disaster. Had he known, he would have taken action on the very first day. Just as Mammon was engrossed in its declarations, a swarm of armed helicopters surged towards it from a distance, capturing its attention. Being a significant figure in Hell, Mammon possessed the ability to remain unseen by mortals. However, as a demon, it thrived on temptation and existed to harvest souls. Furthermore, believing itself to soon be the sovereign of the mortal realm, it felt compelled to reveal its presence and display its authority as a ruler, thus refraining from utilizing its powers to conceal its form. Consequently, with Mammon's existence exposed, it was only natural for it to be discovered amidst the government's intense search. After all, in all of Los Angeles, who else could be the source of such billowing black smoke? Several Apaches closed in on the target, and upon spotting Mammon, unleashed a barrage of bullets, their fiery trails resembling a long serpent in the sky. Human weaponry? Mammon wore a terrifying smile, standing idly with hands clasped behind its back, making no effort to evade the onslaught, as each 30mm round capable of piercing tanks simply hovered before it. The first round of attack proved ineffective, and the aerial units did not relent. Instead, they commenced an even more aggressive second wave. Chain guns, Hellfire anti-tank missiles, rockets, an array of horrifying heavy artillery fell mercilessly upon Mammon's head. Following the failure of the initial assault, orders were dispatched from above indicating that capturing it alive was unnecessary. Even a mere fingernail would suffice. The smoke was impressive, but alas, there was no time to admire the street performance. Mammon narrowed his eyes slightly as a tendril of the surrounding black mist detached itself, drifting away gracefully. Once it separated from Mammon, the mist abruptly transformed into a vast expanse of dark clouds that surged forward. In the blink of an eye, the aerial forces, along with half of Los Angeles, vanished without trace. To Mammon, Constantine and Wayne were exceptional. The other mere mortals were inconsequential. At that moment, the two unaffected individuals exchanged a glance, silently communicating their thoughts. Why don't you sacrifice yourself? However, Gabriel was clearly not going to allow them to succeed. Prepared for the encounter, she raised her right hand, and chains of holy light ensnared her, binding the two men and preventing any movement. Wayne and Constantine exchanged another glance, conveying yet another silent message. It's all your fault for not sacrificing yourself sooner. I say, John, you don't only have this one backup plan, do you? Gabriel did not restrict their speech, and Wayne looked up at the sky, more accurately, what remained of Los Angeles, sighing, if worst comes to worst. You can sacrifice yourself and use a self-destruct spell to lure out Lucifer. Worst case, I'll just burn extra paper this Christmas. Constantine felt equally helpless. He indeed possessed a method for mutual destruction, but Gabriel's chains also bore an anti-magic effect, rendering him incapable of uttering a single incantation. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone pierced the air, the kind commonly heard in stores, yet it left both the angel and the demon momentarily stunned. The sound emanated from Mammon's attire, and while a phone call was not unusual, the fact that it could connect at such a moment, and that it was Mammon who answered, was quite peculiar. Before the son of hell could regain his composure, the phone flew from Angela's direction, autonomously connecting before the gathered crowd. A deep, magnetic chuckle resonated from the device, reminiscent of a well-dressed, witty gentleman. Well, Mammon, didn't your father teach you not to answer calls from strangers? Chapter 55. The Lord of Hell appears to be quite unconventional. Constantine's lips twitched as he subtly edged closer to Wayne. The voice was familiar, and its owner even more so. Lucifer Morningstar, the old friend who cared the most, and the least, about his soul, the ultimate ruler of hell. Among all the powerful figures Constantine had offended, Lucifer deserved a special mention, or perhaps even two. The greatest creditor had arrived, and Constantine felt a wave of panic even more profound than his earlier predicament. The reasoning was simple. When calamity struck, it was shared. There was companionship on the road to the underworld, and it didn't sound half bad. But Lucifer's appearance changed everything. Though he was the Lord of Hell, he was a man of principles. If Mammon and Gabriel's chaotic affairs went unnoticed by Lucifer, it would be one matter, but should he discover them and personally intervene, it would unmistakably signal his intent to take control of the situation. In the realm of mortals, the imminent threat of destruction has receded. However, Constantine remains acutely aware that his peril has not yet dissipated. Should Lucifer decide to make an uninvited appearance, disregarding the rules of engagement, and forcibly whisk him away, he would find himself bereft of even a place to lament his fate. Ah, John, if I am not mistaken, that must be your old acquaintance, Lucifer. Strangely, though Wayne had never heard Lucifer's voice, the name materialized in his mind upon its utterance. While Constantine was in a state of frantic alarm, Wayne exuded an air of calm. After all, he had neither entered into a pact with the Lord of Hell, nor had he ever toyed with Lucifer. Coupled with his knowledge from comic lore, Wayne understood that the Morning Star was not as fearsome as the world presumed. On the contrary, he possessed a rather humorous disposition. Had it not been for his self-imposed identity, Wayne thought that Lucifer resembled more of an anti-hero. As for the grand events surrounding him, they seemed somewhat absurd. Mere comic blunders. Who could have anticipated that a mere flake of his own skin would provoke such chaos from a deranged individual? In the skies, Mammon's once derisive laughter faded. Upon hearing what sounded to him like a demon's voice, his expression soured as if he had ingested a fly from the restroom. Gabriel, with 6 powerful wings, surged into the air like a shooting star, recognizing that this place was no longer safe, and it was prudent to return to heaven. You come to play with my son, yet you fail to inform me first? A flippant laugh echoed in his ears, and in an instant, Gabriel reappeared, flanked on her left by herself, and on her right by the visibly perturbed Mammon, with the illustrious Lucifer, the Morning Star, positioned centrally. Lucifer leaned against the void, his tailored black suit impeccably sharp, elegantly toying with an ancient coin between his fingers. He winked at Gabriel and greeted her, "Dearest Gabriel, my brother, no, in this universe. I shall address you as sister, although angels bear no gender. By the way, I overheard your plans for a purification ritual. Rather dull, I must say. I prefer the version of you that charges in with a flaming sword." "Lucifer, you ought not to interfere," Gabriel retorted, her face rigid, attempting to invoke the authority of God to quell his teasing. The seraphim, with their countless manifestations, oversee the omnipotent universe, each fragment possessing its own distinct consciousness. Gabriel, as she stood before them, exhibited a rather foolish demeanor. Do not speak of God's wrath coming to punish me. I might be unable to resist quipping. Is the spirit of vengeance truly so impotent? Lucifer's face reflected a specter of invincibility. Why do you constantly invoke that old man in this universe? Rest assured, I have no desire to interfere. Suddenly, Lucifer appeared between Wayne and Constantine, adopting a camaraderie that suggested familiarity and ease. With a casual pat on the shoulders of Vane and the others, the chains of holy light that had bound their bodies instantly shattered. Lucifer picked up the phone and remarked, "However, you have made quite a commotion, causing not only the pigeons of Los Angeles to recite the Book of Revelation, but also leading to the abduction of a detective's companion. I must say, your choice of sacrifice is rather poor. Just 2 weeks ago, she was drunkenly accompanied by Chloe in my bar, shattering 3 glasses, and now she owes me $90. I mean, until that debt is settled, no one shall dare to dissect her." With a snap of his fingers, the ravaged city of Los Angeles was restored to its former glory. The city of angels remained as radiant as ever, the moon is full, and everything seemed as though nothing had transpired, perhaps due to the thwarted plans and the need to continue bearing the title of the son of hell. Mammon, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "Morning Star, do not push your luck. Even with Gabriel's assistance, you shall not kill us within 3 minutes. Gabriel interjected, "Could you two refrain from dragging me into your family feud? At present, I am merely a pitiful angel yearning to return home for a comforting embrace from God." Mammon's roar shattered 3 buildings, while Vane and Constantine watched in awe as Angela's body swelled like a balloon. Lucifer clutched his chest, his face adorned with mock fear, exclaiming, "Wow, could you brush your teeth before possessing someone? Your halitosis is quite dreadful, frightening me into transforming into the legendary Mobius, crying for mother to save me." Vane, who overheard everything, remained unfazed, while Constantine was baffled. Vane, however, couldn't help but internally scoff at Lucifer's tendency to spoil future plotlines, noting that such events were inevitable, destined to occur sooner or later. A hint of foresight would only heighten anticipation, wouldn't it? Suddenly, Lucifer's voice echoed in Vane's mind, startling him. He glanced up to see Lucifer casting a mysterious smile in his direction before redirecting his focus back to Mammon. With another snap of his fingers, the buildings destroyed by Mammon were restored. Lucifer, with a cheerful demeanor, retrieved his phone to find 23 unread messages from Chloe, clapping his hands and stating, "Now, I suggest you either retreat to hell for a party or head to heaven for afternoon tea, or I shall shout you back." Before his words could settle, the night sky of Los Angeles split apart, and Lucifer inhaled deeply, immediately showcasing an unadulterated high-pitched performance. Boom! Perhaps due to Vane's current low level or Lucifer's straightforward approach. The scene before him was simply old Lucifer bellowing, dispersing the black mist surrounding Mammon, causing the grotesque visage to vanish and revealing Angela's lovely face once more. Old Lucifer even gallantly caught Angela, allowing her to rest beside him in midair. Vane was unclear about Mammon's condition, but Gabriel's plight was evident. As old Lucifer unleashed a roar akin to a lion's, this archangel transformed into a fireball, plummeting from the heavens with a scream. The fallen Gabriel lay on the ground, the flames dissipating, a sight most tragic. His once pristine 6 pairs of wings were reduced to charred remnants, resembling a few burnt chicken wings scattered nearby. His radiant golden hair had vanished, revealing a stark, dark bald head as he lay twisted on the ground, unconscious. This old man had become mortal, meddling in affairs that were not his own. After all, was he not merely a mere projection? Lucifer glanced at the sky, shook his head, and chose to disregard the lifeless body of Gabriel. "Well then, my dear friends, you owe me 2 shots of tequila, so for the time being, I shall keep them safe." Chapter 56. The sarcastic Lucifer. Just 3 minutes prior, the night air of Los Angeles was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, the sky appearing as if heralding the apocalypse. Now, it transformed back into a city of angels, illuminated yet steeped in corruption. The atmosphere still saturated with the pungent odors of pharmaceuticals, gunpowder, and the vile stench of bloodshed. The familiar scene had unfolded, yet the angel and the devil had vanished. The coin spinning on Lucifer's fingertip disappeared, his palm resting on Constantine's stiff shoulder, his right fingertip grazing the protruding ribs beneath the man's coat. "John, it has been a while. Your nicotine-ravaged lungs seem worse than when we last met in Las Vegas over a game of cards." A chuckle escaped him. "What is this? You don't seem pleased to see me. I specifically came to assist you in securing an early reservation in hell. And I even bear the title of Morning Star Specialist." Constantine inhaled sharply, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. "Lucifer, you jest. I believe I can still fight this. Are you referring to relying on a pact with a demon lord to treat your lung cancer?" Lucifer flipped his left hand, revealing the parchment of sheepskin that lay quietly in his palm. "Let me see. Ah, it appears to be from that fellow Beelzebub. Quite impressive. You always manage to procure intriguing artifacts. Truly worthy of being one of our enduring kings." Old Lucifer commended Constantine, then tucked the parchment into his own garments, admonishing, "A commendable idea indeed. If you were to succeed, it might resolve this predicament. However, casually sacrificing your allies is a rather poor habit, with the exception of the Justice League. In summary, to safeguard the reputation of an old friend, I shall confiscate this perilous item." Constantine protested. "After all the effort I put into finding that treasure, it's just gone." "Misunderstanding, you say? Speaking of misunderstandings, I recall we have quite a few. The last time I tricked you into the bathroom pit of the Three Palaces was settled when you tossed me into the sea to feed the sharks, wasn't it?" Lucifer raised an eyebrow, and a bubble-like screen materialized before the group. He pointed at it and remarked, "What about the misunderstanding regarding the holy water?" On the screen, a grinning Constantine appeared, while beside him, Lucifer was seen downing a drink in one gulp. "Well, I was merely concerned that you might ruin your palate with counterfeit liquor. So I added a touch of holy water to the watered-down vodka." Constantine blinked innocently. "Whether it ruined my taste, I cannot say, but after consuming that vodka mixed with holy water, it indeed upset my stomach, leading me to vent my frustrations on you over at the Dream Demon's place several times before I could calm down." Lucifer maintained a congenial demeanor, and just as John believed his fate was sealed, the old devil deftly shifted the conversation. "However, considering the intriguing nature of the new companion you've brought me this time, I shall show leniency, but only this once." Constantine exhaled a silent sigh of relief. Losing the parchment contract was unfortunate, yet as long as life remained, solutions would inevitably present themselves. Nevertheless, Lucifer remained uneasy in this situation and hastily redirected the topic. "Speaking of which, let us not dwell on Mammon's unworthy descendants. But what of your audacity in roasting Gabriel like a holiday turkey? Are you not concerned that God might come knocking on your door with grievances?" He continued, "I suggest you return to hell post-haste and resume your reign upon your infernal throne." "Enough," Lucifer interjected, halting Constantine's stream of words. A bubble screen materialized once more, revealing a bar named the Light Bar. He proclaimed, "I have grown weary of that foolish position. I am now settled in Los Angeles, running a vibrant bar. The champagne here is tenfold more delectable than the molten lava of hell." "What? You resigned?" Constantine stared in disbelief. The news of the Lord of Hell stepping down was indeed hard to digest. Without Lucifer, the mightiest sovereign of the underworld, the precarious balance between hell and heaven would undoubtedly falter, allowing unrestrained demons to wreak havoc in the mortal realm. An unimaginable chaos awaited. "Fear not, for I have entrusted the greatest authority of hell to Mazikeen. She is more than capable of maintaining order. The cosmic balance shall remain intact. I have discovered numerous fascinating experiences among mortals. How could I simply return?" Lucifer waved his phone, showcasing a lock screen image of Chloe, holding a drink with a tipsy smile. "Who said the Lord of Hell was only adept at tormenting souls and lacked an appreciation for life? Moreover, our new friend from the Elias family understands that the universe will not reset simply due to a minor plot twist, correct?" Lucifer's eyes sparkled with the brilliance of the morning star. In his gaze, there existed no secrets, only the choice to desire or not. Wayne felt a prickling unease under Lucifer's penetrating gaze. It was evident that the devil's words, coupled with his earlier jest, served as a veiled hint. There was no need to feign ignorance any longer. Wayne slapped his face, opting for candor. "I recall your persona in Lucifer's personal publication 13 was not characterized by such playful antics." Lucifer stroked his chin, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, But that was due to the many burdens I bore. I had to contend with Elaine's affairs and confront that nefarious counterfeit version of myself, which left me perpetually wearied and brooding. Yet, people evolve, much like my appearance in the world, which has undergone numerous transformations. In my publication, I sported golden locks and scars upon my visage, whereas now I embody the dashing, dark-haired version from the television series Lucifer, which I find to be a splendidly humorous divine comedy. Particularly, the introduction of that elderly man in later episodes had me in fits of laughter. And how do you perceive the notion of a film reboot? Engaging in conversation with old Bruce is indeed quite entertaining. Regardless, Wayne, who has chosen to embrace a state of apathy, expresses whatever comes to mind without feeling any constraint or discomfort. The classic maneuvers of Warner Brothers have long since become familiar. Netizens often refer to it as Marvel's Avengers, the 20th installment, or Superman and Batman, the new origin. Here, we witness daily reboots, which have transformed into a traditional craft. Indeed, it seems that The Flash is perpetually caught in a cycle of calamity, serving as a convenient plot device for writers who find themselves at a loss. Poor Barry Allen. To clarify, the majority of reboots associated with The Flash occur within the realm of television, whereas comic book reboots are primarily linked to Flashpoint, which is, at the very least, the most renowned. Lucifer, having turned off his phone, allows a coin to spin once more at his fingertips and inquires, "What are your thoughts on my portrayal in Heaven's Arrival? Does the golden armor paired with the scepter not exude more sophistication than this suit I currently don?" Not at all. Wayne ruthlessly dismantles Lucifer's delusions, continuing to jest, "Wait a moment. Where do you even appear in Heaven's Arrival? Are not the deities from your biblical lineage limited to Michael's descent?" Discussing plot lines with characters originally from comic books feels rather peculiar, as if one were to transform into a critic from another realm. As Wayne and Lucifer engage in their fervent discourse, Constantine, with his eyelids drooping, expresses his bewilderment, indicating that he has been unable to comprehend their cryptic exchanges from the outset. "Gentlemen, if my presence is not required, I shall escort Angela away. I just remembered that the gas at home has run out." 3 minutes prior, the night air of Los Angeles was thick with a pungent sulfur scent, the sky resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Now, it has reverted to the bright, yet corrupt visage of this city of angels, where the air remains saturated with the scents of drugs, gunpowder, and the stench of blood-soaked sin. The familiar sight of angels and demons has vanished. The coin spinning at Lucifer's fingertips disappears, and his hand rests upon Constantine's rigid shoulder, his fingers grazing the protruding ribs beneath Constantine's coat. "John, it has been a while since we last met. Your lungs, steeped in nicotine, appear worse than during our card game in Las Vegas." "Huh, what? Are you not pleased to see me? I specifically came to assist you in securing an early reservation in hell, and I carry the unique title of Morning Star Specialist." Constantine inhales sharply, a grimace forming on his face that is more sorrowful than a cry. "Lucifer, you jest. I believe I can still endure. Are you referring to enlisting a hellish overlord through a contract to cure your lung cancer?" Lucifer flips his left hand, revealing Constantine's parchment laid out in his palm. Well, it appears to be from that fellow Beelzebub. "Quite impressive. You always manage to procure such intriguing items, truly deserving of the title Survivor King." Old Bruce commends Constantine, then tucks the parchment into his own bosom, admonishing, "While your idea is commendable, should you succeed, it might indeed resolve this predicament. But casually sacrificing allies is a poor habit, except for the Flash. In summary, to aid an old friend in redeeming his reputation, I shall confiscate this perilous item." Constantine, after such great difficulty in finding this treasure, it has vanished just like that. He attempted to protest, saying, "Lucifer, you misunderstand." "Misunderstand? Speaking of which, I recall there are many misunderstandings between us. The last time you tricked me into that cursed toilet in the Three Palaces. Didn't that become clear when you tossed me into the sea to feed the sharks?" Lucifer raised an eyebrow, and a bubble-like screen materialized before their eyes. Old Rue pointed at it, saying, "And what about the misunderstanding regarding the holy water from the time before that?" On the screen was a grinning Constantine, with Lucifer beside him downing a drink. "Well, I was merely concerned that you might ruin your taste by drinking counterfeit alcohol in the mortal realm. So I added a bit of holy water to the diluted vodka." Constantine blinked innocently. "Whether my taste was ruined or not, I cannot say. But after drinking that vodka with holy water, I was indeed quite upset. I had to take my frustrations out on you several times over at the Dream Demoness place before I could calm down. Lucifer maintained a pleasant demeanor. And just when John thought he was doomed, old Rue changed the subject. However, considering the intriguing new friend you brought me this time, I shall overlook it just this once. Constantine let out a quiet sigh of relief. If he couldn't retrieve the parchment contract, so be it. As long as he was alive, there would always be a way. Yet, with Lucifer present, he could not fully relax, and hastily shifted the topic. By the way, the wayward offspring of Mammon is one thing. But aren't you worried about God coming after you for roasting Gabriel like a Thanksgiving turkey? I suggest you return to hell swiftly and resume your throne as the king of hell. Enough. Lucifer waved his hand, halting Constantine's further remarks. The bubble screen once again displayed a bar named the Bar of Light, and he remarked, "I've had my fill of that foolish position. I now reside in Los Angeles, running a raucous bar. The champagne here is 10 times more delightful than the lava of hell." "Well, what? You've resigned?" Constantine stared in disbelief. The news of the king of hell stepping down was a bit hard to digest. Without Lucifer, the most powerful lord of hell, maintaining order, the balance between heaven and hell would be disrupted. The frenzied demons would break free from their constraints. One could hardly imagine the chaos that would ensue when the devils surged into the mortal realm. Fear not. I have entrusted the greatest power of hell to Maggie Mackenzie. She can manage it well, and the balance of heaven and earth will not be shattered. I have discovered many fascinating matters in the mortal realm. How could I simply return? Lucifer shook his phone, the lock screen displaying a selfie of Chloe drunkenly holding a margarita. Who says the king of hell only torments souls and knows nothing of life? Moreover, our new friend from the Elias family understands that the universe will not reset merely due to these trivial plots, right? Lucifer's eyes sparkled like the brightest morning star. In his gaze, there existed no secrets, only the choice to desire or not. Wayne felt a chill run down his spine under Lucifer's gaze. Even a fool could discern that Lucifer's words, coupled with his earlier seemingly jesting remarks, were almost explicitly indicating his intentions, rendering any pretense of ignorance unnecessary. Wayne slapped his face and, in a moment of candor, directly confronted Lucifer, lamenting, "I recall that in your personal publication, Lucifer 13, you did not exhibit such a penchant for playful banter." Lucifer stroked his chin and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, but that was due to the multitude of troubles I faced. Not only did I have to deal with Elaine's affairs, but I also had to confront that pirated, malevolent old coot, which is why I wore a countenance marked by deep sorrow. However, people inevitably change, much like my appearance, which has transformed repeatedly throughout my journey. In my personal publication, I sported golden locks and bore scars on my face. Now, I present myself as the dashing, dark-haired version from the television series Lucifer. I must say, it is quite an entertaining blend of comedy and supernatural elements, particularly the explosive entrance of the elderly gentleman portrayed as an African-American. I nearly laughed uncontrollably while watching. And how do you perceive the reboot of the films? Perhaps conversing with the old Lucifer is indeed quite engaging. Wayne mused, choosing to be candid without feeling constrained. Warner's classic maneuvers have long become customary. Netizens often jest that it resembles Marvel's Avengers, the 20th installment, or Superman and Batman, the New Origins. Here, reboots have become a traditional art form. Precisely, and they incessantly ensnare the Flash in their calamities. It is truly a shame that the writers resort to him as a convenient narrative device. Poor Barry Allen, he continued. To clarify, most of the reboots instigated by the Flash occur within the realm of film and television, while in the comics, the primary reboot revolved around Flashpoint, which is certainly the most renowned. Lucifer switched off his phone, allowing a coin to spin anew at his fingertips, and inquired, "What is your opinion on my portrayal in Heaven's Arrival? Does the golden armor paired with the scepter not exude more elegance than my current suit?" "Not in the least." Wayne ruthlessly dismantled Lucifer's fantasy, continuing his critique. "By the way, in Heaven's Arrival, you hardly have any scenes. I assent it only Michael who is dispatched from your biblical pantheon?" Engaging in discussions with original comic characters felt undeniably peculiar, as if he were transforming into a being solely dedicated to critique. Observing Wayne and Lucifer's fervent discourse, Constantine raised his eyelids, expressing his bewilderment as he had failed to comprehend their cryptic exchange from the outset. "Gentlemen, if my presence is not required, I shall escort Angela away. I just remembered that I forgot to check the gas at home. Chapter 57. Skills acquired from a young age. Constantine scooped up Angela and sprinted towards the alleyway. But predictably, after just a few meters, he found himself back in front of Lucifer. The latter scoffed. "John, you cannot possibly believe that such tricks of evasion would work in my presence. Just to clarify, I have temporarily relinquished my powers for the sake of experiencing life, yet being my true essence allows me to accomplish quite a number of feats." As the conversation turned to Constantine, it prompted Lucifer to recall a certain matter, leading him to share with Wayne. "The film Hellblazer managed to deceive me. I never expected him to be a benevolent character, which is entirely inconsistent with the original work. The true John Constantine would be the one who, while leading his comrades to their doom, would still manage to offer a poisoned cigar with a smile." Wayne nodded in agreement, but at that moment, Constantine could no longer contain himself and interjected, "I can see you two get along splendidly, but the issue is, since you are unwilling to release me, could we perhaps discuss topics that I might be able to partake in? Those peculiar matters you mentioned, Lucifer, I not only fail to comprehend, but I find myself utterly lost." Constantine's remark left Wayne astonished. It was one thing for him to struggle to understand the dialogue with Lucifer, but for Constantine, who spoke in English, to express such bewilderment was rather significant. His gaze shifted to Lucifer, clearly suspecting that this was a tactic employed by the latter. Lucifer explained, "You see, John is not just an ordinary scoundrel. He is a highly intelligent super scoundrel. While I remain indifferent, it is often prudent that fewer individuals are privy to certain matters. So let us change the subject." Wayne nodded in understanding, fully agreeing with Lucifer's approach. Allowing Constantine to glean any insights would undoubtedly spell trouble for this universe. "I'm pleased, Lucifer, that you heeded my suggestion. If we are merely reminiscing, I happen to know of an establishment ahead called The Last Drop where we can indulge ourselves to our heart as content." Constantine, at this point, seemed to be extending an invitation, eagerly anticipating the midnight revelation of who had lured the enemies into their midst. "John, if it's a raucous affair of drunken debauchery you propose, then I must decline. I have my standards for companionship. Wayne is merely a one-way plug, and he holds no interest for you," Lucifer remarked, pinching his nose in a gesture of disdain towards Constantine. "Very well, then it appears I am now the one rejected by Satan. Does this imply that my soul has also been forsaken by hell?" Constantine quipped, "Well, what do you think?" "Never mind what I said. Then, esteemed detective of Los Angeles, if you're not here to send us to the underworld, does that mean you require our assistance?" Wayne interjected, noting that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Lucifer's help in resolving issues with Mammon and Gabriel would undoubtedly come at a cost. One cannot simply expect an omnipotent being to resolve matters with a mere wave of the hand. Why seek assistance at all? This is, after all, a comic narrative, and without collaboration, how could the plot progress? Indeed, I do require your aid. A demon has stolen my wings, which I left in hell, and I need you to retrieve them. Lucifer gestured towards the spot above the sulfurous magma where his wings were once stored, now only an empty void. Constantine couldn't help but chuckle. Which fool of a demon would dare steal the Morning Star's possessions? I assure you it wasn't me. Why do you keep staring at me? Lucifer, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "Indeed, there are many fools in this world, and the number in hell is far beyond counting. The reason a demon could successfully pilfer the wings is primarily due to the mischief you have caused. Lucifer, while people may indulge in indiscriminate consumption, I cannot afford to make unfounded accusations. I distinctly recall that your elaborate scheme did not include this particular incident. It strikes me as quintessentially John-like, for he has a penchant for forgetting once he has ensnared someone." Wayne wholeheartedly agrees, as he has not forgotten Constantine's intention to sacrifice his soul to Beelzebub. Constantine possesses a certain charm. Anyone who engages in conversation with him cannot help but feel an overwhelming urge to silence that incessant chatter. Yet Lucifer is an exception, perhaps due to his unique interest in Constantine's rather unrefined character. Old Lucifer reclined on a seemingly conjured sofa, pouring himself a glass of wine, and remarked with exasperation, "John Constantine, when you were merely 11 years old, you unleashed a demon from my realm. Is that so? It seems I shall be graced with British plumbing tonight. Just a jest, continue on." Constantine chuckled awkwardly, poured himself a glass of wine, and settled beside Lucifer. However, he miscalculated his landing. He plummeted onto the unforgiving floor, the the sudden pain causing him to gasp sharply, spilling wine that stained his white shirt crimson. Birds of a feather flock together. John, your position on the ground suits you well. Wayne, in contrast, enjoyed a comfortable sofa and a perfectly poured glass of wine. Now, let us proceed. The demon who pilfered my wings is named Despondent, a rather ambitious fellow. Initially, he was a low-ranking demon, scarcely distinguishable from those damned souls who fell into hell. However, he thrived on suffering, sorrow, and despair, and hell was the most suitable abode for such beings, where pain was ever abundant. Thus, Despondent feasted and grew, evolving over time. As in the tales of hell, Despondent turned the tide and became the Lord of Despair, a veritable demon lord. Yet, even as the Lord of Despair, this was insufficient to quench his thirst for power. He craved more. The path to acquiring greater dominion was simple: to conquer all of hell and challenge me. Naturally, I do not greet challengers with warmth. The outcome for me is inevitable, while for him, it will be disastrous. This oaf fails to consider why other lords of hell, despite their covetous desires for eons, have not dared to seize the throne. I allowed him to be tormented for eternity by his own arrogance and folly. Despondent was imprisoned, and for centuries without sustenance, he withered into insignificance and weakness. He was destined to fade away, and the tale would conclude with an ambitious demon's defeat, lost amidst the masses, while the great morning star once again displayed his prowess before the multitude of demons. However, a certain foolish young man, in a bid to impress his companions, insisted on showcasing a clumsy ritual he learned from a book. Consequently, one of his friends met an unfortunate end, and Despondent seized the opportunity to escape, clinging to the corporeal form that lay conveniently at hand. He had concealed himself on earth for many years, rejuvenating within and feasting upon the despair of humanity, until he grew sufficiently powerful, seizing the opportune moment of my absence to stealthily return to hell and reclaim my wings. With them, Despondio was even capable of disregarding the boundaries between hell and the mortal realm, soaring back to earth and gradually gaining strength. As Lucifer's tale concluded, Wayne could not help but give Constantine a thumbs up, initially believing that Constantine's remarkable prowess was a result of his maturation. However, it soon became evident that he was gravely mistaken. It turned out that this lad had learned to sacrifice his comrades at such a tender age, committing a ludicrous blunder that would make one shudder. Truly a magnificent scoundrel. Lucifer's implication was crystal clear. John, this old rascal, had erred and must rectify his mistake by retrieving the wings and, if possible, sending Despondio away. If his abilities permitted, it should not be limited to merely dispatching him to hell. Rather, he could ensure his eternal disappearance. Chapter 58. Seize the moment. Act swiftly. I can reclaim the wings, and you can banish the invading demons back to hell. Would that not be a splendid outcome? Not all splendid. Constantine wore a face of despair, having escaped one peril only to plunge into another. His days were numbered, could not be allowed to live in peace. Wayne remained silent, not reveling in his misfortune, as Lucifer's earlier wording was you all, not you, likely including him in the predicament. Suddenly, he found himself longing for Gotham, where at least the supervillains did not spend their days contemplating the consumption of brains or devouring souls. Moreover, the thought of a demon wielding Lucifer's wings was truly terrifying. It would be akin to a primal treasure being pilfered and refined. This mess is of your own making, John. You must amend it. Besides, assisting me will not leave you at a loss. With a delicate twist of his finger at Constantine's side, Lucifer seemed to cleave through decaying fruit, extracting a foul, viscous black substance from beneath his flesh. Constantine gasped, not in pain, but in relief, feeling the torment of his long-standing lung cancer diminish significantly at that moment. Damn it, Lucy, you old rogue, you are indeed treating my lungs, and it is not merely empty words. Constantine stared in disbelief, astonished that working for the Lord of Hell would come with such a delightful perk. Do not rejoice too soon. I have merely healed half of your lung. If the other half remains untreated by my hand, your prowess will surely allow the cancer cells to proliferate back to their former state. Lucifer flicked away the viscous substance, revealing two smooth, oval masses still adorned with silvery nerve strands. What is this? Constantine found it vaguely familiar, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Wayne alleviated his confusion, stating, I'll wager 50 cents that they're your lively kidneys. Kidneys? You mean they're my kidneys? Constantine gasped in horror, quickly deducing Lucifer's implication with his keen intellect. The boss feared he would work half-heartedly, not only paying him only half his wages, but also withholding his bonus. Engaging in a pact with the devil necessitates a degree of integrity. Consider 2 kidneys as a token of sincerity. Lucifer lightly flicked the still wriggling organs in his palm, stating, "Once the head of Desponcho is hung at the gates of hell, I shall return to you the cleansed lungs along with the kidneys." Constantine found himself petrified. The issue of lung cancer remained unresolved, and now he had lost control over his own body, with no respite in sight, yet he was compelled to confront demons. What meaning did life hold then? Yet, the function of the kidneys bore no relation to bodily autonomy. As a physician, Wayne succumbed to his professional instincts, exclaiming, in truth, the kidneys belong to the urinary system, primarily responsible for filtering blood, excreting metabolic waste, and regulating water electrolyte balance and blood pressure. Their function is not directly associated with that organ of yours. Constantine perked up. Was there still a glimmer of hope? That's the theory of Western medicine. What I'm referring to is the Eastern medical perspective. Lucifer shattered Constantine's illusions, countering, in traditional Chinese medicine, the kidney not only signifies anatomical organs, but encompasses a vast functional system, including reproduction, growth, and endocrine functions. It is believed that the kidneys house vital essences. Thus, deficiencies in kidney yin, yang, or qi can indeed impact bodily functions. To prevent any notion of exchanging kidneys, I ensured that when I extracted them, I simultaneously removed John's sordid essence, rendering his meager flesh utterly ornamental. Constantine remarked, so, after all this discourse on the integration of Eastern and Western medicine, the conclusion you arrive at is that I am to become a eunuch. Wayne, under the impression that Lucifer was engaging in a serious medical discussion, realized instead that the elder was merely extracting the broader concept of kidneys from Constantine's body. All right then, esteemed one, your word is law. Wayne wisely chose silence. After all, the loss was not his own kidneys. So why spar with the king of hell over the merits of Eastern versus Western medicine? Ultimately, it would always be Lucifer who triumphed. Fear not, John. Your dear companion Wayne shall accompany you. Can I opt out? Wayne sighed, reminiscing about the first day he encountered Batman's stoic visage. If the chaos stemmed solely from John, it would be inconsequential. Regrettably, his own contribution was not negligible. Wayne wore a perplexed expression, disregarding his own journey. Even the original host had never interacted with Constantine. Furthermore, the original host had been under parental guidance in childhood and had not been foolish enough to experiment with summoning demons. The bubble-like light screen shifted once more, revealing a stone tablet that Lucifer brought closer to Wayne. Does this seem familiar? Before Wayne could respond, Constantine recognized it first, exclaiming in astonishment. That is one of the tablets of the 10 Commandments. Desponcho's strength had rapidly recovered. He not only fed on human despair and fear, but also devoured other demons that had illicitly crossed over, evading the wrath of other hell lords. All thanks to that tablet inscribed with "Thou shalt not commit adultery." Vane was drenched in cold sweat, awkwardly saying, "Shouldn't that stone have been thrown away at the junkyard in exchange for wine? How could it end up in the hands of Desponcho?" This was due to the fact that even the scrap collectors had better discernment than him. Lucifer, too, admired Vane's prodigality, though this generation's Elias was certainly more intriguing than previous ones. Lucifer harbored no disdain for reckless spending. After all, he was a spendthrift himself. He continued, the scrap dealer, upon acquiring the stone tablet, recognized its exceptional nature and chose to sell it to an antique dealer, who subsequently placed it at auction, ultimately selling it to Desponcho. If Moses were to discover that the tablets of the 10 Commandments had fallen into the hands of demons, only to be used for cooking, he might rise from the depths of the Jordan River to slap you across the face. Vane resigned, thought to himself that he would have to clean up his own mess, treating it as a recovery of heritage. So, my friends, the time has come to repay society. Lucifer snapped his fingers, and a coin he had been toying with appeared in Vane's hand. He instructed, "The matter of the wings is now in your hands. Once accomplished, I will personally serenade you with a rendition of Hotel California." Before the two could protest, Lucifer's figure transformed into countless specks of light and vanished. As Vane pondered his next course of action, Constantine stealthily surveyed his surroundings. Confirming that no one was watching, Constantine burst into a fit of maniacal laughter, stumbling forward. Escaping was not an option. Constantine's precious belongings were still in the hands of old Lou, and he could not afford to relinquish his enjoyment of the mortal realm. Vane glanced in the direction Constantine was heading, which was where Gabriel lay unconscious. Despite old Lou having confiscated the tools of his misdeeds, considering Constantine's character, Vane hurried forward, intent on preserving the last shred of dignity for Gabriel's noble visage. The thought of Keanu Reeves potentially ruining the supreme sorceress, Ancient One, in an excruciatingly awkward scene, made Vane nearly lose his composure. "John, if you wish to take advantage of the situation, I'm afraid I must stop you." "What absurdities you speak. Come help me pick up those chicken wings." Chapter 59. An asylum? Someone claiming to be Gabriel is going mad. Constantine knelt beside Gabriel, his fingers creeping toward the unconscious angel's armpit, emitting a series of lewd chuckles. The repulsive scene made Vane's skin crawl, and he could not help but deliver a kick, causing the pervert to kiss the fragrant concrete. "John, I know you've always had a penchant for the grotesque, but must it be so abstract?" After kicking Constantine, Vane felt a surge of relief. His back no longer ached, his legs felt rejuvenated, and he could climb 10 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. "Good grief. Your ignorance is one thing, but please don't disturb me while I gather these chicken wings." Constantine rose, grinning widely, holding a bone that shimmered with a pearlescent sheen. "Isn't it? Why do I get the impression that you're using the guise of collecting bones to take advantage of Gabriel? Buddy, could you please refrain from assuming the worst of my intentions?" Constantine was left speechless. He pointed to his kidney and remarked, "Look at my current state, shall we? That scoundrel has even robbed me of the desire to perform squats. I am currently in a state of sagehood. I feel I could even rename myself Saint Constantine. If you ever achieve sainthood, I can only imagine that God must have been quite intoxicated." Ignoring Wayne's taunts, Constantine kept his head down, squatting on the ground, sifting through the charred debris with 2 fingers. "Damn it, this wing bone is shattered into 3 pieces. Well, it will have to do," he muttered. Intrigued, Wayne leaned closer and finally discerned what Constantine referred to as chicken wings. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "So, what exactly do you intend to do with the remnants of Gabriel's wing bones?" Constantine flashed a grin and picked up a piece of bone the length of a finger joint, exclaiming, "A fine treasure, my friend. Do not be deceived by Gabriel's current pitiful state. She was once a mighty archangel. Even scorched to a crisp, her wings remain sacred relics." "Is that truly so? Can something so charred still hold value?" Wayne scoffed, rolling his eyes. "If you cannot comprehend the worth of it, then step aside and let me take over." He tossed Gabriel aside and skillfully crouched down, retrieving a sealed bag to collect the assembled wing bones. "Shift a bit to the left, you're crushing the wingtip." At that moment, medical expertise reached its zenith. The 2 resembled children on a beach collecting seashells, diligently sorting through the bones beside Gabriel. Constantine handed over the smaller fragments to Wayne while he placed the larger, more manageable pieces into the bag. Gabriel possessed 6 complete pairs of wings, totaling 12, each with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters. After removing the feathers and muscle, the weight amounted to an astonishing 12 kilograms. It seemed almost absurd that such heavy wings could take flight, yet considering that angelic wings are pure energy forms, their transformation into bones rendered everything reasonable. There was no need to ponder further. Once they had cleared the ground of all bone fragments, Wayne dusted off his knees and stood up. The bald Gabriel remained clad in her tattered white garment, her face smeared with grime, resembling a tool that had just emerged from the earth. "Should we call the police or an ambulance?" Wayne asked, pulling out his phone, the screen reflecting the furrowed lines on his forehead. "Call for an ambulance from the psychiatric ward," Constantine replied, lighting a cigarette and shrugging. "When the Archangel awakens, she will undoubtedly scream and rave. That place will suit her best." Gabriel had been reprimanded by Old Road before the ceremony even commenced. Her pride, once lofty, might find her earthly confinement to be the finest punishment. The 2 shared an unspoken agreement to refrain from considering alternative methods for dealing with Gabriel. It was clear what God intended. As long as she remained alive, anything else was inconsequential. However, upon grasping this understanding, Wayne and Constantine exchanged glances, their faces breaking into enigmatic smiles as they busied themselves once more. After a prolonged silence, the jarring wail of an ambulance shattered the stillness. causing Gabriel's singed lashes to flutter for the first time. Wayne leaned closer, prodding her dusty cheek with a robust bone. "Awaken, your luxurious chariot has arrived. Oh, Archangel," he exclaimed, thrusting the bone in her mouth and moving it up and down dozens of times. Constantine squatted nearby, a grin plastered across his face as he blew a cloud of secondhand smoke towards Gabriel, adding a friendly reminder: this vehicle's destination includes full board and 24-hour supervision. Though the downside is that you'll no longer behold the outside scenery. Gradually, Gabriel emerged from the haze, her keen senses detecting two loathsome faces. Awful memories surged forth, and a hoarse growl escaped her throat. As she struggled to prop herself up, she felt a clump of charred, gooey substance fall from her head. A ticklish sensation swept across her nose as she incredulously gazed at this repulsive mass, which she recognized all too well, not long before. It had once been her flowing golden locks. "What have you done to me?" Gabriel's voice trembled with rage as she attempted to annihilate the two ruffians with her gaze. Constantine, stifling his laughter, retrieved a small mirror shattered into several pieces from his pocket, tossing it onto her lap. "Take a look for yourself, old hag. A little makeover to make you closer to God. Oh, and by the way, you have my autograph on your backside, rendered in your own winged ash. Absolutely authentic." Gabriel stared at the distorted reflection in the mirror, her mouth agape. She abruptly tore open the tattered collar of her white garment, discovering the words "This angel has expired" crudely scrawled across her collarbone, accompanied by a lively tongue-out emoji. Moreover, her face bore a pink cartoon sticker affixed with a concoction of nasal mucus and saliva, depicting Batman holding a banner that cheerfully proclaimed, "Be good today." "Ah!" Gabriel cried out, a chilling scream that echoed with sorrow, startling the staff of the Los Angeles Psychiatric Hospital who had yet to disembark. "I will send you all to hell," she screamed, lunging at Constantine with claws outstretched. Alas, her legs had long been fractured, and not only did she fail to grasp him, but she also landed in a most undignified manner, losing a front tooth in the process. Seizing the opportunity, Wayne whipped out his phone to capture her disgraceful pose, the unadorned visage of the head of the heavenly police, now a prized addition to his collection. Indeed, this was the expression he sought, the grimace of frustration, utterly powerless. As the ambulance's rear door swung open with a resounding thud, two attendants clad in white uniforms stepped out, freezing in their tracks upon sighting the patient. Gabriel's eyelids bore exaggerated eyebrows painted by Constantine, while Wayne had added a pea-sized mole to her face. Her lips were smeared with an expired, garish shade of purple lipstick, and the vacant space where her front tooth had been gushed blood, rendering her appearance comically absurd. Vane waved his hand at them, greeting. "This madwoman claims to be Gabriel, having just escaped from the set of Mad Max to indulge in spontaneous combustion. Remember to administer her sedatives while avoiding her back, or she will start shouting about using her wings to strike." Gabriel's hysterical roar echoed. "How dare you, mere mortals, treat the most noble and sacred seraphim in such a manner? I shall report this to the Father and invoke divine retribution upon you." Her emotions ran high, causing tears and snot to erupt. The two attendants exchanged glances. This was indeed a novel encounter, as the Archangel had come to Los Angeles to play with self-immolation and was clearly in deep trouble. Chapter 60, Destination Liverpool. "You will regret this." Gabriel was restrained on the stretcher, her scorched hair cascading down, much to the chagrin of the attendants who found themselves with a mouthful of singed strands. Quite a treat. Indeed, not everyone gets to sample the hair of a former Archangel. Perhaps it might even enhance their health. However, it all hinged on whether Gabriel could regain her angelic form. Otherwise, her hair would serve no purpose beyond providing the attendants with a lump of burnt scalp flakes. "Constantine, Elias, I shall remember you. Once I regain my strength, your soul shall be affixed to the cross and seared with hellfire." It must be said that Gabriel remained formidable, capable of spewing threats even while enduring broken limbs and shattered bones. "Very well, we await your esteemed tidings." Vane nonchalantly waved goodbye, observing the attendants as they fitted Gabriel with a muzzle, for the old hag had excitedly sprayed them with saliva once more. Constantine quietly approached, speaking in a tone only the two of them could hear. "Archangel, enjoy your twilight years. Your wings are quite exquisite. I have had the pleasure of using them, and they are remarkably supple." Gabriel's roar was drowned out by the sound of the ambulance door slamming shut, its rear lights fading around the corner, while the sirens continued to echo above the city, as if heralding the curtain call for this absurd farce. Nevertheless, the conclusion of Gabriel's affair did not signify the end for Vane and his companions. The first calamity wreaking havoc on Earth had concluded, but now they must address the second. Vane mimicked Lucifer's manner, spinning a coin on his fingertip, then flicked it sharply, causing it to bounce off Constantine's forehead before returning to him. Honestly, that old rascal is pushing hard. Where is that scoundrel Despondio hiding with your afflicted little brother? At the River Alt, Constantine replied, flicking off the ash from his cigarette, the glowing tip tracing an orange arc in the twilight. For the first time, a look of sorrow graced his face as he murmured, "Since it was the year I turned 11, it must pertain to that incident. It happened back in my hometown in England, at the River Alt in Liverpool. Despondio must have appeared then. Damn it, no wonder there was a flood out of nowhere." Vane rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to Constantine's seriousness, and pressed on to reclaim the inheritance. "So, our target is likely in Liverpool? Will a demon remain honest and stay in one place?" The entity known as Despondio has possessed a boy named Billy Henderson, who happens to be the offspring of a wealthy businessman, a notorious son who is utterly devoted to his progeny. If the demon possesses any wit, it would undoubtedly leverage Billy's father's influence to regain its power, at least establishing its base of operations there. Well then, shall we depart now? Wayne retrieved his phone to check the flight information. International tickets are rather exorbitant, and even squeezing every penny from the modern Constantine would yield scant returns. It would be more prudent to book his own flight, thereby saving time. What's the rush? Constantine extinguished his cigarette, gesturing towards the still unconscious Angela. "We must wait for 2 days. I need to ensure that Angela is settled, and I can simultaneously address matters concerning her sister." "Oh, it seems you are indeed committed to seeing things through. Are you still the John Constantine I know? They are good people, deserving of such efforts, particularly Angela's sister. It is not my style to leave a beautiful lady languishing in a hellish realm." Regrettably, amidst their time together, Constantine has developed genuine feelings. He has grown fond of this brave and kind police officer. Yet, to shield her from potential harm, he resolves to distance himself, ensuring her safety. However, before taking his leave, Constantine decides to perform a noble act, liberating Isabella, Angela's sister, from her infernal plight, allowing her to reincarnate. Though this will come at a cost, it is of little consequence. The recent acquisitions have rendered any impending threats negligible. Should someone wish to do good, Wayne will not impede them, but he hopes to resolve matters within a week. After all, it has nearly been a month since the system introduced the second special patient, who is due for renewal. According to the system's explanation, special patients manifest nearby, rather than within his hospital. Thus, Wayne contemplates a return to Gotham for the refresh, as any outrageous figures would at least find themselves in the presence of the bat. In truth, Constantine could serve as a shield. Yet Wayne perceives that this shield is too permeable. A misstep could result in him taking the brunt of the danger. After much deliberation, he concludes that the old bat may be the more reliable option, especially since, due to the nascent state of the Justice League, Bruce's concealed arsenal has yet to unveil any exceedingly formidable devices. At the very least, weapons capable of toppling Superman without the aid of kryptonite have yet to emerge. He begins to anticipate what treasures the next patient might bestow upon him, or rather, what ailment might require his remedy. 2 days later at Los Angeles Airport, Wayne observed Constantine stuffing 6 cans of beer, 20 packs of cigarettes, and Angela's warm undergarments into his magical suitcase, unable to suppress a facepalm. Could you not select a more appropriate souvenir? What sort of good person brings such items home to visit family? This is called nostalgia. Constantine adjusted his crumpled tie, then produced a somewhat intact photograph from his coat pocket, one featuring himself and Angela. After a moment's thought, he chose to tuck it away in his suitcase. The time is not yet ripe to sever ties with sentiment. The tools are utterly useless, so spare me the mockery. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, the one who sent you here is Charles? Constantine nodded. Indeed, it was Charles, that scoundrel. After delivering them to Baldassar, he vanished without a trace, leaving no clue as to his whereabouts. One wonders if he knew that Gabriel, and subsequently Lucifer, were on their way, prompting him to make an early exit, only to return later, scurrying about in a taxi like a lost soul. He fancifully claimed to be his apprentice, and while they could not vanquish demons and save the world together, At least he could save a bit on fare and worry less about the journey. Heaven knows what expression Constantine wore at the time. He mused that if he truly wished to alleviate his burdens, he might as well draw some blood from him with a syringe, which would certainly simplify matters. The roar of the airplane engines drowned out his last murmurs as they swiftly took to the skies. Due to the time difference, a flight from Los Angeles to London takes approximately 9 hours, while the return journey from London requires nearly 12. As there were no direct flights from Los Angeles to Liverpool, they had to make a transfer, consuming an additional hour. In total, their journey amounted to 10 hours. During this time, Wayne encountered a familiar yet exasperating situation. He discovered that Constantine was indeed a magnet for demons. In the airplane restroom, yet another devil came knocking. With the same golden waves of hair, long legs, alluring banter, and seductive glances, he found himself once more pinned against the toilet. The only difference was that this time, the creature had morphed from a lizard-like demon into a serpent-like one. After being shoved into the toilet, Constantine was once again lured by Wayne into the restroom. However, John was currently in sage mode, lacking the inclination to flirt with demons, and effortlessly dispatched the fiend. Chapter 61. Do not roast meat carelessly in a church. The rain in Liverpool was more fragmented than Constantine's principles. Even on a rainy day, the air was thick with a musty odor as Wayne followed the old rogue through the damp alleys to the quaint main street. After more than a decade, the place remained unchanged. Memories etched on Constantine's face as his polished shoes crunched over a discarded chip bag in the puddles. The lack of change over the years only spoke to the stagnation of the local economy, a fear of being muted leading to the use of homophonic expressions. Wayne stuffed 2 wads of tissue into his nostrils, for the alley they had just traversed was littered with refuse. The combination of rain and long-fermented garbage created an overwhelmingly sour aroma, and he found himself longing for Gotham's batfolk, where the populace was genuine, the land bountiful, conversations melodious, and enthusiastic fans held lively performances throughout the city. At least it was not like this, where not only was the ground strewn with litter, but he also had to endure the bizarre amalgamation of Constantine's smoke-laden sweat and the strawberry-scented hair conditioner from Angela. Aisha often remarked that there were 3 times as many churches in Liverpool as there were pubs. Constantine, with a rain-soaked cigarette dangling from his lips, paused at the entrance of the bustling church. It became evident that not only was the crowd larger than that of the nearby pub, but the church also enjoyed a considerable surge in popularity. Aisha, Constantine's acquaintance and one of the 3 present, was notably one of the few women who had not fallen prey to the charms of the notorious John. Of course, Aisha herself had escaped John's clutches, but her former boyfriend had been politely borrowed by Constantine years ago, thus transitioning him from current to ex-boyfriend status. Wayne, following the gaze of the Liverpool citizens, looked up. It was evening and, curiously, not a Sunday. Clearly, something intriguing was afoot. Hey John, I believe I've discovered the source of the crowd's enthusiasm. Your church's lightning rod doubles as a barbecue grill, allowing for divine cookouts. No wonder business is booming. Wayne gestured towards the church's spire, marveling. Who says Liverpool lacks scenic attractions? This is quite the spectacle. Upon hearing this, Constantine squinted upwards, straining to discern the scene illuminated by the moonlight. Atop the church's steeple, a rotund man resembling a toy with wings was impaled, adorned by wing-like decorations protruding from his shoulders, akin to a turkey skewered on a roasting spit. More strikingly, the hefty figure had his hands clasped in prayer, a serene smile etched upon his face, as if engaged in a transcendent meditation. Is this how your British folks showcase performance art? Wayne mused, opening a disposable box to relish a hamburger he had purchased from an elderly vendor. How can you eat in front of such a naked, plump figure? This is a bit grotesque, my friend, Constantine remarked, finding the figure suspended in midair oddly familiar. Just as Wayne was about to utter another remark, a sharp crack echoed from the church. The lightning rod began to show spiderweb-like fissures at its base, which rapidly expanded. The onlookers, engrossed in hushed conversations, snapping photos, and even live-streaming the impending doom, seemed blissfully unaware of the danger. Wayne turned to the crowd, advising, if you wish to avoid a close encounter with that 300-pound figure from above, I suggest taking 2 steps back. The spectators paused momentarily, contemplating the crumbling lightning rod, before taking a step back as instructed, resuming their roles as mere observers. Excellent. Very obedient. You actually took 2 steps back, Wayne exclaimed, with a resounding crash. The frail lightning rod could no longer bear the weight of the rotund figure, concluding its tragic existence. The hefty man plummeted like a deflated balloon, enveloped in rust and rain, crashing to the ground and bursting forth a vivid splash of crimson. Like a deep water bomb, the man struck the earth with a tremendous force, sending flesh and blood flying, while the onlookers collectively received an unexpected splash of gore, emitting shrieks akin to that of slaughtered pigs. Wayne, with remarkable agility, swiftly seized Constantine, lifting him protectively before himself. After all, he had no desire to land on the ground drenched in blood with an excessive fat content, especially since he had not brought a change of clothes. Fortunately, John, clad in a long trench coat, nearly shielded him from the splattering blood. However, a couple of drops unfortunately found their way into the hamburger he had just taken a bite of. "Thanks, brother. I'll let you have a burger," Wayne said as he released Constantine back to the ground. The latter rolled his eyes, wiped the smudge from his face with his sleeve, and, after taking the hamburger, shoved it into the mouth of the nearby singer, Black Brother, before moving directly to inspect the corpse. His intuition suggested that there might be clues on the body that they sought. Black Brother queried, "What has that got to do with him? More wings? I feel I've seen enough wings and angels these past few days." Wayne approached, gazing at the wings of the deceased, now stained with blood, rendered speechless. "Don't joke, Wayne. If he were an angel, then I could truly claim to be a saint." Constantine examined the injuries on the corpse, and upon seeing its face, his pupils dilated as he gravely addressed Wayne. "We must leave before the police arrive to cause trouble. Do you know him? Is there something between you?" Wayne inquired. "Of course, I know him. Everyone knows him. Once again, he is not an angel. He is one of the principal culprits behind the self-destruction of Britain. Sounds like he is quite significant here." "He is indeed significant. He is a former prime minister," Wayne exclaimed. 666. No acting needed. "Just as I disembarked from the plane, I encountered the murder of a former British prime minister. What next? Shall they shift from a magical film set to a detective thriller?" Beep, beep, beep. Several police cars rushed toward them, sirens blaring. Although bystanders were occupied with their own affairs and numerous photographs of the deceased circulated online, at least they arrived faster than the New York Police Department, appearing just before the body could vanish. The police cars halted in front of the church, and officers emerged with two leading figures, a man and a woman. The man, with white hair and a round belly, was African American, while the woman, with bronze skin and Latin heritage, moved with a sense of purpose. That was Aisha, Constantine's former associate, whom Wayne recognized from photographs. "John, isn't that your old friend? Aren't you going to greet her?" Wayne nudged Constantine, encouraging him to make small talk. "Huh, I think we should acknowledge another companion." Constantine placed a hand on Wayne's shoulder, a cold smile gracing his lips as he lifted his arm to point in a certain direction. Following his gaze, Wayne's pupils constricted at the sight of an 11 or 12-year-old boy standing at the edge of the crowd. The boy's pale face appeared as if coated in lime, and his freckled visage displayed an unsettling indifference. This child was precisely who they sought, Billy Henderson. Unlike Aisha, who had transformed from a young girl into a mother of two, Billy remained unchanged, resembling his former self from 20 years ago. Billy sensed the gaze of Wayne and his companion, slowly lifting his head to meet their eyes, a chilling crimson glow flickering within. Chapter 62, Please Don't Open Champagne at Halftime. His eerie stare fixated on Wayne and the others, a slender tongue hungrily licking his lips, and he curled his mouth into a smirk. The sinister smile reminded Wayne of the protagonist's smile in the film doll of Attitude, a seemingly perfect grin that sent shivers down one's spine. The young boy defiantly raised his middle finger at Constantine, then swiftly turned and vanished into the crowd, fleeing backwards. After him, Constantine cursed as he shoved aside a drunken man obstructing his path, but his leather shoes caused him to slip and tumble onto the cobblestone floor. "John, can you be reliable at a critical moment?" Wayne pulled Constantine up, admiring his uncanny ability to make a fool of himself at such times. "If I were to be reliable, you wouldn't be pleased either," Constantine muttered to himself, pondering that his reliable mode was not non-existent. It simply would not elicit joy from anyone. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he shouted at the fleeing Billy, "We must continue the chase. This little brat dares to cause a ruckus on my turf. I'll make him behave with Gabriel's wings." The two navigated through the congested crowd, sprinting after Billy. However, As they were among the closest to the body initially, their panicked flight upon seeing the police car aroused suspicion in the onlookers and officers alike. Aisha immediately bellowed, "Stop right there, you two. Comply with the investigation." Ignoring her, Wayne and Constantine followed Billy into a narrow alley and disappeared from sight, completely disregarding the police firearm in Aisha's hand. Aisha's lips twitched in frustration as she turned to her black companion, saying, "Gary, keep 2 people here to maintain order at the scene. The rest of you, block possible escape routes. We will pursue." Wayne and Constantine chased Billy to a street beside an abandoned canal. During this pursuit, they decided to split up. Constantine claimed familiarity with the area and took a shortcut ahead to prepare, instructing Wayne to continue following Billy. Soon, Wayne found himself alone, unfamiliar with the streets, and after several minutes, lost Billy at an intersection. In a moment of despair, Constantine emerged from behind a wall, exuberantly announcing that he had successfully cornered the demon in a dead end. "Honestly, do you have any plan? Confronting a Lord of Hell seems rather uncharacteristic of you." Wayne wiped the rain from his face, questioning if he had obtained some ultimate weapon from the old road. "Rest assured, the situation is not as dire as you imagine. My plan does not require sacrificing allies or acquiring any weapons from Lucy. He would give them to me anyway." Constantine exhaled a cloud of smoke, producing Moses' sacred garment, which was wrapped around several bones. He explained to Wayne that, apart from Lucifer, demons forcibly entering the human realm would be suppressed, their strength diminished to a mere shadow of its former self. Even the most formidable demon lords would find themselves significantly weaker than in their prime. Despondent, despite breaking through the barriers between realms with his wings, would still be affected. Furthermore, his own power had yet to fully recover. "I shall draw a magical array shortly to harness Gabriel's wings to expel the demon within Billy. You could take this opportunity to strike the demon's forehead with the bone of your wing, stained with your holy blood, as a means of purification. Thus, the matter will be resolved effortlessly, as simple as a snap of the fingers." This sentiment bore a hint of impracticality. Wayne hoped Despondent would function like a well-oiled machine. Ensuring the plan proceeded smoothly, Wayne perceived Constantine's perspective as overly optimistic. Perhaps due to the intrusion into the human realm, Despondent was indeed not at full strength. Yet having once faced the old path, one would know better than to underestimate the importance of preparation. At this moment, Constantine waved his hand to dissolve the magical array, while simultaneously fortifying his defenses, lest a furious demon incinerate him with hellfire. As the array dissipated, revealing the scene within, Wayne beheld several trash bins adorned with children's clothing, but not a pale little demon nor a crimson-skinned fiend with horns in sight. He could not help but chuckle. "Damn it, John, you better pray that your little hairdo doesn't recognize you upon arrival. Otherwise, you'll have to explain that your goal is not to murder the former Prime Minister while chasing down underage demons throughout Gotham, but rather to save humanity." He mused. Damn it, didn't Lucifer say Despondent was a fool devoid of strategy? That old rascal must be exaggerating. Constantine's eyes widened in disbelief, tugging at his golden locks in frustration. Here we go again, just like his grandfather's daily routine, starting with a seemingly assured victory only to be outwitted, culminating in a hefty beating. He thought, when facing named adversaries, can we not go all out, secure victory, and then celebrate? From now on, neither you nor Batman shall pop champagne at halftime. Life is tough. Wayne sighed. He then retrieved the desire compass from the system space. As the compass sensed Wayne's inner yearning, the needle gradually moved, finally settling on a specific location. Here it was, the tuberculosis demon. The misty, drizzling night obscured visibility further. The African-American sheriff, named Gary, was also the partner of Constantine's childhood friend, Aisha. The alley was narrow, preventing vehicles from entering, so he and Aisha split up to expedite their search for the suspect. Gary was a good sheriff, yet even the best of cops could not escape the unfortunate fate of midlife baldness. It would not be long before he sported a hairstyle akin to that of his neighbor, the infamous Marauder. Damn, those two can really run, Gary gasped, leaning against the wall, his round belly a testament to his lack of endurance in long-distance running. The sound of chewing echoed harshly in the dimly lit alley, drawing Gary's curious gaze towards its source. He discovered a frail child, head bowed as he sucked on something. The streetlights, long unmaintained, provided scant visibility in the dreary weather, preventing Gary from discerning what the child was consuming. However, based on experience, he suspected it was far from a nutritious delicacy, likely yet another harmful substance. Driven by a sense of duty and the desire to rescue a wayward youth, Gary hurried forward and admonished, "Hey kid." The pale-faced boy halted his actions, slightly turning his face in alarm, and implored, "Please don't hurt me. I'm already so hurt." Upon hearing this, Gary immediately softened his tone. "It's all right, child. I am a police officer, and I merely wish to speak with you." "What do you want to discuss, Gary?" The boy straightened, his voice strangely unsettling. "What?" Gary was taken aback, incredulity lacing his words. "How do you know my name?" "Indeed, it was a lonely and tormented soul who told me," the boy replied, gradually approaching Gary with a peculiar grin. "Her name is Sarah. Little Sarah misses her parents dearly and often cries in secret at night." "Step back." At the mention of this name, Gary's countenance turned pale. Though he urged the boy to retreat, he found himself stumbling backwards until he collided with a trash can. "Oh, I meant to convey an artistic effect. You understand, don't you? The problem is that I am still quite strong." A sinister red glimmer appeared in the boy's eyes, and with his emergence, a robust arm vanished. Sweet blood trickled into the boy's lips, which he savored as if indulging in a delight. Chapter 63. How did this little wretch end up here? Crack. In the instant the barrel of the gun was thrust into Gary's right eye, Billy heard the sickening sound of his orbital bone shattering. The pallid face twisted into a grotesque grin that stretched to the roots of his ears, his eyes ablaze with a fiery intensity. Before pulling the trigger, he tilted his head to bid farewell to the dying sheriff, saying, "Sarah says she's very lonely in hell. I'm sending you down to keep her company." Boom! The gunshot resonated ominously in the stillness of the night, immediately capturing the attention of Wayne and his companion, who rushed through the puddles towards the scene. Upon arrival, they witnessed Billy sketching something erratically with a bloodied, smoking police weapon. Gary widened his remaining left eye, blood oozing from his right, trailing down the brick crevices and merging with the rainwater at Wayne's feet. Damn it, this guy killed the former prime minister and now a police officer. While Constantine was indeed a scoundrel, it did not imply he relished the company of such bloodthirsty demons. Despondio, you might have stolen wings. But why are you indulging in dismemberment? The demon clinging to Billy raised its eyes, its gaping mouth revealing a barbed tongue that flicked out viscous tendrils into the night sky. It coldly mocked the illustrious Constantine. "To what do I owe the pleasure? Have you come to visit an old playmate?" "Certainly, I, Constantine, have always been generous. I have returned today solely to treat you to a specially concocted juice." He winked at Wayne, who then produced a silver coin bestowed by Lucifer himself, crafted by the King of Hell. "You can settle the bill with those wings on your back." Billy's pupils dilated. He sensed a familiar and chilling aura emanating from the coin. Upon hearing Constantine's words, he realized, "No wonder I have never revealed my true self to you, yet still found myself sought after. It turns out I have become a pawn of the Morning Star. Allow me to clarify, I am not a pawn, but a partner. Lucifer has instructed us to teach you a lesson, and in return, he will assist me in curing my lung cancer." Lung cancer? Indeed. When I escaped from my cage, you were already engaged in a slow form of self-destruction. Otherwise, John, I could also heal your lungs ravaged by cancerous cells. Provided you abandon your dealings with the Morning Star, I could restore you to your former self right here and now. What do you say? The terms are rather simple, are they not? Constantine felt a stir of temptation, contemplating not only the matter concerning Desmond, but also considering whether there was a way to profit further from this situation. Observing this, Wayne jabbed his non-existent kidney and retorted, "John, I advise you not to entertain any foolish notions. Otherwise, old Lucifer will definitely make you bid farewell to your future happiness." "Hey, I certainly harbor no nefarious intentions. I merely wish to lighten the mood," Constantine replied with a sheepish smile. He then turned to Billy with a righteous demeanor and declared, "Cunning demon, I have unraveled your scheme. I cannot betray my comrades. In that case, there is nothing left to discuss. The wings fit me better, and as for you, accept my token of our meeting for now." The demon suddenly erupted with a piercing roar, his back splitting to reveal a pair of pristine wings. He soared into the air, unleashing a powerful shockwave that shattered the stone walls and scattered countless objects. A trash can hurtled toward Constantine, who deftly sidestepped. Yet the foul liquid that spilled from it drenched him, the repugnant odor prompting him to exclaim, Which fool thought it wise to stew ramen broth with herring from a can? Before he could finish, a brilliant red light illuminated the sky. Looking up, he beheld a colossal fireball erupting from Billy's gaping maw, easily the size of Truck's front. Damn it, are you trying to play tricks on me? Constantine shouted from behind Wayne while pulling out a stash of bones, muttering incantations under his breath. This is intriguing. I wonder how this compares to the reeds of the Minami region in terms of hardness. At this moment, Wayne stepped forward with keen interest, his blade slicing through his palm, staining it with his blood. He bent low, gathering strength, and shouted, "Constantine, protect your precious blackened lungs. Do not choke to death." The essence of the dragon flash lies in movement akin to thunder, reminiscent of towering mountains. At this moment, his gaze was fixated solely on the flickering flames within the fireball, as if the entire space around him had been drawn into the blade. The solidified sword energy condensed, sharpening the very air itself. Constantine, upon witnessing Vane's demeanor, was momentarily taken aback, but soon altered his incantation, casting several rudimentary protective spells upon Vane to shield him from the searing heat of the fireball before his sword could even be drawn. Vane, show this demon a thing or two. Victory earns you a meal, while defeat leads to a banquet. Go for it. With that, Constantine swiftly retreated to a distant, secure location. Suddenly, the rain was evaporated by the intense heat, creating a veil of white mist. In a split second before the fireball struck the crown of his head, Vane shattered the ground beneath him with his right foot and executed a powerful twist of his waist, causing the rainwater to coalesce into a semi-transparent blade of water infused with holy blood, which he wielded to tear through the searing flames. Boom! The fireball erupted with a sound akin to muffled tears rolling through the chest. Utilizing the recoil, Vane leapt into the air, his grass pheasant sword carving a perfect circle as it deflected the scattering embers, redirecting them into the rain, transforming them into a fleeting, dazzling display in the night sky. The welcoming gift was wholly received by Vane, yet the gift giver, Despondio, took this opportunity to flee, wary of the Dawnstar's authority and fearful of potential repercussions. He chose not to linger and instead sought to continue his clandestine plans. Running quite swiftly, aren't you, you scoundrel? Constantine kicked aside a burning can at his feet, looking up at the retreating shadow with venomous disdain. Next time, remember to wash your wings before returning. Lucifer is averse to the stench of your armpits. With a swift kick aimed at Constantine's rear, Vane inquired, "Are we still pursuing? I could attempt to use the grass pheasant sword as a sniper rifle to bring him down." "Pursue what exactly?" Constantine wiped the fishy broth from his face with his damp sleeve. "Confirming Billy's presence here suffices. With your compass, his whereabouts are no secret. Our primary focus now is to ensure he cooperates during his digestive distress." Before he could finish, hurried footsteps echoed from the now-ruined alleyway. Vane turned to see a dark-haired Latina police officer rushing towards them, gun drawn, her flashlight illuminating their figures before sweeping down to reveal the lifeless body of Gary. Poor Gary had met a rather unfortunate fate, propelled into the sky by Despondio's shout, only to plummet back down, rendering his already tragic remains even more pitiful. The newcomer was none other than Constantine's protégée, Aisha. The commotion was so pronounced that it was nearly impossible to avoid attracting attention. Yet she charged forward without regard for danger. Aisha, possessing an impressive eye for detail, recognized Gary despite his altered state. Upon seeing her partner's corpse, she instinctively covered her mouth to stifle a gasp and raised her service weapon, declaring, "Freeze! Hands on your heads and crouch down." Her gun wavered between the two men, and at that moment, a familiar voice broke through. "I say, Aisha, is this how you greet an old friend?" Constantine turned. A mischievous grin plastered on his face as he cheerfully acknowledged her. "John Constantine?" Issa's gun nearly slipped from her grasp as she exclaimed, "How on earth did you end up here?" Chapter 64. His magic is alcoholism and wealth raindrops hammered against the iron bars of the police station, resembling the rhythmic tapping of a wooden fish. Constantine lounged in the interrogation chair, his legs crossed. Due to his status as a suspect, his cigarettes, wallet, lighter, and other personal belongings had been confiscated. While he could tolerate the absence of most items, the deprivation of nicotine was intolerable. Fortunately, he had prepared for this scenario. He scratched his head and extracted a cigarette from his hidden stash, igniting it with a flicker of flame from his fingertips, delighting in the moment as he lit up. "I say, mate, are we really going to linger here until dawn?" Wayne tossed a coin, his tone laden with impatience. "Release us, and we'll soon be on our way. Our plans cannot proceed without the assistance of the police." Constantine flashed a grin, only to be seized by a fit of violent coughing. This was no act. Let's not forget that his lung cancer had merely been paused, not cured, and his health remained precarious. Stumbling forward, he barely caught himself against the railing, his fist pounding against his chest as he spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor before regaining his composure. "Honestly, I'm more eager to wrap this up than you are. At that point, I will trade with Lucifer for a brand new pair of healthy lungs. Being able to breathe freely is paramount." As Constantine had stated, 10 minutes later, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and they were released due to lack of evidence and motive. On one hand, most of the police force had been dispatched to investigate the cause of the former prime minister's death, rendering the death of a sheriff comparatively insignificant. On the other hand, Constantine had employed a few unique tricks, allowing for their swift release. Upon exiting the station, Wayne and the others encountered Issa, who had been waiting patiently at the entrance. With her partner murdered and her childhood friend now a suspect, she had many questions that required answers. "John, it seems you have not changed at all. Aside from your appearance." Issa's demeanor towards Constantine was more amiable than Wayne had anticipated, at least among those he had encountered. Lucifer didn't count. He was not human. "Well, Issa, let us set aside the trivial matters for now. I returned to Liverpool because he has come back." "Who has returned?" "A dead man. One who should have turned to dust over a decade ago. Let us go for a drink and discuss, as we will need your assistance." Dylan's bar. Constantine was a master at lightening the mood. As a top-tier con artist, aided by alcohol, he quickly revitalized the somewhat reserved Issa, making her willing to assist them. "So, you two haven't seen each other since you were 11? Wayne inquired, taking on the role of a mere spectator in this social gathering, merely there to round out the numbers. Lamentably, his skill set did not include the art of persuasion akin to the seventh Hokage. He could not weave tales that captivated the crowd, so he remained seated, a mere bystander in the unfolding drama. However, it is not merely boastful. When it comes to recounting hellish jokes, he could rend the air with tales that would leave both Constantine and Bruce utterly defenseless, time and again. "What? No, of course. We shall continue our clandestine game, though secretly, as it adds an extra layer of delight." "Oh no, this is hardly amusing." Elsa placed 3 glasses of wine upon the table, revealing, "He stole my boyfriend." "Huh, I did not steal him. You cast him aside yourself." "I merely borrowed him for a moment and returned him forthwith," Constantine retorted, raising his glass and gulping down a hearty draught before shifting the conversation to Billy's predicament. "You are aware of Billy's situation. He is currently possessed by your filthy demon. I require your assistance." "No problem. I intend to extricate that scoundrel from Billy and put an end to it for Gary's sake." "Ha! I knew I could count on you. Wayne shall treat us. You cover the bill, and let us toast to our future triumphs." After a few rounds of drinks, Wayne, unperturbed and composed, gazed at his 2 inebriated companions with exasperation. "A few dishes, and you become like this? Oh, it turns out to be mere appetizers. Boss, I shall take this bottle of life's elixir to clear my head." Wayne retrieved his wallet from Constantine's grasp, tossing a stack of bills onto the table without a glance. He then raised the so-called life's elixir, the vodka, and downed it in one go. The bartender stood dumbfounded, unable to collect the money before the entire bottle of vodka was consumed. Not only that, but this seemingly frail drunkard strode out as if nothing had transpired, dragging along his 2 companions who sang peculiar rhymes. "La la la, little dancers prance. Big boogers. La la la, dancing lights while nature calls." The bartender, today, fully comprehended the truth of not judging a book by its cover. He shook his head, tidied up the bar, hung the close sign, and finally picked up the cash, wiping it off. The bartender mused, "The denominations are substantial, and the quantity plentiful. Yet why do these bills appear faded?" The following morning, it was the weekend, and with the recent tragedy of her partner Gary, Elsa intended to rest at home. She could have indulged in a leisurely slumber, yet she was roused by her eldest son. "Mom, we can't watch television anymore." Blinking sleepily, Elsa opened one eye and inquired weakly, "What is it, dear?" "Why not?" "Because a beggar died on our living room carpet." "What?" Jamie, her husband, who had been sleeping beside Elsa, immediately sat up in bewilderment, exclaiming, "What is going on?" He dashed out to investigate, and moments later, he shouted, Elsa, come quickly. There's a drunken beggar dying on our carpet. Right away. Elsa threw on a coat and rushed outside. She soon found Constantine, sprawled out like a lifeless dog. I believe I can explain. After a while, Constantine enjoyed breakfast at her home, sharing laughter with Jamie and bonding with the children, who affectionately called him Uncle John. Aisha. Sometime later, at the entrance, Constantine shook hands with her husband. Jamie, holding Constantine's hand, warmly bid farewell. John, you are always welcome here. Next time, don't sleep on the floor. My sofa is your sofa. Jamie, you truly are a prince. Goodbye, Uncle John. The adorable children embraced Constantine, reluctant to part, tears welling in their eyes. Aisha, stunned, she hurriedly asked John, "What have you done to my family?" Captivating them with dark magic? The smoker began to shorten his own life, explaining, "No magic is necessary. This morning, I transformed the children's breakfast from milk and buttered bread to sweet, rich chocolate. Dear Jamie and I simply resonated on the same wavelength. He is quite a charming fellow. Mad, you cannot borrow him. Rest assured I absolutely won't. At least not while I am a gentleman." Just then, a BYD car had been waiting for them, gleaming in the light, indicating it was brand new. "Why is there a taxi here?" "It's Wayne. Our investigation still requires a mode of transportation." "Is he a wizard? Can his magic conjure a car for us?" Chapter 65. You might as well let me take the lead. Wayne's skill set destined him to diverge from Batman's path. His abilities suggested a future filled with eclectic pursuits, rendering him less concerned about the allure of wealth. However, indifference did not imply he would refrain from utilizing monetary means. Much like this BYD, priced at a mere $88, Wayne, disinterested in haggling, swiped his card immediately upon seeing it. Despite some tedious follow-up issues, they were swiftly resolved in the wake of his financial prowess. Although Wayne's financial capabilities paled in comparison to Batman's, acquiring a superior vehicle would be effortless. Yet, he sensed that this car would soon be sacrificed. Constantine and Aisha got into the car, the latter curiously inquiring, "Where are we headed now?" The demon-possessing Billy would surely be concealed with James Henderson. Without an arrest warrant, one cannot simply take a wealthy businessman. Wayne, without looking back, tossed a coin to Aisha while gazing at the navigation. "Are you familiar with Judge Brooks?" "Of course. That man is a total scoundrel, relying on his connections to make countless morally reprehensible rulings. He is a devotee of hell. Our infernal associate will be of great assistance." John mentioned that the coin serves as a medium, allowing this esteemed judge to see his idol, ensuring that the arrest warrant will be easily obtained. "Are you certain that such a person will honor his commitments?" "There is that possibility, but I believe that if he were to go back on his word in the presence of his idol, even if merely an illusion, it could easily devour him whole. Upon hearing your words, I sense that the likelihood of Brooks having his head devoured is considerably greater." "That cannot be. Our boss has recently embarked on a weight loss journey due to elevated cholesterol levels, which are particularly unkind to those of advancing age." Wayne and his companions have split into two groups. Aisha is heading to the courthouse to petition a judge for an arrest warrant, while Wayne and Constantine prepare for other matters. "John, where are we headed now?" "Ah, to a place worse than hell." Constantine's expression was somber. Yet in his desire to regain his health, he reluctantly uttered, "My father's house, or rather, the home I once knew." "John Constantine, what are you plotting?" With white hair, a stubbled face, spectacles perched upon his nose, and clad in a wrinkled shirt, this was John's father, Thomas Constantine. Thomas, a retired dock worker, has appeared in various incarnations throughout the earlier comic series. In one version, he is portrayed as disabled, later meeting his demise at the hands of a serial killer. In another, he suffers from a grave illness, narrowly escaping death, owing his recovery to Constantine's assistance, which merely prolonged his existence. As for the cause of his affliction, it was simply a curse cast by Constantine, hardly worthy of mention. Constantine's abilities were inherited from his mother, and in this iteration, Thomas is fortunate. He is neither disabled, nor has he fallen victim to a killer, nor has he been cursed by his devoted son, living a life far more comfortable than his predecessor. "I truly wish it were Cheryl instead of you, you wretched creature." Thomas half covered the door, revealing not a trace of warmth towards Constantine. "I would rather she not be here, for that would imply she is free from the torment of that grotesque demon." Constantine had long grown accustomed to Thomas's disdain. Cheryl is Constantine's elder sister, one of the few who genuinely cares for her wayward brother and significantly contributes to the origin of John S. notorious reputation. Cheryl's daughter, John S. niece, Gemma, was abducted by demons that Constantine had unleashed from hell. Fortunately, Wayne discovered that this version of Constantine is yet unmarried, and based on the dialogue exchanged with Thomas, it is highly probable that such a monumental event has not yet transpired. Enough with the pleasantries. If you have no business here, be gone. Constantine hurriedly caught the door, which Thomas attempted to shut, forcing his way inside as he spoke. I merely seek a book. A thin volume, filled with notes and text that you likely have never glimpsed in your dreams. He entered the room, pushed aside the sofa, and pride opened the aged wooden floorboards to rummage for something within. Thomas crossed his arms, his gaze cold as he scrutinized Wayne from behind, bluntly asking, "And who might you be? One of the perverse new boyfriends?" Wayne narrowed his eyes, his knuckles cracking audibly, and with a blank expression declared, "Oh, isn't this the old dog of the Constantine household, still relying on insults to keep your deceased wife's memory alive?" Thomas's eyes widened, fury causing his entire body to tremble as he retorted, "What do you mean by that?" With that, he raised his fist, preparing to strike. But the newly acquired spellbook in hand, Constantine swiftly intervened. "It is not out of concern. In fact, were it not for the presence of a demon capable of indiscriminate slaughter, he would have been quite inclined to witness the elderly man's attempt to engage Wayne in an unregulated bout of free fighting. Unfortunately, today was not the appropriate moment. Constantine positioned himself in front, earnestly stating, "Father, to be frank, if you wish to avoid a face swollen like that ancient flower of yours, I suggest you apologize and cease your words." Slap. Wayne swore it was the loudest sound of a slap he had ever heard. The force was tremendous, utterly merciless. Blood oozed from Constantine's lip as his body instinctively recoiled a step backward. "John Constantine, you are a harbinger of death. I do not care whether you wish to return as a child or whatever. I am aware that a foolish woman lies buried in the cemetery, having given her life for your wretched existence." Upon finishing, Thomas snorted disdainfully and turned away from Constantine, refusing to look at him any longer. "Very well. I shall take my leave. Regardless, it has been a pleasure conversing with you, Father." Constantine wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his head slightly lowered, rendering his expression indistinct, and he silently exited. Wayne furrowed his brow. Each glimpse into their domestic turmoil caused him discomfort. Not to mention the chaos occasionally emanating from Batman's direction. It seemed Constantine's affairs were equally tumultuous. Constantine's mother had perished during childbirth, and his father, Thomas, in his impotence and fury, laid all blame squarely on John, condemning him to a childhood overshadowed by the guilt of maternal murder, devoid of the paternal affection and care he so desperately needed. An incompetent father. It could be said that Constantine's character was largely shaped by Thomas's misguided upbringing. As Constantine left dejectedly, Wayne could no longer bear to watch, especially since he had yet to settle matters with Thomas. Donning medical gloves, Wayne retrieved a fermented insole from his system space and delivered a powerful blow to Thomas, sending him reeling. "You, and your old mother." Wayne retaliated with another fierce strike, causing the other side of Thomas's face to swell as well. Dazed and disoriented, Thomas quickly grasped the disparity in their respective strengths and pleaded for mercy. "Please stop. You are assaulting an elderly man." However, he was met with another punishing blow from the insole, which shattered his glasses. Only then did Wayne relent. "An elderly man? How fortuitous, for I too am elderly, having lived 2 lifetimes longer than you." "What do you mean?" Thomas leaned against the table, blood streaming from his nose. In response, Wayne scoffed coldly. "What do I mean? I find it rather amusing that your wife sacrificed her life on the childbirth bed, hoping you would nurture Constantine properly. Yet here you are, blaming your son's existence for the death of his mother for 30 years. She departed this world with her eyes still open, clutching the nurse's hand just to catch a glimpse of John one last time. And what did you do? You old dog. Told everyone that this wretch killed his own mother, wishing him to descend into hell. Had I known John had a father like you, I would gladly have taken on a role myself. Thomas, something seems amiss." Chapter 66. Mental illness is still an illness. Constantine, feeling despondent, returned to the car alone, unusually refraining from reaching into his pocket for a cigarette to alleviate his ennui. Instead, he slumped into the back seat, staring vacantly. The radio inside the vehicle blared with fervent rock music, while a light rain fell from the heavens. cascading down the car window in slender rivulets that mirrored his half-closed eyes and tightly pressed lips. Moments later, Constantine sighed deeply, suddenly reaching up to rub his face. He fished out an old, weathered spellbook from his coat, filled with memories, and summoned his resolve, lifting a corner of its yellowed pages. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the window was abruptly rapped upon, startling Constantine. Turning his head, he discovered his wretched father, Thomas, standing in the rain, holding an umbrella, his face a canvas of complexity. "What's wrong, Dad?" Constantine pushed the car door open, rainwater drenching his shoulder, yet he remained unfazed. For the elder man bore bruises on the left and right sides of his face, accompanied by a faint odor of unwashed feet. Wayne sauntered over from behind, arms crossed, sneering, "Repeat what you told me, Tim." Thomas swallowed hard, his throat tightening, his fingertips turning pale as he lowered his gaze in shame. "John, what are you talking about? What has happened?" Constantine, initially inclined to turn away, found himself inexplicably unable to do so upon witnessing the tremor in Thomas's hands. "Hurry and tell him," Wayne urged from behind, exasperated that a grown man struggled to admit his faults. "I was wrong." Thomas, supporting the broken frames of his glasses, shut his eyes in humiliation. "It was to your fault, son. You didn't cause her death. I was the one who let my obsession misplace the blame upon you. I am truly sorry for making you believe that, sorry for allowing you to carry that burden since infancy. I was a fool, and I apologize for taking my frustrations out on you." Constantine appeared momentarily lost, his mouth slightly agape, yet unable to utter a single word. Wayne, perceptibly stepping closer, nudged him and murmured, "If you keep that glum expression, you'll turn into a zombie. Now is not the time for the mask of suffering." "Thanks, Dad." Recollecting himself, Constantine inhaled deeply and earnestly articulated those 4 words. "Your handsome friend mentioned you have something to attend to. After that, how about we catch a game together? Perhaps we can enjoy a drink afterward." Thomas retrieved a faded ticket from his pocket, his expression tinged with anticipation as he awkwardly offered it to his son. Constantine fixated on the weathered ticket, his eyelashes fluttering violently, his eyes reddening as he struggled to conjure an unconvincing smile. "Sounds great." On the journey back, Constantine finally lit a cigarette, the spellbook rustling upon his lap. With his head lowered, a discernible mirth tinged his tone as he said, "Thank you, my hero." "Are you thanking me for turning him into a punching bag?" Wayne quipped, steering the wheel with a mischievous grin. "Or perhaps for knocking out his dentures?" At the very least, you did not reduce him to the status of a locomotive. I shall consider this a debt owed to you, one that I shall repay in due time." Wayne pressed down on the accelerator, swiftly overtaking a sluggish vehicle, and without a glance, offered a pointed gesture. "Ordinarily, I prefer to refrain from meddling in the affairs of others. Yet as a member of the valiant team that vanquished the Dark Lord, one cannot embark on a mission to save the world with such a despondent demeanor. I find that sentiment agreeable. To confront the Lord of Despair, one needs love, justice, and joy to utterly defeat him." Constantine rummaged through his spells, humming along to the lyrics of the radio's melody. Wayne gazed ahead, his heart brimming with joy. This was the most delightful moment he had experienced since teaming up with Constantine. The master of magic was well-versed in curses, sorcery, illusions, Hebrew spells, runic arts, quantum magic, temporal magic, and dark magic. Note, the cost of employing magic is exorbitant. If you wish to avoid being gnawed to a perforated stomach by a rat, please use it judiciously. Basic combat skills can be easily toppled by a street thug wielding a beer bottle. The artifact master can transform every magical tool in your possession into something wondrous. Sacrifice. Randomly sacrifice a teammate to overcome challenges. Scum Essence. Cheryl and Gary hope that hell may forever possess Constantine. The god of deception deceived beings such as Lucifer, the Fallen One, the Sandman, the 3 palace demons, and Darkseid, among others. Note, without the formidable fortitude of Constantine, such a choice is ill-advised. Blue bubbles floated around him. A heart ailment is still an ailment, is it not? In the police station's interrogation room, Aisha was rubbing her temples while listening to James Henderson's dinosaur-like roars. The privileges of the affluent prevented her from employing special means to acquire the desired information, and merely managing to apprehend him with a warrant was already a significant achievement. "Do you know who I am?" James pounded the table angrily, emitting a roar akin to a wild boar. "I do not care how you obtain that arrest warrant, but by dawn tomorrow, I will ensure that my demon-possessed son slaughters everyone to save you. Wayne entered the room, followed closely by Constantine. The former greeted, "Save your breath. Mr. Henderson, regarding your son and the demon within him, I believe we can offer our assistance." James's complexion immediately turned ashen. He did not recognize Wayne, but he vividly recalled Constantine, for his son's current predicament was entirely due to this man's influence. "You're all aware?" James's expression darkened. He indeed required capable assistance. Yet he wished for Constantine to be excluded from this equation. "Of course we know. We are also aware that you are aiding that vile demon, thus aiding and abetting wickedness." James immediately defended himself. "You must understand, if I do not comply with his demands, he will harm Billy. He has already done so once. And it cannot happen again." Wayne nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it must not continue. I refer specifically to preventing him from consuming human brains as if they were ice cream. Now, Wayne, the king of Western ideas, go to hell. Just go and give Constantine a beating." Constantine. James was equally perplexed. Yet he knew that now was the moment to unleash his pent-up frustration upon Constantine, not only to vent his own anger, but also to seek justice for Billy. "This is for my son, you scoundrel." In an instant, James transformed into his fierce persona, seizing the chair beneath him and delivering a thunderous slam down onto Constantine. Bang! James, defying the age of nearly 60, leapt with astonishing vigor to strike Constantine, the sheer force of his blow shattering the makeshift weapon. "How dare you strike me with a chair?" Wood shavings clung to Constantine's form, and his grimace suggested that he had sustained a few minor fractures. "Perfect. Now, Mr. Henderson, you have been arrested for intentional injury. We shall merely await your son's visit to the detention center." Chapter 67. The demon emerges. James Henderson, having willfully inflicted harm, found himself confined within the holding cell of the police station. However, given his status, he would likely endure only a couple of additional days behind bars. Yet that was sufficient. Grasping the iron bars, James anxiously confided in Wayne. "He will come for me. I cannot continue like this. You must protect me." Wayne, with a thumbs up directed at the unworthy Constantine, replied, "Of course he will come. Such a valuable tool will not be discarded so easily. As for your safety, John is a formidable mage. He will safeguard you." Constantine regarded Wayne with a deadpan expression, as if to say that just moments ago, this rotund man had beaten him, and now he expected him to protect him under duress. Constantine dismissed such thoughts and waved his hand, inquiring, "I'm uncertain if I should do this, but I still wish to know how many lives that demon has claimed." "I believe you might persuade John," Wayne kindly suggested to James, dismissing any negative remarks. Everyone acknowledged John's prowess in their circle. Even the Lord of Hell could attest to it. "Have you heard what Wayne said? Tell me, James, how many wealthy fools did you and your foolish demon son hurl from the heavens?" Despondent, the demon Daspondio feasted upon the myriad negative emotions of humanity, and the affluent individuals he dispatched aligned perfectly with his criteria. Following their demise, aided by the demon, James seized their wealth for himself. The individuals themselves were inconsequential. What truly mattered was the unimaginable fortune they possessed. Reluctantly, James placed his hopes in the two individuals before him, admitting, "Over the past decade, we have eliminated 32 millionaires and 17 billionaires worldwide. It's not a significant loss. The crucial question is, where did their gold go? Having acquired several islands along with a few other tax havens, I implore you, please save me and Billy. I can swiftly withdraw funds from my office, and I'm capable of providing anything you desire. In just one day, I can transfer $50 billion into a secure account." Wayne, who was sipping water nearby, nearly choked upon hearing this statement. Coughing, he exclaimed, "50 billion? James, in a panic, thought he had underestimated the amount and quickly added, "Is that insufficient? They may be a bit short, but give me more time, and I can offer you even more." The boss then revealed an even more astonishing figure, leaving Wayne utterly speechless. He muttered, "If it weren't for that dark figure busy with household matters, I would genuinely suspect you were a disguise of the bat. TSK, I can hardly fathom anything worse than possessing such ill-gotten wealth. Are you not afraid of vengeful spirits seeking retribution at night? Beside me stands a demon fond of performing cesarean sections. I cannot imagine anything more dreadful." Constantine shook his head and turned away, stating, "You have made a pact with the demon, serving him for profit while inflicting harm upon others. Rather than seeking my assistance, perhaps you should face a judge instead? James widened his eyes, attempting to manipulate him morally. You cannot do this. It is the demon possessing Billy who is responsible for this. You owe us. Constantine's lips twitched in irritation. Damn, this moral manipulation had effectively ensnared him. Undoubtedly, he was accountable for Billy's plight. Had he not sought to display his prowess before his peers years ago, this unfortunate child would not have been overtaken by the demon, wreaking havoc upon the innocent. Such a matter could not be dismissed from his conscience. Suddenly, the lights in the corridor flickered ominously, and the scent of sulfur filled the air. A diminutive boy appeared at the end of the hallway. Well, Wayne, to be honest, I have only devised half of the plan. I now require some time to contemplate the venue for its execution. Wayne was genuinely incensed at Constantine, exclaiming, "The target is right in front of you. And yet you turn around to tell me you haven't even found a suitable location for the plan's implementation. Can you not be more reliable, Constantine? Daddy." Billy's voice grated like rusted gears, and in an instant, he appeared before James with a malevolent grin. James recoiled in terror, trembling as he stammered, "Billy, you shouldn't be here." A sinister light flickered in Billy's eyes as his pallid face uttered chilling words. "Of course, I must be here, Daddy. I intend to kill this entire group, and then you and I shall escape together, for you are quite a useful tool, are you not?" "Enough. I have had enough." James, on the verge of a mental breakdown, glared fiercely, drawing a pistol and pointing it at Billy. "You are nothing but an imposter. I will kill you. And then I shall have another child, continuing my life of wealth and bliss, rather than enduring this torment from you." Where did he acquire that gun? Upon witnessing James extract a firearm from beneath his posterior, Wayne was filled with bewilderment. Was it not the case that individuals confined within a detention facility had all their possessions confiscated? Could it be that James had mistakenly procured a fourth-dimensional pocket from the likes of Doryman, only to find it contained weaponry instead? Constantine, sensing Wayne's confusion, interjected, "While you were fetching water, I discreetly slipped it to him. The bullets, having been soaked in holy water, possess unique properties. I suggested to him that in dire straits, he might consider employing physical exorcism. Bullets can indeed vanquish the hellish overlord, cannot they? How did we end up in the vicinity of the set, where Kanai is piercing Susanu? Very well. In 3 seconds, I shall blow your canine brain to smithereens." James bellowed at Dispondio, unleashing years of pent-up fury inflicted upon him by infernal demons. Bang! "Constantine, you wretched spawn of dog!" Dispondio snarled, effortlessly catching the bullet between 2 fingers. As the Lord of Despair, the holy water-infused bullet bore little threat to one of his caliber. Furthermore, this body was fundamentally human, rendering the bullet's efficacy negligible. What astonished him was that, under Constantine's machinations, James dared to betray him. "Oh!" Billy opened his mouth wide, a crimson demon roaring forth and burrowing directly into James's body. James was still of use to him, and Dispondio intended to take this fool along. The gunfire attracted the attention of the remaining officers within the precinct, led by Aisha, who rushed in to find James brandishing his weapon. Seeing this, Wayne urgently shouted, "He is about to fire at us. Stop him immediately." Aisha, with her weapon raised, issued a stern warning. "Lower the gun from the child, the scum, and the drunkard, or we will eliminate you on the spot." "Constantine, Wayne, Billy, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Perhaps it was the remarkable efficiency of the Liverpool officers, or perhaps James's visage, resembling that of a flustered Guan Yu with glowing eyes, was simply too terrifying. Whatever the case, shortly after Aisha's warning, the other officers swiftly emptied their magazines, transforming the criminal into a crimson-tinged version of SpongeBob SquarePants. While bullets cannot slay a demon, they can indeed extinguish the corporeal vessel, depriving Dispondio of his sanctuary. Aya! A furious roar erupted from James's abdomen, which then swelled ominously. In the next moment, the demon burst forth, eviscerating him and revealing its true form in the mortal realm. "Ah, damn it! Truly cursed Constantine, whether the Morning Star is present or not, I shall dismember you fools limb from limb." To my esteemed readers, as the May Day holiday concludes, I, a humble scribe, once again must shoulder my burdens and return to academia, thus lacking the time to compose. I shall make amends over the next couple of days. Do not fret, for a eunuch cannot truly be a eunuch. If I were to become one, let me be punished by feasting upon the exquisite feet of Sister Yu from northeast China. Dear readers, as the May Day holiday comes to a close, I must once again shoulder my burdens and return to school, leaving me with little time to compose my thoughts. However, I assure you I shall make up for it in the next couple of days. Fear not, for the tale shall continue unabated. Chapter 68. The demon unleashed in a moment when Despondio ripped open its own belly. The corridor of the police station seemed to shatter as if struck by a colossal hammer, cracks spiderwebbing across the walls, while its grotesque visage glared menacingly at Constantine. This infernal beast stood towering at 3 meters, its skin a fiery red, exuding the acrid scent of molten sulfur. With twisted horns adorned by a grotesque remnant of flesh, James's remains. Its split jaw hung low, dripping with foul saliva, each droplet sizzling upon contact with the ground. Despondio bellowed, "Constantine, you wretched cur, do you fancy yourself a savior?" The demon's roar reverberated, causing debris to rain down from the ceiling, its serpentine tongue flicking across its fangs as it taunted. "Are you ready to face me now?" Despondio raised a spiked hoof, crushing James's corpse into a gruesome pulp, rendering the iron bars before him utterly insignificant, which splintered at the merest flick of his fingertips. "Step back." Wayne interposed himself before the others, his sword drenched in blood, its blade piercing the demon's outstretched hand, thick, viscous liquid oozing from the wound. "Children, come here. We must retreat." Constantine urgently pulled the dazed Billy back, signaling to Aisha and the others to evacuate the police station to avoid collateral damage. Noticing the injury upon its palm, Despondio shifted its gaze to Wayne, sneering, "Ah, Elias's fool. I never imagined you would conspire with Constantine to thwart my plans. Then you must not fear Michael's retribution?" Wayne pressed, trying to stall for time. Despite Despondio's theatrical appearance as a mere demon, the oppressive aura it exuded was undeniable, though there was a significant degree of overconfidence as a demon daring to challenge Lucifer. Its strength was assured. Otherwise, it would not hold the title of Hell's Sovereign. "Michael? Huh. Spare me the bravado. If you could truly summon Michael, would you still be here wasting my time?" Having resided on Earth for over a decade, Despondio was not without cunning. After its encounter with Wayne and his companions, it had James investigate their adversaries thoroughly. Initially, upon discovering the connection to the Elias family, panic had gripped it. However, upon regaining composure, Despondio realized the situation was not as dire as it had feared. According to the intelligence gathered, the Elias lineage had been decimated, leaving only Wayne as the sole survivor. And many of their treasures had been pilfered, the most crucial feather long missing, while the tablets of Moses had fallen into its possession. In essence, the Elias family had become a mere shadow of its former self, lacking the capacity to summon celestial beings or pose any threat to its ambitions. Despondio gazed upon the wound in his palm, where flesh and blood pulsated, forcibly expelling Wayne's blade, only to swiftly restore itself to its original state. "Your sword is no magical artifact. It seems the issue lies within your very blood." Despondio's form gradually expanded, soon pressing against the ceiling, his sharp horns effortlessly piercing through it. "It must be that drop of sacred blood from your family, Seath. I never anticipated you could merge with it. Alas, at this level, it's nothing more than a mere tickle." With a sinister grin, Despondio beat his chest, infernal flames erupting from his 7 orifices, transforming the police station into a furnace, the explosive waves of fire engulfing Wayne entirely. The demon's stature surged tremendously, rapidly swelling to a height of 20 stories. As he roared skyward, unfurling his wings like a colossal beast of the wilderness. Now resembling a monstrous creature, Despondio appeared even more fearsome. Just as he lowered his gaze to seek out Wayne for trouble, he abruptly froze. There, at his feet, lay a figure charred and motionless on the ground, unmistakably resembling a corpse. Upon further inspection, Despondio confirmed the grim reality. Wayne was not only physically lifeless, but his very soul had also vanished. Despondio felt a pang of confusion. To him, Wayne was indeed an insignificant ant, yet a somewhat larger ant at that. He had not expected such frailty, so easily consumed by the infernal flames he had unleashed. The demon halted, towering above Wayne's lifeless body, his tone laced with bewilderment. "Where's the soul? Reduced to mere ashes by hellfire?" He prodded Wayne's shoulder with a fingertip, and the latter crumpled like a rag doll into the ruins. Despondio straightened, shaking his head. "Never mind. A soulless carcass is nothing but refuse, even less palatable than meat doused in holy water. With that, he took to the skies, descending into the city to unleash a reign of terror. At this moment, his height swelled once more, reaching hundreds of meters. The steel and concrete skyscrapers stood tall. Yet in Dispondio's grasp, they crumbled like mere chips. The sightseeing boats along the Mersey River were swept into splinters by his tail, while the screaming crowd was devoured. Not merely consumed, but torn apart in a mist of blood by his razor-sharp fangs. The city was ablaze, limbs and bodies strewn about, countless lives lost. The wails of despair and agony fueled the flames dancing upon him, painting the sky over Liverpool a deep crimson. Such a colossal disturbance could not go unnoticed by the authorities. However, time was of the essence, and no one had anticipated that their once peaceful existence would be abruptly shattered by a demon with a sharp beak and fangs, spewing fire. Do not question why this figure inspires thoughts of a demon. Dispondio's very appearance makes it difficult to argue otherwise. As the terrifying demon wreaked havoc upon the city, the authorities promptly dispatched local forces to stall for time, ensuring that reinforcements could arrive without delay. A missile sliced through the sky, as Dispondeo, having just reduced the church to rubble with a single step, glanced at the roaring sound behind him. He could hardly be bothered to turn around. The hellish lava splattered across him transformed the missile into molten iron. Humanity never learns. Dispondeo seized a fighter jet, attempting to skim low over him with his bare hands, effortlessly snapping it in two as if it were a mere matchstick. The pilot barely had time to exit the cockpit before being engulfed in flames. The ground trembled with the sound of advancing tanks. Over 20 Challenger, 2 main battle tanks formed a line at the docks, their armor-piercing shells raining down upon the demon's knees, only to spark a few stray embers. Dispondeo bent to pick up one of the tanks, lifting it to his eye level as if it were a toy. The terrified soldier inside gazed through the sight, locking eyes with him. What exquisite terror! The cacophony of cries from within filled the air, and Dispondeo reveled in the delightful wails, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Their pleas for mercy were truly melodious. Suddenly, he clenched his fist tightly, the metal groaning in its final throes as the entire tank was crushed into a crumpled mass of scrap. Oil mixed with blood dripped from his fingers, which he savored as a snack. I am the Lord of Despair, the Demon King Dispondeo, wretched humanity. Your steel is too soft, not even worthy of being called warm. In a moment, Dispondeo eviscerated himself. The entire corridor of the police station trembled as if struck by a colossal hammer, cracks spreading like spider webs, its grotesque visage glaring at Constantine. This hellish demon towered 3 meters tall, with skin as red as molten lava, exuding the acrid scent of sulfur. The twisted horns atop his head bore remnants of James' flesh. His split jaw dripped with putrid saliva, each drop sizzling as it hit the ground. Dispondeo pointed at the crowd, exclaiming, "Constantine, you wretched cur! Do you believe yourself a savior?" The demon's roar sent dust cascading from his ceiling, his serpentine tongue licking his fangs, taunting, "Are you ready to face me now?" Dispondeo raised his spiked hoof, grinding James' corpse into a pulp, rendering the iron railing before him irrelevant. A mere flick of his fingertip shattered it into pieces. "Step back." Wayne positioned himself in front of the others, his blade stained with blood, piercing the demon's outstretched hand, thick, magma-like fluid oozing from the wound. "Children, come here. We must retreat." Constantine hastily pulled the dazed Billy back, urging Aisha and the others to evacuate the police station to avoid collateral damage. Gazing at the wound on his palm, Dispondeo's attention shifted to Wayne, a malicious grin forming. "I know you, Elias Fool. I never imagined you would associate with Constantine to thwart my plans. Since you are aware, do you not fear Michael seeking retribution?" Wayne steeled himself, stalling for time. Despite Dispondeo's appearance as a mere demonic lackey, the sense of oppression he exuded was anything but weak, despite the considerable aspect of hubris. As a demon daring enough to challenge Lucifer, one must possess formidable strength. Otherwise, one would not be worthy of the title of Hell's Sovereign. "Michael? Huh. Let us not resort to bluster. If you could truly summon Michael, would you still engage in such prolonged discourse with me? After all, having resided in the mortal realm for over a decade, one must possess some intellect." Following that encounter with Wayne and his companions, he promptly instructed James to gather comprehensive intelligence on the adversary. Initially, upon learning that it was a member of the Elias family, panic ensued, yet upon regaining composure, Despondio discovered that matters were not as dire as they seemed. According to the intelligence gathered, the Elias lineage had already been decimated, leaving only Wayne in existence. With numerous treasures stolen, including the most crucial feather, which had long vanished, while the stone tablets of Moses were now in his possession. In other words, the Elias family had become a mere shadow of its former self, lacking the ability to summon aid from above or to thwart his prowess. As Despondio regarded the wound on his palm, the flesh pulsated, forcefully expelling Wayne's blade, and moments later, it returned to its original state. Your sword is not a magical artifact. It appears the issue lies within your blood. Despondio's form began to swell, soon pressing against the ceiling, his sharp horns effortlessly piercing through it. It must be that drop of sacred blood from your family, asked Seth. But who would have thought you could merge with it? Regrettably, at this level, it is merely a trivial annoyance. Despondio cackled as he thumped his chest, hellfire erupting from his 7 orifices, instantly transforming the police station into a furnace, the resulting flames engulfing Wayne. The demon's form expanded dramatically, soon reaching the height of a 20-story building. He roared toward the heavens, unfurling his wings, resembling a colossal beast of the wilderness. As Despondio, now a monstrous entity, lowered his gaze to seek trouble with Wayne, he suddenly froze. There, at his feet, lay a charred and motionless figure, unmistakably resembling a corpse. Upon further inspection, Despondio confirmed this grim reality, discovering not only that Wayne's body was lifeless, but that his very soul had also dissipated. Despondio was taken aback. In his eyes, Wayne was no more than an ant, albeit a slightly larger one. Yet he had not anticipated such frailty, reduced to ashes by his own hellfire. The demon halted, towering above Wayne's lifeless form, his voice laced with confusion. Where is the soul? Has it been entirely consumed by the infernal flames? He prodded Wayne's shoulder with a fingertip, causing the body to topple like a rag doll into the debris. Standing upright, Despondio shook his head, declaring, a soulless carcass is nothing but refuse, less palatable than flesh doused in holy water. With that, he spread his wings and soared into the city, ready to unleash a reign of terror. His height now soaring to several hundred meters. The towering concrete skyscrapers stand erect, yet in the hands of Despondio, they crumble like mere potato chips. The sightseeing cruise along the Mersey River is reduced to splinters by its sweeping tail, while the screams of the crowd are devoured like ants, not so much swallowed as torn into a mist of blood by its razor-sharp fangs. Flames surge throughout the city, scattered limbs and severed arms litter the ground, and the anguished wails of despair transform into the very fuel that feeds the inferno engulfing the skies above Liverpool. Such a cacophony of chaos could not go unnoticed by the authorities. However, time was of the essence, and no one anticipated that the previously serene and stable routine would be shattered by the sudden emergence of a fire-breathing demon with jagged teeth. To question why it is perceived as a demon is futile. Despondio's very appearance evokes such a notion. The terrifying demon wreaks havoc across the city, prompting the local forces to be dispatched immediately to buy time for reinforcements to arrive. A missile streaks across the sky just as Despondio crushes a church beneath its foot. Without even a glance back at the roaring sound behind, it lazily dismisses the missile, melting it into molten iron with the hellish lava splattered upon its form. Humanity never learns. Despondio seizes a fighter jet attempting a low pass, snapping it in half as if it were a mere matchstick. The pilot consumed by flames before even escaping the cockpit. The ground trembles with the approach of tanks. Over 20 Challenger 2 main battle tanks arrayed at the dock. The rain of armor-piercing rounds patters against the demon's knee, igniting only a few sparks as Despondio bends to lift a tank, inspecting it as one would a toy. Inside, terrified soldiers gaze through their sights, locking eyes with the demon. Despondio taps on the tank's armor, reveling in the exquisite fear reflected in their eyes. The cacophony of pleading cries resonates from within, and Despondio savors the delightful symphony of their despair, a sinister grin splitting its face. Their cries for mercy are truly melodious. With a sudden, fierce grip, the metal groans in its hand, and in an instant, the entire tank is crumpled into a ball of scrap. Oil mixed with blood drips through its fingers devoured as if it were a mere snack. I am the Lord of Despair, the Demon King Dispondio, wretched humans. Your steel is far too soft, barely qualifying as even mildly hot. Chapter 69. Constantine. A demon claims I am selfless amidst the billowing smoke of the ruins. Wayne's fingers twitch suddenly, the charred remnants clinging to him cracking open to reveal a belly devoid of chiseled abs. Covered in blood, he crawls out from the rubble, expelling a mouthful of blackened blood, and stands bare, shaking off the soot clinging to his skin before retrieving a set of clothes from his system's space to dress. The strategy of feigning death proves effective. He touches his head, relieved to find his hair intact. No need to don a bald cape in the future. Before entering the police station, Constantine sketches a simple magic circle upon them both, successfully shielding him from the lethal flames with defensive magic. Using the playing dead skill to deceive Dispondio and survive. The magical array was incinerated during this assault, and there is no hope of its efficacy in the future. The sound of footsteps echoed from behind. Constantine, with his head of gray hair, hurried in, entrusting Billy to Aisha's care and urging them to seek refuge swiftly. He yearned to flee alongside them, yet his loyalty to the old ways compelled him to return and assist Wayne in vanquishing Dispondio. From within his cloak, Constantine produced a glass vial brimming with luminous fireflies, explaining as he unscrewed the cap, these creatures, which thrive by consuming wounds, are an endangered species. We must cherish the opportunity to be healed by them. He continued, truly, I am grateful you were not reduced to a roasted Wayne. Otherwise, I would have had no choice but to barter your soul to Beelzebub, shedding tears as I executed a divine invocation. Enough of that. Let's focus on a rabid hound, he said. Wayne, receiving the magical treatment from the fireflies, felt his wounds healing rapidly. Through the crevices of the ruins, he glimpsed the demon in the distance, dismantling the stadium. That beast has been roused by your actions. It is treating the city like mere building blocks. How do we prevent it from reaching London? To confront a demon that feasts upon despair, we must counter it with positive energies such as joy and happiness. Naturally, we must first ensnare it, lest our plans be thwarted before they can even commence, leaving us as mere pulp. Location? Please do not tell me this battlefield littered with corpses is your chosen arena. I fear Dispondio might overindulge. As Constantine surveyed the wreckage, a glimmer caught his eye. He grinned widely and exclaimed, to Stanley Park Stadium. It is time for our little BYD friend to engage in a high-speed showdown with the great demon. Dispondio unleashed its pent-up fury, leaving desolation in its wake, the sulfuric magma corroding the very earth of Liverpool. Spirits of darkness, heed my command. After shattering a signal tower, the demon abruptly halted its rampage. Someone was summoning it, beckoning it to become their vessel. Dispondio diminished in size, transforming into a crimson whirlwind that raced towards the site of the incantation. Moments later, it identified its target on a black car adorned with esoteric sigils and runes. Its speed so great that even it could only trail behind, choking on exhaust fumes. Constantine, upon recognizing the occupant of the vehicle, Dispondio seethed with rage. For the audacity of being led like a dog by a mere car was intolerable. It vowed that once it possessed Constantine's body, it would torment his soul mercilessly. Arriving at Gladys Street, before we become the demon's meal, which way shall we go? Wayne floored the accelerator, sharply maneuvering the steering wheel into a dazzling drift down the street, momentarily shaking off Dispondio as it crashed through 3 houses. Right turn onto Walton Street. If we navigate around the park ahead, we can give Dispondio a taste of its own medicine. Constantine strove to maintain stability, using a marker to draw symbols on the car's roof, reinforcing it just enough to withstand a potentially fatal encounter. Madness. Has your mathematics teacher never taught you that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line? Well, the park stone wall. Witness as I crashed through it. Without hesitation, Wayne, having already toppled the concrete barriers and telephone poles, barreled straight into the stone wall of the park, propelling forward with reckless abandon. Though the vehicle bore some deformation, it remained operational. However, Constantine, unable to brace himself properly, was jostled about, feeling as though he might vomit at any moment. John, if you dare to throw up in my car, I shall ensure that your head adorns the bat signal. You had better resolve this mess in one go. You are correct. I am indeed a fool. So have you memorized what I just taught you? Repetitive lines, not exceeding 100 words, had long since become second nature to him. and he was ready to bask in the sun. Before Wayne's eyes lay a scene engulfed in crimson, as a torrential rain of fiery meteors cascaded down. Boom! 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 Like missiles raining destruction, the BYD sustained damage amidst the fiery onslaught, its body lifted 3 meters high by the explosive shock waves. The metallic chassis emitted a mournful cry of distortion as Constantine, thrown off balance, accidentally bit his tongue and collided with the console. In that instant, the car's sound system erupted with the infectious melody of Sunshine Rainbow, Little White Horse. Damn it, this song belongs in a midnight bar. Constantine clung to the passenger seat. As the vehicle transformed into a gymnast, performing a 360-degree spin in midair, accompanied by theatrical white mist from the engine. Next time, I shall treat you to Jean Guerong's me, or that's fine. Wayne secured himself with the seatbelt and shielded his head with his hands. Truth be told, given his agility, he could have leapt from the vehicle even in such chaos. Yet, gazing at the deluge of fire from above, he deemed it wiser to remain inside. Bang! 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 The vehicle was hurled over 1,000 meters, ultimately landing on a patch of grass untouched by the havoc. Remarkably, it had not exploded. Its durability rivaled that of a Wuling Hongguang. Constantine emerged from the smoking vehicle, the ground trembling beneath him as the Despondio landed heavily, now reverted to its original 3-meter height. Yet, to ordinary mortals, it remained a colossal entity. Despondio stood before John, coldly stating, "Constantine, you have summoned me once more." "Why?" Coughing, Constantine rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his garments, and solemnly declared, "You intend to kill, to take the lives of many innocents. In truth, I have already taken numerous lives, and I shall claim even more. I must stop you. By summoning me into your body as a vessel and offering your soul in exchange to prevent my killing. How selfless of you. Yet, I find myself rather fond of this new host. Indeed, that is my intention, and I find this park quite delightful. Ending it here would be rather splendid. Very well. I have no further business. You may enter. As you wish, my dear John." Despondio erupted in a thunderous, sinister laugh, as his towering 3-meter muscular form filled every inch of Constantine's being, saturating him completely. The Lord of Despair was thoroughly pleased with this transaction. With a more perfect vessel at his disposal, alongside the wings of the Morning Star, it was only a matter of time before the mortal realm fell under his dominion. This was far superior to eliminating inconsequential mortals. Whoosh! The demon vanished, leaving Constantine standing motionless in his wake. At this moment, not far away, Vane seized the opportunity to emerge from the shadows of the abyss. He had not succumbed to unconsciousness, but rather feared forgetting his lines, thus opting to rehearse twice before venturing forth. "John?" Vane approached and gently tapped his shoulder. Constantine turned, revealing an eerie crimson glow in his eyes. "Oh well, this is splendid." Vane took 2 steps back, feeling a sense of relief as he brushed his hairline. Finally, the trap had been sprung. Chapter 70. "You wretched fool. How dare you scheme against me? What are you laughing at?" Despondio inquired, his face contorted in confusion, unable to comprehend why a mere human would exhibit such joy in the presence of the Lord of Hell. I recalled something amusing. What could possibly be amusing? "I intend to beat you into submission." "Human, you dare insult the great Lord of Despair. Wait a moment. I recognize you. You are Elias. I had confirmed the demise of your soul. Why do you still exist?" Despondio's previously dark expression shifted suddenly as he sensed a disquieting shift in the atmosphere. A shiver coursed through Despondio, his eyes glazing over, leaving him standing in a daze. Seizing the moment, Vane recited an incantation, leisurely retrieving a burlap sack from the void, encircling Constantine with it. The world turned upside down. Despondio felt as if he had been tossed into a washing machine, spiraling into an expanse of blinding white. "I believe you have already encountered Elias, who so diligently attempted to speak Latin. Now, welcome to my soul, esteemed demon of despair." Despondio regained his senses to find Constantine before him, baring his teeth in a primal roar that reverberated through the space. "Constantine, your soul belongs to me. I toy with you at my whim. You desire my soul? Then take it." Constantine spread his palms. Luminous particles danced within, coalescing into a spherical shape, radiating an intense white light, flowing like molten moonlight. Despondio shielded his face, retreating a half step, his nostrils detecting an aroma that was neither fear nor familiar despair, but rather a nauseating sweetness that churned within him, akin to the queasiness of a human who had overindulged in creamy cake. As the spherical, pristine soul drew near, Dispondio's skin began to smoke. The minuscule particles of light, upon contact with his flesh, caused his scales, hardened many times over compared to steel, to melt away like ice placed in a furnace. What have you done?" Dispondio howled in agony as hellfire ignited around him, creating a protective barrier for his body, offering him some respite. "Allow me to introduce the art of sympathetic magic, one of my most proficient crafts." Constantine raised a luminous orb, grinning widely, though regrettably, this realm of souls is devoid of smoke. "Observe the surroundings, demon." The voice of Vane resonated from the outside. The soul space remained invisible to the naked eye, yet through Constantine's sorcery, he could overhear the dialogue within. "We are at Stanley Park Stadium." "Stanley Park Stadium?" the demon exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the location, yet unable to fathom its significance. "This is an exceedingly unique site, nestled between Goodison Park and Anfield, where Everton and Liverpool have engaged in fierce rivalries." Within the ethereal expanse appeared countless indistinct figures, brandishing scarves, hats, fan gear, beer cans, and undergarments, their stomping reverberating through the realm of souls. For a century, thousands of fervent supporters have convened weekly at these two prominent football clubs, cheering, screaming, embracing, and celebrating goals. Constantine infused this joy into the essence of souls through sympathetic magic, concocting a bespoke cocktail to combat despair. Stanley Park Stadium, a realm of enchantment, possesses such power that it can render an incompetent father oblivious to his disdain for his son for the next hour and a half. The two, alongside the demon, found themselves at the epicenter of fervor, the nexus through which Constantine sought to fill his soul with centuries of joy. Otherwise, why do you suppose Constantine's soul space and essence are so pure and untarnished? "If you desire my soul, take it, you wretched fool." Constantine leaped into the air, a crow swooping down to hurl the luminous orb directly at Dispondio's face. Dispondio emitted a series of grotesque coughs. His skin began to smoke, and the flames enveloping him hissed as the bright light drew near, akin to water droplets splashed into a hot oil pot, the fire diminishing as the brilliance approached. Vane's voice echoed once more. "Every blade of grass in this stadium has been soaked with the tears and beers of the fans, Mr. Despair Demon. Do you relish the taste of malt mingled with joy?" Dispondio curled into a corner, striving to minimize his injuries, furiously shouting, "Do you think this will thwart me? Once these wretched orbs vanish, within 3 minutes, I shall return." In the tangible world, Vane was crafting a magical circle on the grass using Gabriel's wing bone. Silvery light seeping from the bone, resonating with the distant, unextinguished lights of the stadium stands. Suddenly, Constantine's body swayed, his crimson irises fading. He stumbled a few steps before placing a hand on Vane's shoulder to prevent a fall. Vane felt an intense warmth in his chest, a sensation akin to excessive whiskey consumption, his temples pulsing, unable to suppress a chuckle. "You wouldn't dare take advantage of that demon-esque weakness for a kiss, would you? It is exceedingly unattractive and fails to captivate. I wholeheartedly agree with switching to Lucy." Constantine's voice carried an oddly upbeat tone, entirely incongruent with the presence of a demon king within. However, this emotional magic can only suppress it temporarily, rendering Dispondio weakened but not vanquished. "Sooner or later, we must find a means to rid ourselves of this demon." Vane suppressed a smile, frowning as he pushed Constantine away. "What should we do next? How about I slay you and use your wretched soul as bait to lure the old path over?" "Not at all. Not at all," Constantine replied, a frown of annoyance crossing his face. He retrieved a crumpled cigarette, igniting it and exhaling wisps of smoke as he elaborated. "Emotional magic cannot slay the Lord of Despair. I've known this all along. Once this magic dissipates, Dispondio will emerge again, devouring innocent citizens as though they were mere morsels. Thus, I have devised a different approach. Since we cannot kill the Lord of Despair, we must seal it within a vessel. Naturally, I'm not capable of doing so, nor can anyone else expect a terminally ill patient to withstand the turmoil of a demon within. This vessel must possess unwavering willpower and a unique physique to effectively seal the demon of despair." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Vane. Vayne retorted. It appears my plan is more reliable. Do not fret. Dizziness is a normal reaction. I shall summon the old path with your delectable soul. Vayne's expression remained impassive as he silently drew his blade, resting it against Constantine's throat. To his astonishment, Constantine displayed no signs of panic, even managing a grin. After exhaling a cloud of smoke, he chuckled. No worries. My plan has already succeeded halfway. The demon has taken residence within you. Vayne's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. When had this occurred? It had barely been 2 minutes. Surely this was a jest. Oh, and I forgot to mention, the formation you set up has 2 functions. The transference incantation activated when I touched your shoulder. Weren't you supposed to say that was a sealing formation? Vayne's frustration boiled over. It was no wonder he had felt inexplicably warm and amused earlier. Constantine blinked innocently. Indeed, it is sealed within you. Vayne exclaimed, You scheming scoundrel. Chapter 71. The frantic demon Vayne ground his teeth, the sound echoing ominously as dark energy visibly swirled above his head. You had better pray that this incantation can contain that entity, otherwise. Constantine, sporting dark circles under his eyes, rose from the grass, his front teeth gapped. He gave a thumbs up to the hero. Conserve your energy. It will be useful. Remember to roll your tongue while reciting the spell. Mispronouncing Latin can be quite embarrassing. The winged bones on the ground hummed under the incantation, and in an instant, a brilliant silver light erupted, sketching a hexagram upon the lawn. Constantine stepped back, gesturing for Vayne to proceed. Gritting his teeth, Vayne approached the center of the magical circle and sat cross-legged. As previously instructed, Wayne formed a peculiar gesture, murmuring an obscure Latin incantation. The moment the first syllable escaped his throat, he felt a sensation akin to ants crawling all over his body, converging into a warm current within his abdomen. The spell bestowed upon him by Constantine resonated with the drop of sacred blood within, drawing forth its power to assist in the sealing ritual. Upon uttering his words, the ground beneath him radiated with an intensified brilliance, transforming into pristine white chains that coiled around his wrists like living entities, binding his body and penetrating his back into the earth below. Constantine stood nearby, reminding him to maintain focus, cautioning that even if his adversary assumed the guise of his beloved, undressing to tempt him, he must not falter. Before he could complete his warning, Wayne shot him a glare that silenced him. As the incantation reached its conclusion, a beam of light erupted from the center of the hexagram. In that moment, Wayne could distinctly sense something within him thrashing violently, accompanied by a roar from his abdomen. The power of the seraphim? You dare attempt to confine a demon lord? Ah, Constantine, you wretched spawn of disgrace, how dare you? Dyspontio found himself shackled in the realm of his soul by silvery chains, tormented by the angelic force that surged through him, while Constantine relentlessly infused emotional magic to suppress it. Realizing that inaction would lead to his demise, he unleashed his power, igniting flames that burst forth in a colossal display of red and black energy, rivaling Wayne and the others in might. In the physical realm, the tumult of energies clashed within Wayne, leading to a dramatic transformation. The right side of his face grew heated, enveloped in holy light, with veins beneath his skin glowing like gold. In stark contrast, the left side carbonized at a visible pace, revealing the skeletal outline of hellfire beneath. Quite dashing. Indeed, this visage of a fallen angel with a duality of light and shadow could grace a runway. Constantine whistled in admiration, fully anticipating Dyspontio's retaliation. It would have been unusual for him not to resist. After years of exerting his influence, being ensnared by 2 insignificant foes and bound with chains destined for confinement would naturally provoke defiance in anyone. To counter the demon's struggle, Constantine had an additional strategy. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he scattered a circle of powder around Wayne. An icy blue flame erupted, causing Dyspontio within Wayne to scream in agony. What is this? Mere salt burning my very soul. This is holy fire, my dear sir, procured from Jerusalem, Constantine explained. Preserved in my pocket in a tiny flame, awaiting the perfect moment for its deployment. Dyspontio was utterly exasperated. He could endure the sacred blood of Seth, the emotional magic, the holy artifact imbued with angelic power, but to have yet another weapon, Jerusalem's holy fire, unleashed by Constantine. This audacious Constantine must be harboring an endless arsenal. Prepare to face the wrath of the Demon King, Constantine. I've heard enough threats. If you're looking for trouble, please form a line behind me. Constantine scoffed dismissively. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation, and he was thoroughly weary of it. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, fissures cracking the ground like a spider's web. Vayne was engulfed in a raging inferno of demonic flames, far exceeding his previous power, even suppressing the sacred fire. The seemingly weakened demon erupted into maniacal laughter, causing Constantine's pupils to constrict. Not only was the ground shifting, but he also noticed the holy chains deeply embedded within Vayne's body being slowly tugged, their rigid surfaces fracturing under the strain, with the cracks gradually widening over time. Good heavens, are you truly burning your very essence? Have you lost your mind? Cold sweat dripped from Constantine, carrying his cigarette to the grass below. This was no trivial matter, especially when a demon king was willing to pay any price to unleash their power. Burning one's essence as a demon could yield formidable strength, even allowing them to exert their full might on earth. However, due to its status as an interloper, it faced intensified suppression in the human realm, and the more power it expended, the more unimaginable the backlash would be. The worst-case scenario would be that Despandio suffered severe backlash, unable to control the hellish energy within, becoming a rapidly expanding powder keg that could obliterate the earth in an instant. The best-case scenario? Despandio might precariously control the tumultuous energy, successfully seizing Vayne's body, but at the cost of its essence, requiring thousands, even tens of thousands of years of slumber to recover from the backlash. This old fool is truly reckless. Just a few words, and he is eager to self-destruct with us. Constantine frantically rummaged through his collection of magical artifacts, searching for something useful. A howling wind arose, and from the direction of the city ruins, thick black mist billowed forth, accompanied by the anguished cries of countless souls carried on the breeze. Constantine watched in horror as the vengeful spirits transformed into fuel, and Despandio proceeded to swell with the despair of millions. Good grief! Does this idiot not think he is dying fast enough? After this buffet of misery, his belly might just explode. Insanity, pure insanity. Just as Constantine was in a frenzy, feeling utterly helpless, a yellow taxi barreled through the debris, screeching to a halt. Chaz. Constantine was taken aback. The figure emerging from a vehicle was none other than his nominal apprentice. Chaz, Mr. Constantine, it seems you could use some assistance, Chaz said cheerfully, despite appearing exhausted, his eyes still sparkling with vitality. He opened the back door to reveal 5 stone tablets lying quietly inside. Are these the tablets inscribed with the 10 commandments of Moses? Where on earth did you procure them? Constantine, well-versed in such matters, immediately recognized their significance, his surprise palpable as he eagerly inquired of Chaz. I found them in James's bank vault. Upon hearing this, Chaz shrugged and began to speak with an air of solemnity. You see, demons are rampant these days, and Liverpool is in utter chaos. Who has the time to concern themselves with banks? With that thought, I promptly rummaged through James's belongings, only to discover a trove of treasures. Constantine's lips twitched. The tale was well spun, yet he mused it best not be repeated. Wayne ground his molars, his forehead visibly darkening with ire. You had better pray that your incantation can contain that creature, or else. Constantine, sporting dark circles under his eyes, rose from the grass, his front teeth gaping, and gave a thumbs up to the hero. Conserve your strength. It will be indispensable. Remember to roll your tongue when casting the spell. Mispronouncing Latin would be quite embarrassing. The winged bones on the ground hummed under the incantation, and in an instant, a brilliant silver light erupted, tracing the pattern of a hexagram upon the lawn. Constantine stepped back, gesturing for Wayne to proceed, who, gritting his teeth, seated himself at the center of the magical array. Following the prior teachings, Wayne formed a unique gesture and intoned an arcane Latin incantation. As the first syllable escaped his throat, he felt an army of ants crawling all over him, converging into a warm current within his abdomen. The spell bestowed upon him by Constantine resonated with the droplet of holy blood within him, drawing forth its power to facilitate the sealing ritual. Upon uttering these words, the ground's skeletal wings shone even brighter, transforming into pristine chains that coiled around his wrists, binding his body and piercing through his back into the earth. Constantine reminded him, "Stay focused, even if it takes the form of your boyfriend, naked and seducing you." Before he could finish, Wayne shot him a glare, silencing him. As the incantation concluded, a beam of light surged from the hexagram center. At that moment, he could distinctly feel something within him struggling violently, accompanied by a roar from his abdomen. The power of a seraphim? You dare attempt to imprison a demon lord. Damn you, Constantine, you shameless wretch. Deus Pandius, bound by silver chains in the realm of souls, felt the oppressive angelic power weighing heavily upon him, while Constantine incessantly infused emotional magic to suppress it. Realizing that inaction would lead to his downfall, he unleashed his power, igniting flames that erupted in a colossal display of red and black energy, rivaling Wayne and the others in might. In reality, the clash of energies within Wayne's form against the demonic force resulted in a dramatic transformation. The right side of his face began to burn, enveloped in holy light, with veins beneath his skin glowing golden. Conversely, the left side of his face carbonized at an alarming rate, revealing the skeletal outline suffused with hellfire. Quite striking, the dual-faced fallen angel. This visage could grace a Victoria's secret runway. Constantine whistled, anticipating Deus Pandus' counterattack, which, in truth, was expected. It would have been abnormal for him not to retaliate. For many years, you have wielded power and influence, but one fateful day, you find yourself ensnared by two insignificant adversaries. As they seize you and bind your limbs with iron chains, preparing to cast you into a dark confinement, one must ponder, who would submissively acquiesce to such a fate? In the face of the demon's struggles, Constantine revealed a hidden card. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he scattered a circle of powder around Wayne. Ice blue flames blazed fiercely, and from within Wayne, the demon Desponcho shrieked in agony. What is this sorcery? How can mere salt scorch my very soul? This is sacred fire. My dear sir, procured from Jerusalem, preserved in my pocket as a flickering ember, awaiting the opportune moment for deployment. Desponcho was utterly confounded. He could tolerate the holy blood of Set. He could withstand emotional sorcery. He could endure the possession of angelic relics. But now Constantine had produced the sacred fire of Jerusalem. Just how many secrets did this damned Constantine conceal? Enough was enough. Constantine braced himself for the wrath of the demon lord. I've heard countless threats. If you seek trouble, kindly form an orderly queue behind me. He scoffed derisively, having grown weary of such bluster. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, fissures sprawling like spider webs across the ground. Flames of demonic energy surged from Wayne, surpassing their previous intensity, even overpowering the sacred fire. The demon, previously weakened, erupted into maniacal laughter. Constantine's pupils dilated in alarm. Not only was the ground shifting, but he also discerned the sacred light chains embedded within Wayne's being gradually tugged at, their once unyielding surfaces cracking and expanding with the passage of time. Good heavens! You are burning your very essence. Have you lost your mind? Constantine's cold sweat mingled with the cigarette that slipped from his lips, falling onto the grass below. This was no trifling matter, especially considering a demon lord's reckless self-immolation. By igniting his own infernal essence, he could harness tremendous power, even unleashing his full might upon the earthly realm. Yet, as a fugitive, the repression he faced in the mortal world would be significantly more pronounced, and the more effort he exerted, the greater the backlash he would endure. The direst scenario involved Desponcho suffering a catastrophic rebound, losing control of the hellish energy within, transforming into a volatile powder keg, poised to obliterate the earth in an explosive cataclysm. The most favorable outcome would see Desponcho barely managing to control the tumultuous energy, successfully seizing Wayne's corporeal form, yet suffering damage to his essence, necessitating an extended slumber of thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of years, to recuperate. This ancient being truly seemed reckless, as if provoked by mere words to engage in self-destruction. In a frenzy, Constantine rummaged through his collection of magical artifacts, desperately seeking something of use. The sound of a howling wind reached his ears as dark mist billowed from the direction of the city ruins. The anguished wails of countless tormented souls carried on the breeze. Constantine witnessed these souls transform into fuel as Desponcho swelled with the despair of millions. In a moment of exasperation, Constantine found himself bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. Just as he was at a loss, a yellow taxi careened through the wreckage, coming to a screeching halt. To his astonishment, the figure stepping out was none other than his nominal apprentice, Charles. "Mr. Constantine, it appears you are in need of assistance," Charles exclaimed with a cheerful smile, despite the evident fatigue etched on his face. His eyes still sparkled with vitality as he opened the back door to reveal 5 stone tablets lying quietly within. "Are those the stone tablets inscribed with the 10 Commandments? Where did you procure them?" Constantine, well versed in such matters, immediately recognized their significance and inquired with a mix of surprise and curiosity. "I found them in James's bank vault," Charles replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders and weaving a rather fanciful tale. "You know, with demons running rampant and Liverpool in chaos, who has the time to concern themselves with banks? It dawned on me to rummage through James's possessions, and lo and behold, I stumbled upon a treasure trove." Constantine's lips twitched in disbelief at Charles's creative storytelling, internally chiding him to refrain from such fabrications in the future. Chapter 72. The Exorcism of 5 Fingers in Silent Contemplation. Constantine scratched the back of his head, wondering when Charles's rhetorical skills might improve. One of the tablets belonged to the Elias family, a detail he recognized for photographs. The remaining 4, if memory served him correctly, were replicas he had seen years ago at St. Peter's Basilica. The genuine articles were said to be hidden deep within the Vatican. Was it possible that James's bank vault was somehow connected to the Pope's restroom? However, with pressing matters at hand, Constantine had no time to dismantle Charles's clumsy ruse. He laboriously positioned the 5 tablets within the magic circle and quickly recited an incantation. Guided by the spell, the tablets illuminated in unison, their combined radiance shooting skyward. Boom! A broad beam of light erupted, forming a luminous barrier that effectively thwarted the oncoming tide of vengeful spirits. With the absence of their spectral support, the howls of Despondio diminished significantly, most notably reflected in the flickering flames on the skeletal visage of Wayne, which had weakened considerably. "Wayne, if you've had enough of your slumber, awaken and confront it within the realm of souls," Constantine bellowed, urging him onward. The final step was to subdue the ancient entity, ensuring it remained sealed for eternity. No sooner had he spoken than Wayne jolted awake, his eyelids fluttering as he emerged from the oppressive grip of Despondio. In this altered perspective, Despondio appeared as a massive, dark red volcano, frantically tearing at its chains. With a swipe of its claw, it conjured a colossal axe engulfed in flames, the blade adorned with countless faces, each forever echoing a lament of despair. As Wayne regained consciousness, he was met with the sight of the ferocious crimson axe hurtling towards him, prompting him to evade with all his might. Bang! The colossal axe struck the ground, unleashing an immense shockwave. In reality, even if Vane had not been reduced to mere pulp by the blade, the sheer force of impact would have turned him into a mist of blood. However, this was Vane's soul space, his sanctuary, fortified by sacred blood, emotional magic, holy fire, angelic power, and the tablets of Moses, each serving as a bastion of protection. "Get that fellow outside. Barehanded, take him down." Vane felt invigorated, now possessing the strength to confront the Hell King. All he needed was a suitable weapon to sever the head of Despondio. By the heavens, you've stripped your own resources bare. Where do you expect to find a weapon? Just as Constantine was about to curse, he witnessed Chaz, as if performing a magic trick, produce a rusted long spear from his bosom, placing it into Vane's hands. In the next moment, a flash of white light enveloped the spear, seamlessly transferring it to Vane. A sword now. Vane grasped the weapon, which hummed with a resonant vibration. The rust faded away, replaced by an ethereal radiance. As the massive axe descended once more, Vane thrust the spear forward, shattering the enemy's mountainous weapon with a single strike. Remarkable craftsmanship. But why not a sword? No matter, as the renowned sword saint of a name, I can wield a spear with equal proficiency. Vane twirled the weapon in his hands. The spear was sanctified, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, while a surge of pure energy coursed through him, enhancing his abilities in every regard. Out in the world, Constantine contemplated, if he were blind, that spear must surely be the lance of Longinus. It was the very weapon used by Mammon to descend, and after that fiend was repelled back to hell, the holy spear had vanished. Initially, he suspected Lucifer had hidden it, never imagining it was in Chaz's possession. In response to Constantine's peculiar gaze, Chaz maintained his foolish grin. James's safe contained another compartment. I never expected it to harbor the legendary spear that pierced the Son of God. Truly fortunate. All right then, say what you will. Returning to the soul space, Vane transformed into a beam of pure white light, piercing the heavens as the spearhead severed the twisted horns atop the demon's head. Enraged, Despondio erupted, bone spikes bursting forth, each entwined with dark crimson flames. His every movement radiating tremendous power, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The effects were indeed overwhelming. However, after unleashing flames for what felt like an eternity, not a single hair on Vane's body was singed. Instead, he wielded the holy spear, spinning like a windmill, absorbing the hellfire that swept across its path, ultimately coalescing into a dark red fireball at the spear's tip. "Huh!" Vane roared, hurling the fireball back, which detonated explosively against the demon's chest. Despondio recoiled in pain, but suffered no grave injury. Vane had made a miscalculation. Demons possessed immense resistance to their own powers. Unlike the cinematic portrayals where they would be vanquished by their own tricks, such a notion was indeed laughable. Upon first acquiring the advanced weapon, he had yet to comprehend its usage. With little time for self-exploration, he opted for the most straightforward and forceful application. Wayne grasped the gun's handle, feeling the holy blood surge within him as the sacred flames spiraled from the hexagram formation into the gun's body, transforming the angelic power into a liquid stream of luminous energy. Ultimately, the divine light converged, crystallizing at the gun's tip into a blazing white star. The star emitted a high-frequency tremor, fracturing the ground of the soul space like a spider's web, melting into a surging sea of light. Faced with the terrifying energy at the gun's tip, Despondio's expression shifted dramatically. Its bone spurs were ground to dust under the immense pressure, and it roared in defiance, constructing layers of skeletal walls. Instinct warned it of the peril, yet driven by arrogance and disdain for humanity, it chose to endure the oncoming assault, bound as it was. It's nothing, merely a loud commotion. What can a mere human truly achieve? The Lord of Despair reassured itself internally, accepting the situation with a smile. Whoosh! The holy spear erupted with a brilliance akin to the sun, elongating time into a viscous thread of light. The star's beam pierced through the skeletal walls, enveloping Despondio in a purifying force. It felt as though struck by a mighty hammer. The colossal form emitted black smoke, visibly shrinking at an astonishing rate until it was no larger than a doll. It was time to conclude this. Wayne, lacking the ability to fly, harnessed the raw energy to lift himself into the air. The holy spear wielded countless chains, ensnaring the demon's head and limbs before he snapped his fingers. 5 stone slabs hovered in the air, swiftly shrinking and merging into his being. Within the soul space, each slab transformed into 5 blazing peaks reminiscent of Mount Sinai. Legend has it that Moses once received the 10 Commandments there, a sacred mountain in the hearts of the faithful. Yet, Wayne had modified it, amalgamating the 5 peaks to unleash a descending palm technique. With a thunderous crash, the peaks descended, slamming Despondio into the ground. Upon reflection, Wayne deemed it insufficient and transformed the remaining emotional energy into a talisman, affixing it to the summit, serving as the proverbial last straw for the camel's back. Boom! Despondio's roar reverberated within its consciousness, yet it ultimately succumbed to the weight of the 5-fingered holy mountain, sinking into the depths of the Sea of Souls, thoroughly suppressed and sealed within. Chapter 73. Marriage will lower birth rates in the real world. Wayne abruptly sprang from the ground, coughing up a clump of black blood, only to witness his complexion rapidly regain its vibrant hue. He felt extraordinarily revitalized. The once dilapidated body, ravaged by excessive drinking, now exuded unparalleled health. Without employing any martial arts, he unleashed a haphazard series of strikes upon Constantine, knocking out a tooth and sending him flying 5 meters, confirming that this was not a mere dream. Upon lifting his shirt, Wayne marveled at the 8-pack abs that Hellfire had sculpted upon him. He instinctively pressed his hand to his chest, where golden veins, pulsing with angelic power, formed chains connecting to his heart, simultaneously binding Despondio's very essence. In other words, The fates of the two individuals are inextricably intertwined. Should Wayne perish, so too must he. If there comes a day when Wayne desires to end his own existence, intending to self-destruct, even the Lord of Hell would find himself imploring him not to engage in such folly. What would it be like to spend a lifetime alongside the Lord of Despair? Constantine rose from the lawn, the magical fireflies diligently tending to his wounds, and soon he regained his striking visage. It is better than I had imagined. At least I need not fret over alcohol poisoning and liver cirrhosis. Wayne lowered his gaze, his right hand reaching out as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing. And it seemed there was more to it than that. No sooner had he spoken than dark crimson energy erupted forth, enveloping his entire right hand like molten lava. His fingers splayed as sparks flew, growing larger as he lifted Constantine as one would a chick. To attach hellish energy to oneself and transform it into a means of combat. What a remarkable skill. So, my friend, might you set me down? I have a slight aversion to heights. Constantine glanced down, realizing he was now suspended more than 10 meters above the ground, and the ascent showed no signs of abating, his face contorting into a grimace more pitiable than tears. John, I believe you would be better suited to being a kite soaring in the sky. Wayne swung Constantine about in the air until the latter could no longer suppress his nausea, prompting Wayne to finally release him. Constantine's head spun. This was dreadful. And even more so, he dared not voice his frustration, for Wayne had just resolved his own mess. Truly a hero. As someone who held great respect for heroes, especially those with fists larger than cauldrons, Constantine felt a profound admiration. Let it be. Let it be. I shall consider it a breath of fresh air. My tailed beast cloak, or rather, my demonic mantle, is rather splendid. I assent it. Yet, even more astonishing lies ahead. A crimson light shimmered in Wayne's eyes as his bones crackled ominously, reminiscent of burning dry wood fracturing and then reassembling amidst a tempest. At that moment, dark red hellish energy surged forth from his pores, enveloping his skin. Roar! Wayne bowed his head and emitted a beastly growl, hellfire igniting atop his head. As the searing heat scorched him, the first layer of skin began to peel away, revealing not charred flesh, but gleaming white bones beneath. Good heavens! Constantine recoiled, nearly singed by the hellfire, and in bewilderment, he queried, Wayne, you haven't been possessed by Despontius, have you? Now, Wayne's skull had transformed entirely into a blazing skeleton. Two clusters of blood-red demonic light pulsating within his eye sockets, the scent of sulfur wafting from his teeth, saturating the air. His right hand outstretched. Ice-blue holy flames coalesced in his palm, his form casting a distorted shadow in the light. The new visage brought forth by the Demon King's power bank. I assent it, quite befitting of me. Wayne's voice emerged deep and raspy, akin to a Batman with a voice modulator. Constantine's lips twitched. While you donned celestial armor, your family engaged with the Vice Lord of Heaven. Yet you wielded the power of the hellish Demon King. Now you inquire whether I am in alignment with you. To speak candidly, indeed, it resonates profoundly. For Wayne possesses a heart as dark as his hands, and his devilish facade suits him remarkably well. It seems I need not continue procuring materials for optimized battle attire. Wayne forcefully dragged the grass-cutting sword across his arm, impervious under the protection of hellish energy, even with the added sword aura. Thus, it appears he can largely bid farewell to the harm inflicted by ordinary firearms, yet remains uncertain whether he can withstand the likes of those three nuclear beings. Should he falter, it is of little consequence. Wayne has another ace up his sleeve. Cough, he speaks of a demon lord's form constructed from primal demonic power. However, this maneuver demands considerable energy, and with Desponcho currently wounded, it would be a while before he could extract such ample resources. Nonetheless, Wayne felt compelled to attend to other matters. With his superhuman vision, he swiftly surveyed the distant city, the cries of survivors piercing and discomforting. The lance of Longinus reappeared in his grasp, and Wayne tilted his head towards Constantine, proclaiming, It appears I am capable of so much more. What? Before Constantine could fully comprehend, Wayne raised the holy spear high, pure white flames leaping from its spearhead, instantly engulfing the weapon and erupting in astonishing divine light. Energy radiated forth, the spear shattered in midair, transforming into myriad feathers soaring towards the heavens, each feather entwined with faint, tormented souls, guiding them into the heart of the city. The lance of Longinus vanished, leaving Constantine in a state of astonishment, with an inkling that Wayne was about to accomplish something monumental. The Son of God resurrected after 3 days. The holy spear, tainted with divine blood, might imply it too possesses a semblance of that miraculous effect. Its essence lies not in slaughter, but rather in salvation. Should it not be viewed merely as an instrument of death, thus overlooking its redemptive significance? Ah, even Jesus would leap from the cross to offer you a thumbs up. Charles, what do you think? Constantine raised his thumb, commending the insightful interpretation, a testament to the prowess of a liberal arts scholar. Charles, receiving no response from his apprentice, Constantine turned to find only the yellow cab remaining, with no sign of Charles. You angels excel at fleeing rather than assisting Wayne in tangible matters. Constantine sighed in exasperation at the sudden disappearance of the foolish birdman. Ding! The feathers glimmered brilliantly, drifting like dandelion seeds throughout the city. Upon touching the scorched earth, vibrant green shoots sprouted and coughing individuals emerged from the ruins. Under the radiance of the holy light, wounds healed, severed limbs regenerated, flesh and blood reformed. The feathers transformed into healthy bodies, and the wronged souls, sanctified by the divine light, seamlessly reintegrated into their corporeal forms. 3 seconds later, eyelashes fluttered, eyes opened wide, and they collectively resurrected, one and all. The joy and embarrassment in people's eyes were unmistakable. They were elated that Liverpool had performed a miracle, allowing those who had been impoverished to rise once more. However, the awkwardness of the situation was evident, as the divine resurrection came without any garments, leaving little to the imagination. Yet, this discomfort was swiftly overshadowed by exuberance, with some overly excited individuals embracing one another fervently. Statistics indicated that, as of today, Liverpool's birth rate had plummeted to below 15, oddly coinciding with an increase in the number of individuals registering for marriage. In response, the Church of England expressed its vehement objections. Chapter 74. Lucifer is an agreeable devil. Wayne reverted to a semblance of a common man, gazing at the dissipating fragments of the holy spear in the sky, rubbing his still warm palms together. The artifact, which had just moments ago aided him in battling the Demon King, transformed into countless specks of light, entirely vanishing from the earthly realm. He couldn't help but mutter in disbelief, "It's gone just like that. Had I known, I would have extracted a bit of blood from above." "Oh, come on," Constantine exclaimed cheerfully, clapping him on the shoulder. "Hundreds of thousands have risen from the morgue to dance. Had you not halted the demon, it would have been 52,000, or at best, 520,000 souls saved, all thanks to Elias. Buddy, you wielded that holy spear as if it were God's credit card, racking up immense merit. Even Jesus would grant you a platinum membership card, personally stabbing himself to provide you with a weapon." Wayne raised his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. "So, can I exchange my merit points for a holy spear? A holy sword would suffice as well. That you must inquire of God. I'm not in charge of payroll." At that moment, Constantine seemed to recall something and, with a mischievous grin, draped an arm around Wayne's shoulders. "I have an idea. Remember how we knew that old Coot James had a fortune in ill-gotten gains? Indeed, I recall something of the sort. Are you suggesting we abscond with the money to purchase a private island for ourselves?" No. Constantine shook his finger in front of Wayne's face, grinning like a rascal. "I mean, since that old chap has been reduced to ashes, we could, like the virtuous Robin Hood, use this ill-gotten wealth to improve the lives of Liverpool's disaster-stricken citizens. After all, rebuilding a city is no trifling matter." Wayne eyed Constantine with skepticism, as if he were an extraterrestrial. John Constantine would actually propose charity? Good heavens. Please say you're joking, so I can be certain you haven't been possessed by an angel. 99% of billionaires are the most useless beings on this planet. "I have no desire for another negative entry on my sum," Constantine replied, unusually serious. "Moreover, wouldn't it be more beneficial for the citizens of Liverpool to enjoy a few more stakes and acquire new suits, rather than letting the church squander it? Those pretentious fellows will undoubtedly try to profit from this incident. Thus, before they can trace the funds, let us do something good with it. Making those old geezers seethe with rage. It would be as exhilarating as watching the Premier League finals." Vane could not help but shake his head, laughingly rebuking, "It sounds reasonable. Yet I can't shake the feeling that you're merely accumulating merit for yourself. perhaps to secure a place in heaven later on. Who can say, though? Constantine remained non-committal, and then reminded, well then, we must find an undamaged computer that can connect to the signal to accomplish this feat. No need for such trouble. A mobile phone will suffice. Vane reached into his sleeve and retrieved a phone from the system space, which could still be used even after some minor modifications. With the hacking skills he had pilfered from Barbara, Vane managed to breach the firewall of the Liverpool bank using just the mobile device, peeling away the layers of James's hidden encrypted account like an onion. It seems that Dispondio has been quite profitable for James. Vane gazed at the transaction records on his phone, raising an eyebrow. By the time the sun rises tomorrow, Dispondio will be utterly destitute, while Liverpool will emerge as the wealthiest city per capita. For tomorrow, every one of the 520,000 residents will find an additional 230 in their accounts, and it appears the city will soon earn the title of a wealthy club. At the very least, they won't be left penniless after buying a new pair of trousers. Constantine, hearing the distant screams from the city, spoke of their final task. All right, we must complete the most crucial mission, which is to find Lucifer and return his damned wings. You needn't worry about that. I have been anticipating this. The air suddenly thickened, and a frivolous voice emerged as Lucifer stood atop the ruins, still clad in his elegant black suit, greeting Vane and the others with a smirk. So how shall I return your wings? Let me clarify, if it involves severing flesh like in those American dramas, I vehemently oppose it using John's head as a stand-in. Seeing Lucifer's reappearance did not surprise Vane. Rather, it prompted him to hasten the retrieval of his wings. Given that you saved the entire British Isles, you shall certainly be accorded the treatment befitting a hero. Lucifer lightly tapped Vane twice, declaring the wings reclaimed. He playfully showcased his wings, the pristine feathers casting a vast shadow under the sunlight, and praised Vane, brother, well done, though Dispondio's head may not be hanging at the gates of hell. Keeping it as a power bank within you is quite the clever idea. I suggest you also gather the 7 deadly sins within you, perfectly rounding out the 8 great demons, capable of toppling even Kryptonians with ease. If I manage to gather all 8, why not add another and have the 9 demon lords merge into the legendary 10th demon king? Vane rolled his eyes, contemplating whether to give himself a circle eye to realize his moon eye plan. Lucifer indicated that as long as Vane could subdue them, he had no objection. At worst, he would just leave a few apples at their graves on Christmas Eve for safety. Vane wished he had such prowess, but alas, he did not. Perhaps he would revisit the idea after the universe rebooted. All right, John, as per our agreement, it's time for you to ascend back to the pinnacle of scoundrels. Lucifer turned to Constantine, and with a swift motion, plunged his hand into his chest. I remarked, how could the last procedure be so gentle? Yet this one is so brutal? It's painful. Constantine, drenched in sweat, collapsed to the ground, but soon rose again, his complexion rosy and his physique robust. No longer pale and feeble. The change was palpable and unmistakable. The mightiest scoundrel had officially returned. In high spirits, Constantine could hardly contain his reckless heart, playfully flirting with Lucifer. Hey, brother, since you're not returning to hell just yet, may I inquire if I truly fall below your standards for a partner? Lucifer shrugged helplessly, revealing a devilish smile as he beckoned. I just can't deal with you. Come here. Ecstatic, Constantine immediately embraced Lucifer, sharing a kiss with the king of hell in Stanley Park. Who else could it be? Not far off. Wayne observed with a vacant stare as Constantine lay on the ground passionately kissing a Shar-Pei, his hands busy snapping dozens of photos on his phone. Who else but Constantine would be kissing a stray dog in Stanley Park? Standing nearby, Lucifer was thoroughly entertained by this impromptu performance, asserting he was not one to be frivolous. You seem to be in good spirits. I expected you might be upset by our little escapade, Wayne said after capturing the moment. Upset? How could that be? Hundreds of thousands of destitute souls were about to receive a windfall. I could already sense the burgeoning malevolence. Aren't you skipping work? Heading back to hell so soon? Of course. I am a devil. After all, slacking off is not a sin. My holiday will never end until I grow weary of it. Besides, those matters are in Wheatley's hands. Why not take you all out for some fun? Next time for sure. My business trip is over. It's time to return to Gotham to attend to patients, lest the director's absence incite a riot among them. All right then, before you leave, a proper reward for our valiant hero upon his victorious return. Chapter 75. The greatest seven-colored rainbow, Wayne slumped in his seat, gazing out at the clouds, contemplating the journey back alone, having used his own funds to secure a first-class ticket. As the saying goes, no matter how hard times may be, one must not suffer unnecessarily. Besides, it was not that Wayne didn't want Constantine to fly first class, but rather that John's wallet could not afford two such tickets. However, this time it was different. Wayne need not endure any discomfort, for Constantine would temporarily remain in Liverpool. After settling matters with Billy, he was to attend a football match with his father. The city may have been in ruins, but it did not affect the club's ability to host matches, nor the fans' eagerness to watch. The most troublesome pestilence in the universe would stay in Liverpool, playing the dutiful sun, and would not wreak havoc upon the world for the time being. One could only hope that such peaceful days would last indefinitely. Wayne reached for the cola beside the champagne. It is of no particular consequence. It is merely that cola brings him greater joy. The high sugar content swiftly elevates blood sugar levels, stimulating the brain to release dopamine, thereby engendering a sense of instant gratification. Furthermore, the combined effects of caffeine and carbonation, particularly when chilled, activate cold receptors, enhancing the overall experience. The powerful impact of the first sip justly earns cola its designation as the beverage of choice for the idle and indulgent. Currently, Wayne possesses a unique constitution, rendering him impervious to the side effects typically associated with such pleasures. The same holds true for fried chicken and barbecue delicacies. The first-class cabin is comprised of private compartments. After casually perusing the menu, Wayne began to scrutinize the bountiful coins that Constantine had amassed. The greatest gain from this journey, aside from acquiring a tailed beast and transforming into a Jinchuriki, was the skills possessed by the dubious Constantine. Upon surveying the options, he promptly dismissed the skills of sacrifice, basic combat, and scum essence, which seemed like bottomless pits of potential disaster. Wayne wagered with the metaphorical green hat of the Green Lantern. Should he dare select any of these three, he would undoubtedly face retribution from Batman upon returning to Gotham. The thought of encountering a terrifying black mosaic emerging unexpectedly from the toilet, accompanied by a bat-shaped projectile, sent a chill down his spine. With that, Wayne hastily cast them aside and contemplated the remaining three skills: Master of Magic, Master of Props, and God of Deception. The allure of these options was undeniable. Indeed, the most renowned sorcerer in the Marvel Universe is none other than the Supreme Sorcerer, Doctor Strange, while the most popular among them is undoubtedly our legendary King of Sacrifice, John Constantine. Who could claim Constantine is lacking? He is remarkably impressive. Wayne yearned to seize them all, yet alas, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. After considerable reflection, he ultimately resolved to choose the skill of Master of Magic. Although the God of Deception is undeniably formidable, its stipulations left Wayne feeling uncertain. Successfully deceiving the initial fallen is one matter. Surviving afterward is an entirely different challenge. In the comics, Constantine relies primarily on his unparalleled deception, supplemented by his magical prowess and cunning to achieve his results. Lacking Constantine's audacity, Wayne was acutely aware that even the notorious Constantine had met his demise several times within the comics, leading him to eliminate this option due to its inherent instability. The reasoning behind discarding Master of Props was even more straightforward. Batman and Nightwing, those two characters, wield the gadgets from their utility belts with remarkable finesse. Wayne could not fathom that they would lack such skills. Therefore, he did not rush into selecting this skill. He knew that when the opportunity arose, acquiring a skill would not be an insurmountable challenge. While Master of Magic may possess its own pitfalls, these could be navigated at his discretion, and the magical knowledge contained therein was undeniably substantial. As the adage goes, knowledge is power, a sentiment particularly resonant within the realm of wizards. In circumstances akin to those previously mentioned, had Wayne not been a novice in magic, he would never have fallen prey to the machinations of Constantine. Furthermore, although copyrighted spells are off-limits, Wayne is still capable of wielding the commonplace spells that proliferate in the market, utilizing the energy of the underworld. He can even recite incantations to activate magical artifacts and draw magical circles, among other functions. Overall, the advantages vastly outweigh the disadvantages. Thus, opting for it poses no issue. Upon selecting the Master of Magic, the other blue bubbles vanished, and the entirety of his skill flooded into Wayne's mind in an instant. When Wayne opened his eyes once more, he gradually grasped the entirety of the situation. Admittedly, he acknowledged a touch of exaggeration. Yet Wayne indeed possessed a remarkable wealth of magical knowledge, which allowed him to discern the lackadaisical effort exerted by Constantine, who had deliberately held back. Had this individual chosen to proceed without injury, there would have been at least a dozen additional methods to vanquish Despontius. Good grief. Did he consider himself a genius player attempting a no-death run in Sekiro or Elden Ring? Returning to Metropolis, Wayne did not hasten back to Gotham, but instead lingered for several days, relishing the rare opportunity to explore nearby cities. In the Planet Daily of Metropolis, he did not spot the bespectacled small-town boy, but did encounter the efficient reporter, Lois Lane, and there was also Lex Luthor, making rounds with his company. In the streets, he was colloquially known as Lex the Bald. Indeed, in this universe's timeline, Lex had acquired the Planet Daily, somewhat akin to the situation in 52. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was that this Lex not only appeared younger, but also had a full head of hair. His visage bore no resemblance to the film portrayal. Yet he maintained those shoulder-length tresses. It was nothing short of miraculous. Could it be that with Superman yet to make his entrance, Luthor had not been driven to utter despair, allowing his hair follicles to thrive until now, feeling as though he had consumed a bewilderment fruit beneath the tree of confusion? Wayne resolved to employ alternative strategies. Thus, he activated the traditional skill of account creation. Wayne hacked into the Metropolis database and uncovered the information he sought. Superman Clark Kent graduated from Smallville High 3 years prior and is now engaged in farming. The Flash, Barry Allen, recently graduated from college and has become a crime scene investigator. Having just completed his first year of internship, Green Lantern Hal Jordan was discharged from military service after delivering a punch to his superior and is now employed as a ground maintenance worker at Ferris Aircraft, having mysteriously gone AWOL for an extended period. Upon reviewing this, Wayne transformed into the expression of a clapping panda. Goodness, what is the deal with their ages? The oldest, Hal, is still 3 years younger than Wayne himself, while the youngest, Clark, is merely a year or two older than Dick. And his age stands in stark contrast to Bruce S., differing by over a decade. Truly, life has bestowed its peculiarities upon this motley crew. No worries. Youth is a blessing, brimming with vitality and possessing remarkable transformative potential. After all, with the fully leveled Batman and Wonder Woman watching over you, there is nothing unfavorable about being a little inexperienced. Wayne comforted himself with these thoughts, for his gathered information indicated that someone had made their debut on Earth. That individual, whose countenance left Deathstroke bewildered, was none other than Hal Jordan. We have witnessed the arrival of the greatest Green Lantern, along with the yellow, blue, orange, red, white, and black lanterns. Chapter 76. The filial son of the Bat Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, had only made a single appearance in Coast City, rescuing a downed aircraft before vanishing from sight. Wayne, upon viewing the clumsy maneuvers in the footage, suspected that the Canadian had only recently acquired his Green Lantern ring. After the mission concluded, he was likely summoned back to OA for rookie training. Due to his visage, it seemed that Hal's return might coincide with the plot of that infamous film, suggesting that upon his return, he would be tasked with confronting the Parallax creature. This was not a welcome development, considering the power dynamics, should the Demon Lord personally blockade the Novice Village. The illustrious title of the greatest Green Lantern would swiftly be reassigned to Parallax. This shift in difficulty was akin to sending a fledgling Batman to face the likes of the Joker or the Dark Knight version. Wayne hoped fortune would not be so cruel. Otherwise, he would have to ascertain whether the Lord of Despair or the fearsome Parallax could wreak more havoc upon Earth. Setting aside the matters concerning the Green Lantern, Wayne discovered another notable event. A heavyweight figure had returned to Star City, adjacent to Coast City. "You have betrayed this city." A phrase originating from Star City, recently echoed as it welcomed back its protagonist. Oliver Queen, the billionaire playboy presumed dead after 5 years of disappearance, had been found alive. Following this revelation, the city gained a vigilante akin to Batman. Green Arrow. Like Batman, Green Arrow is a superhero devoid of superpowers, excelling instead in his masterfully honed archery skills, forged through relentless training. There exists a distinction, however. While Green Arrow frequently delivers criminals to the courts for justice, he does not hesitate to deliver lethal force when facing the most heinous of villains. Oliver had once been a member of the Justice League, serving as the backup brain in Batman's absence, albeit with few opportunities to showcase his intellect. Regarding the emergence of Green Arrow, Wayne could only acknowledge that he truly was a good brother to Green Lantern Hal Jordan. In the comics, these two friends traversed America, living life to the fullest. And even during Christmas, Oliver would gift Hal a copy of Das Kapital. Indeed, the bond between the Greens is compelling. It is evident that Oliver's shade of green surpasses Hal's, as even his hat is green, granting him a more favorable standing in the realm of perception. Although Green Arrow lacks his own standalone film, he has enjoyed a successful series spanning 8 seasons. In contrast, Hal Jordan not only saw his independent film falter, but is also frequently subjected to the whims of writers within the comics. This led Wayne to ponder whether Oliver's emergence serves the purpose of confronting the formidable Parallax in the future. However, more than Green Arrow, Wayne finds himself preoccupied with his wife, Black Canary, particularly due to her striking allure that rivals even Wonder Woman. Wayne feels it imperative to ensure Black Canary's well-being, as the weight of such a remarkable figure might, over time, lead to various health afflictions. Thus, a proper massage and alignment would be beneficial for her recovery. Upon confirming the continued existence of the Justice League's Titans in this realm, Wayne felt a sense of relief, recognizing that the Earth requires heroes of their caliber to face impending cosmic threats. In a forgotten corner, a certain wild husband of the Dragon Queen, skilled in driving and possessing the ability to converse with fish, declares he has something to articulate. He reiterates that fish do not indeed converse. Suddenly, Wayne feels as though he has overlooked something important. As he absent-mindedly rubs his head, preparing to return to Gotham, he is struck by the notion that some task remains unfinished, yet he cannot recall what it is, ultimately deciding to dismiss the thought. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley of Liverpool, Constantine races between trash bins, clutching his head as gunfire erupts behind him. He kicks a moldy sandwich aside while glancing back at the pursuing figures clad in black, exclaiming in frustration, "What on earth are these damned assassins after? Am I the target of some grand conspiracy? Yet, I have not wronged anyone recently." As Bullets was perilously close, Constantine, startled, unexpectedly collides with a corner and tumbles headfirst into a garbage bin, his face smeared with foul-smelling vegetable remnants. He hastily extricates himself, noticing that the assassins remain relentless in their pursuit, prompting him to flee in desperation. "Which miscreant has put a bounty on my head?" he laments. In Gotham City, Bruce finds the week spent in the mountains to have dragged on interminably, only to return to an equally grueling situation. Today, the Batcave hosts an unexpected guest, a rather tempestuous young one. "Bruce, the rest is up to you. I can no longer endure his insults," Dick exclaims, feeling overwhelmed. Teaching a child is a realm in which he possesses scant experience. He attempts to engage the child in conversation, only to narrowly escape a lethal encounter. The days ahead seem fraught with turmoil. Bruce casts a stern glance at the unruly boy wreaking havoc upon the bats, attempting to soften his tone. "Damien, we need to have a conversation. Cease your posturing, or I shall be forced to rearrange your features." Damien, seething with rage, thrusts a sword through a training dummy, exhibiting a demeanor far from that of a son addressing his father. Bruce listens as the boy's mother has informed him of his training under the League of Assassins Masters. However, this is Gotham, Bruce asserts. "I am your father, and if you intend to remain by my side, you must apply your knowledge for noble purposes such as combating crime." "Combat crime? Huh. Are you suggesting that we roast their hearts and feed them to the dogs?" Damien scoffed derisively and immediately launched an attack on Bruce. "You are indeed formidable, but if you require that steel claw, it merely indicates that you have yet to excel." Bruce effortlessly parried Damien's strike, not yielding even a single step. Caught off guard, Damien landed a kick to Batman's abdomen, executing a backflip to create distance, and then seized the food from the table, hurling it towards Batman's head. Wasting dinner is hardly a commendable habit. Bruce intercepted the flying plate and placed it on the nearest platform. The idle Dick's eyes gleamed, and he deftly flipped down, lifting the lid to indulge himself. "Dinner? Is that what you call sustenance?" Damien, though young, displayed a temper that belied his age. It was hard to fathom from whom he inherited such traits, given that both his parents were composed individuals. "To be frank, this is quite delectable. There are even chicken legs within," Dick interjected, only to receive an immediate fierce glare from Damien in response. "This is precisely why I detest unruly children," particularly those with a propensity for violence. Dick shrugged helplessly at Batman and then stepped aside. I loathe this place, detest that servant, and despise the imbecile beside you who fancies himself humorous. I apologize, but I brought you here from your mother to alter your circumstances. I suggest you take a rest. Being sent here is already against my personal wishes. You have no authority to command me to do anything I do not wish to do, unless you defeat me. Chapter 77. The moonlight knight takes charge. Bruce's face was taut, the shoulders beneath the cape subtly rising and falling as he spoke earnestly. Your martial skills are exceptional, yet they're not mere toys. The assassination techniques taught to you by the League of Assassins can serve a higher purpose, such as protecting the innocent. In unfamiliar surroundings, you may feel a sense of unease, but that is no justification for flaunting hostility within the Batcave. Protecting the innocent? Damian sneered, the tip of his sword deftly piercing the center of a training target with a bat-shaped dart. A trivial display. You employ such actions to mask your own weaknesses. No wonder you could only watch helplessly as your parents perished before your eyes. Dick could not help but shake his head, thinking that such words were ill-advised. Indeed, the very next moment, the sound of Damian's sword strike abruptly ceased as Bruce's hand clasped the blade, remaining steadfast regardless of Damian's exertion. It was then that he noticed the chilling gaze of his father, the tone imbued with a terrifying coldness. Repeat that. Damian sought to resist, but found his once agile body, now rendered rigid, the arrogance he had displayed moments ago extinguished in an instant. Do you think you have seen through me? Bruce's voice was terrifyingly deep, and his actions were a complete disgrace to his former mentor. Suddenly, Bruce released his grip and, in a swift motion, struck the wall with his fist, burying it deep into the limestone. This served as a reminder to me that I must not become a monster like the murderer. This was the first time Damian encountered such a Bruce. He was not the coward he had just described, nor the father attempting to reason. The man before him exuded an oppressive aura as the Dark Knight, his billowing cape forming a shroud of darkness akin to the wings of a colossal beast. A chill ran down the back of Damian's neck, as he comprehended the extent to which his previous words had touched upon a forbidden realm. Nevertheless, he stubbornly attempted to retort, only to find himself speechless when meeting Bruce's gaze. In those eyes, there was no anger, only a glacial coldness that pinned him in place. From this day forth, the first lesson you must learn is not to kill, but to exercise restraint. You will have the opportunity to prove yourself to me, but until then, patience is virtue. Bruce's voice carried an undeniable authority, and he turned to leave. Damian, seemingly intimidated, stood rooted in place, unable to challenge Batman again. Dick followed Batman as they departed, and on the way, he remarked, "This kid's sharp tongue rivals that of Wayne. I hope you have a plan to address his temper. He will change, given the right guidance. He merely needs time," Bruce replied. "Well, as long as you are confident. However, I must mention that the Spectre is causing chaos once more, having imprisoned the mayor in Blackgate Prison. Clearly, it is time for us to act." Gotham Airport. The Gotham Knight perpetually resembled a moldy piece of cheese, foul and sour. After being cooped up on a plane for 7 or 8 hours, Wayne stifled a yawn as he stood at the airport entrance, the streetlights elongating his shadow into an unrecognizable form. Even at 2:30 in the morning, numerous taxis were still vying for passengers. Wayne grumbled to himself. How can I be considered a public figure when, due to my lack of visibility, not a single fan has approached me for an autograph? Wayne seethed with indignation. Look at that Desmond, with his devilish horns making a splash on live television, setting a church ablaze and casually trending worldwide. Even Hal, flashing his green light, can linger in local news for days. Here I am, the Moon Knight, sharing the same realm as Batman, yet my name doesn't even get mentioned. Unacceptable. Next time, I must make an appearance on live television. Wayne hailed a taxi, and this time, he was fortunate enough to encounter an honest driver. With no malicious detours or slow driving, he arrived at the new Arkham Asylum in just half an hour. Upon entering the hospital, he activated the voice control mode to illuminate the lobby and proceeded to the special ward. Opening the door, he found his old ally, Black Mask, lying on the bed, utterly engulfed in a deep, childlike slumber with a needle stuck in each hand. The needle on his right hand delivered a nutrient solution, ensuring that Roman would not perish from hunger during the week that Wayne was absent. Conversely, the needle on his left hand administered a tranquilizer potent enough to incapacitate an elephant, a precaution to prevent the patient from causing chaos in Wayne's absence. Such measures were deemed necessary. Any dissent could be addressed directly by Roman's parents to the hospital director. Once Wayne removed the syringe from the masked figure, he exited the room, knowing that Roman would awaken after the tranquilizer had sufficiently worn off, which would likely take only 2 to 3 weeks. Having attended to the hospital's sole patient, Wayne activated the system panel to assess Gotham's current state. Gotham's Hell Index? A plethora of question marks filled the screen, leaving Wayne perplexed about the cryptocurrency system's intentions. Unlike other cities, it solely displayed Gotham's status. This was bias. This was discrimination. Clearly, New York had a significantly higher crime rate than Gotham. Why then was it deemed hellish? He considered it essential to conduct a thorough examination of his hometown to lower its index. Wayne approached the entrance and inhaled the night air of Gotham. Due to the demon residing within him, his body had inherited certain traits. For instance, merely breathing in the atmosphere allowed him to sense the extent of the negative emotions contained within it, including the euphoric highs that bordered on debauchery. After all, reaching an ecstatic peak was a form of negativity as well. Rubbing his chin, Wayne mused, "Look at that. Gotham's old acquaintances seem quite agitated tonight. Have they mistakenly thought Christmas came early, or is that bat guy still absent?" Regardless, he decided that tonight, the Moonlight Knight would take the reins. With a thunderous roar, the Harley motorcycle burst forth, its exhaust emitting a pale violet flame. This was a gift from Old Road, capable of soaring through the skies and traversing mountains and seas. It was equipped with numerous features and remarkable defensive capabilities. Wayne found that even using his beastly exterior could not leave a mark upon it. Yet this method of entry was unsatisfactory, having shattered a considerable portion of the hospital's tiled floor, which would cost millions to repair. Truly unfortunate. Oh well, for the sake of aesthetics, I'll forgive you this time. Wayne mounted the bike, his fingers tracing the unique engravings on its surface, excitement bubbling within him. New companion. Tonight we shall experience the thrill of a ride in the skies. With a twist of the throttle, the motorcycle surged upward like a black lightning bolt, rapidly reaching a speed rivaling that of a fighter jet as it weaved between the skyscrapers. He deliberately reduced his speed, allowing the tires to scrape against the glass walls, producing orange-red arcs of electricity, while the thunderous roar of the engine drew the attention of countless citizens below. Gotham was no stranger to such eccentricities, so the locals were somewhat desensitized. However, a grand entrance without a reign of terror was indeed a rare spectacle. The citizens with large hearts, realizing that no fiery projectiles were aimed at them, took out their phones to capture photographs of Wayne. "Buddy, you're on autopilot. I'll just change into a different battle suit." Chapter 78, Courteous Treatment. Damien as Wayne soared over street. He happened upon 3 masked thugs attempting to assault a young girl in an alley. Given the proximity of a nearby jewelry store, it was evident they had just committed a robbery. "Gentlemen," Wayne exclaimed as he descended from the sky on his motorcycle, his tires striking one of the assailants squarely on the jaw, transforming him into a headless knight. "I never grant opportunities to those who commit heinous acts." With that, he drew his Desert Eagle and fired 2 shots, swiftly ending the lives of the remaining villains. "Moonlight Knight, remember to inform the police about this, if unclear." Like Gordon asked Batman, "Unfortunately, I'm not on duty tonight. Otherwise, I would gladly escort you home." Wayne turned back to the astonished girl, exchanged a few words, and then rode away once more. Regaining her composure, the girl watched Wayne depart, uncertain of the particulars but aware that a figure resembling a bootleg Batman had swooped in, creating a ruckus and saving her. Dressed as he was, he appeared to be yet another admirer of the Dark Knight. The scene shifted, and Wayne sped into a desolate, crumbling industrial area. The night held little sway over him. As he passed, he caught sight of shadows moving atop an abandoned chemical plant. Upon closer inspection, he counted 27 gang members huddled around a barrel, warming themselves, while a bloodied figure dangled from a nearby iron frame, an unfortunate sight reminiscent of a plucked turkey, serving as both a metaphor for the situation and a grim commentary on his own physical state. Upon hearing the roar of the Harley, the thugs cursed and grabbed their weapons, instinctively chasing after the sound. Without hesitation, they opened fire, eager to unleash their wrath upon Wayne. "Let us see what you're capable of. Don't disappoint me." Wayne pressed a button on the fuel tank, and the motorcycle emitted a feral growl. The exhaust pipes retracted, and a 6-barrel Gatling gun unfolded, its barrels beginning to rotate and glow with a molten red light. As previously mentioned, this Harley was equipped with myriad functions, having undergone special modifications that allowed it to operate like both an aircraft and a speedboat. Wayne deftly maneuvered the bike into the factory's courtyard with one hand while grasping the bound individual with the other. He activated the targeting scope and squeezed the throttle's trigger. In an instant, 127mm rounds tore through the air, unleashing a cacophony that sent chills down the spines of those present. The gang members in the front line were the first to receive Wayne's brutal hospitality, their bodies and weapons merging into a bubbling mass of metallic carnage, barely allowing for a scream to escape their lips. Such a savage spectacle left the remaining thugs paralyzed with fear, and only when another comrade crumpled to the ground did they realize the urgency to flee for their lives. Dear readers, though the gift from the infernal elder may arrive tardily, I shall ensure it is thrust into your very core. Accept it with gratitude, and allow me to extend my early wishes for a joyous Christmas. Wayne unleashed a torrential barrage below, his motorcycle weaving sinuously through the steel framework. The tires screeched against the walls, igniting sparks as they passed, leaving a trail of severed iron and shattered glass in their wake. A crimson meteor shower of debris and blood. A burly man, attempting to resist, raised his weapon in a futile ambush, only to perceive Wayne's ominous presence behind him. With a mere click, the motorcycle transformed, revealing two miniature mortars that swiftly launched forth. Ah, my dear friend, it seems you have long since abandoned the single life. Your reflexes have become rather sluggish, inciting a rather comical reaction. Boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, half of the factory collapsed, and Wayne crushed a fleeing gang member beneath the wreckage, discarding the hapless bystander to safety before promptly alerting the authorities. With no time to unbind the criminal, Wayne opted to leave the matter to the arriving officers, disinterested in the specifics. As he departed, he saluted the flickering ruins, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your hospitality. The gifts from hell are never returned. Fortunately, it appears you have thoroughly enjoyed them. Not a single negative review in sight. Do remember to visit again. After a time, Wayne vanquished the seventh wave of the hate gang, marveling at the sheer number of Gotham's petty criminals. Were it not for Batman's vigilant oversight, one can only ponder the extent of the city's decay. The clock now read 4:30 in the morning, and the raucous sound of the motorcycle prompted Wayne to land atop a towering building to rest. The exploits of the night were sufficient to etch his name indelibly into the memories of Gotham's underworld. I find myself curious about the caliber of adversaries they might dispatch to confront me next. At least a named villain would suffice, providing Roman in the hospital with a companion in misfortune. As Wayne contemplated potential healing strategies for his future patient, a faint rustle of fabric caught his ear, subtle yet discernible. Turning, he was met by a pair of eyes brimming with lethal intent. Damian Wayne stood before him, clutching a hefty sack, its contents still dripping with blood. The night breeze billowed his cape ominously, and the son of the demon stared at Wayne, a mixture of confusion and determination in his gaze. He had been instructed by his father to wield his martial prowess against the forces of evil, and having overheard Dick's conversation, Damian ventured forth to eliminate a supernatural foe, seeking to prove his worth. However, he had not anticipated encountering someone who appeared even more enigmatic on his return to the Batcave. His nostrils flared, detecting the scent of blood emanating from Wayne. Ah, yet another criminal? How fortuitous! Capturing him would undoubtedly serve as further testament to his capabilities. Damian's blade was poised menacingly against Wayne's throat as he cast the burlap sack onto the ground. From within, a lifeless head rolled out, its vacant gaze betraying an eternal unrest, while brain matter oozed across the floor. Wayne arched an eyebrow at the specter on the ground. He recognized this unfortunate soul, known as the Ghost, a minor antagonist from the Batman series, capable of phasing through walls like an apparition. His notoriety was so limited that it was a feat Wayne could recall his name and abilities at all. Had the Ghost possessed a wife as stunning as Green Arrow's, Wayne was certain he would have memorized every detail of the Ghost's birth date, personality, and preferences. After assessing the Ghost, Wayne's attention turned to the boy responsible for this grim act. This audacious lad, lacking a mask but shrouded in a black hood, offered little concealment. Judging by his age, he appeared no older than 10, and his resemblance to a young Bruce was uncanny, promising a future visit that would surely incite chaos. The riddle was solved. The son of Bruce Wayne, Damian, was preparing to present a gift that would undoubtedly infuriate his grandfather. Faced with Damian's overtly lethal intent, Wayne tilted his head in contemplation before feigning surrender, exclaiming, "Wow, a barely pubescent child playing executioner? Does your father know you're treating criminals as bowling pins?" In response, Damian unleashed a vicious display of swordsmanship, the blade glinting ominously as it threatened Wayne's throat. Yet Wayne, intrigued by the ferocity of the strike, merely stroked his chin, not even blinking as he tilted his head slightly, allowing the blade to graze past his white hood. Seizing the moment, Wayne deftly jabbed his fingertip into the sensitive area of Damian's elbow, commenting, "Impressive speed and strength, but your movements are overly broad, leaving conspicuous openings that can easily be exploited." The son of the demon felt an involuntary numbness in his wrist. Yet his formidable willpower enabled him to adapt in a mere 3 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the blade descended, aiming for Wayne's heart, followed swiftly by a knee strike aimed at his abdomen. "Wow!" Wayne yelped, using 2 fingers to catch the blade against his chest, redirecting the force of the knee strike. When Damian's attack faltered yet again, his expression darkened, and he decisively relinquished his sword, executing a series of backflips to distance himself from Wayne. "Hey, you forgot your weapon." Wayne tossed the sword back towards Damian with a gleeful tone. "Aren't you a ninja or something? You should know some ninjutsu. Come on, hit me with an amaterasu. Are you belittling me?" After confirming that his sword remained untainted, Damian's face darkened with fury. To return a weapon to an enemy while unarmed is utterly foolish. "Huh? Oh, you mean that?" Wayne chuckled, waving dismissively, his tone nonchalant. "No worries, it's because you're quite weak." These words struck like a searing iron into a hornet's nest, causing Damian's eyes to bulge with rage, his voice hoarse as he bellowed, "How dare you underestimate me, you scoundrel! I wish to remove your grinning visage and adorn my wall with it." Damian erupted with a speed that surpassed his previous acceleration by 3-fold. His left hand clenched into a fist, steel claws springing forth from his glove, aimed directly at Wayne's face, while his right hand hurled a long sword towards the heart. His right leg executed a peculiar backward kick aimed at Wayne's knee. Wayne leaned back, his nose nearly grazing the steel claws, using his palms to pivot off the ground. He executed a whip kick that disarmed the long sword and pinned it beneath his foot, mockingly stating, "Your joint techniques are executed with the finesse of a novice wielding chopsticks. Bruce ought to instruct you on the essence of strength emanating from the hips." Damian retreated a step, 3 bat-shaped shurikens sliding from his sleeve into his palm, launching them without a second thought. "Little brat, still playing with your family's Batman's explosive bat projectiles? Get lost." Upon hearing the ominous beeping from the shurikens, Wayne recognized the peril. He swiftly seized Damian by the nape, flinging him towards a distant ventilation shaft just before the explosion. Boom! The expanding fireball erupted in a blinding blaze, scorching the rooftop and fracturing the ground beneath in a web-like pattern. These specialized bat shurikens were crafted by Bruce to combat superhuman criminals and were generally not employed against ordinary individuals. However, Damian held a different perspective, having been educated to employ any means necessary to eliminate his foes. Result? What a fool, showing mercy to an adversary. Damian emerged from behind the ventilation shaft, ungrateful for Wayne's act of kindness. Adhering to the law of smoke and injury, it was evident that this principle had not been realized. He had overestimated. Hellfire was far hotter, especially considering Old Dave was a fire element demon. A mocking voice emerged from the smoke. Wayne was enveloped in a dark red energy, the flames flickering, leaving only an afterimage. The moment Damian turned, he found himself hoisted up once more, as if he were a mere chick, the long sword mysteriously snatched away. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his neck, rendering him entirely powerless. "Fear not, I shall not take the life of child." Wayne carried Damian towards the specter chariot, reveling in his amusement, yet his attitude displeased Wayne immensely. As an elder, he felt compelled to impart a lesson on behalf of Damian's father, taking him to a place where the Gotham birds could witness the new appearance of the future Robin. "Come, from this day forth, you two shall be known as a fiery youth." Securing Damian in place, Wayne ignited the motorcycle, ascending into the sky towards Wayne Tower. Meanwhile, Nightwing and Batman, having liberated the imprisoned mayor and others, commenced their investigation into the headless corpse of the Spectre. According to the information provided by the mayor, they learned that the Spectre had been slain by an individual suspected to be a child or a dwarf. Upon hearing this, Batman felt an ominous premonition stirring within him. Before he could further deduce the situation, Dick's communicator buzzed with an incoming call. Upon recognizing the name, Dick answered, engaging in conversation, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. "Ah, Batman, I believe it is time for us to depart. The one responsible for slaying the Spectre has been located, and, unfortunately, he has encountered your doppelganger. I mean, the Moon Knight. He has summoned you to the tallest building in the vicinity to retrieve him." Batman's expression darkened visibly, given Wayne's temperament. One would have expected him to eliminate the threat on the spot, yet he had instead chosen to summon him. The clues were sufficient for him to deduce the identity of the murderer. His already dismal mood had soured further. "Nightwing, let us proceed." 10 minutes later, Batman and his companions arrived at Wayne Tower, the riddle of the tallest building being rather simplistic, requiring no contemplation. Merging with the shadows, Batman silently approached Wayne, who was in the process of arranging a circle of flashlights on the ground, while holding a magenta camera, perpetually snapping photographs of the spire above. "Where is he?" Batman's voice pierced through the air unexpectedly. Wayne nearly dropped the camera in surprise, turning around to retort, "It's not as if I'm engaged in some illicit transaction. Is it too much to ask for proper greeting?" It was utterly exasperating. Aside from the ever-quiet Dick, everything in his perception remained normal. No malice, no anger, no joy, no fear, nor despair. Yet, the imposing figure of Batman loomed behind him, so solid and still that one might mistake him for a statue. "Where is he?" Batman's gaze was profound, unyielding as he scrutinized Wayne, exuding an aura of low pressure. A curious sensation washed over Wayne, as if the surroundings had darkened, which was absurd considering the plethora of flashlights at his feet. Was this what they termed an imposing presence? "Over there," Wayne indicated, lifting his gaze toward the spire. Batman followed his direction, and the top of the spire was illuminated clearly, revealing Damien's undergarments hoisted high, twisted into a vertical braid, secured by a batarang at the pinnacle. He was suspended upside down, his rounded posterior illuminated in a pale glow, swaying gently in the night breeze. A single droplet of liquid falling onto Bruce's face. Batman remarked, "The quality of those undergarments is quite impressive. Did Alfred procure them for Damien? They possess remarkable elasticity." Just as the atmospheric pressure around Bruce plummeted further, Wayne's laughter suddenly faltered, interrupted by the long-absent sound of a system notification. Ding. Interdimensional patient has arrived back on Earth. Revered by nature. Ding. Interdimensional patient has arrived. Still the most useful individual despite the ravages of time. Ding. Interdimensional patient has arrived. A diamond-punching youth, mercilessly thrashing the mundane office worker. Chapter 8. The Kaz above has regained its cognition. 3 notifications flickered on the virtual screen, and Wayne clearly hadn't anticipated the arrival of the interdimensional patient at this moment. His lips twitched as he internally grumbled, "Why come now, of all times? And why are 3 of them appearing at once?" With a thought, Wayne summoned the system's explanation once more, rapidly perusing through it. A minute later, he folded the instruction manual. Goodness, it was indeed not a system. The number of patients from other realms was not subject to predetermined limits, arriving in a completely random manner. As for those prefixes, they were merely superfluous embellishments added by the system. Wayne focused his attention on the prefixes of the patients. Returning to Earth and revering nature sounded reminiscent of the president of an environmental organization just back from interstellar migration. The description of the second patient was also quite familiar, and combined with the third, he could almost ascertain their identities. Wasn't this the old fellow who daily filled up the tanks for the roads? He was taken aback to discover that the system had a sense of humor. Just as Wayne silently lamented to the air, Batman's expression shifted. Almost simultaneously, Dick's communicator received a message. Alfred, the butler, spoke with a hint of urgency. "Master Bruce, Master Dick, radar satellites had detected a super-small meteorite suddenly appearing, descending towards Gotham on an unusual trajectory. According to the calculations, its landing point is Arkham." Batman furrowed his brow, immediately instructing Alfred, "Activate the aerial defense system and intercept the meteorite." "It's too late, sir." The detection came too late. The meteorite has appeared as if from thin air, and it is now above Gotham. No sooner had he spoken than Wayne, who had been eavesdropping, felt a sudden awareness and glanced up at the night sky. The once murky heavens were now being torn apart by a meteorite trailing a crimson tail, plunging swiftly into Arkham, resembling a gaping chasm of hell. Images relayed by the Bat's satellite indicated significant destruction at the hospital. Bruce's expression darkened as he cursed under his breath. If Arkham were to be damaged, so be it. He could always fund its reconstruction. However, the meteorite posed a greater threat, endangering the innocent medical staff inside. And its destructive potential could create vulnerabilities in the tightly secured Arkham, leading to the escape of numerous heinous criminals. This would plunge Gotham into chaos. Nightwing remained vigilant. Prevent total chaos at Arkham. Batman's demeanor was grave, reminding Dick to tread carefully. It seemed that tonight was destined to be sleepless. What about Damian? Would they simply leave him to the elements? Dick, equally solemn, glanced at Damian, who was still perched atop the spire and could not help but inquire of Bruce. Fortunately, Wayne did not merely stand by. He stepped forward and said, "Leave Damian to me. It's bound to be chaotic over there. An additional nuisance is unnecessary. I will escort him back to Wayne Manor shortly." Bruce hesitated for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. Without further delay, he activated the gliding mode of his suit and leapt from Wayne Tower, expertly gliding into the Batmobile after a brief descent. Damian, new to the fold and temperamental, would only hinder their mission. Thus, it was prudent to entrust him to Wayne for safekeeping, ultimately alleviating some of their burdens. A meteorite that the Bat satellite could not detect in advance was certainly a source of concern. I have departed as well. If you wish to revel through the night, I highly recommend joining the festivities at Arkham after escorting Damian back. It appears the night promises to be quite lively. Lively enough to elicit a few choice expletives directed at Dick and Wayne, who swiftly took their leave, with Wayne remarking, "Don't let that lad run around bare-bottomed all night. The chill will have him sniffling before long." Once Batman and his companion had departed, Wayne gazed into the distance towards Arkham, murmuring to himself, "With 2 Joes and 4 Joes, it seems as though a certain celestial pillar of a man has regained his faculties. This Earth is decidedly different from what it once was. Has he not evolved further? It has been demonstrated that anything associated with the name Arkham is fated to be restless. Gotham's Arkham is thus, and so is the Arkham located in Essex County, Massachusetts. A fiery meteor crashed through the ordinary patient ward, the special treatment unit, and the intensive care area, ultimately landing in the critical care section. At the moment of impact, the ground erupted with shockwaves, causing the glass of Arkham Hospital to tremble violently before shattering, reflecting the bizarre meteor ablaze amidst the flames. The meteor's unprovoked assault threw the unprepared guards into disarray, allowing numerous patients and criminals to escape, exacerbating the chaos like adding fuel to a fire. Among them, old adversaries of Batman, such as Silence, Killer Croc, Scarecrow, Riddler, Mr. Freeze, Professor PYG, Mad Hatter, and Ventriloquist, would not miss such an opportunity. The Joker and Two-Face remained confined. The former had recently taken to sulking in his room, sucking his thumb and mumbling to himself, indifferent to the events outside. The latter, embodying the persona of Prosecutor Harvey, willingly entered Arkham as a means of atonement, thus refraining from exploiting the riot to escape. In truth, rather than seeking to flee, he pondered how to delay the actions of the inmates to ensure Batman's timely arrival. Initially unfamiliar with one another, these supervillains, having been repeatedly apprehended by Batman, have grown acquainted. However, a hierarchy exists even among the supervillains. High intellect, seasoned evildoers like Silence, Scarecrow, Riddler, and Mr. Freeze are well-versed in each other's company and can exchange a few words. Professor PYG, absorbed in his pursuit of perfection, tends to avoid interactions with the quartet. Upon emerging from his cell, he sees a barely conscious medical staff member, seemingly intent on dragging them to the operating room to transform them into a living doll. Mad Hatter's advanced technological devices have been confiscated by Batman, leaving him with insufficient confidence to remain, and he had fled in haste. Ventriloquist engaged in a nonsensical dialogue with his sock puppet, Mr. Scarface, before making his own escape. As for Killer Croc, it suffices to say that this brutish creature, lacking in intelligence, was unable to join Silence and the others in their conversation and had already embarked on a rampage. A meteorite has turned Arkham upside down. Are we truly fortunate, or does the Scarecrow, observing the smoking meteorite, believe that such serendipity is merely a myth? Roman has been absent for quite some time, and Batman has yet to return him, indicating that Gotham has experienced a fair share of unusual events in our absence. Silence enveloped as he gazed into the hollow cell of Black Mask, his mind rife with speculation. Perhaps it is best to focus on that peculiar object ahead. Although I am a cryogenic scientist, I am aware that a typical meteorite cannot rise and stand as if it were alive. The speaker, Victor, due to his condition, must constantly don a specialized cryogenic suit to survive, and the intense heat emanating from a meteorite is quite uncomfortable for him. Chapter 81. Press down. Chapter 84. Press down. Victor's words directed the attention of the highly intelligent criminals present toward the meteorite that promised their liberation. As Victor noted, the stone, originally just over a meter tall, gradually ascended, taking on a distinctly humanoid form. Unlike Thomas Elliot and Black Mask, who are extreme supporters of Bruce. Note Bruce, not Batman. A distinction made clear by his efforts to resemble Bruce. He embodies the essence of an extreme devotee. At that moment, he squinted, scrutinizing the peculiar meteorite not far away, and remarked, "To cause a significant alteration in the meteorite structure, a minimum of 1,200 degrees is required, and due to its varying composition, an even higher temperature may be necessary." When the meteorite entered the atmosphere, the intense friction and compression with the air caused its temperature to exceed 2,000 degrees upon impact. However, being less than 10 meters away from it, aside from Victor's discomfort, we exhibit no other symptoms. The Scarecrow interjected, "I have not detected any toxic gases, such as carbon monoxide or cyanide. This stone is quite extraordinary." As anticipated, an event occurred that rendered the four high IQ criminals speechless. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Beneath the night sky, the meteorite's surface fractured like a spider's web, radiating a dazzling brilliance that blinded all present. A flawless arm emerged through the stone shell, followed by the arm effortlessly tearing through the meteorite, muscular limbs unfurling like a marble statue. The bronze physique shimmered with an otherworldly glow. As the meteorite crumbled to dust, he broke free from his confines, his body re-emerging into existence. Kneeling on one knee, with one leg extended behind him, his upper body leaned back sharply. One hand pressed to the ground while the other stretched overhead, fingers splayed wide. His entire form twisted into an exaggerated arc, standing majestically upon the newly reborn earth. The first rays of light illuminated his back, casting an ethereal glow that suggested an imminent ascendance. Motionless, like a deity surveying the onlookers, his imposing figure instilled a sense of dread. And he pressed down. Level 1 biohazard, resurrect. The four individuals exchanged glances, and the Scarecrow, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "I am quite certain that I have not inhaled any hallucinogenic gas. However, I did hear an odd sound effect, which was even more bizarre than Batman's entrance." The Riddler, his lips twitching, was equally taken aback by the eccentricity of his character, who arrived with lights and sound effects, coupled with an uncomfortable posture. Clad in a hospital gown adorned with question marks, the Riddler breathed heavily, marveling at the spectacle, and could not resist presenting a riddle. From stone springs blood and bone, eternally gnawing at flesh. A prisoner of the altar from millennia past, a festering sore 1,000 years hence. When a moonlight kisses the heart encased in fossil, what is harder than diamond and lighter than a butterfly? The Scarecrow, listening beside him, covered his face in exasperation, muttering, "Can you lunatic, assess the situation before you start reciting riddles? I hope that naked man across from us is a civilized being." Having just escaped, all four were clad in stark white, and the man who had burst forth from the stone, clad only in his breeches, had yet to display any abilities. Merely the sight of his muscular thighs suggested he was no novice in hand-to-hand combat. Ha! Wild, unrestrained, exuberant. Kaz's laughter echoed throughout Arkham Asylum as he faced the rising sun, gazing at the world outside. "How beautiful! Look at this splendid landscape. More exquisite than anything I have ever beheld. Who would have thought that I, Kaz, would return to Earth one day? I eagerly anticipate the look of sheer terror on your face when you see me. Spalassi." Kaz reveled in the moment, but alas, an uninvited guest arrived to disrupt his serenity. The floodlights surrounding Arkham converged upon this spot, a ward for supervillains under close scrutiny. 12 armed security personnel, drawn by the laughter, fanned out to encircle him. their weapons aimed squarely at Kaz. The Scarecrow and his companions, having concealed themselves amidst the rubble, remained unaware of Kaz's presence, hesitant to approach. They opted instead to hide and gather intelligence on the soldiers for a strategic response. The leading soldier raised his weapon, taking aim, and a warning echoed from beneath his mask. "Criminal ahead, surrender immediately. Assume the position, or we will shoot to kill." Before he could finish, the soldier's gun barrel twisted grotesquely, as Kaz remained motionless, his fingers transforming into threads that ensnared the soldier's neck. With a sharp crack, the soldier's head became as lifeless as the barrel in his grasp. "Open fire." The remaining soldiers, undeterred, squeezed their triggers, unleashing a torrent of bullets in a 360-degree sweep around Kaz. However, to their horror, the bullets halted a mere 10 centimeters from Kaz's chest, caught in a web that glimmered in the sunlight. With a flick of his finger, Kaz sent the bullets ricocheting back into the ranks, splattering blood across the decaying floor. Unfamiliar with such advanced weaponry, the soldiers were taken aback by its newfound potency. Kaz bent down to retrieve the rifle of a dying soldier, examining it closely before the metal melted into liquid in his palm. Yet humanity should have understood long ago. No mere iron could harm the ultimate creature of perfect evolution. "Ah, but I shall no longer be careless." As if haunted by unpleasant memories, Kaz let out a cold snort, pressing his fingers against the dying soldier's forehead. A luminous light emanated from his fingertips, swiftly enveloping the man's entire being. The soldier's skin shriveled at a visibly rapid pace, ultimately transforming into a wrinkled mummy. After becoming the ultimate being, he no longer required sustenance to sustain his bodily energy, yet the shadows of his past demise rendered his arrogance somewhat subdued. He began to absorb the essence of humanity, collecting valuable intelligence pertinent to his current era, lest he stumble once more. With a gentle exertion, Kaz reduced the remnants in his hand to dust, a flicker of data-like luminescence dancing in his eyes. The soldier's memories surged forth like a tidal wave, flooding his mind with information about Earth, Gotham, and the Batman. Gradually, his gaze sharpened with clarity. Upon acquiring this intelligence, he swiftly deduced the current situation and revealed a chilling smile. No Ripple warriors, nor the Joestar family in this new world of Earth? How unfortunate that I cannot personally send you on your way. What a pity indeed. No matter, it merely means one less obstacle in my conquest of Earth, though there are still matters to attend to. Kaz's gaze fell upon the quartet, his demeanor cooling instantly. According to the memories obtained, numerous technologies had already ventured beyond Earth, and the group led by M.O. possessed extraordinary intellect. They were clearly not to be underestimated. After being ensnared by the shadows of the 00, Kaz would not let such characters escape. He would ensure their complete annihilation. He truly wished to cease contemplation in the vastness of space. "Looks like he intends to strike at us. Have you all devised a strategy?" Observing Kaz's menacing glare, Frostbite swallowed nervously. He had witnessed the others' display of power. Without specialized tools, they were utterly powerless against him. Panic surged through him, yet he was determined to resurrect his beloved wife. He absolutely could not perish here. A direct assault would undoubtedly be futile. If the adversary were capable of rational discourse, he was confident he could persuade Kaz to serve their cause. Otherwise, it would be a gamble of leaping from a 5-story building, hoping not to break his legs, and that Kaz would refrain from pursuing him further, though the odds of success were, needless to say, not in his favor. M.O. felt utterly helpless, given the circumstances. He could hardly prepare. Thomas, brimming with confidence, mused that not even this bare-skinned man could outmaneuver him, let alone Bruce, whom he could ensnare within a trap. Yet, under the current constraints, he found himself unable to unleash his full potential. Chapter 85, Riddler Get Out. The Riddler harbored similar thoughts. Outside, he could solve any adversary using riddles and various schemes, but in the present scenario, his sole function seemed to be to present puzzles for Kaz to decipher, only to be swiftly dispatched thereafter. Gotham had indeed become increasingly popular. Even extraterrestrial beings had descended here for a visit. Perhaps he could attempt to teach them English before manipulating and hypnotizing them. The Scarecrow sighed, feeling utterly forsaken. To face such dire circumstances unarmed was exceedingly unfortunate for those of them who relied on their intellect. A moment's inattention could lead to a swift demise. Their only recourse was to bide their time, awaiting the arrival of Gotham's Dark Knight for salvation. This sentiment was shared not only by Jonathan, but also by the other three. In times of uncertainty, one must seek the Bat. He would surely come to their aid. Once their tactical discussions concluded, it was time to embark. Kaz appeared before them, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. An old adversary once imparted to me the wisdom of never underestimating the power of intellect. Thus, I must extinguish the wise in their cradle, beginning with you. With a flick of his fingers, Kaz transformed them into bony spikes, which swiftly pierced the back of Mr. Freeze's neck. A viscous liquid was injected into him, and almost instantaneously, his blue skin began to exhibit a web-like pattern of black veins, a combination that was most peculiar. Victor, due to your cryogenic technology, your cells are unique. I am curious to witness the fascinating events that will unfold when this ancient virus from the icy depths is introduced into your system. After saturating Victor with the virulent substance, Kaz leapt to a higher vantage point, preparing to observe the impending spectacle. Mr. Freeze emitted a primal roar beneath his protective suit. His limbs rapidly elongated and sharpened, tearing through his attire. His form twisted grotesquely, towering nearly 3 meters, with eyes radiating a sinister, fierce red glow. His sharp teeth were bared, rendering him a terrifying visage. "My God, what has he done to Victor?" Jonathan exclaimed, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Though he had donned the guise of the Scarecrow, he harbored no interest in becoming such a monstrous aberration. Damn it! It is evident that an extraterrestrial has transformed Victor into a beast. This is not my first encounter with aliens. Who knew they possessed such capabilities? Narrowly evading an attack from the newly mutated Mr. Freeze, Jonathan felt the precious skin of his cheek nearly torn asunder, prompting even the typically refined gentleman to unleash a tirade of curses. "Ha ha, it is riddle time," the Riddler cackled from behind, arranging debris into the shape of a question mark. "Listen closely, everyone. When the iceberg blossoms into death, and the virus waltzes beneath the ice, what embraces absolute zero yet causes the heart to beat anew? What weaves new tales from millennium of slumber, only to undergo a drastic transformation upon merging with the human form? Enough, you madman. Can't you just run away first? Spare us your damned riddles." The Scarecrow spat, blood flecked with ice shards. The mutated Mr. Freeze exuded a deadly chill, and both he and Jonathan felt their limbs grow increasingly rigid, their condition deteriorating with each passing moment. They were on the brink of collapse, while that fool Edward continued to recite his riddles. It was utterly exasperating. Truly, when this guy goes off the deep end, he becomes as revolting as the Joker. One would wish to stuff 2 vials of fear toxin directly into the Riddler's mouth. "Riddler, get out of Gotham." Boom. The high wall on the 5th floor was breached, and the Batmobile effortlessly propelled itself into the interior. Batman pressed a button, launching a grappling hook that ensnared the shoulders of the frosty adversary, and with the accelerator pressed down, the towering Victor was thrown off with ease. Batman and Nightwing had arrived, 2 intriguing figures indeed. Anticipating Batman's entrance, Kaz ceased to observe and chose to engage directly, clearing his path of obstacles. Damian awakened amidst a jarring sensation, alternating between cold and hot, an experience most unpleasant, akin to the discomfort of a severe ailment. The son of the demon abruptly opened his eyes, immediately focusing on the source of his discontent. Upon realization, a flush of humiliation and anger surged through him, causing him to tremble. His tactical pants were reduced to mere remnants around his calves, leaving his backside exposed and precariously perched on the motorcycle's rear seat, every jolt subjecting him to the searing heat of the exhaust. How shameless! Damian seethed, his teeth clenched, veins bulging, and his eyes glinting with fury beneath the rising sun. "You coward dare to insult me with such underhanded tactics? Put me down, and I shall utterly crush you." It was his first encounter with a defeated foe so audacious that it nearly eroded his confidence, almost leading him to believe that the child dangling from the Wayne Tower was he himself. Wayne activated the autopilot, retrieving a camera to display a series of captured images for Damian's viewing pleasure. Damian felt a mix of shame and rage. Though bound, he could still voice his discontent. Despite his youth, his verbal rebukes rivaled those of the most seasoned market vendors, cursing from Wayne's ancestors to the descendants yet unborn, showing no signs of relenting. "Your tongue may be sharp," he spat, "but while you choose to speak, I shall resort to action." With each fervent insult, Wayne's excitement grew. He turned with a grin. retrieving a significant implement from the system's space, ready to assume Bruce's responsibilities. The passage of time was swift, and as the hellish vehicle successfully entered Wayne Manor, Wayne contentedly retracted the cherished artifact of paternal care. Meanwhile, Damien lay submissively in his seat, his backside reddened like 2 ripe tomatoes, having learned a lesson in humility. Wayne could not help but commend him. Indeed, the willpower of the Bat-Son was formidable. Had he endured such punishment in his youth, he would certainly have cried out for his parents. Alfred, who had been waiting, opened the door and paused momentarily at the sight of Damien's predicament before smiling courteously. "Good to see you again, Master Wayne. It seems young Master Damien has had quite an eventful evening." "Long time no see, Alfred. I was merely teaching the child the virtues of politeness, lest he tarnish the Wayne family's reputation," Wayne replied with a smile, gently patting the now subdued Damien. He had known Alfred for quite some time. Among Bruce's numerous indulgent companions, he was regarded as the most sincere, thus garnering a considerable amount of goodwill. "Master Wayne, please proceed inside. Today is a special occasion, and besides you, there are 2 unfamiliar guests visiting the estate." "Unfamiliar guests? Allowing strangers in during such times is rather uncharacteristic of you, Alfred." "I concur with Master Wayne's sentiment," I chimed in. "The 2 visitors consist of an elderly gentleman from Europe and a Eurasian high school student. Yet my instincts tell me they are benevolent souls in need of assistance." Chapter 86. The stand-in messenger Alfred led Wayne into the manor, with Damien trailing behind, struggling to keep his trousers up, while the exposed half of his swollen backside was concealed beneath his cloak. With one hand in his pocket, Wayne engaged in casual conversation with Alfred when suddenly a cry in Japanese erupted from the end of the corridor. "Where on earth am I? Could it be heaven? Surely, I couldn't have been killed by the Killer Queen." A robust figure, clad in a high school uniform, burst forth, his jacket flapping open, revealing a dust-covered abdomen wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. One arm was encased in plaster, suggesting he had just emerged from a fierce confrontation, yet he appeared remarkably spirited. "Sir, your injuries require you to remain still." Alfred quickly approached the towering youth, offering reassurance. "You are in Wayne Manor, and you are safe." "Who are you, old gentleman?" "I may be safe, but others are not." The young man, Jasuke Higashikata, paced anxiously, inadvertently aggravating his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. "How did I end up here? Just moments ago, I was battling Kiriyashikage and nearly perished in an explosion." Jasuke spoke in Japanese, but both Alfred and Damien were proficient in various languages, and the system enabled Wayne to communicate effortlessly with special patients. Thus, there was no barrier in their exchange. "Jasuke, please remain calm and listen to us," Wayne said, offering him a chocolate bar. "You may call me Wayne. This is our butler, Mr. Alfred, and the rather unpleasant boy behind me is Damien. I'd advise you to disregard him. As for your inquiries, we shall address them once everyone is gathered." Jasuke was about to press Wayne for answers when a familiar voice interrupted him. Now, hold on a moment, Jasuke." The voice, though aged, resonated with magnetism as an elderly man in a wheelchair glided into view, his white hair meticulously combed. Round glasses perched on his nose reflected the light, and despite his weary expression, a gentle smile lingered on his lips. The old man raised his trembling right hand and waved the chocolate bar at Jasuke, chuckling softly. "When I awoke, I thought I had passed on to heaven, only to realize that matters are not quite that simple." "Joseph, Mr. Joestar," Jasuke exclaimed, his eyes widening. "When did you arrive? Your wrinkles seem to have multiplied." "About 2 hours before you did." Joseph tore open the chocolate wrapping, "and while you were unconscious, I took the liberty, with Mr. Alfred's consent, to explore the manor. I must inquire, how is it that you still appear so youthful?" "Huh, I am merely 16. Is it not natural to be young? Yet you seem to have aged like someone in their 90s. Wayne stroked his chin, observing the two and forming conjectures in his mind. From Jotaro's words, it was not difficult to deduce that he was engaged in a final confrontation with Dio, battered and bruised. His condition looked exceedingly painful. Old Joseph indeed appeared significantly more aged than he did in the fourth part. Could it be that he was the Joseph from the sixth part? It must be so. Jotaro, severely injured, was in a dire state, and one could surmise that Joseph, as the patient, might be suffering from ailments akin to dementia. Jotaro's injuries were manageable. Alfred had already bandaged him up, leaving Wayne to simply change the dressings. However, what remedy could be found for Joseph's Alzheimer's? Perhaps he could don the guise of a tequila girl once more to see if it would trigger his miraculous medical skills. Most crucially, what affliction plagued Kars? Surely he was not in a vegetative state, yet he had returned to Earth, which suggested he had healed and recovered. If he proved unprofitable, Wayne had no choice but to send him to the sun. If he could yield some benefit, then perhaps a descent into hell would be in order. Just as Wayne pondered how to elucidate the current situation, trouble brewed as Damien unexpectedly darted in front of Jotaro, his expression quite displeased. In his mind, as Bruce Wayne's son, he was the heir to the Wayne estate, the rightful owner of the manor. The presence of an old codger and a nonconformist delinquent before him severely dampened his already foul mood. "Excuse me, is there something amiss?" Jotaro, rather oblivious, assumed the child wished to greet him, as he was accustomed to being well-liked. "Hey, Steakhead, it's time for you to scram." Damien pointed disdainfully toward the door, his face a mask of contempt as he brazenly ushered them out. "And your hairstyle is atrocious, looking like cow dung that has been run over by a steamroller after being slathered with triple the amount of hair gel." "Oh dear." Wayne and Joseph simultaneously covered their faces, silently mourning for Damien for 3 seconds, hoping his face wouldn't swell like a pig's head. "What did you just say?" Jotaro's forehead throbbed with anger, his expression darkening. "Considering you are a child, I shall grant you one chance to retract your words. If you want me to take back my words, feel free to try, cow dung head." Crazy Diamond. In Wayne's eyes, the air suddenly shimmered, and a luminous aura, symbolizing mental energy, enveloped Jotaro as his stand. A powdery blue figure manifested, delivering a powerful punch toward Damien's face. Stunt. In this extraordinary series, those who awaken the stand abilities are referred to as stand users, with the catalyst for their awakening being an arrow. This arrow is forged from a meteorite that harbors an extraterrestrial virus. When a living being is pierced by this arrow, the virus within invokes the latent abilities residing in that individual. Mirroring the principles of natural selection, those infected by the virus who cannot withstand the trials of the arrow will meet their demise, while those who endure will awaken their stand. A process both brutal and unforgiving. Moreover, when an individual is struck by an arrow, the repercussions may extend to their family members, potentially awakening their own stand abilities. Stands emanate from the psyche, and since each person's spirit is uniquely distinct, the powers of the stands vary widely, influenced by their hosts. Take, for instance, the formidable antagonist Diavolo from Part 5. His ability allows him to leap between moments of life and death, perpetually dying and reviving. In the midst of conversation, he meets his end once again. Jotaro's stand, Crazy Diamond, possesses the power of restoration, capable of mending any damaged object or stand. However, it is impotent against the deceased. Health issues, ailments, and items missing components. Unlike the war god, Yashikage Kira, and the brilliant Enrico Pucci, whose souls are shattered rather than fully ascended, they can be restored by Crazy Diamond. Jotaro's restorative abilities are astonishingly swift. So much so that he managed to pierce his mother's chest without her realizing it in time. Aside from old Joseph, Jotaro can be considered the most gentle of all the Joestars, provided one refrains from mentioning his hair. It is evident that Damien has repeatedly tread on Jotaro's sensitive territory, provoking him to a complete frenzy. Given the nature of Crazy Diamond's abilities, even a punch that lacks full force would likely still carry considerable weight. However, Damien is no pushover. Although he cannot perceive stands, his acute senses alert him to the presence of an intangible force approaching, prompting him to roll away swiftly. Wayne subtly gestures to Alfred, indicating there is no need for concern, as the scuffle between the children is merely playful banter. Jotaro's abilities and character ensure he would never inflict fatal harm. Even after delivering a thorough beating, he would utilize Crazy Diamond to restore his opponent completely, save for Angelo. Of course, in Chapter 87, Batman has become somewhat careless. As the two children engage in their playful tussle, Wayne, as the adult, refrains from intervening, instead focusing his attention on the second Joestar, whose emerging abilities pique his interest. The ever-smiling Alfred observes from the sidelines, his decision to remain uninvolved stemming not only from Wayne's restraint, but also from his role in gathering intelligence. As Batman's most trusted ally, he has amassed an unimaginable wealth of information for Bruce. Alfred discerns that Jotaro is no ordinary individual, aside from a few peculiarities in temperament. This young man possesses a fundamentally kind heart. Yet, this invisible special ability warrants further observation to uncover its unique nuances. The Purple Hermit is undoubtedly an impossible choice. In terms of stand abilities, Jotaro's Crazy Diamond aligns perfectly with his character. While the information-gathering, supportive stand of Joseph may prove exceptionally useful within the series, in this world, Wayne's assessment is that it pales in comparison to Batman. What he truly desires is the ripple technique mastered by Joseph, ripple energy, with a history spanning 4 millennia. It was developed by Tibetan monks and has been passed down through generations. Ripple users combat pillar men and vampires utilizing this technique. The ripple possesses properties akin to sunlight, effectively countering dark beings such as Kars and Dio, though it proves ineffective against the evolved ultimate Kars. Those who cultivate the ripple can achieve various effects through meticulous control, generating immense power in an instant. It also enhances the user's physical form and vitality, contributing to longevity. Essentially, the ripple is a breathing technique created by Tibetan monks for the purpose of spiritual enlightenment, facilitating a long life with relative ease. Joseph's mother, at 50 years of age, appears more youthful than many 20-year-olds due to her extensive practice of the ripple. So youthful, in fact, that the oblivious young Joseph once peered through a keyhole to gaze upon her. Although an innate talent for the ripple, he has shunned diligent practice, leading to a severe decline in his abilities over the years, ultimately resulting in his battle with dementia. Wayne's interest in the ripple stems from its essence, generated from life energy akin to that of the sun. This implies that its utility extends beyond mere combat against vampires, converting his life energy into ripple during battle. A single punch delivered to Superman could yield unknown exhilaration for Clark. As a doctor, Wayne prefers to leave the front lines to the likes of Superman, quietly supporting his allies with Crazy Diamond and Ripple to restore their health. Regarding Joseph's dementia, Wayne possesses a potential remedy. He has recorded within his mind a form of time reversal magic capable of reverting or advancing the temporal state of certain objects. By preparing the necessary materials, drawing a magic circle, and reciting an incantation directed at Joseph's mind, he could resolve the issue. However, Wayne would never resort to this, as the magic entails a cost. To safely reverse Joseph's condition, he estimates that a regression of 3 to 4 decades would be required, a sacrifice of considerable magnitude. Unlike legendary figures who have a cadre of ascetics to shoulder such burdens, Wayne understands that invoking this spell could leave him utterly depleted, literally devoid of sustenance, to the extent of being skin and bones. Nevertheless, he has other means at his disposal, such as the ever-resourceful Batman's ingenuity. The arrival of the esteemed Chancellor. Ordinarily, the Batmobile would enter the Batcave via a secret passage, ensuring that the Wayne Manor remains undisturbed. However, today is different. It has barreled in directly rather than through the hidden route. Wayne strode briskly to the doorway, where the Batmobile lay ensnared in the lawn, much like a black chess piece struck down by a mighty hammer. The front of the vehicle was embedded 3 feet into the grass, while its rear was entangled with a sticky, charred octopus tentacle, its surface scorched to a crisp, lamentably missing the chance to become a delicacy of octopus balls. Emerging from the cockpit, Batman rolled out, his body marred with wounds of varying severity, 2 of which were particularly grave. One was the bat emblem on his chest, now a dark void, as if scorched by some intense energy. The other was on his left shoulder, where the suit had torn, revealing an ominous purple-black skin, evidently afflicted by a potent toxin. Wayne was unfazed. It was common for the Dark Knight to sustain injuries in his line of work, often more adept at attracting trouble than even the masked riders of the tokusatsu genre. Such wounds were merely trifles. Bruce, it seems your endeavor to quell the riot at Arkham went rather smoothly. You even managed to drive yourself back, albeit with a rather novel parking technique. Wayne approached and extricated the Batmobile, not to misunderstand, but to facilitate the collection of the octopus tentacle. Octopus is renowned for its high-quality protein and taurine, possessing various health benefits. Its flavor is mild and neutral, nourishing the liver, spleen, and kidneys while promoting tissue regeneration. Particularly suitable for those with weak vitality or malnutrition in dire need of quality protein. Wayne recalled an ancient tome of magic that detailed potions for enhancing physical prowess, and the energy contained in the tentacle could serve as an excellent ingredient. Bruce rose, spitting out a mouthful of blood, stating, "The perpetrator behind the Arkham riot is exceedingly dangerous, with bizarre abilities allowing him to transform into multiple creatures for combat. His attacks are ruthless, capable of emitting intense energy. The intelligence is insufficient. I am not a match for him." After listening, Wayne found that interpreting this statement in another light was entirely plausible. By the time he gathered the necessary intelligence, the enemy would likely have already departed. So, Kaz isn't fleeing, is he? Speaking of which, I haven't seen Dick. Have you two perhaps split up? Wayne helped Batman to his feet, noting that with his minor injuries, a few casual punches would suffice for healing. Thus there is no need for alarm. Kaz, you know that creature? Bruce keenly seized upon the key term, his thirst for information causing him to temporarily disregard his own wounds. Dick is pursuing Mr. Freeze. I never mentioned Kaz's name, yet you still know it, Wayne. What do you know about this matter? As an ultimate being, Kaz's arrogance often led him to reveal his identity in battle, which he had inadvertently done during his conflict with Batman. However, upon returning to Earth, Kaz had become more circumspect, aside from his name. He was not so arrogant as to disclose his full capabilities. Well, can knowing through video count as an acquaintance? Stop with the banter. According to the tracker's displayed location, after calculations, he will soon catch up. I will activate the estate's defensive mechanisms to buy some time. I require data to prepare a countermeasure. At that moment, Wayne looked up and pointed to the sky, declaring, "No need to worry. He has already caught up. I have successfully delayed your timeline." Suddenly, the sky split open, emitting a lava-like orange-red glow, and Kaz plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a substantial crater and assuming a grotesque posture beyond the capability of ordinary mortals. His form exhibited a transformation from before. His robust physique was adorned with various concealed weapons, his left eye shrouded in a thick layer of frost, while 3 barbed bat darts protruded from his right side. His abdomen bore a gaping wound, with flesh writhing atop it. It struck me as peculiar. I recalled that Kaz possessed rapid regeneration, yet he could not heal from such minor injuries. Indeed, Kaz's self-healing abilities were formidable, and despite my administering a pound each of nerve toxin and muscle dissolvent into his system, he remained standing. Wayne, how much? Are you claiming it's insufficient? Chapter 88. Trivial matters in the manner at times. It was hard to blame Wayne for his penchant for sarcasm, as the occurrences within the comic universe were often bizarre, particularly in the company of Batman, where such absurdities became overwhelming. Given Bruce's expertise, the nerve anesthetic and muscle dissolvent he crafted were undoubtedly not of inferior quality. Wayne mused that even in his current state, he would likely be unable to withstand them. It was indeed a challenge for Kaz, who had relentlessly pursued him. Observing the multitude of wounds on the creature before him, surpassing even those on Bruce, Wayne managed to utter, "Is this what you refer to as perilous? Something we cannot defeat?" Kaz wielded a unique energy akin in nature to that of the sun, and he could manipulate it at will. I found myself entranced by his transformative abilities and inadvertently fell victim to his prowess. Bruce remained expressionless. His actions were not due to carelessness, but rather a calculated approach to gather intelligence. I sensed that your intention in leading Kaz here was to employ him as a free combatant due to my presence. Wayne felt an inexplicable sense of being ensnared by Batman, reminiscent of Constantine's schemes. No wonder you two could collaborate in the comics, constantly devising ways to outmaneuver others. You must share a considerable common language. Bruce remained silent. In truth, he had no intention of ensnaring Wayne. Although he had heard of the demonic incidents in Liverpool, he had recently returned to Gotham with Damian and was preoccupied with various matters, leaving him little time to investigate thoroughly. Thus, he did not associate this incident with Wayne. His perception of Wayne's capabilities was still limited to his exceptional martial skills and extraordinary medical prowess. In Bruce's view, Wayne's medical expertise far outweighed his combat value, and he would not typically categorize him as a combatant. Bruce's deliberate drawing of Kaz was motivated by the thought of Wayne's astonishing healing speed, which could restore his combat capacity within mere minutes. With the resources available in their headquarters, they would be adequately prepared to confront the ultimate being, Batman. You are not only a formidable warrior, but also a sage. Thus, you must not be allowed to continue living Kaz's expression darkened as his wings transformed back into arms, his cells struggling to expel and adapt to the neurotoxins. However, the dosage administered was excessive, and even as an ultimate being, he could not fully recover in a short span. Upon returning to Earth, one is immediately confronted with formidable adversaries. Had it not been for the concealed power of the handwave, successfully ambushing Batman, he might have been the one fleeing today. The battle at Arkham left Kaz with a profound impression of Batman. He relentlessly pursued him, vowing to eradicate him entirely, ensuring he would not have a second chance to reemerge. Intense biological instincts urged Kaz that allowing Batman to escape after revealing so many capabilities would spell disaster. Wayne, instruct Alfred to activate the defense mode. I will hold him here. Kaz's arrival was swifter than anticipated, but it mattered not. A few doses of adrenaline would suffice to sustain him until the Bat mode was activated. Bruce had prepared various measures at Wayne Manor to address such scenarios. Nothing of great concern. Merely 5 Bat tanks equipped with brainwave disruptors and plasma-cutting blades, an intercontinental missile concealed in the garden fountain, holographic decoy corridors, a neurotoxic gas circulation system, and a pulse electromagnetic cannon. These trifling items paled in comparison to the vast arsenal of the Batcave and were hardly noteworthy. Suddenly, a voice disrupted the tense atmosphere. What is happening? An earthquake or a volcanic eruption? It was Josuke Higashikata, rushing outside, his face reverting to a goofy expression. The scene shifted indoors, revealing Damien with a significant bruise on his right cheek, unconscious, gently placed on the sofa by Alfred. The mischievous child had perfectly inherited his father's penchant for trouble, and in the absence of visible opponents, he had unfortunately incurred the wrath of a serious and furious Josuke. With the strength of a crazy diamond, even the mightiest adversaries could be overwhelmed. The Killer Queen, despite her power, found herself outmatched among the ranks of strength-based stand users, merely a shade weaker than a few extraordinary ones. Now, one could understand why their predecessors had prioritized eliminating the support characters. The wisdom gleaned from experience is indeed invaluable. Wow, what a stunning sports car, Mr. Wayne. Is it yours? The now composed Josuke had evidently spotted Kaz and Bruce, yet he instinctively overlooked them in favor of the striking Batmobile. Excitedly, he approached and unabashedly touched it, asking, "Hey, Mr. Wayne, can I take this beautiful car for a spin? I can fix your vehicle for free." The car was entirely black, and Bruce's brow furrowed as he reproached Wayne. "What is going on? Why is there an ordinary person here? Did you bring him?" "You guessed correctly. In a sense, he indeed came with me." Before Wayne could elaborate, Kaz interjected. He sniffed the air as if detecting an odious scent and fixed an intense gaze upon Josuke. This scent is unmistakable. I shall never forget the stench that emanates from one's bloodline. "Boy, what is your connection to Joseph Joestar?" Josuke appeared taken aback by the inquiry, his expression shifting to one of embarrassment as he fidgeted and stammered. "Joseph, Mr. Joestar? That is all there is to it. It's a simple matter that everyone understands. You are truly bothersome, incessantly questioning me when I have already provided an answer." "Kaz, so what the hell did you actually say? They are father and son." Wayne answered the question on behalf of Jotaro, reassuring Kaz that he had indeed recognized the right person. Wayne could empathize with Jotaro's embarrassment. Jotaro is the son of Joseph Joestar, and to be precise, he is a love child. The old man, at the age of 63, engaged in an affair, captivating a young girl, which ultimately led to Jotaro's mother, Tomoko Higashikata, becoming pregnant and giving birth to him. It would be impossible to claim that Jotaro harbors no feelings for his father. Yet the peculiar nature of their relationship and the significant age gap renders the proud Jotaro unable to admit in front of strangers that Joseph is indeed his father. Conversely, he readily acknowledges himself as the nephew of Joseph Joestar, the grandson of the second Joestar. In this regard, he bears a resemblance to Dick, who, despite being a highly popular socialite, becomes shy when it comes to matters concerning his own father, behaving almost like a bashful maiden. Ha ha ha. Upon learning that Jotaro is Joseph's son, Kaz could not suppress his laughter. "I never imagined your son would also grace this world. It seems our fates are intertwined beyond this." Jotaro, bewildered, could not fathom what was provoking this strange man before him. Wayne leaned closer to Jotaro and provided a brief explanation. "Jotaro, that fellow over there is Kaz. Decades ago, he was deceived and sent into space by your father, where he faced endless confinement. He seems intent on using you as a means to regain his strength, so be cautious. Higashikata Jutaru. Can he now present Joseph as a sacrifice? Chapter 89. Lend me the child for a few days, naked man. I was just joking earlier. In truth, I am hardly acquainted with Mr. Joseph. Look, I bear the surname Higashikata. While he is a Joestar, how could I possibly be his son? Ha ha ha. Upholding the essence of the golden spirit, Jutaru immediately distanced himself from his father, asserting that he was merely a passerby and to not concern oneself with him too much. Kaz sneered coldly. Stop pretending. Blood is thicker than water. My nose can distinctly perceive the same scent emanating from you, along with that shamelessness. Don't claim you are not father and son. Jutaru's face flushed crimson as he protested. Hey. I've said it countless times. I'm just an ordinary high school student here on vacation. The argument between Kaz and Jutaru intensified, with the former firmly convinced that the young man before him was indeed Joseph's son, while the latter vehemently shook his head, refusing to acknowledge it. To outsiders, it may appear as though two peculiar individuals are engaging in a childish quarrel. However, the reality is different. Kaz had been injured in a previous battle, and he utilized this time to recuperate, for human endurance pales in comparison to his own. In such circumstances, stalling for time would be advantageous for Kaz. Wayne, what do you know about Kaz, Jutaru, and the Joseph they speak of? Bruce, not deaf, was listening intently from the side, observing the expressions on their faces closely. Certainly, I am aware, yet I ponder why I should voice it. One does not rise early without benefit. In the face of someone like Wayne, one must provide what he desires to elicit a response. Bruce, maintaining his composure, inquired, What is it that you seek? I will endeavor to accommodate your requests within reason, but matters that endanger others are off the table. Wayne's eyes brightened at this, as he was invigorated by the conversation, promptly stating, How about a photograph of Batman? Perhaps a swimsuit edition? Bruce had anticipated that Wayne might propose some outlandish requests, yet he was taken aback by the sheer triviality of this one. As the saying goes, a healer cannot treat himself. He harbored serious doubts about Wayne's mental state. While the request was undeniably frivolous, he was resolute in denying Wayne such access. For who could foresee whether he might replicate the photos in thousands and broadcast them on television? How about a Batmobile instead? In truth, Wayne had yearned for some hair and saliva for medical research purposes, yet given Bruce's character, he deemed it an impossible request. The allure of a handsome man would not sway Bruce, who lacked Constantine's peculiar inclinations. What purpose do you have for the Batmobile? You already possess a Harley for transportation, Bruce remarked, his brow furrowing, as he believed Wayne had no need for such a vehicle. Need I elaborate? It's quite simple, style. Wayne retorted. My hellish motorcycle is far too conspicuous and does not align with my desire for a discreet lifestyle. The Batmobile appears perfectly suited for daily use. It would outshine all others. Driving the Batmobile in broad daylight is hardly discreet. Are you concerned that others might not recognize your connection to Batman? Bruce found himself perplexed by Wayne's thought process and helplessly declared, I shall personally gift you a more suitable automobile. Let us negotiate another request. Very well, then. How about I borrow Damien for a few days? I could assist you in tending to him. Damien? What do you intend to do with him? Bruce's frown deepened, suspecting that Wayne was up to no good. Wayne clarified, the child is utterly uncontrollable, and upon arriving in Gotham, he sought to sever my head. Clearly, he is in need of education. I shall rectify Damien's deplorable disposition. Fret not, it will only be for a month at most. Longer would be troublesome. Is this truly about educating the child, or are you merely harboring a grudge against Damien? Bruce contemplated rejecting the notion, but upon reflection, the idea seemed reasonable. Gotham's current climate was tense, and he could not afford to devote time to manage Damien's behavioral issues. Given Wayne's temperament, he would likely not indulge Damien, potentially curbing his murderous impulses, and the duration was within an acceptable range. However, any longer might be detrimental. Bruce feared that the child might be misguided by an inept caregiver into becoming a deranged individual. Thus, he nodded slightly, indicating his agreement to Wayne's proposal, yet immediately began to lay down ground rules. No killing, no killing, no killing. Other matters are inconsequential, as long as Damien is prohibited from taking lives. Only then can we gradually alter the League of Assassins' influence on him. After listening intently, Wayne nodded thoughtfully. Batman's request was straightforward, and it had already birthed a plan in his mind, awaiting execution. Although Kaz's body had yet to fully recover, he felt it was sufficient. It was time to deal with these troublesome ants. Coward, if your dying words are merely these, then you may as well descend into hell with Joseph's bloodline. Joseph's blood coursed through him as he roared, "You scoundrel!" His temples throbbed, and his outrageous hairstyle seemed to emit smoke. "You'll regret insulting my hairstyle once I smash that grotesque garment of yours." With purposeful strides, Jotaro advanced, shedding his previously foolish demeanor. As he closed the distance to Kaz, merely 2 meters away, he suddenly bellowed, "Crazy Diamond!" The pink-blue stand manifested behind him, and with a sonic boom, his right fist rocketed toward Kaz's face. There was no attempt at evasion. The resounding clash echoed like metal on metal, causing Kaz's cheekbone to indent, only to restore itself within 3 seconds. A wicked grin curled at the corners of his mouth. Intriguing. Your attack, devoid of ripple energy, can inflict such damage. Is this peculiar thing your source of confidence? But with this level, aura. With a speed exceeding 300 kilometers per hour, a barrage of solid strikes landed on Kaz's face, silencing him momentarily. However, in the next instant, Kaz's form morphed into a colossal swarm of piranhas, lunging towards Jotaro. "Crazy Diamond," Jotaro commanded, slamming his foot into the ground. His stand's palms swiftly pressed against the splinter debris, and golden energy surged like electricity, instantly reshaping the remnants into a sturdy stone pillar for defense. From a distance, Bruce halted his action of retrieving a batarang, scanning the battlefield like a recorder. He deduced, the one named Jotaro possesses an invisible ally, exhibiting a relationship akin to a split self. His unique ability is the reconstruction of objects. To be precise, it restores items to their original state, mending shattered objects and forcibly healing damaged tissues. Furthermore, Jotaro's ability bears no side effects. A mere touch suffices to mend injuries. Wayne had somehow produced a bag of popcorn, squatting behind Batman as he munched loudly, providing commentary. But what are the limitations of such a no-side-effect ability? Based on Batman's experience, if this unique ability could be utilized indefinitely, it must come with certain prerequisites. Crazy Diamond cannot heal itself, nor can it restore the deceased. If a limb were to vanish, such as a hand being burned away, it could not be restored. However, if the ability were employed at the moment of injury, it would still be effective. How many individuals possess a stand like his? Perhaps dozens. In the grand scheme of the world, they are few. Moreover, there is no need for excessive concern. Stand users are not of our world and will soon depart. Not of our world? Don't ask. Just know it's a multiverse. Chapter 90. A handshake with the ultimate being the colossal school of carnivorous fish, transformed by Kaz, effortlessly shattered the stone wall. Rather than succumbing to dehydration, they instead leapt from the ground, eager to sink their teeth into Jotaro. Did you think that, by becoming a fish, I will be unable to strike you? A surge of purple psychic energy enveloped Jotaro, his gaze sharp and filled with fierce determination. With fervor, his stand, Crazy Diamond, manifested as a blur of motion, its fists weaving a net that ensnared the fish within its grasp. Smash! Smash! Crazy Diamond obliterated the piranhas one by one, an endless spray of blood splattering across the lawn. Batman, observing keenly, quietly initiated the defense system, while simultaneously contemplating the creation of a biological battlesuit. Since you relish division, I shall compel you to reassemble. Jotaro shattered the school of fish along with the ground beneath them, commanding Crazy Diamond to render them into a sculpture. Ora. Under Crazy Diamond's power, the rocks and shredded flesh coalesced into a form that was fish-like, yet not entirely so. Jotaro exhaled, giving a thumbs down. Have I resolved it? Batman, however, was skeptical. He knew from his encounters with Kaz that his abilities were not so feeble. The earlier skirmish had been overwhelmingly one-sided, with Kaz not retaliating at all, seemingly allowing himself to be struck. This could only indicate one intention: gathering intelligence on his adversary. He chuckled darkly. Not even the universe can extinguish me. Do you really believe you can? Suddenly, dozens of vines erupted from the ground, aiming to ensnare Jotaro's legs. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, commanding Crazy Diamond to rip them apart. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Jotaro sensed an unsettling premonition. If left unchecked, a terrifying fate could befall him. Indeed, he was correct in his apprehension. A stand is composed of psychic energy and physical form, capable of effectively attacking Kaz without harm. Yet Jotaro himself remained an ordinary human. The vines, manifestations of Kaz's flesh, would be lethal if they made contact with him, especially since he had not trained in ripple techniques. Kaz's figure emerged once more from the depths. Having concealed his true form while transforming into the piranha to better observe Jotaro's strength, speed, abilities, and movements, ensuring he was fully prepared. A cold smile graced Kaz's lips. He was certain Jotaro lacked ripple protection, which would place him in an invulnerable position. With just a touch upon Jotaro's skin, he could swiftly conclude the battle, perhaps even more easily than before. The boy's abilities were intriguing, but as long as he exercised caution, Kaz felt no danger to himself. By disrupting Jotaro's line of sight with speed, he planned to deliver a decisive blow. The vast disparity in their margins for error bolstered Kaz's confidence. And with no volcanoes around, a foolish locale, victory seemed assured. How could the Dragon Rider lose? With that thought, Kaz launched his assault. 6 compound eyes suddenly appeared on his chest, unleashing streams of lightning-like energy. Jotaro's pupils dilated with golden light, instinctively urging Crazy Diamond to deliver a powerful punch. The Crazed Diamond's arm emitted a hissing smoke, and as one gazed around, the scene was engulfed in darkness. Although the injuries sustained by the stand only partially reflected upon the main body, Jotaro still found himself in agony, half kneeling upon the ground, blood flowing from his fist like a meandering stream, as if it were melting under intense heat. Kaz did not unleash a mere beam of light. Rather, he wielded a ripple power far greater than that of the world's strongest ripple users. Under the sun's rays, he commanded weapons that once had the capability to slay the Pillar Man. Batman had been ensnared by this very technique, necessitating a tactical retreat. Who could have anticipated that the foe, embodying a druid's shape-shifting prowess, would suddenly unleash a devastating beam akin to the Urdr Dragon, leaving anyone bewildered? Kaz extended his arms, manifesting radiant, glimmering blades. The rapidly moving hooked edges reflected blinding light, forming a net of luminescence that ensnared Jotaro's movements. Realizing evasion was futile, Jotaro resolved to confront his adversary head-on with Crazy Diamond in a bid to break the deadlock. Aura, aura, aura! His swift feet surged forth to rival the ultimate biological entity. However, as the blade grazed the stand, the minute hooks tore at Crazy Diamond's arm, inflicting grievous wounds. Suffering further harm, Jotaro utilized the scattered debris on the battlefield to create a makeshift barrier, attempting to disrupt his opponent's onslaught once more. Such tactics shall not work on me a second time. Kaz's physique swelled as spike shells sprouted from his back, each thorn refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. I shall be the one to end this lineage. The spikes launched forth, transforming into a multitude of light blades that melted through walls as if they were butter, even leaving the Batmobile riddled with gashes. In the midst of evasion, Jotaro barely managed to uphold a defense with Crazy Diamond, but Kaz had anticipated his path. The light blades pierced through Jotaro's left shoulder, causing several wounds to erupt across his body. Watching from the sidelines, Batman could no longer bear the scene. If this continued, the young man's life would be in jeopardy. He swiftly activated the communication channel, urging Alfred to initiate the Manor's Fortress mode. In a sudden twist, Bruce found himself with a bucket of popcorn, and Wayne drew his sword, unleashing a wave of energy that cleaved through the light blades hurtling towards Jotaro from the east. Don't kill my patient. I still hope to have a stand that can cook. Observing the imminent defeat of the stake-headed foe, Wayne could only remark that it was within expectations. Kaz, being an ultimate biological entity, had amassed the abilities of every living creature since Earth's inception. Few could withstand a one-on-one encounter with his stand. Furthermore, this was due to Kaz's resurrection. Had he resurrected within the world, who could fathom the possibility of him piercing himself with an arrow and summoning a monstrous entity far beyond the heavens? Regrettably, time was not on their side. Otherwise, Wayne had just conceived a strategy that could rejuvenate the two Joshes, allowing them to engage in a father-son mixed doubles match alongside Jotaro. With no ripple power, you managed to halt my flow merely by swinging your sword from afar. Who is this formidable human? Kaz discerned from Wayne's slight display that he was indeed a master, and an unsettling weight settled in his heart. Damn it, what is the matter with this planet? As if Batman weren't troublesome enough, now emerges another skilled individual with unknown abilities. When will it end? You may call me the Curious Scholar. It is a pleasure to finally meet the illustrious ultimate being. Kaz, How about we shake hands? Wayne, with his sword embedded beside him, wore a broad smile, appearing to harbor no intentions of hostility. Human, do you dare to make direct contact with me without any protective barriers? Kaz stepped forward, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Wayne. Noticing the absence of any murderous intent, it truly seemed as though Wayne merely wished to shake hands. Why not? I am quite eager to experience how the Pillar Man digests humans. After Wayne uttered this statement, Kaz, without a moment's hesitation, launched a punch towards Wayne's face. Kaz was no fool, despite the taunting undertone in Wayne's words. His expression indicated that the situation was far from simple. There might be some hidden trick up his sleeve, just waiting for Kaz to foolishly step into it. Having already fallen into traps set by the likes of Jotaro and Batman, Kaz was not going to be that gullible again. I'm in a handshake, not a game of rock, paper, scissors. Wayne's voice floated lightly through the air as a dark crimson hand firmly grasped Kaz's fist. Chapter 91. The moon sets. Time to cut the signal. Kaz's fist froze midair. The dark red energy, alive and pulsating, slithered up Kaz's arm. The thick energy formed a massive hand that tightened around his fist, the acrid scent of sulfur mingling with the stench of decay, invading the nostrils of all present, causing them to recoil in disgust. Is this your power? Kaz's pupils dilated in shock. Such a bizarre ability was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Had humanity truly fallen to such depths? Wayne tilted his head with a grin. I have long been curious whether the ultimate being can absorb this energy. Let's find out. The dark red hand suddenly intensified its grip. Mistaking it for an attack, Kaz reacted, his skin manifesting crystalline patterns that amplified its hardness several-fold. To his astonishment, the massive hand abruptly split into thousands of minuscule energy tendrils that burrowed into Kaz's skin like parasites. Kaz had no intention of absorbing hellish energy. It appeared distinctly malevolent, and he could not fathom why he would willingly ingest it. These tendrils were not a physical assault. They directly invaded every part of Kaz's being. Instinctively, his cells yearned to consume this hellish energy for their own use, but upon contact, they emitted a piercing shriek. Unable to absorb it, Kaz's face revealed shock, quickly replaced by defiance as he swelled the muscles of his left arm, the crystalline patterns transforming into scales. Absurd. I am the pinnacle of evolution on this planet. The perfect ultimate being, capable of assimilating all forms of life. His expression shifted as he summoned the strength of all his cells to attempt the digestion of this foreign entity. However, forcing his body to accept the power of the hellish overlord was no simple task. Boom! His forearm erupted in a shower of blood, the hellish energy coalescing at the ruptured site into a grotesque, snarling visage, relentlessly gnawing at his reforming cells. It appears that my conjecture was accurate. Indeed, you are the pinnacle of Earth's evolution. Yet, it seems you remain unaware that hellish energy does not belong to this realm. Wayne gazed with satisfaction at the colossal hand extending from his shoulder, finding its manipulation indistinguishable from his own two hands. This telekinetic control was not only capable of offense and defense, but also of healing, cooking, and even alleviating the solitude of an isolated island. I digress. It is fundamentally a highly convenient extension of energy. For the first time, Kaz displayed a look of alarm as he sensed that the inky patterns covering his arms were not merely content with that. They sought to permeate his entire being. Sensing the imminent danger, Kaz stifled a groan, a trickle of crimson escaping the corner of his mouth. He promptly opted for a drastic solution, expelling the residual hellish energy within him, which burst forth in a dazzling golden light akin to the sun's life-giving essence, reducing it to ash. Blood gushed from the severed limb, and the excruciating pain brought clarity. Since becoming an ultimate being, this was the first time he had sustained such an injury. Aside from magma, and that dark mist was still obstructing his arm's regeneration. Ah, now I see. Kaz licked the blood from his lips, his back exoskeleton unfurling into 12 insect-like wings. You, like that fellow Zero, always resort to peculiar tricks to cheat, but I have discerned your weaknesses. A maniacal grin spread across Kaz's face as he proclaimed, I command the most potent ripple power in existence, sufficient to effortlessly repel the darkness you harbor. Embrace your fate of defeat. With a cacophony of sounds, Kaz concentrated cellular energy to regenerate his severed limb. Bone blades pierced through his skin. In a fleeting moment, 12 radiant blades of energy enveloped Wayne, each blade infused with ripples capable of vaporizing steel, creating a sound akin to shattering glass as they sliced through the air. Yet, in the face of such lethal strikes, Wayne remained unfazed, instantly adopting the stance of the Ainuma sword technique, his long sword striking like a cunning serpent, executing 3 precisely aimed fatal cuts. Too slow. Wayne lightly touched the ground with his toes, leaving behind an afterimage, as his true form appeared beside Kaz. The blade ignited in crimson-black flames, warping the very fabric of space as it cleaved towards Kaz's neck. I eagerly anticipate whether an ultimate being can withstand the infernal fires of hell. Kaz instinctively sidestepped, yet his shoulder was still raked with a wound deep enough to glimpse bone. To his astonishment, the gash erupted with black flames, burning at a visibly rapid pace, forcing him to expend energy continuously for regeneration while employing ripples to stave off the wound's deterioration. This is intriguing, Wayne mused, a smile gracing his features as dark red energy surged and spread across his form, gradually shedding his human guise. His movements quickened once more as he unleashed the Ainuma's ultimate technique, Fang Slash. This technique essentially employed the effect of a blowtorch, enhancing the blade's attack, merging fangs with the sharp edge, a masterstroke of the ninja's art. Though Wayne had not severed his hand to utilize the ninja technique, the flames he wielded were drawn from hell itself, far surpassing those in the original narrative, effortlessly severing Kaz's wings and significantly diminishing his mobility. Cunning little demon. Kaz's anger erupted for the first time as he realized he was ensnared in a bizarre cycle. Whenever he employed his ripple technique, Vayne would taint his own body with this peculiar energy, forcing Kaz to expend the majority of his ripple power to fend off the encroaching black flames. With a biological transformation ability, Vayne's swordsmanship consistently anticipated Kaz's muscle movements, targeting his vulnerabilities with precision. This human, evidently holding back, seemed to regard Kaz as a mere specimen, testing the limits of his capabilities. "Are you intentionally provoking me?" Kaz's voice was deep and ominous, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, his muscles swelling as if pumped with steroids. "You think deciphering my techniques will lead to your victory? Dream on. The perfect ultimate being is invincible." With a thunderous roar, Kaz howled skyward, his form expanding to 3 meters in height, his skin surging with a flowing, lightning-like ripple. To the uninitiated, it appeared as if he were about to transform into a Super Saiyan. He brought his palms together, condensing a sphere of light within his grasp, nearly overwhelming even him with the sheer expenditure of energy. Yet obliterating Vayne made it all worthwhile. "Planning to unleash your ultimate move? We've barely exchanged a few blows. Shouldn't your forte lie in close-quarters combat, employing the flow of light?" Vayne observed Kaz's eagerness for a swift conclusion and, without hesitation, clapped his hands together, shouting, a cough. "Dalai Lama." The unpleasant moniker rendered the Hell King, Despondio, mute with indignation. Trapped beneath a mountain, he shifted his position, cursing the wretched Constantine and Vayne. To speak candidly, he was reluctant to lend his power to Vayne. However, it was not a matter of choice. As the mountain pressing down upon him and the chains that bound him incessantly siphoned Hell's energy to sustain Vayne. "Very well, use it if you must. At least it will prevent this brat from being inexplicably slain, leading to my own demise as well. Damn it, in moments of fervor like this, you ought to comply with the command to finish him within 5 seconds. Vayne rolled his eyes, and suddenly, searing black flames materialized, enveloping his entire being. As the moon descended and the sun ascended, it was time to strike. Chapter 92. He was already quite depraved. Jusuk, could you kindly elaborate on your abilities? Noticing Vayne's calm demeanor in the face of Kaz, Batman temporarily shifted his focus to the Eastern Jusuk. What Vayne stated was one thing. The intelligence gleaned directly from Jusuk was another matter entirely. Why should I divulge my stand abilities to a shady individual like you? Jusuk scratched his head, appearing honest but not at all foolish. "I am Batman," he replied, maintaining his composure. "I heard you express interest in the Batmobile. You may utilize it whenever you wish. Additionally, I know of a barbershop boasting the world's finest stylists, invaluable for hair maintenance." Upon hearing this, Jusuk Higashikata, adjusting his flamboyant hairstyle, immediately assumed a serious demeanor and declared, "My stand is named Crazy Diamond, and its ability is Restoration." He proceeded to inquire about how their stand users acquire their stands. The specifics elude me, he continued, but it involves a bow and arrow crafted from an extraterrestrial meteorite. Jasuk elaborated extensively, detailing everything from his basic introduction to his family, personal interests, the types of stands, and their various abilities, all while candidly treating Bruce's injuries. As Batman felt his body completely healed, he marveled at the power and gentleness of this ability, nodding thoughtfully as he began to probe further. You mentioned you were born in 1983? Indeed, it is now 1999. So I am precisely 16 years old, Jasuk replied. Bruce furrowed his brow, momentarily recalling Wayne's mention of the multiverse, which sparked his curiosity, prompting him to continue his questioning. What is the true identity of Kars? What are his intentions? Is Joseph, your father, a stand user like you? Kars, you mean that naked man in the loincloth? I truly do not know him. He seems to have been an enemy of Mr. Joseph in his youth. However, Batman, when shall we embark on that joyride to the barbershop you mentioned? That can wait. I've heard that you islanders have a penchant for meat dishes and, conveniently, Gotham boasts a Michelin-starred Wagyu barbecue restaurant. You could inquire about Kars with Mr. Joseph. He is also present in the house. Just as that perverse individual stated, Mr. Joseph is my father, and he too is a stand user. Jasuk spoke with fervor, and Batman nodded along, diligently recording all the information Jasuk provided. Although he committed it to memory, he felt it prudent to have a recording for reference after the events concluded. The enigma of stands and their users, the mysterious bow and arrow, Kars, and the timeline in which Jasuk existed. All these pieces began to coalesce in Batman's mind. Before Wayne could unveil any secrets, Batman had already deduced much of the situation. Yet the one mystery that remained was how these individuals crossed into this world without their own knowledge. This was a critical piece of information that Bruce resolved to extract from this Quack, regardless of the cost. The first, Inya, and the second, Jasuk, both possessed remarkable skills or formidable abilities, which instilled a profound unease in Batman, who suffered from paranoia. Who could predict how long this would continue? If there were one or two instances, it could easily escalate into countless occurrences. The previous arrivals were mostly virtuous, but who could guarantee that future visitors would also be benevolent? The arrival of Kars was already perilous. Should even more outrageous villains appear, Batman would have no time to prepare. It seemed wise to formulate an emergency plan in advance. Cackling laughter echoed through the vast estate, interrupting Bruce's contemplations. He furrowed his brow and glanced toward Wayne. What is this fellow up to now? As the scene shifts, the hellish lava beneath Wayne erupts at his feet, causing the grassy surface to melt like wax, revealing an unfathomable abyss of purgatorial flames, from which countless tormented souls can be glimpsed in sorrowful lamentation. Wayne's body begins to disintegrate, his skin peeling away like shards, defying the laws of gravity as it ascends into the air, ultimately transforming into ashes. Beneath his skin lies not flesh and blood, but an immaculate skeletal frame, accompanied by several pairs of wings that drag behind him like a tail. Batman's gaze sharpens. He has never witnessed Wayne in such a form, imbued with an ominous aura that suggests anything but benevolence. Bewildered, Bruce cannot help but speculate whether Wayne has succumbed to some curse, ultimately descending into darkness. However, this notion is swiftly extinguished as Bruce chuckles at himself for indulging in such fanciful thoughts. Wayne has always been steeped in moral decay. How could it be said that he fell from grace due to a curse? Regarding Wayne's newfound abilities, Batman exhibits profound concern. Given Wonder Woman's long-established presence in this world, Bruce has frequently interacted with her. Countless ancient tomes and mythological texts have passed through his hands in a quest to understand the legendary beings that inhabit these tales. Though aside from a few encounters with Diana, his efforts have yielded little. Wayne's current state bears resemblance to a relentless, malevolent spirit, and from the lewd laughter, Batman discerns that his opponent has not lost his sanity, a rare case deserving of further examination. In Batman's estimation, the day's greatest insight lies in uncovering yet another trump card possessed by Wayne, thereby providing the Moon Knight with additional data for reference. He then contemplates seeking support from the Vatican for a few minor objectives, hoping to procure blessed holy water and some long-thought-lost sacred relics. As Wayne raises his head, a sinister crimson light flickers in his eye sockets. Flames of a deep, dark red ignite from his left hand, while icy blue holy fire emanates from his right. He compresses these two energies into a walnut-sized sphere, its surface adorned with swirling red and blue dots. "Perish, you wretched ultimate being," Wayne's voice, now low and hoarse, intones as he gently pushes his palms forward, causing the initially walnut-sized sphere to expand tenfold before launching it at Kaz. "Today, you shall meet your end here. The victor is I, Kaz." Kaz, gathering his entire ripple force, also transforms it into a sphere to release, albeit retaining enough strength to ensure his escape in case of unforeseen circumstances. The two streams of lethal energy collide midair. The golden light of Kaz's ripple cannon shines brilliantly like the sun, while Wayne's counterfeit-tailed beast ball glows a deep red, exuding an air of despair. In the instant they make contact, an explosive reaction does not occur as anticipated. Instead, they begin to rotate at the point of contact, retreating towards Kaz. Kaz sensed something amiss. As his ripple energy made contact with Wayne's sphere, it did not simply engage in a clash of energies, but was instead drawn into the black-red orb like a whirlpool, gradually diminishing over time. Realizing the peril he was in, Kaz hastily ascended, striving to reach the heights to evade the sphere's pursuit. However, after ascending several dozen meters, a sudden arc of electricity struck him, leaving him paralyzed and barely able to stabilize himself in midair to prevent a fall. Meanwhile, the tailed beast orb, now imbued with ripple energy, accelerated once more, swiftly closing the distance and delivering a formidable blow to Kaz's chest. Boom! Chapter 93. This form was actually prepared for an old comrade, the Wayne Manor sprawled over an astonishing expanse, and since Wayne had not exerted much power, it would not affect the innocent or those within the estate, including Alfred. At most, it would merely allow all of Gotham to witness a mushroom cloud with a ghastly visage rising above Bruce's ancestral home. This explosion would later be dismissed by the mindless wealthy offspring as an idle pastime, claiming that they simply had too much gunpowder at home during the daytime. Those impoverished souls who dared to contest this could come and compare whose spectacle was grander. Unsurprisingly, Bruce Wayne garnered a new host of fervent detractors, as the influx of attention prompted keyboard warriors to unleash their vitriol online, completely disregarding the pursuit of the explosion's truth. Thus, the incident at Wayne Manor was swept under the rug. Returning to the battlefield amidst the earth-shattering blast, Kaz's wings were utterly torn apart. His body, incessantly torn by hellish energy, underwent relentless cycles of repair and incineration until it ultimately decayed beyond self-healing. At a critical moment, Kaz made the decision to abandon most of his corporeal form, propelling his head away to evade the fate of being consumed by the black flames. Though severely injured, he managed to preserve his life, well aware of the adage that where there is life, there is hope. Almost instantaneously, a pair of delicate wings sprouted from the back of his head, fluttering outward. Yet, how could this escape the watchful gaze of Batman, who was ever vigilant around the estate? In a swift maneuver, Batman instructed Jotaro to repair the Batmobile, after which he retrieved a liquid crystal display from within the vehicle and tapped it twice. With a series of clicks, several electric nets were launched from the shadows of the manor, predicting Kaz's trajectory and ensnaring him. Startled, Kaz attempted to transform and escape, but high-voltage currents surged forth, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds that persisted for 3 minutes before finally ceasing. No lives were taken, according to Batman's calculations, despite Kaz being gravely wounded. His formidable adaptability enabled him to survive the 1500 volts. Originally, he had set the duration for 5 minutes as a precaution, but he had not anticipated that prolonged operation under full load would cause the electric net to suffer damage from high temperatures. This was Bruce's oversight, as most of the adversaries he faced in Gotham were high in intellect, yet physically vulnerable. Thus, such lethal tools, which could easily spell doom for an ordinary person, were seldom employed, and even when they were not used for such extended periods. Consequently, the thermal resilience of the electric net had been somewhat neglected. It seems that an upgrade of the insulation material is in order. Wayne, having reverted from his transformed state, silently shook his head in pity for Kaz, who had been electrocuted, mourning for 3 seconds. Yet, he found a semblance of fortune in Kaz's plight. Had he managed to escape this time, he would have been relentlessly pursued by the shadowy figure for the rest of his life, rendering him incapable of even a peaceful slumber. After all, enduring prolonged suffering is less desirable than a swift resolution. Being captured by Batman might not be such a terrible fate after all. Kaz's survival was partly due to Wayne's restraint. He was curious if he could extract some coins from the Pillar Man, as the high-spec version of a shapeshifter was rather enticing. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous waste to engage in battle without any rewards. Observing the severe muscular spasms, deep tissue necrosis, and rhabdomyolysis, alongside central nervous system damage that could lead to deafness and blindness, Wayne noted that Kaz's heart had already been obliterated. Judging by his injuries, it appeared he had suffered a direct face-to-face encounter with high-voltage direct current. To still be alive was a testament to his status as an ultimate being. Wayne felt a twinge of fear that Kaz might inadvertently pass away. He initially contemplated transferring some energy to him, but quickly realized that such an act might inadvertently result in Kaz's demise. It would not do to have Jotaro employ Crazy Diamond for healing, either, as Kaz was reduced to merely a head, which did not meet the criteria for the Stand's restorative capabilities. The most convenient method would be to sprinkle a few drops of blood onto Kaz's head. Yet that solution seemed impractical. Given Batman's dark disposition, it was unlikely he would part with his own blood. Inviting Jotaro and Joseph was also ill-advised, as Wayne was uncertain of the effects that Joestar blood might have on Kaz, and was hesitant to experiment recklessly. As for his own blood, that was utterly out of the question. Considering the effects of the Saint's corpse from the seventh part, it was plausible that his blood could yield similar results. After much contemplation, he resolved that administering medication was the best course of action. Wayne brandished an adrenaline syringe, waving it before Kaz's head, only to suddenly notice that this disembodied head was intently fixated on him with its lone remaining eye. More accurately, it was the eye socket, for even after escaping the epicenter of the explosion, the blast had torn away half of Kaz's face, coupled with the searing heat of the electric current. It was quite remarkable that he retained any semblance of humanity. Oh, he could still roll his eyes? His vitality was more tenacious than that of the rats in Gotham's sewers. Wayne tapped Kaz's cheekbone with the syringe, observing the chilling intensity in Kaz's gaze. After a brief chuckle, he proceeded to dig into his nostrils before wiping his fingers on Kaz's teeth. Fear not, this is merely to replenish your nutrients. Once I administer this injection, you ought to survive. Typically, one would use electroshock therapy to restore cardiac function, but judging by your demeanor, that does not seem to be to your liking. As an understanding physician, I shall cater to your preferences. At that moment, Batman strode across the scorched grass, his cape billowing, stirring the heated air. He regarded Wayne, who wore a rather haggard expression as he toyed with Kaz's head, and could not resist launching a surprise attack aimed at Wayne's posterior. However, he missed. Quick-witted, Wayne intercepted the assault by using Kaz's head as a shield, resulting in Bruce's large foot leaving a deep imprint on the face of the ultimate being. Kaz, after living for so long, finds himself in such a humiliating position for the first time. Not even during his journey into space did he endure such indignity. Were it not for his inability to speak, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver swift retribution to these two humans. Bruce, you scoundrel. Is this how you treat someone who has aided you in resolving your troubles? Batman's failed ambush only served to inflate Wayne's pride. He thought, you wish to best me? Do you believe I am still the drunken fool you once toyed with? Bruce maintained a stern demeanor, utterly indifferent to Kaz's plight. His focus lay solely on Wayne's transformed demeanor. What are you trying to convey? Wayne feigned ignorance, inserting a syringe into Kaz's nostril to administer adrenaline, while simultaneously manipulating a basketball to spin precariously. Stop pretending. What was that act you just performed? Resembling a third-rate villain? What is the purpose of concealing such power? Bruce retorted, I'm saying times have changed. In this era, who relies solely on healing arts while hiding in the shadows, displaying robust muscles, and wielding a massive warhammer to face 100 foes is the true path. Wayne dismissively waved his hand, suggesting the old man was out of touch with contemporary ideals. Today, being both nurturing and combative is the norm. I comprehend your sentiments. Yet you have strayed from the topic at hand. What is the purpose of your hidden strength? Why not say it sooner? This power was originally meant to entertain you. But alas, Kaz intercepted it. I had envisioned a day when some bat would be driven to the brink and seek me out for trouble, only to be thoroughly defeated by my Ghost Rider, leaving him in disarray, a moment I intended to document for Damien's future viewing. Chapter 94. Continuously gathering intelligence since becoming Batman, Bruce has known that the path ahead would be fraught with numerous trials and tribulations. There are those who view him as a thorn in their side, eager to eliminate him, others wishing to push him over the edge into true madness. Some fail to understand and question his motives, while others worship him, treating the Batman persona as divine. Yet encountering someone like Wayne, who seems perpetually intent on orchestrating his embarrassment, is a first for Bruce. How had he never noticed this fool's errant thinking before? Bruce fixed a penetrating gaze upon Wayne and spoke. While you were engaged in battle, I had Alfred investigate your whereabouts over the past week. It turns out you were not only absent from Gotham, but had also traveled to Liverpool, England. Wayne halted his actions, his gaze becoming vacant as he lowered his head to count ants, an almost senile demeanor overtaking him. Observing this, Bruce scoffed and retrieved a file from the liquid crystal display. And you weren't alone, were you? You accompanied Constantine on your overseas venture, correct? You actually know Constantine? Of course. The information on John Constantine was sent to me by you, with your name prominently displayed as the sender in the email. Wayne was momentarily at a loss, apologizing for having forgotten this detail. Perhaps it was due to the rather unpleasant journey with Constantine, causing his mind to subconsciously block out the dreadful memory. The collected clues were exceedingly clear. Bruce did not even need to employ the deductive prowess of the world's foremost detective. Merely piecing together the information led him to the answer. He had a general understanding of Constantine's intelligence, and the recent significant events in Liverpool seemed to revolve around the widely discussed demon incident. The disappearance of that demon, if he was not mistaken, was a result of your dealings with a magician named Constantine, correct? Coupled with your transformed appearance. I can ascertain that the demon was sealed rather than slain. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the peculiar power you suddenly wielded. Furthermore, it appears that your unique pact with the demon was not voluntary. Given your nature, you would never willingly engage in such perilous uncertainties. You were ensnared by Constantine. Am I right? A sharp intake of breath escaped Wayne, his scalp prickling as he could no longer maintain his facade of ignorance. The intellect of the Justice League's most formidable mind was indeed terrifying, unraveling the truth of the Liverpool incident in mere words. Was this the Batman whose mind had not faltered? Observing Wayne's astonishment, Bruce felt a surge of satisfaction, partly due to the intellectual superiority he held, but primarily because Wayne had been outsmarted. This was truly delightful. Nonetheless, amidst his glee, he quietly elevated John Constantine, this enigmatic Englishman, from the second tier to the top tier of his mental ledger. To have ensnared someone as brazen as Wayne could not be the work of an ordinary individual. He would need to seek out this renowned Constantine one day to gather more intelligence. A profound smile adorned Batman's countenance, his demeanor so nonchalant that Wayne couldn't help but remark, have you injected yourself with some number 5 compound? Or perhaps, have you secretly taken a seat upon a Mobius chair? The unfamiliar terms caused Bruce to furrow his brow as he inquired, what is that? Items and potions in television shows that bestow superpowers. Boring. Bruce turned away, stealthily seizing the Kaz's head from Wayne's grasp. Such a being, capable of limitless transformation, was exceedingly dangerous and warranted thorough examination. One detail Bruce withheld was that Alfred had gathered comprehensive intelligence for him, not only detailing Wayne's whereabouts during his trip to England, but also meticulously investigating his return journey. Before heading back to Gotham, Wayne had visited a place, Metropolis. Bruce felt perplexed, for there seemed to be no connection between Metropolis and the Liverpool incident, nor had any rumors concerning demons surfaced. What then? Was Wayne's purpose in going there? Moreover, Wayne did not wander aimlessly in Metropolis. He lingered around the Daily Planet, as if searching for someone. Could it be Lex Luthor, the proprietor of the Daily Planet? Luthor, aware of his own reputation, had crossed paths with Bruce on several occasions. Bruce held him in high esteem, considering him one of the most intelligent individuals in the world, on par with himself. Yet he was also a staunch human supremacist, frequently delivering lectures critiquing beings like Wonder Woman. Their most recent encounter occurred at an extravagant gala attended by the global elite, where Luthor inexplicably approached Bruce to inquire about the possibility of founding a company dedicated to researching hair follicle growth. Bruce found the proposition bewildering and, after a dismissive chuckle, seized the opportunity to make his exit. Could it be that Wayne was seeking him? Bruce quickly shook his head. It made no sense. Luthor's whereabouts were hardly clandestine, and his ostentatious nature made him easily traceable. Moreover, It was illogical for Wayne to seek out Luther. Not only would it be unsatisfactory, but would also invite unnecessary trouble. Wayne possessed a wealth of obscure intelligence, and direct inquiries were unlikely to yield results. Thus, Bruce resolved to investigate subtly, piecing together the clues to uncover the truth. There surely existed someone of significance in Metropolis. "Hey Bruce, you scoundrel. Are you trying to steal my thunder? I haven't even claimed my reward yet." Wayne fumed, hastily advancing to snatch back the spoils from Kaz's grasp. "What are you scheming now?" Bruce retorted, his irritation mounting. The more he gazed at Wayne's face, the more he felt an urge to slap it. "Kaz is temporarily useful to me. Besides, I defeated him, so the rights to his belongings rest with me. You won't simply take them without consequence. Do as you wish, just ensure Kaz doesn't pose a threat to Gotham again." Bruce replied, shaking his head in exasperation. His gaze lingered on Jotaro for a moment before he inquired, "Wayne, how can we send Jotaro and the others back to their original world? You're aware, then?" "It makes sense, although Jotaro is quite clever. He appears like a novice before someone as seasoned as you," Wayne remarked, somewhat taken aback. But he quickly reconciled himself to the notion that Batman's intellect could not be underestimated, especially in light of Jotaro's remarkable abilities. The previous encounter with the likes of Yamina and now Kaz, alongside Jotaro and Joseph, had brought them to Gotham for reasons unknown. They did not belong to this realm, and given that Yamina vanished shortly after leaving Bruce's clinic, it suggested that he possessed some capability to return individuals to alternate worlds. Wayne blinked, pondering the implications of otherworldly patients being linked to him. He wondered if Batman had discerned this yet chose to remain silent, or if he was genuinely unaware. Nevertheless, Bruce refrained from probing further, rendering Wayne's need to concoct an elaborate explanation unnecessary. Regarding the matter of returning patients, Wayne lacked intricate details, but based on Yamina's situation, it seemed that once treatment was complete, they could be discharged and sent home. The instances were too few to ascertain with certainty. Wayne was uncertain whether untreated patients would remain permanently in this world. After relaying this information to Batman, he reflected for a moment before redirecting his gaze to Jotaro. What was truly happening? Wouldn't it be prudent for Wayne to provide treatment and discover the answer? Chapter 95. The impoverished version of Tang Sung, the treatment table within the Batcave, emitted a cold glow, where Eastern J. Suk reclined, resembling a mummy swathed in bandages, leaving only half of his blood-stained visage exposed. Wayne, donning a pair of unprescribed glasses procured from an unknown source, tapped rhythmically on the medical scanner, akin to a pianist performing a delicate piece. The diagnosis was revealed. The third phalanx of the right hand was carbonized, with 83 of the dermal layer in the palm region necrotic. "Ah, this is charred more than the cheese at a Gotham pizzeria. Fortuitously, I arrived in time. Otherwise, your hand would likely have met the same fate as your father's," he remarked. Wayne stroked his chin, the blue light of the scanner gliding over the overlapping scars around J. Suk's waist. "In this one here," he pointed, "the knife wound penetrated 32 centimeters deep, nearly piercing your spleen. You ought to be grateful that Kaz had no inclination towards anatomy." J. Suk grimaced slightly. "So, can't be treated, Dr. Wayne?" "Well, my dear fellow, if I couldn't treat you, why would I have brought you to the Batcave?" Wayne took a sip of the red tea prepared by Alfred for the guests and flashed a peace sign towards Batman, who lurked in the shadows. "Mr. Wayne, do retrieve the nano-repair chamber for use. I know you possess such a device. There's no need to conceal it." Bruce emerged from the shadows, neither rejecting nor consenting to the request. "With your medical expertise, wouldn't it suffice to provide suitable skin without the need for the repair chamber? What necessitates its assistance in your treatment?" Wayne earnestly elucidated, as a paragon of benevolence towards women, "My skills are most efficacious in the presence of beautiful ladies. Moreover, post-operative skin grafts carry a risk of rejection. No matter how well matched, they can never compare to the original." In truth, it was that he could not trigger his abilities on a male patient. Perhaps, if he were to excise a portion of J. Suk's anatomy and administer a shot, there existed a chance for his gynecological prowess to activate. Of course, a more substantial possibility loomed. The world might soon be devoid of a boy named Eastern J. Suk, replaced by a girl named Eastern Ziyangzi. Bruce seemingly conceded to Wayne's rationale, retrieving a disc from his utility belt. After a series of rigorous authentications, fingerprint, voice, iris, and hair, he accessed a private terminal and summoned the medical facility section. The mechanical arms flanking the treatment table were to life. And as the nano-repair chamber descended from a ceiling, Wayne adjusted the controls with a chuckle. You truly have concealed such splendid equipment. By the way, is that icon up there intended to deter piracy? Bruce chose not to respond to this inquiry. As Wayne successfully activated the repair chamber, he paused in surprise, then frowned and asked, "How did you ascertain the access code?" "Well, let's just say the fingerprint wasn't wiped clean. Would you believe that?" Wayne concocted a casual explanation, for he could hardly admit to having gleaned it from comic. Bruce, his expression darkening, turned away, uninterested in continuing Wayne's banter. He seated himself before the back computer, activating surveillance to locate the numerous criminals who had escaped from Arkham. The blue light of the treatment chamber illuminated, the door slowly sealing shut. And Sook felt a tingling sensation, prompting him to exclaim once more from within, upon entering the Bat Cave and witnessing the mesmerizing scenes before him. He was utterly spellbound, for the spectacle was indeed astonishing. After resolving matters here with his allies, Wayne began to contemplate methods to treat the elderly Joseph, who was grappling with dementia. When he had brought Kaz over, the once formidable foe had devolved into a state of utter confusion, unable to recognize the adversary he once regarded with such animosity. Yet, Kaz, having drifted through space for an extended period, instantly recognized the identity of the aged man, perhaps due to a complex blend of affection and disdain. Upon observing Joseph's frail visage, reminiscent of a senile child, Kaz's expression became one of profound complexity. The once spirited and intrepid Ripple warrior had now become a mere shadow of his former self. Without Wayne's intervention, Kaz's pride would undoubtedly prevent him from embarking on what he deemed a humiliating quest for vengeance. However, his moment of complexity was short-lived, as the befuddled Joseph mistook Kaz's hair for tissue and, cupping it in his hands, unleashed a hearty sneeze, showering Kaz's purple locks. "This wretched old fool, truly devoid of sympathy," Kaz exclaimed. "I must first restore the atrophied hippocampus to enable the recollection of long-term memories, then rejuvenate the neurons and reconnect the severed synapses. Following this, I will employ this magical array to extract fragments of his memories from the depths of his soul, subsequently infusing them into a pomegranate as a vessel, which Joseph should consume to facilitate his recovery. This process, akin to the whimsical task of fitting an elephant into a refrigerator, could be distilled into 3 simple steps. Open the old man's skull, treat his cerebral afflictions, and close the skull once the dementia has been successfully remedied." While the description appeared straightforward, the actual procedure was dauntingly complex. Had this been the Earth of a previous life, one could have simply packed their bags and returned home. Fortunately, this was a world where anything was possible. Given the patient's advanced age and to ensure the operation proceeded smoothly without unforeseen complications, Wayne resolved to administer a drop of his own blood to Joseph. Despite Wayne's transformation into a spectral knight capable of silencing the cries of children, he himself was a being of biblical lineage. The fusion of angelic power and sacred blood rendered his blood extraordinarily potent. In essence, Wayne was akin to a humble version of the legendary Tang Sung. The distinction of being a humble version was easily explained. His brother, the Elder, was a reincarnation of the Golden Cicada, possessing a complex identity across lifetimes, while Wayne's own past and present remained shrouded in mystery. Wayne commenced the preoperative preparations, gently parting Joseph's lips as a seemingly ordinary droplet of blood formed at his fingertip. With a slight tremor, it detached from his body and fell into Joseph's mouth. As Wayne observed the normalcy of his own condition, a sudden realization struck him. Something was amiss. To his astonishment, a soft golden glow began to emanate from Joseph's once wrinkled visage, as if an invisible hand were smoothing out the deep creases which gradually faded away. The old man's white hair transformed at a visible pace, darkening and thickening to a lustrous sheen, and even his stooped frame began to straighten and rise impressively. The formerly taut skin now radiated a remarkable vitality, transforming the essence of the once elderly man. Wayne widened his eyes and abruptly turned to gaze at the screen, which froze on a stunning image. The hippocampus had completely rejuvenated, with neurons connecting seamlessly, and various physiological indicators revealed that the old man's physical condition had reverted to the peak of his 20s. Utterly astonished, Wayne slapped his forehead in disbelief, exclaiming, "I merely administered a tiny drop. How did it reverse aging so dramatically? Were my previous considerations regarding the restoration of the hippocampus, the revival of neurons, and the extraction of memory fragments all in vain? This makes me appear quite the fool. Before Wayne's eyes, several bubble-like blue orbs materialized, containing the skills Joseph had acquired throughout his life. It was now certain the first patient had successfully healed. Goodness, who claimed the Archer version of Tang Song was ineffective. This was truly remarkable. The power of Ripple perpetuates youth, prolongs life, and serves as a harmless beauty regimen. Vehicle killers, please refrain from utilizing various vehicles while teaming up. Seer of Purple? Old man, your stand is utterly useless. Some magical tricks of deceptive visuals. Escape, you grease the road. Wayne felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the additional question mark associated with the Seer of Purple, though it was merely a fleeting intrigue. He knew he had to opt for Ripple. Grasping the bubble infused with Ripple energy, he crushed it, instantaneously mastering its use. As he reopened his eyes, a flash of lightning illuminated his gaze before it faded away. Clenching his fist, golden arcs of electricity entwined around it. The strength of Ripple, aside from the daily practice, stemmed from the life energy generated by the body. He was eager to test the limits of his capabilities, but reconsidered, knowing that it could potentially disturb the Batcave. He certainly didn't wish to endure the glare of a bat's face for an entire month. At that moment, Joseph slowly opened his eyes, the previous haze and dullness vanishing, replaced by a bright and piercing light. He moved his body, astonished by the sight of his youthful hands. Then he lifted the bed covers, nimbly leaping up, and upon landing, he was impeccably dressed. Wayne wondered what happened. Where did Joseph acquire his clothes? And they are not the attire of an elderly man. Could it be that he fashioned them using the Seer of Purple? Now, rejuvenated, Joseph marveled at his youthful physique. Just as he was taken aback, he heard a commotion above and looked up to find Kaz suspended by Wayne. Is that you, Kaz? This new look suits you well, Joseph grinned, revealing a familiar, mischievous expression. So, have you grown nostalgic for the air of Earth after spending so long in space? Kaz stood dumbfounded before the youthful Joseph, his purple hair flowing without wind, eyes brimming with astonishment. The cunning Ripple warrior, once regarded as his formidable foe, now appeared before him in the guise of a man in his 20s, as if time had reversed to the year of their initial confrontation. How could mere humans achieve such feats? Kaz, in disbelief, gazed at Joseph, who, despite being an ultimate being, could not comprehend the situation. Joseph made a face at Kaz and waved to Wayne, saying, "Hey, Dr. Wayne, come deal with Kaz later. Let us first check on that foolish boy." The foolish boy referred to was, of course, Jasuke Higashikata. Wayne calculated the time and agreed with pleasure to accompany Joseph to assess Jasuke's recovery, leaving Kaz hanging in confusion. As the restoration pod opened, Jasuke sat up, his previously charred right hand now restored to a healthy pink hue, brimming with vitality once more. The emergence of skill orbs around him indicated that the treatment was complete and he was cleared for discharge. Upon seeing the younger version of Joseph Joestar, Jasuke was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom why this stranger felt so familiar and reassuring. Upon discovering that this man, who appeared only slightly older than him, was indeed Mr. Joseph, he was struck with profound astonishment and had to repeatedly confirm this reality. The two began to discuss their current situations, but as the conversation unfolded, they realized something was amiss, their expressions reflecting mutual confusion as they recognized a dissonance in their timelines. This dissonance was expected, as Jasuke was situated in a timeline during his battle with Yashikage Kira, while Joseph was already 90 years old, existing in the Stone Ocean period, a discrepancy that was entirely normal. Understanding this, Wayne stepped in to elucidate the matter for both parties. Meanwhile, a certain individual seated at a computer, busy with his own tasks, paused to eavesdrop on the discussion. But wait, eavesdrop? This was his home, and he had no need for permission to listen in. Wayne, pulling out a blackboard from seemingly nowhere, illustrated 3 eggs and 3 Earths, representing the Earth of Wayne, the universe of Jasuke, and the world of Joseph. He explained the differences between their respective Earths as simply as possible. Wayne's Earth was a different realm entirely, devoid of stand users like Joseph and Jasuke, while the Earths of Jasuke and Joseph could be viewed as past and future. Although Wayne's explanation was not flawless, it was sufficiently detailed for both Jasuke and Joseph, both of whom were astute individuals, to grasp the concept swiftly. By the way, Do you have any ideas about returning to your own worlds? Wayne inquired, addressing the question that Bruce was most concerned about, one that he himself also pondered. After all, if troublesome individuals were sent here without a means to return home, it could lead to chaos in Gotham. Exchanging glances, Joseph and Jasuk locked eyes, with Joseph speaking first. In fact, after my healing, I felt an inexplicable summons, as if I could return instantly if I wished. Even if I chose not to, I would be compelled to return with the passage of time, likely within 2 hours. Jasuk nodded in agreement, adding, I feel the same. It's best to defeat that Yashikage Kira fellow as soon as possible. Dear boy, it has barely been a moment since your father arrived, and you are already so eager to depart? Had I known, I would not have given you any change. Rejuvenated in spirit, Joseph became lively once more, playfully wrapping his arm around Jotaro's neck and tousling the hair of his beloved fool. Crazy Diamond, observing the playful banter between father and son, Wayne could not resist capturing the moment with his camera, turning to Batman and saying, Bruce, look at the bond of this family, and then compare it to the harmonious relationship in your household, where the brotherly affection and fatherly love abound. Bruce wore a glum expression. He was unaware of the connotations of those words, but that was inconsequential, as he discerned from Wayne's tone and demeanor that they were far from complimentary. After their long-awaited father-son interaction concluded, the old man still harbored affection for his son. Out of guilt, he allowed Jotaro to deliver a playful punch. No harm done. At the crucial moment, Jotaro restrained himself, and Crazy Diamond's fist merely brushed against Joseph's face, with the latter feigning nonchalance. At that moment, they chose to return to their respective worlds to tackle the unresolved troubles that awaited them. As they made their decision, their forms began to shimmer and fade. Before departing, Joseph, with a cheeky grin, uttered his signature phrase, Jotaro, I bet I can guess your next words. Old man, you were far more pleasant to behold in your youth than that foolish old coot. Jotaro retorted instantly. Don't be so quick to predict what others will say. You shameless old fool. Joseph's smile faded abruptly, and as he vanished completely, he spoke a long-buried sentiment. I'm sorry, Jotaro. The foolish old dad failed to arrive in time for his son's birth. Don't get all sentimental on me, you scoundrel of a father. With that, both vanished, leaving Wayne quite satisfied, who then took Batman's cape to wipe away his tears. Batman grumbled, Damn it, why is it that among those who vanished, you're not one of them? Kaz exclaimed, Could you take me back to your world as well? Chapter 97. The first lesson is the weight of life. Crazy Diamond's impact on the cesspool was rather imaginative, yet it did not belong to any part of the human body. The system's notes were quite abstract, but Wayne grasped their meaning. The contents of the cesspool comprised food remnants, secretions, bacteria, and other metabolic byproducts. They were not part of the human structure. However, earwax and boogers were a different matter altogether. Having acquired Jotaro's abilities, Wayne turned his attention to Kaz, pondering that if he could not obtain the skills, it would suffice to treat him as a mascot at the hospital entrance. As he contemplated this, Wayne turned around only to find Bruce glaring intensely at him. The sight of the lecherous giant sent a shiver down his spine, and he instinctively swung a slap in Bruce's direction. Unbeknownst to Wayne, Bruce had retrieved the mascot, Kaz, and calmly blocked Wayne's slap with his arm. A vivid red handprint was left clearly visible on Bruce's face. Kaz, it was only today that he realized that sometimes halting one's thoughts in the vastness of space is a commendable choice. Batman, if you continue to gaze so lecherously, I shall summon Constantine for a lengthy discourse with you. Does tending to patients from other universes not enhance your capabilities? What brings forth such an assertion? Even the most conscientious physician in Gotham would not work for free, let alone you, a quack who desires everything for nothing. The only scenario I can envision is that your fees have already been collected. Blast it! Your words remind me that I have yet to receive the surgical fees. Perhaps you could cover the balance for them. Oof. If you possess the energy for such banter, it would be far more prudent to apprehend the criminals who have fled from Arkham. Bruce rolled his eyes and began to readjust his attire. The preparations were minimal. The Batmobile and Bruce's injuries had been mended half an hour ago by the Manic Diamond, and even the damaged suit had been restored. He merely needed to replenish a few items. Having just returned from a trip, I'm summoned back to work without overtime, pay, or respite. Such despicable capitalists, ruthlessly exploiting the common citizen. Then you may choose to return to the hospital with the Arkham riot. Black Mask's underlings may very well take advantage of my preoccupations to infiltrate New Arkham and rescue Roman. What? Someone is attempting to seize my little black down below? How infuriating! I shall leave my top lieutenant, Damien, to behead them. Nonsense. The terms of our agreement explicitly forbid him from taking lives. After a brief but heated negotiation, Batman, with a scowl, expelled Wayne from the Batcave, instructing him to return home. He intended to rendezvous with Nightwing to bind the ordinary criminals before turning his attention to the fervent fans in the intensive care unit. The good news is that the most troublesome fan club vice president, the Joker, has not escaped. He remains quietly in his cell, contemplating the essence of bat life, likely plotting his next surprise for Batman. As for the identity of the fan club leader, is it not crystal clear? It is none other than Batman himself. Wayne took Kaz along, binding Damien in a sack, proclaiming it a noble endeavor to teach the son of the Bat the art of healing, allowing him to grasp the weight of life. However, the method of execution was known solely to Wayne. Carrying the sack, they reached the foyer, where Alfred stood with a silver tray, freshly baked cookies steaming atop it. The old butler's gaze upon the sack was akin to that of a wolf watching over its stolen cubs, the apron strings untied and hanging loosely. "Do not look at me so, Alfred." Wayne felt a twinge of discomfort under the scrutiny, adjusting the bag on his shoulder. "Fear not, I shall tailor my instruction. This time will be earnest, and perhaps I shall remedy his propensity for violence." With that, Wayne hurriedly made his way outside, swiftly securing Damien to the back of his motorcycle. With a twist of the throttle, he sped away. Watching Wayne vanish into the distance, Alfred sighed wistfully, lamenting that he had yet to embrace his chubby grandson before he was whisked away. Make Damien return swiftly. With Damien's skills, as long as he avoids falling into traps, he should be safe, Batman quietly remarked from behind. With Wayne around, at least there is some assurance of safety. "Master Bruce, that is precisely my concern," Alfred said, rubbing his temples. "While safety is indeed not a pressing issue, Master Wayne's reliability is questionable. I only hope he can truly instill in young Master Damien the value of life. He would not engage in actions without certainty." Wayne rode his hellbike low over the cloudy Gotham, the roaring engine rousing the bound Damien from his stupor. Upon awakening, he endeavored to free himself from his restraints, only to find them securely fastened. He then shouted, "Damn it! How long must I endure your wretched exhaust fumes? Bear with it, little one. A high-energy situation lies ahead." Wayne's gaze swept toward Arkham Asylum, where the nearest street had transformed into a burning chessboard. Police cars were skewed at the intersection, bullets ricocheting off the doors. 30 to 40 criminals clad in hospital garb were engaged in a fierce gunfight with Gotham's police, one of them wielding a rocket launcher to attack the barricades, demonstrating extreme audacity. Though not a large number, given that Arkham primarily housed supervillains like the Joker, the presence of ordinary criminals was significantly lesser compared to Blackgate Prison. Wayne turned to the irate Damien and declared, "Kid, I promised your father to temper your temper. Watch closely. My first lesson for you is the weight of life." After speaking, Wayne pressed a red button on the fuel tank, causing the hellbike to retract its side exhaust pipes. The six-barreled Gatling gun thunderously unfolded from its hidden compartment, the barrels spinning rapidly, casting blue flames that illuminated Damien's bewildered expression. The roar of the Gatling drowned out the screams of the assailants. Armor-piercing rounds cascaded upon the pavement like a blue deluge, and the rocket launcher-wielding thug disappeared, presumably to await his turn below. "Moonlight Knight pronounces you guilty," Wayne exclaimed as the motorcycle ascended sharply, executing a spin before launching 2 miniature missiles that accurately struck the fleeing criminals, the blast wave heralding the police's triumph while extinguishing the villain's escape hopes. Faces turned pale as they relinquished their weapons, some proficiently adopting a crouch position with heads bowed, while others, less skilled, clumsily attempted to roll away amidst the flames. Damien gazed at Wayne in stunned silence. He had yet to grasp the weight of life, but the 127 millimeters of weaponry was abundantly clear to him. This batch of thugs attempting to infiltrate Gotham was successfully subdued by Wayne, yet earlier, swifter individuals had already entered the city. However, those matters were best left to Batman. Wayne needed to address the potential infiltrators in his own hospital before attending to other concerns. As Wayne piloted the hellbike high into the air, Gotham's police looked on in astonishment at this suddenly emerging new hero. He saved us, yet he has taken lives. Can he truly be considered a good man? dressed akin to a pale version of Batman. Is the answer not evident? Batman. I comprehend. I grasp it now. Chapter 98. It turns out I'm still a normal person. New Arkham Hospital. Wayne, astride the phantom motorcycle, descended from the heavens and, upon halting at the entrance, single-handedly hoisted Damien from his sack, swiftly tearing away the bag and ropes. You've arrived, little rascal. It took me considerable discourse with your father to secure your acquisition. As he spoke, Damien thrust his knee backward, utilizing the moment of liberation to execute a swift roll upon landing. In an instant, he tensed his legs and propelled himself forward, launching a punch that whistled through the air towards Wayne's face. This maneuver was one of the Assassin's Guild's explosive killing techniques, swift, precise, and lethal enough to shatter the visage of an ordinary man, leading to a painful demise. However, given Damien's tender age, he could only manage to obliterate another's nasal bone. You truly lack half your father's patience. Wayne did not even blink. With a subtle lift of his left hand, he clasped Damien's wrist with a grip akin to iron, unwavering and firm. You couldn't even best a mere sidekick, and yet you dare approach me? It seems your rear end is in need of a lesson. At this, Damien's expression shifted, instinctively covering his backside with his free hand, only to be met with Wayne's fist, which struck his forehead with a resounding thud. Wow, that is far more exhilarating than a wooden fish. Wayne released his hold on Damien, who stumbled back 2 steps, crouching in pain as he cradled his head, a sizable red bump forming, glowing vividly in the daylight, reminiscent of a hapless character from an anime. You, Damien, clutching his head, gritted his teeth in agony, his eyes blazing as if empowered by an incantation. I was caught off guard due to lack of information, and without my sword, that fool managed to ambush me. Wayne exaggeratedly spread his hands. Oh yes, without your sword. You're rendered useless, are you? Do you fancy yourself a deity of hammers? Strength lies within oneself. Without your weapon, you remain you. Do you truly believe the fighting techniques imparted by the Assassin's Guild are solely reliant on armaments? At this juncture, I urge readers to remember our domain 101. Damien huffed, sulking in silence. Observing this, Wayne retrieved a glimmering, sharp longsword from behind his back, unmistakably Damien's own, a trophy from their previous encounter. Now, he tossed the sword back to its rightful owner. Here you go. You seem quite indignant. As a mature and rational adult, I've decided to grant you a chance. I shall remain stationary, allowing you one strike, be it a throat jab, a chest thrust, or an eye poke. Feel free. If I evade even a single step, you win. Damien's eyes sparkled with determination. Without hesitation, he grasped the hilt and lunged forward, the blade gleaming coldly, its tip aimed directly at Wayne's forehead. This strike was swift, precise, and unexpectedly fierce, offering no time for reaction. Even Batman might hesitate to confront it. However, Wayne proclaimed himself to be different. He was not merely human. Cough. What Wayne intends to convey is that he is no ordinary individual, merely a cold weapon forged from unyielding metal, devoid of any special attributes, and thus unworthy of his regard. As anticipated, when the sword's tip grazed his skin, Damien was momentarily blinded. As the long sword pierced him, a crimson hue emerged, leading him to believe he had succeeded. However, upon closer inspection, the deepening scarlet was not blood, but rather a peculiar skin resembling molten lava. It felt akin to piercing a sponge. The deeper he thrust, the more resistance he encountered, yet he could not breach this layer of flesh. Upon closer scrutiny, he noted that Wayne's neck bore no trace of a wound, and with a playful wink, he quipped, "Are you attempting psychological warfare? Trying to frighten me into a state of relaxed vigilance, only to have me laugh myself to death?" Huh. Not believing in the supernatural, Damien declared loudly, unleashing a flurry of 7 strikes aimed at vital areas such as the liver, kidneys, throat, lungs, and heart. Yet the blade met an impenetrable barrier akin to striking steel, even producing tiny sparks upon impact. As Damien shifted to strike from behind, aiming for Wayne's knee, Wayne reacted swiftly, seizing the longsword and delivering a sharp blow to Damien's head. It's a commendable habit to finish off an opponent, but we agreed on a single strike. The subsequent ones fall outside the service range. A fresh bump appeared, leaving Damien dazed and off balance, retreating unsteadily until the longsword clattered to the ground. "What manner of creature are you?" he gasped. In response, Wayne unleashed 6 iron fists, and, after a blow to the forehead that produced a noticeable bump, Damien fell, sprawled out unceremoniously, face down. He did not fall asleep. Just as he began to drift in a slumber, he clutched his head, inhaling sharply as if contributing to the greenhouse effect. Wayne's strikes were measured. The bumps on Damien's head appeared alarming. Yet a brief examination would reveal them to be mere superficial injuries, causing discomfort but no significant harm. I am a mature and trustworthy adult. I promised you but one strike, and I certainly did not grant you 7. Am I not reasonable? Wayne bent to retrieve the sword, casually tossing it back into the system space. Nonsense. You clearly struck me 7 times. Damien protested, enduring the pain, yet stubbornly defending himself, matching Wayne's audacity. 7 bumps are unluckily associated with the number 7, so I have decided to make it 8. 88 brings great fortune. Doesn't it sound much more pleasant? Shameless. Damien lamented in pain and exasperation, silently cursing his father for introducing him to such a character. Batman. What could possibly be the reason? I too am in search of an answer. Wayne seized the back of Damien's collar, lifting him like a kitten and dangling him before a tree at the courtyard entrance. While Damien's legs flailed restlessly in the air, glaring fiercely at Wayne, for his underwear had once again been yanked out. Wayne hung the retrieved undergarment on a tree branch, while Damien stood with his arms crossed, visibly displeased. In isolation, one might perceive him as an aloof young tyrant, but when paired with his exposed round backside and white undergarments, he appeared utterly ridiculous. Listen closely, Damien. Wayne stood with his hands on his hips, tilting his head back in a manner reminiscent of someone who has traversed the path before. I hear from Dick that you seem to entirely disdain Bruce's no-kill principle. Dick? You mean that fool who delights in telling tedious, cold jokes? He ought to have his mouth sewn shut. Far away in Arkham, Dick shuddered, sensing an inexplicable blame being cast upon him. Never mind that. Let us address the matter at hand. Your Bat's no-kill principle is not a sign of weakness, nor is it an act of cowardice. Rather, it stems from his profound understanding that killing one individual is akin to detonating a hole in the Gotham Bridge. If you eliminate one madman, 10 more deranged souls will emerge from the abyss seeking vengeance, ultimately leading to the collapse of the entire structure. Damien scoffed, retorting, then wouldn't the solution be to eliminate everyone? Wayne, unusually patient, elaborated, you've seen Bruce's Batmobile, haven't you? The autonomous driving feature ISNT merely for convenience. It serves a greater purpose. Bruce knows that if he crushes a jester today, he must be ready to intervene tomorrow as that same jester hurtles toward Arkham. The no-kill principle acts not as a lock, but rather as brake pads, ensuring that one remains a rational human being, preventing a transformation into a lunatic akin to the Joker. Then why do you still kill? Damien queried, surprised to discover that he might be considered a normal person. I meant to say that I am distinct from Batman. Realizing the ambiguity of his statement, Wayne quickly corrected himself. Yet Damien had already cast a disdainful glance in his direction. Having weathered numerous storms, Wayne remained unperturbed by such trivialities, continuing, killing is effortless. Yet refraining from it is a formidable challenge, particularly in this cursed city of Gotham. Use your intellect and ponder to safeguard Gotham for decades against a myriad of supervillains, all while ensuring that those marauding criminals tremble at the sight of the bat signal. This skill, this difficulty, do you comprehend? He is the Dark Knight. He is Gotham's greatest legend. Perched upon the tree, Damien fell silent, the morning breeze tousling his hair as he experienced, for the first time beyond his mother, the notion that his father was indeed a remarkable individual. Curiosity about this unfamiliar father began to burgeon within him. Very well. You shall have ample time to bond with Bruce, but first, you must endure a period of transformation under my guidance to temper your impulsive desire to kill, Wayne declared, poking the bump on Damien's forehead with a finger, a gleeful smirk gracing his lips. I hardly believe you can teach me anything. Despite moderating his tone, Damien remained quite curt with Wayne. The first lesson, the weight of life. I haven't dismissed class yet. Wayne donned an inscrutable expression, a peculiar smile that made Damien uneasy. What scheme are you concocting now? Wayne reined in his smile, adopting a serious demeanor. When you embark on your martial arts journey, regardless of your innate talent, the first lesson to master is how to endure punishment. Bruce learned this, I did as well, and surely you, Board of the League of Assassins, must do the same. He speaks the truth, without embellishment. Bruce and Damian possess extraordinary talents, yet they have also made rapid progress through adversity. The memories of Wayne being mercilessly beaten by street thugs after his bankruptcy remain vivid. In the morning, he would be casually struck. At noon, he would receive a slap as he passed by. In the afternoon, he would endure a series of Mamba elbow strikes. And by nightfall, he would drown himself in alcohol. Lacking Bruce's innate gifts, he found himself nearly every day at the mercy of the thugs. Wayne shared sensory memories with Elias, and each recollection left him marveling at his own resilience. So, what relevance does this have to your upcoming lesson? Damian rolled his eyes, signaling for Wayne to dispense with the suspense. The gangsters I shot on the streets symbolize the interplay of death and life. It is only through experiencing death that one truly comprehends the value of life. Though there are other means to gradually grasp this understanding, my approach is expedited. I apologize for the inconvenience. Damian paused, his question unvoiced, when Wayne suddenly shouted, "Crazy Diamond!" A robust figure emerged, striking with such force that the impact left a cavity in his chest as if crushed by a steamroller. The punch penetrated through his pectorals, piercing the heart and breaking through the skin of his back. The sound of shattering bones echoed like popcorn exploding in a microwave. 12 ribs radiated outward, fracturing upon impact, with splintered shards embedding themselves in the torn muscle. Damian spat out a mouthful of blood, his throat producing a sound akin to a wheezing accordion. His eyes bulging in disbelief as he gazed at Wayne. His once vibrant pupils began to fade, vitality swiftly dissipating within him, while Wayne observed intently. "Crazy Diamond, heal him." Following Wayne's command, Crazy Diamond activated its ability, the hand that had pierced his chest glowing faintly, enveloping the son of the bat in an unusual energy. Damian awoke, terror-stricken, greedily gasping for air as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. In disbelief, he scanned his body, taking a while to regain composure. What happened? I was supposed to die. Wayne, what have you done to me? Connecting the dots to what had been said moments earlier, Damian quickly discerned that this insufferable doctor had intervened. It's merely my ability, no need for concern. The first lesson about the weight of life has concluded. Now you understand not to casually speak of killing, especially considering Batman would not want you to become a ruthless murderer. What nonsense is this? You speak as if you have experienced death yourself. Damian genuinely admired Wayne. He had just been killed, yet continued to lecture him. The logic of this insufferable doctor was utterly absurd. Wayne smiled without uttering a word, and Damian was not wrong. Strictly speaking, his experience was quite extensive. In a previous life, while driving normally, he fell victim to a rain-slicked highway, leading to an unfortunate encounter that transformed him into Satoru Gojo, followed by a subsequent mishap that turned him into a paper-thin version of Sukuna. Upon arriving here, he relived the sensation of enduring years of relentless beatings, ultimately succumbing to alcohol poisoning. It was a peculiar experience, though the efficacy of treatment was evidently significant. While he may not have fully grasped the sanctity of life, at least the urge to decapitate the innocent had considerably diminished. At that moment, Wayne reached out and lifted Damian once more, pulling him down from the tree. "You're hanging like a coat on a hook. If you stay up there any longer, Alfred might think I'm abusing child labor. But honestly, your underwear is sturdy enough, yet utterly devoid of any design. How monotonous. Your father, Bruce, has quite a collection of flashy suits. Didn't he ever gift you a pair with a Batman motif? My father is not that dull," Damian retorted, landing gracefully and adjusting his pristine attire, marveling at Wayne's remarkable abilities. Not only could he revive the fallen, but he could also mend their garments. Wayne patted the back of his head and, disregarding Damian's protests, forcibly ushered him into the hospital. "Starting tomorrow, you will learn to bandage wounds, beginning with the art of patience. I doubt you need to worry about your aversion to blood. Just a gentle reminder, do not wrap the gauze around a patient's mouth and nose. Otherwise, I shall send a photo of you in your birthday suit to the news station, revealing to the world that the son of the bat lacks Nightwing's posterior charm." Damian's lips twitched, and with no choice left, he nodded obediently. There was no escape from this predicament. Not only was it impossible to elude Wayne, the relentless pursuer, but his pride would never allow him to be a deserter. Furthermore, he wished to avoid the disappointment in his father's gaze. The son of the bat yearned to demonstrate that he could achieve feats beyond mere slaughter. The free tools for practice had arrived, sparing him the need to venture out for supplies, and the number of patients was adequate. It seemed the hospital would temporarily bid farewell to the notion of tranquility. Upon entering the hospital, Wayne squinted, observing the assorted minions loitering in the lobby. Some donned black masks, while others were affiliated with the Penguin, along with a few unfamiliar faces. The hospital had been in operation for some time. It appeared the long-awaited influx of business had finally arrived. Now, to deal with them swiftly. There was no time to waste. Chapter 100. Regression what? Batman's assumption proved accurate. Remnants of the masked gang indeed seized the opportunity amidst the Arkham riot to rescue Black Mask. The reason they could pinpoint his location at New Arkham rather than Old Arkham was straightforward. It wasn't due to an exceptionally perceptive member among them. Rather, Wayne had previously registered an official account on YouTube to promote the hospital, posting close-up photos of Black Mask's backside on the ground. Title, with that gaze. Look at my Black Mask. Sir, to clarify in advance, the little black figure is merely using a cloth to wipe the floor, his eyes fixed on Wayne, who is taking photographs, not as the public might imagine. Let me reiterate, Wayne is not Constantine. He is but a single-pronged plug. Thus, the Black Mask is well known in New Arkham, and that set of photographs has garnered unanimous acclaim from certain communities online. As for another group within the hospital, they are the underlings of the Penguin, whose motives are straightforward: to seize this opportunity to investigate what peculiarities the so-called New Arkham Hospital holds. If all goes well, they might even provide assistance to the Black Mask, such as covering his retreat. It is entirely reasonable. There are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests, a phrase that will never grow old. Batman will not allow any faction to dominate. Excessive power will inevitably face severe repercussions. Generally, the various forces occupying Gotham maintain a delicate balance. Thus, the Penguin and the Black Mask are both adversaries and potential allies. Extending a favor to one another is never a mistake. Excluding the Joker, of course, collaborating with that whimsical Harlequin is exceedingly exhausting. One can never predict when this bizarre creature might snap and concoct a disastrous new scheme. The Scarecrow, who previously partnered with the Joker, attested to a profoundly unpleasant experience. Their initial plan was to jointly reign over Gotham. Yet before they could even make substantial progress, the Joker became fixated on his infernal Batman again. Naturally, the Scarecrow objected, leading to a fierce argument, during which he unleashed his signature fear toxin. 3 minutes later, the Joker adjusted his suit and remarked to the nearly incapacitated Scarecrow, "Your concoction lacks the potency of Batman's strawberry-scented gas." The fear toxin proved ineffective against the Joker, leaving the Scarecrow questioning his life choices. Vowing never to ally with the Joker again, when the two factions encountered one another in New Arkham, they were momentarily taken aback but refrained from hostility. After stating their intentions, they quickly reached an understanding, choosing to coexist without interference. The third party, not affiliated with any faction and consisting of a mere handful of individuals, mostly comprised those who had fled from Arkham and ended up here. Remember, Wayne's hospital is located on the outskirts of Burnley, merely separated from Old Arkham by a 3-arch bridge, which indeed suggests no issues with the location. However, Wayne is not oblivious to Batman's sinister intentions. Should any escaping criminal choose the leftmost bridge, the likelihood of colliding with his hospital soars to 80%. It is practically unavoidable, clearly implying that he is being treated as a free enforcer. Among the criminals who escaped from Arkham, one individual stands out, capturing Wayne's attention amidst the crowd. No, it is more accurate to say it is a creature, towering over 2 meters in height and weighing an estimated 600 pounds, with a muscular physique. The most striking feature is its entire body covered in hard, scale-like skin. Its snout protrudes, revealing sharp teeth and yellow vertical pupils, giving its face a distinctly crocodilian appearance. This is Killer Croc, a villain from the Bat family. His skin can withstand ordinary bullets and sharp weapons, possessing superhuman strength, regenerative capabilities, heightened senses, and the ability to move swiftly underwater. While this sounds formidable within the context of Gotham, it is merely another character among many with similar abilities, and there exists a disparity even among superpowers. Wayne's impressions of Killer Croc are scant, aside from fleeting appearances in comics. The most memorable depiction resides within the film's Suicide Squad. Although it is an ensemble piece, the character that captivates Wayne the most, apart from Deadshot, is Margot Robbie's portrayal of Harley Quinn. Despite the lack of illumination, her captivating visage earns her forgiveness. It is worth noting that in this film, the Joker is depicted as a pure-hearted warrior, not mad, but deeply affectionate. This stands in stark contrast to Wayne's own Joker, whose tumultuous relationship with Harley is marred by the classic love triangle. Her heart is wholly devoted to him, yet his affections lie elsewhere, focused entirely on Gotham. It is crucial to mention that due to the presence of the Enchantress, the identity of the him in Harley Quinn's heart remains up for debate. Wayne, shaking off these thoughts, redirects his focus to Killer Croc, whose powers stem from a process of atavism. Yes, you heard that right. Despite both of Killer Croc's parents being entirely normal, Wayne is baffled as to which ancestor Croc has reverted to. If it were a monkey or a gorilla, he might concede some validity, but a crocodile? Or perhaps Killer Croc's transformation is linked to the genetic similarity within his lineage. Killer Croc's arrival at the hospital was purely coincidental. He emerged from the sewers, which are the territory of Batman, saturated with the unmistakable scent of the Dark Knight. Still haunted by the memory of being blasted away by a bat jet, he hastily chose the path with the faintest odor to surface. Upon emerging, he stumbled upon a gathering of unsavory characters sneaking into the hospital, and in his navette, he wandered around with curiosity. Black Mask and Penguin's henchmen were taken aback upon seeing Killer Croc, yet, realizing he posed no immediate threat, they decided to prioritize their mission. However, the situation shifted dramatically upon Wayne's return. As he entered the room, confirming the absence of allies, he swiftly drew his weapon and opened fire. The rapid succession of gunfire erupted, prompting Wayne to shield Damian behind him. The precision of his diamond armor was inadequate to fend off such a barrage of bullets. Thus he conjured a large, dark red hand to intercept them all. In an effort to prevent chaos from engulfing the hospital, Wayne resolved to conclude the confrontation expeditiously. With a powerful swing of the massive hand extending from his shoulder, he returned the barrage of bullets to their origin. Blood splattered as the criminals fell one by one. Without aiming for vital points, Wayne merely incapacitated them as agreed, allowing Damian to practice. Roar! The enraged Killer Croc, affected by the onslaught, let out a furious growl. Although the bullets from the handgun could not penetrate his skin, they still inflicted noticeable pain, causing his dim-witted mind to abandon thought and charge recklessly at Wayne. As Killer Croc lunged before Wayne, he opened his gaping maw, attempting to bite down on the red hand without a second thought, hoping to execute his signature move. The death roll, what he envisioned as a scene of shattered bones and flying flesh, did not materialize. Instead, he stared in disbelief, for his pride lay in his crocodilian bite force. My assessment is that you are inferior to that green little crocodile who enjoys bathing with a hose. Unaware of who the green crocodile was, Killer Croc only recognized the diminutive figure before him mocking him. His gaze grew increasingly fierce, and he bit down harder on Wayne, determined to succeed this time. Crazy Diamond. Killer Croc's amusing ancestral traits intrigued Wayne, who decided against cooking crocodile tail and instead opted to deliver a thorough beating. Thud! 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 The fists, like a tempest, struck rapidly against Killer Croc's abdomen, the immense force causing his eyes to roll back momentarily. Just as he was sent flying, Wayne yanked him back. One hand assisted in restraining Killer Croc, preventing him from being knocked away, while the other two hands unleashed a flurry of relentless strikes. Killer Croc coughed up blood repeatedly, only to have it inexplicably drawn back into him. Each time he felt he might faint, his injuries mysteriously healed, and the onslaught continued. After several rounds, his initial rage transformed into pitiful cries for mercy, his fury beaten down, and his sharp mind regained clarity. He realized that if he remained silent, this foe would indeed continue his relentless assault. It was astonishing how he could be so thoroughly beaten without even a hand being raised against him. This person was terrifying, akin to a devil like Batman. Damian watched, his mouth twitching in disbelief. How was this better than simply decapitating the enemy? Beaten to near death, only to be healed and then battered again, the endless torment was akin to being in hell. Stop! Stop! Isudaniv! Isudaniv! Killer Croc released his grip on Wayne's energy arm, sobbing and pleading for mercy. However, before he could finish, Wayne covered his mouth and delivered yet another barrage of blows. After 3 more minutes of relentless punishment, Killer Croc gasped, his eyes rolling back in a defeated daze. Even Damian could no longer bear to watch and exclaimed, "Please stop. He has already surrendered." Huh? Did he surrender? I didn't hear that. How absurd. Before he could even finish his words, you deliberately covered his mouth. What words? Killer Croc's most formidable weapon is undeniably that very mouth. I must remain vigilant to prevent any unforeseen ambush that could lead to my downfall, Damien remarked. Doesn't that conveniently rid Gotham of a significant threat? Having spent less than a day in Wayne's company, Damien felt akin to a novice. Realizing that all the titles of demons, son or heir of the League of Assassins, paled in comparison to this peculiar individual. With a violent tug, Killer Croc's tail emitted a nauseating sound, and the foul blood dripped from the severed appendage onto the ground. Wayne seized the scaly tail and cast it aside, releasing Killer Croc. In a frantic manner, Killer Croc clung to Wayne's thigh, his jagged jaws opening and closing as he wailed, "Brother, father, grandparents, I truly cannot bear this any longer. I surrender. Grant me a chance to live. If only you had been this obedient from the start. There is no need to mention grandparents. I certainly do not have a grandson who has reverted to a crocodilian form," Wayne retorted, crossing his arms. He allowed the manic diamond to grasp Killer Croc's jaw, compelling him to meet his gaze. With a tone of mockery, Wayne proclaimed, "Croc, I have delightful news for you. From this day forth, you shall be the #2 lackey of the new Arkham Asylum, a special patient." Arkham? Killer Croc's face twisted with disdain. Hadn't he just escaped from there? How could he possibly find himself back so soon? Was this yet another of Batman's cunning ploys? He cautiously inquired, "Are you Batman?" As Wayne's expression softened, Killer Croc felt a surge of intuition confirming his suspicion, his face illuminating with realization. "I knew it. If only you had revealed your identity sooner." Such misunderstandings could have been avoided. 3 minutes later, Killer Croc lay limply on the ground, his eyes vacant, unable to comprehend why he had been beaten. Wayne, having located a photograph of Batman online, grasped Killer Croc's elongated snout and, with indignation, exclaimed, "Just look at that old-fashioned attire of his, and then gaze upon my dashing and stoic self. Now tell me, do we resemble one another?" Killer Croc instinctively wanted to affirm the likeness, but, upon encountering Wayne's chilling gaze, quickly amended his response. "We are indeed two entirely different individuals. After all, one is white and the other black. Furthermore, one values reputation while the other does not." This thought remained unspoken, as his primal instincts urged him to remain true to himself. He wished to admire the moon a little longer and did not desire to descend into oblivion just yet. Remember well, the grim figure in the tight-fitting suit is Batman, while the radiant, immaculate being you see is none other than I. Killer Croc countered, "Aside from the attire, in what way are you not as dark as Batman? If you're not Batman, then who are you? Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. I am the Moonlight Knight, the guardian of Gotham beneath the moonlight. Why not the Devil Knight?" Killer Croc's lips twitched. That title seemed utterly inappropriate. How did you know that in the absence of the moon, I am referred to as the malevolent spirit rider? Well, without further ado, the foundation of a successful day lies in the morning. Given the fine weather, it is imperative as the director and chief physician of this institution to administer your first treatment. Do you see that patch of weeds in the courtyard? Indeed. Are you suggesting I consume the grass for treatment? But crocodiles are carnivorous. Wayne rolled his eyes, gesturing with one hand towards the grassy expanse while brandishing a weapon in the other, exclaiming with irritation, "You have the option to eat the hidden dog excrement, but I am instructing you to uproot those weeds to preserve the garden's aesthetic appeal." With that, he delivered a swift kick to the rear of the towering assassin crocodile, sending the 2-meter behemoth tumbling twice across the ground. Before the crocodile could react, Wayne's voice echoed ominously again. "My malevolent spirit chariot will keep a watchful eye on you. Should it detect any attempts to escape, you might find out just how well you can withstand its 6-barrel blue fire Gatling gun and grenade launcher." Upon hearing this, the crocodile turned to see the gun barrel nearly stuffed into its mouth, unable to suppress a gulp. "Remember to clear it thoroughly, or else I shall have your crocodile hide flayed and sold to the leather factory, and you shall be forbidden from your meals." The assassin crocodile, devoid of the strength to retaliate, lowered its head under the eaves, dragging its partially healed form towards the garden, its claws digging into the soil as it pulled out the weeds, tears streaming down its face. 5 kilometers away, at the abandoned water tower, from this vantage point, one can effortlessly overlook the obstacles below and observe Wayne's new Arkham Hospital. Through the telescope, the events within the hospital came into sharp focus, providing a wealth of intelligence. Towering over 3 meters, his monstrous muscles bulged, arms as robust as city walls, capable of effortlessly tearing apart an elephant. The venomous apparatuses in fusion tube snaked down his neck into his tight black suit, each breath weighed down by an immense burden, and merely standing beside him emanated an overwhelming pressure. Titan venom surged through his veins, causing the veins on his forehead to throb violently, while the black hood obscured his inscrutable expression. He is the ever-familiar Ahwai. He is Bane, a man who perceives Gotham as a chessboard. Chapter 102. The master of bone-setting, possessing extraordinary abilities and a ruthless disposition, he shared a deep connection with Batman. Moon Knight, what other powers do you conceal? Bane murmured softly, lightly gripping the edge of the telescope, his pupils reflecting the scenes unfolding within the distant hospital. Batman instills fear to subdue criminals, while Moon Knight inflicts pain upon them, a primal yet effective method of taming. Do not be deceived by Bane's physique. Resembling a creature infused with the essence of the dragon and Compound 5, he is not merely a muscle-bound brute like the Hulk. In reality, as a leading adversary within the Batverse, he is among the few capable of matching wits with Batman. The wealthy rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutation. This notion is vividly embodied in Bane, whose Titan venom endows him with strength that transcends human limits. Although the side effect is a decline in intellect, his high IQ enables him to withstand extensive injections without devolving into a mindless beast. A formidable intellect coupled with immense power is a most terrifying combination. Bane was born in the formidable a Duro prison, where his mother passed away when he was merely 6 years old, awakening a profound realization within him. He recognized himself as a natural-born ruler, destined to rise above the masses. The world belonged to him, and one day it would be under his dominion. With all reduced to mere livestock, as feeble as sheep. Yet, on his path to global supremacy, there existed but one peril: fear. Fear lay dormant within Bane's heart, for it was only fear that could hinder him from claiming what was rightfully his. He understood that to possess everything he deserved, he must conquer the fears that dwelled within. Resolute, Bane vowed not to succumb to fear. Instead, he would become fear itself, merging with the darkness of the abyss. In that prison, he learned everything, progressing from literacy to mastery of 6 languages. Through the pages of books, Bane discovered the outside world, realizing that knowledge equates to power. He ravenously absorbed every tome within the library, and upon completion, his thirst for knowledge intensified. While others indulged in drugs and smuggling, Bane utilized his connections to secretly acquire hundreds of books spanning various subjects. As he sharpened his mind, he simultaneously honed his physique, replacing sleep with meditation. Through relentless perseverance day after day, year after year, he drew closer to his envisioned perfection, ultimately conquering the imposing Aduro prison. Harnessing the full extent of his meditative prowess, he scaled the towering walls, traversing the desolate world in search of the monstrous entity that haunted his thoughts. Eventually, he encountered it, standing before him, and in its shadow, he fought, ultimately vanquishing the colossal bat that instilled fear within him. It was at this juncture that a subordinate known as Bird informed him about Gotham. Not the universe's notorious Bird, but a lawyer from Gotham City. At this point, I hope the reader takes note of our domain. Bird proclaimed Gotham to be the finest city on Earth, capable of providing Bane with anything his heart desired, akin to a ripe, colossal fruit, encompassing all that Bird represented. Yet, Bane remained indifferent, for he was aware that even this planet would eventually be his. That was until Bird produced a photograph, a picture of Batman. Upon seeing it, Bane instantly realized that he had not fully triumphed over the fears lurking deep within. In fact, those fears had only grown stronger. This revelation ignited Bane's imagination, fueling his dreams and stirring his blood. He became utterly infatuated with this bat-like creature, an ultimate goal that eclipsed even his desire for world domination. The Titan venom rendered him whole. After personally feeding the warden to the sharks, Bane arrived in Gotham with his henchmen. His intention was to personally annihilate Batman and subsequently reign over the city he was sworn to protect, thereby asserting himself as the very embodiment of fear. However, he did not underestimate Batman. Rather, upon entering Gotham, he silently observed Batman's battles, meticulously familiarizing himself with his techniques and gathering every shred of intelligence about this formidable foe. Wayne, too, fell within Bane's watchful gaze, regarded as Batman's most trusted ally. The mere fact that he was the only one in Gotham to kill criminals without facing Batman's wrath was enough to provoke Bane's suspicions. The Moonlight Knight, Liao Liao, made several appearances, each time showcasing a different ability, be it close combat, ranged attacks, healing, or advanced technological weaponry, leaving Bane with a high regard for Wayne. In direct confrontation, he surpassed Batman significantly, and considering the possibility of hidden abilities, Bane himself could not be entirely assured of a decisive victory. The level of danger posed was only beneath that of Batman, marking Wayne as Bane's number 2 adversary. Bane harbored confidence in his ability to defeat them separately through sheer strength and intellect, but when Batman and the Moonlight Knight united, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. The initial plan, which included the Moonlight Knight, would prove challenging to execute. Thus, he needed to prepare for contingencies. To dominate Gotham, he must separate the two, as far apart as possible. Continuing his surveillance, Bane set down the binoculars. As he turned, the metal floor groaned under the weight, his broad shoulders nearly blocking the entrance to the water tower. He forcefully tore aside the obstructive object and took out his intercom, instructing the men below, investigate every detail about the Moonlight Knight, devise a method to expel him from Gotham, and remember, do not expose yourselves. That night at Gotham's docks, a whip cracked through the air, startling the seagulls perched atop the containers. Catwoman, Selina, glided across the rooftops in her stilettos, her long black hair billowing in the night breeze, the jewels between her fingers shimmering under the moonlight, while 3 unconscious robbers lay at her feet. "I have enjoyed a delightful holiday," Selina remarked, blowing a kiss toward Wayne Tower in the distance. Her deep purple bodysuit traced a graceful arc as she leaped from the rooftop. "What a shame it would be if a certain bat detective were to join me. It would be perfect. Remember to come catch me, dear detective." Her silvery laughter mingled with the sound of the waves, fading into the night as Gotham welcomed back its jewel queen, the troublesome thief who caused Batman much distress. 3 days later, Arkham sounded the alarm once more. That evening, a visitor arrived at a church in Gotham. A frail man, with white hair and a scraggly beard, clad in a janitor's uniform, wielded a mop to clean the church floor. Snap! The overhead lights suddenly extinguished, and the man sluggishly raised his head, perplexed as he addressed those around him. "Father, is it you?" A piercing shriek resonated from the sacred mural. "Put down, Jean-Paul. You are not merely a custodian." The man, referred to as Jean-Paul, exclaimed in panic. "Who are you?" "No. The question is, who are you?" Jean-Paul's eyes brimmed with confusion. "Who am I?" "You are a judge, and I have come to unveil your divine destiny. Gotham requires you to take up the flame, to disseminate light by vanquishing the demons that perpetuate darkness and sin throughout the realm." Suddenly, a sword plunged into the sacrificial pyre, flames entwining its blade, illuminating Jean-Paul's gradually awakening visage. "God needs you. Batman needs you. Angel of Death." Chapter 103. Can't you administer anesthesia or render someone unconscious? New Arkham Hospital. The surgical lights flickered to life, and the criminals assigned as patients sat obediently in their places. The sounds of clashing metal instruments and intermittent groans filled the room, casting a pallor over their expressions as though they had just lost their parents. Inside the operating room, Damien wore a grave expression, the veins in his hand bulging as he held the needle with tension. The needle slipped on the criminal's trembling abdomen, stretching what should have been a 3-centimeter incision into a 5-centimeter gash. "Damn it!" The son of the Bat abruptly tore off the bloodied gloves and hurled them to the ground, the surgical lights reflecting the cold sweat on his forehead. Damien seethed. "You wretch, if you shake again, I will stitch your tongue to your urethra." The henchman bound to the operating table shrieked in a cacophony of agony. "Ah? It was your trembling that tore my side open, and you don't even administer anesthesia. What does that have to do with me?" "Silence." Damien snapped, seizing the hemostat to clamp the man's nose. "Should you remind me about anesthesia? You wait until the operation is a failure to speak up. You know full well what you're doing." The henchman retorted, "Ancestor, are you the doctor, or am I? Should I have to remind you about such matters? And what about the 3 ahead of me? Didn't you forget to administer anesthesia for them as well? Do you treat this hospital like a slaughterhouse or a mass grave?" Wayne entered, casually holding a lollipop, clad in a white coat over a cartoon shirt depicting Damien's bare bottom. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of blood splattered across the operating room. with several barely conscious individuals huddled in the corner. The patient on the operating table was nearing his end, having received inadequate treatment amid the chaotic disarray, his condition declining rapidly. When not executing malevolence in Gotham, Wayne lived a life of normalcy, indifferent to the exposure of his identity or perhaps deliberately revealing it. This was the advantage of a free man. With no one at home, Wayne felt unburdened, as criminals found no vulnerabilities to exploit. The two individuals he still maintained contact with were Bruce Wayne and John Constantine. Those who seek out Bruce are truly fortunate, while those who wish to find Constantine are equally blessed. After all, Wayne is troubled by the absence of assistance in addressing the calamities of Earth. Conversely, Damian has been instructed to don a mask. While Wayne may remain indifferent to the exposure of his own identity, it is imperative that the young lad does not suffer the same fate. Should his likeness be widely disseminated, the repercussions could be considerable. Although Damian has yet to be introduced to the public by Bruce, his face bears an uncanny resemblance to Bruce's, and anyone who gazes upon him would easily discern his lineage. The son of Gotham's wealthiest and the Moonlight Knight share a profound connection. Revealing this bond before outsiders could lead to significant complications. While the fans of Arkham may refrain from targeting Damian due to his overt identity, the forces beyond Gotham present a different narrative, for many harbor intentions towards Bruce. To avert unnecessary complications, it is essential for the mischievous child to conceal his identity, thus depriving Damian of any opportunity to argue his case. Wayne, with a swift motion, delivers a sharp blow to the center of his head, causing him to spring up in protest. "You scoundrel! My father never struck me like that. How can a martial artist display such volatility?" Wayne, shaking his stick, provides a breath of life to the patients nestled in the corners. For dying outside is acceptable, but perishing within the confines of the hospital would tarnish their reputation. He pinches Damian's indignant face, who retaliates with a bite that nearly shatters his own teeth. Wayne, adjusting his disheveled hair, imparts wisdom. "Did you not hear their cries of pain? Without administering anesthesia, how could you possibly render them unconscious? Moreover, the patient's abdomen is beginning to seep blood, and yet you have not even extracted the bullet to stitch a mere scratch." Damian remains silent, accustomed to severing others' necks. Rendering someone unconscious is typically not within his purview, and, in the heat of the moment, he has forgotten this crucial detail. Well, killing and saving are indeed two distinct matters. "This time, I shall not wield the scalpel myself. Remember to study diligently." Wayne suddenly loses his mirth, saying, "Observe closely." A true surgeon breathes as an extension of the scalpel. He tears open the sterile garment to don it himself. As the patient's abdomen oozes pink froth mixed with bile, indicating that the bullet has surely pierced the jejunum. 17 seconds. Wayne announces the time into the air, and the scalpel glides above the McBurney's point, making a 7-centimeter arc incision. The moment warm blood surges to his wrist, the modified laparoscope slips into the cavity like a silver eel. Typically, I do not require such tools for my surgeries, but this principle applies solely to myself. When operating on others, ensure all instruments are prepared meticulously. Wayne even manages to divert his attention to elucidate various concepts to Damian, who, eager to escape Wayne's torment, is wholly focused on learning. Under the cold light, Wayne spots the bullet lodged within the triangular region formed by the portal vein and common bile duct, while the breach in the mesenteric artery pulsates, expelling a fan-shaped mist of crimson with each heartbeat. Non-magnetic forceps penetrate the glistening fat of the intestine, while the intestinal clamp unfurls like a lotus behind the duodenum, successfully reaching the blood-stained bullet, which he deftly grasps to extract with precision. Blood pressure, 4,020. Wayne announced the stable figures from the blood pressure monitor, and after completing the preliminary suturing tasks, he began to close the abdomen, his movements accelerating once more. The needle danced deftly between his fingers, as if he were playing a melodious tune rather than stitching a rugged man's wounds. During suturing, one must maintain tranquility and steadiness. It is ill-advised to perform surgery in the heat of a duel, lest one inadvertently insert their phone into the patient's rear. Damian watched intently as Wayne's hands moved like flowing water, threading the needle with remarkable skill. Only when Wayne placed the bullet into the tray did Damian realize that this rascal was not merely posturing with his abilities. He possessed genuine talent. Wayne declared the surgery concluded and left the subsequent tasks to Damian. The thugs of Gotham were resilient. as long as they did not agitate their injuries. They would recover fully. He had no interest in further torturing the injured criminals. Such antics were beneath him, and their rightful place was in the precinct or the prison. Once Damien honed his skills, Wayne would instruct Gordon to take the individuals away. Without special circumstances, he had no desire to linger. Damien was left behind to clean the operating room, and, after tidying up, he had to prepare a meal for Wayne, an obligation he could not escape, for failure to comply would result in a spanking. At noon, Wayne sat in his armchair, observing the killer croc in the yard, which was using its new tail to sweep the fallen leaves. The tail was not a natural growth. It had been grafted from Kaz's octopus tentacle to test its feasibility. Admittedly, while it looked rather amusing, the killer croc was indeed quite convenient to use. Damien, having finished his chores, approached with lunch. As the heir to both the League of Assassins and Wayne Enterprises, he had once led a life of ease. However, since his arrival here, the pressure of capital had compelled him to refine his culinary skills, lest he starve. It was infuriating that despite serving Wayne like a servant, he continued to face criticism. Damien, not to speak ill, but despite appearing the same age, why is it that the neighboring Pinot can wash, cook, and assist in surgeries, yet you seem to struggle? Damien replied, to the left is the highway exit, and to the right is Gotham Bay. Where could anyone possibly reside? Chapter 104. His dog is near death. No jesting now. I summoned you for a serious matter. Wayne gestured dismissively, rising from his chair to stretch his limbs. The serious matter is whether you have decided what to eat tonight. Damien exhibited a deadpan expression, unable to conceive what pleasant conversation this man could possibly wish to engage in. You have become familiar with the hospital facilities this week, and your medical skills have improved. At least you won't insert a scalpel into someone's rear end anymore. It is time for you to learn something new. While entertaining children is amusing, Wayne had not forgotten the more pressing matters at hand. Noticing that Damien's temper had considerably mellowed, he felt it was time to advance to the next stage. Your new task, ISNT, to have me transcribe the Analects 100 times, is it? He had not forgotten that during this period, he was required to master both medicine and the lengthy discourses of the Analects, which made him feel somewhat nauseous at the thought. If you are willing, I have no objections. However, I summoned you here for a beneficial purpose. Are you interested in learning martial arts? Learning to wield your chaotic and hapless fighting style? Learning techniques that could potentially overpower your father Bruce and grandfather Ra's al Ghul, provided they do not resort to their extraordinary powers? Is it true? Damien's expression was one of skepticism. On one hand, he doubted that any martial art could be so formidable, while on the other, he found it hard to believe that Wayne would extend such goodwill. Wayne whistled softly, summoning the Hell Cycle, a high-end machine gifted by the Old Road, capable of understanding human commands as a basic function. Little White, unleash some projectiles towards me. Let this lad witness something extraordinary, Wayne instructed, patting the front of the vehicle. Damien shook his head in disbelief, pondering why such a name was bestowed upon a motorcycle. With another black bike already in the hospital, sharing a name felt rather awkward. Thus, a corresponding name seemed simple and comprehensible. Stand back, don't get caught in the crossfire. Wayne gestured for Damien to retreat a few meters, ensuring a safe distance for practice. Boom, boom, boom. Once prepared, the Hell Cycle unleashed a barrage of grenades. Damien frowned, instinctively tensing his muscles, driven by an innate desire to evade danger. However, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before him. Wayne assumed an unusual and swift stance, his hands moving fluidly and tirelessly, swirling the grenades around him before hurling them into the sky, where they ultimately exploded into wisps of smoke. Tai Chi, Damien blurted out. Recognizing it as the closest martial art, he was familiar with that emphasized yielding to overcome strength. Wayne nodded, explaining, the two styles share a philosophy of harmonizing rigidity and flexibility, yet there are distinctions. Tai Chi relies on sensitivity to perceive an opponent's movements, employing 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds to utilize their force against them. My flowing rock-shattering fist possesses a similar efficacy, but it primarily seeks speed and destructive power, enabling rapid transitions between offense and defense. In defense, it can deflect or neutralize attacks fluidly. In offense, it unleashes tremendous force capable of shattering stone, as demonstrated here. Wayne took a couple of steps forward and gently pushed against the cobblestone wall kissed by the fountain. causing the entire stone structure to collapse like a sand mound washed away by water, transforming into a heap of rubble, summoning the Mad Diamond to restore the fountain. Wayne turned to Damien and inquired, "So, are you interested in learning now?" The light in Damien's eyes brightened with eagerness as he began to inquire without reservation. Thus, Damien's life in New Arkham officially commenced. Mornings were spent training with Wayne, afternoons learning medicine to heal, and evenings dedicated to combating crime alongside Wayne. The study of medicine aimed to instill in Damien a sense of compassion and an appreciation for the sanctity of life, while the martial arts training served to cultivate his character and pacify his inner turmoil regarding violence. Consequently, during their patrols, Wayne made a deliberate choice to refrain from taking lives, ensuring the therapeutic process remained unaffected. They would incapacitate criminals to the brink of death before calling the police to take them away. Batman remained silent, and Commissioner Gordon offered no objections. The officers, too, had no dissent, allowing the Moon Knight to assist them in combating crime while minimizing casualties. During this period, a certain elderly bat made several discreet visits, fearing that Wayne's reckless behavior might corrupt his child. To Bruce's astonishment, Wayne was genuinely devoted to guiding Damien, albeit in a rather abstract manner. Yet he was indeed steering him in a positive direction. Bruce remained silent, contemplating that perhaps Wayne, as a father, was more competent than he himself had been. He pondered whether, had Wayne adopted Jason instead of him, the outcome might have been entirely different. Clenching his fists tightly, Bruce suddenly shook his head, suppressing the guilt and sorrow within. Regardless of the circumstances, he would remember this favor that Wayne had extended. Wayne was aware of Batman's clandestine visits, and since the elder Bat did not publicly address the matter, Wayne feigned ignorance, wondering why overseeing his son felt akin to thievery. Speaking of thieves, Wayne had indeed noticed Bruce's old acquaintance, Catwoman Selina, had returned. A few nights ago, while on patrol, he spotted a stunning thief with long legs and an alluring figure wandering between the skyscrapers. Wayne immediately adopted a serious demeanor. How could anyone dress so provocatively in this day and age? It was utterly disgraceful, and he resolved to apprehend her for some proper discipline. After all, the hospital could certainly use a nurse clad in white stockings. He had grown weary of the monotonous company of crocodiles, brutish men, and foul-mouthed children in the New Arkham. A man of action, Wayne was determined to proceed with his plan. However, just as he was about to intervene, he was intercepted by a grim-faced Bruce. Upon seeing Bruce's expression and recalling the thief's somewhat familiar silhouette, Wayne quickly deduced the identity of the leggy culprit. As the saying goes, a friend's wife is off limits, and Wayne firmly asserted that he harbored no intentions, vowing to keep the secret of Bruce's covert matchmaking for Damien under wraps. He would also refrain from informing Talia that a cat had come to pilfer the estate. Bruce, upon witnessing Wayne's smug expression that seemed to revel in his potential misfortune, felt a surge of anger rising, especially as his emotional turmoil was compounded by Alfred's discovery of Selina's return to Gotham. Alfred had begun preparing various supplements and a pregnancy kit, seemingly intent on cradling a grandchild before next Christmas. Overwhelmed, Bruce did not wish to engage further with Wayne, adopting a cold and domineering demeanor as he declared that Catwoman was his and that Wayne should keep his distance. With that, he turned on his heel and hurried off in pursuit of Selina. Finding the situation uninteresting, Wayne shrugged and wandered off to a late-night eatery to satiate his hunger. While there, he overheard passers-by discussing a new vigilante wielding a long sword who claimed to be Batman's successor, asserting he would surpass Batman's feats. Clearly, this was mere gossip among the crowd, and even Wayne paid little mind after hearing a few remarks. Time flew by, and soon a month had passed, ushering in Wayne's third special patient. The newcomer was not a remarkable figure like the ones from the previous encounters. Rather, he appeared to be an ordinary man. However, the visage he bore nearly provoked Wayne into delivering a slap. His face, slightly more handsome than Bruce's, exuded a demeanor starkly contrasting to that of a certain blonde individual. Most crucially, he cradled a dying beagle in his arms, tears streaming down his face, which confirmed to Wayne that this was not some pretender in disguise. After aiding the ailing man and his beloved dog, both expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Wayne before swiftly vanishing back into their own realm. Wayne, in turn, acquired two skills: master of firearms and animal communication. After some time, one night, Wayne found himself ensnared in a peculiar dream. The ethereal blue flames illuminated the ancient stone walls, permeated by an air of decay. Upon awakening, Wayne realized he had arrived at this place. A dream? He placed his hand against a nearby stone pillar, the icy sensation quickly dispelling that notion. No, perhaps it could be termed a vivid dream. It seemed someone had extended an invitation for him to visit. Reassured that he could still wield the powers within him, Wayne felt a measure of comfort. Even if unforeseen circumstances arose, he would not be defenseless, especially as he sensed no malice directed at him. I must inquire, is this how you treat your guests? Wayne extended his hand into the fire pit. The azure flames scorched his skin. As the Hell King of Fire, Daspondio possessed an unimaginable resistance to flames, a trait that Wayne, as its host, inherited. The fact that this fire could inflict harm upon him was indeed extraordinary. The master of this domain was evidently no ordinary individual. The ability to draw him into a dream spoke to their formidable reputation. The sound of weary, heavy footsteps approached, echoing in the distance. Turning towards the darkness, Wayne beheld an elderly black man with white hair, his face etched with the passage of time, slowly emerging with a staff in hand. Clad in a tattered red cloak, which was considerably larger than usual, it served both as a mantle and a cover for his frail form, lending him an air of mystery. Yet, if Wayne were to assess the situation, he might have asked the elder why he did not apply for poverty assistance. While he could understand an elderly man's inability to afford new clothes, surely he need not wear the same unwashed garments for a lifetime. It seems somewhat excessive to maintain such a tattered appearance when one could employ a cleaning spell. At the very least, a bar of soap could have sufficed. The fabric appeared thoroughly worn. Suppressing his urge to voice a critique, Wayne scrutinized the elderly figure before him. Despite the apparent lack of means to procure clothing or footwear, Wayne's keen perception revealed a waning, yet profoundly potent magic emanating from the old man. It was astonishing. One could scarcely fathom the extent of the elder's power at the height of his strength. Apart from the immense power within him, the venerable elder gripped an extraordinary golden staff, a blue arc of magical lightning merging seamlessly with his gaunt chest. Wayne squinted slightly. Lightning was quite renowned in this realm, with two prominent figures associated with it: the legendary Sacrifice King, the Flash, Barry Allen, and the sagacious Shazam, who had locked the door to wisdom. Barry's lightning was a distinctive orange hue, easily recognizable, with no penchant for etching lightning symbols upon his skin. Considering the surrounding circumstances, Wayne could ascertain the elder's identity: the founder of the Eternal Council, the steward of the Eternal Stone Fortress, the god of lightning from Australia, and the nearly 10,000-year-old wizard. Shazam. Surely you are the master of the Eternal Rock, the wizard Shazam. Wayne ventured, yet new uncertainties stirred within him. Why had the wizard sought him out? Was he to inherit the powers of Shazam? Wayne recalled that the wizard's criteria for a successor required one to be of utmost virtue. Admittedly, he found this standard somewhat challenging, as his frequent association with Batman had led him to adopt a rather disengaged demeanor, often falling prey to Bruce's manipulations. The wizard Shazam appeared notably frail, not perturbed by Wayne's recognition of him. Instead, he seemed to regard it as a matter of course. He raised his gaze, eyes brimming with the wisdom of ages, and addressed Wayne. Last of the Eliases of the sacred lineage, we, your allies, must fulfill the pact made millennia ago. Goodness, it seems I ought to retrieve the family tome, Wayne mused, astonished by the extensive connections of his lineage. Which ancestor was this, to be acquainted with the Eternal Council? Their relationship appeared quite amicable, allowing the wizard Shazam to seek him out personally. Thus far, numerous powers have been linked to the Elias lineage: the Court of Owls from Gotham, the Constantine family, the Fluttering Paradise, and now the Eternal Council. He wondered when the Swamp Thing, Dr. Fate, and Zatanna might be introduced to him. He was curious to see how far his family's influence extended. Your Excellency, what is this pact you speak of? Wayne queried. He assumed it was undoubtedly another dire situation threatening the world, requiring a gathering of forces to thwart the spread of evil. The crucial question remained: who was the adversary? Should he be summoned to confront the formidable Black Adam? It would indeed complicate his life. Wayne would undoubtedly seek an escape to another universe without a second thought. Reflecting further, that seemed improbable. The wizard Shazam was still present, and the narrative had yet to unfold, making it unlikely they would leap ahead to confront such formidable foes. The last of the Eliases, the sole ally of the Eternal Council. Our world requires your strength to assist the new Shazam. He is too young, still unformed. Aid that child, the wizard implored. So who are we to confront? Wayne pressed. Is it Black Adam, the seven deadly sins, the famine demon, or perhaps the film Savannah and the vengeful goddess? Are you suggesting I become your free enforcer? The Eternal Vault shall be opened for you and Shazam, aiding you in your struggle against formidable foes. Oh, how generous you are, esteemed wizard. By the way, would you like me to toss that robe into the washing machine for a proper clean? And perhaps gift you a new outfit to prevent any disdain towards our illustrious Eternal Council leader? Wizard Shazam displayed an expression of helplessness. Although the current Elias possesses formidable strength, he exudes an air of unreliability. Alas, at this juncture, one can only place their trust in him and his successor. Wizard Shazam spoke again, urging, Elias, hasten to the side of the new Shazam. Do not delay, for the enemy shall soon locate him. Upon uttering these words, the entire space began to dissolve into the ethereal, and Wizard Shazam cast a lingering glance at Wayne before vanishing into thin air. The blinding sunlight streamed through the window into the bedroom as Wayne awoke, sitting up in bed. He sensed a lingering trace of magic in the room, affirming that the events were indeed not mere illusions. That old fellow certainly had a sudden outburst. How could he be so unreliable, akin to a character from the movies? Not only did he fail to mention the successor's name, but he also neglected to provide an address. Fortunately, I am aware that the location is in Philadelphia. Otherwise, unless it made headline news, finding a boy in a sea of people would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Wayne rolled his eyes, lamenting that Wizard Shazam had spent too long in the Eternal Rock, rendering him somewhat daft. Despite his lackluster performance, he dared to regard me with such an unreliable gaze, truly exasperating. Philadelphia is certainly a destination I must visit to cultivate good rapport with Billy Batson, and the treasures bestowed by the Eternal Vault would be a sin to neglect. Gotham has not been particularly eventful lately, maintaining its routine of minor explosions every 3 days and major ones every 5. Thankfully, due to Wayne's daily attendance, the frequency of these incidents has diminished somewhat. Damian has been with me for nearly 2 months. It is time to return him to Bruce. Although the young lad is still quite young, he can play a significant role in critical moments, providing Batman with an additional ally during my absence. Speaking of Bruce, things have been lively on his end as well. Dick has completed his leave from school and departed Gotham to continue his university studies. It appears he will be operating independently in BL Davin for a while. While one member of the Bat family has departed, a new member has joined, Tim Drake, the third Robin. Chapter 106. Leaving Gotham, perhaps Bruce feels that Damian's character is still under scrutiny, or he may consider his age a factor. In the comics, Damian joined Bruce at the age of 10, but due to Wayne's intervention, he has arrived in Gotham 2 years earlier at the tender age of 8. To be frank, not only does Bruce harbor such thoughts, but Wayne also believes that Damian is too young to assume the mantle of Robin. The decision to bring Damian in early was made to mitigate the influence of the League of Assassins on him, to prevent him from becoming a demon that claims lives, not to thrust a young child into life-or-death battles against Gotham's villains. Damian will eventually become Robin, though that moment is not yet upon us. However, Dick and Alfred are convinced that a suitable assistant is essential to aid Batman in maintaining his sanity and preventing him from descending into violence and recklessness. After much persuasion from the duo, Bruce, after deep contemplation, ultimately acquiesces and begins to search for a candidate. Fortuitously, a boy named Tim Drake uncovers Bruce's true identity. In a bid to capture Batman's attention, Tim transfers funds from Penguin's accounts to help those in need. Yet, Penguin discovers this act and sends assassins to target Tim's family. The aged Batman, who has been observing the situation from the shadows, swiftly intervenes to rescue Tim's family. Once the ordeal is resolved, Tim's parents are placed under the Witness Protection Program, and Bruce is quite pleased with the morally upright and promising youth. Thus, at the tender age of 14, Tim is coaxed by his grandfather, who is equally complicit in this ruse, and together they reach an understanding, leading to Tim's official induction into the Bat family. Although Tim is renowned for his exceptional detective skills, his combat abilities are commendable as well, and he shows significant improvement under Batman's tutelage. Bruce preliminarily assesses that with an additional 3 months of training, Tim will be ready to patrol and combat crime. However, uncertainty lingers regarding his future interactions with Damian. One hopes there will be no altercations, for Tim might find himself questioning life under the current Damien's onslaught. As for Wayne's decision to return Damien, Bruce harbors no objections. Naturally, he would not dispute the upbringing of his own son. He is more concerned about Wayne's upcoming outing, which appears shrouded in mystery. Subtle probing proves ineffective. A direct inquiry would yield better results. Understanding this, Bruce furrows his brow and muses, "Have you lingered in Gotham for too long? Yearning to wreak havoc upon the outside world?" Wayne scoffs, feeling unjustly judged by Batman, exclaiming, "I am not John Constantine. Why does Batman hold such prejudice against me?" To salvage his reputation, Wayne promptly clarifies, "A family acquaintance sought my assistance in protecting his designated heir from harm. As a partner in justice, I cannot stand idly by. Regardless of the distance, I must pursue righteousness." Bruce nods, asking, "How much is he offering you?" "What do you mean by how much?" Wayne retorts, puzzled. Bruce regards him incredulously, stating, "Unless the world is ending, I cannot fathom a scenario where you would work for free." At a loss for words, Wayne observes as Bruce gestures several figures, seemingly inquiring if that is the price. Why must the shadowy Batman always assume the worst? Does Bruce perceive justice as so inexpensive? It is merely a string of warm numerical values. How could such trivial matters shake my resolve to combat the wicked? Wayne huffs dismissively and turns to leave without a glance back. Observing this, Bruce nods inwardly, recognizing that money holds little sway over Wayne. If it is not a matter of finances, then it must pertain to material goods. Perhaps it is a collection of wondrous artifacts, each possessing extraordinary capabilities, such as enabling flight or controlling elements like water and fire. Regardless, they must possess remarkable qualities. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Wayne to undertake such a significant journey. Contemplating this, Bruce exchanged a knowing glance with Alfred, who nodded in understanding and set off to gather intelligence regarding any suspicious individuals entering or exiting Wayne Hospital. Upon departing Wayne Manor, Wayne mounted his hellish motorcycle, fully prepared with his belongings. The new Arkham would be under Batman's watch, requiring no further concern. He simply needed to leave. With a resonating hum, the motorcycle sped out of Gotham, heading towards Philadelphia. Perhaps it was the distance from Gotham and the absence of Batman that brought a sense of relief to Wayne, akin to escaping a persistent stalker. Shortly after Wayne's departure, Bane, who had been secretly monitoring him, received word. Moonlight Rider had left Gotham, destination unknown, bearing a pack that suggested he would not return soon. Consequently, a meticulously planned operation against Batman commenced at an astonishing pace. 45 miles north of Baghdad, a well-equipped archaeological camp was diligently at work. Inside a tent, a middle-aged man was engrossed in ancient texts. His receding hairline, reminiscent of a fully realized Lex Luthor, hinted that, even if not a formidable force, his identity was certainly significant. Dr. Savannah. Suddenly, a somewhat portly man rushed in, pointing outside and exclaiming, "You were right. We have found something." Upon hearing this, the man known as Dr. Savannah tilted his head back slightly, closing his eyes and displaying a look of profound relief. "At last, we have discovered it." The scene shifted to Dr. Savannah, filled with excitement, arriving at the excavation site. Upon witnessing the ancient stone walls and the inscriptions upon them, his eyes gleamed with astonishment. A team member, donning a hat, remarked, "While digging, our crew inadvertently uncovered this door, which was undetectable by the sonic measurements." Dr. Savannah's exhilaration intensified, and he laughed heartily as he approached. "Gregory, I could decipher hundreds of ancient languages, but these symbols, are entirely unfamiliar to me. This must be the tomb of Black Adam, without a doubt. My efforts have not been in vain. I can finally save my family to avoid damaging the relics." Savannah and his team could only employ crowbars and shovels to attempt to pry open the stone door. However, this did nothing to dampen his fervent enthusiasm. Grasping a crowbar, Dr. Savannah wedged it into the crevice of the door, exerting all his strength while calling out to his companions, "Hurry, pry it open, mates. Join me in this endeavor." Upon hearing Dr. Savannah's command, Gregory and the others wasted no time, each taking up a crowbar or shovel to assist in their efforts to open the grand entrance. With a resounding screech, the ancient stone door yielded a narrow gap under their collective strength. In an instant, as the gap widened, a brilliant blue lightning erupted, striking directly at Dr. Savannah's face. "Ah, Dr. Shavana," Gregos exclaimed, hastily bending down to assess the other's injuries. "Dr. Shavana, how are you? Are you all right?" Suddenly, the pained voice of Dr. Shavana transformed into an eerie laughter. "I have witnessed magic." Shavana abruptly lifted his head, a surge of lightning flickering in his right eye. Chapter 107. The eternal rock magic once reigned supreme over the world, yet no dominion can endure eternally. Those who once occupied the thrones were slain by the very sorcerers they had fostered, and the sole surviving remnant, after imprisoning the architect of their downfall, chose to slumber alongside magic. The truths of yore morphed into legends, until evil returned, and the world would once again unveil the thunderous magic, the eternal rock. 15-year-old Billy Batson stepped into the stone fortress, glancing back cautiously, meticulously surveying his surroundings. After several confirmations that he was not merely imagining things, he exclaimed, "What on earth? This is more absurd than encountering a ghost." He had been perfectly fine in the subway, still regaining his balance, when suddenly a burst of lightning erupted within the carriage. Startled, Billy feared he would meet his demise at this supernatural phenomenon, only to see it mysteriously vanish after a brief chaotic display. As he regained his composure, he discovered that the once metallic carriage had transformed into a solid wooden one, exuding an ancient charm, simple yet elegant, complete with a clock and curtains adorning the windows. The swiftly moving tram halted without warning, and unprepared, Billy lost his footing and fell. Cursing under his breath, he clambered back to his feet. The door swung open, and a swirl of white mist poured in. Noticing the train showed no signs of resuming its journey, and with no living soul in sight, curiosity compelled Billy to disembark. As the mist began to dissipate, it unveiled an ancient and mysterious edifice. The central stone wall was adorned with a lightning motif, and flanking the grand entrance were statues of graceful women and formidable stone lions. Above the lightning design were 4 carved expressions: calm, surprise, anger, and sorrow, arranged from left to right. On either side of the arched entrance stood 2 stone columns entwined with serpentine torches, their flames illuminating the stone walls. Stretching towards the road's end. "Is anyone there?" Billy called out, emboldened by the absence of the skeletal figures or undead creatures he had anticipated. Following the path illuminated by the flickering flames, he ventured into a broader hall, where layers upon layers of intersecting corridors seemed to extend infinitely. Fossils? Are these from dinosaurs or winged bovines? Billy approached a colossal skeleton, gazing up in awe. Its form bore resemblance to the dinosaurs he had seen on television. Yet the wings upon its back and the horned skull indicated its extraordinary nature. "Is anyone there? Your performance art leaves much to be desired," Billy shouted as he walked, feeling as though he were embarking on a peculiar journey akin to a new version of Alice in Wonderland. As Billy strolled past a mirror adorned with a golden border, he paused to scrutinize his reflection for a moment, only to find nothing remarkable and subsequently turned away to explore further. Beside the mirror stood a display case, encased in glass, housing a luminescent green insect, accompanied by a suit of armor marked with numerous lightning patterns, albeit significantly damaged. At that moment, the tranquil surface of the mirror rippled unexpectedly, and a metallic visage emerged, whispering softly, "It's a child, a little boy." The knight's armor on the opposite side echoed with agitation. "Damn it, how can it be a child? This little one is far too young. He certainly cannot break this wretched curse. Let us not waste time sending him back. The decision of whether he returns lies with the sorcerer. Now, can anyone describe what he looks like?" The speaking green insect, standing upright, seemed unable to see Billy, bobbing its head in search of an appropriate angle. Their conversation, unsurprisingly, traveled through the air, prompting Billy, who had not wandered far, to abruptly turn back and exclaim, "Hey, who's there? Stop sneaking around." Suspicious and wary, Billy cautiously approached the mirror, his instincts suggesting that these 3 entities were up to no good. Lacking evidence was inconsequential, for proof would soon present itself. Billy picked up a stone from the ground, surveying his surroundings as he contemplated which fortunate guest to target first. The answer was all of them. He gathered 2 more pebbles, ready to test them all to unmask the trickster. "Come here." A commanding yet feeble voice traversed the space, startling him, causing him to drop all the stones from his palm, which fortuitously struck the glass cover in the center. "This way, towards a light." The voice resounded again. Billy was unable to investigate the state of the glass cover, The voice seemed imbued with a peculiar magic, compelling him to pursue its source. As he departed, a crack suddenly formed in the glass, encasing the green insect. "Is it you who spoke?" Billy opened a wooden door, revealing a neatly piled snowman. While snowflakes danced through the air, and as he opened the door, the temperature plummeted. The icy air sent a shiver down Billy's spine, prompting him to frown and mutter, "Is the one calling me a snowman disguised as Santa Claus? Surely, this isn't an April Fool's prank?" "Over here," the ancient voice called out once more. Rolling his eyes, Billy retorted, "I mean, if you possess the power to bring me here and to conjure such tricks, why not simply summon me before you?" Continuing onward, Billy arrived at a space resembling an exhibition. Curiously, the stone pedestal that had previously held an exhibit stood empty. He gazed at the bizarre inscriptions on the display, raised an eyebrow, and pressed a button. Whoosh! A purple female apparition materialized, accompanied by a new prompt appearing below. "Arrogant," it declared. "Ah, this is rather intriguing." Billy grinned mischievously, promptly pressing onward along the display, as 7 figures of various colors emerged one after another. Arrogance, greed, wrath, sloth, gluttony, and lust. When disregarding their identities, they could very well be dubbed a super squad. After all, they encompass red, blue, green, yellow, and purple, with the additional members of white and black. The only shortcoming is their inability to summon the divine beast, the mighty titan, to showcase colossal battles to the audience. "Hurry up. There is no time for you to leisurely indulge in games." The elder's voice carried a hint of urgency, and Billy suddenly felt himself yanked by an unseen force, lifting him off his feet, his gaze drawn forward. No, how could this child possibly have any significance? As Billy regained his composure, he found himself under the somber gaze of an elderly man wielding a lightning staff. "Old man, who the hell are you? Where have you dragged me to this wretched place? And for heaven's sake, could you wash yourself? How many years has it been since you scrubbed off that dirt?" Billy raised his middle finger, his expression brimming with disdain. The elder, taken aback by Billy's audacity, was not incensed due to his refined composure, but rather self-deprecatingly remarked, "This important task is certainly not suited for an impolite brat like you. Summoning a child, it seems my magic has indeed waned, along with my judgment. I'm not a child. Besides, this wretched place looks even worse than your taste." Billy retorted, "Humph, with your brief existence, how dare you judge? This is the Eternal Stone Fortress, the greatest magical stronghold throughout history. With such a magnificent fortress, yet you can't even afford a bath. You are quite the humorist. Wizard Shazam, what is it that you and Elias are so fixated on?" Chapter 108, Wizard, Give Me Something Alive. Wizard Shazam spread his arms and rose, blue lightning coursing through his chest, grandly proclaiming, "Do you see it?" Billy grimaced, squinting. "I see it, a non-mainstream blue tattoo that looks utterly uncool. Fool! This is an honor, a testament to my seat in the Eternal Council." Muttering incomprehensible words, Billy impatiently pointed at Wizard Shazam, declaring, "Listen here. You filthy old pervert who dislikes bathing. Your tricks might fool a 6-year-old, but if you dare to take another step closer, attempting to rub that dirt on my face, I assure you, I will knock your teeth out." Wizard Shazam's face darkened, lightning swirling around his golden staff, coldly huffing, "Humph. The search spell has not only brought me a child, but an uncouth one at that. Well, let us hurry through this charade. Tell me, will this boy be the mysterious warrior I seek?" Wizard Shazam raised his hand, crackling lightning surging as he swung his staff down toward Billy. Sensing impending danger as Wizard Shazam brandished the electric rod with a fearsome shout, Billy deftly rolled aside, watching the strike miss, and couldn't help but smirk. Making a mocking face and gesturing a polite greeting, taunting, "Old ghost, do you think others stand still for you to ambush them? You got another 20,000 years to wait." The Wizard Shazam, his expression as impassive as the storm, remained silent, silently twirling his staff. From the tip of the scepter, a greater and thicker torrent surged forth, which rendered Billy's mocking demeanor abruptly frozen. The sheer volume was overwhelming, eliciting involuntary reactions of ecstasy. With a crackle, dozens of lightning bolts danced through the air, their speed exponentially exceeding that of before the disdain on Billy's face could fade. He found himself jolted into an erratic dance by the force of the electricity. "You fool," the Wizard Shazam used. "If one strike fails, why not unleash a few more?" He scoffed. "You wish to challenge me? I have been deceived more times than you have tasted salt. Your tricks are easily unraveled. Now, let me discern if this boy embodies the essence of goodness. The wizard Shazam channeled a portion of his power into Billy's being while sifting through his memories, leaving a margin for error to avert repeating the tragic misjudgment of millennia past. The torrent of memories unfolded before the wizard like a cinematic reel, a spell capable of revealing the virtues and vices throughout a person's life, assisting him in determining Billy's worthiness as a successor. However, reality often diverges from expectation. Theft, autolasani, rage, deceit. Despite prior anticipation, the wizard Shazam could not suppress his disappointment upon witnessing Billy's numerous transgressions. He questioned himself in bewilderment. Clearly, he is not the individual I seek. I need not the spell to affirm this. Alas, why must magic compel me to squander time on these flawed beings? Evil has been unleashed, Black Adam is free, and he shall soon return. Tears brimmed in the wizard's eyes as he envisioned a future rife with suffering. Endless slaughter ravaging the world, lamenting his impotence, silently beseeching divine forgiveness. Dazed, Billy propped himself up from the ground, realizing that although convulsed by the shock, he was unharmed. He gazed at the wizard Shazam with uncertainty. Old man, what have you done to me? The lightning deity, stooping further with each step, approached Billy and spoke in a somber tone. As I have done with many, I have perused the annals of your life, seeking a paragon of virtue. Yet, regrettably, I have failed once more. You are as flawed as the souls I have encountered, if not more impudent. Billy, upon hearing this, wore an expression of scorn and retorted, You're hardly in a position to judge, old man. Your skin suggests you've aged a millennium. The wizard Shazam promptly corrected him. In truth, I am far older. That age constitutes less than a tenth of my existence. Well, fine, Billy conceded, and I'm merely 15. Yet I know one thing. No person is flawless or entirely virtuous. You are mistaken, the wizard Shazam countered, though this time his tone was noticeably subdued. Billy raised his hands in exasperation and loudly inquired, Then how long have you been searching for a paragon of virtue? A long time ago, Billy sighed deeply, his expression drenched in melancholy. The misfortunes of his childhood had rendered his character irritable, distant, and distrustful of others. His encounters with the malevolence of society had only deepened his grim perception of humanity. In his quest for love, Billy, through years of foster care, had come to comprehend a harsh truth. With a sense of sorrow, he unveiled this brutal reality to the elderly man. Allow me to offer you a hint, for it appears you remain perplexed. Humanity is a wretched species. They will cause you grief and disappointment. From the moment of my birth, I have been repeatedly taught this lesson, or else your magic would have lost its potency. There are indeed benevolent souls in existence. They must be somewhere, yet I have yet to uncover them. The wizard Shazam appeared to age a few more years. Undoubtedly, Billy's words rang true. Yet he still held fast to his inner convictions. Good people are skinned and broken, exploited by others. Pure-hearted individuals cannot survive in this world. Believe me, no matter how virtuous you aspire to be, I strive to improve, yet the malevolent individuals around me always seek to drag you down. What you seek simply does not exist. This is why you have achieved nothing thus far. After uttering these words, Billy fell silent. The wizard Shazam stood across from him, momentarily engulfed in silence, before murmuring to himself, Is it possible that all my efforts are in vain? Have I ultimately failed? His grip on the staff tightened, turning his hand pale from exertion. Yet just as his resolve began to waver, he shook his head vigorously, affirming, No, it is not so. Perhaps my direction is misguided. No one is born flawless, yet they may choose to pursue goodness along their life's journey. Then, the god of lightning once more fixed his gaze upon Billy. Child, did you just express a desire to become better? Does this imply that the spark of goodness resides within your heart? Indeed, for centuries, what I sought was not saints, but those who still yearn to be virtuous in a world rife with sin. The wizard Shazam cradled his staff in both hands, a powerful resolve igniting within him. Although once I bestow this power upon the boy, I cannot reclaim it. Time is of the essence. O gods, let me witness whether this boy possesses that flicker of hope. Thunder once again enveloped Billy's head, and as he was jolted into a dance-like spasm, he managed to stammer two words. Old Shazam, I remember you. The wizard Shazam revisited Billy's memories, yet this time, They were no longer the misdeeds of a shameless little rascal. Even when ravenous, he shared food with the imprisoned, unfortunate beast, even bearing the accusation of incitement. He sought to rescue the boy harmed by his foster family. Even at the risk of offending wealthy individuals, he refused to allow others to bully the weak. Even facing brutal beatings and potential arrest, he stood to protect his disabled companion, diverting the villains with compassion, integrity, tolerance, kindness. The wizard Shazam's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. Indeed, this was what he had longed to discover. This was what he was destined to witness. Indeed, you possess this potential, and you have not disappointed my expectations. Billy Batson, embrace this power. From this day forth, you shall be known as Shazam. Chapter 109. The Return of Black Adam Goodness. Goodness, Billy exclaimed, startled, leaping about on the ground. Unlike the previous occasion, this time he distinctly felt as though something had been added to him, an ineffable essence. A faint voice wafted through the air. It was the wizard Shazam, whose once piercing and spirited eyes had now dulled into lifelessness. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Billy perceived that the old man's form had grown even frilier. Seeing the elder Teeter on the brink of collapse, he cried out in alarm and rushed forward to support him. "Hey, old man, are you all right? Don't die here. Hurry and send us back so I can call an ambulance for you." As Billy helped the wizard, he felt the peculiar chill emanating from Shazam's body, which was entirely unlike the warmth expected of a living being. The wizard gasped for breath, his voice weak. "Forget about that. We must hurry. He will surely come for me, but this time I am too weak to prevail. Child, speak the incantation quickly." "What incantation? What is it for? It isn't a curse, is it?" "No, I mean say the name, Shazam." All right. Billy scratched his head, hesitant to utter the strange phrase. But observing the elder's expression, one that suggested he might perish before him, he glanced around and finally whispered, "Shazam?" Nothing happened. Bewildered, Billy looked around at himself, and then back at the wizard, shrugging as if to ask, "What now?" "You must speak it with conviction, with belief, and with the intention of doing good. Bring forth your thoughts of your parents and family. Speak it aloud. It will unlock all the latent potential within you. Say Shazam." The old wizard admonished Billy with a touch of exasperation. The latter, resigned, nodded, emotions welling within him. Taking a deep breath, Billy solemnly declared the incantation. Shazam. Boom. The heavens darkened, ominous clouds swirling like countless serpents entwined, as thunderbolts pierced the firmament, resonating with the eternal rock, the might of the heavens descending upon mortal flesh. In the outskirts of Baghdad, amidst the remnants of a tomb, a middle-aged man named Dr. Savannah was incessantly probing a wall. His assistant, Gregory, hurriedly approached. Unable to contain his curiosity, "Dr. Savannah, what are you doing?" "There's nothing there, just a wall. Look over there. We've made a discovery. Treasures." Dr. Savannah ceased his efforts, his right eye gleaming with arcane power, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. "No, Gregory, that is merely an illusion designed to conceal the true treasure. A trap to weed out those with feeble wills or those unable to resist temptation. I can see through the magic that seeks to hide it, and thus I know that nothing can be more precious than what lies beyond this wall." Gregory gazed at the peculiar right eye of Dr. Savannah, startled, and stammered, Well, doctor, how is it that your eye?" Dr. Savannah, brimming with pride, elaborated, "My right eye is connected to the realm of magic. I can now comprehend these symbols and inscriptions. They are the language of the immortal realm." "All right then, what does it say?" Savannah turned and traced the markings with his finger, translating each word. "It states that Black Adam shall be eternally sealed until one capable of destroying him appears. His foes have imprisoned him here, but we can liberate him and thus restore magic to this world. Moreover, it mentions that only a single word can unlock Black Adam's tomb." "Black Adam? I've never heard that name. Is he known for wrestling and driving, perhaps once being Egyptian? It seems more likely he played games with beasts in the jungle." Gregory joked, shining his flashlight on the stone wall. "Could it be open sesame? We didn't come here on a donkey. Surely there must be a reward." "You shall soon find out." Dr. Savannah adjusted his glasses and uttered the incantation. Shazam. With the incantation, the entire tomb began to tremble violently, and Savannah's group hurriedly braced against the nearby structures to avoid falling. The stone wall erupted, and the unsuspecting group was thrown to the ground, shock evident in their eyes as a towering figure emerged from the thunder. It was none other than the king of Kondak, Black Adam. Where is that wizard? The local guide, summoned by Savannah, screamed upon seeing Black Adam. Ah, help. The demon has awakened. Mortal, dare you interrupt my words? The ground shook violently as Black Adam, who had been forced into slumber for millennia, awoke with an immense fury. A seemingly effortless gesture sent half of the ruins crashing down, and the hapless guide was buried beneath tons of debris, unable to utter a final word. With a swift motion, Black Adam, suppressing his murderous rage, seized both Savannah and Gregory, propelling them upwards until they burst through the ground, soaring toward the skies above Baghdad. Gregory, now 1,000 meters above the earth, gulped nervously and stammered, "If the reward is experiencing free fall without a parachute, then it is entirely unnecessary." Thunder rumbled ominously. Dark clouds gathered, and fierce winds blew aside Black Adam's hood, revealing his somewhat pointed bald head. In ancient Kondak, he roared, "I shall ask one last time. Where is that wizard?" In a panic, Gregory could not comprehend Black Adam's words, fully aware of the imminent threat. Fear consumed his mind, rendering him incapable of rational thought as he struggled desperately in Black Adam's grip, pleading loudly, "Please let me down. I beg you." Unbeknownst to him, his actions merely served to further erode the already fragile resolve of Black Adam. Just as he was preparing to deal with the two intruders, a familiar voice suddenly pierced the air. "Great Black Adam, we are not your enemies." The speaker, Dr. Savannah, despite his palpable fear, mustered the courage to engage in conversation. He was well prepared for this journey and was fluent in the language of Kondak. The familiar tongue somewhat quelled Black Adam's fury, and in surprise, he remarked, "Well, you actually speak my language. Dr. Savannah, quickly tell him to let us go." The noisy interjection caused Black Adam to furrow his brow as he turned coldly to the hapless Gregory, who was in a pitiable state. "And you do not? What? What is he saying? I have no need for useless individuals. Begone." With that, a tempestuous lightning erupted from Black Adam's chest, slithering like a serpent and engulfing Gregory entirely. In the blink of an eye, the unfortunate assistant was reduced to a charred skeleton, plummeting from a height of 1,000 meters. Dr. Savannah shook his head in dismay at Gregory's grim fate, hoping that the poor child might find a better ending in his next life. "Who are you?" came Black Adam's icy inquiry. Savannah responded with a calm smile. "I am Dr. Savannah, the one who can help you find the sorcerer." Chapter 110. The Magical Guardian, Philadelphia. The snowstorm had ceased, and the entire city was blanketed in a layer of white frost, as if preparing for the arrival of Christmas. In a courtyard somewhere in the city, dense greenery rustled as Freddy emerged, leaning on a cane, struggling through the underbrush. It is essential to note that this Freddy is not the disfigured boy with long claws from Elm Street, but rather the child who, like Billy, was adopted into the same family. Despite his disability, Freddy faced life with unwavering positivity. He possessed a brilliant intellect, excelling in computers and often infiltrating the academic office to assist wealthy students in altering their grades, earning some pocket money in the process. Do not let appearances deceive you. Freddy was also an avid superhero enthusiast, as evidenced by the Batman sweater he wore beneath his warm attire. Furthermore, his room was adorned with a Wonder Woman t-shirt, a Batmobile model, and various Bat-themed memorabilia. "Everything should be fine now," Freddy said, brushing the snow off his hat as he began to search for Billy's presence. "Billy? Hey, Billy, are you back yet?" Not far away was the residence of Mr. Blair, a capitalist, so while he practically oozed malice, harboring equal disdain for all who were less wealthy than himself, including children. Billy, along with his adoptive father, had suffered humiliation at the hands of this man. The latter, wishing to avoid offending the wealthy, refrained from retaliation, while Billy, adhering to a philosophy of settling scores, sought an opportunity to teach Blair a lesson. Coincidentally, Freddy had the same intention, knowing the exact address, and they decided to pay a visit that night. The plan was remarkably successful. Blair found himself in a thoroughly disheveled state. However, Billy and Freddy overlooked one critical detail. Freddy was evidently not the type to make a timely escape. Billy had no choice but to conceal Freddy among the bushes, diverting the attention of Blair's two dim-witted sons on his own. He hoped desperately that those two morons wouldn't catch him. Freddy gazed at the desolate street, feeling a sense of dread for Billy. Although Blair's sons were indeed foolish, they were also quite ruthless. It would be disastrous if Billy fell into their clutches. As Freddy pondered whether to return home for assistance, A thunderous sound erupted from the sky, instinctively causing him to lunge forward, attempting to shield himself. "Is it you, Freddy? I'm back, and this is all real." Freddy cast a furtive glance and, without a backward glance, scrambled to his feet, legs trembling as he fled. A muscular giant clad in a tight red suit, who even knew his name, was simply too bizarre. It was prudent to reach a populated area before considering anything else. "Freddy, wait." The red giant effortlessly hoisted Freddy by his trousers, akin to lifting a small chick. Don't touch my backside. Put me down." Freddy flailed his limbs in a futile attempt to dislodge the large hand gripping him. "What are you babbling about?" "It's me, Billy," the newly transformed Shazam, with a furrowed brow, urged Freddy to recognize his true identity. "Billy? The eyes are the windows to the soul, and today Freddy truly experienced this reality through Shazam's gaze. He seemed to glimpse the brave friend within that formidable body. Upon recognizing Billy's identity, Freddy couldn't help but be curious. This appearance was undeniably extraordinary, reminiscent of the superheroes depicted in the news, leading him to assume that Billy must possess similar powers. Intrigued, Freddy immediately requested Billy to undergo a series of tests. Embracing his identity as Shazam, Billy eagerly acquiesced, as he too was curious about the magic the wizard had bestowed upon him. Strength test. Billy effortlessly lifted a rugged vehicle with one hand, crushing it into a pancake on the ground, proclaiming that it was easier than devouring a hamburger. Subsequently, he hoisted Freddy onto his back, and the two burst into laughter as they departed. As the lights of the Blair household flickered on, the malevolent Blair swung open the door with a baseball bat, his venomous words unspoken, only to be met by the sight of the smoking pancake not far off. "No. Oh no. My car." Speed test. With no prior experience in flying, Billy nearly crashed into a dilapidated building during his inaugural flight, prompting both to unanimously decide to pause this endeavor until they could find an open space for testing. Special abilities test. Upon encountering electrically charged objects, Shazam's lightning would cause them to overload and explode, resulting in a chain reaction. For instance, when Billy's finger brushed against the Christmas lights outside a secondhand shop, a blue-white arc suddenly erupted, causing the colorful lights to burst into sparks. The current then surged along the wire towards a lamppost, shattering the glass cover, with shards mingling with electric sparks cascading into a snowbank, emitting hissing white smoke. The quality is so poor. How amusing. Billy could harness magical lightning between his fingers and unleash it like bullets, as the two strolled through the desolate streets, pondering their next experiment. A cry for help echoed through the alley. "Please don't hurt me." A terrified woman was being relentlessly driven deeper into the alley, pleading with the armed assailant not to pull the trigger. "Did you see that?" Billy's expression darkened, transforming into Shazam, although his essence remained unchanged. His innate aversion to bullying grew ever more intense. "I can crush an SUV with one hand. Stopping a bullet shouldn't be too much to ask, right?" With this thought in mind, Billy donned his white hood and strode forward, calling out loudly, "Hey, you coward, pick on someone your own size." The robber was taken aback, swiftly aiming his gun at Billy, only to witness a subtle arc of electricity sparking from his fingertips, crackling as it discharged. Initially, the robber felt a tingling sensation, before being hurled backward, screaming, and colliding with a parked car several meters away. Billy was equally astonished and stammered, "I actually tried to use the smallest amount possible." With the $20 he earned from his heroic act, Billy bought a large bag of food, hamburgers and fries, which was enough to make him grin like a 300-pound child. However, his concern for the robber lingered, and he anxiously asked, "Freddy, are you sure that guy isn't dead? I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Not become a murderer. You may have fried him, but I'm certain he lived to see another day as a man," Freddy reassured him. "But how exactly did you acquire this power?" Freddy sensed an indescribable change in the adult Billy, one that was not negative, but rather peculiar in its positivity. While Billy had once been irritable and reluctant to accept help, he now appeared somewhat silly or foolish. Just moments ago, he had zapped the robber, and now, as he munched on fries, he seemed to be savoring every bite as if extracting the starch. There's a wizard with a notoriously foul temper, rumored to have lived for thousands of years. It's hard to believe he hasn't succumbed to dementia. "Oh, right. After casting a spell on me, he inexplicably warned that someone would come to kill me, claiming I was the last barrier of magical guardianship. Does that mean you have to fight evil all on your own like Batman and Wonder Woman?" "Not quite. That wizard mentioned sending their eternal ally, Elias, to assist. Chapter 111. The wisdom of locked doors gradually emerges a wizard's ally? It sounded like another sorcerer. Surely he was an ancient relic as well? Freddy stuffed his mouth with ketchup-laden fries, even after consuming several hamburgers, for one must never waste food, right? Billy grabbed a handful, stuffing them into his mouth like a squirrel, muttering, "It's possible. After all, ordinary folks don't usually get along with that old coot." Freddy nudged Billy's pectoral muscle with his elbow, teasingly remarking, "Honestly, you ought to form an alliance with your teammates, Wonder Woman and even Batman. Imagine pulling me into your team as well. How cool would that be? It's not like we're forming a gang. Wonder Woman is certainly capable, but Batman? No thanks. He is far too intimidating." Billy rolled his eyes. Just then, a crackling surge of electricity ignited a nearby empty fries bag, turning it to ash. And that teammate, the old wizard, couldn't he even remedy the age spots on his own face. His so-called eternal ally didn't seem very reliable either. Dingling. Before he could finish his thought, a public phone nearby suddenly rang, catching both of them off guard as they gazed at the deserted street, exchanging long, perplexed looks. Freddy was the first to break the silence, joking, "Wow, is that the superhero hotline? Looks like they're calling for you. How did you come to that conclusion?" Billy asked. "Isn't that how it always goes in the movies? A public phone eerily rings in an empty area. A regular person like me wouldn't have such luck. It must be for you, the magical guardian. That seems somewhat plausible." Billy scratched his head, making an effort to suppress the lightning surging within him to avoid incinerating the phone booth. After successfully picking up the receiver and pressing it to his ear, he heard a languid voice on the other end. "Hello, is this Mr. Thunder Dunder Billy Batson?" Before Billy could respond, the cheeky voice chimed in again. "If not, please prove within 3 seconds that I haven't called a simpleton." "You're the simpleton." Billy shot back, frustrated. "If you got a problem, I can give you a free electric therapy session. Proven successful. Mr. Thunder Dunder, do you know what predicament you're in right now?" The caller was Wayne, who had infiltrated the network to locate Billy Batson's address in Philadelphia and hacked into surveillance to ascertain his current whereabouts. While movies had depicted the location of Billy's foster home, that was not an option. The filming location for Thunder Dunder was in Canada, vastly different from the real Philadelphia. If Wayne were to rely on memory, it would take him until next year to find it. "I'm called Shazam, not Thunder Dunder. And who are you, and why are you looking for me?" Billy retorted, exasperated, wishing this person would refrain from bothering him. "Hey, boss, could you add more yellow mustard and a side of pickles?" Wayne called out to the hot dog vendor, clearly needing to replenish his energy after a long drive. The other end of the line seemed rather lively. Billy could even hear an incessant stream of orders being placed, which made him curious about what delectable food Wayne was enjoying. "Wait a minute." Billy swiftly shook off the chaotic thoughts from his mind, fearing they would distract him further, and shouted into the receiver, "For heaven's sake, get to the point." Busse. The sound of chewing and swallowing came from the other end, and just as Billy was about to hang up, Wayne leisurely replied, "Black Adam has emerged. The old wizard of the Rock of Eternity sent me a telepathic message when the seal broke to prevent you from being consumed entirely by him." "Blackwood Adam?" Billy furrowed his brow, sensing a flicker of recognition regarding the name. It seemed the old wizard had once mentioned a figure by that name. Black Adam, the king of Kondak, who had reigned for over a millennium, was similarly endowed with the power of the 6 gods, a force of unimaginable strength. He had nearly decimated the Eternal Council before being sealed away in the depths of the cosmos. Now, he had returned to Earth, intent on reclaiming dominion over the mortal realm. Freddy, eavesdropping nearby, tugged at Billy's cloak with concern. "Goodness, that sounds formidable." "Pa, the old wizard is being overly dramatic." Billy retorted, wedging the phone between his shoulder and ear, freeing his hands to flex his muscles. "See this? Even if I had a tractor, I could hoist this decrepit phone booth above my head as a helmet. What do I have to fear from that shadowy Adam?" "Well, suit yourself," Wayne's voice chimed back. "It's quite normal for a 15-year-old to let newfound power inflate their ego, but reality has a way of knocking them down to size. However," he cautioned, "listen closely. Scout, unless you wish to be sent flying, refrain from transforming. If you've already transformed, revert at once. That fellow is highly sensitive to your magical aura, akin to a shark detecting blood." Overwhelmed with confidence and unwilling to accept assistance, Billy promptly dismissed the advice. "What are you talking about, mate? I can catch cannonballs with my chest and dismantle tanks with my bare hands." Black Adam? Bring on. With that, he crushed the phone into scrap metal. Are you out of your mind? Freddy exclaimed, staring at the smoking remnants. Vandalizing property will get you fined. Who cares? Billy flexed his shoulders. If necessary, I'll just apprehend a few criminals to settle the score. Meanwhile, on the streets of Istanbul, Wayne chewed on half a hot dog, shaking his head in exasperation at the incessant busy signal. Why are kids today so impolite? Damien's like that, Jason too, and even Shazam. Why can't they learn from Dick and be a warm-hearted good kid? He licked the mustard off his fingertips, gazing solemnly at the darkening clouds to the east. I hope you can hold on until I finish my next hot dog. As a doctor, I'm accustomed to handling the aftermath, but I don't relish collecting debts. The scene shifted back to Philadelphia. In a narrow alley, Billy was practicing superhero lines in front of a wall, pointing dramatically at the sky with one hand while extending his right leg. Tremble, you scoundrels. I am the thunder. Suddenly, a voice from behind the wall interrupted him. Shut up, you spandex-wearing freak. 3 masked robbers emerged, appending a trash can menacingly. Hand over your shameful costume and your wallet. In the blink of an eye, golden lightning illuminated the entire street. When Freddy returned from buying soda, he found 3 robbers embedded in the wall, while Billy squatted nearby, using lightning to ionize them. Freddy, you're just in time, Billy exclaimed, proudly lifting his phone. Look, I've just registered accounts on YouTube and Twitter. My video was just uploaded, and the followers are already rolling in. Freddy gazed at the latest updates on the Philadelphia Thunder Shazam's homepage, where a video featured Billy using lightning to strike his own forehead, accompanied by the caption, "Which superhero barber is the best?" Urgently seeking answers. Such an abstract scene made Freddy's eyelids twitch, and he seriously suspected that the wizard had administered too many hormones to Billy, rendering him foolish. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Billy, where did you get that phone? The money for fighting crime wasn't enough for you to buy one. How foolish. These robbers were not without means. Simply take their phones and register their identities. This way, not only could they protect their privacy, but they could also achieve online fame. Truly, I am a genius. Ha ha ha. Chapter 112. Billy's unfortunate beating the following evening. As darkness fell, Philadelphia illuminated with lights, experiencing a rare moment of temporary peace. The reason was simple. A new, invulnerable superhero had arrived. Wow, how incredibly cool. After flying a few loops in the sky with Freddy, Shazam landed smoothly. Within a single day, Billy had thwarted several crimes, and the entire city was abuzz with tales of an eccentric superhero. What a thrill! Freddy tossed his empty can into a trash bin, fanning his collar to cool off, struggling to contain his excitement. As night descended, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Oh no, we've played too long. Look at the moon. The sun is almost set. We must return to sleep." Still busy taking selfies, Billy turned and replied, "Return? To where?" Freddy pointed in the direction of the Vasquez couple's home and said, "Home, of course. We have school tomorrow, and we went out last night." Billy, the Vasquez couple is probably starting to worry. Billy pouted and turned away. "No, you have to go to school. I can't face them looking like this." Freddy shrugged. "But you said you could turn back, right?" "True, but why should I?" Billy's tone grew cold, no longer as accommodating as before. "I will not revert to being a child, Freddy. Absolutely not." Freddy was taken aback, clearly perplexed by Billy's sudden change in demeanor. Disheartened, he said, "What about me? I thought we were in this together." Billy raised his chin and pointed to himself, stating, "We are, but now I am an adult, and I will remain so." "Yes, you think you're an adult now. Your speech certainly reflects that," Freddy retorted. "I don't appreciate your tone." Billy frowned, turning his back on Freddy, reflecting, "Perhaps I should no longer indulge in childish antics. After all, I have outgrown that age. In less than a day, you've become just like those foolish adults." Freddy angrily raised his fist, wanting to strike Billy, but realizing that bullets wound T-Pierce's skin and he would only hurt himself, he reluctantly lowered it. Spitting in disgust, Freddy disdainfully remarked, "Pretentious fool." He then leaned on his cane and left without looking back. Billy, with a face twisted in displeasure, listened as the other party departed. Yet, as time ticked away, the facade of rigidity gradually gave way to a semblance of remorse. Ultimately, he could no longer restrain himself. After stealing a glance and realizing Freddy was absent, he hastily turned to inquire, "Freddy?" There was no reply. Freddy had truly left. Recognizing this, Billy felt a surge of panic. Years of wandering and dislocation had rendered him unable to trust others, but deep down, Billy remained a child. His accustomed solitude did not equate to a fondness for it. His heart still yearned for the companionship of family and friends. Besides his only family, the loyal tiger named Tawny, Freddy was the first friend he had acknowledged, and to cause his friend's sadness and disappointment was never Billy's intention. He believed that adulthood would grant him the ability to achieve more and prevent others from feeling let down, much like Wonder Woman and Batman. Thus, he resolved to find Freddy and explain that he did not mean to hurt him. He merely wished to avoid further pain. "Freddy, where are you?" Billy soared through the city, searching for his friend's silhouette. After traversing several streets without success, a sense of urgency began to overwhelm him, and suddenly, a string of colorful lights erupted as he flew past. Startled, Billy exclaimed, "What is happening? I didn't do anything. I didn't even touch them." At that moment, the citizens below gasped in astonishment. Initially believing it to be his fault, he was compelled to look up when he noticed them capturing photographs of the sky. The heavens over Philadelphia had inexplicably turned a deep shade of ink, with heavy clouds roiling like boiling water, casting the entire city in a shadow reminiscent of an apocalypse. Accompanied by the earth-shattering roar, thousands of bolts of lightning flickered within the clouds, and a black lightning bolt split the sky, striking precisely before Billy. The immense force sent him hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground, and leaving cracks resembling a spider's web beneath him. "Finally found you," Black Adam declared, standing amidst the scorched earth, his chest emblazoned with a lightning emblem that radiated blinding light. Billy, tumbling to the ground, exclaimed, "This guy's lightning effects are more extravagant than those in Hollywood blockbusters." Black Adam floated closer, commanding in tone, "Stand up." "Who are you?" Billy inquired as he rose. The impact that could have pulverized an ordinary person felt merely like a tickle to him. However, at that moment, Billy's lack of awareness resurfaced, possibly due to the stark contrast of Black Adam's imposing visage with the typical villain archetype. He approached curiously, remarking, "Your costume is quite similar to mine, but yours is black. It looks way cooler, brother." "Cool?" Black Adam furrowed his brow, having acquired modern knowledge and language by delving into Savannah's memories. However, he still found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the vernacular of contemporary society. The reaction of the newly appointed Shazam was beyond his expectations, speaking in incomprehensible terms. The impression he left was less that of a warrior and more akin to that of an immature child. "Indeed, how cool. By the way, were you also endowed with powers by some wizard?" Billy floated up, casually draping his arm over Black Adam's shoulder. "Hey buddy, how old are you?" Billy's frivolous demeanor made it difficult for Black Adam to reconcile this individual as the chosen heir of the wizard. Reflecting on his own experiences, he glanced at Billy, whose grinning face resembled that of a fool, and his expression darkened like a stormy sea. "Much earlier than you, I am the rightful guardian, the inevitable master of the Rock of Eternity." A surge of electrical magic converged in his right fist as Black Adam's eyes gleamed with ferocity. "Now, if I absorb the power within you, I can re-enter the fortress and reclaim dominion over the mortal realm." With a thunderous crash, his formidable fist connected with Billy's jaw, the overwhelming force causing Billy to taste blood in his throat. He involuntarily spewed a mouthful of crimson, his form turning into a blur as he was propelled backward. With a resounding crash, Billy collided with a large shopping mall, coughing as he rose, incredulously staring at the scarlet liquid dripping from the corner of his mouth. "Am I bleeding? I thought I was invulnerable." No sooner had he uttered these words than Black Adam shattered the wall, an explosion of electricity causing the mall's power system to overload, plunging it into darkness. He then seized Billy and ascended, piercing the sky above. "Let me go, you bastard." Billy struggled to free himself from the giant hand clasped around his neck, glaring at Black Adam. "Do you even realize you could hurt someone?" Black Adam, looking down from his elevated position, replied impassively, "Yes, I will hurt you. Umph. You've chosen the wrong target to provoke." Billy wiped the blood from his mouth and swung a furious punch. With a simple lift of his hand, Black Adam effortlessly blocked Billy's attack, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Having lived for thousands of years, he possessed an insurmountable gap in both the utilization of strength and combat experience compared to Billy. "You're truly weak. Now surrender all your power." Black Adam pressed down forcefully, unleashing a flurry of punches amid Billy's horrified expressions. After delivering a brutal beating to his left cheek, right cheek, and abdomen, Black Adam struck Billy's head with a double-fisted blow, sending him crashing to the ground like a shooting star, creating a deep pit on Franklin Avenue. Black Adam descended slowly from the sky. Despite the swiftness of his previous assault, he understood that Shazam, also endowed with the powers of the six gods, could not be vanquished by such trivial attacks. Shazam! A thunderous bolt erupted, representing the most formidable aspect of Shazam's power. Even Black Adam must temporarily evade its might. By the time Black Adam arrived, Billy had vanished, and the magical fluctuations of Shazam could no longer be sensed. He realized that his opponent must have reverted to a mere mortal, thus evading his pursuit. Black Adam roared toward the heavens, calling out to someone, "You cannot escape. Savannah, let the 7 deadly sins obliterate this world along with that cowardly sorcerer." Chapter 113. A Trip to England. The Vasquez residence. Once a lively and cheerful household, it now faced a few unwelcome guests. "Where's that little rascal?" Blair bellowed at Mr. Vasquez, the head of the household, followed closely by his 2 sons and 2 police officers who had responded to the call. "I don't know how that little brat managed it, but he wrecked my car," Blair insisted, pressing his left finger against Vasquez's chest while holding up a photo of the mangled vehicle. Vasquez reassured the children and sighed for a moment, then bravely retorted to Blair, "I shall not lose sleep over the fate of your gas guzzler. Rather, the thought of you seeking medical help brings me joy that keeps me awake. Mr. Blair, it is evident that Billy could not have done this. He is merely a child, and from a physical standpoint, it is implausible." Vasquez, a man of great responsibility and kindness, had taken in many unfortunate children, and though he preferred not to offend the wealthy for fear of repercussions on his own children, he would not hesitate to defend them should any harm befall his beloved wards. Blair, gritting his teeth in fury, felt a gut instinct that Billy was indeed the culprit. However, lacking any evidence to substantiate his claims, he could only speculate in anger. He must have driven a large truck or something to smash it. Blair's 2 children chimed in eagerly, "Yes. We know it was him, Dad." An elderly police officer stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Vasquez, let us have a word with that boy. It will clarify everything." Mrs. Vasquez explained to the officers, "Billy is not here. He's been missing since yesterday. We need your help, officer. Please do not side with that kind of person. We suspect that boy has run away." Inside the house, several children chattered excitedly about the missing Billy. Eugene, wearing glasses, lamented, "I am surprised he left now. It is truly sad. Statistics show that individuals like him." He paused, seemingly contemplating whether to voice his next thought, when a stout Pedro inquired, "What kind of person, Eugene?" Since the question was posed, Eugene felt free to continue. "A kid like Pedro, who has been kicked around, never truly having a home. Even if he did, it would not last." The youngest among them, the Latino child named Dala, stated earnestly, "We must find him. He is our family." The eldest sister, the radiant and mature Mary, turned to the person sitting on the sofa and asked, "Where is Billy, Freddie?" Freddie, who had also been out the previous night, had just returned not long ago. Mary suspected he must have been with Billy and knew where he was. Freddie dismissively waved his hand, exclaiming, "Who cares where that pretentious fool is?" At that moment, the television, which had been airing a comedy, abruptly interrupted with an urgent news bulletin. Recently, Philadelphia had been shaken by a series of criminal activities, including a notorious bank robbery executed by the infamous Animal Mask Gang. However, a mysterious hero, who had recently made his debut and claimed to be Shazam, intervened to thwart the gang members. Yet, fortune appeared to have turned its back on Philadelphia, as an unknown individual, strikingly similar to Shazam, emerged to severely injure him. After defeating Shazam, this figure was now wreaking havoc throughout the city. Freddie stared, dumbfounded, at the live broadcast of the enraged Black Adam, who bellowed, "I will find your imposter, and I will kill you." Once the sentence of Billy's death was pronounced, the television broadcast seemed to fulfill its purpose, the unstable signal flickering before dissolving into static. Trembling, Freddie rose to his feet, oblivious to the remote control that slipped from his grasp. The content of that ominous phone call echoed in his mind, the warning ringing true. He gazed out at the ominous clouds blanketing the city, crackling with thunder as if the roar of a colossal beast. The terrifying scene left him parched with fear. "It's Black Adam," he muttered. Who is looking for Billy?" Mary, having overheard Freddie's murmurs, arched an eyebrow, eager to uncover the identity of that person. With a hoarse voice and a bitter smile, Freddie replied, "Black Adam, the King of Kondak, a supervillain who has lived for over 1,000 years." He has set his sights on Shazam, which is Billy. What is Shazam? Mary and the others inquired in unison, their eyes glinting with curiosity as they awaited Freddy's explanation. Inside, Freddy began elucidating the connections between Shazam, Black Adam, and Billy to his companions. Outside, Mr. Vasquez was embroiled in a heated argument with Blair. You scared him, didn't you, Mr. Blair? After all, you look like a savage. A kind-hearted child like Billy would surely flee in terror upon encountering a bloodthirsty wild man. Mr. Vasquez spread his hands, and his bespectacled appearance suggested he was an educated man. Blair scoffed disdainfully, retorting him, I should have taught that boy a lesson long ago. Listen, Vasquez, I will ensure that Billy Batson is prosecuted as an adult for property damage, and I will guarantee he ends up in the Eastern State Penitentiary. His pathetic and insignificant life will be in my hands. At these words, Mr. Vasquez's expression shifted dramatically. He knew well what the Eastern State Penitentiary represented, a place of the supernatural, where inmates either succumbed to madness or took their own lives. The wretched scoundrel intended to consign Billy to that dreadful place. Blair's actions had undoubtedly crossed a line, prompting Vasquez to seize him in a fit of rage, declaring, You foul, wretched scoundrel, dare to lay a hand on my child and see what happens. Let go of me, you pauper. With the assistance of the police, Blair managed to extricate himself from the situation and immediately pointed at Vasquez, exclaiming, He assaulted me. You all witnessed it. Arrest this parasite and drag that scoundrel from this house built on deceitful taxes. Vasquez, suppressing the urge to retaliate, understood that such an action would only exacerbate their predicament. The older officer wiped the sweat from his brow and, feeling uneasy, replied, Mr. Blair, we cannot proceed without a search warrant, and it seems they are innocent. Silence. Do as I say, or I shall call your chief, and you shall not celebrate Christmas at home this year. Just as the two were about to engage in another round of argument, a thunderous noise resonated from the sky, causing all the children inside to look up in unison. Freddy, gazing at the swiftly approaching shadow, exclaimed in astonishment, Good heavens, is that a bus? A multi-ton double-decker bus had been hurled several miles from the city center to land at the Vasquez residence. Quick, children, find a safe place to hide. Vasquez, realizing there was no time to escape, anxiously directed the children while shielding his wife with his back, bracing for the impending disaster. The bus plummeted, yet contrary to expectations, a violent explosion did not ensue. He was astounded to find his family completely unscathed. At that moment, the double-decker bus was firmly grasped by a colossal, magma-like crimson hand. In truth, adhering to a precautionary mindset, I had made another trip to England to procure certain items. My tardiness was certainly not due to procrastination. Chapter 111. Could you assist me in obtaining a signature from Batman? Chapter 114. Could you assist me in obtaining a signature from Batman? The dark red, lava-like giant hand scraped sparks from the bus's chassis as Wayne single-handedly grasped the entire vehicle, crushing it into a heap of scrap metal. The several tons of molten iron visibly transforming into a black sludge. Wayne's late arrival was not without reason. Black Adam possessed formidable strength, emerging in a state of 6 divine armors. He lacked complete assurance in his ability to defeat the opponent, thus necessitating some contingency preparations. He was familiar with the incantation required for the spell, yet lacked the supplementary materials. However, it mattered little, as Wayne knew someone's little treasure trove would surely contain what he needed. Consequently, he detoured back to England, where he successfully borrowed what he required through persuasive means. Utilizing a fist the size of a cooking pot. You're wearing a Batman sweater. You must be Freddy, right? Wayne casually flung the mangled bus scrap towards the parking lot, the metallic debris stirring a heat wave that whisked Freddy's knitted cap into the air. Nearby, Mary gasped, her mouth forming an O shape, and shook Freddy, exclaiming, Freddy, he just caught a crashing bus with one hand, as if it were mere baseball. How do you know him? Freddy rubbed his eyes vigorously, confirming his existence before he sighed in relief. Yet, he soon felt a peculiar sense of familiarity with Wayne's voice, despite having never laid eyes on the man. Suddenly, a flash of realization crossed his mind, and he exclaimed, You are the one who called yesterday. Wayne nodded, leaning closer to the window, admitting, Indeed, that would be me. You may call me Wayne, or the Moonlight Knight. Moonlight Knight. Freddy's eyes lit up. He recognized the name from a recent article on superheroes. Man, that's so cool. You're from Gotham, right? Do you know Batman? Could you get me an autograph? Wayne, expressionless, stepped forward and flicked Freddy on the forehead, causing him to clutch his head and exclaim in pain several times. Let us not discuss that troublesome Batman. Let us get to the point like where Shazam has gone. Due to Black Adam's interference, I'm unable to pinpoint his exact location. The little girl, Darla, looked at him with curiosity as Wayne patted her head, thinking, a child not related to Batman must be the good child. Let me think. I must be able to recall, Freddy said, massaging his temples, eyes tightly shut, and forehead wrinkled in concentration, struggling to extract clues from the past couple of days. The most likely place Billy would go is suddenly, Freddy clapped his hands. Right? When he is feeling down, he always goes to see Big Yellow. Big Yellow? Why not name it Bruce? Besides, I don't see a dog at your place. It's not a dog, it's a tiger. Freddy's expression darkened. He had sensed something off from the phone conversation. Initially, he had held expectations for this mysterious superhero. But reality delivered a harsh blow, shattering his illusions. Mystique, elegance, wisdom, kindness, maturity, steadiness, and reliability. Freddy perceived none of these qualities, only Wayne's absurdly sarcastic disposition. Oh, and he also enjoys being jealous of Batman. Blair stood frozen, wanted to continue arguing with Vasquez about Billy's matters. However, the imposing figure who could crush concrete with his bare hands appeared to have a good relationship with their family. Reluctantly, he decided not to gamble on the man's temperament and closed his still protesting mouth. Meanwhile, the two police officers, having regained their senses, had already taken refuge behind their patrol car. The elder officer was shouting into his radio for backup, but all he received in return was static. Suddenly a low, thunderous laugh echoed from the horizon, accompanied by 7 distinct colors swirling among the clouds. 5 of them descended into the city, igniting a tremendous blaze, while the remaining 2 figures, one green and the other purple, swiftly approached Wayne and the other's location. Wayne squinted. He felt an incoming wave of negative energy despite the absence of any magical fluctuations. A sudden thought crossed his mind, to claim the Eternal Rock for himself, dismissing Black Adam as merely a trivial foe, easily extinguishable with a mere snap of his fingers. Thoughts come swiftly and depart just as quickly. Wayne shook his head, casting aside the tumult of his mind, relying on his innate presence to influence others. The identity of a newcomer was self-evident. The 7 deadly sins. They epitomize humanity's most primal negative desires, long-standing adversaries of the Shazam series, their frequency of appearance trailing behind Black Adam, and their power similarly inferior. Indeed, the 7 deadly sins are formidable, yet their impact on Wayne is remarkably limited, not solely due to the infernal overlord residing within his soul, but also because he possesses a keen awareness of his own strengths. Self-awareness is of utmost importance. Should he dare to embrace villainy today, he would surely find himself on the receiving end of a righteous thrashing come tomorrow, ultimately becoming a mere stepping stone for some secondary superhero. He jested, wishing to prolong his own narrative for a few more issues. Naturally, Wayne's lack of fear towards the 7 deadly sins does not extend to Freddy and the others. To prevent any internecine conflict, he placed a hand on Freddy's shoulder, enveloping him in a bubble of faint crimson magic that swiftly cascaded over his entire being, extending outwards to cloak Mary and the others in a magical mantle. To cut a long story short, the 7 deadly sins are set to wreak havoc in hell. I shall confront them while you seek out Billy. Shazam's power is needed now. Ride forth to find him. With a snap of his fingers, the malevolent motorcycle emerged from the void, denying Freddy any opportunity for protest, as it piled them all on top in a chaotic heap, speeding away with them in tow. The Vasquez couple, bewildered by the unfolding events, noticed Wayne's lack of malevolence and approached to inquire, only to be roughly shoved into a police car. Take them away, immediately, and you all, if you value your lives, get as far away as possible. The elderly officer, witnessing the fire igniting in Wayne's eyes, dared not protest further, signaling to his partner to drive off. As for the Blair family, they fled, but not unscathed. 2 sons escaped successfully, yet the father was captured. The first to arrive was Greed, a grotesque creature with 6 arms and a worm-like head, resembling a writhing green vortex, its tendrils ensnaring Blair's ankle. The man emitted a horrified scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Let me go, you monsters!" "Oh no, dear human," came the voice of Pride, a woman clad in a regal purple evening gown, who delicately lifted Blair's chin with her fingertip. Your soul radiates the most decadent sweetness of this city. As delectable as cheese, a perfect host. As pride transformed into smoke, it infiltrated Blair's nostrils, causing his eyes to turn pitch black, while his skin visibly fissured. Dark purple fluid surging through the bulging veins. In excruciating agony, Blair reached out toward Wayne, emitting pitiful whimpers. Blair, I know you aspire to be a good man. For the sake of this city, I implore you to make a sacrifice. With a swift motion, Wayne conjured a molten battle axe, which materialized before Blair, cleaving the air as it descended from his shoulder, carving a deep, bone-exposing wound across Blair's chest, revealing the pulsating heart within. The blade of the axe was less than a centimeter from the heart. It was not that Wayne had softened, but rather that Blair's deformed hand clutched the edge with an unyielding grip. Humanity, we shall reduce you to ashes. Blair's remaining half-face glared at him with an eerie curvature, the torn corners of his mouth twisting into a grin that defied human nature. Chapter 114. Could you procure a signature for Batman for me? The dark crimson hand of Magma scraped against the chassis of the bus, sparking blinding flames. Wayne grasped the entire bus with one hand, crushing it into scrap metal within his palm, as several tons of molten iron visibly transformed into black sludge. Wayne had arrived a bit late, and there was a reason for it. Black Adam was formidable, emerging in a state of divine armor, and Wayne was not entirely confident he could defeat him. Thus, he needed to prepare some contingencies just in case. He was familiar with the incantations, yet lacked the necessary materials. However, it mattered little. Wayne was aware that someone's little treasury would surely have what he needed. Consequently, he made a detour to England, using his formidable fists to persuade, and successfully borrowed what was required. You're wearing a Batman sweater, little guy. I presume you must be Freddy? Wayne casually tossed the mangled remains of the bus into the parking lot, the impact sending a wave of heat that dislodged Freddy's knit cap. Mary stood nearby, her mouth agape in astonishment. She shook Freddy and exclaimed, Freddy, he just caught a crashing bus with one hand, far more effortlessly than tossing a baseball. How do you know him? Freddy rubbed his eyes vigorously, confirming he was still alive before exhaling in relief, though he soon felt perplexed. Wayne's voice seemed oddly familiar, yet he was certain he had never met this individual. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him, and he blurted out, You're the one who called yesterday. Wayne nodded, leaning closer to the window, affirming, Indeed, that was me. You may call me Wayne, or you might prefer Moonlight Knight. Moonlight Knight. Freddy's eyes lit up. He recognized the name from recent superhero news. Dude, that's so cool. You're from Gotham, right? Do you know Batman? Can you give me a signature? With an impassive expression, Wayne said nothing, stepping forward to flick Freddy's forehead lightly, causing him to clutch his head and exclaim in pain. Let us not dwell on that troublesome Batman. Let us discuss something pertinent, like where Shazam might be. Due to Black Adam, I am unable to pinpoint his exact location. The little girl, Darla, gazed at him with curiosity. Wayne gently patted her head, thinking that either Batman's child or a good child was before him. Let me ponder. I'm sure I can recall something. Freddy, massaging his temples, closed his eyes tightly. His forehead furrowed deeply as he strained to extract any clues from the past couple of days' activities. The most likely place Billy would go. Freddy suddenly clapped his hands, of course. Whenever he feels down, he always goes to see Big Yellow. Big Yellow? Why not name it Bruce? Besides, I haven't seen a dog at your house. It is not a dog, but rather a tiger. Freddy, with a head full of black lines, could sense something amiss through the phone. Initially, he had harbored expectations for this enigmatic superhero, but reality dealt him a harsh blow, ruthlessly shattering his fantasies. The qualities of mystery, elegance, wisdom, kindness, maturity, steadiness, and reliability were entirely lost on Freddy, who could only discern Wayne's absurd quips. Oh yes, he also seemed to harbor jealousy towards Batman. Blair, feeling overlooked, stood frozen in place. He yearned to continue arguing with Vasquez about handling Billy's situation, but alas, this formidable person capable of crushing buses appeared to have a close relationship with her family. He dared not gamble on the temper of the individual before him, so he reluctantly silenced his still complaining mouth. Meanwhile, the two police officers, having regained their composure, had long since taken refuge behind their patrol car. The older of the two was frantically shouting into the radio for backup, yet all he received in response was a cacophony of static. Suddenly, a low chuckle akin to distant thunder rolled across the horizon, as 7 figures of varying colors danced among the clouds. 5 of these figures descended into the city, erupting in a brilliant blaze, while the remaining two transformed into green and purple, swiftly approaching Wayne and his companions. Wayne squinted his eyes. Despite the absence of any magical fluctuations, he felt a surge of negative emotions wash over him. A sudden desire to claim the eternal rock for himself arose within him, accompanied by the thought that Black Adam was but a trivial foe, easily vanquished with a mere snap of his fingers. However, such thoughts were fleeting, and Wayne shook his head, casting aside the distractions in his mind. He instinctively knew he could influence others, though the identity of the approaching figures remained shrouded in mystery. The 7 deadly sins. They embodied humanity's most primal negative desires, traditional adversaries of the Shazam series, with a presence overshadowed by Black Adam and a strength inferior to his. Indeed, the 7 sins were formidable, yet their influence on Wayne was notably limited, not solely because a demon lord resided deep within his soul, but also due to his keen self-awareness. One must know oneself. If he dared to succumb to villainy today, he would undoubtedly face a righteous beating tomorrow, ultimately becoming a mere stepping stone for some minor superhero. That was a jest. He wished to enjoy the spotlight for a while longer. Of course, Wayne's lack of fear regarding the 7 sins did not extend to Freddy and the others. To prevent the possibility of infighting, he placed a hand on Freddy's shoulder, and a bubble-like, pale red magic enveloped him instantaneously, extending outward to cloak Mary and the others in a magical aura. To cut a long story short, the 7 sins were coming to wreak havoc. He would handle them while they sought out Billy. The power of Shazam was required, so they needed to ride out. With a snap of his fingers, a demonic motorcycle materialized from a void, and without granting Freddy the chance to speak, he piled them all onto it and sped away. The Vasquez couple, bewildered by the unfolding situation, observed Wayne's lack of malice and contemplated approaching him for clarification, only to be roughly shoved into the patrol car. Take them away, immediately. And you all, if you wish to live, get as far away as possible. The elderly officer, observing the fiery gaze of Wayne, dared not press further and signaled his companions to depart in their vehicle. As for the Blair family, they fled but were not entirely successful. His 2 sons managed to escape, while he was apprehended once more. The first to descend was Greed, a 6-armed creature with a head resembling a writhing green vortex, whose tendril-like appendages ensnared Blair's ankles. The man let out a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Release me, you wretched monsters." "Oh no, dear human," came the voice of Pride, a woman draped in a resplendent purple evening gown, who delicately lifted Blair's chin with her fingertips. "Your soul exudes the most decadently sweet aroma of this city, as delectable as cheese, an impeccable host." As Pride transformed into smoke and entered Blair's nostrils, his eyes instantly turned pitch black, and his skin began to rupture at a visible rate, with dark purple fluid coursing through the bulging veins. In excruciating agony, Blair reached out to Wayne, emitting a series of high-pitched whimpers. "Blair, I know you wish to be a good man. For the sake of this city, I beseech you to make a sacrifice." Wayne summoned a molten battle axe in his palm, which materialized before him in an instant, tearing through the air to carve a deep wound into Blair's chest, exposing his beating heart. The axe blade hovered less than a centimeter from the heart, not due to Wayne's compassion, but because Blair's deformed hand clutched the blade with relentless tenacity. "Human, we shall reduce you to ashes." Blair's remaining half-face twisted into a grotesque grin, his cracked lips curling into a smile that was anything but human. Chapter 116. Heroes assemble with a thunderous crash. The demon lord's colossal foot struck the ground, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. A swirling amalgamation of dark red and deep blue flames expanded rapidly, obliterating abandoned vehicles, rusted steel frames, and shattered concrete blocks in the searing heat. Sensing the impending danger, the red flame demon lord swiftly rained in its scattered flames, striving to avoid harming the citizens of the city. Roar! The sinful giant felt an overwhelming threat and an instinctual fear. The hexagram brand upon its chest erupted with blinding, malevolent light, and the muscles beneath its molten skin bulged like a volcano ready to erupt. The 100-meter-tall behemoth advanced with a force capable of crushing mountains, swinging its massive, flame-wreathed fist towards foe. As the fist approached, the air was torn apart, and the very fabric of space emitted a groan of strain. Wayne, with a disdainful huff, did not evade but instead controlled his immense demonic form to meet the assault head-on. The clash of fists ensued, and this time the outcome was starkly different. Upon contact with the demon lord's fist, the sinful giant reacted as if it had encountered a scorching iron, emitting a piercing sizzle as its arms ignited in vast, ethereal blue flames, forcing it to cry out in anguish. The sacred flame surged like maggots upon bone, wildly spreading along the troll's fist, forcefully freezing and stripping away, transforming into black crystalline shards that cascaded down. Its remarkably resilient lava-like skin and muscle resembled wax figures cast into a furnace, emitting a noxious, acrid smoke. Here, the anguished wails. The original Sin Troll emitted a heart-rending roar, its colossal form convulsing violently from the searing agony that originated from the very core of its soul. It instinctively sought to retract its fist, yet Vane's frigid grasp held it firmly in place. "Release us," bellowed Pride and Greed, their lizard-like tails thrashing like whips against the Demon King's shoulder. The lashes, even against the indomitable form of the demon, caused it to sway involuntarily. Seizing the moment, Vane summoned his strength anew, the dual-colored flames emanating from his profound, massive eyes flaring intensely as he let out a low growl. With a powerful surge, his giant arm lifted the towering figure off the ground with sheer force. Thud! The immense crimson body traced a mournful arc through the air, crashing violently into a nearby, towering mountain, shattering the colossal mass as if it were mere child's play. Amidst the thunderous roar and clouds of dust, the mountain was cleaved in two. The two monstrosities, born of original sin, struggled to rise from the debris, then immediately howled at the heavens. Wrath, envy, sloth, gluttony, lust. If you wish to spectate, you shall be the next to fall. No sooner had the words left their mouths than 5 figures, red, blue, yellow, gray, and white, hurtled through the city from various directions. The sloth, grotesque and corpulent, croaked, "We simply wish to witness the prowess of contemporary Elias. As fellow embodiments of the 7 deadly sins, how could we ignore you?" The voices of Pride and Greed intertwined, neither male nor female, stating, "It would be prudent to remember, should one present Elias' head to Black Adam, it would surely earn his favor, for their lineage was involved in sealing Adam long ago. Indeed, let us together dispatch this inexperienced wretch." The 5 embodiments of sin exchanged nods before merging into the monster's form, the 7 deadly sins intertwining within a host, restoring its previously diminished strength to full vigor. In the distance, Vane, having readied himself, focused intently, furiously siphoning the hellish energy of Despondio to bolster his demonic form. The second phase had commenced. In a distant asteroid belt within the solar system, Green Lantern Hal Jordan had returned after completing his novice training in the hell of OA, celebrating his survival with a round of green golf. Suddenly, the sharp alarm of the Green Lantern ring resonated in Hal's mind. Warning: high-energy reactions detected in the Earth sector of 2814. Threat level: unknown. Recommend calling for support. As Hal prepared to return to Coast City, a blend of youthful exuberance and concealed anxiety graced his face, while the ring projected live footage of Philadelphia. 2 mountain-like creatures locked in a fierce battle. Wow! 2 devilish figures are wreaking havoc in Philadelphia. Surely, this cannot be mere Hollywood special effects? Hal howled, as green energy surged towards the Earth, calling for assistance. Yet, there was no need, for I am a support. Midway City, the Celestial Spin restaurant, adorned with opulence, bathed in soft lighting, and offering exquisite dishes, where Iris sits opposite me with a sweet smile. Barry Allen, though recently off duty, had meticulously planned this date, everything arranged to perfection. Nevertheless, the Flash's heart was bombarded with a flurry of frantic thoughts. The steak, cooked to perfection at medium rare. Iris's new hairstyle looks stunning. The night view outside the window is enchanting, but wait, what's this urgent news broadcast about Philadelphia? What on earth is that? 2 monsters are dismantling the city. Oh no. So many people are fleeing, but they cannot outrun the ensuing chaos. Look, that giant engulfed in blue flames is shifting the battlefield. The other, a multi-headed creature, is preparing to unleash a devastating attack. No, that is not the pressing matter. Several buildings nearby are on the verge of collapse, and there are people below. Barry? Barry. Iris waved her hand in front of his face, softly murmuring, "Your fries are getting cold." Huh, all right. The fries. Yes, my fries. Startled, Barry snapped back to reality, his fork hovering ineffectively over the fries, nearly jabbing his hand instead. Suddenly, his words tumbled out at lightning speed. Iris, I suddenly feel a bit unwell. It might be the oyster soup. I need to go. It's urgent. Very urgent. I'll be back in 2 minutes. No, 1 minute. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Barry sprang from his seat like a coiled spring. However, Iris had yet to finish her thought, and he felt a gentle breeze as his seat became vacant, leaving only the chair swaying slightly. Her unfinished sentence lingered in the air. But didn't we just have escargot? In the men's restroom of the restaurant, Barry leaned against the door, his chest heaving, fingers anxiously tousling his meticulously styled hair. He listened to the thunderous beat of his heart, closing his eyes and envisioning the desperate strides of the fleeing crowd. They weren't fast enough, but I am. It's merely a matter of saving lives, just running over to bring them to safety, not battling those two monsters. He inhaled deeply, as if to encourage himself, or perhaps to persuade his own mind. Soon, faster than brewing a cup of coffee, no one would notice. Iris would only think I had a swift digestive response. Barry. This thought struck him like a lightning bolt, and an orange-red arc flickered momentarily in his eyes. In the next instant, the restroom door clicked softly as he vanished, leaving behind only the sound of the toilet tank filling, the water still gently rippling. Kansas Smallville, an obscure and remote town housing an unassuming farm, yet within its bounds lies unimaginable potential. Kent Farm. Another intricately patterned porcelain plate shattered into several fragments in Clark Kent's hands, plunging into the soapy depths of the dishwater. Perhaps 1 or 2 accidents could be attributed to mere carelessness, but after more than 5 mishaps, it would be time to summon an expert, especially considering this was Clark Kent. Clark, Martha Kent called out, emerging from the living room, her gaze falling upon her son's distracted demeanor and the fragments in the basin. There was no reproach in her eyes, only profound concern. Her glance shifted to the television in the living room, where the broadcast displayed scenes of Philadelphia resembling a cataclysmic event. The host's terrified tone and harrowing descriptions conveyed the dire circumstances unfolding. Observing her son's tightly pressed lips and the cloth in his hands, now reduced to a powdery mess, Martha discerned the turmoil within him. A gentle breeze wafted in from outside, seemingly carrying distant cries. Clark felt as though his super hearing had betrayed him today. Despite his efforts to disregard it, the despair and terror resonating hundreds of kilometers away seeped into his consciousness. The small-town boy shut his eyes in anguish, striving to block out the cacophony, yet the sounds pierced through his benevolent heart like searing needles. Martha approached her son, placing her rough yet warm hand firmly on his tensed arm, as if imbued with a certain magic to soothe this man of steel. Clark. Her voice was soft yet imbued with an irresistible strength, steady as the land itself. Look at me. Clark opened his eyes, his blue irises filled with struggle and sorrow. Do you remember what your father once said? Martha paused, her voice laced with nostalgia for her deceased husband, guiding him once more. Jonathan taught you to conceal your strength to protect you, to allow you to grow like an ordinary child. Yet, he also imparted the lessons of responsibility and kindness. Despite needing glasses even for reading the newspaper, her gaze seemed to transcend the confines of the television screen, perceiving the lives battling in that distant purgatory. Strength is not a chain, my son. It is a part of you, a gift. Martha's grip tightened slightly. Use it to do what you believe is right, to aid those in need. Do not allow fear of your own power to hinder you from becoming the person you are meant to be. This is the essence of our nurturing. Clark's body jolted with renewed determination as he met his mother's unwavering trust and encouragement in her eyes. That gaze held the power to dispel the shadows of doubt and hesitation within him, more radiant than the sun itself. A surge of warm tears filled his eyes, blurring his vision. Mom, his voice quivered, yet all confusion and fear evaporated in that moment. He nodded emphatically, as though imprinting his resolution deep within his bones. The son of tomorrow scarcely had time to dry his soapy hands or contemplate a change of attire. The checked shirt and jeans, stained with mud and dishwater, became his only battle garb in that instant. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the backyard of Kent Farm erupted as if a ballistic missile had been launched. An indistinct figure, too swift for the naked eye to capture, tore through the air at a terrifying speed far exceeding the speed of sound. A violent sonic boom exploded behind him, sending the flyers on the clothesline into a frenzied dance, while several cows mooed in startled disarray. Martha stood on the porch, shielding her eyes with her hand, gazing in the direction where her son had vanished into the heavens. The fierce wind tousled her silver hair as she gently combed through it, her face devoid of worry, radiating calm, pride intertwined with a barely perceptible prayer. "Go, my child, soar high." The scene shifted back to Philadelphia. During the fierce battle between Wayne and the 7 deadly sins, Freddy and his companions discovered Billy, who had been hiding in the zoo. With a few words of encouragement, he regained his courage and resolved to confront Black Adam. However, upon witnessing the 2 colossal figures battling, Billy could not help but stare in disbelief. "Freddy, is this the help you mentioned? He looks even more like a supervillain than Black Adam." Freddy gaped, awkwardly scratching his face. "Don't ask me. Isn't that what your wizard said? Elias is the eternal ally of the Eternal Council. I was inexplicably thrust into this, with powers that last less than 24 hours. And now a muscle-bound maniac is chasing me down. What do you expect me to know?" Indeed, guided by the connection between Shazam, Billy arrived at the subway station, quickly locating Black Adam, attempting to breach the Eternal Rock. The stone fortress was protected by a special enchantment, one that the wizard had meticulously crafted. Even Black Adam could not force his way in. The sole means of entering the fortress was to acquire Shazam's living lightning power, which served as a verification, akin to facial recognition or fingerprint unlocking. Shazam. As the incantation was uttered, the living lightning power descended, and as Billy transformed back into Shazam, he simultaneously repelled Black Adam. "I will no longer flee from you. I will defeat you, Black Adam." Taking advantage of the moment, Billy struck a powerful punch to Black Adam's face, the force of which sent him crashing through several walls, burying him in darkness. "I sacrificed my nephew for the freedom of Kandak, and now your blood will aid me in liberating the entire world. I shall attain the power of the Eternal Stone Fortress and once again become the sole sorcerer." Black Adam, enveloped in black lightning, charged towards Billy, intent on demolishing the entire subway station. Boom! Billy broke through the ceiling, landing on the smoke-filled streets as the station collapsed entirely, leaving Black Adam grasping at shadows. "Fool! It's clear you haven't played hide and seek enough. You don't understand how to catch someone." Billy made a face downwards but remained cautious, acutely aware that Black Adam was no ordinary adversary. Sure enough, the next moment, Black Adam's voice resonated from behind. "I have told you, to obtain your living lightning power and use it to liberate the world, I will stop at nothing." Billy turned around, his eyes widening in shock, for Black Adam was now grasping Freddy and his group. "We are the bearers of the power of the 6 gods, capable of achieving what ordinary mortals can scarcely imagine in a mere instant," Black Adam explained. After missing his target, he swiftly located this group, hidden not far away with his super speed. "From this moment forth, you shall obey my commands, or they will meet their demise." Black Adam tightened his grip around Freddy's neck, lifting him before Billy, and coldly stated, "Do I need to kill one of your friends to prove my sincerity?" "No." Billy's face paled, paralyzed by fear. He raised his hands in a plea. "Please, do not harm anyone. Spare them, will you? Then relinquish your power to me." Chapter 117. Defeat him. Black Adam glared menacingly at Billy, while Freddy, suspended in midair, struggled to speak. "Don't give it to him, Billy. This guy's a complete fool. He will undoubtedly kill you. Rather than worrying about others, perhaps you should concern yourself first." Black Adam's expression darkened as he gradually tightened his grip around Freddy, causing him to emit a pained groan from the suffocating pressure. "Stop. All right. Fine. This damn power is yours." Billy, endowed with super hearing, could distinctly hear the sound of Freddy's bones cracking amidst the chaos. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to Black Adam's demands. "Take the power, but I have no idea what to do." As Billy felt the magic coursing within him, he was uncertain of how to proceed. Black Adam, aware that Billy had not inherited the power of Shazam for long, chose not to press him further on this matter, instead explaining, "Thanks to the wizard's blessing, we are connected as family, and this lightning can be passed to family. Recite the incantation and then release the living lightning power to me." The notion that this power could be transferred to one's family struck Billy as he gazed at his own hands. Black Adam's words awakened him, reminding him of the truth the wizard had revealed to him not long ago. The essence of family lies within the heart, in its boundless possibilities rather than fixed blood ties. This is your secret incantation, your ultimate power. Observing Billy, who stood frozen in place, Black Adam impatiently commanded, "Now recite the incantation." "Very well, let's give it a try." Billy's expression hardened, resolute in his decision to fight back. An unimaginable torrent of living lightning surged forth from his body, enveloping Black Adam and his cohorts in a tempest of thunder. Shazam! Ha ha! Bathed in the magical lightning, Black Adam spread his arms and laughed heartily. After countless years, he had finally obtained the power to liberate the world. With a triumphant grin splitting his face, Black Adam began to speak, but suddenly halted, looking down at himself in confusion. "What is happening? I feel no different. Wow, this is so cool," Black Adam exclaimed, turning towards the source of the sound, only to be met with a sight that caused his pupils to constrict in disbelief. The vibrant energy of lightning surged through his entire being as 5 familiar, yet unfamiliar figures emerged. Freddy and his companions were no longer children. They had become the inheritors of Shazam's power. The 5 transformed into Shazam floated clumsily in the sky, filled with immense curiosity about their newfound state. "Freddy, you're walking," Darla exclaimed, gliding through the air as if swimming, her eyes wide with astonishment upon seeing Freddy. With flowing hair and striking features, the grown-up Freddy felt a rush of exhilaration upon realizing his legs were no longer immobilized. He chuckled in response to Darla's words. "I believe you meant flying, Darla, but I can indeed run again." The beautiful and curvaceous Mary, sensing the surging power within her, gasped in surprise. "What have you done to us, Billy? Are we also Shazam?" Billy, reveling in the success of his plan, wore a triumphant smile. "I'm not entirely sure, but it certainly appears to be the case." "No, that is my power!" Black Adam roared in fury, humiliated by being outwitted by a child in an unimaginable turn of events. Freddy flew over to Billy's side and observed the furious Black Adam, asking, "That big guy seems absolutely livid. What should we do now, Billy?" Billy stroked his chin, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "What do you think?" "Guys, I have an idea." At this, Freddy and the others exchanged knowing smiles. "Let's take him down." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the 7 deadly sins had fully merged. The colossal form of the beast roared with 7 snarling heads, 14 arms wielding various cursed weapons. The arrogant molten axe burned with the flames of destruction, the greedy chainsaw teeth entwined with corrosive mists, the wrathful thunder hammer summoned storms, and the lustful thorn whip lashed out, creating ripples in the air. "Elias, we are invincible now." The cacophony of their combined voices threatened to shatter the earth. The 7 deadly sins had not only transformed in appearance, but also in overwhelming presence. Wayne, weary of their enhanced might, growled lowly as his demonic form surged with infernal fire and holy light. "Since they have merged, I shall divide." With a resonating hum, 2 slightly smaller, yet equally imposing demonic doppelgangers formed instantaneously, surrounding the towering beast at the center. Each of the 3 Waynes summoned their respective weapons. The original wielded a long blade entwined with dark crimson flames, leaving charred cracks in the earth as the blade swept by. The right-hand doppelganger brandished a crystal-clear cross spear, stirring the winds as it rushed forth, imbued with the power to pierce the darkness, while the left-hand doppelganger unfurled a protective umbrella radiating pure holy light, its angelic energy swirling to purify the incoming onslaught of molten fire, corrosive mists, and hindering forces. Here, I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Kong and the esteemed Mr. Jianyao for their generous contributions. Without their benevolent sponsorship, Wayne would not have been able to conjure such formidable weaponry. The azure flames are the sacred fire that Mr. Kong procured from Jerusalem, a rarity in this world, capable of scorching even the infernal overlord. The lance and the sanctified umbrella are crafted from the bones of angelic wings, with holy light accompanying them. Although this course of action could potentially loosen the seals, allowing Despondio a chance to seize the opportunity, this Lord of Despair has become considerably wiser after several lessons. His fate is intertwined with Wayne's, should Wayne perish. He too would meet his demise. Even if he were to successfully usurp Wayne's corporeal form, most of his power would be drained, leaving him vulnerable to the 7 deadly sins lurking outside. Thus, is the reason that Despondio remains in a state of slumber. For the greatest adversaries lie among one's own kind. The battle rages on. Blades gleam and swords clash. The spear's brilliance and the umbrella shield. Fiery magic meets holy light. The four colossal entities engage in a fierce melee, each collision igniting tremors akin to minor earthquakes. Wayne, utilizing his clones and deftly switching between exquisite weapons, cleaves through the molten armor, freezes the malevolent flames with his holy sword, and strikes at vital joints with the lance like a venomous serpent, while the sacred umbrella steadfastly wards off all-encompassing curses. Though the seven deadly sins are ferocious, and their seven weapons dance with impenetrable precision, they are merely seven individuals, unlike Wayne, whose clones are intricately connected, executing seamless coordination. Under Wayne's surgical precision, the massive beast accumulates wounds of burning and freezing with each strike. Roar! The gigantic demon bellows in fury, attempting to break free from the encirclement. Yet Wayne seizes the opportunity, severing one of its arms, forcing the behemoth to retreat. A splendid chance. Wayne's magical gaze flickers with intensity as he raises his blade high, gathering an immense amount of hellish energy at its edge, forming a concentrated sphere of power, preparing to perform a cranial operation on this monstrous amalgamation. Chapter 118. The Just Brawl. Hold on. I am coming. A call, audible only to him, tore through the air at the battlefield's periphery. Orange-red, lightning surged forth like an uncontrollable brush, tracing frenetic lines amidst the crumbling edifices. The world's fastest man, Barry Allen, was the first to arrive at the battleground. Having just arrived, he was participating in heroics for the first time and had yet to don the iconic suit that would later define him. To conceal his identity, he had covered his face with a handkerchief pilfered from a restaurant. Although at the speed of the flash, Barry could easily obscure his visage through rapid movement. He chose not to employ such advanced techniques at this stage, employing unimaginable velocity, so swift that even his afterimages nearly vanished. He rescued dozens of citizens trapped within the shockwave's radius. One moment, they were engulfed in despair and cries, and the next, they found themselves bewildered, standing in a military-safe zone 100 kilometers away, clutching half a cup of untouched coffee. All done. Barry halted at the battlefield's edge, resting his hands on his knees as he gasped for breath, having spent less than 0.3 seconds in exertion. In truth, his performance was subpar, and his fatigue stemmed not from exhaustion, but from anxiety. He patted his face, recalling the citizens he had rescued, and a swell of pride surged within him, a sense of heroism and salvation. His gaze shifted to the distant, impotently roaring seven deadly sins behemoth, and he suddenly felt an urge to accomplish even more. Why not exert additional effort? Barry's focus narrowed, locking onto the imposing figure of the demon Lord Vane, who held the blade of destruction aloft. His back turned to Barry. That head, those flames, and that terrifying aura, everything about him screamed finality. Barry mused that with his slight frame, he was surely no match for any of them. The defeat of either side would bode ill for him. The optimal outcome was for the two monsters to engage in a ferocious clash, ultimately leading to their mutual demise. With this thought igniting his resolve, Barry sprang into action. Hey, big guy, get ready to face my wrath. He propelled himself off the ground, transforming into a streak of orange-red lightning that tore through the air, aiming directly for Vane's ankle, the pillar supporting his massive form. Before he could even blink, the orange-red velocity spiraled around the demon's foot, rotating thousands of times in an instant. The tempest of speed unleashed a force of unimaginable power. Boom! Vane, entirely focused on delivering a lethal blow to the seven deadly sins, felt an irresistible, terrifying pull at his ankle, as if he were a colossal tree felled by an unseen force. The mighty demon's body lost balance and crashed to the side with a thunderous thud, smashing through half a street. Vane's furious roar was drowned out by the cacophony of crumbling buildings. The blade of destruction, charged with high-density hellish energy, veered uncontrollably to the side, incinerating a water tower and the parking lot below, creating a molten pit in a bottomless tunnel. Roar! The seven deadly sins beasts, having narrowly escaped disaster, erupted in jubilant howls, their seven faces contorting with ecstasy. How could they let such a golden opportunity slip away? Their wrathful warhammers, greedy chain blades, and lustful whips, seven weapons imbued with the essence of original sin, rained down upon the fallen Vane with murderous intent. Success! Barry flashed to a safe distance, rescuing a few more individuals along the way. Watching the demon lord he had tripped being mercilessly pummeled by the monstrous entities, dust swirling around them. He felt a gratifying smile spread across his face, reveling in his role as the world's savior. Get a grip, you fool. Vane had never felt such a burning rage before. Perplexed by the treachery of an unseen adversary, he expanded his senses to discover the orange-red lightning and the distant figure of Barry Allen, who was chuckling foolishly. Forcing himself to shake off the 7 deadly sins, Vane struggled to rise, his immense body adorned with deep, bone-revealing wounds that hissed with black smoke. The ethereal blue flames in his left eye had dimmed somewhat, yet a palpable fury blazed in his gaze as he fixed his stare upon the diminutive figure before him, roaring, "What in the blazes are you doing? Those 7-headed monstrosities are the villains. I'm a doctor, a good person." A deafening roar echoed, leaving Barry, who was momentarily reveling in his clenched fist, utterly stunned. The smile on his face froze instantly, as if a pause button had been pressed, and he stammered in bewilderment. What did I do wrong? He gazed incredulously at the citizens he had just rescued, who still bore the marks of their fright. Please tell me that the giant over there is lying. Barry forced a strained smile, yearning for the truth. A disheveled mother, cradling her child, pondered for a moment before replying uncertainly. That red and blue giant should be a good one. I saw it dragging that monster away from the city center every time it tried to charge in. Indeed, young man, it seems you may have inadvertently hindered our efforts. Another elder chimed in from behind his feet. The Flash. I am Barry Allen, the fastest man alive. And at this moment, I feel my face is redder than the wine at the Starry restaurant, leaving me feeling as if I've been struck by lightning, utterly dumbfounded and embarrassingly exposed. How can I possibly clear up this misunderstanding with that superhero who resembles a demon king? I'm anxiously awaiting a response. Fortunately, despite the unexpected turn of events, Wayne maintained his composure. The Flash's speed was so extraordinary that he could rescue the citizens from the impending aftermath before it even erupted, allowing Wayne to unleash his full potential. Even though he was significantly injured, Wayne managed to suppress the monstrous embodiment of the 7 deadly sins with the overwhelming force of the crowd, tilting the scales of victory in his favor. Eat this, you wicked fire giant. A voice, laden with a sense of justice yet strikingly out of place, thundered from above. Philadelphia was illuminated in green. Cough, cough, actually, it was a blinding green light that sliced through the stormy clouds like a meteor. It was none other than Green Lantern Hal Jordan, who had just arrived on the battlefield. Clearly, the Canadian had not fully grasped the situation. He merely saw 3 grotesque demon kings beating on the 14-armed creature, focusing his ire on the tallest and fiercest among them. The principle of prioritizing the most threatening target, learned from OA, immediately came into play. The green light from Green Lantern's ring surged forth, coalescing into a colossal green hammer that towered above Hal's head. This planet is under my jurisdiction, demon. You have chosen the wrong place to cause trouble. Wayne, hearing the shout, hurriedly looked up, but it was too late. The immense green hammer, imbued with the force to cleave mountains, struck him squarely in the face. Bam! The physical impact of this blow might not have been fatal for Wayne, but the willpower contained within the hammer resonated in his mind like 100,000 amplifiers blasting heavy metal rock, sending him soaring. Wayne felt darkness envelop him. The massive demonic form crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, its enormous head slightly deformed from the blow, the dual flames in its eyes flickering uncertainly, while his dazed mind struggled to maintain the existence of his duplicates. Ha, fortune favors me. The 7 deadly sins creatures laughed heartily. A truly fortuitous opportunity presented itself. The relentless assault resumed, with the gluttonous maw exhaling a viscous black mist that enveloped half of the opponent's body, the languid and sluggish force ensnaring them, rendering Wayne's movements cumbersome. On Hal's side, after a successful ambush, the green hammer shattered. He shook his disheveled hands and inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "No wonder this person can trigger the ring's alarm. Their face is remarkably resilient." Wayne, in a state of confusion, remarked, "Hey, green fellow, you've mistaken the target. He is one of us, a good person." Not only was Wayne bewildered, but Barry also shared his astonishment. Witnessing the adversary's inclination to strike again, he swiftly transformed into an orange-red lightning streak and dashed toward the nearest towering building, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Hal, poised for triumph and ready to bask in the cheers, found himself petrified, staring blankly. Huh? One of us? You must be joking. He glanced at the figure, slightly dazed from the hammering, but still emanating a cloud of black smoke and ominous aura, realizing that they bore little resemblance to a superhero. One could easily believe them to be a villainous overlord. Hal, utterly perplexed, felt as though his mind was about to short-circuit. After a moment of contemplation, he managed to mutter, "This script doesn't seem right, does it?" Sighing, Barry refrained from blaming Hal, as he too was caught in a similar predicament. Merely commenting in exasperation, "I think we should watch the news more often to distinguish between the good and the bad before we engage." Unfortunately, he had just returned from the cosmos and had no time to catch up on the latest news. "For heaven's sake, you two patients with late-stage cataracts. What are you still doing there?" Wayne, suppressing the throbbing pain in his head and body, roared in fury once more, shaking the eardrums of the two novice heroes. "Please, be decent and come help. If you keep messing around, you might as well drown in the toilet yourselves." Exchanging awkward glances, Barry and Hal recognized the sheer embarrassment and panic reflected in each other's eyes. They stiffly gestured for the other to go first, and, subsequently, after correctly identifying their true target, one transformed into a streak of orange lightning, while the other shot off like a green meteor. Barry raced towards the head of the lustful creature, which was adorned with writhing tentacles. Sensing the disturbance, it commanded its tendrils to attack. However, to the Flash, this speed was excruciatingly slow. As he moved at high velocity, he deftly maneuvered the tentacles, intertwining them with the surrounding heads, creating a deadly snare. Hal, surrounded by a radiant green glow, summoned an indomitable energy shield to withstand the onslaught of the monstrous 7 deadly sins. He forged colossal green chains that ensnared the gluttonous maw tightly. With two somewhat unreliable yet undeniably powerful allies holding the creature at bay, Wayne felt a significant reduction in his pressure. The malevolent light within his magical eyes surged, seizing the fleeting moment of distraction from the 7 deadly sins. He crossed his dual blades, merging infernal and holy flames into a formidable purple-black spear, meticulously aiming for the heart of the colossal beast. Unlike humans, the 7 deadly sins did not perceive vital points as weaknesses. To them, such injuries were merely equivalent to others. They were the primordial sins, capable of being sealed but never truly perishing. However, their survival does not guarantee the same for the host. Once Blair, the host, perishes, the 7 deadly sins will inevitably suffer a significant reduction in power, as they lack the vessel of a corrupted soul, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. This spear will likely bring an end to this arduous battle on all fronts. The surgery abruptly halted. The time for the suturing monster has come. The energy of destruction coalesced in Wayne's hands, reaching its zenith. Updates are challenging. Remember to share. Unless unforeseen events occur, an unexpected turn is imminent. Just as victory seemed assured, misfortune struck once more. Stop. Do not harm this city any further. A voice, steady, resonant, warm, and imbued with a sense of justice, echoed through the heavens like the tolling of morning bells. Boom! A blurred afterimage, accompanied by the terrifying shriek of breaking the sound barrier and a colossal sonic boom, collided with Wayne's unprotected chest at a speed slightly inferior to that of the Flash, like a battering ram. Wayne exclaimed, "Damn it, is it never ending?" Crash! The collision produced a deafening sound, the sickening crunch of bones audible, as Wayne's freshly condensed purple-black spear disintegrated in an instant. His enormous form was struck as if by a speeding cosmic battleship, uncontrollably lifted off the ground, with the skin on his chest and the ethereal blue runes fracturing inch by inch. Dark crimson blood, mixed with shattered bones, gushed forth, evoking sorrow in those who beheld it. Damn it! Wayne let out a heart-wrenching roar, his massive body crashing through several skyscrapers, ultimately embedding itself deep within one, turning a 100-meter-high steel edifice into ruins, dust billowing into the sky. At the center of the battlefield, as the smoke began to clear, a young man clad in a red and blue plaid shirt and ordinary jeans landed firmly between the colossal beast of the 7 deadly sins and Wayne, who had been sent flying. A pink apron was wrapped around his face, complemented by a pair of sunglasses. Clark stood tall, his hair tousled by the fierce wind. Yet the azure eyes hidden behind his shades burned with a pure and unwavering flame of conviction. The man of steel spread his arms wide, like a hen protecting her chicks, as if to shield the entire city and its citizens behind him. He declared resolutely to the menacing beast and the fallen demon king before him, "This ends now. As long as I stand, I will not allow you to harm another soul." A profound silence enveloped the scene. The 7 faces of the 7 deadly sins displayed a rare, unified expression of bewilderment. Barry and Hal, who had just been poised to assist in restraining the monster, froze in their tracks. The Flash gaped, his mouth agape enough to fit a hamburger, while Hal's jaw nearly dropped to his chest, the green energy restraints dissipating with a soft snap in the air, embedded deeply in the wreckage of the building. Wayne struggled to lift his head, peering through the swirling dust at the figure standing defiantly before the villains, radiating a luminous aura of justice in his plaid shirt. In his cold, demonic eyes, the flames of fury extinguished, leaving only a sense of exhaustion akin to being played by fate, utterly drained of passion and words. First appeared the Flash, followed by Green Lantern, and finally Superman. Huh, is Darkseid next? Shouldn't he be receiving an Omega Beam? À la destruction règne. A deep, hoarse exclamation, laden with weariness and melancholy, wafted from the ruins, resonating in the ears of every individual on the desolate battlefield. The 3 venerable figures of the Justice League emerged. Yet Wayne found no joy in their presence. The reason was painfully evident from their attire. The Flash and Superman were not donned in their iconic uniforms. They bore the unmistakable appearance of novices just embarking on their journey. Hal was not faring much better, according to prior intelligence. This illustrious wielder of the 7-colored rainbow had likely just completed his initiation training, barely having emerged from the novice village. Curse it, the superheroes one anticipated to see did not appear, while the rookie newcomers did. Had Wonder Woman and the formidable Batman wandered off? Hal and Barry exchanged glances, sensing a strange familiarity in the situation. Clark soared into the air, filled with fervor. After delivering his opening remarks, he expected to be greeted by a fierce battle, only to find the surrounding unfamiliar faces gazing at him with peculiar expressions. Clark touched his face, relieved that his disguise remained intact, though he felt perplexed. Standing tall, he brushed off non-existent dust from his checkered shirt and proclaimed, "Apologies, this path is blocked." Chapter 120. Misfortune should not befall me. A lone silence enveloped the surroundings. No one responded to the declaration of the son of tomorrow. Clark Kent hovered above the ruins, his pink apron fluttering in the wind, his blue eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, filled with confusion. He glanced at the villain he had just sent crashing into the building, smoke billowing from his form, then at the 2 peculiar individuals beside him. One sported an orange-red lightning motif with a handkerchief wrapped around his face, while the other radiated an almost luminescent green, capable of flight. Clark descended, attempting to establish contact. Clearing his throat, Clark endeavored to reclaim his earlier air of justice, pointing at the enormous, struggling villain among the debris, who appeared quite malevolent. His tone carried an unmistakable blend of earnestness and uncertainty, eliciting a twitch at the corners of Barry and Hal's mouths. "Buddy, I understand you." Hal suddenly slapped his forehead, a complex expression of impending doom crossing his face. "But trust me, just 5 minutes ago, I made the exact same blunder." He spread his arms dramatically, declaring, "Though it seems implausible, that guy who looks like a supervillain, well, he actually claims to be a doctor." Barry transformed into a blur of orange-red, appearing beside Clark at an unimaginable speed, yet without causing a stir. He tightened the crumpled handkerchief on his face and chimed in, "Yes, yes. While his appearance is, rather hardcore, he is indeed battling that monstrous creature. We misjudged him 3 times. Barry shrugged in resignation, the sense of despair palpable even through his mask. "Clark?" He glanced at Hal, then at Barry, and finally at Wayne, who was so enraged he could scarcely utter a word. In an instant, his mind became a whirlwind. The grand scheme to save the city had yet to unfold, yet he had already managed to inflict severe harm upon his own ally. Clark felt a rush of heat surge to his cheeks. Fortunately, his sunglasses and apron concealed the profoundly awkward expression that would have otherwise been evident. Nevertheless, he opened his mouth, producing a series of meaningless syllables. "Abba, Abba, Abba." Hal and Barry exchanged a knowing glance, a bond of camaraderie forged in shared misfortune. Hal drifted closer, cautiously patting Clark's broad shoulder, offering words of comfort. "It's all right, brother. Everyone makes mistakes when they're new. It's perfectly normal." Barry joined in, placing his hand on Clark's other shoulder, his tone imbued with the wisdom of experience. "Yes, indeed. Just get accustomed to it. Next time, be sure to recognize the good guys." Clark, to be honest, found no solace in their words. Instead, he felt even worse. While it was commendable to forge friendships among colleagues, the foundation of this camaraderie was far too relatable. Meanwhile, the 7 deadly sins had no inclination to appreciate this moment of human heroism. Seizing the precious opportunity while Wayne was momentarily incapacitated, Clark and the others remained frozen in place. The malevolent emblem of the 6-pointed star on the creature's chest spun frantically, and the wounds previously inflicted began to heal rapidly under the thick, dark red energy. Wayne, shaking off the daze, rose once more. He glanced down at the 2 shoe prints imprinted deep into his chest, and then looked at the 3 bewildered novices. With a weary sigh, he said nothing, suppressing his injuries, and lunged fiercely at the 7 deadly sins once again. "Is he angry?" Barry wondered, narrowly avoiding a massive rock that splintered nearby. Watching Wayne's frenzied assault with trepidation, feeling the atmosphere of pressure on the battlefield drop significantly. It was not a mere suspicion. It was a certainty. Hal constructed a shield of Green Lantern energy above his head, his demeanor somewhat sheepish, clearly reluctant to continue this venture. Clark finally regained a modicum of clarity, observing Wayne's solitary struggle amidst the relentless barrage from the 7 deadly sins, his body accumulating fresh wounds. A profound sense of guilt welled up within him, yet his gaze quickly hardened with resolve. "This is my fault. I must assist him. Buddy, it's not just me. It's us." Hal interjected, raising his ring in reminder. The monster moved slowly, but it could be made to move even slower until it posed no threat to anyone. Barry nodded in agreement, taking the initiative. Orange-red lightning trailed behind him as he zipped around the 7 deadly sins, creating countless afterimages that consistently disrupted their attacks, rendering them ineffective. Hal's Green Lantern energy shone once more, this time coalescing into a swarm of enormous green mechanical wasps, darting tirelessly to bite at the eyes and joints of the demonic creatures. Observing this, Clark inhaled deeply, his legs slightly bending as the ground beneath him fractured under his weight. In the next moment, he propelled himself skyward like a human missile, his target locked on the 6-pointed star emblazoned on the monster's chest. The treachery of justice is indeed ruthless, yet the collective assault of justice is even more ferocious. Even though all 3 participants are novices, the numerical values and mechanics are clearly evident. Under the concentrated fire of 4, the 7 deadly sins are thrown into disarray, their inept howls unable to alter the already determined course of battle. Clark, being newly initiated and faced with foes who are not human, lacks the finesse to temper his blows. In a fervent thrust, he pierces the chest of the original sin beast, delivering a grievous blow. Seizing the moment when the 7 deadly sins are captivated by Clark's presence, Wayne materializes the infernal greatsword in his hands, delivering a swift and decisive strike that severs several arms of the adversary. Barry, having correctly identified his target, conjures a whirlwind of speed, successfully toppling the original sin beast, causing it to crash heavily to the ground. Hal seizes the opportunity to summon a multitude of chains which swiftly ensnare the beast, binding it into a verdant cocoon. A prime opportunity. Wayne's magical gaze flickers with lethal intensity as he raises his longsword, compressing it to unleash devastating energy. Yet abruptly, his movements come to an inexplicable halt. A twitch crosses Wayne's cheek. His experiences from the previous encounters inform him that today is not the day to claim this trophy. Thus, he makes an unexpected decision. Wayne abruptly retracts the sword he was about to thrust, his massive form halting its forward momentum, even taking a slight step back. Turning his gaze towards Clark and the others, he solemnly declares, "I am low on energy. I leave this to you." With that, he steps aside, awaiting their actions, all the while murmuring some peculiar incantation, as if preparing for something. Clark, Barry, and Hal exchange bewildered glances, yet knowing that opportunities are fleeting, Clark, suspended in midair, clenches his fists, his eyes glowing with fervent red light. Hal raises the Green Lantern ring, channeling his will into a razor-sharp spiral drill. Barry, still grasping the advanced techniques of the swift power attack, has helped craft a machete for him. Though the inflicted wounds may be minor, his relentless speed compensates for it. Under Wayne's watchful gaze, the trio's attacks converge from 3 distinct angles, striking the various parts of the 7 deadly sins simultaneously. The beast emits a wail reminiscent of shattering glass, while the 7 deadly sins unleash an unprecedented chorus of anguished howls. The massive form convulses violently, its molten armor fracturing extensively as dark red, malevolent energy surges forth from the wounds like a breached dam. Have we succeeded? A wave of elation washes over the 3. However, Wayne harbors a different sentiment, sensing a formidable surge of magical energy converging within the clouds. Boom! Just as the dawn of victory appears, 3 bolts of ominous black lightning, imbued with terrifying magical power, unexpectedly tear through the clouds above Philadelphia, precisely enveloping Clark and his companions, who are still reveling in their triumph. What on earth? They exclaim in unison, startled by the lightning's swiftness, accompanied by an ethereal voice that drifts through the air. I had anticipated this. In stark contrast to the surprise one might expect, Wayne's expression was devoid of astonishment, instead adorned with a resigned smile that seemed to say, "Of course, here we are again." He languidly remarked, "Clearly, I'm not the only one who neglected to consult the almanac before venturing out. And I cannot be the sole unfortunate soul in this predicament." Chapter 121. Let us unleash justice upon Black Adam. A cacophony of thunder roared with lethal intent, sweeping toward them. Upon sensing the imminent danger, the 3 heroes each responded in their own manner. Black lightning materialized above Barry. The tip of the lightning bolt mere centimeters from his crown, as if it were poised to scorch a charred mark upon him. Yet, it was merely a flash of lightning. In the face of the flash's full-speed eruption, it appeared almost sluggish. With a crackling sound, the bolt pierced through the air, incinerating a tunnel of unfathomable depth, while Barry's true form reappeared hundreds of meters away, sheltered against the cold brick of a broken wall. His muscles tensed, and his heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. He had narrowly escaped becoming a mere confection. Hal, on the other hand, could only utter an expletive as his survival instincts propelled his willpower to its zenith, conjuring a layered shield of green energy above him. Boom! The black thunder struck mercilessly against the verdant barrier, producing a sound akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard as the shield shattered within mere seconds. Fortunately, the lightning dissipated following that blow. However, the violent shockwave, mingled with fragments of broken green energy, struck Hal with the force of a battering ram. He felt as though a train had collided with him, sent sprawling like a kite severed from its string, rolling across the debris-laden ground until he crashed against a low wall, finally coming to a halt. He had sustained some bruises, but he was fortunate to escape with his life. Dazed, Hal rose to his feet, his body coated in dust, blood trickling from his nose. Nearby, Wayne was chuckling, his thoughts scattered, bemused by the state of his attire, now soiled and bloodied. Thankfully, Hal was alone at home. Otherwise, it would have surely been another round of maternal scolding. The most riveting moments were yet to unfold, as Wayne bore witness to the unwavering honesty of a truly genuine individual. Clark's reaction was the epitome of straightforwardness. Faced with the black lightning aimed at him, he displayed neither panic nor trepidation. Instead, he adjusted his posture mid-air, puffed out his broad chest with confidence, and chose to withstand the impending strike. "Come on," Clark bellowed, muscles rippling, standing confidently with his hands on his hips. It was entirely understandable. As is well known, Kryptonians are impervious to blades and bullets, their vulnerabilities having been expunged. And even Darkseid's Omega beams would prompt Clark to stand his ground and test their potency. However, this very inclination had led Clark to experience hardship in his inaugural battle. The thunderous roar echoed ominously. Clark's eyes rolled back as he let out a blood-curdling scream. The checkered shirt on his chest instantly carbonized and vanished, revealing a patch of charred skin beneath. He felt like a marionette with severed strings, plummeting from a height of over 10 meters. His formidable physique, while resilient to steel, bore a significant vulnerability to magic, far more severe than any vulnerability to kryptonite. Certain versions of Superman, due to their immense power and prolonged exposure to yellow sunlight, can resist kryptonite's effects. However, none have proven entirely immune to the harm inflicted by magic, with the distinction merely lying in the varying degrees of impact. Vane, recovering from his injuries, brushed off the debris from his hands. He observed the convulsing Clark on the ground, the disheveled Hal scrambling to his feet, and Barry, who was cowering behind a broken wall, all while wearing a malicious grin. What did I say? A complimentary trial of magical damage experience for newcomers. Guaranteed to teach you well, no deception involved. Everyone gets their fair share, Vane remarked as he reverted to his normal size. This form possessed considerable power, but was only suitable for dealing with opponents of similar stature. Against a formidable foe like Black Adam, he would merely become a punching bag. What is happening? A youthful voice echoed from afar as Billy, accompanied by the Shazam family, descended from the sky, each bearing signs of battle. Billy glanced at Vane, who had reverted from his demonic form to a regular appearance, momentarily taken aback. He recognized him as an ally mentioned by the wizard, but found himself at a loss for words, opting for an aloof nod to project an air of reliability. His attention shifted to the unfamiliar figures at the scene. He scrutinized the three strange individuals on the ground, then cautiously surveyed the silhouette of Black Adam lurking in the clouds, before finally resting his gaze on the coughing Clark, who was clutching his chest. Who are you? Crowd actors hired by Black Adam? We are merely concerned citizens passing through. Hal replied, his mind clearer than the others. Having recently returned from his studies on OA, he still struggled with his own clumsiness, attempting to wipe away a nosebleed with Green Lantern energy only to create a bizarre scene of glowing green. Clark struggled to rise, and one could not help but marvel at the Kryptonian's remarkable resilience and self-healing abilities. After enduring a blast of Black Adam's magical lightning, he regained his mobility in under 2 minutes. Yet the pain from the magical strike lingered, and as he clutched his scorched chest, he utilized his supervision to peer into the clouds, spotting the imposing figure of Black Adam. Who is that? He seems rather unfriendly. Unfriendly is an understatement. Billy nearly tumbled from the air, defiantly gesturing at Black Adam. That guy's name is Black Adam, an ancient relic who has lived for thousands of years. Black Adam has murdered his own nephew to seize his powers, and now he seeks to usurp mine, intending to wield this strength to cleanse humanity. He is the ultimate villain behind this incident. So, it is true, he is the mastermind? Clark and the others nodded in agreement. To be honest, if one were to judge by appearances, Black Adam, with his pronounced brows and large eyes, and a physique capable of impressive feats, does not seem particularly menacing. Therefore, I implore that unknown doctor, could you perhaps mold a more virtuous visage next time? At the very least, don a scholarly hat upon your head before reappearing. Oh, by the way, Billy suddenly recalled something and clapped his hands. You must have seen that giant resembling a Dark Lord, right? Though he appears villainous. He is actually an ally summoned to assist me, a good person. Speaking of which, Billy displayed a puzzled expression and mused to himself. Why was he glaring at us so intensely earlier, as if he wished to return us to our mother's wombs? Clark, Barry, and Hal. Cough. Fading into obscurity, the farewell has been uttered. It is time to embark on our journey, lad. Black Adam's voice resonated low and ominous. Suspended in the air, his black cloak billowing without the slightest breeze, while the crackling lightning entwined around him emitted a disconcerting sound. Upon arriving at this battleground, Black Adam did not hastily launch an assault. As a strategist, one must always discern the shifting tides of the situation before making a decision. With the 7 deadly sins defeated and the primary adversary, that unfamiliar sorcerer, significantly weakened, he was not to be feared. Yet those 3 novices aiding him were no trifling matter. Chapter 122. Must eat. Previously, Black Adam had unleashed a probing attack. However, though termed as such, it was delivered without restraint, infused with a palpable murderous intent as magical lightning descended to strike. The outcome was within his expectations, yet still surprising. Black Adam anticipated that the trio would not perish from this attack, but the result caused his pupils to constrict. The man whose face was obscured by cloth had evaded the strike through sheer speed, while the man adorned with a green eye mask conjured a shield for defense. And the wolf fox sustained no significant harm. Most astonishing to him was Clark. This seemingly honest and simple human had withstood the onslaught of magical lightning, and before long, he rose once more, lively and vigorous, which indeed instilled a degree of apprehension in Black Adam. Nevertheless, that was all there was to it. He is Black Adam, King of Kandak, the liberator of the world. No one can obstruct him. Cowardly sorcery. Do you believe that sheer numbers can vanquish me? Let me tell you, no matter how many ants there are, they cannot alter your fate. Black Adam slowly raised his hand, the tremendous power of the gods surging within him. Billy landed beside Clark and the others, adopting a somewhat unorthodox battle stance. What are we waiting for, comrades? Stand shoulder to shoulder and strike him down. The adage that adversity fosters growth holds ever more truth. Recalling just a day prior, Billy was still that child capable of grandiose declarations, and now, he has intuitively transformed into a mature adult. Taste my thunderous strike. Billy formed his hands into the shape of pistols, two crooked, golden bolts of lightning arcing towards Black Adam. The effect was rather dismal, as Black Adam effortlessly grasped the attack and crushed it within his palm, failing to even produce a spark. The weather is quite poor today, as you know. It seems to be affecting conductivity. Billy awkwardly scratched his head, only to receive a powerful punch from Black Adam in return. Stop, Clark bellowed, taking a deep breath and positioning himself in front of Billy. He unleashed a straightforward yet formidable punch, generating a piercing shriek as it broke the sound barrier. A glimmer of disdain flickered in Black Adam's eyes, and he remained undeterred, launching directly at Clark's audacious fist. Boom! The collision of their fists resonated with a thunderous sound, sending a powerful shockwave rippling outward, causing those nearby to stagger back. Clark's expression shifted slightly as he felt the overwhelming force bearing down on him. His feet carved deep grooves into the shattered ground, debris flying in all directions as he skidded several meters before barely regaining his balance, his breath becoming somewhat labored. This did not signify that Black Adam's strength surpassed Superman's. Rather, Clark had intentionally held back. To prevent inflicting grievous harm, he had suppressed his force by 30% at the moment of impact. Unbeknownst to him, Superman had inevitably suffered the consequences. What astonished Clark was the realization that someone could engage him head-on and emerge relatively unscathed. On the other hand, Black Adam, despite being the victor, found himself momentarily immobilized, staring at his slightly numb right hand. A sense of absurdity surged within him, quickly followed by a tide of furious rage and an indescribable feeling of humiliation. The King of Kahndaq was no fool at the moment of contact. He had keenly perceived the fleeting hesitation in his opponent's eyes and the sudden reduction of force. Did the opponent hold him in contempt? A low, suppressed chuckle gradually morphed into a raspy laugh as Black Adam abruptly lifted his head, his contempt replaced by a blend of desecration and wrath, his gaze seemingly capable of devouring his adversary whole. Mortal, Black Adam intoned with murderous intent, you dare to humiliate the King of Kahndaq with your pathetic pity. I fear that if I were to break your bones, you might seek compensation for medical expenses, Clark muttered under his breath. However, his words were crystal clear to Black Adam, who possessed superhuman hearing. This incendiary remark ignited Black Adam's fury, his eyes turning crimson as he unleashed a tremendous aura, momentarily forgetting his intent to seize Billy's lightning power. He charged forward, eager to settle the score with Clark. Clark assumed the role of a frontline tank, while the others sprang into action. Hal, get back. Let the professionals handle this, he shouted as he unleashed the full power of his Green Lantern ring, conjuring a barrage of weaponry, a Gatling gun, a rocket launcher, a construction hammer, and even a bundle of explosive green bananas, all directed towards their adversary. Hey, big guy, look this way and then that way. Barry wiped the sweat from his brow, darting around Black Adam in a frenzied dance, his speed leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Every so often, he would sneak in a jab to Black Adam's elbow or trip him at the heel, attempting to tug at the man as cloaked like an incessant fly buzzing about. In summary, aside from the somewhat structured approach of Hal, the rest of the combatants, devoid of spectacular effects, resembled mere street thugs. It could be aptly termed as chaotic brawling. Had Black Adam not been at a disadvantage, and had his adversaries not possessed both numerical superiority and tactical advantage, he would have surely felled them long ago. Fortunately, Batman was absent. Otherwise, witnessing this farcical drama of bronze-tier heroes besieging a fully leveled dragon might have sent his blood pressure skyrocketing, potentially leading to a fatal outcome from sheer indignation. Vane, concealed behind a shattered pillar, shook his head in exasperation. They were simply outmatched, utterly outmatched. The inner voice of Vane was in a frenzy, flipping tables at the thought of these clowns exhausting themselves to the point of making Adam laugh, before he was even defeated. The battlefield had grown precarious. Unless the Rookie League experienced an unexpected surge, victory over Black Adam was a mere fantasy. Yet, paradoxically, Black Adam was equally incapable of swiftly dispatching Billy and his companions. The situation was at a stalemate, and unless Billy could trick Black Adam into uttering the incantation to revert him to a mortal state, it seemed the outcome would be mutual destruction. Vane's expression oscillated between hope and despair, caught in a dilemma, having assisted in vanquishing the 7 deadly sins. He yearned to escape, yet the boon promised by the wizard remained unclaimed. Moreover, the bravado he had displayed before the Bat had yet to be fulfilled. The mere thought of returning to Gotham in such a dismal state, facing the dark figure of the Bat, sent shivers down his spine. It was unbearable. The prospect of failing to maintain his fa before the Bat and facing ridicule was akin to ants crawling over his skin, more tormenting than death itself, and far worse than a righteous betrayal. No, he thought, as a formidable spirit of vengeance, he could not utter such nonsense. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the colossal form of the 7 deadly sins, bound in Hal's green chains and still emitting wisps of smoke. An audacious plan began to take shape in his mind. With all attention diverted to the righteous assault, Vane suppressed his presence once more, stealthily approaching the immense body of the 7 deadly sins. How utterly disgraceful, he mused as he lifted a shard of molten armor in disdain. From his pocket, he produced a marker, a gift from the British, impervious to cleansing. Now, don't move. Let Uncle handle you with care. With the speed of a street graffiti artist, Vane began to inscribe intricate and bizarre runes upon the vast carcass of the 7 deadly sins, muttering to himself. Pride. Is it? Let me draw an Aker and a Moloch, and we shall see who is prouder. And for greed? Here, essay depiction of the Buddha. Let's see who is greedier. With a deft hand, Wayne sketching the Azura and Hulk engaged in a contest, his lines intertwining in a seemingly chaotic yet mysteriously cohesive manner. As he completed the final stroke over the heart, a silent scream of terror echoed from the residual consciousness of the 7 deadly sins, trapped beneath the ceiling array. Thick, dark red malevolence surged towards the center like smoke sucked away by an exhaust fan, violently compressing into pure black energy that flowed into Wayne's being. His pallid complexion visibly transformed, taking on a healthy flush as his expended strength rapidly replenished and even advanced, akin to the fiery rush felt after downing a concoction of life essence and herbal elixir. Such power. It's more invigorating than consuming 10 cans of energy drink, Wayne exclaimed, relishing the spoils of his hard-fought victory, a glimmer of hunger reflected in his expression. Chapter 123. A jest. Anyone can tell with a thunderous roar. Black Adam shattered the green hammer with a single punch, seizing Billy's ankle and hurling him into the oncoming Clark as if discarding a rag doll. A cacophony of gasps mingled with the dull thud of flesh meeting flesh as Billy and Clark tumbled together, their white capes swirling around them like bowling balls, carving a deep trench through the rubble, dust swirling in their wake. Yet Black Adam paid them no heed, his gaze fixed intently on a distant corner of the ruins. Sensing the rapid dissipation of the 7 deadly sins aura, the fate of the 7 deadly sins was of no concern to Black Adam. He regarded those creatures merely as instruments for his own purposes. What truly troubled him was the malevolent energy of the 7 deadly sins fading away, replaced by an enigmatic warmth laced with the scent of hellish sulfur, growing at an alarming rate. Little mage, what have you done? Black Adam's figure transformed into a streak of black lightning, ripping through space to appear above Wayne, his thunderous fist poised to strike with terrifying force. But he missed. Despite possessing the power of 6 gods, Black Adam was not the fastest. There were those swifter than he. Just as the moment hung in the balance, the flash. Barry Allen arrived in the nick of time, grasping Black Adam's arm and using his speed to wrench him aside. The latter spun uncontrollably, crashing into the ground, allowing Barry to seize the opportunity to lift Wayne and return him to the main force. In that instant, the colossal remnants of the 7 deadly sins melted away like wax under intense heat, evaporating completely, leaving nothing but a wisp of blue smoke drifting into the air. Wayne leisurely turned, brushing off non-existent dust, his complexion vibrant as if he had just emerged from a rejuvenating soak, the earlier weakness forgotten as he savored the lingering taste of his triumph. Transforming one's own body into a vessel to seal and absorb the 7 deadly sins is not an unprecedented endeavor. However, those who have attempted such feats often meet with dire consequences. Apart from the exceptionally popular characters who possess extraordinary abilities, most who emulate Wayne's actions either perish tragically or fall prey to demonic invasions, losing control of their very souls. Wayne's apparent ease in this matter is merely a testament to his audacity and sheer luck. The excessive consumption of the 7 deadly sins, coupled with the relentless onslaught from Clark and his companions, presents a far simpler challenge compared to the previously accumulated energy of the fully empowered Deus Pandio. The 7 deadly sins cannot be eradicated. Even upon their demise, they resurrect, embodying the insidious nature of original sin. Since they cannot be destroyed, it seems prudent to turn this curse into a boon. Admittedly, despite the imposing title of the 7 deadly sins, their actual prowess is rather questionable. Although Lao Dai may have acted recklessly, at least he dared to confront the old path, while the collective of the 7 sins dares not challenge Black Adam directly. A sudden rush of wind interrupted Wayne's thoughts as he lifted his gaze to behold Black Adam suspended in the air, his countenance dark enough to rival storm clouds. Instantly captivated, Wayne's expression mirrored that of someone who had stumbled upon a new world. This face was all too familiar. As Wayne stroked his chin, his eyes darted around Black Adam, and he needed no further evidence. Just the hairstyle alone spoke volumes of the formidable strength possessed by this individual, accentuated by his chiseled pectorals. Though Wayne recognized that Black Adam had no direct connection to the other, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had wandered onto the set of a film akin to Journey to the Center of the Earth, prompting an involuntary remark. "Buddy, have you ever used those pectorals to dance? Perhaps to impress an apple?" Black Adam, perplexed, retorted, "Do you know Santa Claus? Is your full name Black Adam, Dr. Courage?" His brow furrowed. Although he grasped little of what Wayne had uttered, the latter's playful tone and scrutinizing gaze made him feel like a monkey on display at a zoo, igniting a sense of indignation within him. What further fueled his ire was the foul essence emanating from Wayne's bloodline, a distinct aroma belonging to the Elias clan that awakened the chilling memories of his millennia-long imprisonment. So, it was the despicable sealers of the Elias clan. With a voice as cold as ice and laced with murderous intent, Black Adam declared, "Indeed, remnants of that clan still exist." "Excellent. This spares me the trouble of searching. After I extinguish your life, I shall raise your clan's gates to the ground, ensuring that the name of Elias is forever buried in the annals of history." Wayne, unfazed, casually cleaned his ears, having heard such jests countless times before. There was no need for further elaboration. His family registry, after all, contained but a single page, an original print. No less. The art of banter was essential. Who among them could resist a jest? Clearing his throat, Wayne spoke in a voice loud enough for all present to hear. "I hear that after your sealing, your sister-in-law remarried the pharaoh next door? Indeed, it is quite understandable. After all, enduring widowhood for millennia is no trivial matter." "Oh, my apologies. You were only imprisoned for 3 centuries when she remarried. Speaking of which, it appears you trembled when you murdered your nephew to seize his powers. Is this an indication that the Kandaki royal tradition of uncle's love carries an especially heavy burden? No wonder the wizard preferred a 15-year-old child as the heir rather than you. It seems you failed the political scrutiny, as committing fratricide is indeed a significant blemish in the realm of superhero evaluations." Billy nearly stumbled upon hearing this, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Upon returning to the Eternal Rock, he had gained some fragmented memories of Black Adam. Such a relentless barrage of blows would be unbearable for anyone. "Wizard, are you certain you have not mistaken your target?" Wayne, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked that as a doctor, the most formidable asset is not one's hands, but rather a silver tongue capable of persuasion. Otherwise, how could one extract profit from a Na'vi patient? Remember to ensure the inner envelope is well sealed next time you send a banner. We wouldn't want it to fall out. Barry, who absorbed every word, felt a shiver run down his spine. Wayne's dark humor was not particularly subtle. He discerned a gist of what was being conveyed. Casting a glance at Wayne and then at Black Adam, he found himself uncertain as to who the true villain was. Barry opened his mouth and chuckled awkwardly. "Guys, is it just my imagination, or do I see a danger sign hovering above your head?" Clark wore a peculiar expression. The small-town boy was innocent and kind-hearted, but he was no fool. His super intellect swiftly grasped Wayne's insinuations. He wished to deflect the conversation, but found no avenue for redirection, ultimately managing to utter two sentences. What he said feels even more distressing than the previous lightning. Hal nodded in agreement. That mouth should be declared a universe-level weapon of mass destruction. Fortunately, I am not well acquainted with him, so I do not fear being recognized. Wayne replied, Indeed, Canadian, I only know Wade Wilson. I am certainly not familiar with you, the box office killer. Wayne rubbed his hands together and delivered his final. Ultimate bombshell. Your wife told you not to seek revenge before her death, correct? What a pity. Had she advised you not to be imprisoned for 5,000 years? Would you not have enjoyed a fulfilling family life? Black Adam's face contorted with rage. The black lightning enveloping him surged like a furious serpent, crackling with a deafening roar. Wayne's words struck with surgical precision, piercing the most humiliating corners of his soul that he wished to keep hidden. A tidal wave of murderous intent and intense humiliation engulfed Black Adam's reason. You seek death. Chapter 124. Thanks to your protection, I will not trouble you. You seek death. Boom. Black Adam was thoroughly infuriated, channeling his full strength beyond its limits. He cast aside all restraint and technique. His assault was as unrestrained as a deluge, primal and savage, aimed at everyone, especially the loquacious Elias. The black lightning descended like a torrential storm, tearing apart the earth and shattering steel and concrete, transforming the entire battlefield into a tempestuous realm of thunder. With a single punch, he obliterated 3 buildings, exuding an overwhelming ferocity that even Clark dared not confront directly at that moment, resembling a furious lion. Spray, spray, spray. Are you angry? Wayne exclaimed, maneuvering his exquisite vehicle. The Flash, swiftly seeking refuge behind the formidable shield just erected by Hal. Not forgetting to poke his head out, he shouted ahead, Hey, unreliable Canadian simpleton, hold your ground. I have faith in you. What the hell? Has that old man lost his mind? He's acting as if he's on a rampage. Hal's face turned pale. Despite his usual green complexion, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that the shield flickered wildly under the relentless onslaught of thunder, its surface becoming riddled with spiderweb-like fractures. Hal felt as though he were holding a fragile glass against a meteor shower, yet he still found the audacity to defend himself. Moreover, I am not a simpleton, nor am I Canadian. I am Hal Jordan, a dashing and brave pilot. What kind of virtuous person reveals their true name to the enemy and denies being a simpleton? Wayne silently scoffed, suddenly hearing a crack. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the green shield ultimately succumbed, shattering explosively and sending Hal flying once more. Spray, fragile mage. Where's that so-called strongest will in the universe? If all else fails, let Batman handle it. Wayne grimaced and once again commanded the Golden Legend, transforming into an orange-red lightning that instantaneously appeared behind Clark, who was just regaining his breath and adopting a defensive stance. The god of humanity was incredibly formidable, even if his level was not maxed out. As a version number anomaly and half a mechanism anomaly, Clark thrived in battle, growing stronger with each confrontation. With 2 bolts of lightning rushing towards him, having learned from past mistakes, chose not to withstand the blow, but instead unleashed his heat vision, eyes glowing crimson. Phew! Heat vision. Clark retaliated with his heat vision. The 2 red and black forces clashing in midair, ultimately resulting in a stalemate explosion. At that moment, Wayne sensed a palpable intent to kill approaching, his heart racing, eyebrows furrowing as he instinctively shielded the heated Clark. Clark, bewildered, had yet to comprehend the situation when Black Adam roared and charged at him, delivering a heavy punch with a force far exceeding before. Realizing the incredible power contained within that fist, Clark did not dare to underestimate it. He bellowed in response and threw a punch of his own. Boom! The 2 fists collided, the immense shockwave causing Clark's feet to sink into the ground, carving 2 trenches as his steel body withstood the ferocious strike once more. Black Adam, witnessing this, snorted coldly and advanced again, engaging Clark in close combat, where their figures erupted with tremendous power, the surrounding space groaning under the immense force as if it might shatter at any moment. A perfect opportunity. Wayne's eyes brightened as he tapped Barry's shoulder, signaling him with a glance. The latter nodded in understanding, transforming into orange-red lightning to trip Black Adam at the ankle, aiming to disrupt his offensive rhythm. A mere trick. As Black Adam's fierce radiance flashed, he became utterly repulsed by his adversary's infuriating combat style, which had long since prompted him to prepare for such tactics. He suddenly lunged forward, unleashing a wave of lightning that forcibly repelled Barry, who was attempting a sneak attack. Following this, he conjured a tangible black lightning spear in his left hand, skillfully maneuvering it around the figure of Clark before thrusting it towards the elusive Wayne behind him. "Watch out!" Clark exclaimed in alarm, instinctively attempting to block the attack, but to no avail. After sealing away the 7 deadly sins, Wayne was in a position to evade or opt for a ranged assault to obliterate the threat. However, his loyal bodyguard had already arrived to assist. With a burst of speed, Barry whisked Wayne away, causing Black Adam's lightning spear to miss its mark. Wayne gave Barry a thumbs up, grateful for the timely rescue, and decided not to hold him accountable for the earlier incident. Simultaneously, the black spear, having failed to strike its target, made a swift turn and struck Clark from behind. Clark emitted a pained groan, collapsing to the ground, needing a couple of minutes to regain his composure. Yet, the battlefield did not permit such prolonged incapacitation. Wayne maneuvered his vehicle to Clark's side and slapped him on his impressive chest, channeling restorative energy. In an instant, Clark's injuries were healed, even more swiftly than his own natural recovery. To his astonishment, he realized he had grown stronger, leaving him momentarily speechless before Wayne. Is it not reasonable for a doctor to possess some healing skills? Clark mused, scratching his head. Though he acknowledged the truth of it, an odd feeling lingered. Without further contemplation, he re-engaged in battle with Black Adam, while the 7 Shazams joined the fray. Observing Clark's fierce melee with Black Adam, Wayne turned to Barry, seemingly out of the blue, and inquired, "By the way, where did that big guy get his pants tailored?" "Huh?" Barry blinked in confusion, unable to grasp Wayne's question. Wayne pointed to Clark's trousers, asserting, "Black Adam's lightning is potent enough to melt steel, so it's no surprise that the big guy's attire is resilient. Yet, remarkably, his pants remain unscathed, appearing in better condition than he is. Which tailor possesses such skill?" Barry, unable to keep pace with Wayne's train of thought, offered an awkward chuckle before joining the battle. However, calamity struck. "What is happening? Billy, what is going on?" Distant voices called out, belonging to the Shazam family. Freddie, Mary, Darla, and others felt their golden lightning flicker erratically, akin to a faulty light bulb, as their powers began to rapidly dissipate, rendering them unable to sustain flight. Oh no! The first sharing lasted too long, causing an unstable connection. Billy's face paled as he realized that he had only recently acquired the power of the gods and was still unaccustomed to it, leading to a severance in the link among the 6 of them. As soon as the words fell, Freddie and the 6 others reverted to their original forms. Plummeting from midair, I rushed to catch them. Barry exerted his strength once more, swiftly lifting each of them as they were about to hit the ground, transforming them into fleeting shadows and transporting them to a safe distance far away. However, with the absence of the 6 Shazams to restrain him, Black Adam felt a sudden alleviation of pressure, while simultaneously, the burden on Clark and his allies intensified. Just as Wayne pondered whether to take action, an unexpected event transpired. Black Adam and Billy simultaneously raised their heads, their gazes fixated on a direction, a buried subway station in Philadelphia. A mix of ecstasy and confusion crossed Black Adam's face. Had the barrier of the Eternal Rock vanished? The impenetrable magical array that had barred his entry had suddenly dissipated. Although the reason remained unknown, it was undoubtedly a divine opportunity. Billy's expression darkened. Black Adam had coveted his powers to gain the array's acknowledgement, allowing him access to the Eternal Rock and the ultimate mastery over it. But what was happening now? Hadn't that old wizard claimed it was the most formidable array in existence? What utter nonsense! I have no time to play with you, ants. A glimmer of childish excitement ignited in Black Adam's eyes as he cast a final glance at the cursed Elias, leaving behind a chilling declaration. "Once I seize control of the Eternal Rock, I shall come to crush you." He then transformed into a bolt of dark lightning, hurtling towards the subway station. "Wait!" Billy, disregarding everything else, transformed into a streak of thunder, pursuing the direction in which Black Adam had vanished, plunging headlong into the ground. Clark and the others exchanged glances, finally turning to Wayne, as if inquiring about their next course of action. Wayne, exasperated, smacked Hal on the back of his head, "You fool, why are you just standing there? Pursue him." Hal retorted, "Then why am I the only one getting hit?" "I'm not a fool." Chapter 125. The next stop is the children's paradise deep within the Philadelphia subway station. Dr. Savannah's fingers clawed at the cold, hard barrier, drawing blood as heavy breaths echoed in the silent tunnel. In stark contrast to his energetic demeanor in Baghdad, his cheeks were hollow and gaunt, his eye sockets resembling those of a skull, as the uncontrollable magical energy within him voraciously consumed the vitality of his being like a greedy, cancerous cell. Opposite him, the ancient and mysterious aura of the eternal rock beckoned him like an enticing siren. His family could not be healed by technological means, and his only hope lay within this realm of magic. Unfortunately, given the current circumstances, it was more likely to be his final resting place. "Look here, Dr. Savannah." A cold, slick voice, reminiscent of electronic modulation, resonated deep within Savannah's mind. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his murky eyes seemingly guided towards an inconspicuous spot within the barrier. There, he beheld a mirror, a motionless suit of armor, and a peculiar glass container. The glass vessel was riddled with cracks, within which lay a peculiar insect adorned with strange patterns, resembling a caterpillar, lifting its head and gazing at Savannah with its enormous eyes. "I have been observing you, witnessing how the enchantment has ensnared your mind, depleting your thoughts. However, I am certain this is not the vision you wish to behold. Let us cut to the chase. I can assist you." Savannah, his throat constricted with difficulty, felt a flicker of hope ignite in his eyes, albeit tempered with caution. "Who are you?" he inquired. "You may call me the Mind Mite. I believe we shall soon become the best of friends. Can you help me get inside?" Having perused every tome within the Eternal Library, I am well versed in all forgotten incantations. The voice of the Mind Mite seemed imbued with an alluring magic. In truth, it employed no such manipulative tactics, merely articulating the deepest desires of the heart. The Mind Mite whispered again, an ancient spell, to be recited simultaneously by two mages of formidable power, both within and beyond the barrier. "The opportunity to seize power and rescue your family lies within your grasp, with the cost being a mere trifle of assistance in the future." Weighing the pros and cons took scarcely 3 seconds before Savannah resolved to act. Nearly roaring in a hoarse whisper, the incantation, "Tell me." "Ah, I knew we would be friends," came the chuckle. The syllables of the spell were imprinted directly into Savannah's mind by the Mind Mite. This method, although expedient, bore great peril. The recipient would endure immense mental anguish, and a misstep could lead to the collapse of their very soul. Yet, Savannah gritted his teeth against the searing backlash of magic, pressing his gaunt hands against the barrier, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to resonate with the incantation being chanted within by the Mind Mite. With a resonating hum, crack, it was as if countless shards of glass shattered simultaneously. The barrier that had safeguarded the eternal rock for innumerable ages disintegrated into a cascade of twinkling particles, vanishing into the ether. Savannah surged forward into the fabled eternal rock, his physical condition dire, yet the scholar within him remained insatiably curious, surveying his surroundings. "My friend, there will be time to admire this magnificent fortress later." The Mind Mite's telepathic urgency echoed. "The magic circle has faltered. Black Adam and the heir of the sorcerer will sense it immediately. We are outnumbered. Now is not the moment for idle reminiscence." Recognizing the urgency, Savannah dared not linger. He seized a glass vessel and, guided by the Mind Mite, vanished swiftly into the labyrinthine shadows of the eternal rock, akin to a rat fleeing through a sewer. Shortly after their disappearance, a violent bolt of black lightning crashed down at the entrance of the eternal rock, revealing the figure of Black Adam. He gazed at the vanished barrier, momentarily stunned before erupting into a thunderous laugh. "Haha, I am inside. The eternal stone fortress ultimately belongs to you." Golden thunder accompanied Billy's furious roar as it descended from the heavens. The magical Superman barreled forward, colliding fiercely with Black Adam, and the two grappled amidst the depths of the eternal rock. "We have come to aid you." The voice of Hal resonated first, followed closely by Wayne and his companions as they surged into the magical fortress. What greeted their eyes were scenes that defied the very laws of physics. Boundless platforms stacked upon one another stretched endlessly upward, as if reaching for infinity. Enormous stone scrolls hung high like stars in the cosmos, silently and slowly turning. Towering skeletal forms, adorned with horns and wings, yet resembling dinosaurs, stood guard, while ancient warrior armor lined the path, indifferent to the intruders. Black Adam and Shazam clashed like two tempestuous storms, colliding fiercely upon the suspended platforms, golden lightning intertwined with dark thunder, causing the floating scrolls to tremble. Clark and Hal promptly joined the fray, coordinating their efforts to encircle their foe. "Wait, Flash!" Wayne exclaimed, grasping Barry, who was eager to assist the Scarlet Speedster. He extracted several energy bars from the system space and handed them over, cautioning, "Heed the wisdom of the elders. Don't find yourself in a predicament. Just serve as a capable medic. Should they be overwhelmed, your assistance will be paramount." But isn't this inappropriate? They are engaged in aerial combat. And without the ability to fly, wouldn't I merely complicate matters? Barry scratched his head, contemplating this logic before deciding to wait until they descended to offer his help. Thus, obediently accepting the energy bars, he tore open the packaging and began to munch. Utilizing his super speed demanded a substantial caloric intake. Otherwise, he would succumb to a state of hypoglycemic faintness. In other words, Barry was not a man of endurance. Meanwhile, Wayne chose not to partake in the battle. He produced a palm-sized figure resembling a scarecrow intertwined with the likeness of a Russian nesting doll and resumed the incantations with a marker, swiftly inscribing a twisted spell upon the figure's forehead, chest, and back. While engaged in his task, he hummed a tuneless melody. "I am a painter, skilled in my craft." As the four warriors crashed through the stone doors of the hall, they burst into an ancient station where a magical train, steeped in the essence of time, rested quietly at the platform's edge. However, today marked an unfortunate turn for its fortunes. Hal, encased in a circular shield, collided with the train, while the chains forged by the light rings successfully ensnared Black Adam's feet. With the assistance of Billy and Clark, the trio hurled the King of Candor into the depths of the tunnel. Wayne, piloting Barry, pointed toward a rustic, simplistic stone map situated at the center of the platform and explained to Barry, who was still gnawing on an energy bar, "This is the map of the magical realm, delineating the 7 continents within. The lower left section, marked as the realm of mortals, is none other than Earth." Barry gazed at the stone tablet, which indicated peculiar regions such as the Wasteland, Wonderland, Monster Realm, and Darkness, feeling overwhelmed. He had merely intended to push someone from behind, and yet, in the blink of an eye, he was confronted with this magical continent. "Is this still Philadelphia?" he mused, pressing his parched lips together and managing a wry smile. "So, we are currently at a magical bus station." Wayne shook his head and corrected, "To be precise, it is the central station. The Eternal Rock serves as the nexus of the 7 magical continents, and through this tunnel, we can boundlessly reach other lands. Let me see. Our next destination should be the Land of Wonders." Chapter 126. Ready. The Land of Wonders. This peculiar realm is ruled by a master who claims that the essence of the Land of Wonders lies in providing a sanctuary for children from troubled families across the other 6 worlds, allowing them a reprieve from their woes. The Land of Wonders boasts 3,600,000 amusement facilities, 220,000 fruit factories, and 550,000 refreshment shops. It even houses the largest comic library among the 7 worlds, although it is often utilized for mudball battles. From the moment sunlight graced the Land of Wonders, it has welcomed every child who has ever felt unloved, unwanted, or insecure. However, do not be deceived by its outward charm. Everything follows the principle of gain and loss, and the children arriving in this realm are no exception. The Land of Wonders transforms their suffering into joy. Yet in return, the children must pay a price to enter this haven. Only children are sheltered here, and upon reaching their 18th birthday, they must toil endlessly to ensure the realm's continued operation. Under the ruler's magical influence, they no longer feel hunger or fatigue, working tirelessly like machines day and night. Even in their final breath, they cannot find peace. The ruler forbids any adult presence in his domain. Once these former children pass away, their bodies are absorbed, transforming into the energy that sustains the Land of Wonders. However, ever since the invasion of the Mind Worm and its monstrous minions many years ago, the magical lands have entered a state of mutual isolation, rendering it impossible for new children to arrive in the Land of Wonders. Yet today, the ruler, the Child King, suddenly discovered that the tunnel had been reignited, and the gates reopened, signaling that children in search of joy could once again find their way into this enchanting land. The youthful Child King, despite appearing as a mere boy, had actually lived for centuries and was overjoyed, just as he was about to see who had reignited the power to the various continents. An unexpected event occurred. Boom. Black Adam crashed through a door formed of rainbows, barreling straight into a fruit mountain. Following closely behind, Clark and his companions passed through the gateway, only to be momentarily stunned by the scene before them. Beneath their feet lay a vibrant, bouncy surface of colorful softness, while enormous candy trees adorned with all manner of fruits towered above. A river of chocolate flowed nearby, and in the distance, a volcano of pudding erupted with molten mousse, filling the air with a sweet, intoxicating aroma. If one disregarded the concealed truths, this truly was a sanctuary for children, a place of sheer wonder. Billy was utterly captivated, his mind racing with thoughts of bringing Freddy and the others along, eagerly anticipating their reactions. Though Clark was equally astonished by the scene before him, he did not forget the more pressing matters at hand. As he rushed forward to confront Black Adam, a bolt of black lightning struck, instantly obliterating the fruit-laden hill. Caught off guard, Clark was splattered with goo, transforming him into Frost Superman, his pink attire appearing rather comical. In the background, Wayne, piloting Barry, burst into laughter. Haha, Superman has turned into Sweetheart Superman. Meanwhile, Barry indulged in a giant treat gifted by a passing child, savoring the exquisite flavors, exclaiming, "I've never tasted anything so delightful in my life." At that moment, Billy raised a Ferris wheel, wielding it like a fly swatter, and swung it toward Black Adam, who was besieged by an array of firepower from Hal. The impact sent Black Adam crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater. However, this was a mere inconvenience for the wielder of the six gods' power. Black Adam quickly regained his footing and retaliated by lifting an entire roller coaster track and hurling it back. Witnessing the chaos and destruction wrought by these frenzied adults upon his beloved amusement park, Billy's anger flared. "Damn adults! You shameless brutes! How dare you wreak havoc in my home?" His outcry was met only by the rapidly enlarging carousel in his line of sight and the approaching Black Thunder. "Hey, big guy and green fellow, we can't fight Black Adam here. There are too many children below." Billy frowned, gesturing toward the panicked kids fleeing below. Hal and Clark nodded in agreement, and the three unleashed a series of harmless attacks, retreating toward the exit. Black Adam casually shattered their assaults with a disdainful huff, fully aware of their intentions, which merely sought to avoid harming the mortals below. The King of Kandak had no desire to engage in battle with the amusement park under such circumstances, so he acquiesced to Billy's suggestion and departed. Once everyone had departed, the disheveled Kid King crawled from the rubble, seething as he glared in their direction. "Evil adults, one day I shall make you pay for this." The Eternal Rock served not only as the nexus of magical realms, but also as a gateway to countless dimensions, each presenting a distinct scenario. In the blink of an eye, Clark and his companions, still floundering in the goo, found themselves thrust through a door adorned with a beast's head, where a roaring giant brandished its claws to repel intruders. Yet, they swiftly overpowered the beast with a flurry of punches and kicks, sending it crashing to the ground. Subsequently, they collided into a realm of ice and fire. A biting wind, laden with icy shards like daggers, swept toward them. Beneath their feet lay ancient permafrost, while a volcano erupted in the distance, painting half the sky crimson with lava. Clark, Black Adam, and Billy, all possessing extraordinary resilience, remained unfazed by the harsh environment. Hal's Green Lantern ring granted him the ability to maneuver freely in any extreme condition. Yet he still fashioned a small heater for Barry and erected a protective sphere to shield him from the biting cold. The trio engaged in a relentless chase amidst the ice spikes and molten lava, with each clash triggering avalanches and volcanic eruptions. After enduring considerable turmoil in this unknown dimension, the battlefield shifted once more, leading the quartet through the realm of the game and into the untamed wilderness. Contrary to expectations of a desolate land devoid of life, the wilderness revealed itself as a civilized domain, inhabited not by humans, but by other beings. Simply put, the wilderness resembled a version of Zootopia turned wild. However, the protagonists were not rabbits and foxes. If one were to draw a comparison, they might be likened to tigers. The commotion from their fierce battle soon attracted the attention of the indigenous inhabitants, Realizing this, Clark and his companions chose not to linger, departing amidst the shouts and jeers of the animal citizens. Ultimately, they arrived before a grand gate ensnared by thick chains, adorned with countless seals of incantation. The door stood impervious. Even the might of Black Adam could only elicit a faint ripple in the runes, leaving the gate utterly unscathed. This was the realm of monsters, a site of confinement where the battle reached a fever pitch, nearing its conclusion. The first casualty was naturally Hal, who had been relentlessly tormented by the editors. Maneuvering a robot reminiscent of a Gundam, he wielded a sword in his right hand and a shield in his left, engaging in a fierce struggle with Black Adam. His long sword managed to carve a deep gash in a Black Adam's flesh, but the latter seized the opportunity to crush Hal's weapon, laughing as he brought down a fist enveloped in dark lightning. With a resounding crack, the shield shattered, the mech was obliterated, and Hal's chest echoed with the sound of fracturing bones. Blood gushed forth, and he became like a severed kite, hurtling backward until he crashed against a stone pillar and slumped to the ground, the light of his ring dimming, signaling insufficient energy. Ambulance number 1, deploy, commanded Wayne. As orange-red lightning streaked forth, with Barry dragging the unconscious Hal to Wayne's feet. The greatest Green Lantern had fallen first. How could he have succumbed? Wasn't he supposed to possess the strongest will? Wayne slapped Hal's face, and a furious diamond materialized behind him, activating its power to restore Hal's distorted chest. Although he remained unconscious, his life was spared. Before long, the second casualty also emerged. Shazam. Billy, drained of divine power, unleashed the mightiest yet weakest spell of the magical superhero, hurling a thick bolt of golden lightning towards Black Adam. The effect was remarkable. Black Adam let out a roar as he was propelled away. This was a classic case of inflicting harm upon oneself while striking the enemy. After uttering the incantation, Billy reverted to his original 15-year-old form. Utterly exhausted and unable to transform back into Shazam, he fell from the air defeated. Ambulance number 2, press on. Wayne continued to etch upon the doll, seemingly on the verge of completion. Now, only the battered Clark remained. His inaugural battle as Superman had brought him face to face with a magically formidable opponent. A stroke of extreme misfortune indeed. However, Black Adam was equally drained. After absorbing Billy's lightning strike, his battle attire was torn in numerous places, revealing charred skin. Blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, and his breath distinctly weakened. He swung a punch at Clark while simultaneously summoning a bolt of black lightning to strike down. Boom! Clark did not falter this time. With a fierce shout, he withstood the onslaught of the magical thunderbolt. He sensed that the power of this lightning was significantly diminished, as though he could endure it. The child of tomorrow gritted his teeth and resolutely rose once more, his azure eyes ablaze with indomitable conviction. At last, he had completed his drawing. Just in time, Wayne had also finished his preparations. Chapter 127. The colors left for the Dark Knight are few. The moment had arrived. A glint of determination sparkled in Wayne's eyes as he ceased his doodling on the puppet. He approached Billy, who lay on the ground, incapacitated temporarily by Barry. And amidst Billy's bewildered gaze, he plucked a hair from his head, along with a drop of blood and a piece of cloth. Don't tell me you're going to use that to cast a curse, Billy weakly joked. Wayne offered no reply. Instead, he pressed the blood against his heart, entwined the hair around his neck, and bound the cloth to the puppet. He then aimed the eerie, spell-laden puppet at Billy. Suddenly, 2 slender beams of light shot forth from the puppet, one coiled around Billy's neck, the other around Wayne's. Hey, is this really happening? Billy exclaimed in surprise, only to be horrified to discover that the voice emanating from his throat was, in fact, Wayne's. Ward, how does it sound? The trial has been successful, and the results appear quite promising. Wayne cleared his throat and, using Billy's youthful voice, explained, it's a simple voice exchange spell, but to successfully deceive the power of the living lightning took considerable effort. The voice exchange spell was not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lay in tricking the divine power into believing that Wayne was Billy. Otherwise, if he failed, it would be rather embarrassing to shout out lines devoid of effect. Wayne pointed to the significantly weakened Black Adam. See that? This peculiar tight-fitting attire is nearing its end. It's the perfect time for a cupping therapy session to draw out the blood. The treatment must conclude. He silently mused that if he did not wrap this up soon, he risked being beaten to death by Black Adam before they could finish him off. With the pre-battle declaration complete, Wayne erupted in a torrent of flames, which swiftly engulfed him. As the fire subsided, leaving Billy and Barry in stunned silence, there stood a fearsome skeleton ablaze with a kaleidoscope of colors. The hollow eye sockets flickered with ethereal blue holy fire, a new form, the Rainbow Limited Edition Dark Knight. Billy instinctively praised in Wayne's cool voice. The appearance was indeed striking, and the imposing, ruthless exterior allowed one to overlook any shortcomings. This was the new power gained from sealing the 7 deadly sins within, with colors vivid enough to rival those of the neighboring Psiots. Wayne shrugged, eschewing further words, and lifted his gaze to the dome of the Eternal Rock. The motion was superfluous, serving merely to enhance the ceremonial ambience. I believe I must utter the incantation with unwavering conviction, correct? Wayne proclaimed with Billy's youthful yet resolute voice, calling out the name imbued with magic. Boom! A colossal bolt of lightning, imbued with an unprecedented array of vibrant hues, rent the heavens as it struck down upon Wayne with tremendous force. Within the blinding radiance, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Atop his skull, a crown of thorns fashioned from twisted horns and lightning sigils took shape. A black cloak, ablaze with crimson flames, billowed in the wind behind him, while his arms were enveloped in a flowing divine power, transformed into a fearsome dark golden armor. His left arm was entwined with ethereal blue chains, while his right arm was engulfed by roaring dark red hellfire. His pupils flickered with golden arcs of electricity, exuding a potent and chaotic aura. A certain legendary figure, known for his flamboyant nature, once proclaimed that when 2 forces merge, they should be named Shazam. The title of Shazam Knight would suffice as well. Wayne, undergoing a remarkable transformation, clenched his fist, reveling in the surge of power coursing through him. The initial experience of the power of the 6 gods compelled him to whistle in awe. This strength surpassed even the intoxication of vodka. Moreover, he sensed that this living lightning force had become aware of the anomaly. To put it in fantastical terms, it resembled a temperate imperial weapon that, once misled, could find its way back to its true host. The reason for describing it as temperate lies in the fact that an imperial weapon, upon realizing it had been deceived, would obliterate both the deceiver and the surrounding landscape, whereas this living lightning would merely rend the counterfeit to shreds. A rather environmentally conscious entity, indeed. Upon recognizing the disarray, it began to violently reject its counterfeit within Wayne's body, thrashing about in a desperate bid to return to its authentic host. The entity Wayne had conjured, capable of altering sound and temporarily severing its connection to Billy, found itself endlessly wandering and resisting within Wayne's form. Wayne estimated that, akin to Ultraman, he could sustain this for a maximum of 3 minutes. However, the 3 minutes of the denizens of the Light Realm were akin to SC-Char, Dinger's 3 minutes. Surpassing that threshold would result in catastrophic consequences. Even if he relinquished the power after exceeding the time limit, he would be left exceedingly weakened for several hours, unable to triumph even in close combat against Constantine. Hence, he chose to strike only when Black Adam was at his most vulnerable, maximizing the chances of success. There was no time for hesitation. Wayne suppressed the tumult of power within him, his figure flickering as he appeared behind Clark in an instant. Ultimately, it would come down to the support of the healer. Wayne mused that the team could not function without him, and with that thought, he delivered a resounding slap upon Clark's battered back. Buzz! A warm and resounding wave of restorative energy surged into Clark's charred body, akin to a life-giving spring. Instantly, the cells of the Kryptonian, nourished by the life force akin to that of a yellow sun, erupted with astonishing vigor. The scorched wound upon his chest healed in an instant, fatigue dissipated, and strength returned like a rising tide, even hinting at a newfound potency. Clark turned in astonishment, gazing at the Shazam behind him, whose essence was similar yet strikingly distinct. No need to gaze any longer. Wayne waved his hand, displaying a knowing glance, promising to show more once Black Adam was dealt with. Alas, sometimes possessing too much charm can prove to be a double-edged sword, bringing with it a multitude of disturbances in my life, such as fate. Clark was momentarily speechless, seemingly taken aback. As for what had astonished him, the earnest small-town boy found it difficult to articulate, opting instead to feign deafness as he stood alongside Wayne. It was time for swift resolution. This had to come to an end. Simultaneously, Wayne and Clark transformed into two fleeting shadows, propelled by an unmatched momentum as they lunged towards the grim-faced Black Adam. The searing gaze swept through the descending thunder, aimed directly at Black Adam. Seizing the opportunity while the King of Kahndaq was distracted, Wayne unleashed a torrent of relentless attacks upon him. Black Adam was both astonished and enraged. Astonished that Wayne had somehow harnessed the power of living lightning for his own gain, rendering himself extraordinarily formidable. He was furious that the wretched Billy would rather let a multitude ride him than share even a fraction of that power. How miserly can one be with such resources? After enduring several strikes, Black Adam managed to retaliate with a barrage of relentless punches, the collision of their fists producing a deafening shockwave. Ignoring the risk of internal injury, neither party was willing to yield an inch. Fortunately, this confrontation was not a solitary affair. As Wayne and Black Adam exchanged blows, Clark unleashed a freezing breath that encased both combatants in ice. This maneuver would surely have little effect on a magic-wielding Superman, but it served to momentarily stifle Black Adam's onslaught. Clark then delivered a powerful punch that sent the ice encasing Black Adam flying. Wayne, engulfed in flames, remained unscathed, and together they charged at Black Adam, who had just freed himself from his icy prison, only to be met with their frenzied assault. Despite once again summoning black lightning in an attempt to repel them, this time Wayne and his companion withstood the electric onslaught, unleashing a torrential flurry of punches in return. The sound of cracking bones was unmistakable as the lightning that enveloped Black Adam was forcefully dispersed, blood mingled with shattered innards erupting from his mouth. The immense power he wielded seemed unable to support his towering frame any longer, and he was hurled back like a ragged sack, crashing violently against the door that sealed the monstrous domain. The impact reverberated through the massive door, causing it to tremble while the ceiling runes flickered intensely. Yet the door itself stood resolutely firm. Black Adam's body slid down the cold door, collapsing in the shadow before it, his breath faint, utterly devoid of combat capability. Before losing consciousness, his eyes, filled with resentment, fury, and humiliation, etched the figures of his conquerors into his memory. In less than 3 minutes, Wayne felt the electrical arcs dancing along his body as if they had been severed, accompanied by a vehement protest from the power of living lightning as he exerted numerous forces. All right, you can go, he conceded, sensing that the living lightning was on the verge of causing an explosion. Reluctantly, he twisted the doll's neck to dispel the enchantment's effects. Cough, cough, Billy exclaimed, clutching his throat, his voice hoarse yet exhilarated. My voice is back, thank goodness. It must be said that Vane's voice is quite melodious. However, one cannot ignore the insufferable tone that Billy employs whenever he speaks. He absolutely does not wish to endure a life fraught with the constant threat of being ensnared in a burlap sack during a nighttime stroll. After unleashing the power of lightning, the golden light rapidly receded from Vane, his tall and muscular physique diminishing swiftly, akin to a balloon that has been punctured. The flames extinguished, revealing skin as pale as parchment. With a weak and hollow sensation, Vane collapsed onto the cold floor with a dull thud, resembling a puddle of muck freshly pulled from the water. The exhaustion he felt was far greater than if he had performed 10 cranial surgeries on Kaz. This wretched divine power merely served to drain him, rendering him as if he had lost 10 pounds of marrow. Vane closed his eyes, voicing his feeble complaints. The triumph of victory, akin to warm sunlight, dispelled the shadows of battle and fatigue. The battered but invigorated comrades gathered around, while the alert Hal, maintaining a cautious demeanor, bound Black Adam tightly, transforming him into a makeshift dumpling, even gagging him, observing the incapacitated Vane and the electrified Black Clark on the ground. Barry and the others wore relaxed smiles. Well done, my friends. Though Hal's ribs had only just healed, it did not impede his broad grin as he summoned a green stretcher with his lantern ring. Come, priority for the injured. How about I fetch you an ambulance? Doc. Vane could hardly muster the energy to lift his eyelids, merely emitting an indistinct grunt from his throat in response. Barry assisted the now frizzy-haired yet spirited Clark to sit down, reflecting on the brief yet exhilarating experience, stammering. It was incredible. I mean, everything was so magical, thrilling. What a land of sorcery, a portal to monsters, and a doctor who transforms into a skeleton. This surpasses all the science fiction films I've ever watched combined. Clark, too, wore a genuinely warm smile. Looking at these companions he had only recently met, yet had fought alongside in life-and-death encounters. The profound sense of loneliness he had long harbored seemed to dissipate amidst the laughter surrounding him. He was no longer the outcast hiding his powers on a farm, feeling out of place. However, the cursed Canadian's remarks abruptly shifted the atmosphere. Hal, in a seemingly careless comment, caused the lightheartedness to freeze in an instant. He stroked his chin, conjuring a magnifying glass with his Green Lantern energy, directing it toward the unconscious Black Adam, and inquired, "What shall we do with this electrifying madman? We can't possibly keep him bound here as an exhibit, can we? Ordinary prisons would be utterly inadequate for this fellow. It would only result in greater casualties. Or perhaps—" Hal gestured across his throat. The air fell silent, the smiles on everyone's faces frozen. What do we do? How do we handle this? The past of Black Adam has been elucidated by Billy. The actions he undertakes in the present are evident for all to witness. Everyone is acutely aware of the nature of this being. A parricide, a tyrant, intent on purging the world, with innocent blood staining his hands. His transgressions are grievous, deserving of the harshest punishment. Yet, knowing and acting upon such knowledge are two entirely different matters. Billy gazed at the once mighty tyrant, now reduced to a pitiful state. His expression complex. Clark's clear eyes were filled with turmoil and a hint of compassion, causing him to instinctively clench his fists. Barry paused, his face etched with confusion, while Hal fell into deep contemplation, lost in thought. Taking a life, even that of a notorious supervillain, represents a formidable psychological barrier for these young heroes, who have just embarked on their noble journey, their hearts ablaze with pure justice and goodness. Don't dwell on that nonsense. A weak yet clear voice shattered the silence. Wayne slightly opened his eyes, still sprawled on the ground, glancing at Hal with a look of amusement. And then what? Wait for the day he crawls back from hell, or is resurrected by some passing lunatic or deranged sorcerer, only to stage a dramatic return as Black Adam. The king returns to slaughter your entire family? He rolled his eyes and remarked, "Leave the professional matters to the specialists. Let the original master of the Eternal Rock, Shazam, deal with Black Adam. Seal him, imprison him, or exile him to another dimension. Just ensure he doesn't bounce around on Earth." Simultaneously, Wayne silently cursed, wishing he could eliminate the threat once and for all. However, given the plethora of resurrection options available, he recalled that in the comics, after being defeated by Billy, Black Adam's ashes were inadvertently scattered on the soil of Kahndaq. Even in such a diminished state, he had triumphed in the resurrection contest and resumed his lively existence on Earth, ultimately becoming the 7th champion of the Shazam family. One might say that even ashes cast into the Pacific could be resurrected, making sealing and exiling the most economical choice. The old wizard? Billy's face fell into a deeper frown at the mention. But the wizard is dead. After transferring his powers to me, he just vanished. Dead indeed. Is a true nightmare. Wayne chuckled, struggling to sit up. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, he surrendered, continuing to lie down and speak. "Billy, employ your wisdom to reflect on whether you've been misled. The wizard transferring power to you merely results in a state of low battery, energy-saving mode. That old trickster is likely enjoying a soak in some hot springs in the Mystic Realm, recuperating." "What is the Mystic Realm?" Billy inquired. Wayne sighed, offering a brief explanation. And only then did Billy nod in sudden understanding. How infuriating! Billy exhibited an expression of annoyance, as that filthy old man, who never washed his clothes, pretended to be dead, deceiving even children for sympathy. "You despicable wizard. The words you utter truly reflect the caliber of individuals in your household," he remarked. Wayne uttered a peculiar statement, and then closed his eyes, feigning death to regain his strength. "Hurry, that magical train can take you to the land of secrets. Don't forget to have that old fellow sign for the delivery. I have a lead on the consultation fee. Please inquire when the surgical expenses will be settled. With such trivial matters, my hospital will surely suffer this month." After Billy hurriedly sought out the wizard Shazam to sign for the package, the grand and cavernous hall of the Eternal Rock was finally left with just a few superheroes who had fought alongside each other for the first time. Without the pressure of life-and-death struggles, the awkwardness born from misunderstandings and betrayals swiftly dissipated amid the trio's relief in surviving their ordeal. Wayne had not forgotten. He had meticulously noted the date, time, and the miscreant responsible in his little notebook. Chapter 129, Justice League. 2-in-1 within the Hall of Eternal Rock. Hal conjured a floating green round table and several comfortable chairs using his power ring, even providing Wayne with a stretcher. Barry produced beverages acquired from the land of whimsy, distributing them among the group, creating a relaxed and friendly atmosphere. Typically, such gatherings would be accompanied by beer. However, since the land of whimsy was a realm for children, adult beverages were prohibited, leading to the use of sugary soda as a substitute. Allow me to introduce myself. Hal took a deep breath, the green energy dancing between his fingers, forming his name and a small green aircraft icon. Hal Jordan, pilot, Green Lantern of Sector 2814, and a messenger of peace for the universe. I just returned from space, coughs. I may be a bit off today. Saying this, Hal removed his ring, the Green Lantern uniform fading away to reveal a brown jacket that had remained unchanged for ages, along with a rather unrefined, dancing face. In truth, Hal's character was generally serious. In the early comics, he was somewhat arrogant, boasting to Batman that even Superman could not breach the energy shield he created. This bravado led to him being punched by an irate Clark, nearly sending him flying. However, the Hal before them lacked this flaw. One could discern this simply by looking at him. Furthermore, he had just returned from military training on OA and was nearly beaten to a pulp by Black Adam upon arriving on Earth. Arrogance stemmed from inflated confidence. And after being humiliated by Sinestro and the Green Lantern Corps, one would expect him to return home and take out his frustrations on lesser opponents. But instead, he found himself on the receiving end of punishment. Barry Allen. Barry spoke at a rapid pace, removing the restaurant napkin he wore, revealing a youthful face brimming with an intellectual yet excited smile. I'm a forensic technician from Central City, a fast-running citizen. You may refer to me as the Flash. Clark Kent. Clark's voice was gentle yet steady, his disguise long since compromised during his battle with Black Adam. He was still clad in a robe that Billy had found for him in the Fortress of Solitude, while assisting at a farm in the small town of Smallville. As for the hero codename, he found himself at a loss. Fellows, do you have any brilliant ideas? In an effort to foster camaraderie, Clark invited everyone to help him brainstorm a name. How about Mighty Boy? It fits the character, Barry suggested, recalling Clark's strength, which was even more exaggerated than that of Black Adam. I think Colossal Mountain Power sounds even more impressive. After all, Clark looks like he could lift an entire mountain. Hal confidently proposed a name he believed was exceedingly cool. Haha, Clark responded with a polite yet slightly awkward smile, revealing his reluctance to accept these suggestions. However, the small-town boy felt too shy to speak up. Having just made new friends, Clark's heart was warmed, and he considered this day one of his happiest. Thus, he hesitated to decline, fearing he might hurt their feelings, given that he appears just like any ordinary person, yet possesses abilities beyond humanity. How about Superman for a simple and comprehensible name? A soft voice chimed in, drawing everyone's attention to Wayne, who lay languidly on a hospital bed, eyes closed in repose. Superman? Clark repeated the name, feeling an inexplicable connection to it, as if it were tailor-made for him, and he couldn't help but smile with genuine delight. What a splendid name. I feel mine is more fitting, Wayne interjected weakly. I think mine has more character. With Clark's decision becoming evident, Barry and Hal simultaneously sighed, lamenting the lost opportunity. Finally, all eyes turned to Wayne, who feebly waved his hand. Wayne Cross Elias, Chief of Staff at Gotham City's Elias Hospital, part-time exorcist, treasure hunter, hacker, and caretaker for troublesome novices. A wave of good-natured laughter erupted among the group. Among them, Clark was the most exhilarated and reflective, gazing at the cheerful Hal, the kind-hearted Barry, and the acerbic yet incredibly reliable Wayne. A warm surge of emotion blossomed within him. He had felt so alone, perpetually troubled by his powers, fearful of inadvertently harming others. The world seemed too fragile for him, compelling him to conceal his identity and live as an ordinary farmer for the rest of his days. Yet now, he was no longer solitary. He had discovered kindred spirits, companions with whom he could fight side by side and share his innermost thoughts. More importantly, they were all good people, true heroes willing to stand up for the protection of others. Especially Wayne, despite appearing ghostly during battles, looking anything but a hero, and possessing a tongue sharp enough to infuriate anyone. None of that could overshadow his contributions. As Clark lingered indecisively at home, Wayne emerged as the first to confront the monstrous menace, safeguarding the city, just when others were on the brink of being overpowered by Black Adam. It was Wayne who stepped forward to vanquish him, a display of courage and responsibility that left Clark feeling inadequate. Clark gazed at Wayne with genuine admiration, reflecting on himself. He realized that despite possessing immense power, his hesitation and doubts had led him to arrive late, even accidentally delivering a Mamba elbow strike to a teammate upon their first encounter, a blunder that caused his cheeks to flush with embarrassment and his heart to swell with shame. Fortunately, Wayne, with his robust physique, quickly recovered after taking a hit, bouncing back with more vigor than Clark's own pet hen. This aspect brought Clark immense joy, as it was a relief to see that their playful banter hadn't resulted in any lasting harm. Wayne felt somewhat uncomfortable under Clark's intense gaze, which seemed to perceive him as a rare treasure. Could it be that he was intoxicated by the scent of the bat? It seemed implausible that anyone could be so enthralled by mere aroma. At that moment, Hal burst forth with enthusiasm, proposing, "I recently joined an organization in the cosmos, known as the Green Lantern Corps, dedicated to preserving peace in the universe. Upon returning to Earth, I realized we too should establish a similar team. What do you think, comrades? Strength lies in numbers. I am in." Barry's eyes lit up at the idea, immediately pledging his support. The world was perilous, and had he faced today as circumstances alone, he would surely have faltered. Having trustworthy allies would undoubtedly enhance their safety and efficacy. "I shall not miss the opportunity to do good." Clark smiled and nodded, thrilled at the prospect of forming a team with his friends to engage in noble deeds, a notion that had once seemed far-fetched but was now a tangible opportunity presenting itself before him. "Count me in. It's a perfect chance to expand my operations in Gotham." Wayne stroked his chin, acknowledging that while joining the Justice League would bring its share of dangers, evading trouble was futile. It would inevitably come knocking. When a cosmic crisis struck, there would be no escape. Thus, it seemed wiser to join the Justice League, not only to become a founding member and gather a cadre of noble companions, but also to avoid the treachery that often accompanied his association with Constantine. Most importantly, in the face of an opponent whom even Clark could not defeat, he could call upon Bruce to sacrifice the Flash as an offering, thus rebooting the universe and ushering in a new chapter. "Fellows, what have I missed?" Billy returned, carefree and lighthearted, echoing Wayne's earlier sentiments. He recounted how he had hoisted Black Adam in the mystical realm, shouting to the wizard Shazam about his lack of attire, successfully provoking the adversary. After explaining the situation to the wizard, whose expression resembled that of a soot-blackened pot, he sighed in resignation, assuring that he would find a way to handle Black Adam and prevent further chaos. He also asked Billy to convey his gratitude to Wayne and mentioned that anything needed from the Eternal Vault was available for the taking. It is to be noted that the new master of the Eternal Rock is Billy, who is free to make his own decisions, with the utmost he might provide being a mere suggestion. Initially, the wizard intended to convey a few more words, but upon hearing that he could decide for himself, Billy departed without a backward glance, leaving the wizard alone to address the empty air in exasperation. "We are in the process of assembling a team. Shazam, would you care to join us?" Among the adults, Clark is the youngest, closely aligned in age with Billy. Wayne is 28, while Hal and Barry are 26 and 24 respectively, and Clark is merely 21. Thus, there's hardly a significant generation gap between him and Billy, and the kind-hearted nature of the small-town boy, including Batman, allows him to get along with nearly everyone. Yes, with the exception of that bald fellow. The others are quite fond of Clark's character. It is this particular individual who wishes for Clark to succumb to darkness, eager to validate his own theories and assert his correctness. Now that Superman has completed his inaugural battle, it stands to reason that Luthor is soon to evolve into his ultimate form. A coalition of superheroes? How splendid. I must join at once. Billy's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without a moment's hesitation, he embraced the prospect of joining this seemingly impressive team. Freddy, upon learning of this, would undoubtedly be envious. Hearing Billy's consent, the others reiterated their previous introductions, and upon discovering that Wayne hails from Gotham, their eyes lit up with surprise. "I am Billy Batson, a mature adult. Dr. Wayne, do you know Batman?" Wayne replied, "Ah, here we go again. Why does everyone ask if I know Batman when they find out I'm from Gotham? What? Does the name Moon Knight not warrant recognition? Batman? Good heavens, isn't that merely an urban legend?" Hal exclaimed, recalling that he had heard tales of Batman on television during his high school days, so fantastical that he had assumed them to be mere horror stories. Does he truly exist? Wayne, does he resemble a bat and survive by drinking blood? Barry asked, his face a canvas of disbelief, brimming with curiosity about the legendary Dark Knight. I too have heard his stories. He has protected Gotham for over a decade, through storms and fires. That bright bat signal always illuminates the night sky, revealing the inner light within people. A truly magnificent and admirable hero. Clark could hardly contain himself as he spoke. His fists clenched, his face radiated anticipation and fervor, his body trembling with excitement. Wayne feared he might spontaneously fly off to Gotham in search of a rendezvous. Good grief. What is it with this bat demon? Just mentioning his name turns you all into starry-eyed fans. Is it really that absurd? Wayne turned his head, revealing a deadpan expression, and retorted, Indeed, I know him well, and trust me, you wouldn't want to meet him. What does that mean? Is he truly a blood-sucking villain? Wayne curled his lips and, with a grave demeanor, remarked, is far worse than that. The face is broad and flat, devoid of eyebrows, with mismatched eyes, a bulbous nose, and a half-open mouth from which drool flows. The lower lip is significantly thicker than the upper, filled with crooked, yellowed teeth. The hair is both brittle and thinning. Stooping and hunchbacked, it seems he hasn't bathed in 2 or 3 decades. He has a penchant for gnawing on his toenails and scratching his rear, a giant infant in need of an elderly caretaker. Not to mention, he perpetually dons a shirt stained with soy sauce, older than my great-grandmother. Enough, doctor, truly enough. I am aware of your close acquaintance with Batman. Billy wiped the sweat from his brow, attempting to prevent Wayne from continuing. Indeed, this was worse than a blood-sucking, humanoid bat. He barely resembled the human species at all. Clark and the others awkwardly chuckled, observing the palpable dark mist emanating from Wayne, which made it clear to anyone that he had a profound connection with Batman. In every conceivable sense, Billy pulled out a chair and candidly addressed everyone. The truth is, I sought out Batman because Freddy mentioned he is the greatest detective in the world. I wish to enlist his assistance in locating my biological parents. Billy's years of wandering were not solely due to his distrust of unreliable adults. The primary reason was his longing to see his mother and father once more, to know if they were well, and to ascertain whether they were aware of his existence as their son. Clark and the others fell into silence, their own families equally incomplete, some having lost their parents long ago. They could empathize with Billy's desire to reunite with his loved ones. Wayne sighed. The pasts of superheroes are often filled with tragedy, even if Billy is merely a 15-year-old boy. He was aware of the circumstances surrounding Billy's father, but preferred not to elaborate, as he was a thoroughly despicable individual, worse than Constantine's father. As a physician, Wayne disliked witnessing a naive child's heart suffer secondary trauma. It would be best to refrain from discussing such matters until Billy was more capable of bearing the burden of his growth. Thus, Wayne stated, I will ask Batman to assist in the search for your parents. However, whether he is willing to help is another matter entirely. It's fine. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I will not give up. Upon hearing this, Billy returned to his cheerful self, raising his drink to toast with everyone. Suddenly, he recalled something and inquired, So, do we have a name for our team yet? It seems we do not. Since we can all fly, why not call ourselves the Superflyers? Hey, Hal, did you secretly expel me? We are 5 in number, so it would be more imposing to call ourselves the 5 Titans. The 2 jokesters began to showcase their remarkable talent for naming. While Clark helplessly covered his face and Billy's mouth twitched, feeling uneasy at the overly abstract name, Wayne rolled his eyes and interrupted their quarrel. The absence of a few individuals was inconsequential, as they could later incorporate the Batfolks. The immediate priority was to ensure the team's image moving forward. So he promptly proposed that historically significant name. Our heroic team is named the Justice League. Chapter 130, Pandora's Box. In the ethereal glow of the Eternal Treasury's magical aura, Wayne resembled a bandit entering a village, clutching a burlap sack in hand, akin to a frenzied bargain hunter on a Saturday morning. The convivial gathering had lasted for a good part of the day, and Wayne had successfully emerged from his weakened state. Now that the consultation had concluded smoothly, it was time to collect his fee. According to the tome, this was a fragment left over by the god of forging after completing his work, appearing to be merely a hammerhead, seemingly suited for driving nails. Billy held a catalog of the treasures within the treasury in one hand, while the other was occupied with a glowing, molten lump of metal to assist Wayne in filling his sack. The wizard Shazam had promised Wayne a reward, and since Billy had no use for these artifacts, Wayne felt no hesitation in embarking on a scavenging spree within the treasury. Isn't this the old wizard's staff? I thought he always carried it with him, Wayne mused, picking up a lightning-shaped wand, arcs of electricity dancing at its tip. It seemed to be a replica crafted by his followers, as the old wizard likely feared someone might steal the original from him. Thus he had intentionally left this one here. Not bad. At least the materials and colors had been altered. Wayne placed the willow wand into his sack and then grasped an ancient wooden spindle adorned with multicolored threads, imbued with divine essence, perhaps pilfered from the goddess of weaving. Regardless, today it belonged to him. And this, the Gorgon-esque petrifying eye, is rather impressive, Wayne noted. Albeit the power had diminished, it remained effective against most species. When the time came, he could simply glare at those who displeased him, though a side effect included the risk of developing kidney stones from prolonged exposure. Wayne's lips twitched as he observed Billy enthusiastically curating his selection, feeling as though he was not choosing a reward, but rather assisting Billy in depleting inventory. With quick reflexes, he deftly extracted several seemingly valuable items from a heap of glittering yet ambiguous trinkets, a crystal capable of storing and releasing pure magical energy, a tome inscribed in demonic script titled 100 Ways to Formulate Hellish Contracts, and a few vials exuding a rich essence of life in verdant hues, their scent alone indicating a similar effect to blood potions. The two rummaged tirelessly within the eternal treasury, although many items were of unclear significance. A thorough exploration revealed quite a number of treasures. Eventually, Wayne's gaze settled upon an inconspicuous stone pedestal in the depths of the treasury. Upon it lay an object, a three-eyed skull forged from an unknown dark golden material. Unlike the other treasures that radiated energy, this one exuded an eerie, subdued weightiness. Its three eye sockets deep and obsidian, as if they could devour light itself. Wayne approached, extending his fingertip to touch the cold metallic surface. A faint yet intricately complex resonance coursed through his body, emanating from his fingertips. While Wayne himself exhibited no overt reaction, the recently sealed 7 deadly sins, along with Despondio, experienced an overwhelming sense of revulsion. I thought it seemed somewhat familiar, Wayne murmured thoughtfully, stroking his chin, his gaze betraying both understanding and gravity. What? Billy leaned in, curiously scrutinizing the enigmatic skull, and suddenly voiced his confusion. There's no description of this skull in the catalog. Has the wizard lost his mind in his old age? It was not that the wizard had succumbed to senility, but rather that he himself was uncertain of the object's true nature. In the past, it bore a well-known name, the Pandora's Box. Pandora's Box? Billy echoed. Isn't that the ominous artifact from mythology that unleashes all calamities upon being opened? But isn't that merely a myth? It looks like just a hunk of iron. Billy reached out, eager to touch it, but Wayne swiftly intervened. Do not touch it. This object is peculiar. Anyone who comes into contact with it is driven mad. With a resigned expression, Wayne poked at the lightning emblem on Billy's chest and added, besides, your divine powers stem from the Greek pantheon. It shouldn't be surprising that Pandora's Box truly exists, right? Shazam's powers derive from figures in Greek mythology. Mercury, the embodiment of speed. Achilles, representing fearlessness. Zeus, symbolizing divine strength. Atlas, embodying endurance. Hercules, representing raw power. And Solomon, who signifies wisdom. It is asserted that Billy's abilities are entirely sourced from these Greek deities because Solomon, a biblical figure, had been excluded, often being unavailable. As a side note, Black Adam's divine powers are drawn from Egyptian gods, not Greek ones. That seems to be the case, Billy conceded after hearing Wayne's explanation, opting not to recklessly attempt to touch the skull. The events of the day had already been sufficiently dire. He had no desire to invite further trouble. To err on the side of caution, I should take it with me. Wayne hefted the three-eyed skull, its weight surprisingly heavy, far exceeding its size. The matter of Pandora's Box was far more intricate than the myth suggested. Not only was Shazam unaware of its origins, but even the Greek gods were perplexed. The deities believed it to be a cursed artifact crafted by Hephaestus, the god of fire and forge, and they had exhausted all their magical prowess attempting to open it. All to no avail. In truth, their attempts were futile. This cold, strange object was not a product of magic at all. It was a technological artifact belonging to a dimension outside of this universe. Pandora's box had no connection to Hephaestus whatsoever. It was a key that could unlock the gates to another hell. Wayne clearly remembered that Pandora's box served a function akin to that of the mother box from Apocalypse, the ability to transport, to traverse across the cosmos. This contraption is linked to a maddening universe known as Earth 3, a realm where good and evil are inverted. Villains transform into heroes, while heroes become villains. The tyrants ruling this chaotic domain are creatures of boundless depravity, such as the Overlord, Night Owl, and the Super Queen. They are nothing but a syndicate of crime. Once this device is activated and a stable interdimensional portal is established, it is unequivocal that the Overlord and his cohorts will descend upon Earth, commencing their invasion without any negotiation. Retreat would be impossible. They created the Pandora's box as a means of escape from Earth 3. Wayne is now somewhat perplexed. According to the narrative, the box should currently be in Pandora's possession, with that foolish girl scouring for someone to unlock it. How then is it still intact within the Eternal Vault? Nevertheless, this is a fortunate turn of events, as it alleviates the concern of Pandora delivering a malevolent catastrophe upon him. Contemplating the influx of superhuman marauders devoid of humanity into this universe, while he, a mere novice, is left to face them, Wayne can only shake his head in resignation. He might be able to handle the Overlord, often deemed the weakest of the Kryptonians by Ray. But the others, especially Night Owl, who bears a striking resemblance to Batman, present a far more formidable challenge. Wayne is confident yet not arrogant. Should he face a malevolent mob, he would surely be defeated. Hence, this cursed object must be removed from the public magical lavatory of the Eternal Rock. It is far too perilous. He could conveniently present it as a parting gift to Gotham's resident paranoid, who is perpetually suspicious and delights in tinkering with such hazardous artifacts. Perhaps Batman's dark intellect might concoct some clever strategy to turn the Overlord and his allies against themselves. Furthermore, if Pandora's box is here, then Ant-Man and the original Butler might also be present. Upon returning to Gotham, Wayne must ensure Batman locates these two, and then he will personally deal with them. And he recalls that while Pandora's box is indeed a technological marvel, it possesses an enigmatic quality capable of corrupting one's soul, driving individuals into a frenzy. Aside from Shazam, no one has been able to withstand the box's influence. Yet, he has handled it for quite some time without any adverse effects. Could it be true? Surely, this is the only explanation for his unscathed condition. He, Wayne Cross Elias, the beacon of justice and dark assassin, possesses a noble character that surpasses even the sun of tomorrow. How could mere malevolence tarnish his luminous heart? It has come home with me. After dispelling the doubts in his mind, Wayne wasted no time in shoving the three-eyed skull into the bottom of the sack, patting the bulging bag with satisfaction as he declared, "All rewards collected, let us depart." Chapter 131. The time of march has arrived. It is time to return to Gotham upon Wayne and Billy's return. Clark and the others had finished tidying up the remnants of the gathering. Originally, Billy had invited the three of them to join him, but Clark and Barry, too shy to accept, declined. Hal, on the other hand, displayed no interest. With sufficient willpower, his ring could conjure anything he desired. The five individuals exchanged contact information, facilitating future communication. Billy reminisced about the adventures in the Eternal Rock, the bizarre scenes providing him with endless nostalgia, particularly the chilling atmosphere of the final battle's monstrous domain. He couldn't help but exclaim, "I wonder what lies beyond that door in the monster's land." The old wizard mentioned that it was once a place of great prosperity. Wayne paused while jotting down numbers. Adopting a joking tone, "I can't say whether it was prosperous or not, but it might just be a place with a sun that shines relentlessly for 365 days. Clark seized the opportunity to join the conversation, beaming a sunny smile. "The sun is wonderful. I love basking in its rays." Perhaps those trapped inside might not share the same sentiment. What a pity that would be. As their modest gathering came to an end, the five friends returned to the entrance of the Eternal Rock, reappearing at the entrance of the buried subway station, each lost in their own thoughts. Wayne mused that he was finally done with this task, relieved that his boastful claims had been fulfilled, sparing him the embarrassment of being mocked upon his return. This thought brought him a sense of ease and comfort. Barry felt a pang of guilt. He had unintentionally lost track of time during the gathering with his new friends. Leaving Iris waiting at the restaurant, his mind raced with thoughts of how to placate his delicate girlfriend. Clark, now free from confusion, reveled in the company of reliable friends, a truly wonderful feeling he was certain would delight his mother if she knew. Billy was bursting with excitement, eager to return and regale Freddy and others with tales of this exhilarating adventure. Meanwhile, Hal imagined stepping out to be met with the cheers of endless fans, the media's flashes, and the heartfelt inquiries of rescue teams. As the five emerged from the damaged subway, they were greeted by the orderly flow of pedestrians in Philadelphia. The determined repair of buildings, tourists snapping photos, and vendors pushing hot dog carts. The air was filled with the aroma of grilled sausages and the buzz of the crowd. If not for the remnants of battle still visible on the surrounding structures, one might hardly recognize the previous devastation. Navigating through the debris that had yet to be fully cleared, they encountered a yellow and black safety banner, with a sign reading, "Collapsed area, beware of danger. Do not enter." The five stood bewildered. Barry blinked, confusion etched on his face as he queried, "Guys, I should have only had non-alcoholic drinks, yet here I am, feeling inebriated. Is this really Philadelphia?" Billy, equally perplexed, grabbed the attention of a hurried office worker passing by. "Hey, buddy, sorry to interrupt, but what time is it?" The busy office worker cast a bemused glance at Billy and then at his wild-looking companions, instinctively taking a step back in caution. "It's 4 in the afternoon. Why? September 15th? Billy recalled that the night he battled Black Adam was the 14th. With the sun now risen, it seemed as though they had slipped into the next day. "What nonsense are you talking about? It's December 15th. Christmas is just around the corner," muttered the office worker, shaking her head in disbelief before hastily walking away. December 15th? Billy stared blankly at the date, his mind racing. Had he also indulged a bit too much? They had entered back in September. The others exchanged bewildered glances, each wearing an expression that echoed, "Am I dreaming?" Wayne, struggling to maintain his composure, or perhaps already numbed, rubbed his throbbing temples, grateful for the magical knowledge imparted by the British, which kept him from being utterly lost. After a moment's contemplation, Wayne finally articulated his thoughts. "I believe I understand what has transpired." The attention of Clark's four companions immediately focused on him. He explained the disparity in the flow of time. The eternal rock and a realm of magic synchronize closely with Earth's time. However, the dimensional gates within the fortress that connect to other worlds do not adhere to the same rules. We traversed through so many chaotic dimensional doors, and the time regulations inside could differ from Earth by countless magnitudes. In simpler terms, it is akin to the saying, "A day in the heavens is a year on Earth." We have experienced less than a day ourselves, while 3 months have elapsed on Earth. The group felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. No way. The first to break was Barry. The Flash, in a state of utter disarray, clasped his head in despair, darting about like an ant on a hot skillet, drawing curious glances from passers-by. "Iris, my Iris. I disappeared in the middle of our date to use the restroom, and then vanished for 3 months? This is disastrous. She must think I fell into the toilet and was swept into the Pacific, or worse, she is bound to believe I'm an irresponsible cad. She'll break up with me. She absolutely will." Hal's complexion turned a ghastly shade of green, even more so than his lantern ring. Trembling, he pulled out his phone, his fingers shaking as he accessed the internal communications of his workplace, bracing himself for the dreadful news that awaited him. Involuntary absence for 4 months, compounded by a month of military training on OA, led to permanent disqualification, pension freeze, and a plummeting credit rating, resulting in an indefinite blacklist from the aviation unit. Hal felt darkness closing in around him, nearly fainting from the weight of despair. The unfortunate Hal felt as though the sky had fallen. Just prior, he had boasted to Sinestro about succeeding Abin Sur as the greatest Green Lantern, and now he faced the grim reality of potentially becoming a homeless specter on the streets of Coast City due to his inability to pay rent or buy bread. It was nothing short of a cosmic joke. Clark's face drained of color as he suddenly grasped Wayne's arm, his voice trembling. "Martha must be frantic. The Kent farm is in jeopardy. I must return at once." Overwhelmed with concern for his mother, Clark barely had time to bid farewell to his companions, leaving only a trail of anxious communication in his wake. With a rush of wind, his figure vanished in an instant. Billy felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he gestured with his finger. "This is bad. They wouldn't have erected tombstones for Freddy and the others in 3 months, would they? Damn it, I didn't say I was ready to die just yet." After brief farewells, the remaining 3 scattered like birds, each rushing off into the unknown. In the blink of an eye, the once lively quintet was reduced to Wayne, who stood alone, clutching a bulging duffel bag, disheveled in the wind. Surely, 3 months without the bat in Gotham wouldn't pose any issues? With a furrowed brow, Wayne retrieved his phone from the confines of the system space. There was no signal within the eternal rock, which had deterred him from using it earlier. Now outside, he was able to receive messages. As the phone connected to the network, the screen illuminated and buzzed violently, vibrating as if afflicted by Parkinson's. The frequency akin to a spherical toy. Icons for missed calls and dimensional messages proliferated on the screen like a viral outbreak, rapidly filling the display within seconds. Numbers escalating at a terrifying pace. Missed calls: the damp 1-3, little rascal Damien, 999, all-powerful butler Alfred, 999, Batgirl, the svelte young lord's girlfriend, 999. Gotham's dual king commissioner, Gordon, 87. The overwhelming crimson of the 999 notifications caused Wayne's eyelids to twitch involuntarily, and he muttered, "No way." Chapter 132. Chaotic Gotham. The relaxed expression on Wayne's face vanished, replaced by a look of trepidation. He instinctively dialed the damp one, but was met with a cold, emotionless electronic voice. "The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable or out of service." After the call ended, he swiftly scrolled through the contacts. Damien, Dick, Alfred, Barbara. Commissioner Gordon. Every number associated with the Bat family either produced a busy signal or was unreachable. What on earth is happening? Wayne's brow furrowed deeply. If one had issues, that could be overlooked, but why all of them? The Bat network had seemingly collapsed. What was Bruce up to? Batman had invested heavily in constructing a signal station system, equipped with an independent satellite link, to ensure seamless communication throughout Gotham, a city teeming with monsters and labyrinthine underground facilities. This system was theoretically impervious, unless its core nodes were destroyed or the highest authority actively shut it down. Could it be the laughing Bat's doing? A sense of dread washed over Wayne. Whatever the cause, it had provoked Damien and the others to inundate him with calls, indicating that matters were far from simple. He hesitated no longer, tossing the duffel bag into the system space, whistling to summon his loyal hell cycle. The engine roared deafeningly, blue and purple flames erupting, drawing gasps from bystanders. Wayne mounted the bike and twisted the throttle. Had he been out for merely 3 months, only to find his home at stake? The hell cycle transformed into a streak of fire, slicing through the air, racing along the highway. Wayne pushed the speed to its limits, the razor-like wind whipping against his face, so fast that passing vehicles could only glimpse a fleeting blur of flames. Night. Gotham City. Crossing intercontinental distances inevitably requires time. By the time Wayne finally reached the outskirts of Gotham, the sky had already succumbed to a profound darkness, enveloped by the city's signature ominous nightfall. Wayne halted outside the city, not due to the embarrassment of running out of fuel, but because Gotham had been sealed off. The perimeter was fortified with hastily erected steel barricades and sandbag fortifications, forming a series of blockades. Searchlights pierced the night sky, sweeping back and forth, while numerous personnel clad in camouflage combat attire, well-equipped and on high alert, stood ready. Armored vehicles and military Humvees were omnipresent. The turrets of these war machines were warily aimed towards the city, and all ground routes leading into Gotham had been thoroughly severed, even on the Gotham River. Patrols could be seen lurking in the shadows. The air was thick with an ominous tension, reminiscent of an impending storm. What on earth? Is this the emergency response team from the warden's office? Wayne squinted, questioning whether he had arrived in Gotham or a battlefield in the Middle East. He refrained from attempting a forced entry and had no time to engage in futile explanations with the commanding officers here, as that would only attract unnecessary firepower. The engine of his hellish motorcycle roared, tires sparking against the ground, and in an instant he thrust upward like a rocket, soaring into the heavens. Reaching an altitude of over 1,000 meters, he intended to infiltrate this city of uncertain circumstances from the skies. From above the clouds, Wayne's gaze sharpened. The situation appeared dire. Gotham, that wretched city, now revealed its terrifying visage once more. The neon lights that once flickered vibrantly had nearly extinguished, with only a few feeble, dying flames punctuating the vast darkness. Large areas had plunged into utter blackness, eerily silent like a ghostly realm. What was even more disconcerting was the sporadic bursts of explosive light and the dense smoke of gunfire erupting from various locations throughout the city, accompanied by the rumbling sound of artillery like distant thunder. Armored vehículos. Heavy tanks? Good heavens, was there an Apache helicopter perched atop that building? Wayne drew in a sharp breath, hardly believing his eyes. Gotham was accustomed to gang conflicts and street brawls, or the ruckus caused by the Arkham fan club targeting Batman. But now, the deployment of heavy weaponry, reaching the point of relentless bombardment, clearly indicated something was amiss. This had transcended mere chaos. It was evidently a localized war erupting within the city's confines. Where was Batman? How could the Dark Knight, whose creed was to impose order upon Gotham's chaos and punish evil, permit the situation to escalate to such a degree? The pervasive scent of conspiracy compelled Wayne to descend. Donning the guise of the Moon Knight, he navigated through the battlefield engulfed in conflict, ultimately diving towards one of the areas where gunfire was most concentrated. He needed intelligence. Immediately. The battlefield below lay in utter disarray. On the shattered streets, several modified pickup trucks and light armored vehicles, emblazoned with skull insignias, unleashed torrents of flames upon a group of individuals opposing them. Engaging in this fierce exchange were the officers of the Gotham Police Department, led by the familiar figure of Commissioner Gordon. The officers, taking cover behind police cars and barricades of sandbags, valiantly resisted with standard-issue weapons. However, they found themselves thoroughly suppressed by the enemy's firepower, their situation increasingly precarious. Yet, the two factions were not the only players in this chaotic scene. In the shadows beyond, local gangsters, armed with a hodgepodge of weapons and representing various factions, congregated, while another group donned unified dark crimson robes, wielding Molotov cocktails and dangerous explosives, resembling fervent cultists engaged in some frenzied ritual. It was apparent that these groups were not allies, each fighting for their own objectives amidst the turmoil. For factions? Was Gotham preparing for a masquerade ball or a third world war? Wayne felt momentarily bewildered, but there was no time for contemplation. Dear Commissioner Gordon and his men were nearing their breaking point. Boom! A rocket propelled through the air, trailing a fiery tail towards the police car's barricade. An infraction with such a weapon. Wayne narrowed his eyes, abruptly revving the throttle of his health cycle. The engine's power surging to its maximum. Blue and violet flames blazed forth like a comet's tail, carving a dazzling arc of death across the night sky. Aimed directly at the incoming rocket. With a swift motion, Wayne seized the rocket's launcher, dark red flames igniting in his grasp, swiftly melting it into molten iron. Without hesitation, he activated the astonishingly powerful 127mm heavy machine gun mounted on the front wheels of the Hellcycle, its roar echoing across the battlefield. The deafening gunfire resonated like the scythe of death, easily drowning out all other sounds in the chaos. Armor-piercing rounds transformed into a tempest of metal, shattering the armed pickup's bulletproof glass as if it were mere paper, leaving the vehicle riddled with holes. Explosions erupted as the gas tank detonated, engulfing the once arrogant thugs in flames before they could even scream. The Hellcycle, a demonic apparition from the depths of hell, tore through the ranks of the assailants, its tires, ablaze with fierce flames, mercilessly crushing those who attempted to escape, igniting and obliterating them with ease. The heavy machine gun continued its relentless roar, accurately targeting any who dared to raise their weapons in defiance. Both the armed vehicles and the thugs themselves appeared utterly vulnerable before the might of the 127mm caliber. The sudden appearance of this steel monstrosity and its frenzied firepower bewildered the well-equipped assailants, shattering their formation into disarray. The cacophony of screams and explosions filled the air, and within mere moments, Wayne decisively eliminated the threat. Chapter 133. The triad of power struggles with the immediate danger neutralized, the Hellcycle executed a graceful drift, its burning tires leaving a charred mark on the ground as it came to a steady halt before the shaken Gotham police officers. Upon witnessing a menacing figure suddenly emerge, all officers instinctively aimed at the motorcycle belching flames and the rider, whose features remained obscured. Our own, lower your weapons. Stand down. Gordon's signature mustache was now smeared with dust and sweat, his police coat flaring open to reveal the bulletproof vest beneath. His voice, strained from overexertion, came out hoarse. Breathing heavily, Gordon forcefully waved off his subordinates, pushing aside the officer in front of him. He strode forward, his face a mixture of disbelief and profound fatigue. Doctor, is it truly you? My God, you have finally returned. Wayne nodded at Gordon, bewildered. Jim, cut to the chase. What on earth is happening in Gotham? I merely stepped out for a consultation, and upon my return, it feels as though I've entered a battlefield in Syria. Where's that old ghost, Batman? Is his cave out of commission? At the mention of Batman, a muscle in Gordon's face twitched involuntarily, his eyes swirling with pain, anger, and incredulity. He took a deep breath, suppressing his tumultuous thoughts, and finally spoke in an extremely hoarse voice. Doctor, Gotham is on the brink of hell. Wiping the sweat and grime from his face, he continued. Not long after your disappearance, Blackgate Prison and Arkham erupted in chaos, with inmates staging a mass breakout. It took Batman 3 months to quell this upheaval. However, this was merely the beginning of Gotham's descent into its current state. Wayne's eyes narrowed, his foreboding intuition confirmed. Batman has been defeated. Gordon's voice trembled. While Batman's defeats were not rare, this instance was different. The Dark Knight was vanquished by a monster named Bane, who broke Batman's spine in front of a crowd in the city square, discarding him like refuse from a great height. Every television, radio, and internet-connected device in Gotham broadcast the news of Batman's utter defeat. Nightfall, the Dark Knight rises. Wayne furrowed his brow, recognizing Bane, a prominent villain from the Batman Road Gallery. Among Batman's many adversaries, Wayne considered Bane to be second only to the Joker, possessing both intellect and strength. Most crucially, he was the first to utterly defeat Batman, even bringing him to tears, a feat that solidified Bane's status among villains. Bane, was it? I shall remember that name. Wayne's voice turned frigid. This accursed steroid-laden fiend chose the precise time of my absence to strike, robbing me of the chance to witness Bruce's folly. Truly, a despicable scoundrel. And what are those lunatics in red robes? Wayne gestured toward a distant group engaged in a violent clash with local gangs. They call themselves the Knights of St. Dumas, the henchmen of another villain. Gordon's tone dripped with sarcasm and bitterness. Everyone presumed Batman was dead. Just when Gotham was engulfed in despair, that very Batman re-emerged. He donned an unprecedented high-tech battle armor, his strength, speed, and defense far surpassing that of ordinary men. Equipped with an array of advanced gadgets and accompanied by Robin, even a monstrous Bane seemed incapable of defeating him. At that moment, we all believed a miracle had transpired, rekindling our hopes. However, as Gordon grimaced, he lamented, "We were naive. That imposter was not Batman at all." Before long, he fell out with Robin and proclaimed himself the true guardian of Gotham, the uncrowned king. He rallied a lunatic organization known as the Knights of St. Dumas to enact judgments everywhere, completely disregarding the Dark Knight's established rules. Anyone who dared to obstruct him, even police officers, were ruthlessly slain, as he deemed our law enforcement inadequate and accused us of tarnishing Gotham's order. He is nothing more than a tyrant cloaked in bat skin. Wayne's expression fluctuated between shadows of doubt and clarity. The identity of the imposter had become evident. It was the Angel of Death, allowing Paul to rise. In Nightfall, after Batman was defeated by Bane, Paul was chosen as the new Batman. However, unlike the comics, the Angel of Death triumphed over Bane with a new suit. So why was it a mere stalemate here? He was neither the American Dream nor a leaf technician. Furthermore, wasn't that cursed cult, the Knights of St. Dumas, long gone? Where did Paul emerge from? Or was there someone orchestrating events from behind the scenes? Fortunately, Bane and the imposter's reign severely disrupted the interests of Gotham's local power brokers. Gordon pointed towards the lurking local gangsters, who were vigilantly observing from a distance. Their territories, businesses, and power had been thrown into chaos by these two ruffians. In a bid to safeguard their livelihoods, these individuals began to fiercely resist Bane and that false Batman. Ironically, at times when we, the police, found ourselves in trouble, they would conveniently provide some firepower support or clear the way for our operations. How utterly ironic. Gordon sighed wearily. Gotham is now a quagmire. Bane and his criminal army dominate the upper city and municipal core. Communication signals have been severed. External news cannot penetrate, and the happenings within cannot escape. Meanwhile, that counterfeit Batman and his mad cult have entrenched themselves in the lower city and industrial district. Moreover, that fraud has pilfered Batman's equipment, his Batmobile, Batwing, and an array of advanced technology, all under his control. Upon hearing this, Wayne could not help but inquire, without the genuine Batman's no-kill principle and wielding his high-tech arsenal. How has Bane managed to maintain a standoff? The answer was simple. Gordon adjusted his glasses, his gaze heavy with gravity. Bane possesses a nuclear bomb, and he could obliterate the entire city at any moment he wished. Indeed, was this the setup for Nightfall and the Dark Knight Rises, preparing to ensure Bruce's ultimate downfall, culminating in the tragic fate of a shattered bat? Fearing the devastating power of the nuclear bomb, Bane and the imposter Batman maintained a precarious balance. Our police force, bolstered by Nightwing, Robin, and Batgirl, along with local gangs rebelling for their own interests, barely managed to hold onto a few territories amidst the chaos. It appeared that each of the three factions was intent on devouring the others, yearning for this nightmare to conclude swiftly. As Wayne listened to Gordon's description, he suddenly comprehended why communication with Damian and the others was severed. The Angel of Death had acquired Batman's equipment, which naturally included everything within the Batcave, including the Bat Network. A throbbing headache surged through him. Bruce must have been rendered senseless by Bane's strike. How absurd it was that Dick had journeyed all the way back from BL Davin to assist. Why not choose a worthy heir instead of fixating on that Paul? What kind of logic was this? Additionally, why not summon Damian's old flame, Talia? The League of Assassins was idle anyway. Why not enlist Ra's al Ghul's aid? Was it fear of encountering Selina, leading to a tempest of jealousy and potential conflict? Batman's convoluted maneuvers were too numerous to fathom, and Wayne dared not dwell on them further. He employed Crazy Diamond to heal the brave officers battling valiantly, then revved the throttle of the Hell Cycle once more. "Doctor, are you going to find Robin and the others?" Gordon inquired urgently. "First, I must return to my hospital to address any rats that may have scurried away. Then I shall seek out Batman." Wayne's voice resonated through the mask. The Dark Knight would not fall so easily, nor would this city be obliterated by the reckless, steroid-infused fiends. The blue-purple flames roared once more, and the Hell Cycle raced like an arrow toward New Arkham Hospital. Regardless of Bane's tainted concoctions or the Angel of Death's nuclear waste-induced madness, anyone daring to wreak havoc on his territory would face the reckoning of their soul at the hands of the 7 deadly sins. The wounds of Gotham would be mended by his own hands. Chapter 134. Professor Pig, New Arkham Hospital. The revving engine of the Hell Cycle resonated harshly in the desolate courtyard of the hospital as Wayne halted the vehicle, the soles of his shoes crunching upon shards of glass. The twisted metal framework, scattered medical documents, and trampled remnants of expensive medical equipment made his temples throb. The external walls were riddled with gaping bullet holes and charred marks left by explosions. The hospital, far from being a mere ruin, resembled the shattered field hospitals of Iraq. A brief, cold laugh escaped Wayne's lips as his gaze swept towards the depths of the hospital, where a special section housed critically ill patients. The heavy alloy gates had been violently pried open, revealing an eerily empty interior. "My black mamba lair and the fish-killing crocodile I raised. How delightful." Wayne's voice was low, every word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. Not only had they demolished my sanctuary, but they had also absconded with the aquarium from the courtyard. Did they truly believe I would not return? At that moment, a disturbance emanated from the depths of the treatment department. Wayne's nostrils flared, detecting a pungent odor of formalin disinfection mixed with a metallic scent of blood and decay. His gaze sharpened like a blade, and he disregarded the chaos in the front courtyard, striding purposefully towards the surgical area deep within the hospital, guided by the nauseating stench. As he approached, he heard intermittent, frenzied humming, accompanied by the muffled roar of a chainsaw. "Have you become audacious enough to defile my domain? I hope you can still laugh when I feed your soul to the demons." Wayne forcefully pushed open the ajar door to the operating room. The overwhelming stench of blood and formalin hit him like a wave, flooding his nostrils, and even for one as accustomed to Gotham's dark underbelly as Wayne. A frown creased his brow. Was this an operating room? It resembled a slaughterhouse from the depths of hell. Under the harsh, sterile light, dozens of grotesquely altered carcasses hung from massive iron hooks, swaying gently like lambs awaiting slaughter. Some bore stitched on hooves, their joints grotesquely twisted, while others had their spines grafted with spiral metal supports, limbs extending at impossible angles. In one corner lay a torso, from which 3 heads sprouted at the neck, each contorted in expressions of agony and rage, dark crimson blood dripping from the deformed limbs, pooling on the floor into a viscous stream. At the center of the operating table lay the focal point of this macabre spectacle, a citizen clad in a hospital gown, his eyes hollow, yet adorned with a bizarre, entranced smile. His right calf had been severed at the knee, blood gushing from the wound, staining the operator's rubber apron. A portly man wearing a pig mask wielded a bloodied scalpel, humming an off-key tune as if crafting a grand masterpiece. Ah, another guest has graced my artistic workshop. The pig-faced professor turned slowly at the sound, his mask revealing a perverse and exhilarated expression through its eye sockets. The scalpel still held a fragment of shattered bone. My friend, behold this exquisite cross-section. Would you care to experience my latest creation? With the Achilles tendon of a leopard implanted, your speed will outpace even the fastest sports cars. Or perhaps the compound eyes of a fly would suit you better, enhancing your vision and making the world seem infinitely more vibrant. The pig-faced professor, yet another lunatic afflicted with madness, was to Wayne a mere inferior version of a scarecrow. Exquisite? Wayne's expression darkened as he surveyed the repugnant exhibit. When it came to deranged psychopathy, it was no wonder that Arkham came to mind. This lot should be sent to the War Hammer for their torment. He thought, I would much prefer to try roasting a pig. As a doctor, Wayne was accustomed to the passing of life, but it did not imply he relished witnessing it. In any case, his mood had soured considerably. At this juncture, I hope readers note our domain. Ha ha ha, roasting? What a pedestrian method of cooking. Art requires elevation. The pig-faced professor emitted a shrill, piercing laugh, his greasy palms clapping together. From the shadows, 7 or 8 distorted figures abruptly emerged, grotesque creations charging towards Wayne. Once ordinary individuals, they had been transformed into abominations by the pig-faced professor, a man not only versed in medicine but also in chemistry. He had concocted a certain psychoactive drug that allowed him to exert control over these altered beings. In the realm of chemistry, the scarecrow was far superior to the pig-faced professor. His fear-inducing gas could incapacitate even the likes of Shazam and Superman. However, in terms of sheer repulsiveness, the pig-faced professor reigned supreme, much to Wayne's dismay. Faced with these feeble combatants, Wayne felt no inclination to even shift his stance. Mad Diamond, a dazzling, powder-blue humanoid apparition coalesced behind him, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure and unmatched potency. The shadows of its fists struck like a tempest. The transformed citizens present were mercilessly pummeled, scattering like leaves in a storm. Yet, the Mad Diamond's might was not solely defined by its destructive force. It was also renowned as the ultimate healer. Streams of golden energy, akin to a life-giving spring, surged through each of the altered individuals, their grotesque limbs visibly restoring themselves in mere moments. Regrettably, their eyes remained vacant, the remnants of the drug within them producing mindless howls as they stood there, twitching in confusion. The after-effects of the mental poison were insurmountable. Their consciousness could not be restored. Wayne frowned slightly, while the Mad Diamond, like a wraith, darted forth, delivering precise strikes to the napes of each afflicted individual. With muffled thuds, these unfortunate souls collapsed, rendered harmless. No, my masterpiece is my art. The pig-faced professor, unable to perceive the Mad Diamond, shrieked in horror as he realized that his meticulously crafted minions were being dismantled. With a pig-like scream, he abruptly pressed a crimson button on the surgical table. Boom! The ceiling of the operating room shattered. A shadow engulfed in debris and dust surged forth, resembling a demon returning from the depths of hell, hurtling towards Wayne at an astonishing speed. Damn it! Are you dissatisfied with the renovation fees I demanded? You dare to transform the creature I intended to tame. The figure lunging at Wayne was none other than a claw from the Court of Owls, a creature he had previously captured and imprisoned in a cryogenic chamber, now repurposed by the pig-faced professor. A sinister red glow flickered in the hollow sockets of its eyes, exuding an even more malevolent aura than before. I no longer desire it. The court has plenty. Wayne's face twisted in revulsion. Initially, he had contemplated whether he could train the claw to catch mice, but upon witnessing its current grotesque form, he was instantly repulsed. Boom! Wayne's body erupted with a searing dark red hellfire, his head morphing into a grinning skull, the flames of the 7 deadly sins burning vibrantly atop his cranium, while chains several meters long coiled around his spine and ribs. The claws were forcefully thrown back by the impact of the explosion, yet the undying being quickly rose again, lunging towards Wayne. With no unnecessary movements, the chains upon Wayne's body shot out like lightning, ensnaring the advancing claws with unyielding strength. Infernal flames surged along the chains, searing the cold, undead body of the claws. A ghastly sound erupted from the emotionless throat of the claws. A painful wail forced out as its body writhed and struggled against the burning chains, futilely clawing at them, a glimmer of sanity flickering in its hollow eye sockets. The hellfire inflicted more than mere physical harm. It could also sear the very soul of a being, awakening the consciousness even of a living corpse. In mere seconds, the anguished screams abruptly ceased. Enveloped by the hellfire, the claws disintegrated like a piece of burnt paper, turning to ash from foot to head, leaving no trace of foul odor behind. Now it was time for the main course. Chapter 135. Crafting a series accompanied by Wayne's sinister laughter. An eerie silence fell over the operating room, interrupted only by the crackling of the hellfire and the faint sound of chains scraping against one another. Professor Pigface stood paralyzed, his pride and painstakingly crafted masterpiece reduced to mere ashes before this blazing skeletal monstrosity, unable to withstand even a single encounter. His corpulent form stumbled backward, knocking over surgical instruments that clattered noisily as he stared in terror at the approaching flaming skeleton, emitting a pig-like whimper from his throat. Damn it, apart from Batman, when did Gotham ever see such a freak? It's your turn, you gluttonous Quack. Wayne, echoing with the resonance of hell, unleashed the chains coiling around his arm, which, like a sentient being, ensnared Professor Pigface's fleeing ankle. No, please. I am an artist, creating eternal art, discovering new forms of life. The professor's desperate screams were abruptly silenced by the harsh sound of dragging, as he was violently pulled back, crashing heavily at Wayne's feet. Wayne's iron grip clasped around the professor's pudgy chin, forcing him to raise his gaze to meet the hollow, burning eyes filled with malevolence. Your so-called art is less intriguing than the overlapping wild dogs found on the roadside. Every drop of mental poison you injected to satisfy your selfish desires carries the pain and despair that awaits you in the depths of hell. Look into my eyes. Wayne's voice resonated with undeniable authority, his gaze igniting with a fiery cross, declaring judgment upon him. You are guilty. The professor's pig mask was shattered by an unseen force, revealing a grotesquely contorted face twisted in sheer terror, his eyes widening to their limits, reflecting the dancing, seven-colored flames. The first sin, gluttony. Professor Pigface felt as though he had been ensconced within a colossal stomach, perpetually filled with decaying sustenance. His own fat, akin to seething tar, obstructed every pore and organ, the sensation of suffocation intertwined with an insatiable hunger, driving him to the brink of madness as he retched without producing anything. The second sin, greed. A tide of coins transformed into molten gold, seeping into his every orifice and vein, searing his insides and congealing upon his heart, each pulsation a tormenting agony, rendering him a motionless golden statue. The third sin, sloth. Professor Pigface's body languished in a viscous, foul-smelling mire, every inch of his skin infested with maggots. He yearned to break free, but lacked the strength even to lift a finger, resigning himself to the despairing sounds of the larvae feasting upon his flesh. The fourth sin, wrath. He found himself amidst an endless battlefield, besieged by countless souls he had previously wronged, their furious assaults tearing at him, each strike a vivid pain, while all the anger he had amassed fueled the blazing fire of his suffering, scorching his very soul. The seven deadly sins, a torment akin to 7 layers of hell, passed in mere seconds of real time. Yet for Professor Pigface, they felt like an eternity of unimaginable torture. As the flames of the seventh sin, lust, extinguished in his eyes, his corpulent form suddenly stiffened, collapsing as if every bone had been extricated, his face contorted in a manner that transcended fear. His eyes bulged, pupils dilated, devoid of any spark of life. Only an abyss of silence remained. On the operating table, Wayne's fiery silhouette and a soulless husk merged. The flames of the inferno gradually receding, Wayne regained his human form, his fists clenched. In the operating room, alongside Professor Pigface, a multitude of corpses ignited collectively, reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Wayne muttered curses. Damn that pig-ass head. What a disgrace to my domain. I must call Batman to renovate this place. He then departed the infernal realm without a backward glance. In Gotham's East End, deep within an alley rife with flowing sewage, stood an unremarkable, dilapidated clinic, its exterior peeling, doors and windows nailed shut, a remnant of Wayne's former practice. This establishment had long been forgotten since Wayne's relocation, even vagrants steering clear of its ominous aura. However, after being reclaimed by Bruce, it underwent lavish renovations at no expense, transforming into a brand-new bat-safe haven. As the latest construction, only Bruce and Alfred knew of its existence. Even the Angel of Death, who occupied the Batcave, remained unaware of its location. At this moment, deep within the Clinic's subterranean depths, the air was frigid and oppressive, permeated with the scents of disinfectants and various pharmaceuticals. Bright lights illuminated this realm, filled with advanced technological apparatus. Yet they could not dispel the shadows haunting each heart present. Bruce Wayne lay upon the central hospital bed, his body ensnared by a complex spinal fixation apparatus. His bare torso was swathed in blood-soaked bandages, and his complexion was as pallid as parchment, cold sweat saturating his hair and the sheets beneath him. Even in his unconscious state, his body trembled incessantly, his lips twitching, uttering fragmented words of anguish. "Don't go there, it's too dark. Don't go. Bane defeated me. He utterly shattered me." These chaotic utterances coalesced into a manifestation of Bruce's crumbling psyche, haunted by the specter of the second Robin, Jason's tragic demise, which had long lingered in his heart as an insurmountable obstacle. The shadows of his childhood alleys, coupled with the immense pressure accumulated over 3 months of pursuing escapees from Arkham and Blackgate prisons, surged forth like a flood after Bane's devastating blow, overwhelming his once steel resolve. Barbara sat beside him, her hands pressed tightly over her mouth, tears silently tracing paths down her cheeks as she beheld the once unshakable mentor, the Dark Knight of Gotham, now reduced to this state of delirium and wounds, a sight too painful to endure. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Barbara turned away, her shoulders shaking violently. Upon returning to Gotham, Dick immediately stepped forward, enveloping Barbara in a tight embrace, resting his chin upon her hair, softly reassuring her, "It will be all right, little Barbara. We shall reclaim Gotham, and Bruce will recover." Yet, his own voice was hoarse, his clenched fists betraying the strain of his exertion, nails digging painfully into his palms. Droplets of blood falling upon the cold floor, his eyes ablaze with fury, mingled with an inexpressible sorrow and helplessness. Damien, like a wounded young lion, paced anxiously within the confined space, his uniform tattered in several places, revealing bruises of a deep purple hue beneath. A blood-soaked bandage adhered to his brow. Witnessing his father's suffering, he could endure no longer and unsheathed his sword, severing the nearby metallic supports. "Bane and that impostor will not see the dawn of tomorrow." Damien's eyes were bloodshot, his voice sharp with rage. Indeed, his ability to restrain himself thus far was a testament to his considerable self-control, for 3 months earlier he would have charged forth with his blade drawn. "Damien!" Tim, the third Robin, called sharply, stepping forward to grasp the young warrior's shoulder, restraining his impulsive advance. Tim was not among the most combat-skilled of the Robins, compounded by the brevity of his training period and the injuries he had sustained. His complexion was pale, his left shoulder in a sling, a bandage wrapped around his bleeding right eye, one leg evidently injured from arduous battles. He struggled to maintain his composure, reasoning, "Bane possesses intellect rivaling Batman's and strength far exceeding his. The Death Angel's suit is equipped with combat data on all of us. Allowing Paul to rely on the suit not only enhances his capabilities across the board, but also enables real-time analysis of our habits, weaknesses, and strategies during combat. Our prior coordinated assault failed because our every move was anticipated." Frustrated, Damien grasped his head. "Then what do you propose we do? Shall we simply watch as those madmen roam free? If we can successfully treat Bruce, everything will fall into place." Tim sighed, noting that the highest privileges of the Batcave had been forcibly transferred to the Death Angel, while the only remaining Batman lay in a state of unconsciousness. Their condition was far from optimal, significantly escalating the difficulty of reclaiming Gotham. "Have we managed to establish contact with Wayne?" Dick, looking haggard, pondered. Wayne's unparalleled medical prowess was Bruce's only hope for salvation. Frankly, despite his seemingly eccentric demeanor in Batman's absence, he was the only viable option to confront the Death Angel and his formidable armor. Due to Wayne's incomplete intelligence and lack of data on the armor, the compulsive Bruce intended to compile comprehensive information before crafting a specialized series of countermeasures for this dubious doctor. Examples included the anti-Doctor Strange armor, Anti-Moon Knight armor, Anti-Ghost Rider armor, and Anti-Wayne armor. Chapter 136. Missing person broadcast. Dick rubbed his throbbing temples, recalling the eccentric doctor. Any news regarding Wayne? If he were here, Bruce's condition would not have deteriorated to this extent. At the mere mention of the name, Damien's expression soured, akin to a bitter taste. And he interrupted Dick with a scoff. That charlatan? Humph. He claimed he would be out for 3 days. It's been 3 months without so much as a trace. Damien's tone was laced with the bitterness of being stood up. Barbara sighed, adding, "We have attempted to reach him, but whether through cell phone or encrypted channels, our efforts have been in vain. With Gotham's signals intercepted by Bane and the Bat Network under the control of the Death Angel, hope is dim." Tim's understanding of Wayne was limited to the fragments shared by Dick and Damien. He furrowed his brow, observing the agonizing Bruce on the hospital bed, refraining from voicing his thoughts, and silently marking potential action routes on the holographic map. Another suffocating silence ensued, yet each member of the Bat family exhibited remarkable mental resilience. After a brief moment of despondency, Dick inhaled deeply, forcing himself to rally. "All right, lamenting will not resolve our issues. We must rely on ourselves." Currently, Bane occupied the upper city, with City Hall as a stronghold, fortified by a nuclear bomb as his ultimate threat. The Death Angel and his Holy Knight Brigade commanded the industrial district and port of Lower Gotham, employing the technological advantages of the Batcave for oppressive control. Dick pointed to the fragmented regions on the map. "Aside from this secret base, we can ally with the police and local gangs who have been pushed to their limits. Our advantages lie in mobility, familiarity with the city, and the fact that we are not their primary targets. If we can create a strong electromagnetic pulse to sever the Death Angel's control over the armor, that could change the game," Tim interjected, "pulling up data on the Death Angel. Or we could identify the core weakness of that armor," Barbara suggested, gesturing towards the Death Angel's suit. "Bruce's systems surely have contingencies in place. We could also opt to locate Bane's nuclear bomb." Damien stated emphatically. The Angel of Death failed to vanquish Bane due to the fear that the nuclear bomb might be detonated. If we successfully locate the nuclear bomb and convey this information to the Angel of Death without revealing our identities, they will inevitably turn on one another. While everyone racked their brains and collaborated in the desperate mire to seek a glimmer of hope, a deliberately annoying and utterly obnoxious voice echoed through the Gotham night, so loud that even those within the base could hear it. "Hey, welcome to your Gotham, my heart. A true hero is I, your Moonlight Knight." Now, for the music segment, the first song is dedicated to our old friend, Batman, presenting the lyrics, "I am the night. I am fear. I am my waist. Bane, take it easy. Oh, my back." The crowd responded. The second song is dedicated to our elegant aerial acrobat, Nightwing, who loves to admire his own posterior, presenting the song, "Watch me spin 3.5 times, landing as steady as a dog. Oh no, I slipped. Thankfully, I landed on my backside, but please don't use your abs to cushion it." Dick, the third song is dedicated to our feisty little brat, Son of the Bat, presenting the music, "My swordsmanship is unparalleled. I am the best. Daddy, look at me. Daddy, why are you lying on the ground? Daddy, wake up, please. I'm crying." Damien, replay, "I am a knight. I am fear. I am a bat's old back." Inside the underground base, a deathly silence descended. Dick Grayson, Gotham's most vibrant Robin, now Nightwing, displayed an array of expressions. First bewilderment, followed by confusion, then disbelief, and finally, his entire face along with his ears flushed crimson, his toes digging into the ground as if he wished to excavate a bat cave to hide within. "This is slander. I never use my skin to cushion anyone's abs. This is a damnable defamation," Dick exclaimed loudly, asserting that he was not that kind of person. Damian Wayne, who would one day become the perfect Robin, had his small face flushed with rage, his grip on the sword hilt turning white from exertion, the mimicry of his crying tone more excruciating than Bane's fists. Damien erupted in a furious roar. "What is this idiot doing? I will kill him." Barbara covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking violently, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Tim choked on his saliva, coughing, and even the grieving Alfred struggled to suppress a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth. That voice, that irritating style, those outrageous lyrics, Wayne. Dick and Damien shouted in unison, filled with unparalleled shame and fury. Above Gotham, Wayne was leisurely weaving through the towering skyscrapers on his ghostly motorcycle. one hand gripping the handlebars while the other held a military-grade megaphone he had somehow procured, transforming into a hawker at the bustling market or a nocturnal street performer. Wayne engaged in the most grassroots of activities, endlessly playing a song crafted specifically for the Bat family. To this day, he had already traversed half of Gotham with them. Wayne could not help but hum along with the recording blaring from the loudspeaker, exclaiming with delight, "Ah, the artistic rendition is quite splendid, truly invigorating." However, his ostentatious behavior naturally drew the fervent attention of two factions. From the lower city, several armed pickups emblazoned with dark red sanctum insignia roared forth, with gunmen atop the vehicles unleashing a frenzy of gunfire towards Wayne in the air, fervently shouting, "Blasphemer, accept your judgment." Meanwhile, from the upper city, modified helicopters equipped with rocket pods swiftly ascended, aiming to encircle him, their missiles trailing fiery tails as they howled through the night. "Do you think I'm a nuisance?" Wayne scoffed, rolling his eyes. "Such poor manners. Do you not understand the romance of nighttime broadcasting?" Faced with these nameless ruffians, Wayne couldn't be bothered to disguise his voice. The front-mounted 127mm Gatling cannons on his hellish motorcycle roared with an ear-splitting growl, unleashing a relentless barrage of armor-piercing rounds, mercilessly dousing the oncoming assailants. Boom! The armed pickups erupted into fiery orbs, while helicopters burst into a dazzling display of pyrotechnics in the sky. Wayne, gracefully maneuvering his motorcycle, glided through the inferno of explosions. The local gang members, who had initially intended to join the fray, scattered in terror upon glimpsing the iconic flaming motorcycle and the Moonlight Knight's attire. "It's that madman who calls himself a doctor. The Moonlight Knight has returned, run. Don't provoke him. Last time he single-handedly chased us down 3 streets, just because we didn't purchase his health products." The local gang members retreated in a panic, much swifter than their arrival. Wayne nodded in satisfaction. "Now, this is more like it. An appreciation for art is a sign of potential." Chapter 137. Just back from saving the world as Wayne's nighttime broadcast was about to envelop Gotham's old district, 2 agile figures finally leaped from the edge of a rooftop, following the sound's source, landing not far in front of Wayne. It was a breathless Dick, whose face appeared as dark as the bottom of a pot, and a scowling Damien, whose expression suggested he was ready to kill. "Wayne," Dick shouted, rushing forward and pointing at the loudspeaker in Wayne's hand. "Shut off that foolish device immediately. If you continue, I won't be able to walk the streets of Gotham anymore. No, it's worse. I'll be utterly humiliated." Dick could already envision a future where everyone would be staring at his backside. Damien, however, was less agitated than Dick, merely crossing his arms, his little face taut, glaring at Wayne with eyes as sharp as daggers. All their previous banter was merely that. It was impossible for him to resort to violence. Such a thought was utterly out of the question. Damien's past experiences with the iron-fisted education of Wayne had imparted upon him the understanding that those who resort to violence and foul language, such as this wretched doctor, seldom meet a favorable end. In order to avoid being hoisted by his underwear and suspended from a tree, Damien forcefully suppressed his anger and inquired, "Where on earth have you been for the past 3 months? Have you simply vanished into thin air?" Upon finally reuniting with Dick and the others, Wayne leisurely switched off the loudspeaker, replacing his demeanor with one of solemnity. He adjusted an imaginary tie and, with a tone reminiscent of someone who had just saved the galaxy, proclaimed, "I was off saving the world, you see. My schedule has been rather demanding, considering my patients are scattered across the globe and even the multiverse. Gotham is merely one stop on my journey." Damien and Dick exchanged glances, both reflecting a shared expression of disbelief at Wayne's nonsensical ramblings. Their lack of information regarding the Philadelphia incident stemmed from their preoccupation with the chaos in Gotham, leaving them little time to delve into the details. Furthermore, with Gotham subsequently overtaken by the Death Angel and Bane, the issues in Philadelphia had long been cast aside in their minds. Noticing their skeptical expressions, Wayne shrugged, unperturbed by the need to clarify. Eventually, when he summoned Clark to Gotham for a Justice League meeting, they would comprehend who truly upheld Gotham's reputation. Presently, he began contemplating how to orchestrate a grand spectacle with Clark and the others. "Enough of the trivialities," Wayne remarked, adopting a serious tone as he turned to Dick. "Where's Bruce?" Old Gordon mentioned that he was beaten by Bane like a 3-year-old child, crying uncontrollably. "What a pity that I missed such a memorable scene." Had I known, I would have installed a live streaming camera. Wayne feigned deep sorrow, as if he had missed out on a fortune. Dick's mouth twitched in response, battling the urge to lash out, yet unable to maintain a serious demeanor. Wayne, could you kindly be quiet and check on Bruce? His condition is dire. All right, lead the way. Wayne acquiesced with a nod, patting the Ghost Rider and stating, hop in. I'll let you experience the thrill of the infernal ride. Dick and Damien exchanged glances at the flaming seats, resolutely shaking their heads in refusal. No way. It's too conspicuous. It will reveal the location of our base. Under Dick and Damien's guidance, the trio traversed the shadows atop Gotham's rooftops like phantoms, skillfully avoiding several firefights and patrols. They reached the ground, lifted a manhole cover, and after an hour of winding through the sewers, thoroughly exhausting Wayne, they finally arrived at a dilapidated, abandoned clinic. As Wayne entered the transformed, revitalized underground base, he began to point out various features. So, this old rascal Bruce took it upon himself to remodel my former clinic while I was away? This is an invasion of personal privacy. Let us settle the renovation expenses. His complaints resonated oddly in the tense silence, yet no one paid him any mind. It was Barbara, however, who, upon catching sight of Wayne, erupted with exuberant joy. Dr. Wayne, you have finally arrived. Tim, despite his injuries, mustered the strength to rise and politely greeted Wayne, saying, Dr. Elias, good day. I am Tim Drake, the current Robin. Tim was particularly intrigued by this legendary physician, for he was the only one capable of evoking such a myriad of expressions from Batman and his companions. Alfred, upon seeing Wayne, brightened, tears welling in his eyes as he leaned closer to Bruce, his voice choked with emotion. Master, Dr. Wayne has arrived. You have not been destroyed. Hope still lingers. Gotham needs you. Wayne approached the bedside and gently patted Alfred's trembling shoulder, reassuring him, calm down. Alfred, with me here, your master will not perish. A blue stream of data flickered in Wayne's eyes, and a report on the patient's injuries materialized instantaneously. The diagnosis articulated with remarkable clarity. Crushed vertebrae at levels 6 to 8, severe nerve compression, fractured third and fourth ribs on the left side, with one end penetrating the lower left lobe of the lung, leading to a pneumothorax. Severe concussion accompanied by slight intracranial bleeding. There were indications of severe dehydration and electrolyte imbalance, though fortunately, those have been addressed. Wayne's gaze settled on Bruce's contorted face, and he stroked his chin, remarking, however, the most troubling issue is the outbreak of acute post-traumatic symptoms, coupled with severe dissociative symptoms and hallucinations, exacerbated by the cumulative physiological and psychological collapse from prolonged high-intensity activities. While he could easily address the physical injuries, the challenge lay in restoring Bruce's mental state. In the midst of Wayne's contemplation, the delirious Bruce seemed to sense something, suddenly extending a weak yet surprisingly strong hand to grasp Wayne's arm. His eyes, half open and unfocused, yet fixed intently on Wayne, he muttered incoherently, Wayne, defeat. Let Paul become Batman and protect Gotham in my stead. Is that a call for me to don the Batman guise and conquer the Angel of Death, or something? Although Bruce's words were vague, they did not hinder Wayne's actions. A radiant smile illuminated his face as his unoccupied left hand swiftly retrieved a camcorder from his pocket, activating the recording function with agility. Once the camera was positioned, he thrust it into Dick's hands. Quickly. Steady now. Capture this moment clearly. This is a historic occasion. The Batman designating his heir. High definition, 360-degree coverage. Remember to catch my majestic profile. Wayne directed with rapid-fire commands while cheerfully pressing on Bruce's shoulder, adopting an overly theatrical tone reminiscent of soothing a child. All right. Old Bat, don't worry. I promise you it's just becoming Batman. No big deal, I've got this. I guarantee I'll thrash that imposter so thoroughly he won't recognize himself. Leave Gotham to me, and you can rest easy. Dick, holding the camcorder, wore a conflicted expression, sensing that Bruce did not mean what Wayne implied, yet feeling it inappropriate to interject at that moment. Bruce appeared oblivious to Wayne's reassurances, lost in his own agonizing realm, his words becoming increasingly heart-wrenching. Despite your foolishness and utter lack of funds, unable even to afford second-hand undergarments, you are, at the very least, a good person. Wayne, indeed, it strikes deep, but fortunately, it is Wayne's heart that bears the brunt. With a stoic expression, Wayne confirmed once more that this dark individual was indeed troubled in mind, rather than merely putting on an act, and then he circled the sickbed several times. Suddenly, his eyes lit up like a searchlight, and he hurriedly inquired of Dick, "My dear nephew, how long has it been since your old bat has been unable to attend to his own needs since his last visit to the restroom?" About 8 or 9 hours. Why do you ask? Is this relevant to his treatment?" Upon hearing this, Wayne's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Quick, lift the covers. This is a golden opportunity, a high-definition portrayal of Bruce Wayne, a one-of-a-kind recording in the world. If we miss it, there will be no second chance." Dick replied, "Are you here to witness a spectacle or to provide care?" Chapter 138. The Dark Knight returns. Dick awoke from his stupor, observing Wayne's eager demeanor, completely devoid of seriousness, which nearly incited him to smash the camera into Wayne's face. He hastily shoved the camera back into Wayne's pocket, gritting his teeth as he said, "Enough, old sage. We have already cleaned up, so don't entertain any ridiculous notions." He felt as though he were on the brink of hypertension at such a young age, an overwhelming surge of frustration building within him. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the urge to strangle Wayne and refrained from taking any commemorative photographs, as he still wished to preserve some dignity for his father. Thus, he wearily asked, "Wayne, does Bruce have any hope of recovery? You can't possibly intend to be his lifelong caretaker and seize the opportunity to capture his embarrassing moments for blackmail against Wayne Enterprises, can you?" Upon hearing that there would be no Batman portrait to capture, Wayne's excitement visibly deflated, replaced by a profound sense of regret and disdain. The latter statement indeed held merit, while the former was entirely unnecessary. Wayne pouted, "TCH, how dull. Be a caretaker? To be Batman and help him in his old age? What a fanciful notion. My time is exceedingly precious, you know." Setting aside his playful demeanor, his gaze sharpened with focus as he leaned closer to Bruce. A phantom of pale blue energy emanated from his hand, striking Bruce's face with a powerful blow. Crack! The resounding sound echoed throughout the base, as the chaotic energy enveloped Bruce's broken form and immediately initiated the healing process. The crisp, melodious sound of bones realigning filled the air as shattered vertebrae, under the guidance of blue light, returned to their rightful positions, reconnecting and mending, liberating the compressed nerves. Wayne casually tore away the unnecessary supportive braces. Ribs that had pierced the lung were gently extracted by an unseen force, their fractured ends seamlessly closing as if they were never broken. The ruptures in the lung healing instantaneously. The congealed blood within the skull was swiftly redirected, dissolved, and ultimately vanished completely. Chapped lips regained their rosy hue, and the pallor of Bruce's face swiftly blossomed with the flush of health. The trauma on a physical level was swiftly healed under the remarkable restorative powers of the Mad Diamond. However, this was merely the beginning. While bodily injuries are manageable, the collapse of Bruce's mental world, entwined with decades of suffering, guilt, fear, and self-doubt, presented a far more formidable affliction. Wayne's gaze sharpened as he commanded, "Come forth." His hand reached above Bruce's head, grasping at the air as ominous, colorful flames ignited, manifesting the 7 deadly sins in 7 insatiable, invisible mouths. A roar erupted. Filled with anguish, despair, and ferocity, a thick, inky black mist was forcibly drawn out, coalescing into a massive shadow of a bat. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at this dark bat, composed of negative emotions. It was evident that this entity was far from benevolent. Wayne could not help but click his tongue in admiration. Impressive, as expected of Batman. Even the mental detritus from his breakdown is of such high quality, surpassing the negativity generated from the Philadelphia incident. Before he could proceed with his next action, the Bat Shadow unexpectedly launched an assault on Wayne. To his astonishment, it managed to evade his control, striking him with a resounding impact. "Damn!" Wayne exclaimed as he was propelled backward, rolling several times on the ground before being assisted by Dick and Tim. Meanwhile, Damien, observing from the sidelines, turned away to conceal his laughter. Well, that was quite a blow. Wiping the blood from his face, Wayne noticed the Bat Shadow beginning to retreat. Enraged, he thought, "You dare offend me and attempt to escape? Not so easily." Unable to contain his fury, Wayne stepped forward, gently slicing his palm, allowing a drop of radiant, golden blood, exuding a warm and sacred aura, to emerge. He carefully placed this drop upon Bruce's forehead, swiftly sealing his palm as it healed. Should this technique fail, he would have Constantine eat Bane's foot on the spot. Suddenly, as if a drop of molten lava had fallen into a tranquil lake, golden ripples radiated from Bruce's brow, gently merging within him. This drop contained the pure, angelic power of the bald Gabriel, a true bane to all malevolence. Wayne hoped that the supreme mage would lend him strength. He could not afford to be humiliated, or else he would have to summon Lucifer himself. Fortunately, despite Gabriel's occasional folly, his angelic powers proved reliable. As the blood took effect, the bat's shadow emitted a piercing shriek, retracting as if scalded by hot oil, bursting forth entirely. "Come here," Wayne exclaimed, grasping the bat's shadow, initially intending to refine it instantaneously, but as he drew it in, he realized something. The object in hand was abundant and of high quality, and within it, the 7 deadly sins seemed to stir with an exhilarating energy, restoring considerable strength and exhibiting a restless demeanor, concerned that chaos might ensue. Wayne could not help but twitch his lips, halting the refinement process. He instead retrieved a strand of iridescent silk from the system's space, binding the wretched bat tightly, and proceeded to inscribe several sealing incantations with a marker before placing it inside a box. During this interval of sealing away negative emotions, the true potency of the golden blood began to manifest. The long-standing internal injuries and old scars accumulated by Bruce over the years vanished entirely under the influence of this power. As the golden radiance gradually flowed into Bruce's being, he abruptly opened his eyes, and the depths of his gaze were no longer marred by pain and decay. The sharp brilliance of the dark night erupted anew from within. Almost instantaneously upon opening his eyes, Bruce's body unleashed a strength far surpassing that of an ordinary man, akin to a beast breaking free from chains. As he propelled himself from the medical bed and landed firmly on the ground, eagerly, he began to test his body, executing several swift jabs that cut through the air, followed by rapid kicks and agile backflips, side kicks, and elbow strikes. Each movement fluid and lightning fast, exuding a palpable sense of power. Bruce could distinctly feel the surging power within him, more potent than during his peak, his bones seemingly forged through countless trials, and his mind clearer than ever. The heavy gloom that had enveloped his heart dissipated. The dark night of Gotham had returned. In disbelief, Bruce paused, gazing down at his clenched fists, marveling at this revitalized body brimming with vitality. Even he could not suppress a sense of wonder. There were no side effects. It rivaled, if not surpassed, the waters of Lazarus from the League of Assassins. Bruce lifted his head, casting a complex look towards Wayne, who wore a smug expression, and solemnly remarked, "Thank you, Wayne. I shall remember this favor." However, Wayne did not respond. He was currently staring blankly at the ceiling, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Chapter 139. What are your odds against Bane and his ilk? Ahem. Oh, no need for pleasantries. We are practically family. Regaining his composure, Wayne immediately began to climb up the pole, his face alight with a brilliant smile, rubbing his hands together as he inched closer. Bruce felt an inexplicable shiver run down his spine, a foreboding sense of unease creeping in. With a sly glint in his eye, Wayne leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "By the way, Bruce, now that you've acknowledged the favor, it's the perfect time to repay it. That new gear you're sporting is absolutely stunning. Let us take a picture together. Don't worry, I'll make sure to take plenty, so everyone will see." Bruce Wayne, the Dark Knight of Gotham, having just been pulled back from the brink of hell, endowed with a physique and spirit surpassing his prime, found himself frozen in place, caught off guard by Wayne's remark before he could even revel in his triumph. The eternally stoic visage of the Dark Knight rarely betrayed emotion. Yet a fleeting crack appeared, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch momentarily. Nevertheless, Batman remained unwavering, his resolve as solid as granite. Bruce inhaled deeply, forcing himself to dismiss the humiliation that the scene had inflicted upon him, allowing his expression to revert to its usual, impassive demeanor, as if he had heard nothing at all. He felt a tinge of gratitude for his disciplined eating habits. He only indulged in rich, greasy foods during social occasions. For otherwise, the thought of such flavors was simply unimaginable. As Bruce feigned ignorance, a timely savior emerged. Alfred, ever perceptive, appeared like a guardian angel, presenting a neatly folded, Glistening spalbasri. The seasoned butler wore a look of relief mixed with a barely perceptible smile, hastily advancing to draw the curtains around Bruce's hospital bed. From behind the fabric, a swift, rustling sound ensued, and within mere seconds, the curtains were flung open. Gotham's Dark Knight, Batman, stood resolutely before them once more. Clad in his ebony armor, his robust frame exuded an air of suffocating authority, his cold gaze peering from beneath the pointed cowl, while his grand cape cascaded behind him. Disregarding the earlier image of a man in pajamas, this was undeniably a magnificent entrance. Wayne regarded the formidable Batman before him, recalling the now incinerated pajama bottoms that Alfred had taken away, and he lamented softly, "Ah, what a pity to lose such a unique collector's item." Bruce, entirely dismissive of Wayne's murmurs, acted as though their prior conversation regarding the new equipment had never transpired. His piercing gaze swept across the gathered members of the Bat family, Dick, Barbara, Tim, Damian, Alfred, and finally, Wayne, each bearing a subtle smile. It was their presence that had sustained him, enabling him to rise once more. "Well, well, well." "The old Bat is smiling," a cheeky voice chimed in, causing Bruce's face to redden with indignation faster than a performer in a Sichuan opera. He hardened his expression, his voice low and laden with authority, declaring, "Time is of the essence. We shall commence the tactical meeting immediately." Bruce strode purposefully to the holographic display, which unfurled a three-dimensional map of Gotham, clearly marking the territories of Bane and the Death Angel, alongside their vulnerable areas. His fingers danced rapidly across the virtual screen as he spoke with clarity despite his rapid pace. Bane's core lies within the City Hall. The nuclear weapon is concealed and requires intelligence gathering to ascertain its location. The Death Angel has entrenched himself in the Batcave, leveraging its technological advantages to surveil the entire city. His sanctified knights are well equipped, and their armor boasts formidable capabilities, posing the greatest obstacle to our mission. Our next objective is wait. Wayne interjected, confusion etched across his face as he gazed at Bruce, who had already begun issuing tactical orders. Weren't you just incapacitated and delirious? How do you possess such clarity regarding Gotham's situation? Even Batman, who neglects the collection of intelligence, seems poised to leap directly into action. Bruce cast a cautious glance at Wayne and casually explained, "At that time, I was affected by the state of mind, rendering me incapable of deep thought. However, my mind has continuously recorded the intelligence discussed in the base, and now that I have regained my faculties, those impediments no longer exist." Wayne narrowed his eyes, feeling that this situation bore little distinction from cheating. Despite being on the brink of collapse and resembling madness, his mind had managed to retain information. Bruce continued, "Our objective is straightforward: to neutralize the nuclear threat, defeat Bane and the Death Angel, and ultimately restore order to Gotham. The plan consists of 3 steps: Nightwing and Batgirl. You are tasked with collaborating with Gordon's precinct and any local gangs willing to cooperate, instigating widespread chaos in the lower city to draw the main forces of the Sanctum Knights, ensuring they believe this is our primary offensive direction. Robin, Damian, you are to repair the Bat signal, broadcasting my return across Gotham to instill fear in the criminals, granting us sufficient time to act. I will utilize the special ventilation ducts that remain undetected by Bane, attempting to restore communication between Gotham and the outside world." Bruce's gaze settled finally on Wayne. Before he could utter a word, Wayne straightened up, exuding bravado. "No problem, leave it to me. I'll fly to City Hall, drag that steroid-infused Bane out for a good beating, or perhaps storm the Batcave and strip that counterfeit Batman, hanging him from the clock tower." However, he had a few ideas of his own. Clearing his throat, Wayne began to share his insights. "Here is the plan. I'll ride my motorcycle, blasting a loudspeaker that loops a parody of Bane and the Death Angel, luring them to an open area. Then I'll shout, 'In the name of Batman, I shall vanquish you,' and charge at them for a thorough thrashing. Quick, efficient, and environmentally friendly. Enough." Batman's expression darkened, his breathing growing heavy. He felt the impulse to slam the operational plan board against Wayne's face. Suppressing that urge, he resolved not to allow Wayne the liberty of improvisation, directly inquiring, "Nightwing's plan remains unchanged, but Wayne, I must make it clear. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, you may very well confront the fully armed Death Angel or Bane himself. Given the constraints of avoiding the nuclear threat preventing large-scale destruction and safeguarding civilians while minimizing damage to public property. How long do you believe you can hold them off? Or rather, what are the odds of your victory against them? This directly impacts our subsequent contingency plans and overall success rate. This question was pivotal, necessitating Wayne's absolute self-assessment of his capabilities. Upon hearing this, Wayne promptly dispelled his playful demeanor, furrowing his brow as if contemplating a matter of cosmic significance. He stroked his chin, gazing intently at the ceiling before lowering his eyes to the floor. He even counted on his fingers, taking several minutes to deliberate before finally raising his head. With an expression of utmost seriousness and conviction, he resolutely delivered his answer. 10 minutes. Having not yet recovered from the fever, I shall take a day off and remain on intravenous fluids, allowing myself to regain strength, with the intention of compensating in the following 2 days. Chapter 140. The fee for a piece of anti-bat armor if both of us engage together. It should take around 10 minutes, Wayne mused while stroking his chin, providing a specific estimate. 10 minutes? Dick's spirits lifted. Are you implying that amidst the joint assault of Death, Angel, and Bane, you can endure for 10 minutes? That is quite impressive. His impression of Wayne's abilities was still based on their sole encounter months prior, after which he had not faced any further challenges, leading him to believe that merely holding off one of them would be commendable. To maintain only 10 minutes would be tantamount to retirement on the spot. Wayne shook his head, casting a curious glance at Dick. After a brief pause, he added nonchalantly, "It's actually 8 minutes, just enough to suit my status," followed by delivering a couple of dramatic lines for flair, and finally using the last 2 minutes to dispatch both of them. Dick rolled his eyes, recognizing the predictability of the response, though he felt no particular surprise. Bruce, feeling the remnants of the spinal adjustment Wayne had just performed beginning to throb again, took a deep breath, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he spoke. "Very well, let us consider an alternative scenario. If we disregard any consequences, with no limitations on the level of destruction, and you are permitted to employ any means necessary, how long would you require to resolve the situation?" This time, Wayne did not hesitate. He extended his right hand, forming a gesture for 8, and then raised his left hand with the index and middle fingers, indicating 2. After a moment's thought, he added his index finger, signifying 3. "What does that mean?" Bruce inquired, frowning. Wayne grinned widely, displaying a set of pearly whites, and confidently declared, "It means in 1 second I can cleave that steroid-injecting fiend, Master Bane, into 8 pieces. Then, with the remaining 8 seconds, I shall turn Gotham upside down, dragging that elusive fraud out of his rat hole. And in the final second, I shall slice him and his tin can in half. Considering that the anti-Bane armor was crafted from your considerable financial resources, I shall exceptionally grant him an additional 2 seconds of terminal care, totaling 3 seconds, ensuring that he will be unrecognizable even to his own mother." Bruce, observing Wayne's earnest expression that conveyed he was not jesting, fell silent for a moment. While he suspected Wayne's sanity might be questionable, he did not perceive him as the arrogant type, leading him to conclude that Wayne was likely speaking truthfully. "The general plan remains unchanged," Bruce resumed, "though the details require refinement." He gestured towards the municipal area, updating, "Before I neutralize the nuclear threat, I will assist in restoring Gotham's network signals. During this time, Wayne, I need you to proceed to Bane's location." Wayne's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is the hero making his entrance? After I give him a thorough beating that leaves him utterly incapacitated, I shall present him with a grand gift pack of diapers. Bruce disregarded his jesting and continued, "I require you to decisively vanquish Bane within 5 minutes." He emphasized the word publicly, explaining, "I will simultaneously commandeer the city's surveillance system, broadcasting this confrontation on every functional screen in Gotham, the municipal square's large display, the subway station boards, even the mobile devices of those gangsters, to triumph over Bane with overwhelming force, demonstrating a staggering disparity in strength to subdue Gotham's rampant criminals," was the revised plan. Wayne's smile instantly radiated with a malevolence akin to Gotham's sun, as he remarked, "A public execution? A live broadcast? Let all the ne'er-do-wells of Gotham witness their new king being ground into the earth." "Bruce, my impassive Bruce, you have finally come to your senses. This grand endeavor of justice should have been entrusted to me long ago. And while we're at it, why not provide Gotham's citizens with an unforgettable lesson in safety through a live broadcast?" Wayne tossed his hair back, as if envisioning himself basking in the spotlight. triumphantly stepping upon Bane, reveling in the moment of public adoration. By the way, what of the Angel of Death? Wayne inquired eagerly. Shall I dispose of him as well? A 2-for-1 deal, delivered right to your doorstep? Bruce's gaze sharpened suddenly, two icy stares piercing through the secret base toward the Batcave. He shook his head and solemnly stated, Batman must be the one to defeat Batman. The Angel of Death is my responsibility. I chose him. I allowed Batman's cape to drape over the wrong shoulders. This error must be rectified by Batman himself. Bruce's tone was laden with heavy remorse and resolve, casting a serious pall over the entire base. The glances exchanged among Dick and the others were rife with concern. It should be noted that the Angel of Death suit was crafted by Batman himself. Its formidable capabilities were self-evident. Coupled with the adversary's access to all the advanced technologies within the Batcave, the challenge was formidable. Bruce did not dwell on this matter further. His eyes swept across Dick, Barbara, Tim, Damian, and Alfred, each bearing some injury and displaying signs of fatigue. Wayne, Bruce turned to him, imploring, before we commence our operation, I need to ask you for a favor. Assist them in healing their wounds. Wayne immediately rolled his eyes and crossed his arms, retorting, Hey, do you really think I'm a volunteer for a charitable organization? I'm not working for free. Treating your spine was one thing, but now you want me to tend to your entire family? Even a landlord has limits. Anticipating this reaction, Bruce merely lifted his chin slightly, exuding an aura of wealth that almost blinded Wayne, the former aristocrat. The price is yours to set, Bruce stated, his tone calm, yet brimming with commanding presence, delivering an overwhelming assertiveness right to Wayne's face. As Wayne inhaled sharply, he felt enveloped by a pungent aroma of copper. However, with a flicker of thought, he realized that money held no sway over Batman, and as an upright and virtuous doctor, how could he possibly capitulate to such mundane matters? Thus, he retorted with irritation, Very well. Then craft me an anti-Batman suit. The latest model, fully equipped, one that could pin you to the ground. He intended this merely as a jest, anticipating that Bruce would refuse on principle or engage in a negotiation, for the very notion of creating armor against oneself seemed absurd. Even in the comics, the anti-Batman suit had never been materialized. It was merely a mysterious artifact given to Superman to combat Batman, a plot thread left dangling by the celestial scribes until the conclusion of a New 52. To Wayne's astonishment, Bruce did not counter his proposal, nor did he exhibit the slightest hesitation. He simply nodded slightly. Very well. The voice of Batman remained as impassive as ever. Huh. Wayne gazed at Bruce in bewilderment, as if he were an extraterrestrial. Had his hearing deteriorated with age, or had he genuinely heard Bruce agree to craft an outfit capable of countering him? He began to question if Bruce had been possessed. After all, did he think he was some neighboring Tony Stark? Bruce offered no further explanation, merely adding, You may collect it once it's completed. Wayne sensed an underlying pitfall, but could not fathom Bruce's enigmatic intentions at that moment. However, obtaining a unique piece of equipment from Batman would undoubtedly grant him a lifetime of bragging rights within the superhero and supervillain circles. What a source of pride. Chapter 141, An Unimaginable Pool of Skills Deal. Fearing Bruce might reconsider, Wayne readily acquiesced, feeling elated and dismissing any concerns about the anti-Batman suit. If it turned out to be flawed, it would have the potential to turn against him as well. He promptly summoned Crazy Diamond, and amidst a flurry of dazzling blue light and a series of melodious chimes, the wounds of Dick and the others swiftly healed. Even the grime on their faces was eradicated. Observing the unscathed Bat family, a flicker of relief passed through Bruce's eyes, quickly overshadowed by a sense of urgency. He yearned to embark on their mission immediately. However, he understood that heroism could not be achieved through reckless bravado. Though Dick and the others were physically restored, they still required time to recuperate mentally. Having experienced the traumatic incident, Bruce recognized the significance of this need. We shall commence our actions tomorrow night, he declared with a tone that brooked no dissent. Everyone, rest immediately, recover your strength, and prepare for the final battle. He understood that acting hastily posed excessive risks. They needed to set out in a state of completeness to ensure their safety. Exchanging glances, Dick and the others longed to rush forth and save Gotham from its dire straits. Yet they comprehended that Bruce's decision was the most rational. They nodded in agreement and retreated to their respective quarters to rest. Wayne yawned, seeking a quiet corner to catch up on his sleep. To the outside world, 3 months have elapsed, However, for Wayne, it has merely been a single day. Just half a day ago, he was engaged in a fierce battle with Black Adam. And after that grueling encounter, he hastily returned without any time for respite. Upon arriving at a modest resting chamber, Wayne had yet another crucial task to attend to before closing his eyes. He needed to select the skills that had been unleashed from the venerable Batman. At last, Wayne comprehended the means to heal and save others, thereby enticing superheroes to bestow upon him golden coins. Merely mending ordinary injuries would not yield skill orbs. The key lay in historically significant wounds. For instance, the first surgery on Barbara, where Batgirl's spine was severed by the Joker during a deadly prank, resulting in her paralysis, later transformed her into Oracle, a fact that Wayne has now altered. The second instance involved resolving John Constantine's inner turmoil, leading to reconciliation with his estranged father, which also constituted a historically significant ailment. The third case, involving the Bat, speaks for itself. The Fall of the Night is a momentous event etched in history, rivaling even the deadly prank. For Bruce, the most profound impact perhaps stemmed from the death of his family, specifically the demise of Jason. Wayne had long coveted Batman skills, and now he was on the brink of realizing his desire. The martial arts master was proficient in 127 combat styles, including Wing Chun, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Kali stick fighting, ancient assassination techniques, and Sith combat arts, making him nearly unmatched in prowess. A linguistic savant fluent in 47 languages, even alien tongues could be mastered swiftly. As a cryptographic expert, he could decipher riddles within 10 seconds. His inventive genius was unfathomable, capable of creating inventions potent enough to rival deities. As a psychological expert, manipulating others' minds was a trivial endeavor. The mastery of vehicles, motorcycles, aircraft, submarines, armored vehicles, and spacecraft was incomprehensible. He ranked among the world's greatest detectives, with reasoning abilities that seemed almost supernatural. His superintelligence served as the repository for the Justice League's brainpower. It is no wonder that Wayne found himself in a stupor after completing Bruce's treatment. In addition to the aforementioned skills, there were over 10 more diverse and non-repetitive talents listed, each at a master level. It was hard to fathom such abilities residing within a mere mortal. But when considering this mortal bore the moniker of Daddy, it became less surprising. As the saying goes, Wayne's mouth watered at the thought of selecting just one from these tantalizing offerings. He felt an overwhelming sadness, akin to the demise of Constantine, at the prospect of having to choose. Perhaps he should let Bane administer several orthopedic packages to Bruce. Thus, the night was destined to be one of profound indecision. At 5:17 a.m., Wayne found himself so entangled in his thoughts that he dozed off, only to awaken again without having made a definitive choice. Waking at such an early hour was clearly not by Wayne's own volition. Dragged from his bed, disheveled with a nest of tousled hair and dark circles under his eyes, he was forcibly pulled by Bruce into the dim, damp depths of the Batman's exclusive sewer system. "Did you truly mistake me for a Japanese person?" Wayne lamented with a heavy nasal tone, his voice echoing long in the cavernous pipe. "The roosters haven't even crowed yet, and your so-called secret mission is merely to show me the sewer system constructed by the Wayne family? Or do you intend for me to experience life in the slums? Perhaps even assist you in cleaning alligator excrement? Let me make it clear, no matter the amount offered, I shall not partake in such tasks. At most, I would kick you in to avoid any hesitation." Bruce, embodying the Dark Knight, moved ahead like a silent silhouette, his cape blending into the shadows beneath the faint emergency lights. His steady, swift strides indicated that he was entirely deaf to Wayne's grievances. "Hurry up and follow," Bruce tersely commanded, expertly navigating the sewer's twists and turns, his movements more adept than even Dick's. Wayne rolled his eyes, stumbling unevenly while muttering, "I've saved your old back, I've rescued your spirit, and I'm about to save your city. Yet here I am, dragged out early to serve as your personal slave. Capitalists aren't as exploitative as you. No, wait, you are capital itself, the damn capital. Once again, you've ensnared me." Just as Wayne's frustration reached its zenith, Bruce abruptly halted at a relatively dry junction, cluttered with abandoned cables and valves. Turning around with an expression of exasperation, Bruce felt as if a fly were buzzing incessantly in his ear, prompting him to reluctantly explain the purpose of their expedition. "I came to find someone, a helper." "Oh, Who could possibly earn the favor of Batman, prompting you to personally extend an invitation? Wayne inquired, intrigued by this seemingly notable figure in Gotham. However, Bruce withheld the identity of this individual and shifted the conversation, saying, "Death Angel, let Paul, his emergence, his reassembly and control of the Sanctum Knights, his understanding of me, and his swift mastery and utilization of bat tech. All of it seems too convenient, as if orchestrated by a meticulous hand." Wayne stifled a yawn, rubbing his eyes in fatigue, and replied, "So what does that mean? That he is a genius villain, a promising recruit, perhaps the second coming of Mayor?" Bruce disregarded his mockery, activating the mind of the world's greatest detective, and analyzed. It is a fact that Paul's mental state is exceedingly unstable, rendering him susceptible to manipulation. Yet, he lacks the capability for long-term, systematic strategic planning, especially in such a brief span to consolidate resources, suppress Bane, and dominate Gotham's lower districts. This contradicts his behavioral patterns. He resembles a sharp blade, and as a blade, he naturally requires a hand to wield it. Upon hearing this, Wayne's drowsiness instantly dissipated. Bruce's words evoked the memory of an individual, prompting him to narrow his eyes. "Are you referring to?" Bruce nodded, articulating every syllable of Gotham's ultimate nightmare. "The Joker." Chapter 142. The assistant most familiar with the Joker, so was the Joker. Wayne, now fully awake, couldn't help but recall that piercing, shrill laughter, smacking his lips in realization as he nodded knowingly. If it is that circus lunatic, then it is no surprise. As the foremost champion of the Arkham fan club, the Joker possessed an unparalleled understanding of Batman, his methods, his manner of speaking, and even the criteria and psychological vulnerabilities he sought in a successor. Such profound insight into the human psyche, the ability to intertwine chaos with calculation to such an extent, deriving amusement from the suffering and madness of others, coupled with a pathological obsession with Batman, undeniably pinpointed this prince of crime born from Gotham shadows, with the hand of a master storyteller guiding the narrative. One could only wonder at the fear it instilled. As the identity behind the Angel of Death was unveiled, Wayne glanced towards Batman and remarked, "So, you dragged me into the sewers early this morning just to find an accomplice to confront your one true love?" The Bat clearly took offense to this statement, elongating his face in displeasure, remaining silent as he turned away, continuing down a damp conduit marked with peculiar symbols. Wayne hastened to keep pace, curiosity clawing at him like a cat's paw, bombarding Batman with questions. "Hey, Batman, speak up. Besides you, who in Gotham could possibly take on the Joker? And it has to be someone you personally invited. I've been lingering in this wretched place for ages, yet I've never heard of such a character." Batman's steps did not falter, though he cast a slight glance back, his lips, obscured by the mask, curling into an exceedingly rare, enigmatic smile. "I need not elaborate. If your brain hasn't been stolen, you surely know." Wayne squinted, feeling as though Batman was subtly insinuating his lack of intellect. "There is someone." Bruce's deep voice echoed within the tunnel. Wayne was astonished to see a complex expression on the Dark Knight's face. Who could elicit such concern from Batman? Bruce seemed reluctant to mention this person, yet once he did, he could not help but continue. He sighed. "Someone who understands the Joker more than anyone else. One could even say she comprehends the Joker's essence better than Jack Napier himself." The distinction was clear. In Mandarin, Wayne would have pondered for an eternity over whether this was a male or a female, or even a shopping bag from Walmart. Yet this revelation piqued Wayne's curiosity. "She? A woman? No wonder you're Batman. Your connections are indeed extraordinary. Pray tell." "I assure you, I want to whisper a word to Catwoman." Bruce disregarded Wayne's nonsensical ramblings. Deep down, he was quite reluctant to seek the other's assistance. The reasons were too intricate. However, the current situation left him no choice but to attempt to request her help. Thus, under the guidance of Batman, the two meandered through the labyrinthine sewers, eventually stopping beneath a heavy iron ladder, encrusted with moss and rust. Bruce ascended first, exerting considerable effort to push open the weighty manhole cover above. Wayne followed closely behind, but he found climbing the ladder too unseemly and opted to have Crazy Diamond hurl him upwards. It was somewhat embarrassing to admit that, in his not fully beast-like form, he was unable to fly. He typically relied on his infernal motorcycle to take off. As Wayne emerged from the manhole, a refreshing gust of air, infused with the scents of earth, grass, and exotic fragrances enveloped him, starkly contrasting the dankness of the sewer he had just left behind. He was certain they remained within Gotham's bounds. Yet the scene before him was so enchanting that one might think they had been transported to the Amazon or Congo. Everywhere he looked, lush, almost primordial forests sprawled out, with towering ancient trees intertwining their branches high above, forming a colossal green canopy through which sunlight filtered, casting dappled spots of light upon the ground. Unusual ferns spread their enormous leaves, while blossoms of varying shapes and vibrant colors flourished freely on roots and vines, some even emitting a faint bioluminescence. The air was saturated with a rich essence of life and an intoxicating fragrance, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by human presence. "Wow!" Wayne exclaimed in awe at the breathtaking scenery, even going so far as to praise, "The fragrant grass is exquisite, and the fallen blossoms are a sight to behold." However, before he could utter more compliments, his gaze suddenly fell upon Bruce Wayne's private estate, ingeniously crafted from greenery above. Wayne fell silent, recognizing it as Bruce's exorbitantly expensive and sprawling private botanical garden, which had been ridiculed countless times by Gotham's media and commercial rivals for its extravagant expenditures without yielding profit. Previously, he had merely thought of Bruce as a wealthy man with too much money to burn. Now, he perceived a deeper significance. Just moments after the two stepped into this idyllic retreat, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The seemingly innocuous plants around them suddenly appeared to be endowed with life. Thick vines surged from the ground like giant pythons, snapping towards the two with a whistling sound. Nearby, a massive pitcher plant abruptly unfurled its carnivorous trap, emitting a beastly growl and spewing forth a corrosive slime. Further away, a colossal plant creature, resembling a lion or tiger and composed of countless tenacious branches and thorns, roared as it emerged from the jungle, its mouth brimming with menacing spikes. "Is this a scene from Plants vs. Zombies?" Wayne shrieked, yet his reaction was swift as lightning. With a flick of his wrist, he drew his grass pheasant sword, and in an instant, the blade sliced through the air like a comet. With a resounding slash, the resilient vines were severed, spraying milky sap, while the advancing thorny lion was cleaved apart by the razor-sharp sword energy, scattering its remains across the ground. Seeing this, Bruce nodded to himself. One of the reasons he had brought Wayne along was precisely for this. Having a capable ally would establish equitable negotiation terms, preventing them from being tossed around like mere playthings. However, Wayne, who was being treated as a muscle, furrowed his brow. The resilience of these plants exceeded his expectations. Despite his seemingly relaxed demeanor, he found himself exerting 70% of his strength just to sever them. To claim these were ordinary plants would require a level of ignorance only achievable by those locked away from reality. "Beware of the air," Bruce's voice echoed with a sense of urgency. Only then did Wayne notice a strangely sweet and cloying aroma saturating the air, one that could induce frothing at the mouth and unconsciousness for days with just a single breath. Even Wayne, upon inadvertently inhaling a small amount, felt a slight heaviness in his head and weakness in his limbs. What kind of neurotoxin was this? Wayne quickly held his breath, sealed his pores, and summoned hellfire to incinerate the faint traces of poison within him. Just as he turned to warn Bruce, he discovered that Bruce had already donned a mask, switching his respiratory system to an internal cycle, and his bat suit appeared to have activated some form of toxin-filtering layer. Wayne rolled his eyes, feeling like an unwilling test subject. However, controlling plants, releasing neurotoxins, and residing in a botanical garden indistinguishable from a dense forest made the identity of their assailant painfully obvious. Pamela Isley. Bruce's deep voice cut through the roars of the botanical behemoths and the cracking of vines, resonating in the lush jungle. "Cease. We are not your enemies." Chapter 143. Harley Quinn. The name Pamela Isley may be unfamiliar to many, but she is better known by another title, Gotham's Green Queen, Poison Ivy. As Batman's words echoed, the frenzied assaults of the plant titans noticeably halted. The vines slowly retracted into the ground, and the thorny monsters ceased their advance, merely watching them with hollow eye sockets. From the depths of the thicket, shadows danced, accompanied by a languid laugh, as a graceful figure emerged like a green sprite. Her fiery red waves cascaded over her shoulders like a burning waterfall, accentuating her luminous skin. with a curvaceous figure adorned in a dress woven from broad green leaves and vines. Poison Ivy approached a massive vine adorned with vibrant blossoms. Her gaze filled with scrutiny and ire. "Batman, you dare to bring an outsider into my territory, seeking to breach our non-aggression pact." Her tone was decidedly unfriendly, as several carnivorous plants opened their formidable maws in a display of menace. Wayne stroked his chin, realizing that Bruce's construction of an expansive botanical garden was the reason behind this. No wonder he hadn't heard of Poison Ivy's activities in Gotham for the past 6 months. It seems she had been dealt with by Batman's financial prowess. However, upon observing the expression of Poison Ivy, which seemed to suggest she was ready to ensnare him with her wood-based techniques at any moment, Wayne felt it imperative to enhance his rapport with her. He immediately adopted a gentlemanly demeanor and, with a cordial smile, addressed her, "Beautiful lady of the earth. How could you consider me an outsider? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wayne Cross Elias, and I'm a friend of the Swamp Thing. Do not be deceived by the fact that Poison Ivy's mutation arose from a failed chemical experiment. In truth, this enchanting woman bears similarities to Spider-Man, as both operate within the realm of magic. Poison Ivy is the host and emissary of the Green, and the Swamp Thing happens to share a similar connection, positioning them as colleagues of sorts. Indeed, upon hearing the name of the Swamp Thing, Poison Ivy raised an eyebrow in surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, you actually know him?" Wayne nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, and one of my friends can be considered a mentor to the Swamp Thing, having imparted a great deal of knowledge to him during his transformation into an emissary. To be candid, he was not personally acquainted with the Swamp Thing, but a friend of a friend is a friend indeed. Since Constantine knows the Swamp Thing and is aware of his significance, he could be deemed a friend by association." Poison Ivy fell silent for a moment. The mere fact that she could articulate her relationship with the Swamp Thing spoke volumes. Moreover, as he was a person brought forth by Batman, it was reasonable to assume he bore no ill intentions. Thus, this matter could be overlooked. Poison Ivy slightly nodded, reluctantly acknowledging Wayne's affiliation. Meanwhile, Batman, who had been listening intently, furrowed his brow. The Swamp Thing was a name he had not encountered before. With the recent emergence of many mysterious figures, it seemed time to expand the database. Bruce then stepped forward and resumed the conversation. "Pamela, we mean no offense. The circumstances are peculiar, and we require assistance." "Assistance?" Poison Ivy scoffed, exhibiting indifference. "What do the internal conflicts of humanity concern me? As long as you do not disturb my children, I could not care less if Gotham turns to ash. If you have nothing else, you may leave my garden." Gotham City was currently divided between Bane and the Angel of Death, and few could stand against them. However, it was unfortunate for them that Poison Ivy, wielding the power of the Green, was among them. The surrounding vines began to stir ominously, yet Bruce remained unperturbed, his gaze calm as he locked eyes with Poison Ivy. "Pamela, I did not come to seek you. I am here to request the assistance of Harley Quinn." "Harley Quinn." Her notoriety is such that it rivals even that of Wonder Woman. The bond between Poison Ivy and Harley is exceptionally strong, so much so that the words used to describe it could be deemed inappropriate. "Harley." The languor and anger on Poison Ivy's face vanished, replaced by a fleeting look of astonishment. Her emerald eyes widened momentarily before she regained her composure and firmly denied, "I do not know what you are talking about. Harley is not here. Moreover, she has long severed ties with that lunatic." Though she spoke with conviction, her voice unconsciously rose in pitch, tinged with a hint of panic, causing the surrounding flora to tremble subtly in response to her emotions. Bruce maintained an impassive demeanor, his calm voice slicing through the tension with surgical precision. "Indeed. According to the intelligence I possess, Harley Quinn severed ties with the Joker long ago and left no record of her departure from Gotham. I have meticulously searched the city's sewer systems, abandoned factories, and even the periphery of Arkham Asylum." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the vibrant, secluded kingdom of plants. Deducing, "Clearly, I have found no trace of her, and in all of Gotham. The only place capable of providing sanctuary, one that can effortlessly evade all surveillance and tracking, is your realm, Pamela." Batman took a small step forward, his gaze piercing, his words imbued with profound intensity. "I am aware of your connection. I know that in Harley's moments of greatest confusion and desire to escape her identity as the Joker's accomplice, you alone would offer her refuge. Moreover, It is evident from your earlier words that you are aware of the individual behind the Death Angel, and now I require her assistance. Poison Ivy's demeanor darkened entirely. Embodying the calm before the storm, Batman's deductions were undeniably accurate, and she recognized that she could not conceal the truth from the world's foremost detective for long. Yet, the sensation of being seen through provoked an intense frustration within her. The vines of the entire botanical kingdom rose like enraged serpents, their sharp thorns glinting ominously, and the potent scent of neurotoxins permeated the air once more. "You are forcing my hand, Batman." Poison Ivy's voice was chillingly cold. "No one shall take her from me, least of all to meet that circus lunatic. This is your final warning. Take your companion and leave." "My dear, you are mistaken. It is this great bat who is the sidekick, if you will." Wayne shrugged helplessly, bemused by how his status inexplicably shifted the moment he emerged with Batman. As conflict loomed, Wayne, though appearing lighthearted, was fully prepared. The arbiter of nature's green should not be underestimated, especially with her deadly kiss. While he yearned to embrace the intoxicating Ivy, he deemed it prudent to refrain from entangling himself with such perilous allure that could incite chaos even among Batman and Superman. At that moment, a voice, tinged with a rasp and resignation, emerged from the depths of the thicket, shattering the tense atmosphere. "Ivy, don't be this way, sweetheart. Let them stay." The voice acted as a switch, instantly loosening Poison Ivy's taut form and furious aura. A flicker of irritation, concern, and resignation crossed her face, ultimately transforming into a long, indulgent sigh of compromise. She gently waved her hand, and the poised vines, akin to soldiers receiving a command, retreated into the dense foliage. Vanishing from sight, a figure emerged, parting the drooping vines and enormous ferns. It was none other than their intended target, Harley Quinn. Chapter 144. The intricate emotional history of Grandfather. This marked Wayne's first encounter with the real Harley Quinn. Yet her appearance bore little resemblance to the eccentric figure portrayed on television. No longer clad in the flamboyant red and blue costume, nor adorned with the ghastly white clown makeup, Harley was instead dressed in simple, well-fitted dark overalls paired with a slightly oversized beige knit sweater. Her feet nestled in plush slippers as she tread upon the damp moss. The iconic twin pigtails of the clown girl were absent. Instead, her long, golden hair cascaded freely, with only the tips bearing the signature symmetrical red and blue highlights, a testament to her inescapable past. Harley's face was devoid of makeup, showcasing her natural beauty, though the chaotic artistry of her previous visage had undoubtedly detracted from her allure. Her features, inherently intelligent and sweet, were overshadowed by the profound weariness and life's burdens reflected in her deep blue eyes. Harley Quinn, more accurately, the woman striving to reclaim her identity as Dr. Harleen Quinzel, cast her gaze past Poison Ivy, settling directly upon Batman, her expression laden with complexity. In response, Bruce's eyes, concealed behind his mask, seemed to contract slightly, revealing an intricate tapestry of emotions that Wayne had never witnessed before. "Hey, Bats," Harley greeted, her tone light yet intentionally crafted. "It's been a while. I see you're still playing the brooding hero in the shadows." "Harley," Bruce replied, his voice as impassive as ever, merely seeking confirmation of her name, careful not to betray any vulnerability in his gaze. A cold scoff pierced the air as Poison Ivy crossed her arms in a defensive stance, her posture radiating hostility. Positioned a few paces away, her emerald eyes fixed intently on Bruce, as if he were a pest threatening her cherished plants, ripe for burying in the earth. The sanctuary she had meticulously nurtured with Harley, a retreat from the chaos, was now tainted by the unwelcome presence of this dark figure. More strikingly, Harley's gaze towards Batman held no animosity typically reserved for foes. It resembled that of a long-lost lover, igniting a pang of jealousy in those who witnessed it. Instantly aware of Poison Ivy's seething jealousy, Harley pivoted, adopting an almost ingratiating, saccharine smile. She approached Ivy, taking a few steps closer, and gently twirled a fiery red strand of hair between her fingers, reminiscent of soothing an agitated cat. "Oh, Ivy, don't be like that," Harley cooed, her voice dripping with sweetness and exaggerated charm. "The big bad bat just wants to catch up with his old friend Harley for a quick chat. It won't take long, I promise. I swear if I'm lying I'll, well, not die, but you know." As she spoke, she playfully nudged Ivy's stiff cheek with her hair, winking mischievously. Poor Poison Ivy, poor Ivy, found herself ensnared in Harley's playful manipulation, though her gaze remained icy. The tension in her face visibly softened, for she was undeniably susceptible to Harley's charms. The Poison Ivy, with a disdainful utterance, abruptly withdrew her hair, turning away like a wounded yet proud peacock. Do not misconstrue her departure. She did not venture far. Ivy approached a nearby colossal, luminescent blue mushroom. Sitting with her back to the crowd, arms crossed, embodying the most pitiful form of protest. It appeared as if she were adhering to the adage out of sight, out of mind. Yet the slight tremor of her crimson locks and the nearby carnivorous plants, rustling ominously, revealed her clandestine surveillance of Harley. All right. Harley wiped away non-existent sweat, turning to Bruce and Wayne, her face resuming its cheeky demeanor. Just as she prepared to continue her banter with Batman, an exceedingly inappropriate sound erupted. Cough, cough, cough. To everyone's astonishment, Wayne had, at some unknown point, produced a folding stool from nowhere and plopped himself down nonchalantly. In his hands, he clutched a large bag of sunflower seeds, munching away with evident relish. He carelessly flicked the seed shells into the gaping maw of a nearby pitcher plant, which seemed momentarily bewildered before disdainfully closing its lid. Sporting sunglasses and radiating the exuberance of a front-row spectator, Wayne's gaze darted between Bruce and Harley, instinctively sensing a scandalous revelation about to unfold in Gotham. With such a smitten expression, one could hardly argue that there was nothing between Batman and Harley Quinn without risking a bet even Constantine's head wouldn't cover. Bruce's lips twitched, veins bulging at his temples beneath the mask, nearly compelling him to leap forward and throttle Wayne. Meanwhile, Harley found Wayne's antics amusing. Bursting into laughter and blowing him a kiss, "Moonlight Night, you have quite the fashion sense." Wayne was profoundly touched, nearly on the verge of tears. It had been ages since anyone had distinguished him from Batman, and for the first time, someone had openly acknowledged his name. "Well done, Harley. Should you encounter any trouble, do not hesitate to call on me. I will undoubtedly support you." Wayne then offered Harley a bag of chips, returning to his sunflower seeds. No need for formality. Life requires a sense of ritual. "You continue as if I were not here." Bruce forcibly ignored the source of the noise, redirecting his focus on Harley. Skipping pleasantries, he delved straight into the matter at hand. "Gotham is ablaze, Harley. Bane and the Death Angel have taken control. Communications are down. The military has sealed off the perimeter, and the city is divided into a battlefield." Harley tore open a bag, popping a mustard-flavored chip into her mouth. Acceptable, though she preferred the pudding flavor. However, that was not the worst of it. Bruce's gaze was sharp as a knife, seemingly piercing through Harley's facade of indifference. The mastermind behind controlling the Death Angel, as you well know, is none other than the Joker. As the name the Joker was clearly uttered by Bruce, a shudder coursed through Harley's body, her eyes flashing with profound terror and a pain that penetrated to the marrow of her bones. Yet, more than anything, it evoked thoughts of another individual. Bruce noted Harley's reaction, placing his hands gently on her trembling shoulders as he continued. "But we both know that beneath the madness lies another being. The true master of this body, a good man, Jack Napier." "Jack," Harley murmured, repeating the name, her gaze becoming distant and lost, as if she had been ensnared by a long-forgotten memory, filled with countless moments worthy of remembrance. This name symbolized the inception of her tragedy. Yet it also marked the beginning of her happiness. The Joker was consuming Jack entirely with his insanity, just as he had devoured Harley Quinn. Bruce and Harley locked eyes, both enveloped in confusion. He perceived Gotham as a stage and the Angel of Death as a marionette, orchestrating a grand spectacle of ultimate destruction. The conclusion of this damned revelry remained elusive, yet one truth was clear. Should it persist, Jack Napier's persona would be utterly extinguished. Wayne found himself more focused than when battling Black Adam, a camera perched on his shoulder, capturing every moment to replay endlessly in the Batcave. It seemed the emotional history of his grandfather was more intricate than ever. Rachel, the Joker, Zatanna, Harley, Batman, Barbara, and a myriad of abstract adaptations woven into a tale of fatal jest. Talia, Superman, Catwoman. "Bruce, you are truly formidable." Chapter 145, Life's Victor, Harley Quinn. Bruce's words struck Harley like a hammer as she gazed at the man before her, now seeking her help for another man. The darkness contained within that moment was so heavy it nearly rendered her breathless. The memories of the Joker's actions towards Jason flooded her mind, filling her with anguish and dread. I don't know how I can assist you in finding him, rescuing him from that madman. But Bruce, you understand better than I how daunting that task is. Jack might have already Harley faltered, too fearful to contemplate further, terrified that her thoughts might manifest into reality. Yet Bruce remained undeterred, his gaze resolute and sharp, embodying Batman's almost obsessive determination. I know it is arduous. This may be the most insane plan Gotham has ever witnessed. But I have no alternative. The Joker's madness must be halted, and Jack should not perish as a casualty of the Joker's sins. He inhaled deeply, struggling to fathom how the Dark Knight could exhibit such vulnerability toward another. In a tone bordering on supplication, Bruce stated, Gotham needs Batman. But perhaps Gotham also requires that Jack Napier be afforded a fair chance. Having finished his previous snack, Wayne retrieved a bag of cream-flavored treats from the system space. Continuing to munch, aware that the intelligence on Jack was something he had provided to Batman. Thus Bruce and the Pale Knight were surely unfamiliar with one another. Observing the situation, it seemed that Bruce and Harley were quite familiar with each other. Wayne surmised that the two had been acquainted even before Harley assumed the persona of the Joker's accomplice. It was no wonder that the sales of Batman comics overshadowed those of other superheroes, who wouldn't be captivated by such an eccentric pairing, visually appealing and utterly engrossing. More of Bruce's antics would surely delight him. Justice? Opportunity? A sharp pang gripped Harley's heart, and a glimmer of moisture surfaced in her cerulean eyes, only to be swiftly supplanted by a bitter self-mockery. Sirius, you always possess the ability to perceive what others cannot, shouldering burdens that others find too heavy to bear. Batman offered no reply, merely gazing deeply at her, and then, to the astonishment of all present, he performed an unexpected act. He delicately pinched the edge of his bat helmet. With a soft click, the iconic helmet, emblematic of both fear and guardianship, was slowly yet resolutely removed. Bruce Wayne's visage was now fully exposed in the Wayne Botanical Gardens, laid bare before Harley Quinn's gaze. His chiseled jawline, tightly pressed lips, prominent nose, and those profound eyes were all revealed. He was no longer the infallible symbol of darkness. He was a man, scarred and weary, burdened with the fate of the city, momentarily shedding all defenses to unveil his most authentic and vulnerable self to Harley Quinn. Look at me, Harley, he spoke, not with the gravelly voice of Batman, but in the unadulterated tone of Bruce Wayne. For the sake of Bruce Wayne, I need your help. Jack needs your help. Only you can guide us to the heart of the labyrinth of madness, the path that can rescue Jack. Gotham truly required a masterstroke. Wayne had forgotten even to crack his sunflower seeds, the camera on his shoulder nearly invading Bruce's personal space. This was an unbeatable strategy. An appeal to emotion wielded with utmost sincerity proved to be the most potent charm. This tactic was ruthless. Batman was truly risking everything for Gotham, even bartering his own allure. Harley was utterly speechless as the figures of Bruce Wayne and Jack Napier merged in her mind. He was one of the two most significant men in her life, and now he needed her to save another important man. It became evident that the power of love was indeed formidable. An impulse surged within her, instantly overwhelming all fears and hesitations. With a low curse, Harley's bewildered expression transformed into resolute determination. She raised her hand, intending to caress Bruce's chin, but halted midway, ultimately nodding vigorously. Damn it, Batboy, fine you win. For Jack, and for that infuriatingly noble yet foolish face of yours. Let us rescue the man ensnared by madness from his own grasp. For the two most significant men in her life, Harley Quinn resolved to re-enter the fray. Exhilarated, Wayne sprang from his seat, pumping his fist in applause, scattering sunflower seeds across the ground. What an extraordinary emotional drama of ethical dilemmas. Simply breathtaking. Bruce Wayne delivers an emotive performance worthy of an Oscar, while Harley Quinn's rebellious spirit returns, invaluable in her own right. This script is absolutely remarkable. I always knew that our dear brother Gotham is the most intriguing, and it deserves all the accolades. It was well worth his early morning awakening. This covert mission exceeded expectations, and the value it provided cannot be overstated. Harley, Poison Ivy could no longer contain herself, rushing forth with a scream, her emerald eyes ablaze with jealousy. Have you lost your mind? For that dark figure, and the other madman he intends to rescue. You promised me you would steer clear of all this. With a resigned turn, Harley anticipated Ivy's reaction before she even agreed. She enveloped the furious plant queen in a comforting embrace, soothing her back as one would a child. I understand, Ivy, but this time is different. Just this once. The last time, I promise, once we retrieve that fool Jackie, we will return and leave all this nonsense behind. How about I have that wicked bat plant 100 newly discovered carnivorous varieties for you? The most beautiful ones. Wayne mused internally, recognizing that the agent of nature's verdant essence could never truly escape the power of the green. He admired how Harley Quinn, the real victor in life, had the Joker to her left, Batman to her right, and Ivy in between. Harley, you are nothing short of superhuman. Ivy trembled with fury. Yet as she gazed into Harley's rare, earnest eyes and felt her warm embrace, all her anger dissipated into a reluctant whimper. She shot a fierce glare at Bruce, then turned her gaze toward the gluttonous Wayne. Ultimately, she could only cling tightly to Harley, gritting her teeth as she growled, "You better keep your word. If anything happens, I will turn the Joker and Gotham into a toxic jungle." "I mean it." Wayne, ever the instigator, chimed in. "Wow. The plant queen falling for my assistance in rescuing her rival? This could make an incredible comic. Sure to be a bestseller." "Shut up," Bruce scolded, dragging Wayne away to prevent further provocation of Poison Ivy, lest they all suffer dire consequences. As they were pulled away, Wayne turned with utmost seriousness, adding, "Don't worry, Bruce, I would never reveal to Selina that you've turned the Joker green. At most, I might loop Dick and Damian in on the fact that their new stepmother is the Joker's girlfriend." Batman retorted, "Someone, please take this guy away. Honestly, whatever it costs, I'll pay." Gotham, Lower City, midnight. The time had come for action, as the night was shattered by the relentless sounds of gunfire, explosions, and cries of battle. The burning wreckage of vehicles illuminated the shattered streets, with Nightwing gliding through the battlefield like a blue specter, taking down one Sanctum Knight after another with his escrima sticks. Batgirl soared between buildings using her grapple gun, all the while utilizing her portable computer to disrupt enemy communications. Damian barely adhered to his principle of not killing, yet his strikes remained ruthless. Every adversary standing before him was left maimed, with limbs severed. Tim, still in the early stages of his training, lacked formidable combat prowess, yet he supported Damian with various gadgets at his side. This night marked both a beginning and an end. Chapter 146. It seems you have misunderstood something. In addition to the Bat family, fighting alongside them were the Gotham City Police, led by Gordon, as well as some local gang factions who had been summoned. These individuals, who typically yearned for chaos in Gotham, were now more active than ever, driven by the desire to reclaim territory and business usurped by the Death Angel and Bane. They were blinded by rage, armed with submachine guns, and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the well-equipped Sanctum Knights. As the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Now that Bane and the Death Angel had encroached upon their interests, it was only natural for them to align with the Gotham police. "Hold the line. Push them back," Gordon bellowed into the radio from behind cover, his face smeared with smoke and sweat, yet his eyes sparkled with determination. For tonight, the bat signal would shine once more. The battle was exceptionally fierce. The Sanctum Knights were well-equipped and trained, yet the scales of the battlefield would not easily tip in their favor. "Taste this, Woodenhead." Harley donned her classic red and black attire, persistently harassing the enemy lines at the periphery of the battlefield, wielding an exaggerated weapon resembling a giant hammer. Thanks to Batman's fervent guidance, Harley refrained from lethal force, instead targeting the joints and helmet connections of the Knights. Her strikes, though not powerful, were cunningly precise, often incapacitating her foes with a single blow. Indeed, studying medicine could not save Gotham's denizens. Interestingly, the focus was not solely on Harley, but rather on her beloved Ivy. Concerned for her darling's safety, she could not resist joining the fray, assuming the role of a free enforcer. Poison Ivy stood atop a relatively intact building at the rear of the battlefield, commanding the scene like a queen orchestrating a grand army. With graceful gestures, she animated the surrounding flora as extensions of her limbs. Sturdy vines, akin to giants, emerged from the earth, ensnaring the Knight's legs and dragging them to the ground, while resilient branches lashed out like whips, the sound of breaking bones unmistakable. A cloud of sweet, cloying powder wafted onto the battlefield, containing a neurotoxin that indiscriminately attacked everyone present. Fortunately, at Harley's behest, Poison Ivy had administered an antidote beforehand, granting them immunity to the toxin's effects. With the intervention of such formidable allies, the original attritional strategy unexpectedly transformed, evolving into a concerted effort to decisively dismantle the Sanctum Knights. The Knights' formation was continuously torn apart, their advance significantly hampered, casualties began to mount, and morale wavered as fear spread. It's Poison Ivy. How could she come to aid Nightwing and the others? The commander of the Knights was frantically shouting over the communication channel, unaware that Batman had already recovered, nor was he informed of the circumstances involving Harley and Bruce. All he knew was to obey the commands echoing in his mind, which incited chaos in Gotham. At that moment, a carnivorous plant, indistinguishable from a monster, burst through the ground and devoured the commander in one swift motion, retreating back underground to lie in wait once more. Although the plan had deviated slightly, it was of little consequence. What mattered was that it was sufficient to lure out the Angel of Death. With a resounding thud, Dick knocked out a cultist knight and observed Harley's fervent efforts alongside Poison Ivy, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Could be true. Fighting alongside Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy, would Bruce genuinely be seeking a stepmother for them, as Wayne adjusted? Meanwhile, at Gotham City Hall, a trail of blue and purple flames tore through the night sky, roaring through the clouds from the far side of the city. Wayne, aboard his Hellfire motorcycle, became the most conspicuous sight in Gotham. The roar of the engine overpowered even the deafening sounds of gunfire, resembling a meteor from the depths of hell, aimed directly at the city hall where Bane had taken residence. Bane, steroid freak, your grandfather Wayne has come to collect your remains. Wayne taunted, his voice amplified through a specialized loudspeaker, resonating through the heavens. The guards at City Hall were already alerted, searchlights locking onto the target, and machine guns unleashed a barrage of fire, while armed helicopters swiftly took to the skies to intercept. Get out of my way, riffraff. Wayne cackled as the six-barrel Gatling guns on either side of his motorcycle whirled into action. The armor-piercing incendiary rounds erupted like a metallic storm, causing the intercepting helicopters to explode in midair, transforming into brilliant fireballs, while the machine gun positions were obliterated and fell silent in an instant. With infinite ammunition and the heating of the gun barrels, the terror of the firepower swept through City Hall, reducing it to rubble. A thunderous crash followed as shards of glass rained down like a torrential downpour. Wayne piloted his motorcycle through the chaotic debris and searing flames, landing firmly in the City Hall plaza, leaving charred marks on the ground as burning chains trailed behind him. Despite the ferocity of the assault, Wayne was certain that as a leading antagonist of the Bat family, Bane would not easily meet his end. As expected, a colossal figure, resembling an iron tower, gradually emerged from the smoke and dust. He donned the most unremarkable of masks, his bare upper body rippling with muscles, and several thick venom tubes deeply embedded in his spine. The eyes hidden behind the mask radiated an unfathomable calm and coldness. It was only natural. The steroid-fueled giant relied on his intellect. Such petty provocations would hardly incite his wrath. Moonlight Rider, you have indeed returned. Bane was not surprised by Wayne's arrival. It wasn't that he could foresee the future, but rather because a madman had been wandering the city yesterday, singing and boldly seeking out Batman, Nightwing, Robin, and others. A mere inquiry reveals the return of the Moon Knight. Now that you have returned, may I presume that Batman has been restored by your hand? Although Bane feigned curiosity, his world-class intellect had already deduced that Batman was indeed capable of rising once more. Based on the intelligence he had previously gathered while lurking in Gotham, Bane was uncertain of the Moon Knight's true strength, having only witnessed a mere fraction of it during battles. More astonishing, however, was the Moon Knight's extraordinary medical prowess. Had it not been for the Moon Knight's prolonged absence from Gotham, Bane would have struggled to find an opportunity to strike at Batman. True to his reputation, Bane, within mere moments of interaction, had surmised Batman's condition. Wayne let out a soft exclamation of admiration, gracefully dismounting his motorcycle, and with a flourish of his cape, presented a flawless profile to the camera. Faced with Wayne's nonchalant demeanor, Bane's fighting spirit ignited. Yet before engaging, he curiously inquired, Batman did not accompany you, so he must be in pursuit of the nuclear bomb's whereabouts. Regrettably, upon learning of your arrival, I initiated the countdown for the nuclear device. Doctor, I'm keen to know if you can save Batman, but can you save the entire Gotham? Fear not. The time remaining is ample for us to settle this battle. Come, challenge me, Wayne replied, seemingly unfazed by the nuclear threat. Regarding the bomb, or whatever else, it seems there might be a misunderstanding. He stroked his chin, exuding an air of calm assurance, and continued, "Allow me to clarify." Bane paused, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features. "Oh, do you not believe your end is nigh?" "No." Wayne's lips curled into a smirk as he flicked his cape and pointed at Bane, exclaiming with unbridled arrogance, "Do you not comprehend? You are the challenger." Suddenly, the grand screen in Gotham's city square illuminated, casting Wayne's figure into sharp relief. "You are the challenger." Chapter 147. Congratulations on passing the first phase. In a stunning display, Wayne's brash demeanor and words reverberated like thunder across the still night sky, resonating throughout every corner of the city. Not only the city square, but also the enormous billboards, the facades of shopping malls, the electronic indicators in subway stations, and even the dilapidated mobile screens of the homeless flickered to life simultaneously. Batman has succeeded. The signal has been restored. The entire population of Gotham was now captivated by a live, high-definition broadcast, with Wayne at the center, beckoning to Bane with a playful smile. Arrogance. A flicker of confusion crossed Bane's eyes, and then his deep, resonant voice emanated from his mask. "Very well. Let me see what you possess that warrants such claims." Bane was not angered. Rather, he became more composed, recognizing that anyone sent by Batman was no ordinary adversary. Defeating Batman himself was his ultimate goal and glory. Yet this newly emerged Moon Knight clearly did not share such a privilege. Clap, clap, clap. Bane clapped his hands with fervor. The art of mobbing was not exclusive to superheroes. A thunderous roar echoed as a colossal figure, draped in emerald scales, burst forth from the shattered wall of the town hall. It was none other than the creature nurtured by Wayne, the Killer Croc. It appeared that after being subdued by Bane, he had aligned himself with the opposing faction. Shortly thereafter, the ground heaved like a quagmire, and a grotesque entity composed of viscous mud, constantly shifting its form, the Mudman, emerged from the depths, intent on devouring Wayne. In the skies above, a distorted silhouette, a monstrous figure with bat-like wings, screamed as it dove downwards. Let it be known, this was not to be confused with Batman. This was Man-Bat. To Wayne's astonishment, a figure shot forth from the shadows like a cannonball. This stocky form, boasting a physique not of Bane's menacing bulk, but rather a perfectly chiseled eight-pack, moved with the swiftness of lightning. It was Kaz, clad only in a pair of briefs. Prior to his departure, Wayne had concealed this mascot in a restroom of one of Batman's secret hideouts. While he had believed Kaz would remain there for a short while, unforeseen circumstances had led to his absence from Gotham, and with Batman incapacitated, Kaz had seized the opportunity to escape. Kaz was no pushover. He had not devolved into a mere lackey of steroids. Rather, he had willingly forged an alliance with Bane, harboring a desire for vengeance against those who had imprisoned him. "Wayne, your head is mine." The sight of his nemesis ignited a fierce rivalry in Kaz, whose hands transformed into swift, shimmering blades, slicing through the air with lethal intent aimed squarely at Wayne. "Ah, everyone has arrived." Wayne, unfazed by the onslaught, flashed a grin, a glimmer of satisfaction dancing in his eyes. "Excellent. This saves me the trouble of seeking you all out one by one." The four non-human entities launched their ferocious assault from various angles. Wayne darted through the fray like a specter, evading the massive jaws of the Killer Croc, and countering with a powerful punch to its jaw, sending the creature reeling back, several teeth flying in the process. Impressive strength, but your movements are far too straightforward. You're not weeding in the garden. Were you pretending to be a fisherman? The Mudman's sticky tendrils ensnared Wayne's ankles, yet he merely flicked his foot, sending rippling waves of energy that shattered the Mudman's form into countless particles, producing a cacophony of pained shrieks. Your elemental form is lacking, and your core is far too fragile. It takes too long to coalesce. Perhaps you should take a cue from Crocodile next door, or, at the very least, emulate the failed Sandman from over there. Wayne shook his head, intensifying the ripple effect until the very ground beneath him fractured. The claws of Man-Bat reached for his back. But Wayne, dismissive, did not even bother to turn. Such a mass-producible nuisance warranted little attention. He seized the creature's wrist, executing a clean, decisive shoulder throw that smashed it into the ground, sending shards of stone flying. The flight skills require refinement. The turning is excessively rigid, resembling a drunken stagger, unlike the bat fighter that can maneuver effortlessly even upside down. However, Kaz's light flow technique, particularly the Radiant Blade, possesses a certain charm. After he ascended to a level 0 entity, its power surged immensely with an aura that starkly contrasts with other adversaries. Wine's gaze sharpened with newfound seriousness. With a flick of his wrist, the Kazuki sword gleamed with a chilling light as it was drawn. The sharp, piercing clang of steel rang out like a tempest. Sparks flying as Wine's swordsmanship flowed like water, each strike swift, precise, and ferocious, effectively blocking, dissipating force, and countering. The Aonami swordsmanship assimilates various styles, existing solely for the sake of victory. Thus, Wine relentlessly attacked, knowing even if Kaz could effortlessly restore his ancient prowess, he would certainly not wish to experience the taste of defeat. Impressive, ultimate being, Wine remarked with candor, you have refrained from employing your haphazard and superficial techniques, demonstrating a significant improvement since our previous encounters a few months ago. If not for the abundance of formidable beings present, Kaz's capacity for learning could have seen him excel in numerous realms. 3 minutes have passed, quite commendable, yet this is not your personal showcase. It is not your time to boast. Suddenly, Wine's sword stance shifted dramatically, the blade extending significantly, a sharp beam of light slicing through the air, narrowly grazing Kaz's neck. With a sickening crunch, Kaz's grotesque head soared into the air, his expression frozen in disbelief. The headless body staggered, attempting to continue the fight, but was overwhelmed by the hellish energy infused by Wine, collapsing to the ground, disintegrating into ash under the energy's relentless assault. Only the head remained, rolling on the ground, eyes wide with incredulity at the ultimate being's defeat, howling in madness the word impossible. The remaining Killer Croc and Mudman were struck with awe at Wine's displayed power, especially Killer Croc, who had been reluctant to face Wine. Witnessing the strongest Kaz being effortlessly vanquished drained all will to fight, terror gripping him as he turned to flee. Trying to escape again? The grass in the courtyard remains unpicked. Wine sneered, as a blue phantom of the crazy diamond materialized behind him. In an instant, a multitude of phantom fists enveloped Killer Croc. The strength of the stand, in addition to its basic capabilities, also depended on the mental fortitude of its user. While Wine's mental strength may not rival that of Batman, he was confident it surpassed that of Jasuk. After all, the composition of mental power relies not only on life energy, but also on the strength of one's soul, evidenced by the intensity of his own soul, which was so radiant that light could scarcely penetrate it. Crackling sounds of shattering bones echoed as Killer Croc's proud scales and muscles crumbled before the might of Crazy Diamond. His massive frame rendered as fragile as paper, convulsing violently in the air, enduring cycle after cycle of injury and restoration. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud, completely unconscious. The clay-faced figure was ignited by a flicker of hellfire cast by Wayne, emitting a heart-wrenching scream as its viscous body rapidly evaporated in the flames, shrinking until it ultimately transformed into a small pile of charred earth, exuding wisps of smoke. In a mere few minutes, the once formidable villain alliance was reduced to a solitary bane. To be candid, Wayne had shown restraint. The Bat had advised him to exhibit overwhelming strength to instill fear in Gotham-esque criminals during the live broadcast, yet not to eliminate the adversaries instantaneously. For such swift action would deprive the audience of the spectacle and leave them bewildered as to what had transpired. Thus, considering the viewer's experience, Wayne limited his combat to swordsmanship, ripples, and doppelgangers. Remarkably, the effect was indeed splendid. The grand screen in the square faithfully recorded every moment, and across Gotham, whether it be the citizens hiding in basements or the police engaged in combat with the Sanctum Knights, wherever there was a screen and signal, they witnessed the Moonlight Knight's dominating performance. Not far away, Bane's expression was grave. Wayne's prowess exceeded his expectations, truly worthy of Batman's trust. He conceded defeat, yet the word retreat held no place in Bane's lexicon. You are formidable. Bane inhaled deeply. The conduits connected to his spine began to flood his body with Titan venom. However, there could only be one ruler of Gotham. With a resounding puff, The Titan venom surged uncontrollably into Bane's form, causing him to swell at a visibly rapid pace. His muscles inflating like balloons, skin gleaming under the pressure, and veins undulating like worms beneath the surface. His bones creaked and cracked painfully as Bane's stature soared, transforming him into a terrifying giant over 3 meters tall, his muscles as hard as granite. With a primal roar that transcended humanity, Bane clenched his fists, causing the ground beneath him to fracture with every step he took. Wayne observed this spectacle with keen interest, sheathing his sword while folding his arms, showing no intention of interruption, even commenting to the camera, "Now, this is more like it. A steroid-fueled behemoth reminiscent of the Hulk." Bane charged. Having fully absorbed the Titan venom, his overall strength magnified beyond imagination. His speed was astonishing, defying the expectations one might hold for such a colossal frame. His massive fists sliced through the air with a mournful howl, imbued with destructive force, akin to a human tank hurtling towards Wayne. Bane's presence was awe-inspiring, perfectly embodying the essence of a top-tier villain in Batman's realm. Wayne nodded subtly, preparing to meet the challenge head-on, eager to test the limits of his opponent's newfound strength. The clash of their disproportionately sized fists reverberated with a thunderous impact, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that radiated from their epicenter, undulating the ground like waves, shattering it as surrounding debris was instantly obliterated. A chilling crack reverberated through the air as Wayne's figure became akin to a severed kite, propelled backward with a fierce force. His right arm, used for striking, was brutally shattered at the shoulder, the severed limb tracing an arc through the air, blood cascading like a waterfall. A collective gasp erupted from countless citizens of Gotham, their fleeting hopes extinguished once more. The Bat family, including Bruce, Dick, Barbara, and Damian, felt a tightening in their chests, instinctively yearning to escape the battlefield and rush to Wayne's side. Bane, relentless and imposing, resembled a monstrous war machine, his physique brimming with a strength that allowed him to unleash a speed akin to teleportation. In an instant, he closed the distance to the reeling Wayne, his massive hand seizing the pristine white cloak. "It's over," Bane bellowed, lifting Wayne's battered body as if he were a mere plaything, and began to slam him down against the ground with ferocious abandon. Boom! 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 Each impact reverberated through the earth, sending debris flying, as Wayne was pounded into the ground, only to be yanked back up and slammed down again, his Moonlight Knight armor tearing under the onslaught of brute force. Finally, Bane discarded the bloodied Wayne like refuse, flinging him against a wall with such force that it crumbled, burying him beneath a heap of bricks and rubble. Breathing heavily, Bane's superhuman intellect struggled to maintain his composure as he regarded the wreckage with a cold snort, preparing to depart Gotham. A nuclear explosion was imminent, and having vanquished both Batman and the Moonlight Knight, he saw no reason to linger. However, just as he took a step away, he froze in place. A sound, laced with awe and a hint of delight, emanated from the debris. Bane whipped around, his pupils dilating in shock. A hand, smeared with dust and blood, slowly emerged from the rubble, followed by Wayne, who methodically pushed aside the debris and rose from the wreckage, bloodied and tattered, with his right arm severed at the shoulder. Blood still trickling from the jagged end, he clutched the remains of his dislodged limb in his left hand. The Moonlight Knight appeared utterly battered, as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet curiously, a satisfied smile adorned Wayne's face, his eyes gleaming with an intensity that suggested an inner flame burning fiercely. "Impressive. Truly impressive," Wayne exclaimed with genuine admiration, even waving his severed arm with his left hand. "Bane, I acknowledge your strength. Among all the ordinary individuals I have encountered, I would deem you the strongest." After a brief pause, he added, "Of course, Batman is not included. That shadowy, grotesque creature is no human. Batman." The scene is extraordinarily eerie, his body marred by devastating wounds as if they bore no relation to him. Blood flows down his form, staining the ground beneath him. Yet the overall intensity rises steadily, sending shivers down the soul as a loathsome dark aura begins to spread. "Congratulations, Bane." Wayne's mouth twists into a blood-stained, malevolent grin. "You have successfully completed the first stage. Now behold." Wayne's body erupts with a cataclysmic inferno of dark red hellfire, flames swiftly engulfing his shattered form. In Bane's incredulous gaze, And under the scrutiny of this live broadcast, Wayne's flesh dissolves in the flames, revealing the white bones beneath, which are then cloaked by hellish energy. Presenting skin that flows like molten lava, his skull transforms into a grinning visage. The colorful flames of the 7 deadly sins morphing into a distorted crown that blazes atop his head, while chains entwined around him drag along the ground, melting the earth into elongated, deep trenches. I have stated before, you are the challenger. Chapter 148, Confronting Bane. A sinister grin is etched upon Wayne's skeletal visage, outlined by hellfire. He brusquely shoves a dirt-laden, severed arm back into the socket of his shoulder. The dark red hellfire automatically coils around it, emitting a sizzle as the bone and flesh rapidly regenerate, merging beneath the flowing hellish energy. In an instant, his arm is restored to its former glory, flexibly moving its phalanges like a miniature electric motor. The captain returns, ready for takeoff once more. The Moonlight Knight, you have passed this trial. Now Wayne emits a gravelly, raspy laugh reminiscent of Batman, cackling ominously. It is time to test the mettle of the Ghost Rider, Bane. Let me see if the Titan venom coursing through your veins can burn more fiercely than hellfire. Alternatively, I could skin you alive and hang your hide in the Batcave, your soul lamenting for 1,000 years under the relentless gnawing of the infernal bat. Wayne strides forward, the burning chains trailing behind him, searing the ground into crackling, charred marks, as the intense heat melts the tiles into a lava-like liquid. This new visage is transmitted through countless screens, clearly reaching the eyes of every citizen of Gotham. Though the atmosphere feels slightly askew, the citizens, once concerned for Wayne, now observe the scene with expressions transitioning from terror to numbness, ultimately settling into bewilderment. The burning skeletal demon on the screen, along with its utterances, are these correct? They recall the repeatedly pulverized Killer Croc, the charred mud-faced man, and Cass, whose head remains while howls. Is he truly going to turn us into barbecues? The citizens stare in shock, silently wishing for him to be isolated on a desolate island before they become his next meal. Did he just say he would draw Bane's tendons and skin him? The citizens, aghast, question if this is suitable for children. Is it not too stimulating? Has the Moonlight Knight transformed into a demon? Oh God, can the vigilantes of Gotham not act normally? The citizens stammered. A massive bat lurking in the shadows was already frightening enough. And now a soul-devouring skeletal figure emerged in flames. Was there no end to this? I found it increasingly difficult to distinguish between Bane and him. Who, in truth, was the villain? The citizens blinked, their faces etched with confusion. Don't be ridiculous. At least he is targeting those scoundrels. As for whether he will turn against the good after dealing with the wicked, I cannot say. A citizen wiped the sweat from his brow, already preparing to flee. Was Gotham truly a place for humans? The citizens exchanged glances, their whispers laden with immense doubt and unease. Was this still a superhero? The image, the methods, the rhetoric. It was as if he were a grim reaper risen from the depths of hell, and they would believe it. Just a glance exchanged between him and Wayne, even through the screen, sent a chill of dread coursing through the crowd, as the object of their fear subtly shifted. At least the steroid-infused beings had some semblance of humanity. The Ghost Rider had no connection whatsoever, not even a hint of the word human in his name. Within the Batcave, Alfred observed the screen, his brow furrowed, the cup of red tea forgotten in his hand. The communication channel fell silent, with Dick, Barbara, and the others evidently taken aback by Wayne's intense demeanor and words. Batman, traversing the sewers, felt no surprise. His expression beneath the mask remained as resolute as ever, his eyes gleaming with the unmistakable light of anticipation. Bruce refrained from engaging in the discussions over the comms, instead skillfully activating the high-precision data recorder embedded within his batsuit. Energy readings, thermal radiation intensity, sound wave frequency, biological field fluctuations, every detail regarding Wayne's imminent exhibition would be meticulously documented. Collecting intelligence was, after all, the instinct of the bat. On the battlefield, facing Wayne's second form, Bane's iron-like physique exhibited the slightest hint of rigidity for the first time. The eyes beneath the mask fixed intently on the advancing, flaming skeleton. Bane opened his mouth but uttered no words. The danger posed by the Moonlight Knight escalated rapidly, his instinct screaming for him to flee. Yet his pride forbade such a retreat. In his dictionary, there was no term for retreat, only conquest and annihilation. With a thunderous roar, Bane, towering over 3 meters, charged towards Wayne like a runaway locomotive, the ground trembling violently beneath his feet, cracking and erupting with the force of his assault. Declaring that he was no mere lamb to the slaughter, Wayne's voice, devoid of discernible emotion, carried an unsettling mix of mirth and terror as he faced Bane's seemingly earth-shattering charge. He did not budge, just as Bane's iron fist was about to strike. A dark crimson wall of fire erupted from the ground before him, with no warning, the searing waves of heat distorting the very fabric of space. Unsurprisingly, Bane's fist collided fiercely with the wall of flames. Thud! Like a pebble cast into the vast ocean, creating but a negligible ripple. Bane's fist melted away like butter upon a hot plate, swiftly transforming into liquid before being entirely evaporated by the searing heat in less than a second. Flames then ascended greedily, licking at Bane's proud musculature, a physique robust enough to withstand blades, clubs, and bullets, now rendered as fragile as paper beneath the Inferno's relentless assault. A low, guttural growl escaped Bane, but such vocal protest was a mere echo of his formidable will. Even as the flames engulfed him as if he were plunged into a cauldron of boiling oil, he bore the torment with stoic endurance. The tremendous recoil sent Bane hurtling backward, his entire right arm along with a portion of his shoulder reduced to ash upon impact, while the residual flames voraciously continued to consume the severed remnants. In a reciprocal gesture, Wayne unleashed a chain, ensnaring the flying Bane and reeling him back. Rather than dispatching Bane immediately, he activated his communicator to contact Batman. The Master Bone Setter had concealed the nuclear device, and the countdown was already underway. While the bomb posed no threat to Bane in his current form, countless lives would be at stake should it detonate. Ordinary methods of torture would prove ineffective against a villain of Bane's extraordinary resolve. Such matters require the expertise of true professionals. Batman, this is the Ghost Rider. Bane has been subdued, but the nuclear device has been activated. If you wish to avoid headlines that will shock the world tomorrow, you must extract the information swiftly. Batman's calm voice resonated through the communicator. There is no need. I have already determined the bomb's location. Robin and the others are currently deactivating the countdown. Moon Knight, proceed to assist Nightwing. I will join you promptly after neutralizing the threat. Coordinates have been sent. Immediate support is required. His entrance, the triumph over Bane. All transpired in less than 10 minutes. A feat that, while Wayne had indeed allowed Bane some leeway, seemed almost alarmingly efficient on Batman's part. Wayne scratched his head, delivering a swift kick to the still struggling Bane, dismissing any concerns regarding the matter. Instead, he remarked, however, Batman, a correction. I am now known as the Ghost Rider, not Moon Knight. Please do not confuse the code names. Our domains and criteria for evaluation differ significantly. Chapter 149. Back to the set on the other end of the line. Batman fell momentarily silent, as if taken aback by Wayne's declaration, before quickly responding. Ghost Rider, at least in public, present yourself as a force for good. Your purpose is to instill fear in criminals, not to sow panic among the citizens of Gotham. Exercise restraint. With that, he decisively ended the communication. Wayne scoffed. How am I not a good person in this guise? I am the quintessential embodiment of divine wrath, an official representative of celestial authority. My blood shines bright. He paid no heed to the barely conscious Bane at his feet, confident that Batman's allies would soon arrive to handle him. Whether Bane could endure until that time depended solely on the tenacity of his spirit. As his thoughts stirred, the Hell Cycle roared to life, gliding forward with a swift motion. Wayne mounted the motorcycle and soared into the sky. Time to head to the next filming location. The Hell Cycle transformed into a streak of crimson light, tearing through the night sky towards the coordinates provided by Batman, racing with extraordinary speed. In the fierce battleground of the lower city, Nightwing Dick executed a dazzling spinning kick, sending a member of the Sanctum Knights flying. With his Eskrima stick, he parried an incoming blade, sweat soaking his blue-black uniform, yet his gaze remained sharp. Batgirl Barbara quickly relayed information over the communication channel. Nightwing, 3 o'clock. There's a sniper on the rooftop. Roger that. Dick rolled behind cover, preparing to fire his grapple gun. When out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a crimson streak descending upon them at an alarming velocity. Damn it! Dick's exclamation was drowned out by the thunderous roar of the engine. The red streak showed no signs of slowing. crashing into the heart of the sanctum, Knight's tightly packed formation like a meteor. Boom! A tremendous explosion accompanied by a terrifying shockwave erupted as the ground was gouged into a charred crater, debris mingling with flames flying in all directions. At least 20 Sanctum Knights were reduced to ashes before they could even scream, engulfed by Hellfire's onslaught. Wayne sat astride the roaring hell cycle, his piercing gaze sweeping over the battlefield, finally resting on Dick. Nightwing. Wayne paused, recalling Batman's original words. Batman sent me to assist. He said you all weren't making enough noise, and the show lacked excitement. Not enough noise? Lacking excitement? If Bruce truly said that, Gotham is surely doomed. Dick retorted, though he continued to fight, swiftly striking down a Sanctum Knight who had been paralyzed with fear at the sight of the Hell Cycle's arrival. With Wayne's involvement, the already favorable battle tilted further in their favor. His chains swung wildly, each arc eliciting cries of agony and plumes of ash. The Hell Cycle charged through, knocking down anyone clad in red, as the numbers had already dwindled considerably due to Poison Ivy's efforts, bringing the battle to a close. Finally, Dick wiped the sweat from his brow, ready to exhale in relief, only to be interrupted. Harley, where's my sweetheart? A scream filled with rage and panic shattered the brief calm after the battle. Poison Ivy surged forward like a green whirlwind, her beautiful visage twisted with fury, the surrounding flora agitated by her emotions. Her gaze swept across the battlefield, passing over Nightwing and Batgirl, ultimately landing on Wayne, who had returned to his usual self, brushing off the embers. Where is she? Where's my Harley? Poison Ivy's agitation was palpable. After dispatching the crazed foes, she turned back only to find her absent. Did your Bat family lose her? As she pondered the situation, her fear intensified. Initially, she had no desire to become entangled in this affair, but with such an incident occurring, Poison Ivy's fury escalated. Thick, robust vines erupted from the ground, striking fiercely towards Dick, who stood closest. Speak, she demanded. You came to us for assistance, and now someone is missing. Your Bat family must take responsibility. Dick narrowly evaded the lashes of the vines and hurriedly explained, Wait. Ivy, calm down. The battle is chaotic, and we are uncertain of the details. Wayne grasped at the thrashing vines, exasperated, and remarked, Pamela, let me clarify. I am not one of the Bat family, so let's not get confused. However, I can inquire on your behalf. He retrieved his communicator, dialing into Batman's secure line, and began, Hello, Batman? This is a call for you. The rampaging Queen of Plants is in a frenzy, and Harley Quinn has gone missing. You need to respond promptly, or Pamela will turn Nightwing into a decorative pot. It wasn't long before Batman's voice came through. Harley is with me and is safe. We are currently at Wayne Manor. Please, help calm Poison Ivy. Wayne's expression twitched as he glanced at the time. It was one thing for Batman to be there, but how had Harley managed to reach the heavily fortified Wayne Manor in such a short span? Had she activated cheat codes or donned a rocket jetpack to arrive? After relaying the news to the others, Wayne chose to disregard the still fuming Poison Ivy. Time was of the essence, and he had other sets to attend to. Meanwhile, deep beneath Wayne Manor, in the Batcave, the former sanctuary had been transformed into a war fortress for the Death Angel, though it was not vastly different from an arsenal. Clad in a heavy, ominous black bat armor, the Death Angel stood at the control panel, his visor glowing with a sinister crimson hue. The metallic wings behind him humming ominously and exuding an overwhelming aura of power. He had just repelled a wave of Batman's assault and reveled in the deceptive thrill of control. Do you see this, Bruce? The Death Angel's voice echoed through the armor speakers. This is true power. This is the demeanor Batman ought to embody. Cast aside your ludicrous rules and concede. I'm the true Batman, the genuine Wayne, the rightful king of Gotham. Batman ghosted silently from behind a shadowy pillar, evading the Death Angel's direct fire, utilizing his profound familiarity with the Batcave to maneuver and disrupt. Power? Batman aimed to attack the Death Angel psychologically, seeking to expose his vulnerabilities. Look at Gotham, Paul. Your so-called rebirth is built upon a foundation of fear and violence. What you term purification is merely slaughter cloaked in a guise of sanctity. You wield these technologies, yet you have never truly comprehended why Batman fights. You are a puppet driven by madness. Be silent. The Death Angel bellowed, his armored arm charging with energy, unleashing a massive crimson beam that swept toward Batman's hiding place. incinerating everything in its path. Batman had long anticipated the impending assault, executing a nimble roll to evade the attack, while simultaneously launching several specialized electromagnetic pulse batarangs to disrupt the sensors and certain weapon systems of the armored adversary. A puppet? I am a chosen one. I am a new Dark Knight. The Death Angel roared, its electronic eye fixating on the elusive black figure. Spare me, darling. Look at yourself. Encased in that tin-like armor, your mind filled with the madness the Joker has instilled in you. You are but a pitiable marionette controlled by that lunatic. The true Dark Knight would never cower behind another's technology. The Death Angel abruptly pivoted, its crimson lenses locking onto the source of the voice. Harley Quinn, the traitor. How dare you criticize me? Chapter 150. Good evening. Batwayne rode the blazing hellbike, forcefully crashing through the concealed entrance of Wayne Manor. Racing along the hidden passage depicted in the images, a trail of fire and lightning propelling him deep into the Batcave. Upon reaching the elevated platform at the edge of the main cavern, he beheld the fierce battle unfolding below. Just as the communication had indicated, Harley was indeed with Batman, and the two were engaging in a coordinated assault against the Death Angel. You cannot even discern whether your rage stems from within or from the whispers of that madman. Yet you still have the audacity to speak to me. While deftly dodging the onslaught of energy beams, Harley continued to provoke the Death Angel with sharp words. With a resounding clang, her hammer struck the joint of the Death Angel's armor at the knee, though it did not inflict damage. It did disrupt Paul's rhythm of attack. Silence, you deranged woman, the Death Angel bellowed, opening the armored panels of its suit to reveal miniature missile launchers. Your heart is unsettled. Let Paul. Batman's icy voice emerged behind the enemy, seizing the brief opportunity created by Harley. He lunged forward, thrusting a batarang into the vulnerable energy node beneath the Death Angel's armpit, a spot where the armor was comparatively thin and the complex circuitry converged. Zzz. A blinding blue arc instantly enveloped half of the Death Angel's body, causing the armor to exhibit evident rigidity and convulsions. Seizing the moment, Harley executed a sliding maneuver. Her hammer once more aimed at the other knee joint. Now, this is far more entertaining. Wayne observed from the elevated platform, thoroughly engrossed, unable to suppress a low cheer. He was merely here for the excitement, not intending to intervene. Bruce had often stated that this was his responsibility, thus he refrained from meddling. Furthermore, the synergy between Batman and the Joker's girl was quite intriguing. Although Batman was the primary assailant, Harley, ever the opportunistic berserker, consistently pressed forward to draw the Death Angel's ire, interrupting its rhythm. It is truly remarkable, although these two individuals often maintain a facade of indifference. Their synergy is astonishingly intimate. For instance, Batman, in a bid to evade the sweeping energy blade, leans back in a manner that nearly grazes Harley's back, while Harley, in a moment of protective instinct, yanks him into her embrace to shield him from the shards of flying blades. Wayne observes with clarity. Each instance of their physical contact appears inconsequential, yet their eyes are almost intertwined with unspoken connection. Fortunately, Wayne arrives just in time, his eyes sparkling with excitement, a grin reminiscent of a doting ant gracing his face. He swiftly retrieves a high-definition camera from the depths of the system's space, ensuring the lens is firmly fixed on the battlefield below, particularly focusing on the moment their faces nearly touch, which he intends to document meticulously. Such footage is invaluable, and he wonders what thoughts might cross the minds of Poison Ivy and Catwoman upon witnessing it. Indeed, Batman never fails to impress. The peculiar dynamics between them are far more captivating than he had imagined. Though Wayne refrains from engaging in the battle, the scales of victory still tilt favorably towards Batman and his companion. The wrath of the Angel of Death is ignited by their relentless verbal onslaught, causing his attacks to grow increasingly frenzied, yet devoid of strategy. His heavy armor becomes a burden, while his formidable weaponry falters under Batman's electromagnetic interference, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Ultimately, after Harley provokes him once more, the Angel of Death, in a reckless display of fury, swings his fist with great force. Following his unsuccessful assault, Batman seizes the opportunity presented by the adversary's exposed vulnerability, swiftly climbing onto the back of the Angel's armor like a gecko. It is over. Batman holds a peculiar interface glowing with a crimson light, aiming it at a concealed port located at the nape of the Angel's armor. Batman is never one to engage in an unprepared confrontation. With a crackling sound, the armor shudders violently, a surge of electricity emanating from within, and the scarlet visor extinguishes instantaneously. The armored figure collapses to the ground with a heavy metallic thud, as even the metallic wings behind him sag in defeat. "Well done, Bruce," Harley exclaims with unbridled enthusiasm, darting in front of the kneeling angel of death to make a face. Batman does not acknowledge her, but allows a subtle smile to escape as he approaches the unconscious foe, ready to disarm him and extract Paul from his conflict for detainment. Wayne, satisfied, stows away the camera and leaps down from the elevated platform, landing gracefully beside them. What a heartwarming collaboration. Absolutely spectacular. This could be the year's best action blockbuster. I suggest you two consider forming a duo. Having a female Robin alongside Batman would be quite the spectacle. Absolutely. What a splendid idea. Harley's eyes light up, and she begins to envision herself as Robin. Bruce, however, remains unfazed by Wayne's antics and Harley's playful demeanor. He crouches beside the fallen angel of death, retrieving a key to access the armor's controls and regain dominion over it. Yet, mere moments later, his brow furrows tightly beneath his mask. Batman's voice grew grave, realizing that his authority had been compromised. "What?" The smile faded from Harley's face. Wayne leaned in closer, his gaze fixed on the armor lying on the ground. "Should I consider this unexpected?" The inventions of Batman invariably fell into the hands of villains, who exploited them, ultimately leading to the downfall of their allies. Bruce ignored Wayne's jibe, abruptly lifting his head, his eyes sharp as he gazed at the grinning face displayed on the back computer. In a low, steady voice, he declared, "Someone infiltrated and completely seized control of this armor long before I did, bypassing all my physical and digital firewalls, overriding my access keys. Only you could accomplish this alongside the Death Angel." Before he could utter the name, the adversary revealed themselves with a sinister chuckle, the sound echoing with a low, distorted, chaotic malice from the now-silent mask of the Death Angel. The voice was bone-chillingly familiar, and any resident of Gotham would recognize its owner. Harley's complexion turned ashen, and she instinctively recoiled. Bruce, as if struck by lightning, stood rigid, his muscles taut, instantly entering a state of heightened alert. To be honest, Wayne felt a strange urge to compete with the laughter of his foe. He had a naturally bold heart, often haunted in his dreams by the faces of the 7 deadly sins, which compelled him to laugh at such moments. The Joker's laughter reverberated wildly through the empty Batcave, amplified and shrill, emanating clearly through the Armor-S speakers. "Good evening, dear Bat, and my rebellious ex. Oh, and of course, our joy-killing doctor. What a lively gathering. Your recent performance was simply breathtaking. It nearly brought tears to my eyes. Alas, I am busy preparing the final surprise for the party and cannot embrace you all in person. But fret not, you shall receive my gift soon." Chapter 151. Party gifts. From beneath Batman's mask came a low, suppressed growl of fury. "Joker, what is your purpose?" "Purpose?" The Joker's voice twisted and morphed through the Armor-S speakers, a flaw that should not have occurred with Batman's technology, likely a result of the Joker's meddling. The Joker seemed genuinely saddened by the inquiry, cackling, "What a dull question, my Bat. It's a game. Our eternal game. That is the purest form of art. I shall continue to play until you finally resolve to." He mimicked the sound of a neck snapping, ending it all. "That is the climax of the party I most eagerly anticipate. I yearn to end the nightmare you've created." Batman's fist clenched, the joints of his fingers cracking beneath the suit. No, dear, you still do not understand." The laughter of the Joker suddenly escalated, sharp and piercing. "Is it the end of me, or of us? Is it the conclusion of the dark, Bat, that resides within your own heart? When that day ultimately arrives, you shall understand. Ho ho." He then shifted his focus, directing his words at Harley, who, despite the absence of a physical form, felt as though a pair of frenzied eyes were fixated upon them. "Oh, my sweet ex, are you so eager to find me because you miss your dear husband? Longing for our splendid times of yore?" Harley's complexion drained of all color, her cerulean gaze narrowed abruptly. Yet, thinking of Batman beside her instilled a sense of courage. She stepped forward and spoke with an icy tone. "Indeed, I wish to locate my husband, Joker, but the one I seek is Jack Napier. Return him to me. Get out of Jack's body. Jack, that pitiful weakling?" The Joker erupted into a frenzied laugh, causing the very armor to resonate with its intensity. To ensure he remains peacefully asleep, I have devoted considerable effort. It's your fault, Doctor. I thought no one besides Harley knew about this fool. Before the secret was unveiled, I actually intended to use him as the main course for the party. Who would have thought another would know this name, and that you would inform the bat? Alas, such a pity. Nevertheless, a remarkable clown shall never allow the stage to fall into silence. After 3 months of contemplation, I have finally crafted a new script. Although some villains attempted to disrupt our performance, we managed to proceed successfully. Oh, let's not disturb Napier's sweet dreams. How impolite. Now, the chit-chat time is over. The party host must retrieve his meticulously prepared ultimate gift. As for the location, allow me to leave you with a riddle to spark your interest. The tears of Gotham are flowing, the iron giant slumbers in the riverbed, and when it awakens, it shall transform the entire city. Winter. Ha ha ha. The communication abruptly ceased, leaving behind a suffocating silence and the faint crackle of static from the loudspeaker, reminiscent of a demon's lingering resonance. Bruce fell silent for a moment before suddenly turning to Wayne, his gaze seething with rage beneath the mask, clearly incensed. After taking a deep breath, he inquired, "Can you awaken the persona of Jack Napier and utterly imprison the Joker deep within consciousness, ensuring he can never dominate again?" Wayne shook his head without hesitation. "It is impossible. The relationship between the Joker and Jack is not merely that of a primary and secondary persona. The Joker was birthed from Napier's body, yet his essence is entirely distinct from Napier's. Even with Harley's assistance in rousing Napier's dormant consciousness," he gestured towards the pallid-faced Harley, "it would merely allow Jack to briefly emerge, akin to a fleeting glimpse. The Joker's persona is like the mire beneath Gotham, capable of breaking through any barrier under sufficient pressure, forcing Jack back into the depths. In magical terms, the Joker is an indescribable monstrosity born of Gotham's malice, extraordinarily peculiar. Attempting to contain the Joker's consciousness through imprisonment yields a success rate approaching 0. Wayne could not finish his thought. When it came to dealing with the Joker, a rather sinister entity, he honestly had no effective solutions. Within the vast multiverse, the Joker existed in numerous incarnations. Some could be dispatched through physical means, while others would simply resurrect upon death. Furthermore, those who had previously vanquished the Joker did not seem to fare well themselves, as they tended to succumb to darkness, becoming corrupted in the process. However, just because the Joker was resistant to conventional methods did not imply that alternatives could not be explored. If only a suitable, vacant body were available, I could extract Jack's soul and attempt to transfer it. The outcome remains uncertain. It is unclear whether Jack would emerge as a fool or a mere vegetable. Yet, it does sound somewhat more plausible than engaging in a game of musical chairs with the Joker in the same body. Wayne raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, presenting this seemingly prudent approach. Ultimately, the decision rested with the two individuals involved. Bruce remained silent for a brief moment before finally nodding gravely. "I possess the biological tissue from a Joker. It is sufficient to clone a body with matching physiological functions." He glanced at Harley, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. "I am aware this breaches ethical boundaries, but this may be the only avenue to liberate Jack from the Joker's grasp." "Ethics? Huh," Harley scoffed. "Discussing ethics with the Joker is akin to conferring with Bane about dieting. Come on, Doctor, I trust you to be a competent superhero." Bruce chose not to engage further. Swiftly turning towards the back computer, its main screen adorned with the Joker's iconic green smile. His fingers danced across the console, leaving behind ephemeral traces as he quietly decrypted the riddle. Gotham's tears, Gotham River. The metallic behemoth lay dormant within the riverbed, pointing toward a massive artificial structure. The three-dimensional map on the screen spun rapidly, locking onto the topographical scan of Gotham River. A colossal, partially buried cylindrical silhouette glowed ominously in red at a specific location on the riverbed, labeled as the abandoned Wayne Enterprises early flood control turbine testing platform. "Found it." Bruce's voice deepened as he seized his cape, preparing to head toward the Batmobile. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm abruptly shattered the silence of the Batcave. The main screen was instantly engulfed in blinding red light, with a massive warning pop-up flashing erratically. "Warning. Unidentified construction detected on Gotham Riverbed. Source location, Wayne Enterprises abandoned flood control testing platform. Warning. Unknown giant weapons system powering up. Warning. Energy readings surpassing critical thresholds." Threat level. Accompanying the alarm, the surveillance feed displayed live satellite imagery of Gotham River, forcibly interrupting the main screen. The murky waters churned violently, parting as an immense metallic creation began to emerge from the sediment, slowly rising from the riverbed. It resembled an enormous cannon magnified 1,000-fold. Its robust barrel angled toward the overcast skies of Gotham, the depths of its muzzle concentrating a devastating azure light. The energy converged with a resonating hum that seemed to vibrate through the very walls of the Batcave. On the base of the artillery, a colossal and maniacal smile, outlined in green luminescence, silently mocked the three individuals beyond the screen. The Joker's party gift was primed and ready. Chapter 152. The frozen colossus. The screen displayed a massive, cerulean cannon, reminiscent of a primordial beast, rising from the riverbed, radiating waves of destructive energy that could be felt even through the screen. Its formidable design suggested it was no ordinary weapon. Wayne squinted, his instincts blaring a frantic alarm. Something was amiss, exceedingly so. The sense of danger he felt surpassed even that of a nuclear bomb. Realizing this, Wayne inhaled sharply, acknowledging Gotham's treacherous nature. On the surface, the adversaries appeared to be of mere street-level caliber, yet a deeper examination revealed that misfortune awaited all who dared to tread here. No wonder even Batman found it intolerable. The energy converging within this infernal device hinted at a potential third phase, transforming it into a hellish monstrosity. Enduring even a single blast would likely leave him incapacitated for an extended period. Could it be that, after not long of boasting, he was destined to face such a calamity? Wayne's expression shifted between hope and dread. Why did adversaries always emerge to thwart him, just as he proclaimed his prowess? This scenario was utterly unacceptable. Having flaunted his bravado before the entire city, failure was not an option. If all else failed, he would resort to summoning his mightiest ally with a resounding call for Superman. After contemplating his last resort, Wayne turned to the visibly agitated Batman, his tone rife with understanding. "Bruce, I genuinely believe now that the Joker is your true love. Look at this grand gesture, this astonishing surprise. Even a cannon of such epical magnitude has been conjured for you. Others? Talia, Selina, Harley? Mere happenstance. The Joker is your destined soulmate." To preemptively avoid any backlash, Wayne seized the moment to jest with Batman, fearing he might miss the opportunity to laugh later. Utter nonsense. Batman's voice, cold as if extracted from an icy abyss, retorted indignantly, "I have no connection with the Joker. We must act immediately to thwart him." Fine, if you say so," Wayne shrugged, donning an expression of feigned understanding, infuriating Bruce to the point of nearly smashing his fist against the control panel. With a huff, Bruce entered the Batplane with Harley, not bothering to look back, while Wayne hurriedly followed. Although he could ride his hellish motorcycle, he had never experienced the Batplane, making this an opportune moment to test its capabilities. The Batplane, akin to a shadowy night owl, sliced through the clouds, racing at breakneck speed toward the location of the river. Below, the cannon's eerie blue glow illuminated vast expanses of the river, transforming the surface into a frigid abyss reminiscent of polar ice. The terrifying chill emanating from it caused frost to form on the aircraft's exterior. "Wayne, this seems somewhat familiar. If memory serves me right, this contraption was created by the Freeze's father, intended as a super weapon for the Little Mustache Nation, the Freeze Cannon, if I recall correctly. What a ridiculous day it is, absurdity upon absurdity. Not only does a weapon from World War II still function today, but it is also baffling that such a weapon could lead to the defeat of the Little Mustache Nation. In this universe, during ancient times, only Wonder Woman was active. Could it be that Diana single-handedly vanquished the Little Mustache Nation? So many questions swirl in Wayne's mind, leaving him no time to ponder. And he must focus on the immediate situation. Returning to the Gotham River, the Batwing hovers above the massive cannon, its searchlight piercing through the inky darkness of the river, firmly locking onto the diminutive yet glaring figure below. The Joker stands on the platform extending from the cannon's base. He is no longer clad in his iconic purple suit, but rather dons an exceedingly bizarre bat suit. The armor's base is a deep black, reminiscent of Batman's attire, yet its lines are distorted and exaggerated, with sharp spikes protruding at the joints. The bat symbol on his chest has been crudely altered into an enormous, glowing green Joker smile, and the lower half of the mask has been removed, revealing the Joker's face smeared with ghostly white paint, his mouth twisted into a manic grin. His cape has transformed into asymmetrical, tattered purple and green stripes, fluttering ominously in the biting wind, presenting a grotesque, chaotic, and disturbingly fitting appearance. Through the reinforced glass of the cockpit, Wayne gazes at the Joker's bat suit below, stroking his chin, his face contorting into an exceedingly peculiar expression. Wow, Bruce. That suit is rather unique, isn't it? The style seems somewhat familiar, yet distinctly different. But why does it fit the Joker so well? It appears tailored to him. He deliberately elongated the last word, casting a sidelong glance at the brooding Batman at the controls. Did you secretly prepare this as a token for the Joker? One suit for each of you, intended for use in a battle to match your couple's skins? Batman's hand, gripping the controls, tensed, veins protruding as he inhaled deeply, battling the impulse to hurl Wayne from the aircraft, and he managed to maintain a stoic expression as he explained. That is a prototype of the anti-Batman armor I developed in my early years. After a brief pause, Bruce continued. The original intention was for it to be activated by Alfred or a designated agent if Batman himself were to fall under mental control or become Gotham's greatest threat. Donning this armor to possess the power necessary to confront and neutralize an out-of-control Batman. The special materials used in its construction would adapt to the wearer's physique. Yet, I never anticipated that one day it would be worn by this madman. Wayne stood in stunned silence. Initially, Bruce's revelation about crafting an anti-Batman suit was already absurd enough. But now there was something even more ludicrous. Wait, are you serious? There truly is an anti-Batman armor? Bruce Wayne, you are a genius. This must be one of your creations. Bruce remained silent, and Wayne accurately deduced that the anti-Batman armor was indeed the first creation of his. Observing Bruce's demeanor, Wayne was rendered speechless. The old Bat's paranoia and penchant for preparation had reached an utterly outrageous level. This contraption was practically a tailor-made shroud for the Joker. At that moment, the Joker below seemed to sense the scrutiny from above. He lifted his head, revealing a face that appeared even more pallid under the harsh light. Directly facing the Batplane, he exaggeratedly waved his hand, while the other held an antiquated megaphone to his lips. Hello there, esteemed audience above. Good evening. The Joker's maniacal laughter, distorted and amplified by the megaphone, pierced through the roar of the engines, resonating clearly within the cockpit of the aircraft. Have you seen the delightful winter surprise I prepared? Do you like it? Don't rush. The main event is about to commence. Let me ponder where to begin distributing my Christmas gifts. The City Hall? Arkham? Or perhaps the rooftop of Wayne Tower? Ha ha! As he spoke, he bounced over to the enormous control panel of the colossal cannon, his fingers playfully hovering over the frost-covered buttons, as if selecting his most cherished toy. The eerie blue glow emanating from the barrel intensified, the destructive, icy energy coalescing at the muzzle, compressing, exuding a chilling terror that warped the very fabric of space. The surface of the Gotham River froze at an alarming rate, the ice rapidly spreading towards the banks as a deathly polar wind seemed poised to engulf the entire city. Chapter 153. Who made the cannon? You might as well ask your father. Do you like it? Hee. The show is about to begin. The Joker shouted into the megaphone, addressing the Batplane above with a ghastly enthusiasm. Then, he began to manipulate the colossal weapon at the control panel, the muzzle gathering an ethereal blue light. Frigid air swirling ominously outward, causing the aircraft's windshield to frost over in an instant. Inside the cockpit, Bruce's expression hardened, his fingers flying over the supercomputer as streams of data flashed across the screen, likely analyzing the cannon specifications. Harley glared at the bouncing purple and green figure below, her fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension. Once naively convinced that the Joker was merely Jack Napier, she now realized how misguided she'd been. Falling for this madman was truly bizarre. Wayne's attention was drawn to a rigid figure lurking in the shadow of the cannon's base. This individual donned a suit reminiscent of a spacesuit, with a massive glass dome encasing a pale, rigid face, vacant eyes staring blankly, and a pipe continuously spewing a chilling mist in his grasp. Mr. Freeze, Victor Fries. This poor soul had mutated into a monster after being injected with an ancient virus by Kaz, but later, with the Bat's assistance, he had regained his human form. Initially, it was believed that after the riot at Arkham, he had vanished without a trace. However, It was quite unexpected that this unfortunate soul had once again fallen into the clutches of the Joker. Judging by his expression, it seemed that Wayne was under the control of some device. It could potentially be the Mad Hatter's mind control apparatus, as seen in the Pale Knight. Or perhaps it was something else entirely. Gotham is certainly not lacking in various high-tech gadgets. The energy beam was so potent that its discharge could freeze the entire city. A dreadful revelation that such a weapon lay concealed beneath the waters of Gotham River, so deeply hidden that I had never detected it before. The Joker could not possibly possess such technology. Who could be behind this? Bruce slammed his fist onto the computer console, reflecting on the inadequacy of his intelligence-gathering abilities. It was imperative to bolster his surveillance and expand his data collection. Who did this? Wayne asked. Perhaps you could inquire with your father, Thomas Wayne. Disregarding the matter for the moment, he resolved to take action. Slapping his thigh, he mused that if he did not act soon, Gotham would be transformed into a popsicle. Be cautious. That thing looks ominous, Harley warned, her gaze already fixated on the rigid figure of Mr. Freeze below. The connection between the freeze cannon and the frozen man was undeniable. She had to compel the latter to deactivate the enormous weapon. Wayne summoned the Batwing, which could unleash a chilling blast capable of making even polar bears weep. Once transformed, he leaped into the air, adhering to the principle that he could not afford to lose momentum. In midair, he proclaimed, "Christmas is approaching. Let's forego the ice pops and instead indulge in a warm sauna. Shall we commence with a round?" "Oh, delightful, warm bone broth takeout." The Joker laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. "Victor, let us have a fiery appetizer from our bone doctor. A chilled mouth rinse." Mr. Freeze stiffly raised his arm and pressed the button to unleash the freezing ray. With a resounding whoosh, a massive beam of ghostly blue frost shot forth, its mere aftershock transforming the river's surface into a pristine, smooth ice wall, while the core of the beam surged toward Wayne mid-flight. "Damn it, I told you winter is the season for hot pot," Wayne shouted in alarm, hastily crossing his arms in front of him. The inferno of hell erupted around him, forming a colossal body reminiscent of flesh and blood. Susanoo Phase 2. Ahem, I digress. It was the second stage of the Hell Demon King's true form. Boom! The dark red flames clashed violently with the ghostly blue cold wave, the sounds of ice shattering intertwining with the sizzling of fire. Wayne felt as if he had been thrust into a vat of liquid nitrogen. The hellfire flickered wildly, nearing extinction, while the terrifying chill pierced through the essence of the Demon King, penetrating to the very marrow. A thick layer of white frost covered his body, and he was hurled back by the sheer force, crashing into the distant frozen river, sliding far away and leaving behind a deep trail in the ice. Gritting his teeth, Wayne struggled to rise, his teeth chattering. The hellfire enveloping him had diminished to an almost negligible glow, resembling a battery on the verge of depletion. He moved his numb joints, causing large chunks of ice to tumble from his body. In a moment of sheer terror, he experienced the formidable power of the Frostman's signature chill for the first time. Although this creation was indeed the brainchild of Frostman's father, the situation escalated when the main cannon emitted a deafening roar and the destructive azure light coalesced once more, even more resplendent than before. To make matters worse, the cannon adjusted itself, locking onto Wayne, who had just risen from the icy surface. The Joker's triumphant laughter reverberated through the loudspeakers. "Ha ha ha! The party gift is on refill. Victor, serve him the main course." The frozen luxury feast. A second, even thicker and denser beam of azure light surged forth, akin to a spear of judgment from the depths of an icy hell, tearing through the frigid air and hurtling violently towards Wayne. Clearly, this monstrosity posed no risk of overheating. It was ready for an immediate refill. Wayne, his scalp prickling, thought to himself, "Not again. I barely survived that first appetizer, which nearly turned me into a popsicle. If this main course is twice as potent, activating my full demonic form might allow me to endure it. But I have no desire to test whether my pectorals are robust enough to withstand this assault." He dismissed the notion of braving it head-on. As his mind raced, Wayne's gaze remained fixed on the oncoming beam of icy energy. At the crucial moment, when the beam was about to strike, a spark ignited in Wayne's eyes. If he couldn't endure it, then he would fix it. Enter the Crazy Diamond. A brilliant, cerulean humanoid specter materialized. The super healer Crazy Diamond was about to unleash its powers. instead of smashing its fist into the ground to create a pit for Wayne to take refuge. It boldly opened its arms wide against the oncoming torrent of destructive chill, undertaking an audacious and reckless maneuver. Crazy Diamond's ability was not merely to heal. It could restore and even revert anything to its original state and position. Now, wherever it came from, let it return, it declared. Crazy Diamond. Restore it to its normal flow. With a resounding impact, Crazy Diamond struck the roaring beam of icy energy, successfully triggering its restorative powers. Like a video played in reverse. The ultra-low temperature energy at the front of the beam, capable of freezing anything in its path, appeared to encounter an unseen force, rapidly reverting to its original form. The azure glow diminished at a visible rate, dissipating from a concentrated beam into a vast expanse of cold, swirling mist, akin to a popsicle melting in warm water. The dense, bone-chilling white mist engulfed Wayne, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Fortunately, compared to the beam that could have instantly frozen him into dust, this felt like a refreshing summer breeze. The Joker's triumphant laughter caught in his throat, his eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. My eyes. Melted? Meanwhile, taking advantage of Wayne's diversion of the frost cannon's firepower and the Joker's attention, Harley stealthily maneuvered like a wily feline into the shadows near the control panel behind the Frost Man. She observed Wayne's remarkable maneuver with an impressed whistle, exclaiming, "Well done, Bone Doctor." Immediately, her keen gaze fixated on the back of the frozen man's neck, an apparatus resembling oversized headphones, pulsating with a faint red glow, firmly affixed to the junction of his freezing suit. It was none other than the Mad Hatter's mental control amplifier. "Found you, little virus." A sly yet professional smirk graced Harley's lips. Rather than resorting to brute force, she retrieved two slender, glimmering probes from a pouch at her waist. Holding her breath, she seized the fleeting moment of control delay caused by the disturbance from Wayne, striking with lightning speed. The knowledge possessed by a psychologist is indeed extensive. With precision, the two probes pierced the minuscule interfaces on the side of the control amplifier. "Reverse neural pulse, activate," Harley whispered, pressing down on the probe's ends. A crackling surge erupted. Sparks flew from the control amplifier, causing the frozen man's body to stiffen. Within his helmet, his eyes flickered violently, their emptiness replaced by struggling pain and confusion. He emitted a low, inhuman growl, his freezing tube dangling limply as the frigid mist it expelled became chaotic. There was no doubt, this device was a gift from Batman. "Victor, wake up. Nora is waiting for you." Harley, armed with potent psychological suggestion, plunged into the depths of the frozen man's disoriented consciousness, striving to rouse his awareness. As Harley inspected the damage control device on the frozen man's neck, she administered a dose of mild sedative. "Relax, Victor, the Joker's party is over. Save your ice sculpting skills for a gift for Nora." Meanwhile, high above, the struggle between the Batwing and the Joker had escalated to a fever pitch. Bruce, witnessing Wayne evade a fatal blow, felt a flash of approval, intensifying his assault. The Joker, caught off guard by Wayne's thawing tactics and the frozen man's unraveling, revealed a flaw in the maneuvering of the anti-bat suit. "It's over, Joker." Seizing the opportunity, Bruce activated the abdominal hatch, unleashing a massive, electrically charged net that descended upon the Joker like a net from the heavens. "No, the party has just begun." The Joker's screams were drowned out by the electrified net, the powerful current causing his body to convulse like a purple bat seized by electricity, crashing onto the frigid platform. However, the anti-bat suit proved formidable, and soon the Joker broke free from his restraints, retaliating by bringing down the Batwing. Bruce, undeterred, leaped from the wreckage of the Batwing, lunging at the Joker, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Below, the colossal frozen cannon, now devoid of the Joker's command and the frozen man's control, flickered ominously with a ghostly blue light, emitting a feeble groan before finally dimming. Reduced to a heap of frost-laden scrap metal, Wayne reverted to his original form, dispersing the chilling white mist around him. He glanced at Batman, who was locked in a deadly dance with the Joker, then at the temporarily subdued Mr. Freeze, whose eyes had regained a semblance of clarity. Finally, he cast his gaze toward the dormant giant cannon, feeling a lingering sense of unease. He chose to summon the Mad Diamond once more, activating its power to restore the frozen cannon to its original raw materials. After completing this task, Wayne wiped the cold sweat from his brow and let out a long sigh, exclaiming, "Goodness, that was close." Chapter 154. Do not proceed. Joker Bruce rolled out from the wreckage of the aircraft, the acrid smoke and biting cold still lingering in the air as he lunged toward the Joker, who was engaged in a fierce struggle. The anti-Batman armor endowed him with superhuman strength and speed, and his heavy metallic fists tore through the air with a piercing shriek, crashing toward Bruce's chin. With a resounding thud, Bruce crossed his arms to brace himself, the armor's shock absorption system groaning under the strain. The immense force sent him staggering backward, the metallic platform beneath him resonating ominously. The Joker, seizing the advantage, unleashed spikes from the joints of his armor, like venomous barbs seeking to exploit the gaps in Bruce's defenses. The armor's built-in analytical system whirred into action, anticipating every habitual evasive maneuver and counterattack from Batman. Although this was the earliest version of the suit, it mattered little. After all, the original model was the most formidable, wasn't it? Huh, look at you, my bat. Like a clumsy old mouse. The Joker cackled, as the armor's shoulder launched a bat-shaped projectile adorned with a smiley face, deftly intercepting Bruce's grappling hook. Simultaneously, the leg thrusters expelled a forceful gust, allowing the Joker to evade Batman's sweeping kick in a manner that defied the laws of physics. Countering with a devastating elbow strike to Bruce's midsection, Bruce emitted a muffled grunt, a metallic taste of blood surging in his throat. His tailored suit, aptly named the Armored Assassin, unleashed power that truly matched its moniker. With his weapon neutralized, combat patterns anticipated, and overall strength, speed, and defense falling short, he felt as though he were battling a more powerful and intimately familiar reflection of himself, constantly restrained and retreating. Each collision added a new wound to Bruce's form, with every evasive maneuver fraught with peril. This was still thanks to the enhancements provided by Ween. With Bruce's old injuries non-existent and his seasoned experience coupled with a more resilient physique, had it been the original Bruce, he would have been easily dispatched by the Joker. Bruce, having dealt with Mr. Freeze, Harley spotted Batman ensnared in a fierce struggle and charged forward like an enraged she-panther, her oversized hammer slicing through the air as she aimed for the Joker's exposed back, determined to aid Bruce. "Oh, my dear rebellious ex, do you wish to join this duet? Alas, the stars of the show can only be my bat and me." Harley was merely a bystander. Batman and the Joker were destined for a love story, the significance of which only continued to grow. The Joker cackled maniacally as the metallic bat wings of his armored suit unfurled abruptly, acting as a shield against Harley's powerful strike, producing a resounding thud. Simultaneously, the micro-missile pod on his armored arm activated, releasing a barrage of small missiles that shot towards Harley in a menacing formation. Harley's pupils dilated as she relied on her remarkable agility and acrobatic prowess to narrowly evade the explosive flames and shockwaves, though she was forced back several steps, appearing beleaguered. "Victor, you fool, you can't even stop a madwoman." The Joker spat venomously at the unconscious Freeze in the distance, then refocused his attention on Batman, intensifying his assault. "Watch closely, Harley. Taking my bat away from me is no simple feat. Your fate will mirror that of the little bird who sought its mother. Boom. Ultimately, you shall perish in the embrace of the bat. Ha ha ha." Silence. Bruce's eyes burned crimson as he unleashed incredible strength, forcefully deflecting the Joker's heavy punch. A fierce knee strike landed at the junction of the Joker's armor, producing a jarring metallic clang that momentarily staggered him. This tactic had proven effective time and again. Every time the Joker mentioned Jason's tragic demise, Bruce was nearly guaranteed to lose his composure. Fortunately, this time, he wasn't alone. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Harley disregarded the peril and pressed forward once more. No longer targeting the armor, she fixated on the frenzied eyes beneath the mask, pouring every ounce of her strength in her desperate plea. "Jack, you idiot. Can you hear me? Wake up. Look at what this lunatic is doing with your body. He is hurting Bruce. He is destroying Gotham. I know this is not what you want. Jack, you promised to protect this city. Awaken. Push him back. For Bruce. For Gotham. Jack." The universe's Jack opened his eyes. "I am Harley Quinn." Suddenly, the Joker's body stiffened, and the anti-bat armor ceased its assault in response to his transformation. Beneath the mask, the once chaotic and frenzied eyes briefly flickered with pain and struggle. As Jack's persona surfaced momentarily from the depths of madness, drawn forth by Harley's heartfelt call. Harley, a suppressed, tormented voice emerged from the Joker's throat, devoid of the terrifying laughter that typically accompanied him. Get away. I can't control him. He's too powerful. Jack. Hope ignited in Harley and Bruce's eyes simultaneously. However, this clarity was as fleeting as a candle flickering in the wind. Shut up, you pitiful coward. The Joker's voice regained its absolute dominance. He had not anticipated that this Neapolitan character could awaken, even momentarily overpowering his consciousness. What a joke. You think you can oust the host of the party? This is my stage. My celebration. No one shall disrupt it. The Joker suddenly jerked his head, as if to expel the intrusive sound, and the anti-Batman armor erupted with an even more blinding green light. His movements regained their previous fluidity, becoming even more ferocious. The struggle of Jack's persona momentarily disrupted him, but what followed was akin to dousing a raging fire with gasoline, intensifying his madness and power. He withstood a powerful punch from Batman, the Joker's smiling visage on the armor's chest glowing ominously, unleashing a formidable repulsive force that sent Bruce hurtling away. Simultaneously, the armor's arm catapulted a rapidly spinning, serrated disc, whistling as it sliced toward the recently steadied Harley. Be careful. Bruce's heart ached as he suppressed the pain and lunged to save her, but he was too late. Harley hastily raised her massive hammer to block, and the serrated disc collided with it, creating dazzling sparks. The immense force shattered Harley's grip, sending the hammer flying from her hands and propelling her backward with the impact. Ha ha ha. 3 against 1? Is this all you've got? The Joker cackled maniacally, fully activating the armor's thrusters, resembling a purple demonic whirlwind as he pursued the retreating Harley and the just-risen Bruce, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Shadowy fists, claw strikes, energy beams, and specially designed bullets from the anti-Batman armor's arsenal discharged at full force, perfectly suppressing the two. Batman was now experiencing the repercussions of his own machinations. Given another chance, Bruce vowed he would leave an escape route for the armor. Alas, such was his nature. Every member of the Justice League had contingency plans for emergencies, let alone himself. Batman was always the harshest critic of his own choices. Bruce and Harley exerted every ounce of strength to block and evade, yet they faced constant peril, accumulating fresh wounds. The Joker was no angel of death. Verbal assaults held no sway over him. Instead, his venomous words pierced like ice picks, relentlessly targeting their psychological vulnerabilities. Bruce, have you finished picking the pearls in the alley? Ha ha ha. Harley, do you miss our electric therapy? Jack asks if you wish to relive old dreams. Jack, retreat to your sewer and weep. You will forever remain a mere joke. Wayne, what the hell? 3 against 1, and we're about to be turned into a punchline. Are you all incapable of playing this right? Wayne watched in stunned disbelief. As Batman's ultimate nemesis, he had anticipated the Joker's strength, but never expected it to be this overwhelming, gaining the upper hand in a 3-on-1 scenario. Enough, Joker. Just end this. It's becoming tedious. No. If he continued to watch, Batman and the others would genuinely fall victim to the Joker. Wayne forced himself to step forward to assist, intending to deliver a cleansing blow to the Joker's chaotic mind, a task he had long contemplated. However, just as he took a step, calamity struck. Cough, cough, cough. What the? Wayne's body suddenly stiffened, as if struck by an invisible hammer multiple times. Uncontrollable and violent coughing erupted from him. He doubled over, gasping in agony, expelling a mouthful of dark red clots mixed with crystalline shards onto the platform, emitting a sickening crunch. He had just forcefully repaired the freezing beam with the crazy diamond, seemingly averting the crisis, yet the reality was far from simple. Although the freezing beam had not struck him, the mere distance of 2 meters between them proved insufficient in the frigid temperatures capable of encasing Gotham in ice. At this moment, he felt as though his internal organs were cracked and hastily mended, each breath accompanied by the excruciating sensation of ice shards scraping against him. The bone-chilling cold swiftly enveloped his entire being, the frostbite that had just been subdued now fiercely rebounding, with a thin layer of white frost visibly forming on his skin. Even the state of the Ghost Rider could not be sustained, reverting back to its original form. Is this truly the realm of science fiction? Wayne knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his leg, his complexion as pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat instantly soaking his temples. What a delightful experience this was. despite the myriad of monstrous beings. This was indeed a bona fide science fiction narrative, and the power of technology was now on full display. The crazy diamond could restore the energy form, but could not heal the injuries of the body. The cold penetrated to the marrow, were it not for Wayne's resilience. Along with the protective embrace of hellfire and ripple energy, an ordinary person would have likely turned to ice dust upon the first contact. Not to mention he had previously endured a minor impact. Now, Wayne's brain sent forth a grave protest, asserting its dominion over the body, warning that any further coercion of power would result in bruises and contusions. Observing Bruce and Harley precariously teetering under the Joker's relentless assault in his anti-Batman armor, their bodies marred with wounds and the signs of defeat emerging, he noted with dismay that not only was there no indication of rage-fueled resurgence on their part, but the Joker was also exhibiting signs of a power surge. Surely not, Joker, this is not the scene of a knight's demise, nor is it Batman 3. Wayne gasped, wiping away the mixture of blood and ice from the corner of his mouth, rolling his eyes as he thought, is this merely half-hearted bravado? Thankfully, I have yet to be smacked down. The depths of Gotham could drown even a deity. Damn it, you enjoy cheating, do you? Then I shall find someone equally adept at cheating, Wayne muttered under his breath, abandoning the notion of rushing in for a melee, only to be overwhelmed by the Joker's antics. He drew a deep breath, disregarding the knife-like pain slicing through his lungs and the penetrating chill. He abruptly lifted his head to the overcast, frigid night sky of Gotham and, summoning all his strength, shouted, Demacia, where's Superman? Come to my aid now. Wayne's most formidable trump card, the ultimate summoning technique of the Kryptonian. Chapter 155. The Joker's rival, where is Superman? Come to my aid now. In Smallville, at the Kent farm, the night was still and quiet. Clark, nestled in sleep, suddenly opened his eyes wide. The typically gentle and harmless gaze turned grave in an instant. His super hearing accurately captured a familiar voice. It was Wayne, and his friend was calling for him. Clark sat up immediately. If his memory served him correctly, Wayne had mentioned that he was in Gotham. Without a moment's hesitation, Clark threw off the covers and prepared to rise from his bed. Yet, as if recalling something significant, his movements came to an abrupt halt. He turned his head, focusing intently, his gaze penetrating the wall to behold his mother, Martha Kent, slumbering soundly in the adjacent room. Since Clark's disappearance 3 months prior, she had not enjoyed such restful sleep in a long while. Determined not to distress his mother or awaken her, the small-town boy inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the urge to transform into Superman and take flight. Rising cautiously, reminiscent of a high school student caught playing on their phone and fearing a parental reprimand, Clark rummaged through his wardrobe, retrieving a deep blue hooded sweatshirt, a pair of dark cargo pants, and a substantial red scarf knitted by his mother. He had yet to visit the Fortress of Solitude, thus this would serve as his makeshift attire, simple yet effective for concealing his identity. At least it would suffice for the average citizen. With utmost care, he eased open the window and, like a feather, leapt into the night, landing soundlessly. It was not until he had traversed beyond the confines of the farm, and his superhuman intellect deduced he was far from the range of his mother's hearing, that Clark finally paused, casting a glance back at the silhouette of the farm. A flicker of regret crossed his eyes before he lifted his gaze toward the direction of Gotham. Bending his legs slightly, the ground beneath him emitted a faint crackling sound, and in the next instant, Clark soared skyward like an arrow released from its bow. With a resounding whoosh, a blurred figure sped through Smallville and across the expanse of Kansas, hurtling toward the brooding Gotham like a shooting star. In Gotham, at the frigid cannon platform, the Joker erupted into maniacal laughter, perceiving Wayne's cries as desperate and frantic. His amusement escalated, and he exaggerated his movements in the anti-Batman armor. While using the armor's massive claws to send Bruce sprawling, he jeered, "Bruce, look at your bone soup doctor. Is he calling for your mother? Or perhaps his own? Superman? What manner of creature is that? Some pizza delivery man from Gotham?" He cackled. "Our doctor appears to be unwell. His mind has always been suspect." Bruce cursed under his breath, struggling to push himself up from the dent in the metal, his armor marred, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He too had heard Wayne's shout, brow furrowing in perplexity. Superman? The name was foreign to him, though he was not oblivious to the world beyond Gotham. His intelligence database contained no information on this individual. Did such a person truly exist, or had Wayne's mind succumbed to delusion from a cold? A sense of alarm surged within him, considering the latter a distinct possibility, particularly after enduring 2 blasts of freezing energy, which might render anyone daft. Wayne knelt on one knee, coughing up blood tinged with ice shards, his complexion pale as parchment. He raised his head to return a gesture of international camaraderie. No need for thanks. I found you a rival. Thus began one of the most colorful love triangles in comic book history: Batman, the Joker, and Superman, now destined for a most romantic encounter. As his words faded, a gust of wind swept through. A powerful gust of wind descended from the heavens without warning, dispersing the lingering smoke and chill, momentarily stalling the movements of those engaged in fierce combat on the platform. A figure appeared, akin to the first ray of dawn piercing through the heavy cloak of night, landing before Wayne just before the sound of an explosion reached the air, clad in a deep blue hooded sweatshirt and dark cargo pants. A mismatched but tightly wrapped red scarf obscured the face, revealing only the eyes and forehead, while ordinary sneakers adorned the feet. One could argue that this attire resembled that of a superhero. However, it bore a closer resemblance to a disheveled college student who, after a night of online indulgence, had forgotten to remove his scarf before setting out for a morning jog, oblivious to the impending confrontation. Yet this was no fragile university student. For a Kryptonian, the effects of a sleepless night were trivial compared to a mere cold. Bruce instinctively activated the scanning system of his mask, seeking to analyze the individual Wayne had summoned. However, to his dismay, the system fell silent after scanning the young man in the sky. What could this mean? Was the system malfunctioning? Or did the individual possess some sort of cloaking device? Clark, the newly minted Superman, surveyed the chaotic battlefield. His gaze first settled upon Wayne. Noting the blood at the corner of his friend's mouth and the frost upon his body, causing his expression to darken. He then turned his attention to the 2 individuals closest to Wayne, who appeared most villainous. One enveloped in an ominous black armor, exuding a chilling aura that was terrifying enough to make Clark feel a twinge of intimidation. The other, clad in purple and green stripes, with face paint that radiated an unsettling madness, was equally fearsome, though still within the realm of his endurance. Clark spoke in a deep, resonant voice, inquiring of Wayne, "Doctor, are you well? Are those terrifying figures, the dark one and the green one, both villains?" He gestured towards Batman and the Joker. He had not forgotten the last time he inadvertently harmed a teammate. This time, he resolved to inquire directly to discern who the true adversaries were. If Wayne remained uncertain, he would have no choice but to confront them all. Wayne, clutching his chest and coughing, pointed at Bruce. "Ahem. Well, this dark figure resembling a ghost is Batman. He has donned a new suit today. That green fellow is, as I mentioned before, Gotham's specialty, the Joker. He is equipped with an anti-Batman suit, so be cautious. He lacks the physique of Black Adam, so tread carefully." Clark, suddenly enlightened, swiftly turned towards Bruce, who exuded an unmistakable air of sincerity. My apologies, Mr. Batman. I almost misunderstood you. The doctor has shared tales of your entangled history with the Joker, but I did not anticipate the scene would be so chaotic." He clumsily attempted to clarify, his tone earnest, lending an air of authenticity to his words regarding Batman. Bruce felt that the meticulously maintained image of the Dark Knight he had nurtured for decades was destined for destruction. Now, under the dismal portrayal by Wayne's incessant chatter and the influence of this masked newcomer, it had become strangely cheapened. A profound sense of helplessness surged within him, making him feel more anguished than if he had been struck 10 times by the Joker. The Joker's laughter interrupted this bizarre apology scene. As he gleefully observed the floating Clark, his scarlet tongue licking his lips, his eyes sparkling with the delight of discovering a new toy. A flying giant? A bashful, masked infant? Intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. Welcome to the party. Yet, abruptly, the Joker's tone turned menacing, and the anti-Batman armor's leg thrusters erupted with blinding green light. Our little duet has not yet concluded. New toy, please take your leave for the time being. Before his words faded, the anti-Batman armor shot forth like a purple cannonball, discarding Batman as it surged with unprecedented speed and force, shrieking through the air as it lunged at the suspended Clark. The armor's arms unleashed rapidly spinning alloy serrated blades, aimed directly at Clark's throat, while hidden missile compartments at the shoulders opened, launching several high-explosive missiles that trailed fiery tails, sealing off all avenues for Clark's escape. Be careful. Bruce shouted in a frantic warning, unable to halt the impending disaster. He understood all too well the terrifying power contained within that suit. He did not wish for his creation to transform into an instrument of innocent destruction. Yet, faced with this lethal assault capable of obliterating anyone, the masked Clark merely floated there, unmoved by the tempest, appearing almost paralyzed with shock. Clang! Clang! Ha! Boom! Boom! The alloy blades struck Clark's neck, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks before shattering into fragments. The high-speed missiles detonated against his chest and arms, exploding and engulfing him in flames. Bruce and Harley felt their hearts leap into their throats, while Wayne casually retrieved a bag of chips, continuing to munch. As the flames dissipated and the smoke settled, the law of no harm, only smoke came into play. Clark remained suspended in place, utterly unscathed, his deep blue sweatshirt devoid of even a singe mark, as the shockwaves and flames seemed to merely caress him like a gentle breeze. In reality, Clark had effortlessly swatted away the missiles with his hand, dodging them with super speed before returning. These weapons could not even touch a single hair on his body, but his clothing was a different matter altogether. He certainly did not wish to return home with a torn and tattered shirt. The Joker's maniacal laughter abruptly ceased, blinking in bewilderment, revealing a look of utter confusion. The sensors of the anti-bat armor transmitted a report, indicating that the target had endured an energy impact powerful enough to annihilate a main battle tank. However, the biological readings revealed nothing, devoid of any fluctuations. Clark touched the jagged wound on his neck, glancing at his right hand, which had just launched a missile. Through his scarf, he sheepishly murmured, "It's a bit itchy." He then raised his gaze to the bewildered clown, pondering aloud. Wayne advised me to be cautious. But what does that truly mean? Clark was earnestly reflecting on Wayne's admonition. Should he clench his fist? No. Wayne had mentioned that the adversary lacked Black Adam's formidable physique, and he certainly did not wish to become a murderer. A palm strike? That might also prove excessive, potentially sending the man's head to Jupiter. After much contemplation, the small-town boy extended a finger, gesturing hesitantly, yet he felt it was still too risky. Fortunately, an idea finally surfaced. Superman opted for a straightforward and exceedingly simple maneuver. He slightly lifted his right hand, his thumb pressing against his middle finger, and gently flicked the clown's forehead, which was adorned with paint and a metallic helmet. The sound resonated sharply, audible to all. With a crack, the anti-bat armor, designed to subdue Batman, shattered like fragile glass, instantly covered in a web of cracks centered around the clown's forehead. Subsequently, amid Bruce and Harley's stunned gazes, it collapsed with a thunderous roar, disintegrating into countless flickering metallic shards that cascaded to the ground like purple electric ice. With a thud, the clown, bereft of the armor's support, crumpled like a rag doll, his forehead marked by a distinct red imprint, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness entirely. Beneath him, the metallic platform silently caved in at the point of his collapse, fracturing into a vast, neatly edged circular pit. A shattered helmet, broken armor, a cracked platform, and an unconscious clown. As Gotham's Dark Knight, Bruce stood amidst the cold wind and ruins, gazing at Clark, who hovered above, enveloped in a red scarf, his eyes reflecting shock. Chapter 156. What a mess. Clark's straightforward flick had obliterated the seemingly sinister anti-bat armor that the clown wore, leaving Bruce astounded. Had his painstakingly crafted armor truly been shattered so easily? Could there be no respect for his meticulously designed initial creation? The now ruined anti-bat armor drifted chaotically in the air, while the clown lay sprawled at the center of the concave platform, the red mark on his forehead appearing rather comical, fitting his identity in an oddly appropriate manner. Upon witnessing the unfortunate visage of the Joker, Bruce felt an overwhelming urge to laugh, yet no sound escaped his lips. In truth, the pupils beneath his mask contracted sharply in horror, and his body instinctively tensed, entering a state of heightened alertness. The scanning system concealed within his bat mask, while previously analyzing the hulking figure adorned in a red scarf, had seemingly not malfunctioned or succumbed to interference. Rather, it had crashed entirely. To be precise, at the moment the system attempted to process the data regarding Clark, all sensor feedback exceeded the predetermined threshold, causing the processor to overload and freeze, resulting in a flurry of unrecognizable, icy static and garbled data. Much like the power scouters from Dragon Ball, it wasn't that scanning was impossible, but that the readings had surpassed the maximum limit. Without a moment's thought, this predicament immediately triggered Bruce's paranoia. Shadows in Gotham were rife with all manner of monstrosities, be it strength, speed, technology, or supernatural abilities. He had encountered them all and devised countermeasures for each. He had prided himself on having a comprehensive database, yet now it became painfully apparent that the world was vast and his perspective woefully limited. The seemingly innocuous young man, known as Superman, who could effortlessly vanquish the Joker and had been summoned by Wayne in a moment of peril, was certainly not as simple as he appeared. In Bruce's mind, the initial wave of gratitude for being saved was swiftly eclipsed by a grimace, triggering the alarm for potential danger. Even though this Superman had been called forth by the foolish Wayne and appeared harmless, the consequences of his powers spiraling out of control were unimaginable. Intelligence, intelligence, intelligence. Bruce knew he must understand him, assess him, and prepare for the worst, at the very least to identify possible countermeasures, lest he be obliterated by a careless kick. As Bruce's mind raced at an inhuman pace, formulating 17 probing strategies and 38 counteraction plans, Clark, clad in his red scarf, descended gracefully, landing directly before him. Observing the dark night before him, radiating an aura of foreboding vigilance as if ready to engulf him, Clark felt a pang of concern and couldn't help but swallow hard. How terrifying. Surely he wouldn't actually consume a person, would he? Yet, Wayne had proclaimed him a good man, Gotham's protector, and perhaps such an intimidating presence was warranted. As Clark gazed at the Batman, nearly merging with the shadows, his curiosity about this legendary Dark Knight grew. Extending his hand in a gesture of inquiry, he inadvertently unleashed a ray that penetrated the high-tech mask. Upon revealing the visage beneath the mask, Clark gasped, "Mr. Bruce Wayne? I never imagined the fabled Batman would be you, Gotham's most famous playboy." The contrast is astounding. The Wayne family was renowned, and Bruce's overtly high-profile public persona had rendered him a figure of notoriety across America and the world. It was no wonder Clark was taken aback. It was akin to encountering a billionaire casually volunteering as a security guard in your neighborhood. Harley was rubbing her wrist, nearly choking on her own saliva upon hearing the words, rolling her eyes as she remarked, "See, I told you your mask is rather ambiguous." Wayne, who was beside her, nearly burst into laughter at this comment. It was a well-known fact that Batman was Bruce Wayne, and the classic plot was being replayed. Bruce's body stiffened, his expression darkening beneath the mask to an extent that it seemed as if water could drip from it, while Harley and Wayne's laughter echoed in his ears, rendering it all the more jarring. His identity had been exposed, and in such an effortless and unexpected manner, revealed by a mysterious stranger of formidable strength who had seemingly pierced through his facade with some ability. It was an uncomfortable feeling, despite everyone present being aware of his identity. Hearing it articulated by a stranger felt worse than when his spine had been shattered by Bane. Yet, he was ultimately Batman. After a brief moment of shock and fury, Bruce's subtly altered expression beneath the mask returned to its usual stoic demeanor, not even glancing at the gleeful Wayne or the bewildered Clark, who looked as if he had just realized he'd misspoken. Bruce extended his hand in a remarkably natural manner, simply shaking Clark's hand while discreetly placing a few tracking devices on him. His observational skills were astute. Bruce's voice, filtered through the voice changer, was deep and steady, devoid of any tremor, capable of penetrating the layers of Kevlar composite fibers, microcircuitry, active optical camouflage, and lead lining of the mask. "I assume this is part of your ability?" Clark was momentarily taken aback, having just been contemplating how cold Batman's hand was. He now listened intently as Bruce began to deduce. "Your shoes." Bruce's gaze fell upon Clark's ordinary sneakers, speckled with fresh mud. The tread was evenly worn, yet the inner forefoot and outer heel bore relatively new, noticeably sticky reddish-brown soil deposits. This type of soil, rich in iron and aluminum oxides, was fine and viscous, not commonly found in Gotham, but widespread in the central Great Plains of North America, particularly in the floodplain areas of Kansas near the riverbanks. Clark, holding Bruce's hand, felt a sense of unease. He instinctively looked down at his shoes, then raised his head in confusion. "The creases of your pants are embedded with a few tiny, unhulled wheat grain fragments." Bruce began to apply his detective skills, noting the freshness was high, not exceeding 24 hours. Kansas is one of the most significant winter wheat-producing regions in the United States, and the vicinity around Smallville is home to numerous family farms cultivating this crop. Clark's eyes widened in astonishment, forgetting to release Bruce's hand. "Wait, are you the farmer or am I? How come you're more adept at identifying wheat than I am?" Bruce continued, surveying Clark's shoulders. "This sweatshirt you're wearing is a cheap mass-produced item. Yet the stitching is tight and even, with slight but repetitive signs of manual reinforcement at the collar and cuffs. This indicates that the wearer holds it in high esteem, or it originates from someone accustomed to mending their belongings by hand." Bruce's gaze lingered on the substantial red scarf around Clark's neck, intricately hand-woven from wool, exhibiting a distinctly domestic craftsmanship. Its edges were worn yet impeccably clean. Such an item, imbued with a strong sense of home, is seldom found on a vagabond accustomed to wandering aimlessly. Bruce paused momentarily, seemingly processing the information before arriving at a conclusion, based on his comprehensive assessment. "You do not reside in an urban environment long-term. Your recent life trajectory strongly aligns with a small family farm near the quaint town of Smallville, Kansas. Within the past 24 hours, it is highly probable that you are a member of that farming household or possess a close relationship with the farmer. Wayne referred to you as Superman, which appears to be your moniker. However, the name does not seem to correlate significantly with the family you are associated with." He tilted his head slightly, refraining from further comments. Regrettably, his knowledge of the residents of Smallville was limited. Otherwise, he might have been able to narrow down the possibilities further. Nonetheless, the mere existence of such a capable young individual living incognito on a Kansas farm is intriguing in itself. Preliminary observations suggest that he could tentatively be classified among the good, albeit with a cautious outlook requiring further scrutiny. Clark stood frozen, his hands still clasped in Bruce's, his mouth agape, as if still processing the revelation. What on earth? He was merely shaking hands. How had he been so thoroughly assessed? Clark was astonished that Batman's true identity was Bruce Wayne, yet Bruce had managed to unearth nearly all his secrets based solely on the mud on his shoes. The grain in his cuffs, the stitching of his clothing, and a single scarf. Is it customary for you Gothamites to inspect someone's trousers upon greeting? No wonder Wayne had warned him to be cautious in Gotham. He now understood. Batman truly lived up to his reputation. Cough, cough. Ouch, my back. Wayne grumbled as he approached, limping and inserting himself into this peculiar and oppressive handshake scenario. He slapped the hands of Bruce and Clark, still clasped together, with irritation. Enough. Enough. Publicly holding onto a burly man's hand. Batman, is having the Joker not enough for you? Are you planning to check if he's single? Continuing this line of inquiry would be quite rude. He just helped you deal with the Joker, and now you're preparing to stab in the back? Must you deduce the color of his underwear to feel satisfied? Let me tell you directly. Superman prefers to wear red underwear, so stop bullying the innocent lad. Wayne shook off the still somewhat bewildered Clark and, shielding him from Batman's elongated face, added, "And you, Superman, do not let this dark fellow intimidate you." Bruce revels in this intellectual game, attempting to appear astute, yet he often finds himself outsmarted, ending up in tears at the hands of villains. Upon my return, good heavens, what a scene it was! Clinging to my leg, he pleaded with me to assume the mantle of Batman, declaring that if I refused, he would soil his trousers on the spot, demanding I provide him with a lifetime supply of diapers. You may find this hard to believe, but I possess video evidence. Clark remarked, "It sounds absurd, but if there's a recording, I must concede to its authenticity." Bruce interjected, "Do not be deceived. While a video may exist, how could the illustrious Dark Knight ever engage in such a disreputable act? That would be slander, pure slander." Bruce withdrew his hand, casting a penetrating glance at Superman, who was momentarily distracted by the video, before surveying the platform where the Joker lay unconscious, the incapacitated Mr. Freeze, and the remnants of the colossal Freeze cannon. Now reduced to scrap by Wayne. The night sky over Gotham remained ominous, though one menace lingered. The city had at least liberated itself from the chaos of this wild revelry. One could only hope that it would not usher in new perils. Bruce's murmurs prompted Clark to instinctively retract his neck. He sensed that this Dark Knight was perhaps even more formidable than Black Adam. Wayne, meanwhile, rubbed his back and gestured rudely at the still brooding Bruce, exclaiming, "New dangers? The greatest threat lies in your deathly glare." Chapter 157. The somber old Bat Clark was pulled aside by Wayne, who animatedly recounted Bruce's paranoid tendencies. such as the multitude of contingency plans he had devised against supervillains hidden away in the Batcave. Wayne was unsure of the specifics, but given Batman's character, it was undoubtedly true. He also spoke of Bruce's elaborate satellite surveillance program monitoring suspicious activities worldwide, leaving Clark momentarily dumbfounded. His super intellect insisted that Wayne was spinning tales, yet the sincerity in his demeanor suggested otherwise. Especially unsettling was Bruce's icy gaze penetrating through the mask, as if he aimed to dissect Clark from the inside out, an unnerving sensation that made Clark feel as though he were being pierced through. Wayne, unable to bear it any longer, discreetly indicated towards Bruce, who seemed to be observing him like a dark statue in the shadows. "Oh, it's nothing. Pay him no mind. The old bat has his daily episodes." Wayne waved dismissively, though Batman's scrutiny was indeed disconcerting. Clark instinctively shrank back, feeling as if that gaze could burn holes through him. He longed to engage more with Wayne, yet the circumstances did not permit it. He quickly concocted what he deemed a perfectly legitimate and irrefutable excuse. "Wayne, Mr. Bruce, I must take my leave. Ah, yes, family matters. There are chores awaiting me at the farm, and my mother cannot manage alone. Moreover, I must deliver milk early tomorrow morning." With a nervous smile, Clark's eyes involuntarily darted towards Bruce's direction, and upon confirming that Batman would not impede his departure, he breathed a sigh of relief. Wayne, noticing Clark's anxious demeanor, shot Bruce a glare. "Look at what you've done. You've frightened the poor lad to such an extent." In a world where superheroes confront individuals with a piercing gaze that could instill fear of death, one must ponder the ethics of such actions. He patted Clark's sturdy arm and lowered his voice, advising him to refrain from late nights as they are detrimental to one's health, suggesting that he should return home to rest and grow. In Gotham, Batman often instills more fear than the villains themselves, a sentiment that is understood. With a promise to reconnect later, Clark felt an immense sense of relief, casting a grateful glance at Wayne, only to shy away from Bruce's direction. In an instant, he soared into the sky, transforming into a fleeting blur of red and blue, vanishing from Gotham's skyline with the swiftness of one fleeing a great calamity. Bruce silently observed the direction in which Superman had disappeared, his expression inscrutable beneath the mask. Save for the calm report from Alfred confirming that the target had left Gotham's airspace. To Bruce, this unknown entity wielding such immense power was better off departing Gotham swiftly. The potential for unforeseen variables was too great, and Gotham could not withstand any more upheaval at this moment. Everything concerning the Superman would be extracted from Wayne, who seemed quite familiar with him. But not at this time. Returned to the Batcave, Bruce's voice, altered by a voice modulator, resumed its usual cold and deep timbre as he approached the Joker, who was bound in a special restraint, confined in a grid-like structure, prioritizing the matter at hand. Beneath the cold stone dome, the central laboratory of the Batcave was illuminated by high-intensity lights, akin to daylight. The air was thick with a mingled sense of disinfectant, metal, and some biological growth medium. On one side, within a massive transparent biological incubation chamber, a body identical to the Joker's floated in a pale green nutrient solution. This was a result of Bruce utilizing tissue samples shed during the Joker's capture, hastily cultivated in the Batcave as highly automated biological cloning apparatus, resulting in a blank, unconscious vessel. The clone exhibited stable life signs, yet its eyes remained shut, lost in slumber. On the opposite side of the laboratory, contrasting sharply with the high-tech aesthetics, Wayne crouched on the floor, employing a peculiar mixture of paint that emanated faint hints of sulfur and starlight to sketch what appeared to be a hexagram on the ground. With a stick of candy in his mouth to replenish his energy, he muttered phrases like magical circuit and soul anchor, appearing quite out of place amidst the advanced surroundings. Harley occupied a nearby workstation, her demeanor unusually focused. Rather than the frenzied persona of Harley Quinn, she seemed more akin to the former Dr. Harleen Quinzel. She deftly manipulated the Batcave's intricate instruments, combining powders of strange hues and viscous liquids, along with a few drops from vials she had brought, which glimmered with an unstable green light, ultimately culminating in a peculiar concoction. Having conducted research concerning Jack long ago, she had developed this secret formula capable of suppressing the Joker's personality, yet it was merely a temporary solution. The Joker would inevitably return. The current objective in producing this miraculous drug is to ensure that Jack can regain control of his body, preventing the Joker from wreaking havoc and disrupting the treatment. Bruce remains silently vigilant, meticulously monitoring various data, particularly the conditions of the clone and the Joker. As Harley approaches the Joker with the potion in hand, he slightly nods in acknowledgement. With utmost care, Harley pries open the Joker's mouth and pours the vibrant elixir into him. The moment the potion enters, the Joker's body convulses violently, and a pain sound escapes his throat. Seconds later, the spasms cease, the fierce grimace on his face begins to ebb like a receding tide. His furrowed brow gradually relaxes, and the chilling, sinister grin vanishes. The pallor of his skin starts to revert to a more natural hue. Notably, even his features transform. At a glance, Jack appears entirely distinct from the Joker. The man on the operating table slowly opens his eyes, and it is difficult to fathom that one day, clarity and reason, rather than boundless madness, would be reflected in his gaze. Harley? Jack Napier's voice is hoarse and frail, a remnant of the Joker's prolonged confinement that leaves him somewhat disoriented. "Jack, my pudding, you're back," Harley exclaims, rushing to him, tears streaming down her face as she embraces Jack tightly. It's me. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here. We found a way. We will save you this time." Her words tumble out in a flurry, excitement overwhelming her as she kisses Jack's cheeks, relieved that he is no longer the circus madman. The familiar, true gentleman has returned. Jack struggles to raise his bound hands, gently stroking Harley's hair, his eyes brimming with complex emotions. "Harley, I'm sorry you had to see me like this. It feels as though I've endured many horrifying dreams." The old bat stands at a distance, silent and contemplative, lost in thought. Wayne watches from the side, unable to contain himself, rubbing his arms. "You too, today's set is not suitable for this." Stop. Harley, don't engage directly with the patient. "Harley, the effects of your potion are temporary. Before my goosebumps turn into bullets, let us proceed with the next treatment. There will be time for your tender moments later." Harley, finally coming to her senses, reluctantly releases Jack, but keeps a firm grip on his hand, her gaze resolute. "Yes, the bone soup doctor is correct. Jack, don't be afraid. We will help you completely rid yourself of him." Wayne steps into the center of the magical array, his expression turning grave as he forms intricate hand signs, reciting a deep and arcane incantation. As he chants, the hexagram array suddenly illuminates, radiating a warm yet gentle golden light, enveloping both the Joker and the clone in the incubation pod simultaneously. Under the golden glow, Jack's form begins to take on a certain transparency, as a nebulous, pale blue silhouette, mirroring Jack's outline, is gently drawn from his body by a soft, ethereal force. As for the soul of the Joker, due to Wayne's limited vocabulary, he could only describe that entity as indescribable. The old eye, witnessing it from within, displayed a look of astonishment. It was the first time he encountered such a bizarre soul in the human realm. It was even more distressing than his own status as the Demon King of Hell. Guided by the stars and under the auspices of a contract, Wayne's incantation grew more fervent as he stripped away the old shell, sanctifying the soul within the new soil. The brilliance of the magical array reached its zenith. This segment of the incantation, which could be comprehended by listeners, was an addition by Wayne himself, serving no actual purpose. The effective part had already been uttered in an earlier, incoherent manner. Its inclusion merely enhanced the ceremonial ambience. The pale blue soul shadow completely detached from the Joker's body, hovering in midair. At this moment, the mortal soul was at its most vulnerable, and even a novice mage could inflict damage with just a few spells. With a change in his gesture, Wayne pointed towards the cultivation chamber, golden light entwining around the soul shadow like ribbons, gently pulling it forth before slowly sinking into the identical clone body of Jack within the chamber. At the instant the soul shadow fully entered the clone's forehead, the nutrient solution within the chamber surged violently, and the clone abruptly opened its eyes, initially devoid of focus. Those eyes reflected a bewildered curiosity akin to that of a newborn, exploring its surroundings. However, soon, the consciousness, memories, and emotions belonging to Jack Napier flooded back. He blinked, his gaze sharpening, filled with the joy of survival. The sensation of rebirth was exquisite. Wayne ceased his chanting, exhaling deeply as he wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow. The brilliance of the magical array gradually dimmed. Summoning the soul was a simple task, effortlessly accomplished by harnessing Deus Pandio's magic, thus negating the need to pay royalties to other demigods. The hatch of the cultivation chamber slowly opened with a hydraulic sound. Jack Napier sat up, bare and somewhat clumsily raising his hands to examine these familiar yet unfamiliar palms. He touched his face, and finally his gaze fell upon Harley, who was tearfully overwhelmed and rendered speechless with excitement. Harley? A smile graced Jack's face. He had thought he would never escape the Joker's grasp in this lifetime, yet unexpectedly, fortune favored the deserving. He had a genuine chance to reclaim his identity and taste true freedom. Tears welled in Harley's eyes, but she managed to jest. "You narcissistic fool plagued by depression and dissociative identity disorder. I told you, you would be all right." Wayne blinked, favoring the darkly ironic yet unexpectedly fitting perspective of the silently observing Bruce. Batman turned away, casting a sorrowful silhouette as he witnessed the embrace of Jack and Harley. He had anticipated this outcome, and there was little reason to mourn. The Dark Knight had long since grown accustomed to loss. Wayne, he Chapter 158. Preparations for the anti-Superman plan. Wayne's mischievous laughter echoed through the Batcave, a stark contrast to the ambience of joy and sorrow that accompanied the reunion, shattering the solemn atmosphere. Stretching lazily, he approached Bruce, giving him a playful jab in the side with his elbow, jesting, "Hey, Batman, stop playing the role of the abandoned protagonist. Your true love has left with someone else, and putting on that defeated expression won't change a thing." Wayne gestured toward Jack and Harley, who were still embracing, and added, "Your primary task is to deal with your ex. Otherwise, when he wakes up, Gotham will be in chaos once more." Upon hearing this, Bruce finally extricated himself from his tangled thoughts. He turned, his previously melancholic demeanor vanishing instantly as the Batman persona took over. He cast a glance at the Joker on the operating table, then at Jack, who had regained his vitality and was weeping in Harley's arms, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Wayne. "What are the side effects of the soul transplant?" Bruce's tone was grave. "Side effects?" Wayne shrugged. "The most significant one is that you lose a source of amusement, and he loses a bit of madness. Oh, and by the way, the new body will require an adjustment period. There might be temporary muscle weakness and memory confusion, but it's nothing serious. Just get some sunlight and a bit of calcium." As for that, Wayne pointed at the Joker on the operating table. "He is now merely a pure madman, an ultimate embodiment of chaos devoid of Jack Napier's persona, a complete amalgamation of disorder. I suggest you find him a sturdy new home. Otherwise, Gotham will once again be thrown into turmoil." No sooner had he spoken than the Joker on the operating table began to convulse violently, a grotesque grin spreading across his pallid face. "Just continue to sleep," Bruce stated without hesitation, pressing a red button on the control panel. With a thunderous roar, the ground split open, and a transparent cylindrical life support pod, glowing with an eerie blue light, slowly ascended. The pod emanated a chilling aura, causing the temperature to plummet. "Wow, you really prepared a personal freezer for your ex, didn't you?" Wayne exclaimed, genuinely impressed by the technology in the Batcave, which never failed to fascinate him. "How thoughtful. Complete with temperature control. Next time you meet, it will still be a fresh Joker." Several mechanical arms descended from the ceiling, deftly securing the Joker's body before carefully placing him into the life support pod. As the pod's door sealed, the frigid gas swiftly filled the interior, encasing the Joker's body along with his sinister smile and ice. He will be transferred to the deepest ice cellar in the Batcave, under continuous surveillance for 24 hours. Bruce explained, as if discussing a trivial matter. "I hope your ice cellar is sturdy. After all, the Batcave has never been impervious," Wayne remarked with a smirk. Meanwhile, Jack, supported by Harley, had donned a fitting hospital gown procured from an unknown source. He gazed at the frozen Joker, his expression a complex blend of relief and fear, ultimately exhaling a deep breath. "Thank you, Bruce, and you too, Dr. Wayne." Jack's voice was somewhat weak, yet profoundly sincere. "There's no need to thank me. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards Bruce, for he covered the medical expenses." Wayne waved his hand dismissively and leaned closer to Bruce, lowering his voice. "Don't forget the promised anti-Batman suit. I want the latest model, complete with heated seats, a built-in refrigerator, and surround sound. You might as well ask for a spa." Bruce, uninterested in the banter, turned to Jack and Harley and said, "You both need a safe place. It's too late today. You could take shelter here for now. With the conclusion of the Nightfall incident, the beleaguered Gotham once again basked in tranquility. The atmosphere within the Batcave, after a night fraught with tension, descended into an unprecedented eerie calm. As dawn broke, the clouds dispersed, allowing sunlight to penetrate Gotham, illuminating the battered city with a glimmer of hope. Alfred, the steadfast butler, received the signal and returned to Wayne Manor with members of the Bat family. Pushing a silver serving cart adorned with a sumptuous English breakfast, the wheels producing a soft, steady sound against the floor. Only Damien and Dick accompanied him back. Tim had returned home, while Barbara, fearing that Gordon might discover her absence, also departed. Both Damien and Dick, weary in body and spirit from the ordeal, fell into a deep slumber upon reaching their beds, neglecting to prepare breakfast for themselves. "Good morning, Master Bruce." Alfred's voice was as tranquil as ever, as if the previous night had merely been another ordinary late shift. "And to Mr. Napier, Dr. Quizzell, and Master Wayne, I've prepared coffee, tea, and some pastries. Considering your labors last night, I deemed it necessary to provide a little sustenance." The cart came to a halt beside the countertop. Harley Quinn, having scarcely slept throughout the night, was unusually animated. She sat closely beside Jack Napier, who donned a gray tracksuit generously provided by Bruce. His expression somewhat dazed as he gazed at his clean hands that, at this time previously, would have been stained with indelible paint and blood. "Thank you, Alfred," Harley replied for Jack, displaying a remarkable familiarity. She picked up a scone and directly handed it to Jack. "Have a bite. You need to regain your strength, Pudding." Jack mechanically accepted the pastry, taking a bite, though his gaze inevitably drifted toward a short distance away. Bruce had shed his Batman suit in favor of a simple black outfit, yet the atmosphere around him felt even colder than when he wore the armor, indicating his displeasure. Bruce sat at the head of the table in silence, holding a steaming cup of black coffee, his gaze hawkishly fixed on Jack, scrutinizing every minute shift in his expression. This intensity rendered Jack uncomfortable, heightening the awkwardness of the breakfast gathering. Wayne, however, appeared completely unfazed. He grabbed a handful of pastries and stuffed them into his mouth, mumbling through a mouthful, giving Alfred a thumbs up. "There's no one like you, Alfred, the all-purpose super butler." "I say, Bruce, could you please ease up a bit? The people have been healed. Their souls remain authentic and unblemished. Do not regard the victim with the gaze reserved for the most wanted criminal." Bruce paid no heed to Wayne's incessant prattle. He took a sip of his coffee and addressed Alfred. "Arrange a secure residence for Napier, with the highest level of security, ensuring all communications and networks are physically isolated. Publicly, we shall declare him a key witness for Wayne Enterprises." "Of course, sir. The apartment in the west has been prepared. It is sufficiently quiet and the view is quite pleasant," Alfred replied with a slight bow. "I do not require your charity." Jack finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "I will take responsibility for the crimes I committed against him." He raised his gaze to meet Bruce's, stating earnestly, "I will surrender myself." The pale knight, Jack Napier, was as obsessively troubled as Batman, with a stubbornness akin to that of a mule. Harley gasped in shock. "No, Jack, that is not you. You are the victim. Damn it. I worked tirelessly to bail you out, and now you tell me you want to serve time?" "Absolutely not. But those events transpired within my body." Jack's eyes were filled with anguish and struggle. "I recall fragments that haunt me like nightmares, screams, flames, and I cannot pretend that what happened to Robin is a figment of my imagination." At the mention of Robin, Bruce flinched slightly, causing hot coffee to spill. He set down the cup and walked deliberately towards Jack, towering over him, devoid of any sympathy, merely scrutinizing him. "If you surrender now, you will merely be deemed a deranged criminal and confined within Arkham. The Joker's crimes will be laid at your feet, and you, Jack Napier, will cease to exist." Bruce's declaration was resolute. "If you perish, no one can save you. This is not accountability, it is evasion." He paused, shifting his tone. "However, if you live on as Jack Napier, dedicating your remaining days to atonement, that is the only form of justice Gotham might accept. I will observe you every moment, every second." Jack remained silent for a long while before finally nodding vigorously. He too yearned for a better city. It was not yet time to languish in prison. Wayne, listening nearby, shook his head in dismay. "I only hope you don't end up rescuing a middle-aged, bankrupt man from prison, Batman. Former Joker, former Harley Quinn, Alfred. I suggest you stock up on antacids. This household will surely become lively enough to film a sitcom." The chaos of Gotham had finally reached a temporary cessation, ushering in a long-awaited semblance of tranquility. 3 days later, in a high-rise apartment in Gotham's West District, sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the living room with warmth and brightness, a stark contrast to the previous oppressive gloom. Jack stood by the window, gazing down at a city that felt both familiar and foreign. The first step toward making a contribution lay in how to help a person with a criminal record secure legitimate employment, especially since Elias Hospital had been reduced to ruins and was still under reconstruction. Thus, Wayne found himself comfortably residing in a room within Wayne Manor that was far more spacious than his former clinic, indulging in a languorous lifestyle where all his needs were effortlessly met. Although Bruce harbored a deep reluctance, he was thwarted by the audacity of a certain individual, compounded by the fact that every time he contemplated launching a certain unscrupulous doctor via bat rocket, he would be dissuaded by the incoherent ramblings captured on video during that individual's moment of mental instability. Reluctantly, he conceded to the necessity of allowing this person to stay for a time. One afternoon, Wayne, stifling a yawn, emerged from his chamber in search of sustenance. As he passed the entrance to the Batcave, he was startled by the sounds of simulated explosions and a fervent symphony emanating from within. Curiosity piqued. He ventured inside to find Bruce standing riveted before the enormous Bat computer, intently focused on the screen. There, a virtual model of Batman engaged in a fierce battle simulation against a tall figure, obscured by a scarf, who effortlessly vanquished the Caped Crusader in increasingly bizarre manners. Still reminiscing about your new paramour? Wayne leaned against the railing, languidly commenting, "I must admit that Superman lad is indeed impressive, radiant, upright, and immensely powerful, though perhaps a trifle too earnest, easily deceived by someone as cunning as you." He could only marvel at Clark, who, after a mere encounter, had stolen Batman's sleep and essence. Without turning, Bruce coldly replied, "I am analyzing unknown threats, assessing their potential risk levels to Earth. Enough of your insinuations. You are merely coveting his physique, you cad." Wayne descended the stairs and approached the screen. "Let me see the 17th version of your anti-Superman plan." Well, your efficiency is commendable. Less than a day, and you've already reached the 17th iteration. Have you not slept a wink, preoccupied with how to contend with him? On the screen, a torrent of data scrolled rapidly, detailing everything from the effects of high-density radiation on Superman's cellular decay to the neurotoxin's curve of strength depletion, an overwhelming array of chaotic schemes. "You are suffering from severe paranoia. Utterly hopeless," Wayne remarked, taking a bite from an apple he had picked up from a nearby table. "But I must caution you, Bruce. All this elaborate nonsense amounts to little more than a paper lantern before Superman. Without some groundbreaking innovation, he could obliterate your entire Batcave with a mere thought." At this, Bruce paused the simulation and turned to regard Wayne with a piercing gaze. "That is precisely why I require more intelligence and interaction with him. And you, Wayne, seem to be quite familiar with him. Are you suggesting I become a spy?" Wayne's eyes brightened at the prospect. "I could entertain that notion, but it would require additional compensation. My anti-Batman armor must include a feature to summon Superman at the touch of a button. Rejected. Then we have nothing to discuss." The two exchanged glares, but Bruce, having matured through this experience, could easily outlast Wayne's mere glowering contest. At that moment, Alfred entered, bearing a tray of exquisite afternoon tea, oblivious to the heated exchange before him, his demeanor reflecting a well-practiced indifference to the eccentricities of his employers. "Master Bruce, Master Wayne, tea time has arrived. I have baked some delightful pastries, and I hope you will enjoy them." Wayne was instantly captivated by the delectable treats, while Bruce quietly saved the contingency plan against Superman and created an encrypted folder titled Analysis of Weaknesses of Wayne Elias.